Chapter 1. The Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. 3,000 Flames of Fire. In the realm of Dochi, within the expanse of the Tagore Desert, lies the city of Medusa. Yifeng, you have finally awakened. This is truly wonderful. As Yifeng opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a woman of exquisite beauty, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. Where am I? And who are you? Rubbing his temples, Yifeng looked at the woman before him, bewildered. Upon hearing his words, the woman's expression turned to one of deep worry. It appeared that although Yifeng's injuries were not severe, he had indeed sustained a blow to the head, rendering him unable to recognize even his own sister. With palpable concern, she declared, "You are in the Serpent Man clan. I am your sister, Huashir." The Serpent Man clan. The Serpent Man clan? At her words, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, and he sprang upright from the bed as if propelled by a spring. He stared down at his sister Huashir with a look of sheer horror. Huashir possessed a striking figure, her slender waist undeniably alluring. However, to his astonishment, her lower half was that of a serpent. Yifeng quickly glanced down at his own body, only to confirm his worst fears. His lower half mirrored Huashir's too had a serpent's tail. Overwhelmed by despair, Yifeng's body weakened instantly, and before he could collapse onto the bed, Huashir caught him in her embrace. Feeling her comforting warmth, Yifeng realized that this was not a dream. He had truly traversed worlds. But why, in this realm of Dochi, had he transformed not into a human, but rather into a serpent man? Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully traversing to the realm of Dochi. The sign-in system is currently binding. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully binding the sign-in system. You have received a beginner's gift package. Yifeng paused momentarily, quickly comprehending that while he may not be human, this system was indeed quite troublesome. Suddenly, fragments of memories that did not belong to him flooded his mind. With the influx of these memories, Yifeng understood that he was now the adopted younger brother of Huashir, a lonely serpent raised by her. Moreover, he was a uniquely special serpent man within the Serpent Man clan. Due to the clan's inherent affinity for coldness, no serpent man possessed fire attribute Dochi. Yet Yifeng was an exception. Not only did he wield fire attribute Dochi, but he also possessed attributes from all other elements. Thus, he was highly favored within the Serpent Man clan, a veritable prodigy. In the Tagore Desert, his cultivation speed for fire attribute Dochi surpassed that of others, and by the age of 18, he had attained the rank of a 4-star Do Master. Just 3 days prior, during a sparring match with Bai, the grandson of the Yin clan leader and a fellow prodigy with 2-star Dochi, Yifeng had been schemed against, sustaining a grievous blow that left him bloodied and unconscious. The reason for Bai's treachery was that the following day marked the selection of members for Medusa's elite guard, and Yifeng was Bai's greatest rival. The elite guard of Medusa, indeed. Upon discovering his identity, Yifeng felt a surge of joy at the prospect of traversing to the continent of Duki, for he now stood in close proximity to the enchanting Queen Medusa, without inciting the disdain she harbored for mere mortals. What could this be termed? It is the advantageous position of being near the water tower, hence one may first win the Queen's favor. Endowed with a golden finger, Yifeng was resolute in his ambition to become a member of Medusa's elite guard. It seemed prudent to set a modest objective first. Let it be that both I and the majestic, coldly elegant Queen Medusa possess legs as fair as jade. Indeed, the beauty of Queen Medusa, with her long, graceful legs, was unparalleled. Her statuesque form, supple waist, and exquisitely striking visage epitomized perfection. Such exquisite feet ought to be adorned with fine shoes. That wretched scoundrel Xiao was utterly unworthy of her. Let him meet his demise. With the golden finger now firmly in hand, it was time to reap the rewards. Yifeng leisurely closed his eyes, feigning slumber in the embrace of Huashir. Huashir gazed at her younger brother in her arms, her eyes brimming with affection. Sleep well and rest thoroughly. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to meet Her Majesty, aiding you in becoming one of Medusa's trusted guards. At her words, Yifeng's heart soared. To become one of Medusa's guards? Indeed, my sister, Huashir, is the captain of Medusa's elite guard. Surely tomorrow will bring delightful surprises. From this point forward, I shall truly be in an advantageous position. System. Open the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for opening the beginner's gift pack. You have received an unlimited storage ring. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the qualifications of a top-tier genius on the continent of Duki. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a supreme, no restriction, cleansing marrow pill. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have gained a divine level technique. Soul devouring art. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received the 9th ranked otherworldly flame. 3000 flame of yin yin. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired a 7th grade pill. Heavenly soul blood fusion pill. This cascade of astonishing gifts caused Yi Feng's eyes to snap open. Such rewards transcended mere abundance. They were indeed heartwarming. Even the nourishing heavenly soul blood fusion pill had been bestowed. How could one not feel warmth? Queen Medusa's fortune was indeed remarkable. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in with Huaxir. Reward. 1 doling pill. What's signing in? Sensing Yi Feng's movements, Huaxir slowly opened her eyes and, regarding her brother with concern, smiled gently. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Looking at this woman who is not merely a sister, but rather a sister in spirit, Yi Feng smiled and replied, It's just so comfortable in sister's embrace. You've already surpassed the age of maturity, yet you still know how to please your sister. Huaxir playfully poked Yi Feng's forehead, feigning annoyance. Hee. Yi Feng gradually sat up, smiling. You're fine, and I must go consult with Her Majesty regarding tomorrow's arrangements. You should rest well tonight and conserve your energy for the selection tomorrow. Ah, I understand. With that, the flower serpent rose and departed the room. After watching her leave, Yi Feng stood up and secured the door, then retrieved a small jade vial from the system space. This is a muscle cleansing and marrow refining elixir with no rank restrictions. Let us see what effects you shall bestow upon me. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng uncorked the vial and swallowed the elixir. In the next instant, a burst of purple light erupted from his body, and the fighting spirit within him surged violently. The sudden eruption of energy caused Yi Feng great discomfort. His body flushed crimson, and anyone who touched him would surely feel the intense heat. To avoid drawing attention, he bore the pain in silence, a hint of crimson at the corner of his mouth, lending an exquisite sheen to his cheeks. As time passed, Yi Feng began to experience an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Just as he felt the muscle cleansing and marrow refining process nearing its conclusion, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind, reminiscent of ancient times. Do-pa, reviving the Xiao clan from the pursuit of the goddess. Please remember to offer your support. Chapter 2. The 3000 Starfire Body, a Blade of Flame. A thunderous roar resonated within Yi Feng's mind, reminiscent of a dragon's cry echoing through the heavens, momentarily rendering him speechless. In the depths of his consciousness, an immense dragon coiled majestically, its gargantuan form entwined with an eerie violet-black flame. This magnificent sight left Yi Feng utterly awestruck. This is the 3000 Starfire. Realization struck him. The violet-black dragon-shaped flame was indeed the 3000 Starfire that remained unabsorbed within his system. The 3000 Starfire, forged from the essence of the cosmos, possesses formidable destructive power, ranking 9th on the list of exotic flames, making it one of the rarest of its kind. Its might lies not only in its overwhelming energy, but also in its extraordinary longevity. Most crucially, it grants its bearer a remarkably potent and mystical constitution known as the 3000 Starfire Body, also referred to as the Immortal Body. As long as it does not suffer a fatal blow, the wielder can recover rapidly, much to the chagrin of their adversaries. Unless there exists a deep-seated grudge, one would naturally seek to befriend the possessor of such a body, as the title of Immortal Body is truly well-deserved. Ecstatic at the prospect of obtaining such a miraculous flame, Yi Feng hastily activated the soul-devouring technique to commence absorption. This divine-level technique allows one to assimilate the spiritual treasures of the world for personal gain, and on the Duki continent, spiritual treasures are not limited to just exotic flames. This aligns perfectly with Yi Feng's all-encompassing Duki attributes, as he possesses a universal affinity for Duki. With a divine-level technique at his disposal, The absorption of the exotic flame proved to be a straightforward endeavor. Even the ninth-ranked 3000 Starfire yielded to him after a few hours of focused effort, culminating in a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully absorbed the 3000 Starfire and acquired the 3000 Starfire body. Your Dookie cultivation has been elevated to a 4-star Dome Master. Feeling the surge of potent Dookie coursing through him, a satisfied smile crept across Yifeng's lips. I wonder how you will continue to scheme. In the Dan Tower, within the starry realm, 2 men and a woman trembled as they gazed skyward. These 3 were the towering figures of the Dan Tower, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lazy. The 3000 Starfire is gone. Tian Lazy gasped in disbelief. How could this be? We sealed the 3000 Starfire here together. How could it have escaped? Xian Yi, astonished, turned her gaze toward the starry expanse, exclaiming in shock. Xian Kongzi's expression darkened, his fists clenched as he somberly remarked, there can only be one explanation. The 3000 Starfire has been subdued and taken away by someone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of person could silently subdue the 3000 Starfire right under our noses and carry it away? Tian Lazy gestured dismissively, incredulous. Xian Kongzi gazed into the vast, empty sky, speaking in a low tone. Regardless, we will publicly state that the 3000 Starfire belongs to those fated to possess it. Now that it has vanished without a trace, it is a form of liberation for us, sparing us from future seals. Indeed, brother. However, should I discover who has stolen the 3000 flames of Yen, I shall ensure they face the consequences. A sneeze escaped Yifeng, who had successfully absorbed the 3000 flames of Yen as he rose from his bed. For reasons unknown, he adeptly navigated his surroundings, utilizing the serpentine movements afforded by his tail instead of his legs. Bathed in the gentle morning light, Yifeng gazed into the copper mirror, finally comprehending why he was the most extraordinary among the serpent people. In addition to his possession of fire attribute combat energy, his appearance set him apart from the robust, muscular male serpents. He bore a strikingly handsome visage, exuding a distinguished aura, with an elegance that was unparalleled. Perhaps due to the absorption of the 3000 flames of Yen, his obsidian eyes sparkled like a constellation, exuding an alluring depth that captivated those who beheld him. However, his sole imperfection lay in the absence of legs. Instead, he was graced with a purple-black serpentine tail that shimmered like the stars, undeniably possessing a certain charm. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, followed by a gentle voice. Yifeng, dear brother, are you awake? Yes, coming. Yifeng replied, opening the door to reveal his sister. Huashir, they have all arrived. I am here to escort you. Huashir observed Yifeng, her eyes glinting with curiosity. After a night apart, why did her brother seem to radiate an enhanced aura? Was it confidence? Moreover, the starlight flickering in his eyes was both mesmerizing and enigmatic. However, pressed for time, she refrained from further inquiry, taking his hand as they proceeded onward. Given Huashir's esteemed position as the captain of Medusa's royal guard, Yifeng's residence was conveniently located adjacent to the Medusa temple. As he curiously surveyed the surroundings, he noted the array of houses and the slender-waisted female serpents gracing the streets, each exuding a bewitching allure. Yet, it was the majestic Medusa temple, standing proudly at the heart of the sacred city, that truly captivated Yifeng. At the temple's entrance, a phalanx of fully armed serpent warriors stood guard, with occasional patrols weaving through the area. The formidable presence of the temple's guards emanated an intimidating aura, deterring any who dared approach. Captain, the surrounding serpent soldiers saluted upon sighting Huashir. Indeed, she acknowledged with a wave, leading Yifeng inside. The moment he stepped across the threshold, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the Medusa Temple. You have been rewarded with an exclusive weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire. Oh, upon hearing the system's prompt, Yifeng's deep-set eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is the soul-cutting blade, flowing blade like fire, indeed suitable for me? Yifeng hastily examined the attributes of the weapon. Flowing blade like fire, soul-cutting blade, effective against spiritual entities, can assist in the use of Lax Bankai, can be embedded with 2 unrestricted grade magic cores, and can be freely removed and embedded. Upon seeing this attribute information, Yifeng felt quite satisfied. In the continent of Fighting Qi, Possessing a weapon capable of withstanding is exceedingly rare and valuable. With a flowing blade like fire, the potency of can be elevated by several tiers. Upon entering the grand hall of the temple, Yifeng observed a group of young individuals standing obediently inside. Besides the candidates for the selection of Medusa's personal guards, there were also several Do Wang leaders seated on either side. Among them were the robust Mobas, the enchanting Yu Mei, and the sinister Yin Shi, the grandfather of the young Yin Bai. Upon noticing Yin Shi's presence, Yifeng's eyes narrowed. It appeared that young Yin Bai had indeed made thorough preparations. However, in the face of absolute power, even the presence of the elder Yin Bai would be insufficient. Chapter 3. The smile of Queen Medusa. As Yifeng cast his gaze towards the underworld, the elderly serpent man, leaning on his cane, shifted his attention to him. His profound eyes appeared exceedingly calm, inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. He was indeed a cunning old fox of the serpent clan, the absolute strategist of his kind, and not one to be trifled with. However, his grandson, Yin Bai, looked at Yifeng with an expression of astonishment, clearly incredulous that Yifeng had managed to arrive in this place. Greetings to all the leaders. Yifeng bowed slightly, offering his respects to the assembled commanders. Huaxi gestured for him to stand aside while she moved towards the higher seats. As the captain of the personal guard, it was her duty to oversee the selection of members this time. Yifeng positioned himself beside Yin Bai, disregarding the hostile glare directed at him. This only served to infuriate Yin Bai further. He exhaled a frustrated breath, resolved to ensure that this rubbish would be eliminated at the first opportunity. Huaxi stepped to the forefront, addressing the assembly with utmost seriousness. This selection for the Medusa's personal guard will recruit a single genius who has just reached adulthood, aiming to identify the most outstanding talent of our serpent clan for future cultivation. She continued, therefore, the method of selection within the palace will differ from the traditional one-on-one combat format. Just as Huaxi continued her speech, several leaders, and she herself, suddenly rose swiftly to gaze towards the stage. There, an extraordinarily opulent seat was present, and the space around it began to distort strangely. Yifeng sensed the change immediately, his eyes drawn to the source. In the next moment, a graceful figure slowly emerged into view. The unexpected appearance of a stunning woman was marked by her upper attire, a red bodice adorned with golden accents, exuding an air of grandeur. Her alluring form was exquisitely defined, reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle charm. 3,000 silken strands cascaded from beneath her magnificent crown, falling elegantly over her delicate shoulders, draping down to her slender waist. Below that supple waist, she wore a flowing red gown as she gracefully settled upon the throne. A purple serpent tail swayed gently, radiating a wild and enchanting allure that inexplicably rendered those present slightly flushed. Though Yifeng had an image of this perfect form in his memory, it was akin to watching a video. Nothing could compare to the vivid impact of witnessing her in person. As his gaze lingered upon her exquisite visage, Yifeng felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Upon seeing this woman with his own eyes, he comprehended the veracity of Queen Medusa's renowned beauty. Such a woman could indeed be described as enchanting, yet beneath that allure lay an unmistakable air of regal nobility and grace. This captivating presence rendered even the similarly alluring Yu Mei below appear somewhat dimmed in comparison. Your Majesty, the Queen. Upon the arrival of that enchanting figure, the multitude below promptly knelt, their voices resonating with reverence, echoing throughout the grand hall. Do not mind me. Continue. Queen Medusa gracefully reclined slightly, her delicate hand cradling her exquisite visage as she spoke softly. Her elongated, beautiful eyes turned toward the flower serpent, and the corners of her crimson lips lifted into a subtle arc. In an instant, her exquisite countenance brimmed with an alluring aura, captivating the onlookers with every gesture and smile, rendering them utterly entranced. Suddenly, Queen Medusa sensed an unreserved gaze upon her, and her enchanting eyes locked onto Yifeng's. In that fleeting moment of mutual gaze, a slight smile graced her lips. She was quite familiar with this talented younger brother of the flower serpent, yet he had never been so audacious before. A genius of fire attribute combat energy. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Yifeng, unable to suppress a gulp at the sight of the smiling Queen Medusa, thought to himself, how can one withstand such allure? Thankfully, I am currently without legs, otherwise, they might have given way. This scene was keenly observed by a man nearby, whose eyes darkened with hostility as they fell upon Yi Feng. "Yes, your majesty." The flower serpent respectfully bowed and then turned to address the crowd, continuing, "Each of you has reached this stage through rigorous selection. The format for this round will involve team battles with no restrictions on team size. You may form your own teams. The last 3 remaining will advance to the final selection." Upon her words, several commanders raised their eyebrows in surprise at the peculiarity of this selection method. The strategist, In Song, narrowed his eyes, comprehending in an instant what the flower serpent was orchestrating. However, he refrained from interference, as this method of selection was highly advantageous for his grandson, Inbai. With a total of 23 participants, including 5 from their tribe, it was certain that his eldest grandson would secure a place in the final 3. As for the other commander, Mo Bess, he remained indifferent, casting occasional glances upward, his intentions transparent to any perceptive observer. When the competition commenced within the hall, as anticipated by Yin Shi, 6 familiar figures unexpectedly appeared beside Yi Feng. He understood well that this was the covert maneuvering of his dear sister, the flower serpent. The selection process swiftly unfolded, ultimately leaving 3 contenders, Inbai, Mo Lassi, and Yi Feng. Queen Medusa, naturally, observed this clandestine operation but chose not to intervene, recognizing the essential competition among the 8 clans of the serpent people in the royal city. Moreover, the 3 remaining were the most outstanding talents among this cohort, making this method of selection a time-efficient choice. Next, one-on-one battles would ensue, with opponents determined by drawing lots, leaving 1 participant without a match. When Yi Feng drew the empty lot, he felt a sense of resignation within. Truly, having a good sister is an immeasurable blessing. Without having done anything, he directly secured a spot among the top 2. The tension in the air was palpable as Inbai, standing beside Yi Feng, ground his teeth in frustration, producing a series of grinding sounds. Yin Shi, observing this, could only manage a wry smile. This outcome was inevitable, otherwise the first round of advancement would not have included just 3 individuals. As anticipated, the final showdown would be between Yi Feng and Inbai. In the grand hall, the aura within Inbai surged dramatically as he faced Yi Feng, his eyes suddenly turning a furious shade of red. "Yi Feng, prepare to meet your demise," he shouted. "Oh, little Inbai, resorting to the same old tricks?" Yi Feng replied calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "A 9-star fighter? He must have consumed a 3rd-grade chi enhancement pill." Yu Mei's eyes sparkled with derision as she remarked, "Alas, Brother Yin, your reckless grandson is destined to lose this battle, regardless of the circumstances." Beside them, Mo Ba glanced at Yin Shi, whose expression had turned grim, and shook his head in dismay. "Stop this nonsense at once," Yin Shi cried out in anger. Yet, Inbai paid no heed. With a flourish, he summoned a long sword, thrusting it straight towards Yi Feng. Upon witnessing this, Yin Shi's expression darkened considerably, and just as he was about to intervene, he felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him. Why must Her Majesty prevent me? Could it be? Yin Shi's gaze fixated on Yi Feng, who suddenly unleashed a surge of formidable energy. A long blade materialized in his grasp, and to everyone's astonishment, a dark purple battle garb manifested around him. Yi Feng, is he actually a formidable battle master? Already under contract, 2 chapters will be updated tomorrow. Dear readers, please lend your support. Chapter 4. Decisive and ruthless, the cunning old fox when Yi Feng unleashed his fighting spirit. All present in the temple were astounded by his formidable prowess. Yi Feng's strength was, astonishingly, at the level of a battle master. No one dared to believe it. This prodigious youth possessed an even more monstrous power than anticipated. Had he concealed his true abilities to spare the feelings of other geniuses? The incredulity of the onlookers was palpable, yet the undeniable reality compelled them to accept it. No wonder. After the previous day's encounter where Inbai had beaten him to the brink of unconsciousness, he now stood before them, unscathed and vibrant. It turned out this lad had been play-acting as a fool while secretly harboring immense strength. Inbai was in for a dire fate. Several leaders exchanged sympathetic glances with the leader of Yin Shi. It had become evident that Her Majesty the Queen had not intervened to prevent him from rescuing Yi Feng, but rather to stop him from saving his own grandson. Impossible. This was utterly unfathomable. It was a ruse. You foolish boy, embrace your demise. As Inbai faced Yi Feng, The overwhelming aura of his fighting spirit led him to believe it was merely an illusion. He could not accept that Yifeng, whom he had dubbed a fool, could possibly be a formidable battlemaster. With a flicker of cold light, the sharp sword transformed into a serpent-like shadow, striking toward Yifeng's form. Yet, Yifeng regarded this with utter disdain. With a swift motion, he flipped his blade, igniting it with a flicker of violet-black flames. In the next moment, the flaming sword swept through the air, effortlessly disarming Bai of his weapon. At that instant, Bai felt a terrifying heat emanating from Yifeng, his eyes betraying a flash of fear. "Stop!" Shi shouted urgently, rising to intervene. However, Yifeng showed no sign of halting his assault. Bai instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. The fiery strike swiftly cleaved through his chest. Accompanied by a wretched scream, a plume of blood erupted from the charred wound, staining the ground crimson. With a thud, Bai collapsed, his life extinguished. "Bai!" A roar erupted from Shi as he thrust his cane forward in a fit of rage. A glimmer of light radiated from his fingertips as he hastily administered a healing elixir to Bai, but it was futile. Yifeng's strike had been merciless, having shattered Bai's heart. Even if he possessed 2 lives, it would not suffice for survival. Gently lowering the still warm body of Bai, Shi trembled uncontrollably. This was his only grandson. As the old fox he was, he discreetly cast a glance at the cold and aloof woman seated upon the throne. At that moment, the Queen Medusa's elongated gaze was devoid of warmth, leaving Shi perplexed. Were it not for her presence, he would have sought vengeance against Yifeng without hesitation. Yet now, he found himself unable to do so. For all present understood the dilemma between the living genius and the deceased waste. Queen Medusa, in consideration of the serpent people, might choose to spare Yifeng. However, should he seek revenge, he must possess ample justification. The aged visage of Shi suddenly drained of color as he slowly rose to his feet. His indifferent gaze fixated on Yifeng as he intoned solemnly, "Yifeng, this is merely a contest of selection. Why resort to such lethal measures?" Yifeng inwardly regarded him as a cunning fox, for such individuals are the most formidable. Confronting a powerful Do Wang, Yifeng exhibited not an ounce of trepidation, calmly responding, "Captain, you should clearly understand that it was Bai who initiated the assault. My actions were merely an excessive form of defense, resulting in his unintended demise." Upon hearing this, the deeply furrowed brow of Shi twitched involuntarily. He could not help but acknowledge that this once naive youth was indeed extraordinary, so decisively ruthless, facing a Do Wang without flinching. He had misjudged him before. This lad's intellect was on par with his own. He had been masquerading as a simpleton, and with such cunning and exceptional talent, it was inevitable that he would emerge as a formidable force. Yet, the vendetta for his grandson's death could not go unavenged. With piercing eyes fixed on Yifeng, a surge of overwhelming Do Qi erupted from him, akin to the shockwave of an exploding bomb, hurtling towards Yifeng. Sensing the emergence of this Do Qi, Yifeng's countenance shifted dramatically, and he plunged his long blade into the ground, bracing himself against the onslaught. The unprecedented pressure caused cold sweat to bead upon his forehead as the Do Qi within him was unleashed. This, a 4-star dome master. Everyone in the hall abruptly rose from their seats, collectively exclaiming in astonishment. This lad harbored hidden strength. He was not merely a recently promoted Dome Master, but rather a 4-star Dome Master. The chasm between a 1-star and a 4-star was immense. What an extraordinary genius had emerged from their serpent people. Shi's expression shifted abruptly, followed by an irate bellow. "Defensive measures? Yifeng, you must understand that there are no prohibitions against the use of medicinal pills in this selection. Your lethal strike against Bai has violated the clan's edict against mutual slaughter. According to our laws, you must perish." As these words fell rapidly, the power of an 8-star Do Wang erupted, locking onto Yifeng. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared before Yifeng, raising his staff to strike down upon his head. In that moment, Yifeng could no longer conceal his strength. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from his body, unleashing a wave of searing heat. The temperature in the hall soared instantaneously, causing every pair of eyes to widen in disbelief. Did this young man possess yet another trump card? The once languid Queen Medusa, reclined upon her throne, now had her elongated, beautiful eyes glimmering with intensity, her crimson lips parting slowly in astonishment. This purplish-black flame exuded such heat. Could it be an extraordinary fire? Witnessing this unfamiliar flame, a subtle arc of intrigue graced the otherwise cold and beautiful countenance of Queen Medusa. Cease at once. The queen's commanding voice resonated throughout the hall, leaving all present momentarily astonished. Her Majesty had personally issued the decree, which seemed to ensure Yifeng's safety. However, what transpired next left everyone in utter disbelief. The staff of the Dark Realm had now fallen, and upon sensing this surge of energy, his gaze sharpened with unyielding resolve, transforming into something far more ruthless in an instant. The level of this youth's extraordinary talent was utterly astonishing. Having provoked him, if he were to survive, it would be my demise instead. This young man cannot be allowed to live. With this thought, a powerful surge of fighting spirit enveloped the staff, mercilessly striking down towards Yifeng's head. A grave situation unfolded. This dark realm dared to defy the queen's command. Just as Yifeng's head seemed destined to meet a grim fate, a crisp sound of impact echoed through the air. The pressure that had enveloped Yifeng vanished, revealing a captivating figure gracefully positioned beside him. Chapter 5. Audaciously, I am the queen. The alabaster skin, so strikingly close, rendered Yifeng's breath rapid and uneven. The exquisite figure, paired with that slender, supple waist, was irresistible to any man. Indeed, the enchanting Medusa queen, renowned throughout the continent, presented a temptation beyond the grasp of ordinary souls. Inhaling the sweet aroma wafting through the air, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Yifeng's lips. The queen had personally rescued him. It seemed she had perceived something significant. With a delicate arm, she swept aside the staff, her elongated, beautiful eyes glinting with cold authority. She spoke in a low tone. "Ensure, I command you to cease. Did you not hear me?" Ensure, witnessing the queen's intervention, understood that killing Yifeng would now prove challenging. With his staff gently resting on the ground, he displayed a posture of respect and replied, "Your Majesty, Yifeng has transgressed our clan's laws by taking the life of a kin. If he is not punished, would that not render our clan's rules meaningless?" At that point, silence. How Yifeng is to be punished is a matter for me to determine, not for you, Commander Ensure, to instruct. Her piercing gaze fixed upon Ensure. An invisible pressure bore down upon him. This pressure caused Ensure's frail body to tremble, yet he did not yield. With an aged voice, he dared to inquire, "Your Majesty, may I ask what will transpire should the elders learn of your actions?" Audacious. I am the queen. The Medusa queen's commanding voice resonated with unparalleled authority. Accompanied by this formidable proclamation, an overwhelming surge of battle energy erupted like a colossal wave, engulfing the hall. In that instant, all present fell to their knees in reverence. Ensure knelt, trembling, fully aware that he had momentarily lost his composure. Driven by grief over his grandson's tragic demise, it was unwise to attempt to leverage the elders against the queen. The Medusa queen's gaze swept across the assembly, her icy voice echoing through the hall. "In this selection of my personal guards, Yifeng has emerged victorious. The death of Bai was an unintended consequence. Should anyone pursue this matter further, I shall not be lenient." "Yes, Your Majesty," the crowd responded in unison. However, Ensure's weathered visage quivered involuntarily. "Flower serpent, after Yifeng has bathed and changed, bring him before me." Upon uttering this command, a crimson hue enveloped the Medusa queen's graceful form before she vanished from sight. After bathing and changing, he is to meet her? Yifeng found himself perplexed by her words. Was a mere meeting to necessitate such elaborate preparations? This statement from the queen could easily lead to misunderstandings. Indeed, Yifeng suddenly sensed a chilling aura enveloping him. He dared not glance back, yet he instinctively knew who it was. The only individual who harbored animosity towards him, aside from the captivating Medusa queen, was none other than the enigmatic Mobus. Mobus had come seeking an excuse, claiming to accompany a genius from his tribe to compete, but his true intention was clearly to behold Her Majesty the Queen more often. His tender gaze fixated on the Medusa queen betrayed his true feelings. Originally, Yifeng was merely a fighter, and thus did not invite Mobus's hostility. However, now that he was recognized as a prodigious talent, Mobus would undoubtedly regard him as a rival in love. It appeared that life among the serpent people would not be easy for him henceforth. "Yifeng, come with me," urged Huashir, brandishing a spear as she approached Yifeng and pulled him away. As they departed, Moba's eyes flickered with a hint of enmity. This scene did not escape Inshur's observant gaze. His ancient eyes, though seemingly indifferent, sparkled with a glimmer of insight. Bring Yinbai's body back to the tribe for a proper burial. Yifeng, your act of slaying Yinbai was ill-advised. That old fox Inshur is not easily dealt with, remarked Hua Shi'er as they walked, glancing at Yifeng, who had been concealing his true strength. Sister, Yinbai deserved his fate. Yifeng replied with a faint smile, directing his gaze at Hua Shi'er. Hua Shi'er was momentarily taken aback by Yifeng's smile, realizing that her brother had become somewhat unfamiliar yet undeniably captivating. However, she quickly regained her composure and teased, "You little rascal. Have you changed so much that even your sister cannot recognize you? Always playing the fool. Tell me, what is truly going on?" In response, Yifeng shrugged and sighed. It all began when I chanced upon an old man with white hair and a white beard. He insisted that I become his disciple, and despite my resistance, how could my feeble arms contend with his formidable stature? Therefore, as Yifeng recounted his tale, Hua Shi'er's expression shifted, sensing there was more beneath the surface. It was only natural for him to harbor secrets. It was evident that this little rascal had encountered a benefactor, for otherwise he would not have attained the status of a fighter at such a young age. You little rascal are indeed fortunate. Even I, your sister, am envious. Hua Shi'er expressed her joy for Yifeng's ascendance to strength, her heart swelling with pride. Hey, sister, you need not envy me, for what is mine is also yours. Yifeng chuckled, and then retrieved a small jade vial from his spatial ring, offering it to Hua Shi'er. What is this? She inquired, perplexed as she accepted the vial. It is nothing of great value, just a spirit pill. A humble gift for you, sister, as a token of my respect. Yifeng spoke in an indifferent tone, casually gesturing as he said, "Oh, it turns out to be merely a doling pill. I was expecting something of greater significance." The previously nonchalant Hua Shi'er suddenly froze in place, her gaze shifting towards Yifeng in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Did you say this is a 6th-grade doling pill?" Yifeng rubbed his ears, which were still ringing, and nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, this is the doling pill. How clever of you, Yifeng, to play tricks on your elder sister. Well, I appreciate your intentions." With that, Hua Shi'er stowed the small jade vial away and continued onward. Observing her demeanor, Yifeng could only shake his head in resignation. It was evident that Hua Shi'er believed he was merely jesting to amuse her. What else could Yifeng do? He could only follow behind and earnestly explain, "Sister, I assure you, I speak the truth. This is genuinely a doling pill that can elevate a Do Wang's strength by a star. Why do you not believe me?" Hua Shi'er turned, offering a charming smile as she urged, "All right, I understand. Let us hurry. Her Majesty the Queen awaits your presence after your bath and change. If we keep Her Majesty waiting, neither you nor I will escape unscathed. Oh, here we go." Chapter 6, Little One. Why do you not dare to look me in the eye? Within the confines of a secluded chamber, Yifeng luxuriated in a bath filled with rose petals. As he relished the comfort that enveloped his body, he found himself pondering the peculiar tradition of scattering flowers during a bath. Gradually closing his eyes, Yifeng summoned his attribute panel. System owner, Yifeng. Race, Serpent Man. Combat Chi level, 4-star Dome Master. Technique, Devouring Spirit Technique, Divine Grade. Weapon, Flowing Blade like Fire. Exotic Fire, 3,000 Flames of Yin Yin. Physique, 3,000 Starry Body, Immortal Body. Combat Skills, Serpent Shadow Blade, Yellow. Slithering Serpent Body, Yellow. Wind Absorbing Palm, Yellow. Item, Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill, 7th Rank Elixir. Gazing at his rather rudimentary yellow-grade combat skills, Yifeng understood that this was largely due to his sister, the Flower Serpent, being a prodigious talent who had mastered these 3 techniques. Were it anyone else, they would likely possess none, as achieving proficiency in even a single combat technique is a testament to extraordinary aptitude. As nightfall descended quietly, freshly cleansed and attired, Yifeng, guided by the Flower Serpent, made his way towards the Medusa temple. Observing the luminous moon suspended high in the sky, Yifeng felt a pang of anxiety. He was about to confront Her Majesty, the Medusa Queen. Would I still appear as perfect as the moon above once I enter this temple? Have you heard? Today, Yifeng's younger brother killed Yin by right before the Queen. Is that true? How did he dare? I cannot fathom it. Even with 100-fold courage, I would not dare. It seems that Yi Feng is spared from the death penalty, but cannot escape a grim fate. Moreover, it is said that the leader of the Yin realm sent someone to return his grandson's corpse, while he himself went to weep before a few elders. Alas, the aged leader of the Yin realm, sending a black-haired person off to join the white-haired, naturally seeks solace among old friends. I wonder if our captain can protect Yi Feng. We can only worry, yet feel utterly powerless. As Yi Feng and the flower serpent entered the temple, several royal guards gossiped eagerly about Yi Feng's valiant exploits. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's expression shifted abruptly. The old Yin by indeed reported to the elders. His rapport with those aged elders must be quite strong. His visit will surely entail a display of tears and lamentations. It seems I can only cling tightly to the Medusa Queen's formidable support. Cough, cough. Suddenly, one of the royal guards noticed the approach of the flower serpent and Yi Feng and hastily cleared his throat. Captain, the guards promptly greeted with reverence. Rise, and remember that you must not discuss any matters within the temple. Should I hear otherwise, the consequence is death. The flower serpent's gaze was piercing as she admonished the guards. Yes, Captain, they responded in unison. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, standing beside the flower serpent, offered a warm smile to the guards. As the ring on his finger glimmered, a small pouch was quietly extended. Thank you, esteemed brothers, for your concern regarding my affairs. This humble token is but a small gesture of my appreciation, and I hope you will kindly accept it. Young Master Yi Feng, this. The expressions of several guards suddenly shifted, their gazes darting towards Hua Xir. She glanced at Yi Feng before continuing on her way. Well said, well said. The guards, upon witnessing this exchange, slowly accepted the pouch. Esteemed brothers, I must take my leave now. Her Majesty is still awaiting my presence. Go on, young Master Yi Feng. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. We shall do our utmost. Indeed. With that, Yi Feng swiftly caught up with Hua Xir. Hua Xir, her eyes fixed on Yi Feng, remarked in astonishment, I never imagined that in addition to your decisiveness in combat, you have become so adept at navigating social matters. Thank you for your kind words, sister. However, it is your cooperation that has made this possible. You little rascal. You've even sweetened your tongue. Hee hee, if you cultivate good relations with those guards, I might be able to arrange for you to take on a small team leader role soon, though it ultimately depends on Her Majesty's wishes. Hua Xir smiled at Yi Feng with satisfaction. Yi Feng nodded, his gaze drifting towards the grand hall in the distance. As they approached, several snake maidens who served the queen appeared around the temple. Wow, he is so handsome. I think so too. Compared to other men, who are so rugged, he has a certain allure. Is that Yi Feng? Such a talented youth, and so dashing too. I feel faint. You flirt. If you're going to swoon, do it in his arms. Hush, don't be so frivolous, he is coming over. Hearing the whispers of the snake maidens, Yi Feng suddenly felt as if he had entered a den of enchantresses. Indeed, a young man must always safeguard himself when venturing out. Fortunately, his strength was somewhat formidable. Otherwise, mere good looks without power would render him vulnerable. Greetings, Captain. The snake maidens greeted Hua Xir with bows upon her arrival. As the leader of the Medusa Royal Guard, Hua Xir was responsible for managing the queen's personal guards and overseeing these snake maidens. Thus, she was their superior, and she treated them with considerable gentleness. After all, everyone has an appreciation for beauty, and her brother's appearance was indeed captivating. It was no wonder they were enraptured. Is Her Majesty inside? Hua Xir inquired, casting a glance at them. Yes, Captain, the snake maidens replied. Hua Xir waved them off and led Yi Feng to the entrance of Queen Medusa's chamber. Come in. Before they had a chance to knock, an alluring and crisp female voice resonated from within. It is indeed the voice of Queen Medusa. Even without laying eyes upon her, Yi Feng felt an unfamiliar fire ignite within him upon merely hearing her voice. Hua Xir and Yi Feng pushed the door open and promptly closed it behind them. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the royal chamber of Queen Medusa. You have been rewarded with the Xian-level martial art, Flame Palm, and a first-tier alchemy skill. A Xian-level martial art is quite commendable, I suppose. After all, it is merely a sign-in at a chamber, not the queen herself. However, what could this first-tier alchemy skill entail? Yi Feng wished to inquire further, but time was of the essence, as Hua Xir had already tugged at his garment. As Yi Feng shifted his gaze, the first sight to greet him was the languid figure of Queen Medusa reclining upon her throne. Her posture was that familiar one, and her allure was as captivating as ever. One delicate hand propped her exquisite and frosty visage, while the other lay carelessly upon her enticing form. Upon encountering such a mesmerizing Queen Medusa, Yifeng found himself wishing to linger on the sight. Yet, to avoid any awkwardness, he hastily diverted his gaze. This was a palace of remarkable opulence, steeped in an air of majesty. It was evident that although this was Queen Medusa's chamber, it was not her sanctuary for repose, but rather her office. "Why do you shy away from meeting my gaze, little one?" A voice, cool and piercing, suddenly echoed throughout the grand hall. Chapter 7. The Queen Medusa is startled. The inquiry from Queen Medusa momentarily stunned Yifeng. What could it possibly mean? Regardless of its implications, he could not afford to show anything but respect for her majesty. His gaze was instantly drawn to her enchanting form, adorned with a golden crown. Queen Medusa gracefully lifted her arms to stretch, accentuating her already striking physique. Yifeng couldn't help but swallow hard. It was rather overwhelming. After her languorous stretch, Queen Medusa rose from her throne, her serpentine tail swaying enticingly as she glided toward Yifeng. As she drew nearer, an invisible aura of authority enveloped the space. Her skin, as pale as jade, contrasted beautifully with her elongated neck, which showcased her alluring collarbone. The voluptuous figure, wrapped in crimson attire, swayed subtly with her tail, emanating a temptation that would stir the senses of any man. However, as a member of the serpent people, Yifeng remained unaffected at most, his face flushed slightly, his heart ablaze as if scorched by an otherworldly fire. "Your Majesty," the flower serpent by Yifeng's side, witnessing the queen's approach, feared she might suddenly act against him, so she respectfully bowed. Upon reaching Yifeng, Queen Medusa's elongated eyes scrutinized the young man before her. She then glanced at the flower serpent and instructed, "You may leave. I wish to speak with him. Rest assured, I will not harm your brother." "Yes, Your Majesty," the flower serpent complied, bowing deeply before hastily exiting the grand hall, leaving Yifeng with a pounding heart. Indeed, the name of Queen Medusa was renowned throughout the continent, not merely for her beauty, but also for her fearsome reputation. As she continued to lock eyes with him in silence, Yifeng could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked, "Your Majesty, may I inquire as to the purpose of my summons?" At this, a smile graced Queen Medusa's crimson lips. "Ah, little one, it seems you've finally succumbed to your curiosity." Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. Being called little one was rather irksome. Confused, his anxiety only escalated at her words. Noticing his shifting demeanor, her exquisitely beautiful eyes arched into a dangerous curve. She licked her beguiling red lips and remarked, "Little one, if I am not mistaken, the purplish-black flames you unleashed were indeed a form of extraordinary fire, correct?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," Yifeng responded without hesitation, revealing the truth. In his struggle against the oppressive forces of the underworld, he had no intention of concealing the secret of his extraordinary fire. Firstly, had he not unleashed it, he would have been gravely injured by the overwhelming pressure of the 8-star Do Wang's aura in an instant. Secondly, to capture Queen Medusa's attention, exposing his extraordinary fire was essential. Indeed, Queen Medusa discerned that his 3,000 flames of yin were a form of extraordinary fire and summoned him to her chamber. Alone, in a private meeting between a man and a woman, esteemed hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Upon hearing Yifeng's confirmation, Queen Medusa felt a surge of joy within her heart and remarked, "It truly is an extraordinary fire." "What you?" Just as she was about to inquire further, she hesitated. After all, as a noble and imposing queen, it was difficult for her to admit that she could not identify the specific nature of Yifeng's extraordinary fire, a revelation that was challenging for her pride. This extraordinary fire, known as the 3,000 flames of yin, ranked 9th on the list of extraordinary fires, born from the celestial heavens. Yifeng slowly extended his right hand, and a swirling mass of purple-black flames erupted forth. The flames were enigmatic and ethereal, yet the overwhelming heat radiating from them caused Queen Medusa's brow to furrow slightly. It was evident that extraordinary fire posed a natural restraint to the serpentine race, which was inherently inclined towards coldness, and the inheritor of the legacy, Queen Medusa, was no exception. The 9th-ranked extraordinary fire, the 3,000 flames of yin. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Queen Medusa was taken aback. The allure of her slightly parted crimson lips compelled Yifeng to discreetly moisten his parched mouth. Alas, Her Majesty was startled. Fortunately, Queen Medusa's attention was not focused on his lips. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. While she had surmised that the flames were extraordinary, she had not anticipated their ranking to be so high, placing them within the top 10. Suddenly, Queen Medusa's thoughts shifted. Why would such a formidable, extraordinary fire belong to this young man? Even if his strength were concealed, he was merely a 4-star dome master. How could he possibly possess such powerful flames? How did you acquire the 3,000 flames of yen? In response to Queen Medusa's inquiry, Yifeng shook his head helplessly, a bitter expression overtaking his features as he explained, Your Majesty, I encountered a mad old man with white hair and a white beard in the desert. He insisted that I become his disciple, claiming I was some kind of 3,000 body. I resisted fiercely, but he forced the 3,000 flames of yen into my body and left a dragon-shaped mark, saying that I could run from a monk, but not from the temple. Had the flower serpent been present, she would have found Yifeng's expression remarkably familiar. However, it was Queen Medusa's first encounter with such a demeanor. Although she harbored doubts, she ultimately believed Yifeng's account. The formidable nature of the 3,000 flames of yin made it inconceivable for someone of Yifeng's stature to absorb it without the aid of an immensely powerful ally. As he spoke, Yifeng helplessly transformed the flames in his hand into the shape of a small dragon. This further solidified Queen Medusa's belief in his words. Yet, observing Yifeng's resigned demeanor, she couldn't shake the feeling that this young man was taking advantage of his situation while feigning innocence. This opportunity is one that others can only envy, yet this little one seems to take it for granted. The Queen Medusa cast a sidelong glance at Yifeng, her exasperation evident. That glance, imbued with 1,000 charms, nearly ensnared Yifeng's very soul. It was simply breathtaking. Since the pretense had begun, he might as well embrace the gravity of the situation. With a sudden sigh, Yifeng lamented, Your Majesty, you may not yet be aware, but that mad old man proclaimed that this dragon-shaped mark has a time limit. If I do not cultivate to the Dozong within 10 years, I will perish. What? Achieve Dozong in 10 years? Queen Medusa gazed at Yifeng in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. That old man is indeed a lunatic, not to mention others. Even she found the path to Dozong fraught with challenges. And then there's Jia Xingtian of the Jiaomai Empire. That old fellow is on the verge of death, having lived for centuries without reaching Dozong. To ascend from Doshi to Dozong in merely 10 years, what kind of cultivation speed would this little one require? However, since that madman uttered such words, it stands to reason that Yifeng possesses the potential to achieve it. Such talent is enough to evoke envy even in me. Who would have thought that our serpent clan would produce such an extraordinary prodigy? Truly, the heavens favor our race. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern remains his. If he can master it, I would not need to take such risks. Little one, to what extent can you control the 3,000 flame of yans? Queen Medusa's inquiry ignited a spark of joy within Yifeng. At last, we are approaching the crux of the matter. Chapter 8. This is a secret between you and me, Your Majesty. The 3,000 flames of yin were forcibly bestowed upon me by that mad old man. Their energy is immensely potent, and they are currently sealed within my body, preventing me from exercising complete control over them. Yifeng replied, slightly bowing towards Queen Medusa. He had to concede that although he possessed the 3,000 flames, achieving the level necessary to assist Queen Medusa in her evolution was utterly beyond his reach. Aside from transforming the strange fire into strange fire battle energy, he could not bring himself to subject Queen Medusa to such a cruel fate. For her evolution, Queen Medusa required unabsorbed strange fire. Particularly, Yifeng's technique, the soul-devouring art, allowed him to absorb the spiritual entities of heaven and earth for his own use. Beneath the Tagar desert lay another form of strange fire. If he could absorb it, it would be the most expedient means of enhancing his power. Indeed, it should be so. Queen Medusa nodded slightly, her exquisite face revealing a hint of disappointment, though she had been prepared for this revelation. Hearing Yifeng's confirmation still dimmed her spirit somewhat. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of joy at the prospect of Yifeng possessing strange fire. The serpent people were fortunate to have such an exceptionally gifted genius, heralding an unstoppable rise. Moreover, with this young fellow's possession of strange fire, He should be able to assist me. Yi Feng observed the expression of Queen Medusa and curiously inquired, Your Majesty, do you ask about my control over the strange fire for a specific purpose? As his words fell, Yi Feng's star-like eyes met the Queen's enchanting gaze. Upon being questioned about such a secret, a glint of coldness flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes, causing Yi Feng to instinctively avert his gaze. Fortunately, I am a genius of the serpent people. Had I been human, I would surely have met my demise. Indeed, the current peak strength of Queen Medusa was still somewhat overwhelming for him. However, it was this very challenge that made her all the more intriguing to pursue. A spark of brilliance ignited in Queen Medusa's eyes, and then, as if recalling something, she coldly asked Yi Feng, Young one, what do you mean by that? Your Majesty, possessing the 3,000 flames of yin-yin allows me to sense the presence of other strange fires at close range. Yi Feng replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he once again met Queen Medusa's piercing gaze. As their eyes locked, the coldness in Queen Medusa's expression gradually faded. She turned slightly and said, I was unaware that strange fires could sense one another. Young one, since you have perceived this, can you pinpoint the exact location of the strange fire? Indeed, the strange fire has already taken form, and I can sense its precise location. Yi Feng responded without a hint of deceit. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise graced the regal countenance of Queen Medusa, her cold beauty momentarily softened by a smile. I have long sought that extraordinary flame, yet I was unaware of its precise location. To avoid attracting the attention of other formidable beings, it would have taken me at least a year to find it on my own. Your ability to pinpoint its exact location is truly fortuitous. Little one, prepare yourself upon your return. Once I have gathered the necessary items, you shall escort me there. Yi Feng, his eyes clouded with a hint of confusion, nodded in agreement. You need not be curious about my intentions. When the time is right, I shall reveal everything to you. Queen Medusa replied with a charming yet detached smile, her gaze sparkling like distant stars. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and spoke candidly, Your Majesty, besides sensing the presence of the extraordinary flame at that location, I also detected the existence of a creature. A creature? Queen Medusa's delicate brows furrowed, and a serious expression flickered in her enchanting eyes. The extraordinary flame resides within the world of magma, and there exists a creature in that realm. I cannot discern its exact nature, but it is undeniably powerful. Yi Feng's words prompted a surge of relief within Queen Medusa. A creature capable of thriving in the vicinity of the extraordinary flame must possess considerable strength. Given my cold and shadowy constitution, I would be at a disadvantage in such an environment. It seems that acquiring the extraordinary flame will not be a simple endeavor. Thankfully, I have this little one by my side. Otherwise, even if I were to locate it, recklessly advancing would not guarantee success. If discovered by the forces of the Gamma Empire, it would spell disaster. Glancing at Yi Feng before her, she realized he had brought her unexpected delight. Gulping, Yi Feng felt the weight of Queen Medusa's gaze upon him, as if she might devour him whole. Little one, I shall release my fighting spirit. Once you can sense the strength of that creature, you must inform me. Her chilling voice resonated in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Is Her Majesty about to unleash her battle prowess? Yi Feng pondered, anxiety creeping in. Would this be misinterpreted by his sister? Does she intend to eliminate me? Very well. He quickly acquiesced. In the next moment, Yi Feng beheld the hem of Queen Medusa's crimson gown fluttering slightly, as a tremendous surge of fighting spirit erupted forth. This is a fighter, a great fighter, a spirit fighter, he exclaimed, realizing the queen's formidable strength. At the pinnacle of spirit fighter, Medusa's brows knitted further, her situation proving to be more favorable than she had anticipated. It was fortunate that there was no presence of a Do Huang. Otherwise, the cost would have been considerable. Her cold constitution would be suppressed in the magma world, while that entity would thrive, likely unleashing the might of a Do Huang. Coupled with the challenges of acquiring the extraordinary flame, the situation had become exceedingly precarious. It seems that thorough preparation is essential before embarking on the journey. Very well, my dear. Return and await my message. I shall seek you out before we depart. With a graceful turn of her form, Queen Medusa inclined her head in a detached manner. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Feng replied with a slight bow, then turned to exit. Wait. Suddenly called to a halt. Yi Feng was taken aback. In that instant, a crimson figure appeared before him, the enchanting silhouette once again gracing his sight. The exquisite, Icy beauty of her face slowly leaned toward him, her flowing tresses brushing against his robe. Her alluring lips, reminiscent of blazing flames, parted slightly as she spoke with a beguiling smile. Little one, you must understand that this is a secret between us. It must not be revealed to a third party. Otherwise, ding. The master has been warned by Queen Medusa's ethereal presence, receiving a reward, a youth preservation pill. Yifeng understood well and vowed not to speak indiscreetly. A peculiar flush adorned his cheeks, for being so close to such a bewitching creature was overwhelming, especially for a budding youth like him. You are indeed unlike others, little one. Now off you go. Your sister is waiting anxiously. A faint fragrance wafted past Yifeng as he swiftly opened the door and departed. Meanwhile, within the palace, Queen Medusa cradled her beautiful face in her delicate hands, a smile gracing her lips. This little fellow is truly fortunate to encounter such a formidable being. I hope he brings me good fortune as well. Chapter 9. Mebas in the Underworld, a Conspiracy. As Yifeng emerged from the Queen Medusa's chamber, he beheld the sun rising in all its glory. He shook his head in resignation, having been so enthralled within that he lost track of time. It turned out he had engaged in a lengthy discourse with Queen Medusa throughout the night. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, not from the brisk morning air, but from the realization that his back was drenched in sweat. It is essential to note that he had been in the presence of the formidable Queen Medusa, not merely a gentle neighbor. Approaching such an icy queen was an experience that was, beyond exhilarating, utterly thrilling. The passage of an entire night was nothing short of electrifying. Had he not been a prodigy of the serpent people, he might have faced dire consequences from the queen. Yifeng, are you all right? A concerned voice echoed from a distance. It was his sister, Hua Shi. Upon seeing the beads of sweat trickling down Yifeng's forehead, her heart ached with sympathy, and she hurriedly produced a handkerchief to tenderly wipe his brow. It was evident that Yifeng had undergone a trial at the hands of Her Majesty, for she had sensed the gradual release of the queen's aura from outside. Fortunately, Yifeng had passed the test. I'm fine, sister. I apologize for worrying you. Yifeng felt warmth swell within him at his sister's concern. In the tumultuous realm of Duki, such familial bonds were indeed precious, and he vowed to cherish them dearly. With a gentle smile, he said, Sister, let us return home. Very well. You haven't had the chance to savor my cooking since you fainted. This time, I shall personally prepare your favorite dish, sweet and sour rat meat. Yifeng couldn't help but recall that rather unfortunate culinary memory. Goodness, it was akin to dark pharmacology. It was not a matter of preference, but rather a necessity. Could those words be retracted? Might I forego cherishing this familial bond? Meanwhile, in a chamber within the palace, Mebas, the commander, slammed his hand upon the table, addressing the serpent underling with incredulity. What? You mean to say that wretched brat Yifeng spent the night in the queen's chamber? Commander Mebas. The reports confirm that someone indeed saw Yifeng emerging from Her Majesty's chamber at dawn. The serpent guard reported respectfully. Nonsense. How could Her Majesty allow a man to linger in her chamber overnight? It seems that old Coot from the underworld was right. This boy is a potential threat. Mebas's face contorted with rage, his previously tender feelings for Queen Medusa now transformed into a seething hatred for Yifeng. Though he understood that there was likely nothing between the queen and Yifeng, he could not suppress his envy and resentment towards the young man. The commander should the guards below wore sharp expressions, swiftly gesturing in the air. Silence. We are of the serpent clan. How can we inflict harm upon our kin? Just send a few to teach him a lesson. Mebas narrowed his eyes slightly, directing his gaze toward the guard beside him. Understood, Commander. The guard below promptly acknowledged the command. Not long after, in another part of the palace, an elderly man, leaning on a small cane, sat in a position of authority, none other than Shi, the one who bore a grudge against Yifeng. Before him, a figure knelt on the ground. Shi commanded the individual below, Excellent. It is not in vain that I have raised you for so long. Yifeng, I wonder how long you can survive. Proceed. Yes. The serpent man slowly lifted his head, revealing a sinister smile. If Mebas were present, he would be utterly astonished, for this individual was none other than his own guard. Once the man departed, a malevolent expression emerged on Shi's aged face as he chuckled to himself. My dear grandson, wait for me. I shall avenge you. Yifeng is destined to perish this time. Meanwhile, Yifeng remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger lurking in the shadows. He was savoring the delectable dishes prepared by his sister, Xiao. At that moment, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. While basking in his sister's love, he was finally exposed to what true dark cuisine entailed. Dark cuisine does not imply that the dish is unpalatable. Rather, it is something you instinctively refuse to consume upon first sight. Before Yifeng lay not only the legendary sweet and sour rat meat, but also a sumptuous array of delicacies, including lamb spine. Initially, Yifeng was reluctant to try them, yet once he did, he found them surprisingly delectable. However, no matter how delicious, he struggled to fully accept them. Shortly after finishing his meal and attempting to meditate, he felt a sudden surge of heat throughout his body. Is this nutritional excess? Yifeng abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the peculiar sensations coursing through him, and thought to himself. At that moment, Yifeng felt the fighting spirit within him swirl before it suddenly surged upward a notch. Fortunately, it is not as this a 5-star fighter. This was Yifeng's first attempt at cultivation, and he experienced such remarkable effects. A 1-star increase was indeed a pleasant surprise. As his cultivation advanced, the heat within his body dissipated as well. The effects of cultivation were undeniably positive, but relying solely on this method to increase his strength seemed rather slow. To expedite his growth, he must absorb the essence of the world and engage in systematic sign-ins. It appears that lingering in the royal city is not an option. He must venture forth and explore. With this thought in mind, Yifeng stepped out of his room, while his sister, Xiao, had naturally gone to the palace to attend to her duties. After informing the guards, Yifeng departed from his small courtyard. Though Yifeng currently holds the esteemed position of a guardian to the Medusa queen, she has not commanded him to fulfill his duties. As an extraordinary genius, he prefers to allocate his time as he sees fit. Departing from his small courtyard, Yifeng ventured into the bustling streets of the royal city. The thoroughfares were teeming with members of the serpent people, creating a lively and vibrant scene, though it would have been more pleasant without the swirling dust. Experiencing the distinct exotic charm of the streets stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. The serpent people donned minimal clothing, a necessity in the scorching heat of the Tagore Desert, where their cold-blooded nature compelled them to adapt. Generally, the skin of the serpent people appeared somewhat darker. This was true for the males, while the females bore a sun-kissed hue due to the relentless sun. This observation stemmed from Yifeng's reflections. As among the women he had encountered, be it the Medusa queen, his sister Xiao, or Commander Yume, their skin was as fair and tender as freshly fallen snow. The Medusa queen's urgency to enhance the strength of her people and facilitate their migration from the intensely fiery Tagore Desert was understandable, given the harsh living conditions they faced. Gazing upon the towering Medusa temple, Yifeng silently vowed, "Rest assured, with my presence, I shall ensure the serpent people escape this wretched place." However, prior to that, certain nuisances must be dealt with. As he traversed the streets and approached the city gates, a slight smile graced Yifeng's lips before he exited the royal city. Moving onward into the unknown. Chapter 10. Peril in the Oasis. Yin rejects 3,000. As Yifeng departed from the royal city, his intent was not solely to wander, but also to engage in the pursuit of fishing amidst the vast desert. Certain fish are drawn to the bait willingly, and this time, Yifeng aspired to embody the legendary Jiang Taigong. A faint glimmer emanated from his storage ring as he retrieved a map of the Tagore Desert. His gaze fixated on the alluring tribe nearest to the royal city, planning to explore it in hopes of unexpected delights. Following the route indicated on the map, Yifeng advanced swiftly. Although the distance appeared short on paper, it would demand over a day's journey to traverse. Above, the azure sky bore witness to the sun, a colossal orb of flame, casting its scorching rays upon the endless expanse of sand, transforming the minuscule golden grains into what resembled glowing embers. The sight of the boundless desert, even familiar to Yifeng from memory, invoked a sense of awe. The searing temperature caused wisps of heat to rise from the yellow sands, distorting the very air around him into an ethereal haze. Despite his affinity for fire-type energy, Yifeng felt a twinge of discomfort here, a sentiment that would be magnified for the cold-blooded serpent people. For them, a resurgence from this harsh environment seemed an impossibility. Thus, if the serpent people wished to thrive, relocation from the Tagore Desert became a necessity, a truth that fueled Queen Medusa's fervent desire for strength. Amidst the desolation, a shadowy figure darted swiftly, its visage marked by the dust of travel. This was an unavoidable reality. To hasten his journey, Yifeng had to endure the trials of the desert. However, traversing this arid land offered him a unique opportunity for growth, as his fire energy thrived in such conditions. Along this journey, he could distinctly feel his inner energy becoming more robust. While he had not yet breached the threshold of a breakthrough, he experienced a substantial increase. Gazing at the map, it seemed he had covered half the distance. Alas, this accursed Tagore desert was indeed vast. The trek from the royal city to the nearest enchanting tribe still required over a day's time. And to reach the outside human world with his current strength would take no less than a fortnight. Observing the unending sands surrounding him, Yifeng could not help but lament his plight. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as an oasis lay ahead, a perfect place to rest and quench his thirst. With a sparkle of determination in his eyes, he murmured softly, glancing at the oasis symbol on the map. The adage "a glance at the mountains can tire a horse" held true, though the map indicated proximity. It took Yifeng a full hour to finally catch sight of the verdant hues peeking through the desert's embrace. A smile graced his lips as he approached the oasis. Now within reach, as the distance narrowed, the stifling air around gradually turned refreshing. As Yifeng ventured deeper into the thicket, his figure was swiftly shrouded by the verdant foliage. He inhaled the fragrant aroma of the grass nearby, taking a deep breath that filled him with a long-lost sense of rejuvenation. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the surrounding trees, and in an instant, a dozen shadowy figures sprang forth from the underbrush. Cloaked in dark robes that obscured their features, their serpentine tails betrayed their identity as members of the Serpent clan, rather than mere humans. "How thoughtful of you to arrive here ahead of time," Yifeng remarked with a faint smile as he surveyed the group. "Boy, you should blame yourself for provoking forces beyond your comprehension. Prepare to meet your end. Attack." At the command of their leader, the serpentine figures surged forward, their tails propelling them with startling speed toward Yifeng. Each of their hands emitted a kaleidoscope of brilliance, their assaults aimed directly at his vital points, ruthless in their intent to claim his life. These individuals possessed considerable strength, all of them at the level of combat masters, indicative of their high status. However, the leader's power surpassed the rest. Yifeng could distinctly sense that he was a great combat master. The prowess of a great combat master within the Serpent clan could easily qualify one to lead a battalion among the major tribes. The presence of such a formidable opponent before him was a clear testament to his allegiances. 9 combat masters and 1 great combat master? You truly overestimate me. Yifeng's expression shifted to one of gravity, and a purplish-black aura enveloped him. A radiant glow coiled around his right hand, manifesting as the flowing blade of fire, which erupted with blinding brilliance. With a swift motion, the blade flashed through the air, slicing towards the encroaching figures. Fire rejects the 3,000. As the battle cry echoed, an explosive wave of purplish-black flames burst forth from the flowing blade of fire. The scorching conflagration unleashed a searing force that surged towards the shadowy attackers. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly young boy possessed such overwhelming power. Caught off guard, their eyes widened in terror, and they were unable to evade the impending doom. The sheer force of the explosion propelled their bodies outward in a fiery burst. With a series of sickening thuds, the flung combatants left behind arcs of crimson in the air, yet their plight was only beginning. The flames that had sent them sprawling ignited their garments, and in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire, they rolled frantically on the ground. However, no matter how they struggled, the purplish-black flames refused to be quelled. Even their attempts to dispel it with their own energy only intensified the blaze. How could they possibly know that Yifeng's purple-black flames are the 9 ranked? The sentient yin fire? With a gaze that swept indifferently across his surroundings, Yifeng could not help but feel a surge of delight within, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that the combination of the Xian-level Duki fire palm and the flowing blade-like fire could unleash such formidable power. By igniting the sentient yin fire with his right hand and then releasing it through the flowing blade-like fire, the explosive force was magnitude stronger than merely using his palm to unleash it directly. This revelation brought him immense surprise. However, it was not a moment for Yifeng to relax. Among the crowd, one individual stood before him, the leader, a Grand Dome Master. Remarkably, this person emerged unscathed from the recent attack, a clear testament to his strength, indicating that he was at least a 5-star Grand Dome Master. This opponent was indeed a considerable challenge. Yi Feng's brow furrowed, and his eyes grew solemn. Chapter 11. The Art of Wind and Fire. On the high value of water at the forefront stood a formidable battle master, wielding a long sword, his gaze coldly sweeping over his companions who emitted pitiful cries. He then spoke with indifference. Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations, but today, without a doubt, you shall meet your demise. With a sudden flourish, the long sword was thrust directly towards Yi Feng's head. The serpent shadow strike. A glimmer of cold light sliced through the air beside Yi Feng's ear, severing a lock of his dark hair, which was instantly consumed by flames. In a swift motion, a purple-black long knife deflected the sharp sword. Accompanied by the resounding clash of metal, Yi Feng's left hand shot upward, aiming for the man's chest. The art of wind absorption. Although a yellow-tier technique, when executed adeptly, it rivaled even the prowess of higher-tier techniques. As Yi Feng unleashed the wind absorption, a swirling vortex of wind materialized in his palm. The distance that once separated the battle master from Yi Feng's hand diminished by a mere inch. That minuscule inch triggered beads of cold sweat to form on the battle master's forehead, and a layer of azure battle armor swiftly coalesced around him. Instinctively, he thrust his sword fiercely toward Yi Feng's chest. Yet, Yi Feng stood resolute, the chilling blade piercing his left chest. A trickle of crimson staining the corner of his mouth. The dark-clad battle master's eyes widened in alarm as he internally screamed, "This is bad." Indeed, in an instant, Yi Feng's left hand was enveloped in a layer of purple-black flames. The art of fire-blowing. A surge of explosive heat radiated from his chest, causing the black-clad man to feel a sudden heaviness. Blood surged from his throat as he forced himself to swallow the rising tide of crimson. Clutching his chest with one hand, the black-clad man retreated abruptly, his gaze fixed on Yi Feng with profound seriousness. He had underestimated this young man. Yi Feng not only possessed extraordinary talent and remarkable intellect, but his combat prowess was also formidable. The simultaneous execution of the wind absorption and fire blowing unleashed in overwhelming force. This boy was indeed a prodigy, and ruthlessly formidable. Had he not activated his battle armor in time, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to that strike. This was far from the naive boy who once only focused on cultivation. Though wounded, Yi Feng's aura remained steady, while the battle master, now gravely injured, realized that killing him was an impossibility. Cursed be it. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, the blade in his hand entwined with purple-black flames. The crimson at the corner of his mouth lending an eerie quality to his smile. At this moment, the intangible aura of power radiated from him, instilling a deep sense of gravity within the black-clad man, even stirring a flicker of fear within him. However, within Yi Feng's heart resided a sense of urgency. For after employing the highly depleting technique of flame rejection 3000 and subsequently unleashing further techniques, he found his internal energy nearly exhausted. Despite his formidable prowess, he remained merely a 5-star fighter, vastly overshadowed by the imposing figure of the Grand Master before him. At that moment, he felt like an empty shell, utterly vulnerable. Should the dark-clad individual decide to strike again, his demise was inevitable. Nevertheless, the fighting spirit within Yi Feng sustained the 3,000 flames of the yin-yang fire, instilling a sense of trepidation in the black-clad man. A fleeting glance revealed the charred remains of his 9 fallen comrades, and a glimmer of caution flickered in his eyes. With a powerful whip of his serpentine tail, he vanished from sight in an instant. Once the dark figure had departed, Yi Feng could no longer maintain his composure. His complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed, propping himself against the long blade embedded in the ground. Fortunately, I managed to scare him off. That sinister specter from the underworld actually dispatched a 9-star Grand Master to eliminate a mere fighter like me. How ruthless. As he felt the sharp pain in his chest, Yi Feng struggled to move deeper into the forest. Upon reaching the heart of the oasis and hearing the gentle sound of trickling water, he finally exhaled in relief. However, exhaustion overtook him, and he fainted, collapsing into the crystal-clear stream. Meanwhile, not far from the oasis, the black-clad man had stowed away his garments, revealing his muscular physique. After consuming several healing pills from his spatial ring, he intended to depart swiftly and report back. Just then, his gaze narrowed as he spotted a group approaching from a distance. He silently thanked his fortune for concealing his attire. Otherwise, he would have attracted unwarranted attention. The newcomers were all lithe serpent women, and the one leading them caused a sudden tightening in his chest. Commander Yume, look, isn't that the person? Suddenly, one of the serpent women noticed his presence and curiously addressed the striking woman with alabaster skin and enchanting blue hair at the forefront. The beautiful leader cast a casual glance in his direction, and upon recognizing the man, her exquisite eyes sparkled with intrigue. Let us go take a closer look. Greetings, Commander Yume. The man swallowed hard and quickly bowed in respect. This group of serpent women had just returned from the selection process in the Medusa kingdom, making their way back to the tribe. They had been instructed by Her Majesty the Queen to await her further commands while Yifeng conversed with her late into the night. Once the Queen had conveyed her messages, they hastily departed the royal city, heading towards their tribe. As serpent women living amidst the desert, they found the arid heat unbearable. Yet they cherished cleanliness. Thus, each time they traveled to the royal city and back, they would stop at this oasis to relish the refreshing comfort it offered. Ironically, the man who had attempted to ambush Yifeng had now fortuitously crossed paths with Yume and her companions. Captain Mo Lands, why are you not guarding the territory of Commander Mo Ba at the royal city? What brings you here? Yume's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she inquired of the man. Moranzi bowed respectfully, slightly embarrassed, and replied, that Commander Yume, Commander Mo Bas. He sent me here to the oasis to fetch some water, which I intend to sell upon my return to enhance the tribe's economy. As he spoke, Moranzi produced 2 water-filled vessels from his storage ring. Witnessing this scene, the group of serpent maidens exhibited expressions of discontent, their eyes casting penetrating glares at Moranzi. They quickly deduced the implications of Commander Mo Bas's plan to sell this water and how it could indeed elevate their tribe's economic standing. This water had been graced by the presence of their leader, Yume, thus its value was exceedingly high, extraordinarily so. Among the serpent kin, aside from their noble and commanding queen, Commander Yume was the most coveted by the male serpents. Among these males, there were those with peculiar inclinations, drawn to anything associated with Yume. Consequently, any item related to her would invoke a fervent affection from those old serpents, who found themselves enchanted and unable to part with it. Yume's delicate brows furrowed in displeasure, her beautiful eyes flickering with fury. She then overturned the 2 vessels of water and shouted at Moranzi, how audacious of Mo Bas. His greed has now encroached upon me. Leave the buckets from your storage ring behind and be gone. Why yes, Commander Yume, I shall take my leave at once. Moranzi stammered as he hurriedly retrieved 10 buckets from his storage ring and hastily departed from her sight. Chapter 12. The arrival of Yume and the falling of Yifeng from the sky upon witnessing the already vanished Mo Lands. Yume's charming visage darkened considerably. With a flick of her serpentine tail, she abruptly overturned all the water buckets before her, proclaiming in a cold tone, from now on, station guards here. Should anyone attempt to draw water again, they shall be met with merciless retribution. Yes, Commander, the snake women behind her replied in unison. A glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Yume's eyes as she gazed upon the parched water stains, leading her to contemplate. It seems necessary to remind Her Majesty the Queen, since that scoundrel Mo Bas could conceive of my existence. He has undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives towards the Queen. If only the Queeness. Mo Bas, that wretched creature, truly overestimates himself as a serpent man. Unbeknownst to Mo Bas, far away in the royal city, he would never fathom that while one lies in bed, calamity may descend from the heavens. Commander, shall we venture into this oasis? One of the snake women timidly inquired of Yume. Indeed, we must go, Yume declared, casting a glance at her delicate, snow-white skin. With a swift flick of her tail, she continued toward the direction of the oasis. Moments later, at the end of a shaded path, several slender, alluring snake women stood resolutely, their expressions fierce, their sharp gazes sweeping over the surrounding foliage. The weapons clutched in their hands seemed poised to strike down any intruder who dared to trespass. Clearly, they stood guard over someone. Peering deeper along the path, one could hear the soothing sound of flowing water through the dappled leaves. It was a naturally pristine lake, encircled by the forest's underbrush, where a few playful birds flitted about the tree trunks, adding a vibrant touch to the scene. Remarkably, This lake was created by a small waterfall, approximately 10 meters high, cascading directly above it. The crystalline water flowed down a splendid rainbow, resembling a natural shower that nourished the creatures dwelling in the lake below. With a gentle splash, a stunning woman emerged from the depths of the lake. Her 3,000 strands of azure hair, drenched by the water, clung to her snow-white shoulders, each droplet trickling down her flawless skin. The water then glided along her enticing waist before plummeting back into the lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Such a breathtaking tableau. Yet no one was fortunate enough to witness it, which was indeed a lamentable affair. For those who might behold it now would find that in the next moment, they would experience nothing for the rest of their lives. Because the woman in the lake was none other than Yume, one of the formidable 8 commanders of the serpent tribe. With a casual gesture, Yume swept her long hair and slowly turned around. A frostiness etched upon her delicate face. Gazing at the flowing waters of the lake, a surge of frustration welled within her. This was her secret sanctuary for bathing, a place where she often came to unwind. She had never given it much thought, as it was a natural lake. Yet, a certain group of serpentine elders had begun to meddle with its tranquility, necessitating stricter control over the area. Makaba's, I shall seek retribution. The enchanting visage of hers was suddenly consumed by fury. In an instant, a sinuous green serpent's tail emerged from the water, striking the surface with wild ferocity. With a resounding boom, a torrent of water was sent cascading into the air. The droplets hung suspended for a heartbeat, refracting light into a myriad of crystalline shards before plummeting down like a torrential downpour. The serpent women stationed outside were startled by the explosion, and the 4 leaders hurriedly peered inside. Upon realizing that their commander was merely venting her wrath, they swiftly turned away, not daring to intrude further. The commander was not the only one seething with rage. The others were equally incensed, shocked by the audacity of certain elders within their clan. Had it not been for Commander Yume's leniency towards Moclans, they would have ensured he faced severe consequences, perhaps even breaking his solitary leg. The flawless form, sculpted from white jade, resembled a divine creation, yet she unleashed her fury within the waters. At that moment, an instinct stirred within Yume, prompting her to gaze upward. Her diamond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld a shadow descending from above, resembling a serpent person. Though a formidable warrior, she found herself momentarily stunned by this sudden intrusion. By the time she regained her composure, the shadow was upon her, and her alabaster hands instinctively embraced the figure. As she gazed into the enchanting eyes of the one she had caught, her heart raced with recognition. It was him, the man who had spent the night in deep conversation with Her Majesty, Yifeng. How could he possibly be here? As she, too, had journeyed to the royal city for the selection of the Medusa's elite guards, she instantly recognized Yifeng, the prodigious talent of the serpent clan who had shone brightly during the trials. This was the very man she had anxiously awaited throughout the night. Quickly assessing Yifeng's condition, she discovered that he had merely fainted from a lack of energy. His chest wound was not severe, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yifeng was a superlative genius of their clan, and should anything happen to him, the queen would undoubtedly unleash her fury. Looking up at the waterfall, the pieces fell into place for Yume. Yifeng must have lost consciousness in the river, swept up to the small cliff above the lake. Her earlier display of anger had caused a slight tremor in the area, which had dislodged his body from above. Yet, why had he succumbed to unconsciousness due to depleted energy? Without further contemplation, gazing at Yifeng's chest, stained crimson with blood, Yume hurriedly carried him to the lakeside. The ring upon her delicate finger glimmered, and she gently placed a healing pill into Yifeng's mouth. Murmuring softly to herself, so much blood has flowed, yet why are his wounds so shallow? Alas, I shall assist him to the very end. Let me at least bandage his wounds. With tender care, she tore away the fabric covering his injuries and meticulously began to bind them. At that moment, Yifeng, who had been with his eyes tightly shut, seemed to sense something. His blurred vision slowly opened a crack. In the next instant, his once dimmed eyes widened in astonishment. The sight before him was simply astonishing. The exquisite, divine figure, akin to a celestial masterpiece, was laid bare before the newly awakened Yifeng. In that fleeting moment, her spring-like eyes met Yifeng's gaze, and both were momentarily taken aback, blinking in unison. Yume's delicate hand suddenly recoiled, her beautiful eyes darting to herself, and in the next instant, A piercing scream echoed across the sky. Chapter 13. The Astonishing Sister Yume. A piercing scream reverberated across the lake, causing Yifeng to feel as though his ears were engulfed in a cacophony of ringing. Yet, despite the intensity of the scream, it failed to attract the attention of the serpent guard stationed nearby. This was primarily because the commotion caused by Yume prior had been far more thunderous. Naturally, her guards were still preoccupied, channeling their fury in defense of their leader. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him, whose head rested upon her serpentine azure tail, Yifeng felt his throat involuntarily constrict. His hand stealthily found its way to his waist, where he pinched himself firmly, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. Whether it was the agony from his chest wound or the self-inflicted pain at his waist, both served as stark reminders of the authenticity of his circumstances, dispelling any illusions of a mere dream. Suddenly, Yifeng felt his body propelled upward, and he caught sight of a massive tree looming before him. Swiftly harnessing his energy, he lashed out with his dark, purple serpent tail against the trunk, narrowly avoiding a disastrous injury. It was evident that when a woman was fierce, men had little say in the matter. Just as I regained consciousness, still oblivious to my surroundings, she unleashed such ferocity upon me. It felt as if my life hung in the balance. Fortunately, with my physique of the 3,000-star body, I narrowly escaped a fate of excessive blood loss. Meanwhile, Yume, amidst Yifeng's disorientation, elegantly wielded her azure serpent tail. Her slender fingers gracefully lifted, suddenly dancing in midair. The delicate cerulean gown enveloped her captivating form, a sight that stirred the blood. With a slight flutter, she brushed aside her damp hair, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having forgotten her own strength, which had inadvertently sent Yifeng flying. Thankfully, he appeared unscathed. Approaching Yifeng with grace, she lightly covered her lips with her hand and smiled alluringly. Who would have thought our talented little brother from the Serpent clan also possesses such a flustered side? Yifeng felt a flush of embarrassment, despite having done nothing. It seemed as though he had done everything. How could one remain composed in the presence of such an enchanting serpent woman? His gaze fell upon the faint crimson stains on her waist, a remnant of his own chest wound. Bowing slightly, he expressed his gratitude. I am deeply thankful for your life-saving assistance, Sister Yume. Ha, little one. Who would have guessed that after revealing your strength, your tongue has become so sweet? You weren't so inclined to call me sister before. Yume teased, her blue locks cascading as she smiled at him. A gentle smile graced Yifeng's still pale face as he replied, Sister Yume, given the care you've bestowed upon me over the years and the connection I share with my sister, it is only fitting that I address you as such. Indeed, Yume nodded lightly. Just as she was about to speak again, the serpent guards, sensing Yifeng's energy, began to converge around him. Upon recognizing that the man before them was Yifeng, the serpentine women collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As the most exceptional genius of the Serpent clan, Yifeng would naturally not bring harm to his own leader. However, the question lingered. Why was he here, and why was he injured? Most concerning was the wound on his chest, which was not fully bandaged, and the bloodstains on the leader's waist. In that fleeting moment, the women, with their finely attuned sensibilities, seemed to grasp an unsettling truth. This does not concern you. Remain outside and ensure that no one enters. Yume commanded her trusted subordinates with a wave of her elegant arm. Yes, they replied in unison, swiftly dispersing into the forest. What was she planning? Yifeng, looking somewhat bewildered, thought to himself, a young man must always take care to protect himself when venturing out. Noticing Yifeng's dazed expression, Yume smiled alluringly, little one. Could you enlighten your sister as to why you find yourself here? Shouldn't you be in the royal city? At her words, Yifeng's countenance grew serious, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he replied, I have been targeted. I came out to resolve the matter. Once he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Yume's eyes. Indeed, this young brother of hers was truly formidable. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, but he was equally severe with himself. Parting her crimson lips, an unusual sound wave emanated, accompanied by a rustling in the woods. Moments later, the sound subsided. Gazing intently at Yifeng, Yume's face registered shock, but it soon transformed into a charming smile. I did not expect you to possess such fortitude. It seems I have underestimated you. To annihilate 9 combatants in one strike, and to scare off a 9-star combat master, such prowess is indeed unbefitting of a mere novice like you. Only Her Majesty the Queen could recognize your exceptional qualities. Yi Feng, unfazed by Yu Mei's observations, understood that this was her secret base. And with her command over the serpents above, uncovering the events that transpired here would be trivial for her. Chuckling, he scratched the back of his head, a foolish grin on his face. Yu Mei's elongated eyes narrowed slightly as her crimson lips parted. Little brother Yi Feng, when I arrived here, I encountered someone outside this oasis. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes brightened. Sister Yu Mei, you must know that person. You clever little one, indeed I know him. He is Melons, the captain of the guard for MOBAS. Melons? Is it him? Yi Feng's gaze turned steely, filled with a hint of confusion. Yu Mei nodded, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she affirmed, yes. I encountered him beyond the oasis. He claimed to be sent by MOBAs to fetch water for sale. However, this matter appears rather peculiar, and you should exercise caution in the future. Yi Feng, well aware of the lake's unique properties, found it strange that MOBAs would dispatch a guard for such a task. Could it be that this time, rather than an assassin from the Shadow Realm, MOBAs regards him as a rival to be eliminated? The thought plagued Yi Feng, for if MOBAs were indeed so ruthless, his days among the serpent people would become increasingly arduous. Thank you, Sister Yu Mei, for the warning. I will be vigilant. As your injuries have yet to heal, and given the proximity to my tribe, why not accompany me back to the tribe? Once you have recuperated, you can return to the royal city, he suggested. Yu Mei gazed at Yi Feng, her eyes shimmering with allure. Yi Feng observed this enchanting woman, pondering her beguiling beauty, which, while perhaps not rivaling that of Queen Medusa, was nonetheless striking. However, in the interest of her recovery, he reluctantly acquiesced to her proposal. As Yi Feng and Yu Mei departed the oasis, embarking on their journey back to the tribe, a figure cloaked in black from afar surveyed their retreating forms until they vanished into the vast expanse of the desert. Chapter 14. Continuous Sign-ins, the Frost Dragon Source. In the Medusa King's castle, within a particular chamber. What did you say? Yi Feng has slain 9 of my guards. And you managed to escape? MOBAS exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, his voice a mixture of disbelief and fury as he gazed down at the kneeling MO Lands. Kneeling on the ground, MO Lands reported, his body trembling slightly. Indeed, Commander. The purple-black flames wielded by Yi Feng are exceptionally powerful. The techniques he unleashed possess an intensity akin to Earth-level martial arts. Upon hearing this, MO Boss slowly returned to his seat, his expression darkening as he remarked, this Yi Feng possesses such formidable strength. He truly lives up to the reputation of being the most outstanding genius of our serpent people. However, suddenly, he struck the table with great force, shattering it into fine powder. Yi Feng is utterly intolerable, mercilessly slaying my 9 esteemed guards, and entangling with a female. It is truly infuriating. Witnessing MO Boss's violent outburst, a subtle smile crept upon the lips of the kneeling MO Lands, who kept his head bowed. The 8 tribes of the serpent people, rather than being mere clans, resemble fortified cities. Each tribe boasts sturdy walls for protection, primarily to defend against human incursions. Above the walls, rows of well-equipped serpent warriors stand guard, exuding an aura of deadly intent that sends shivers down the spine. Upon entering the enchanting tribe of Yu Mei, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before him. Although he belonged to the serpent people, he had never visited this place. The vibrant prosperity that greeted him felt like a journey to another realm, a veritable paradise of femininity. As he strolled through the streets, Yi Feng noticed that the gazes of the female serpent warriors upon him were akin to that of predators eyeing their prey. While not a single male serpent was in sight, where could they possibly be? Had he made a mistake in coming here? Yi Feng, there are very few male members in our tribe, and thus they bear significant responsibilities, Yu Mei said with a charming smile, turning to him as she shared this information. Nodding, Yi Feng, though uncertain of the nature of these daunting tasks, could surmise a hint of their gravity. After all, guarding the tribe is indeed one of the formidable responsibilities. My dear little brother, you should rest with them for now. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. I shall seek you out later tonight when I am finished. With a graceful hand, Yu Mei gently caressed Yi Feng's head before swaying her alluring waist and gradually stepping out of his line of sight. As he gazed at her captivating figure, Yi Feng shook his head, extinguishing the flames of desire that flickered within him, and subsequently followed a few serpent maidens to a place of rest. Once alone in his chamber, Yifeng unfastened the fragrant silk ribbon that adorned him. The wound inflicted by Mo Lanz's sword had completely healed. Upon closer inspection, aside from a few bloodstains, there was no trace remaining. The 3,000-star body truly lives up to its reputation as an immortal form. I am fortunate to have wagered correctly. Had I not possessed the 3,000-star body, that strike from Mo Lanz would have left me gravely injured. Feeling the extraordinary nature of his physique, Yifeng could not help but silently praise himself. Mo Lanz, should fate allow us to meet again, I shall ensure you remember me. Aware of the uniqueness of his system, Yifeng was certain that during his unconscious state, there must have been notifications from the system. Thus, he hastily began to check. Ding! The master was rescued by Princess Yumei and brought ashore, receiving a sign-in reward of a 4th-grade elixir. A 3-patterned Qingling pill. Ding! The master received a sign-in reward of an advanced Xian-level combat skill, Xianbing Longxiang, after a farewell head pat from Yumei. Indeed, his sign-in system not only allowed him to register at various locations, but also to sign in with goddesses. Whenever he interacted with these divine beings, it would trigger a sign-in, which was indeed quite delightful. His first sign-in with the flower serpent was because he had fallen asleep in her embrace. The second occurred when he was caressed by the silken hair of Queen Medusa, and the third and fourth were, as described now. This indicated that to continue triggering sign-ins, he must unlock new actions. However, it appeared that these instances were all passive. What would happen if he were to take the initiative? Had he known earlier, he should have been bolder in the Medusa temple. After an entire night of conversation, he had failed to achieve a single sign-in and even attracted the rival, MOBAS. Next time, he would ensure a full row of sign-ins. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Yifeng understood well the vast difference between courting death and embracing it. Some matters required a gentle push. The 2 newly acquired sign-in rewards were quite substantial for Yifeng in his current state. The 3-patterned Qingling pill was self-explanatory. This elixir could assist a fighter in advancing to a grand fighter. As Yifeng was currently at the fighter level, it was precisely what he needed, serving as a precaution for future endeavors. However, what intrigued Yifeng more than the 3-patterned Qingling pill was the peculiar combat skill he had obtained. The Xian-level combat skill, Xianbing Longxiang, was a dazzling technique specifically designed for the peak competitions. With his all-attribute constitution, Yifeng naturally possessed ice attribute combat energy. Thus, he could also utilize Xianbing Longxiang. Acquiring this combat skill meant he had mastered a control-type ability. He wondered what expression that old fellow, Haibuodong, would wear if he were to demonstrate it before him. With the system's notification chime, Yifeng directly learned Xianbing Longxiang. Suddenly, he recalled that during his last sign-in at the Medusa temple, he had also received a 1st-grade alchemy skill. What was this 1st-grade alchemy skill? 1st-grade alchemy skill. As long as the master places the necessary materials for the desired elixir into any alchemy furnace and releases the while using this skill, he can produce an elixir within 3 seconds. Wow! After reviewing this, Yifeng could hardly restrain his excitement. With this skill acquired, would it leave any room for alchemists to thrive? Producing elixirs in 3 seconds meant that as long as the materials were sufficient, he could easily become a wholesale distributor of elixirs. However, this merely constitutes a rudimentary alchemical skill, and he currently lacks both a cauldron and the necessary texts on alchemy. To truly become a purveyor of elixirs, he must endeavor to unlock a greater array of techniques. Contemplating this, Yifeng's lips curled into a gentle smile. Suddenly, a voice, both enchanting and electrifying, pierced the stillness from outside. It was naturally Yumei, fulfilling her promise to visit him. Yifeng quickly opened the door to welcome this attentive figure. Upon entering the room, Yumei's eyes shimmered with concern as she inquired, "I had my maid assist you with your dressing. Why did you refuse her help? Do you not desire my assistance?" "Not at all. I have already tended to it myself, so there is no need to trouble you or the others," Yifeng hastily explained. Recalling the overly eager attentions of those serpent maidens, Yumei nodded in understanding and casually seated herself beside Yifeng, a subtle fragrance wafting into his senses. Her somewhat serious words, accompanied by the delicate parting of her crimson lips, followed. "That is good to hear. As for the matter you encountered, it is best not to disclose it for now. Otherwise, it may incite discord within the serpent clan. Our relations with humans have been precarious of late, much to Her Majesty's distress. Should internal strife arise within our kind, it would spell disaster. Fear not, sister," I shall ensure that the rogue Mokba receives his due lesson. Yifeng nodded, his starry eyes glimmering with profound insight. Some matters, when unresolved, remain eternally burdensome. It is only through personal resolution that they cease to be. Chapter 15. The Enigmatic Serpent Woman in the Desert. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received a purple abyss cauldron as a reward for being grasped by Yu Mei's wrist. After inspecting Yifeng's physical condition and providing some instructions, Yu Mei departed from his chamber. Although Yifeng yearned to unlock more opportunities for sign-ins, he understood that such advancements required a gradual and natural progression. Thus, following Yu Mei's exit, he immersed himself in cultivation. To expedite his growth and strength, consistent and relentless practice was essential alongside the support of the system. Possessing the highest aptitude in the Duki continent and the divine technique, the soul-devouring decision. His cultivation pace was naturally swifter than that of others. The soul-devouring decision could absorb the spiritual essence of the world, thus enabling the assimilation of spiritual energy. While this energy might seem trivial to those at profound cultivation realms, it proved invaluable for Yifeng, a novice dome master. After 2 full days of diligent practice, Yifeng's cultivation soared, elevating him to the rank of a 6-star dome master. His focused training was certainly a contributing factor, but it was also greatly influenced by his recent battle in the oasis. Real combat served as a significant catalyst for rapid growth, prompting Yifeng to depart from the alluring tribe, whether for the sake of the sign-in system or to enhance his cultivation progress. 2 days later, after bidding farewell to Yu Mei, Yifeng left the enchanting tribe. Despite Yu Mei's fervent attempts to dissuade him, he remained resolute in his decision to leave. Understanding the bittersweet nature of his choice, Yu Mei could only smile wryly in acquiescence. The other enthusiastic serpent women of the tribe also found themselves powerless in this situation. They could not comprehend Yifeng's plight. He simply could not remain there any longer. For 2 days, he had refrained from stepping outside, as the serpent women were predatory beings, fearsome and relentless. His handsome appearance was not his fault, yet the serpent women were excessively fervent, claiming they wished for their offspring to be as striking as Yifeng. To safeguard himself, Yifeng had no choice but to escape and continue his journey of cultivation. Amidst the vast desert, where winds and sands ravaged the landscape, a young man clad in a black robe trudged forth against the elements. The traces he left behind were soon to be concealed by the relentless sands, hidden beneath the desert's surface. The environment of the Tagore Desert was exceedingly harsh. What was once a seemingly tranquil expanse had transformed into a perilous realm. Under the scorching sun, the searing sand, akin to tiny iron pellets, radiated an intense heat. The gale, laden with fine grains, lashed against his handsome visage. Fortunately, Yifeng had summoned a faint membrane of Duki to shield himself, averting the disfigurement that the wind and sand could bring. Despite the harsh conditions, Yifeng felt a sense of solace, for the fire and wind attributes of energy here were remarkably pure and potent. He was truly fortunate to be cultivating here. After traveling for half a day, Yifeng slowly opened his map, only to suddenly realize he seemed to have strayed off course. The route he originally intended to take back to the royal city had been obscured by the relentless onslaught of sandstorms, causing the once confident Yifeng to lose his way. In the desert, having a map and a route is futile if one cannot first ascertain their current location. The oasis that should have appeared before him was nowhere in sight. All that surrounded him was the endless expanse of desert. Yifeng, who had never ventured far from the royal city and possessed little experience, now found himself equally bewildered. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly sensed a fluctuation of fighting spirit not far away. This filled him with excitement, and he swiftly made his way towards the source. Upon cresting a sand dune, he curiously surveyed a large group of individuals below in the desert. There, more than 20 strong mercenaries stood in a circle, weapons in hand, their faces adorned with smug expressions. Opposite them, a dozen menacing male serpent folk, armed and bearing serious expressions, faced off against them. To Yifeng's astonishment, at the very center of the mercenaries stood several beautiful, yet timid women. As he scrutinized them more closely, his expression darkened. For the women encircled by the mercenaries were all serpent women. Furrowing his brow, Yifeng quickly understood that these mercenaries had come to capture serpent women as slaves in the Tagore Desert. Damn it! Yifeng gritted his teeth, a surge of anger boiling within him. his star-like eyes glinting with fierce determination. Among the many serpent women, one appeared to have been startled, suddenly collapsing to the ground with a piercing scream. "Damn, you scared the life out of me. Shut up, or I'll have my brothers deal with you." The mercenary leader shouted angrily at her. However, the serpent woman, unaccustomed to such treatment, burst into tears, her wails echoing in the air. "Damn it!" The fierce mercenary, now enraged, reached out to strike her. Just as his massive hand was about to land on her face, a pair of delicate, fair arms unexpectedly emerged, forcefully pushing his hand away. "This mercenary brother, you said you wouldn't abuse us." She merely fainted from thirst. "Damn it, you filthy wench. Don't think that just because you're strong and worth a lot of gold, I won't dare to hit you." The mercenary leader shouted vehemently, pointing at the owner of the delicate arms. With that, he directed a nearby mercenary. "You keep an eye on her. She's worth far more than you." "Yes, Captain." From his vantage point atop the hill, Yifeng watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in astonishment. A common serpent woman, devoid of any fighting spirit, had managed to repel an attack from a combat master with sheer strength. Though this matter arose suddenly, its peculiarity is undeniable. Yifeng could not help but curiously scrutinize the serpent woman before him. Her figure was exquisite, with every inch of her skin resembling flawless white jade. Delicate to the touch, adorning her admirable physique was a crimson corset, contrasting beautifully with her snow-white complexion. Beneath a cascade of silky black hair, her heart-shaped face was partially obscured by a tightly wrapped black veil, concealing her features. Yet, despite the veil's attempt to mask her visage, it could not diminish the allure of her captivating eyes. Merely gazing into those enchanting orbs was sufficient to ascertain her beauty. Beneath her exquisitely slender waist, she wore a short red skirt, complemented by a mesmerizing, colorful serpent tail that shimmered under the blazing sun, exuding an exotic charm. Could this truly be an ordinary serpent woman? "Release our kin, you wretched humans, or you shall undoubtedly face death today," proclaimed the leader of the serpent men, brandishing a spear that glinted ominously as he directed it at the mercenary leader with a fierce shout. Upon hearing this, the formidable mercenary leader's expression darkened, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he laughed heartily. "Astai? Ha ha ha, it seems you are quite mistaken about the current situation. I am Luolan, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps. You pitiful fighters, a mere handful, are not worthy to engage me. Brothers, charge forth and vanquish them." Chapter 16. The Sand Mercenary Group. He is incredibly strong. The Sand Mercenary Group? On the dunes, Yifeng paused momentarily upon hearing the self-introduction of the mercenary leader. The Sand Mercenary Group must be the mercenary organization from Stone Desert City. Yet this leader, named Luolan. With a fierce shout from the mercenary leader Luolan, the faces of the surrounding mercenaries instantly revealed a bloodthirsty intent, brandishing their machetes as they charged towards the serpent people. Although the mercenaries were all fighters, their sheer numbers gave them an advantage. As they clashed, the serpent tribe found themselves at a disadvantage, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Two mercenaries faced off against a single serpent warrior, creating a 2-on-1 scenario, which was the reason for the previous tension etched on the faces of the serpent people. Amidst their battle, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Group, Luolan, callously tossed the enchanting serpent woman onto a nearby cart. His eyes were filled with lewd desire, scanning her graceful form. His gaze lingered on her uniquely slender waist and the alluring serpent tail that hinted at her exotic charm. Unable to restrain himself, Luolan licked his lips, an eerie grin spreading across his face as he muttered darkly, "Damn you, foul wench, daring to provoke me. No matter your worth, I shall indulge myself today." Accompanied by his disturbingly maniacal laughter, Luolan extended his hands, slowly advancing towards the cart. Witnessing this, Yifeng's expression darkened. Suddenly, with a flick of his serpent tail, he unleashed a thunderous sound, propelling himself off the dune. The original sandy ground was violently disturbed, creating a massive pit. Whoosh! With the sharp sound of slicing wind, a dark figure streaked across the sky, striking the ground like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding crash, both the mercenaries and serpent people previously engaged in battle were startled into retreat, abandoning their fight to glance towards the source of the commotion. As the yellow sand gradually settled, a shadow wielding a long knife engulfed in purple-black flames slowly emerged into view. The appearance of this slender youth in a black robe took both sides by surprise. However, moments later, the hearts of the serpent tribe began to calm. Although they were unfamiliar with the young man, they recognized the long knife entwined in purple-black flames all too well. At the tender age of 18, he had become a fighter, wielding that very knife, and had shone brightly during the selection event for Medusa's elite guards. He had ruthlessly slain the grandson of the underworld's leader and engaged in lengthy discussions with Her Majesty the Queen, earning the title of the most exceptional genius among the serpent people. The name Yifeng was one they could not forget. A glimmer of joy spread across the faces of the serpent people, for they had found hope alongside the serpent women. Just as Luo Lan, who was about to step into the cart with malicious intent towards the serpent woman, turned his head to peek outside, he suddenly caught sight of the unfolding scene. Within the carriage, the serpent's tail, which had initially curled in trepidation, suddenly lashed out, striking fiercely against Luo Lan. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Luo Lan tumbled from the carriage. Quickly regaining his footing, he grimaced in pain while rubbing his rear, glaring angrily at the timid serpent woman within the carriage. "You wretched creature, once I deal with this brat, I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget." The serpent woman inside shrank back in fear, her delicate form trembling, evoking a sense of pity. However, as the fierce Luo Lan turned away, she curiously peeked out. Before her stood a striking serpent youth clad in a black robe, wielding a peculiar flame-wreathed longsword. Yifeng, with a slight movement of his weapon, his eyes shimmering like the stars, addressed Luo Lan with a calm demeanor. "I intend to take them with me. What do you think? Enough of your nonsense. A scrawny little brat like you dares to startle me? Brothers, charge at him and take him down." Luo Lan's eyes gleamed with malice as he pointed, commanding his mercenary companions to attack. Enraged by the unexpected intruder, the group of mercenaries brandished their weapons, their faces etched with fury as they advanced toward Yifeng. With a slight lift of his gaze, Yifeng's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. The purple-black serpent tail crashed into the sand, and in an instant, a shadow darted like lightning between two serpent men. When the figure came to a halt, the fiery longsword slowly descended. With a chilling thud, the two mercenaries, who had appeared fearsome moments ago, suddenly felt a warmth at their waists. As they looked down, they beheld the purple-black flames erupting from their bodies. A pair of anguished cries, piercing the very soul, echoed across the ground. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Both the mercenaries and serpent men gasped in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the figure of the serpent youth. It was inconceivable that such power resided within that slender frame. "How formidable he is," murmured the alluring serpent woman who had peered from the carriage. Upon witnessing Yifeng effortlessly dispatch his two assailants, Luo Lan's eyes narrowed with intensity. He then fixed his gaze on Yifeng, his tone menacing. "Young serpent of the serpent clan, offending our mercenary group in the Tagur Desert is not a wise choice." Yifeng merely smiled faintly, holding his blade with nonchalance. Yet his curiosity was piqued by the beautiful serpent woman peeking from the carriage. As she noticed his gaze upon her, a blush blossomed on her finely featured face concealed beneath her veil. "He is looking at me. Does he recognize me?" The serpent woman instinctively recoiled slightly, her stunning eyes flickering with uncertainty. Upon encountering Yifeng, Luo Lan chose to ignore him, instead engaging in a flirtatious exchange with the serpent woman, which filled him with immense anger and a chilling glare in his eyes. However, having just tested the opponent's strength through his subordinates, he harbored a lingering sense of caution and malice. "Serpent, if you know what is good for you, I advise you to leave now. I shall overlook the transgression of your slaying my subordinates. Apologies, but I must take them with me," Yifeng replied, shaking his head coldly, his words imbued with an unwavering resolve. "You seek death." Luo Lan's fury surged as he commanded, "Everyone, attack. Let us cut them down. I desire a broth." With Yifeng's rejection, the malevolence on Luo Lan's face intensified, and his battle attire erupted into visibility as he charged towards Yifeng with a thunderous roar. "Stand by, the injured remain in position, the rest. Follow me to assist young Master Yifeng," commanded the leader of the Serpent Clan, a 9-star combatant, with a sharp reprimand. "No need. I alone am sufficient," Yifeng declared, a slight, chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone as cold as ice. Chapter 17. The Butterfly, Refreshing Spirit. Yifeng's words momentarily stunned the serpent warriors, causing them to lower their raised serpent spears. Since young Master Yi Feng exuded confidence, they felt it was prudent not to intervene, lest they become an encumbrance. Could it be said that young Master Yi Feng underestimated them? It could only be attributed to their lamentably weak prowess. Rumor had it that this young master, Yi Feng, possessed the strength of a dome master. What assistance could these minor fighters possibly offer, even if they ventured forth? As they consoled themselves over their perceived slight, an overwhelming shock suddenly enveloped them. Indeed, the mercenaries rushing towards them were equally astonished. Before their eyes, the youth wielding a flaming long knife, after a brief moment of silence, was enveloped in a faintly dark purple fighting garment. Beyond this fighting attire, ethereal purple flames danced and swirled in a most extraordinary manner. Simultaneously, an immense surge of energy erupted from his somewhat slender frame. Gasping at the sight of the purple-black flame garment enveloping the young man's body and feeling the torrent of energy, all present involuntarily inhaled sharply. Was this a fighting garment? Could he truly be a Dome Master? The fighting energy was unmistakably not that of an ordinary newly ascended Dome Master. What a monstrous being he was! The mercenaries, now utterly dazed, regarded Yi Feng with wary eyes, astonished. Where had this young serpent warrior Dome Master emerged from? How had they never heard of him before? Unbeknownst to them, Yi Feng's face suddenly broke into a charming smile as he addressed the mercenaries. I have recently perfected a new fighting technique and was in search of a venue to test it. It appears fate has brought you here for a lamentation of destiny. At that moment, a chilling air began to permeate the atmosphere, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily, questioning, why has it suddenly become so cold? This is the Tagore Desert. Could it be that this was the fighting technique he had unleashed? One mercenary pointed incredulously at Yi Feng, exclaiming, how is that possible? Isn't he of the fire attribute? This is bad. We've encountered a formidable opponent. Run. In the midst of the panic, Roland, overwhelmed with fear, shouted and took off in haste, sprinting away into the distance. Unfortunately, his reaction was a beat too late. A roar, reminiscent of ancient times, erupted from Yi Feng, and in an instant, an ice dragon burst forth from his body. The dragon, while not as immense as one might envision, still measured a good 5 to 6 meters in length. It swept past the mercenaries with alarming speed, turning them into statues of ice in its wake. Damn it! I will fight you, Roland shouted defiantly, sensing the formidable presence rapidly approaching from behind. Suddenly halting his movement, he swung the massive double-edged axe behind him with great force. Just as the colossal axe was about to strike the ice dragon lurking behind, the frigid creature swiftly darted to the side. In a fleeting moment, the ice dragon spiraled around Luo Lan, ensnaring him within its icy embrace. At that very instant, as the ice dragon dissipated, a statue of a robust man wielding a giant axe materialized alongside it. He is dead. Gazing at the solitary figure who had just annihilated a fighter and a dozen combatants in an instant, Yi Feng found the numerous serpent people around him gaping in awe. Even for a fighter, it seemed implausible to eliminate an opponent so effortlessly, right? Regardless, the adversary was also a fighter. How could he have been dispatched so swiftly? Was this truly the pinnacle of their serpent clan's talents? This is exceedingly monstrous. What? Are you all well? Approaching the group of serpent people, Yi Feng inquired with a smile. We are fine. The captain of the serpent clan, regaining composure, waved his hand somewhat awkwardly. Go search for the keys. They must be rather uncomfortable, right? Yi Feng remarked, glancing at the several shackled serpent women. Yes, young Master Yi Feng. His gaze swept over to a beautiful serpent woman hiding timidly in the carriage, stealing glances at him. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Upon noticing Yi Feng's gaze, the serpent woman shyly revealed a crescent smile as she descended from the carriage. Standing beside Yi Feng, the serpent woman bashfully expressed, "Thank you for saving me, young Master Yi Feng." Yi Feng looked at the serpent woman who was thanking him, curiosity piquing as he examined her unique features. Her skin was snow white, revealing smooth and alluring shoulders and collarbones, complemented by a delicate and supple waist. She could rival even the famed Medusa. Previously unnoticed from afar, Yi Feng's eyes widened as he now beheld the exquisite necklace adorning her graceful neck. Rather than a mere necklace, it resembled an alluring dark golden pendant, positioned most enticingly against her pale skin. This is... Yi Feng's starry eyes sparkled with delight upon noticing her pendant. the alluring serpent woman. Her face obscured by a veil, felt a flush of crimson rise as she caught Yifeng's unwavering gaze fixed upon her pendant. Even though you saved me, it is rather inappropriate to stare so intently. With a flicker of curiosity in her beautiful eyes, the serpent woman moved closer to Yifeng, her elongated, phoenix-like eyes shimmering with anticipation as she asked, "Young Master Yifeng, do you know my name?" Looking at the expectant serpent woman before him, Yifeng suddenly reached out, grasping her delicate wrist, and declared, "Come with me." The touch of his hand on her wrist caused her cheeks to flush an even deeper shade of red. With a slight struggle, the serpent woman realized her efforts were in vain and reluctantly yielded to Yifeng, being led towards the carriage. Ding! As the master took hold of Dai's wrist to board the carriage, a reward was granted, a refreshing effect elixir. Indeed, she was the serpent woman yearning for freedom. Dai, however, what on earth is this refreshing elixir? In a bid to expedite their departure from this place, Yifeng abruptly halted, then drew the delicate figure beside him into his embrace, swiftly moving towards the carriage. Dai's eyes widened in astonishment, her large eyes blinking as they gazed at Yifeng, a myriad of emotions difficult to express. Ding! The master embraced Dai's waist to escape the crisis, receiving a reward, an intermediate flying combat technique, Thunderbat Celestial Wings. The surrounding serpent men witnessed the departure of the carriage but chose to ignore it. After all, a prodigious talent naturally deserved to be paired with an extraordinary beauty. Yifeng's act of pulling the serpent woman aboard and the swaying of the departing carriage held no significance for them. Shortly after Yifeng and Dai left, a dune beast was seen pulling a water cart, gradually approaching. Is that an ice attribute combat aura? Chapter 18, Medusa Queen Experience Card. Captain, do you see that figure? A serpent man spoke, drawing the attention of his curious captain. Amidst the yellow sands, a shadow clad in a black robe emerged beside a water wheel. The visage concealed beneath the cloak rendered it impossible to discern its features. However, the aura emanating from this individual compelled the serpents to assume a grave demeanor. In an instant, the figure stood by the water wheel. In the next, it had already materialized before them, gazing upon the lifeless bodies of numerous mercenaries. The hidden eyes beneath the black robe flickered with intrigue. Who was responsible for their demise? A chilling voice resonated from the figure's lips. The serpent captain remained unperturbed, responding, "That individual has departed. Has he left too late? Did he head in that direction?" The black robe fell away, revealing an opulent blue garment. As the figure inquired of the serpent captain, at this moment, the individual's form became fully visible to all. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s. His complexion marked by weariness and shadows, yet his gaze was piercingly fierce, unmistakably a formidable human warrior. "Do you think I would divulge information about a human?" The serpent captain's eyes glimmered with amusement. The middle-aged man's gaze hardened, and a chill radiated from him. With a swift motion, he seized the captain by the throat, lifting him effortlessly and coldly stating, "Now can you speak?" The human departed with a horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by two serpent maidens heading east. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man released the captain, shook his shoulders, and a pair of massive icy wings suddenly unfurled from his back. He leaped into the air and swiftly departed. "Captain, do you think he would believe your contrary words?" A young serpent, curious, inquired of his captain. The serpent captain approached the water wheel, took a few sips of water, and gently spoke to the young serpent. "My child, there is much for you to learn. You must understand that we are the serpent folk, and the ones who took the serpent maidens are humans. Are we not meant to observe them as they turn against one another? Do you grasp my meaning now?" The young one nodded, seemingly understanding. "Let us go. Now we have both water and a carriage to take them home." Under the sweltering sun, a horse-drawn carriage traversed the scorching dunes. Outside, Yifeng urged the beast onward, while inside, Dai gazed curiously at the youth. Initially, she presumed that his urgent insistence to board was to fulfill the intentions of that rogue. Yet, the reality was he had taken her away from that place, leaving her perplexed as to the reason behind such an action. "Master Yifeng, where are you taking me?" Dai inquired softly, her lips parched with uncertainty. "Just moments ago, the situation was perilous. A formidable human combat emperor sought to capture you, and we must hasten our departure from this place. As for our destination, it remains undecided." Yifeng lamented inwardly, for he was already lost when he encountered her. Now, she inquired where this lost soul intended to go. The thought of a combat emperor sent a pallor across Dai's delicate visage. Why would such a powerful being pursue her? Who exactly was she, and why the relentless pursuit? Aware of Dai's amnesia, Yifeng found himself in a state of confusion. With a glimmer of hope, he retrieved a map from his possession and handed it to her. Please take a look. Compare our previous position with our current one. Receiving the map, Dai concealed her enchanting face beneath her veil, unable to suppress a smile. No wonder they were aimlessly wandering through the desert. It was evident that this young master Yifeng was not familiar with the terrain. Young Master Yifeng, our present location is to the west of where we were before. Upon hearing her gentle voice from behind, Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. In that case, we shall head south. South? Is there not a frequent presence of human caravans there? Would that not be perilous? She murmured, her fair hand cradling her exquisite cheek. Those human warriors are no ordinary men. They would surely discover my kin, and if questioned, they would invariably direct them towards our opposite direction. Should the warrior believe them, he would venture eastward. However, if he harbors doubts, he would head west. As for the north, it is far too distant from any water source. We currently require sustenance and hydration, making the south our safest option. Upon hearing this, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Dai's beautiful eyes as she observed the young man before her. Yifeng, however, did not disclose to Dai that the northern route, while distant from water, also marked the location of an oasis, now guarded by the formidable leader of the Moon Charm. That leader, being a high-ranking member of the serpent kin, would undoubtedly recognize Dai's true identity, leading to her capture. There lies a cluster of large sand clams ahead. Let us take refuge within and have a bite to eat. Yifeng gazed into the distance, a hint of delight gracing his features. Enter inside. Dai, though familiar with the cardinal directions, found herself unacquainted with these sandy beasts. Very well. Amid her uncertainty, Yifeng halted the carriage. Then, without granting her any chance to resist, he swiftly turned and entered the carriage, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and disembarking. Dai's cheeks flushed, a blend of indignation and shyness washing over her. Why must he always be so domineering? Ding! The protagonist has carried Dai off the carriage, earning a sign-in reward, a card for the experience of Queen Medusa. Yifeng. Is this truly possible? Medusa Queen Experience Card grants the owner the full power of the current Medusa Queen for 3 minutes. Yifeng. Indeed, this is rather intense. After disembarking from the carriage, a chill swept through Yifeng's eyes as the purple-black serpent tail suddenly lashed out, striking the carriage with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed in Dai's ears, and the once intact carriage was reduced to splinters, engulfed in purple-black flames. The sand dune beast that pulled the carriage, startled by this abrupt assault, bolted wildly into the distance, flames also consuming its body. Young Master Yifeng, could you please refrain from killing it? At that moment, Dai's timid voice reached Yifeng's ears. He gazed coldly at Dai's kind eyes and replied, Do you not realize that if I spare it, we may expose ourselves? Dai's complexion paled slightly, her eyes shimmering with tears, appearing quite aggrieved. Yifeng glanced at the beast, now lying motionless on the ground, then turned back to Dai and said, Moreover, do you not think its flesh would be quite delectable? Chapter 19. Unveiling the Veil of the Butterfly. The name of the colorful butterfly. As Leaf Maple hoisted the magical beast onto his shoulder, Butterfly, standing nearby, instinctively placed her delicate hand on her abdomen, producing an inexplicable gurgling sound. This caused her fair face to flush with embarrassment, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Aren't you coming? Leaf Maple's voice echoed from a distance, having already walked quite far ahead. Upon reaching the expanse of gigantic sand clams, Leaf Maple carefully observed the pattern of their deathly closure. He then proceeded to roast one of them, filling the air with the rich aroma of grilled scallops. This time, Butterfly refrained from stopping him, as she felt there was a certain logic in his actions. The meat did indeed seem enticing. Once they ventured inside, Leaf Maple skillfully separated the flesh of the two types of magical beasts with his long knife, all the while stating, Nightfall is approaching, and I still have some water left. Let us rest here for the night, and continue our journey tomorrow. Butterfly instinctively nodded in agreement, her hands cradling her chin, her eyes shimmering with curiosity as she watched Leaf Maple diligently carving the meat. His gaze, reminiscent of twinkling stars, was filled with focus. and the slight hollowness of his cheeks radiated an undeniable masculine charm. This evoked a sense of comfort within Butterfly. This man provided her with an unprecedented sense of security. Indeed, a man dedicated to his task is the most captivating. For a moment, Butterfly found herself lost in thought. "You eat first." Leaf Maple, with a gentle smile, offered the piece of meat skewered on his knife to her. A warmth surged within Butterfly, and she slightly shook her head, replying, "Young Master Leaf Maple, you eat first." I can wait." Just as she spoke, Leaf Maple's gaze sharpened as he swiftly approached her, reaching out to remove the veil she wore. In an instant, the visage of a breathtakingly beautiful woman was unveiled before Leaf Maple's eyes. Her eyes reflected a hint of panic, and her cherry-red lips, previously concealed by the veil, parted slightly. Her fair cheeks now bore a blush akin to that of a ripe peach, and strands of ebony hair, which had been resting by her ears, gently grazed her face, adding a delicate softness to her already stunning features. The sheer beauty of her countenance, combined with a somewhat gentle demeanor, momentarily left Leaf Maple in a daze. Her appearance was truly reminiscent of the alluring Queen Medusa from the temple. Both were equally captivating. It turned out that not only did the twins share identical looks, but even their personalities were remarkably similar. However, the sisters possessed strikingly different temperaments. Queen Medusa exuded an overwhelming grandeur and regal aura that made it difficult to gaze directly upon her. In contrast, Butterfly embodied kindness and tenderness, even as a queen. She was averse to slaughtering the weak and defenseless. Such a disposition destined her not to ascend as the ruler of her clan, for she lacked the ruthlessness necessary to lead the serpent people out of the harsh Tagore desert. "If you don't eat soon, it will grow cold. I will not light the fire again tonight." Yifeng's gaze suddenly regained clarity as he placed the meat before her crimson lips, speaking with a hint of firmness. "Oh." Dai accepted the meat, her delicate face puffing slightly, murmuring softly, "Why are you so fierce about eating?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng could only shake his head in resignation. He cut the meat into small pieces and stored them in his spatial ring, as this would serve as their sustenance for the future. Ding! The master unveils Dai's veil and receives a signing reward. Earth-grade low-level combat technique, Sandstorm. Once again rewarded with a combat technique, Yifeng felt a surge of joy. For utilizing this technique in the desert would undoubtedly amplify its power. With this, he no longer feared those who specialized in peak competitions. "Yifeng, do you know who wants to capture me? Or perhaps, who I truly am?" Dai gazed into the distance and asked lightly. Yifeng turned to her and inquired, "How long have you been suffering from amnesia? Do you remember anything?" "I only recall awakening to find myself buried beneath the sand, and it took a great deal of effort to regain my freedom. As for how long it has been, I cannot quite remember." Dai shook her head, trying to recollect her past, yet all that lingered in her mind was her initial awakening. As for her previous experiences, they were a complete blank. Observing Dai's furrowed brows, Yifeng understood that her amnesia was a consequence of using a forbidden spatial technique to escape the Serpent clan. However, it seemed her memory loss was even more severe than he had anticipated. Moreover, a considerable amount of time had passed since her departure from the Serpent clan. Turning to the hopeful Dai, Yifeng spoke gently, "You will come to know your identity in due time. Revealing it now would be detrimental to you. As for your name, I can only tell you that your former identity rendered you unworthy of having one." Upon hearing this, Dai's eyes widened slightly. Her identity was such that she was not even entitled to a name? Could it be that she was the illegitimate daughter of someone significant within her tribe? It was no wonder she thought this way, as only those ostracized from their clans were deprived of a tribal name. Seeing the sorrow in Dai's expression, Yifeng felt a pang of compassion and offered, "Since you previously had no name, may I bestow one upon you?" "Sure. Yes, please." Dai's previously damp eyes lit up with delight at his words. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng tapped his forehead and pointed to the butterfly sand crystal nestled in the crevice, saying, "You mentioned that you were buried by sand upon awakening and exerted great effort to regain your freedom. How about we call you Dai, the butterfly of freedom? Freedom butterfly?" Dai exclaimed with joy, yet in the next moment, she shook her head in response to Yifeng's astonished gaze. "Yifeng." She rejected it? "Yifeng, I wish to have a name comprising just 2 characters, like you." The butterfly lightly bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with shyness. 2 words, perhaps? Yifeng pondered, feeling quite vexed. He then glanced at the still-present Shang and remarked, "The colors of the free butterfly are quite vibrant, similar to the hue of your serpentine tail. Why not name you Colorful Butterfly? Colorful Butterfly, Colorful Butterfly. What a lovely name," she exclaimed joyfully. "Thank you, Master Yifeng." As they settled in, Yifeng suggested, "Let us rest for now. We must continue our journey tomorrow." Though Colorful Butterfly wished to converse a bit longer, she soon realized that Yifeng had already closed his eyes and begun his meditation. Reclining upon the grass mat that Yifeng had prepared, Colorful Butterfly cradled her delicate face in her hands, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Even with his eyes shut, Yifeng could sense her gaze. Despite the darkness behind his eyelids, the alluring image of Colorful Butterfly lingered vividly in his mind. She was indeed a genuine fairy, not a mere illusion. Parched and yearning, he promptly immersed himself in his cultivation. Dear readers, if you have any thoughts to share, please do. I will take your opinions into consideration. However, do kindly offer your little tokens of appreciation. Chapter 20, A Silent Night, the Ice Monarch Haiba Dong. System, open my attribute panel. Leaf Foam, swiftly entering a meditative state, spoke to the system within his mind. Sign in system owner, Leaf Foam. Race, Serpent Man. Combat Aura level, 6-star Battle Master. Cultivation method, Spirit Devouring Technique, Divine level. Exotic fire, 3000 Flames of Yang. Weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire, can embed magic core. Physique, 3000 stars body, undying body. Alchemy skill, first rank. Combat techniques, Sandstorm, Earth level low. Profound Ice Dragon Soar, Profound level high. Thunderbat Sky Wing, Profound level low flight technique. Items, Medusa Queen Experience Card, one-time use. Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill, 7th rank. 3 Pattern Azure Spirit Pill, 4th rank. Refreshing Elixir, no rank, boundless utility. As Leaf Foam diligently practiced, the enchanting Kai Dai gazed at him with a tender look in her eyes. Her gaze was exceptionally clear, with a flicker of affection in her pupils, complemented by her delicate visage and pointed ears, rendering her utterly captivating. Her small hands nervously clasped together. She had always traversed the endless darkness alone, but now, with another by her side, her heart brimmed with warmth. If only he could remain by my side forever. The desert night was terrifying, the howling winds outside instilling dread. Kai Dai's delicate form trembled slightly. After glancing at Leaf Foam, her fair cheeks flushed crimson as her thoughts wandered. Moments later, her graceful figure slowly edged closer to Leaf Foam. Perhaps due to her nervousness, she hesitated for a moment before inching nearer still. This subtle action caused Leaf Feng's previously closed eyelids to flutter open. Should she come any closer, his meditation would be disrupted. Upon noticing Leaf Feng's gaze upon her, Kai Dai instantly felt as if she had been caught in a transgression. Her alabaster shoulders lifted slightly, her peach-like face blushing as if it might spill over with water. And with a playful flick of her tongue, she quickly lowered her head. Though it appeared she was making a silly face, even in such a moment, her exquisite features exuded an irresistible charm. Leaf Foam, observing this, found himself momentarily entranced. In the pitch-black expanse of the desert, the presence of a solitary man and woman together inevitably led to thoughts beyond mere companionship. Yet, as a human traversing into this realm, Leaf Foam suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. How should one navigate the nuances of being a serpent man? Nonetheless, Leaf Foam firmly resolved not to take advantage of the situation. It was certainly due to such convictions. Perceiving Leaf Feng's lack of reaction, Kai Dai bit her lip lightly, casually picking up a small stone and tossing it at a sand ant before Leaf Foam, toppling it over. As he turned over, Yifeng looked at Kai Dai and gently said, "We have a long journey ahead tomorrow, and this time we lack a carriage. You should lie down and rest. I shall keep watch." All right. Kai Dai softly nodded in agreement. Just as Yifeng closed his eyes, hoping to immerse himself in cultivation, a faint fragrant breeze swiftly wafted over. His recently closed eyes snapped open, and he discovered Kai Dai's head resting on his lap. Seeing her blushing cheeks, Yifeng could only smile helplessly before shutting his eyes once more. Ding! The master has been used as a pillow by Kai Dai and has received a sign-in reward. Complete compendium of first-grade elixirs. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Yifeng finally understood the adage of beautiful women being a source of trouble. This was the first time he had experienced a night of insufficient rest since arriving in the Duki continent. As the two emerged from the giant clam, The weather outside remained harsh, with the sandstorm raging. Nevertheless, in search of water, they had no choice but to leave this place and brave the onslaught of the wind. With a firm grip on her delicate wrist, Yifeng swiftly led Kai Dai forward, her bewildered gaze fixed upon him. The ferocity of the desert winds was relentless. And to protect Kai Dai from harm, Yifeng enveloped her in his own aura. Naturally, Kai Dai did not resist his kind gesture, allowing herself to be guided onward. However, Yifeng, overly anxious about the inclement weather, inadvertently exerted too much force. After walking for a while, Kai Dai furrowed her brows and gently remarked, "Young Master Yifeng, you are hurting me." Upon hearing this, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the wrist he held. He then extended his left hand to clasp her delicate hand as well. "Let us continue." Ding. The master is holding Kai Dai's hand while journeying, receiving a sign-in reward, 1 Windwalker pill of 3rd grade. Thus, Yifeng continued to hold Kai Dai's hand as they traversed the desert for over half a day. Curiously, despite the weather now being quite pleasant with no signs of a storm, their hands remained firmly intertwined. Neither dared to disrupt this special connection until they spotted the remnants of a massive sand ship in the distance. The colossal wreckage of the sand ship served as a landmark in the vast desert, a resting point for human caravans and adventurers alike, as well as the serpent people. However, this also made it a frequent battleground between humans and serpents. At that moment, within the vast remains of the ship, a group was gathered, drinking from water flasks and taking respite. The sun outside was merciless. Even they could not withstand its intensity and required a brief refuge. Particularly, their convoy, which included several large carts, needed to replenish their water supply to ensure they maintained sufficient stamina and avoided unforeseen mishaps. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that an unexpected turn of events occurred. At that moment, a chilling presence silently descended, and their gazes simultaneously fixated on a singular point. There, a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite azure robe brandished a glimmering ice spear directed at them. The atmosphere grew tense, particularly for the man dressed in ordinary merchant attire, who trembled in fear. Before he could react, the frigid spear pierced through his body. A scream echoed as the blue-clad man swiftly maneuvered the spear, causing sharp ice spikes to erupt from the ground beneath their feet. In an instant, apart from the 3 powerful Doe Kings soaring through the air, all others were impaled by the lethal ice spikes. Streams of blood trickled down the icy forms, transforming what should have been a spectacle of crystalline beauty into something horrifying. Ice Emperor Hebedong. The 3 Doe King warriors hovered in the air, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded the man in blue. "I am preoccupied. I, the serpent woman, am determined to achieve my goal. Feel the lament of fate." A fierce glint flashed in Hebedong's eyes as he transformed into a streak of blue light. Profound ice dragon soaring. Chapter 21. The peak match with Hebedong. As 3 formidable waves of fighting energy erupted, Yifeng and Kai Dai, who were approaching from a distance, suddenly halted. Yifeng's expression hardened as he glanced at Kai Dai, his tone tinged with bitterness. "It seems fortune is not on our side. Young Master Yifeng, should we leave?" Kai Dai shivered involuntarily from the overwhelming chill, her delicate form instinctively clutching Yifeng's arm as she timidly inquired. Yifeng shook his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. "It is too late to depart now. Once their battle concludes, they will undoubtedly discover us. We must observe. Do you dare?" "I do. Wherever you go, young Master Yifeng, I shall follow." Kai Dai's gaze was resolute as she met Yifeng's eyes, clearly embodying a spirit of unwavering loyalty and companionship. "Very well. Let us resolve this predicament. I shall take you to witness a peak match." "A peak match? What is that?" Kai Dai asked, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. "You shall soon find out." With that, Yifeng's storage ring shimmered, and a dark robe enveloped him. He swiftly donned a mask, concealing his handsome visage. As a competent fighter, it was customary to possess several dark robes within one's storage ring, often aiding in clandestine endeavors. Such garments served as invaluable tools for stealth and subterfuge. "This is for you. Wear it." Kai Dai nodded at the dark robe in her hands and promptly adorned herself with it. Without further contemplation, Yifeng grasped her hand, hastily making their way toward the wreckage of the sand ship. As they approached, 3 distinct arcs suddenly streaked across the sky at an alarming speed. As one of the 10 strongest individuals in the Jayamar Empire, Hebedong, having been commissioned, seized the opportunity for nefarious pursuits, but regrettably, his quarry had escaped. Hebadong retracted his icy spear and approached the two covered carriages, pulling aside the black cloth. As the fabric fell away, the scene within the carriages was revealed, exposing a collection of serpent folk. Both male and female serpent folk were confined within iron cages, issuing desperate cries for help. Hebadong, however, remained unperturbed, his gaze sweeping over the captives as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, not a single one. They were all employed by the same patron. Yet why is it that among so many serpent women, the one I seek is absent?" Furrowing his brow in frustration, Hebadong retrieved a map from his storage ring, presenting it coldly to the serpent folk. "Have you seen this serpent woman? Should any of you provide me with information, I shall release you." Upon hearing Hebadong's words, the serpent folk fixated their gazes on the image. All at once, their terrified eyes widened, and they shook their heads in unison. "Esteemed warrior, we have not encountered this serpent woman. We have never seen her." Hebadong regarded them intently, a flicker of keen insight flashing in his eyes. "In this place, there are over 20 serpent men. Yet they all feigned ignorance simultaneously. There must be some hidden intrigue." Surrounding Hebadong's body, icy spikes suddenly coalesced, exuding an aura of sheer terror. "Heh! Thinking to deceive me, you are still too inexperienced. Since you all claim ignorance, then let death be your fate." At the moment those words escaped his lips, a glint of cold light flickered in Hebadong's eyes, and the icy spikes surged towards the serpent men with alarming speed. The serpent men's eyes widened in horror as they awaited the moment of death that loomed before them. Just as despair enveloped the serpent clan, a brilliant red radiance suddenly appeared before their eyes. Boom! Countless icy spikes shattered upon reaching that red light, dissipating into the air. As the stirred dust settled, a shadow of a black-robed serpent man materialized before everyone. Hebadong's expression turned grave as he murmured, "A formidable serpent man." In the next instant, the two figures swiftly vanished from sight, only to reappear in the sky. A blue and a red beam of light collided violently, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. In that moment, Hebadong unleashed a barrage of icy spikes towards the figure in black robes. The black-robed figure, swift as the wind, brandished a red longsword, shattering the icy projectiles effortlessly. Then, in a flash, he appeared beside Hebadong, reaching out to grasp him. Undeterred, Hebadong retaliated fiercely, raising his foot to collide with him. The violent energy unleashed by their clash sent debris flying, causing explosions to erupt beneath them. The wreckage of a massive ship trembled under the force of their power, teetering on the brink of collapse, akin to a seismic event. Crack! Large wooden planks plummeted from above, crashing to the ground and sending up clouds of dust, eliciting cries of alarm. "This is bad. If this continues, the place will collapse. Are we to perish? What can we do if we escape? We are not strong enough to destroy this iron cage." The serpent men trapped beneath the wreckage fell into utter despair. At that moment, they beheld another black-robed serpent man rummaging through the bodies in search of keys. "Ha! We are saved. We shall live." The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Meanwhile, the battle between the two figures in the sky raged on. The powerful serpent tail lashed out like a whip, striking fiercely toward Hebadong's face. He quickly crossed his arms to summon an icy shield for protection. Harnessing that immense force, he soared downward toward the wreckage below. Behind him, the figure cloaked in black swiftly drew forth a bow, its fiery red hue reminiscent of flames. In an instant, he released his grip, unleashing a barrage of arrows aimed towards Hebadong. Sensing the terrifying presence behind him, Hebadong abruptly halted, spinning around just in time to conjure a spear of ice. As he wielded the spear, a flurry of icy projectiles erupted forth, deflecting the countless arrows while a multitude of icy shards surged towards the dark figure. With a sudden flourish of his right hand, the cloaked man summoned a crimson sword, shattering the icy onslaught. He moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Hebadong. The weapons of both adversaries clashed, resonating with a sharp symphony that caused the remnants of the colossal ship beneath them to collapse in disarray. Suspended in midair, the two figures faced each other. Hebadong's frosty wings glimmered in the sunlight as he gripped his icy spear tightly, his voice echoing with cold defiance. "Serpent folk warrior, do you dare to oppose me?" The black-robed figure, adorned with striking red wings, responded in a deep, resonant voice. I know you, the Ice Emperor Hebedong. You seek to annihilate my serpent folk. How could I ever spare you? Who are you truly? Hebedong inquired, his gaze fixed icily upon the dark figure. Chapter 22. The Ice Dragon Soars. This is certainly not a gift from your junior sister. Who am I? You need not know. For your fate is destined to conclude here today. The words were exceedingly arrogant, yet beneath the black robe, Yifeng was already sweating profusely. Indeed, this pinnacle battle was no easy feat. Had it not been for his Medusa Queen experience card, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. Nevertheless, Yifeng remained confident, for he still had a full 2 minutes left on his experience card. Moreover, this card possessed the entirety of Medusa's power, allowing him to utilize his own combat techniques as well. Fate. Hai Buodong slowly retracted the icy spear in his hand, and an intense chill enveloped the surrounding space. As a colossal ice dragon suddenly took shape above him, I do not believe that my journey ends here today, and I have never felt so invigorated. Do you wish for a refreshing experience? Then I shall deliver a most exhilarating defeat upon you. Yifeng's fighting spirit erupted suddenly. The enormous crimson wings behind him quivered fiercely, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged towards Hai Buodong. From his hands, crimson-hued fighting spirit shot forth like a flurry of arrows, compelling Hai Buodong to retreat hastily. As he fell back, his right hand snapped rhythmically, and from the massive wreckage, numerous ice spikes emerged, thrusting towards Yifeng. However, none of this deterred Yifeng. He darted swiftly through the ice spikes, relentlessly pursuing Hai Buodong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hai Buodong understood that if he did not unleash his true strength, he would indeed be thoroughly defeated today. With this thought, he waved his hands, and the surrounding air coalesced into 3 long spears, akin to those in his grasp, which rapidly lunged towards Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng recognized that Hai Buodong was finally ready to reveal his true power. The crimson glow in his hands intensified, and he employed the wind-sucking palm, drawing in the 4 icy spears. This caused Hai Buodong's brow to furrow in confusion. However, he seized the opportunity to rapidly gather the immense energy required for his combat techniques. At this moment, Hai Buodong resembled a powerful turbine, with the surrounding energy distorting around him. A lustrous icy halo formed on his right arm, while the massive icy wings behind him trembled, exuding an air of authority. Hai Buodong, do not presume that just because you are the Ice Emperor, I cannot vanquish you. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true ice attribute combat techniques entail. An ancient voice emanated from the lips of the cloaked Yifeng. In the next moment, something utterly astonishing occurred, shocking Hai Buodong to his core. For the right arm of the black-robed serpent man was similarly absorbing the surrounding icy energy. Moreover, the method of energy absorption mirrored his own, utilizing the right arm to draw in the ice attribute energy. How is this possible? Hai Buodong's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing an expression of utter incredulity. Although he had previously discovered the residual icy energy at the battlefield, he could scarcely fathom that the wielder of such frigid force would exhibit techniques indistinguishable from his own. Impossible. This cannot be. A look of panic flickered in Hebedong's eyes as his right arm abruptly surged upwards. Mysterious ice dragon ascend. With 2 commanding shouts, an overwhelming aura radiated throughout the expanse of the Tagore Desert, instilling fear in all. In a nearby gathering of humanity within the Tagore Desert, a figure clad in a black robe, a member of the serpent folk, confronted a corpulent man. A Do Huang level warrior? The middle-aged man, oblivious to the potent aura of the Do Huang, sat grinning greedily in his chair, saying, "What say you? If you can procure 20 more serpent maidens, I might reconsider my position." The figure in the black robe nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall urge them to expedite their return. Rest assured, I will inform you immediately upon their discovery." The middle-aged man, his visage grotesquely quivering with anticipation, suddenly found his smile extinguished, for in the next moment, he was no more. The shadowy figure swiftly leapt from the window, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, as Yifeng and Hebedong locked eyes amidst their fierce battle, 2 colossal ice dragons manifested in the sky. The roar of the dragons echoed, causing the remnants of a vast sand vessel below to collapse with a thunderous crash. The scene was both spectacular and terrifying, as the serpent folk, recently rescued by the colorful butterflies, momentarily forgot their flight, gazing upwards in awe, their legs trembling in fear. Is it truly mysterious ice dragon ascend? Where did you acquire such power? Hebadong interrogated Yi Feng with astonishment and fury. Beneath his mask, Yi Feng's expression faltered slightly, for his experience card was ticking down. Nevertheless, a devilish smile crept across his lips as he coldly replied, "Once, a woman foretold that fate would govern her destiny, gifting me this before our parting that fateful night. No, it is impossible that it was bestowed upon you by my junior sister." With a furious roar, the icy wings of the dragon flapped violently as it charged towards Yi Feng. Unyielding, Yi Feng engaged in a fierce aerial duel with Hebadong's dragon. Moments later, the two dragons momentarily separated, with Hebadong, pale and poised atop his dragon, murmuring with a chilling glare, "Cursed serpent folk, listen closely to the lament of fate." A cold laugh echoed as a small crystal vial suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's hand, the very essence of the system's reward, a refreshing elixir. Yi Feng realized that he had underestimated Haibuodong. Indeed, Haibuodong was a formidable presence capable of competing at the pinnacle of the tournament. His strength was truly terrifying. No wonder he was revered as the Ice Emperor, although Yi Feng possessed the full power of the Medusa Queen. Defeating him within 3 minutes proved to be quite a challenge. Of course, this reluctance to employ was also a factor. After all, he was the sole individual among the serpent people with fire attribute Duki, and using it would inevitably reveal his identity. With less than 40 seconds remaining on the Medusa experience card, any further delay would lead to dire consequences. He had no choice but to take one last gamble. According to the system's description, the refreshing pill bore no rank and had boundless applications. Faced with the invigorating presence of Haibuodong, consuming this pill might indeed yield remarkable effects. Just as Yi Feng was about to produce the small vial, he noticed a sudden change in Haibuodong's expression, who exclaimed in astonishment, "How do you possess the refreshing pill?" Hearing this, Yi Feng was even more convinced of his suspicions. Seizing the moment while Haibuodong was momentarily stunned, he swiftly swallowed the pill. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on consuming the refreshing pill. You will enter an exhilarated state for the next 30 seconds. Junior sister, uffed. Haibuodong, feeling the surge of energy from the cloaked figure, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Goodness, it seems I have uncovered a little secret. Chapter 23. A refreshing 30 seconds. The reward from the colorful butterfly. Yi Feng sensed the powerful cold attribute fighting spirit surging within him, his eyes suddenly gleaming with brilliance. It seemed that Haibuodong and his junior sister were quite the playful duo. With a resounding dragon roar, the giant ice dragon beneath Yi Feng surged forward towards Haibuodong. A crimson smirk curled at the corner of Haibuodong's mouth, his gaze ablaze with fury as he charged at Yi Feng with furious wings. In the skies above, two colossal ice dragons soared and danced, only to collide violently. The outcome of this clash was immediately evident. The ice dragon under Yi Feng's command shattered Haibuodong's dragon in an instant, transforming it into a cascade of sparkling ice crystals. The figure of the cloaked man suddenly loomed large in Haibuodong's vision, as a pair of crimson wings unfurled, and his right hand precisely grasped Haibuodong by the throat. "Got you, Ice Emperor Haibuodong." A chilling voice accompanied the shattered ice dragon, which plummeted like a fallen star towards the sandy ground below. "Is that so? Then will you ignore them?" The half-destroyed ice dragon, now shimmering with a sharp cold light, descended towards the serpentine onlookers below. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, then released Haibuodong, his eyes flashing with cold light as he dove swiftly downward. Meanwhile, the giant ice dragon behind Yi Feng collided directly with Haibuodong's body, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood in midair, propelling him away rapidly under the impact of the ice dragon. With a flick of his black serpent tail, Yi Feng shattered the descending ice dragon, sweeping his right arm to send all the ice crystals cascading onto the ruins of the wooden pile below. Crack, crack! In an instant, the ruins were enveloped in a layer of ice, transforming into a magnificent ice sculpture. As Yi Feng descended to the ground, he furrowed his brow sharply, then grasped the hand of the colorful butterfly and soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the very next moment after their disappearance, a shadow flickered across the sky, clad in a black robe. He surveyed the two directions, speaking coldly, two sources of cold fighting spirit. One belongs to the Ice Emperor Haibuodong, but who is the other? Ah, that formidable fighting spirit has vanished. The cloaked figure's dark brows knitted in surprise. With a powerful flap of his crimson wings, he took off swiftly, pursuing the soul-lingering aura of the Do Huang. The vanished Do Huang aura naturally belonged to Yi Feng, as his experience card had now expired. The peak competition had concluded, and he had successfully rescued several members of the serpentine race, leaving him feeling gratified. However, it was imperative that he flee with the butterfly, for he had distinctly sensed a formidable presence emerging. It could only belong to one individual within the Tagore Desert, Queen Medusa. With the arrival of Queen Medusa, as a Do Huang powerhouse, Yi Feng had to make haste, planning to allow the two sisters to meet another day. The invigorating elixir was evidently not intended for human consumption. After indulging, there was indeed a brief 30 seconds of exhilaration, accompanied by a remarkable surge in strength. However, once the effects waned, a sense of weakness enveloped him. Beads of sweat dampened Yi Feng's forehead and body as he inwardly cursed Hai Buodong and her apprentice for concocting such a useless potion. Was that fleeting 30 seconds of euphoria truly worth the aftermath? As Yi Feng soared through the air, employing the flying combat technique, Thunderbat Wings, he had consumed a third-grade elixir, Windwalking Pill, and was now cradling Kai Dai, propelling himself at maximum speed toward the horizon. Upon spotting a rocky cliff, he grinned and swiftly descended. Once they landed safely, Yi Feng could no longer maintain his composure. His head tilted, and he collapsed weakly onto Kai Dai. "Young Master Yi Feng, what ails you?" Kai Dai exclaimed, cradling him and hastily removing his mask. Once the mask was off, Kai Dai was taken aback by Yi Feng's pallid complexion, devoid of color, with parched lips betraying his distress. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she bit her delicate red lip, 2 streams of warm tears escaping her control. "Young Master Yi Feng, I shall take care of you." When Yi Feng opened his blurred eyes, he discovered a small fire pit beside him. Kai Dai was nearby, holding skewers of meat, her laughter ringing out as she exclaimed, "Tada! This is a reward for young Master Yi Feng for bringing me to witness a thrilling match, a wild lunch." Yi Feng smiled faintly, sitting up to accept the skewer she offered. As it was still daylight and a sandstorm swirled around them, Kai Dai's roasted skewers would not attract any unwanted attention. This is surprisingly delicious," Yi Feng praised, savoring the treat. "Hee, of course, it cannot compare to what young Master Yi Feng prepares." Kai Dai giggled. "If you treat me to roasted meat, I can only reciprocate with skewers." Hearing Yi Feng's compliments, Kai Dai danced joyfully, her delicate figure swaying. Observing the surroundings, Yi Feng realized that these items were scavenged from the fallen mercenaries. Kai Dai shyly produced a ring from her waist, her cheeks flushed, and with a radiant smile. She presented it to Yi Feng. "Tada! Young Master Yi Feng, this is a storage ring I took from a merchant. I do not know what lies within, but it is a reward for you." "Another reward?" Yi Feng's gaze fell upon her dainty hand, and his heart stirred. Such a devoted woman was truly endearing. He accepted the ring, his eyes lingering on the skewer she held. "You cook remarkably well. I am still hungry." Here, this one is perfectly roasted." Kai Dai's narrow eyes curved into crescent moons as she beamed sweetly. Gazing at the enchanting figure preparing skewers for him, Yi Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. After sipping some water, he turned his attention to the storage ring in his hand. Water sources were scarce. He hoped this ring would contain a reserve. Once he cleared his consciousness from the ring, Yi Feng began to extract its contents. Before them lay not only a dozen water pouches, but also a mysterious black card with an unknown balance, alongside several thousand gold coins. "Wow, such an abundance of gold. They must be incredibly wealthy," exclaimed Kai Dai, her eyes gleaming with delight at the sight of the coins. In contrast, Yi Feng's gaze lingered upon other objects. Beside the pile of gold, he noticed several small jade vials, which were clearly filled with inferior elixirs of little value. Adjacent to these potions were some ordinary medicinal herbs. For Yi Feng, these herbs were perfectly suited for experimenting with his basic alchemy skills and could also be utilized to concoct some essential elixirs. However, just as he contemplated this endeavor, something else captured his attention. Next to the herbs lay a remarkably ancient scroll, which appeared to be a relic from a bygone era. Yi Feng quickly grasped it in his hands and unfurled the scroll, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 24. Mr. Yi Feng, you are remarkably swift. As Yi Feng's gaze lingered upon the map he had unfurled, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. This was a piece of parchment, the material of which was unknown, slightly yellowed, adorned with seemingly random patterns. His delicate fingers glided slowly across the intricate lines, yet ultimately extended beyond the parchment's edge without revealing any discernible detail. Mr. Yifeng, what on earth is this? The curious Kai Dai, leaning beside him, inquired. Yifeng studied the enigmatic symbols that resembled ghostly inscriptions and replied with a gentle smile. This is a fragmentary map. A map? And a fragment at that? Upon hearing this, Kai Dai's interest waned, and she diverted her attention to other jars and bottles. Meanwhile, Yifeng continued to scrutinize the vague image in the corner of the incomplete map, which bore a resemblance to a half-formed lotus flower. This residual lotus, perhaps due to the passage of time, appeared slightly yellowed and indistinct, though its general outline was discernible. The half-lotus manifested in a dark hue, with a thin layer of black flames clinging to its surface, imparting an alluringly sinister aura. Third on the pure lotus demon fire. To his astonishment, this was the very fragmentary map that would later come into the possession of Haibuodo. It seemed that had he and Kai Dai not fortuitously visited the ruins of the colossal ship, this map would have fallen into the hands of someone who could not appreciate its value. This unexpected boon filled Yifeng with delight. However, beyond the material gain, he was more intrigued about whether Kai Dai had brought him even greater surprises during his unconsciousness. With this thought in mind, Yifeng reached out to the system for verification. Ding! Due to the master's weakness and subsequent fainting, Kai Dai provided him with water, earning a sign-in reward, a 4th-tier wind attribute magic core. Ding! Due to the master's weakness and subsequent fainting, Kai Dai helped wipe the master's sweat, earning a sign-in reward, a 2nd-grade alchemical tome. Yifeng, does this signify the legendary stroke of fortune? It appears much has transpired during my unconscious state. With tender eyes, Yifeng gazed at Kai Dai, who was curiously toying with the jars and bottles. With such a companion, what more could one desire? Casting a glance at the medicinal materials extracted from his spatial ring, Yifeng could not resist retrieving the alchemical cauldron he had acquired previously. The cauldron that appeared before him was named Ziyuan. It bore a deep purple, almost black hue, mirroring the colors of his 3,000 flames and the serpent's tail. For Yifeng, it was as if this was tailor-made for him. As an alchemist, the cauldron also held a place of fascination in the rankings of the Duki continent. This ranking, known as the Heavenly Cauldron List, placed the Ziyuan cauldron in the 3rd position. Given that it was associated with the 3rd-ranked pure lotus demon fire, one could only imagine the terrifying power of this cauldron. Yet, as Yifeng's equipment, he could command it entirely. However, Yifeng currently possesses only a 1st-grade alchemy skill. If he were to concoct a 1st-grade elixir using the Ziyuan cauldron, he would undoubtedly be the most extravagant individual on the Duki continent. Upon witnessing Yifeng extract an alchemical furnace, Kai Dai was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she inquired, "Young Master Yifeng, are you perhaps an alchemist?" "One could say so," Yifeng replied with a gentle smile, before proceeding to place several herbs into the Ziyuan cauldron. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A cluster of violet-black flames ignited in Yifeng's palm and shot towards the purple cauldron. 1, 2, 3. With a resounding explosion accompanied by a plume of smoke reminiscent of residue, a rich aroma of medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating the senses. "Is this an elixir? Young Master Yifeng, you are remarkably swift," Kai Dai exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she watched Yifeng extract several elixirs from the cauldron and deposit them into a small jade vial. Upon hearing Kai Dai's praise, Yifeng felt somewhat disheartened about his alchemical skills, wishing he had more time to refine his craft. Thus, under the tender gaze of Kai Dai, he counted once more. 1, 2, 3. Moments later, due to the scarcity of materials, Yifeng had only managed to produce 3 types of 1st-grade elixirs: the Ninghua pill, the Huichun powder, and the Shili pill. The Ninghua pill enhances the absorption of fire energy. The Huichun powder aids in healing and restoring mental vigor, while the Shili pill strengthens physical power to a degree. After experiencing the alchemical process, Yifeng realized that this skill did not consume any of his Duki. It was akin to boiling instant noodles. As long as there was a flame, he could simply wait for it to be ready. Once he had stored the elixirs, Yifeng turned to Kai Dai, who was resting her chin on her hands and gazing at him intently, and curiously asked, "Is there something on my face?" In response, Kai Dai shyly shook her head. "No, young Master Yifeng, your face is perfectly fine." You are so impressive. Not only are you quick, but you have also produced so many vials. It's nothing special, Yifeng replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at her compliments. Glancing at the darkening sky, Yifeng softly remarked, "It seems we shall have to spend the night here." Indeed, Kai Dai, seated on the ground, twisted her body slightly. Her hands nervously intertwined as she whispered, "Young Master Yifeng, you must know that I am being hunted by both humans and my kin. Why do you go to such lengths to save me?" Yifeng reached out, gently stroking Kai Dai's head, and replied tenderly, "Because you are the free-spirited Kai Dai. You currently lack the powerful wings needed to soar, yet I possess the ability to help you fly." The meaning behind Yifeng's words was lost on Kai Dai, who had yet to regain her memories and strength. On the day she finally possessed her wings, Yifeng would no longer be able to carry her in this manner across the desert. Upon hearing this, the charming face of Kai Dai instantly flushed with a rosy hue, resembling a peach ready to burst with juice. She gently bit her crimson lips, feeling an inner delight. At that moment, emboldened by an unknown courage, Kai Dai slowly lifted her head, her enchanting eyes locking with those starry depths of Yifeng's gaze. With a slight parting of her lips, she asked, "Young Master Yifeng, may Kai Dai remain by your side forever? You could indeed be considered my master." Cough, cough. Yifeng vigorously patted his chest, nearly choked by Kai Dai's words, as the melancholic atmosphere he had just conjured dissipated into the ether. "Young Master Yifeng, are you all right? Please, have some water." Kai Dai hurriedly offered him an open water pouch. Receiving the pouch, Yifeng quickly waved his left hand in refusal, stating, "Kai Dai, such words must never be uttered again. How could our relationship be so?" Pouting her red lips and puffing her cheeks, Kai Dai whispered softly, "Is that not possible? Then, may Kai Dai be considered a friend of young Master Yifeng?" At that moment, Yifeng, who was drinking water to calm his nerves, could no longer contain his amusement and burst into laughter. Chapter 25. Ascension to the Great Dome Master, Tenderness of the Desert. After a series of astonishingly bold declarations from Kai Dai, Yifeng reluctantly assumed the role of a teacher, diligently imparting fundamental knowledge and common sense of the serpent clan to her. Once Kai Dai was lulled into slumber, Yifeng entered a meditative state to examine his attribute panel. Sign-in System Master. Yifeng. Race, Serpent Clan. Do Chi Cultivation, 7-star Dome Master. Secret Art. Devouring Spirit Technique, Divine Level. Exotic Fire, 3000 Flames. Weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire, capable of inlaying magic core. Physique, 3000 Stellar Body, Immortal Body. Alchemical Cauldron, Purple Abyss, Alchemy Skill. First Rank, Do Techniques, Sandstorm. Profound Ice Dragon Soaring, Thunderbat Wings, Flames Rejecting 3000, Wind-Sucking Fire Palm, Wandering Serpent Form, Serpent Shadow Blade. Items, Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. 3-Patterned Azure Spirit Pill, Alchemy Classic, 2nd Rank, 4th Order Wind Attribute Magic Core. Yifeng discovered that during his period of unconsciousness, his Do Chi cultivation had once again surged by 1 star, now reaching the strength of a 7-star Dome Master. However, he felt no exhilaration regarding this progress, for such cultivation was still dreadfully slow. Presently, there were only 2 methods to swiftly enhance his prowess. One was to consume the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill, and the other was to voluntarily surrender to the Medusa Temple. Even without surrendering, Queen Medusa would inevitably seek him out, as they had mutually agreed to meet once she was prepared. The precise timing of that encounter remained a mystery to Yifeng, yet he understood that such a day would eventually arrive. It was merely a question of time. He could scarcely fathom the state in which Her Majesty would find him when she saw her sister in his presence. However, the notion of returning to surrender meant he would undoubtedly face numerous dangers along the way. It must be noted that he had no shortage of enemies. Whether from the underworld or the formidable Do Kings of Mo-Ba-Si, they were likely eager to eliminate him. With this thought, Yifeng did not hesitate to swallow the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill. A hint of sweetness lingered on his tongue. The next moment, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt an extraordinary surge of Do Chi swirling chaotically within him, accompanied by a strange sensation of pain, rapidly escalating. 8-star Dome Master. 9-star Dome Master. Indeed, even Yifeng was taken aback by the overwhelming energy of Do Chi escalating within him. The effects of this 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill were astonishingly formidable. Furthermore, He sensed three distinct and peculiar sensations coursing through his meridians. The first was his 3,000 flames. The second, a chilling essence he recognized as Bone's spirit cold fire. And the final searing sensation was that of the azure lotus earth fire. It became clear that this three-patterned azure spirit pill was not an ordinary high-grade item, but rather a supreme treasure imbued with the essence of three exotic fires. As he felt the torrent of energy surging within him, coupled with the strange and excruciating sensations radiating through his meridians, Yifeng could not help but grit his teeth in pain. How careless of me to have overlooked the rank of this three-patterned azure spirit pill before consuming it. Yifeng couldn't help but praise the quality of this medicinal elixir rewarded by the system. It was truly remarkable. However, this could lead to dire consequences. As the battle energy coursed through him, three intertwining forces, one cold and two hot, entwined like the tail of a serpent, harmoniously fusing together. The sensations of chill and heat rapidly circulated within his body, tormenting Yifeng to the point where his face flushed crimson, and frost crystals began to form on his forehead. His handsome visage twisted in discomfort as hissing coldness escaped between his clenched teeth. Were it not for Yifeng's possession of the 3,000 stars body, which swiftly repaired his meridians, his channels would likely have burst from the strain of these three exotic flames, let alone enhancing his battle energy cultivation. Kai Dai, sensing the turmoil, opened her enchanting eyes. Gazing at Yifeng, who was so close, radiating both icy and fiery temperatures, she then glanced at her own colorful, exotic serpent tail, her delicate face blushing with a tender hue. As time passed, the myriad tiny energies within Yifeng surged with a forceful momentum, ferociously rushing through his previously constrained meridians like a roaring river. Within the frenzied vortex of battle energy, the liquid energy began to dwindle, and a thumb-sized azure diamond crystal gradually took shape, the very proof of becoming a grand battle master. The battle crystal. A grand battle master. Yifeng's eyes flew open, shimmering with a star-like purple-black glow, his face alight with ecstasy. He had never anticipated that, as a 7-star battle master, consuming the three-patterned azure spirit pill would catapult him directly into the ranks of a grand battle master. This was an astonishing and unforeseen delight. Only a few days prior, he had merely been a lowly 4-star battle fighter. Young Master Yifeng, congratulations on your promotion. A melodious voice chimed softly in his ear. Turning to look, Yifeng found Kai Dai's silky locks cascading against her exquisite cheek, creating an alluring sight. Her slender, enchanting eyes seemed different from before, stirring his curiosity. Kai Dai, what has happened to you? Oh, it's nothing, young Master Yifeng. Look, the sky is brightening. Shall we watch the sunrise together? Kai Dai extended her lovely arm, pointing towards the glowing horizon, smiling sweetly. Absolutely. It has been ages since I last witnessed a sunrise. Yifeng turned to behold the breathtaking scenery before him. In the early morning of the vast desert, the merciless sandstorms had ceased, and in the distant dunes, the sun quietly emerged, unnoticed by most. The beautiful maiden nestled against his shoulder, both savoring the beauty and warmth of the dawn together. Both individuals reveled in the serene and comforting warmth of the moment, with neither wishing to disrupt the tranquility. The beautiful eyes of Kai Dai shimmered with tenderness as she gently raised her gaze and murmured, "Young Master Yifeng, Kai Dai wishes to witness the sunrise from the heavens." Very well. Yifeng readily acquiesced to Kai Dai's modest request, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. Suddenly, magnificent wings unfurled from his back. With a resounding rush of wind, their figures soared towards the sky. In the gentle rays of the morning sun, the duo glided gracefully over the vast expanse of the desert. Should anyone have the fortune to behold this enchanting scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in awe, "How breathtaking! Truly magnificent!" Yet, lurking in the distant sands, a group of cloaked serpents gazed up at the sky, their eyes fixated on the airborne figures. At last, Yifeng, I have finally found you. Chapter 26. The colorful butterfly experiences rebirth amidst the sandstorm. This Yifeng, aside from possessing advanced martial arts of the mysterious tier, astonishingly wields the rare ability of flight. The leader of the black-robed figures spoke in a deep voice. "Mo Lands, is this how you report your intelligence?" "Commander, during my previous encounter with Yifeng, he did not utilize this flying technique," replied the black-robed man at the rear, filled with confusion. This individual was none other than Mo Lance, who had previously attempted to ambush Yi Feng in the oasis but had returned in failure. Mo Lance was puzzled. If Yi Feng possessed the ability to fly, why did he engage them in battle instead of simply taking to the skies? They could not fly. So wouldn't it have been more advantageous for him to escape effortlessly? Was he so confident in his ability to eliminate them all? Gazing at Yi Feng's affectionate silhouette against the sky, Missouri Lands respectfully suggested, "Commander, Yi Feng is currently preoccupied with that traitor. We should wait until his energy is depleted, then strike decisively to eliminate him." Impudent Mo Lance. When have you, a mere great fighter, had the authority to dictate my actions? The leader of the black-robed figures waved his sleeve, an oppressive force immediately causing Mo Lance to kneel upon the ground with a dull thud. "Commander, Yi Feng is quite enigmatic, with hidden cards emerging one after another. We ought to exercise caution." Mo Lance, kneeling on the sand with his hands pressed against the ground, gritted his teeth. The leader, with his hands clasped behind his back, released the pressure that had weighed down on Mo Lance. "You do raise valid points. In that case, you shall be the one to test the waters." What? You wish for me to go?" The leader's low voice resonated. "Of course. I shall go once he descends." Mo Lance responded, his face beneath the mask contorted with bitterness. The leader slowly shook his head and turned to Mo Lance, uttering in a grave tone, "No, I mean for you to go now." What? You wish for me not to go?" "I shall go. I shall go." Faced with the commander's intimidation, Mo Lance had no choice but to steel himself and lead his men away. Meanwhile, Yi Feng soared through the sky with the colorful butterfly, relishing the rare morning beauty amidst the vast desert, a comfort both physical and mental. Suddenly, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, his body suspended in the air as he looked down at the colorful butterfly in his arms, expressing his exasperation. Some swine simply relish rooting through cabbages, while certain toads aspire to devour swans. Alas! Upon hearing this, the colorful butterfly glanced at the individuals below and could not help but cover her delicate red lips, laughing. "Young Master Yi Feng, are you the cabbage or the swan?" Shaking his head, Yi Feng replied gently with a smile, "I am certainly neither." "You are? Then young Master Yi Feng, you must be the former, then?" The colorful butterfly's eyes sparkled as her charming face flushed, instinctively retorting. Yi Feng was suddenly taken aback, just as he was about to utter a word. A familiar cold shout echoed from below. "You, Yi Feng, have proven to be quite elusive. Who would have thought you would become so intimately entangled with a traitor? This time, your demise is assured." Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Feng cast a disdainful smile downward. "I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be the vanquished." Captain Mullins, dressed in a tightly cloaked black robe, Mullins was momentarily stunned. "What? Is Captain Mullins here to fetch water, or perhaps sand?" Yi Feng's words dripped with scorn, causing Mullins' expression to shift dramatically. Yi Feng had pierced through the veils of deception, and now Mullins found himself in dire straits. Should he fail to eliminate Yi Feng, his own commander would undoubtedly extinguish him. "Attack! Bring him down!" Mullins commanded without a moment's hesitation. At his behest, a dozen figures clad in black robes, alongside Mullins, swiftly drew forth formidable bows, channeling their battle energy into sharp arrows that soared into the sky. 10 battle masters and 2 peak grand battle masters. They truly regard me highly. Yi Feng mused, his expression turning grave. With a powerful flap of his thunderbat wings, a resounding thunderclap echoed, illuminating the sky with a brilliant silver streak. Yi Feng navigated deftly amidst the onslaught of arrows, accompanied by the graceful butterfly, evading each projectile with remarkable speed. However, the exertion of using his flight technique with the butterfly had drained a considerable amount of his battle energy. He needed to resolve the conflict swiftly. Even if they attempted to flee, the relentless pursuit would not allow for a significant distance between them. It would be far better to eliminate them all. "Are you afraid, Butterfly?" Yi Feng's voice reached her ears. The butterfly shook her head, her smile radiant. "I am not afraid, for I am delighted to be sheltered in young Master Yi Feng's embrace." She had never felt so rejuvenated. It was as though she had been reborn. The free butterfly had finally found her rightful place, and should she perish in young Master Yi Feng's arms, she would do so willingly. Yi Feng smiled faintly, dismissing further thoughts. With a sudden powerful flap of his colossal wings, he altered his descent, hurtling downwards at an alarming speed. Amongst the rain of arrows ascending skyward, Yifeng employed the speed of his thunderbat wings, evading each strike with utmost effort. He is coming down. Shoot him down. Kill him. Fire, fire, fire. Mullen shouted, his voice booming as he watched Yifeng plummet. Though Yifeng moved with incredible swiftness, the density of the arrows was overwhelming, and both he and the butterfly remained large targets. Despite his rapid descent, he could not evade the onslaught entirely. To protect the butterfly, Yifeng had no choice but to absorb the impact himself. With a sharp intake of breath, Yifeng winced in pain as several arrows pierced him. The butterfly's elongated eyes flashed with a fierce glint as she gazed downward, her heart igniting with a fierce determination. However, this scene went unnoticed, as everyone's gaze was fixed upon their adversaries. Yifeng's eyes were locked on the crowd below, where a small whirlwind had formed in the palm of his left hand. This whirlwind roared with intensity, for the energy it contained was utterly terrifying, encompassing 3 distinct attributes. Allow me to demonstrate the dreadfulness of Earth-level combat skills. Sandstorm. As Yifeng appeared above a dozen individuals, accompanied by a chilling shout, the whirlwind in his hand was hurled forth. Boom. The moment that whirlwind made contact with the sandy ground, it erupted into a massive flaming sand vortex that soared skyward. The 3 formidable attributes of energy stirred the winds and clouds above, casting a shroud of gloom, while the surrounding space experienced a slight distortion. By the heavens, Mo Lands and the other cloaked figures gazed in astonishment at the colossal flaming whirlwind before them, their mouths agape in disbelief. Before they could flee, they felt their bodies being lifted skyward by an irresistible force, as the wind and sand tore at their skin and the searing flames scorched them. Releasing a scent of singed flesh, anguished screams erupted from the crowd. Ah, Commander, please save us. Humph, a pack of useless fools, incapable of dealing with a mere boy. A deep voice suddenly resonated from the heavens above. Chapter 27. Those who harm young Master Yifeng shall perish. The aura emanating from the figure clad in black robes was immensely formidable. With a mere wave of his hands, he rescued Mo Lands and another peak Dome Master Serpent from peril. As for the 10 Dome Masters, there was no need for their rescue. The instant they were engulfed by Yifeng's sandstorm, their flesh had been charred and subsequently torn apart. Even if saved, they could not survive. However, Mo Lands and the other peak Dome Master Serpent, thanks to the defense of their Do Chi armor, had not sustained any fatal injuries. Yet now, as they lay on the ground, their bodies were entirely blackened, emanating a scent reminiscent of the roasted magical beast meat that Yifeng prepared, which piqued Kai Dai's senses. Sighing, Yifeng gently descended to the ground while holding Kai Dai in his arms, tilting his head to gaze at the shadow above. The figure, whose serpent tail was also cloaked in darkness, possessed an immense pair of wings. Unlike Yifeng's thunderbat wings, these were the true wings of a Do Wong powerhouse. There were only a few Do Wong strongholds among the Serpent clan, and this individual, as Mo Lands had sought help from, was undoubtedly one of their leaders. Observing his actions, Yifeng speculated that this might be his rival, the leader Mo Bas, who sought to sell bathing water from Yume. Grasping Kai Dai's delicate hand, Yifeng spoke softly, Kai Dai, when I engage him in battle, you must leave first. I will find you shortly thereafter. In response, Kai Dai shook her head, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. No, young Master Yifeng. You are the sanctuary of my rebirth. I will remain by your side, regardless of life or death. Yifeng felt a surge of emotion within. Even in such dire circumstances, he had a beautiful companion by his side, rendering his journey here worthwhile. Leave. None shall escape today. Yifeng, you conspire with traitors. Today, I shall eradicate you 2 betrayers for the clan. The shadow above bellowed fiercely, his wings fluttering slightly as he dove swiftly downward. Run. Don't look back. I will certainly seek you out. With a surge of Do Chi, Yifeng forcefully propelled Kai Dai away. Unfurling his thunderbat wings to confront the figure in the sky, Kai Dai's eyes shimmered with tears. She chose not to heed Yifeng's command to depart, instead gazing upward toward the heavens. Yifeng unleashed his flying Do technique, his flame-wreathed longsword enveloped in violet-black flames, engaging in battle with the Do Wong leader. The flowing blade, ablaze with 3,000 blazing flames, intensified in ferocity under the scorching heat of the Tagore Desert. As a great Do master, Yifeng now unleashed his full strength. Due to his 3,000-star body, the wounds inflicted by arrows had completely healed at this moment. With each swing of his longsword, terrifying fiery rays erupted, and the violet-black flame armor that adorned him exuded an eerie aura, causing the opposing Do Wong powerhouse to grow increasingly solemn. What manner of flame is this boy's violet-black fire? How can it possess such scorching heat? Beast fire? Or perhaps otherworldly fire? It cannot possibly be the latter. A mere child like him could never absorb such flames. And what of his strength? When did he ascend to the rank of a grand fighter? Just a few days have passed since he was in the temple. And now he claims the title of grand fighter? This boy is far too enigmatic. If he is not eliminated now, he will undoubtedly become a future threat. The figure cloaked in black gazed intently at the searing violet-black flames, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With a sudden flourish of his gloved hands, 2 great blades materialized, and his voice cut through the air with icy authority. You little brat, I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed me. It is time to die. A blue figure streaked across the sky, swiftly reaching Yifeng's side, where 2 glinting blades descended menacingly towards his head. Flame refusal, 3,000. Gripping the flowing blade like fire, Yifeng hastily parried the incoming strikes, unleashing his combat skill. Boom! A surge of intense flames erupted from his long blade, surging towards the black-robed fighter opposite him. The flowing blade had been embedded with a 4th-tier wind attribute magic core, thus the wind fueled the fire, releasing an energy several times stronger than before. Yet, to the black-robed man, this was of little consequence, for he was a peak Do Wong powerhouse. A torrent of Do Qi surged forth, abruptly halting the advancing flames. As he exerted his strength, pressing down upon Yifeng. How could Yifeng, merely a 1-star grand fighter, withstand the full might of a top-tier Do Wong? Curse it! The flowing blade could no longer be held. It was thrust against Yifeng's body, and he was suddenly propelled downward by the overwhelming force. Blood mist erupted in the air as the sharp blades carved 2 gory wounds into Yifeng's chest. Boom! The tremendous force slammed Yifeng's body into the sandy ground, sending clouds of dust soaring. Coughing up blood, he could no longer contain himself. Yifeng! A worried voice reached his ears. Turning to see the gentle figure rushing toward him, Yifeng forced a smile through the pain. You foolish girl. Why are you still here? Hurry and run this. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have no colorful butterfly wings to fly alongside. Before he could finish, his consciousness began to fade, and as he closed his eyes, he succumbed into darkness. The delicate figure reached his side, cradling him gently in her arms. Yifeng, you call the colorful butterfly a foolish girl. Are you not equally foolish? Her elongated eyes were fixed upon the unconscious Yifeng and his blood-soaked body, tears streaming down her cheeks in a moment of overwhelming sorrow. Haha, you wretched boy, no matter how monstrous your talents, you shall never be my equal. The black-robed figure above laughed maniacally, his serpent-like tail flicking violently. A violent shockwave erupted from the air, as a figure wielding dual blades charged downwards towards Yifeng and Kai Dai. Traitors of the clan, cursed wretches, you shall all perish. The twin blades glimmered with a chilling malevolence, slicing fiercely towards Kai Dai, who cradled Yifeng in her embrace. Should the blade strike true, Kai Dai would surely meet her demise. Yet, she remained oblivious to the impending danger. Kai Dai gazed into Yifeng's eyes, her expression radiating a captivating tenderness unlike before. Her crimson lips parting gently. Young Master Yifeng, you have tirelessly shielded me. Now it is my turn to protect you. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Kai Dai's delicate form. A vibrant crimson hue engulfed the entire desert expanse visible to the eye, causing the very fabric of the space to tremble under the weight of such formidable power. Her lips, akin to blazing flames, curled into a bewitching smile. Young Master Yifeng, I shall ensure that all who have harmed you will meet their end. Chapter 28. The Wrathful Colorful Butterfly. The Return of the Old Shadow. With a piercing shout, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the colorful butterfly. The surrounding sandy terrain was transformed into a small basin under the impact of this explosive force, not to mention the black-robed serpent man advancing with dual blades. As the black serpent man's blades grazed the colorful butterfly's flowing tresses, he believed victory was within his grasp. However, at that moment, The formidable energy erupted violently, sending him sprawling away. The black-robed figure had no time to react before being flung through the air. The powerful body of the Do Wang crashed heavily onto the distant sands, raising a cloud of dust, accompanied by a dull, pained groan. Kneeling upon the ground, the black-robed man plunged his dual blades into the earth, and as his hood fell away, it revealed a head of grayish-white hair. With a resounding crack, the mask he wore shattered, unveiling a visage that would shock anyone. This man was not the Mobas that Yifeng had suspected, but rather the vengeful Inshur. Seeking retribution for the death of his kin, the aged face was contorted with rage, blood trickling from the corners of his tightly clenched mouth, forcing out words that filled him with dread. A Do Huang powerhouse. Damn traitor, how could you still possess the strength of a Do Huang? The elder's gnarled hand clutched a cane as he gazed towards the distant colorful butterfly, astonishment etched upon his features. Ignoring Inshur's inquiries, the colorful butterfly approached Mo lands and the great Do Shur. Her beautiful eyes glinted with an unprecedented ferocity as a crimson Do Qi sword materialized in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed the sword upon the unconscious duo, transforming them into Mo lands. Two soul-piercing screams erupted from the mouths of the once unconscious figures. They could distinctly feel the snake tails beneath them vanish. As their bodies were cleaved in two, they fell into unconsciousness once more, but this was merely the beginning. With the swift sound of the slicing wind, the sword pulverized their forms, leaving not even a scrap of clothing behind. Witnessing such brutality, Inshur turned pale, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet, just as he attempted to escape, he sensed several potent auras rapidly approaching. His deep-set eyes narrowed, and a realization dawned upon him. He swiftly retracted the dual blades from the ground, causing his black robe to vanish as well. His previously erect posture now slumped, resembling that of an elder in decline. Raising his ornate azure cane, he shouted furiously at the colorful butterfly. Damn traitor, you have slain Mo lands and Mogz of the Moshi tribe. How can my Inshur let you go unpunished? In the face of this shameless shadow realm, the radiant visage of Kai Dai remained utterly unchanged. With a sudden flick of her serpentine tail, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. At that moment, her alluring form erupted with an astonishing energy, as she grasped her long sword with a diagonal hold, charging fiercely toward the shadow realm. Fully aware that evasion was futile, Inshur could only muster his battle energy to coalesce into a defensive armor, employing combat skills to counter this vicious onslaught. Shuamu shield. Grasping his staff, a battle energy shield materialized abruptly before him. Yet, the instant this shield made contact with the radiant sword, it shattered into fragments. The scarlet sword struck fiercely against the staff, sending Inshur's body hurtling through the air. Blood gushed forth anew, painting a crimson mist against the backdrop of the sky. Inshur felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly attempted to turn and defend himself once more. But this time, the enchanting figure offered him no reprieve. Like a blood-red sword, it descended mercilessly upon his back. A piercing cry erupted as crimson blood sprayed from his wound, echoing tragically through the heavens. The gruesome injury invoked a sense of dread, as Inshur, pale and trembling, knelt upon the ground. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had gravely misjudged Kai Dai's fury in this moment. Damn it, why are they taking so long? The fierce glint in Kai Dai's eyes showed no sign of abatement as she transformed into a streak of red light, appearing before Inshur, her long sword descending without hesitation toward his head. Stop! Just then, several figures emerged around them, their brilliance manifesting as they intercepted the descending blood-colored blade. Hearing this voice, a hint of color returned to Inshur's pale face, and he collapsed onto the sandy ground in relief. These individuals had finally arrived. Are you all intending to confront me as well? A cold glint flashed in Kai Dai's eyes as she directed her fierce gaze toward the surrounding figures. These individuals were the leaders of the Serpentine race, drawn here for one reason alone, Yifeng. As the premier prodigy of the Serpentine clan, Yifeng's prolonged absence had stirred concern not only among others, but even the formidable Medusa queen herself. This prompted the queen to leave the royal city and seek out the mercenaries in the dunes, inquiring about Kai Dai and Yifeng, embroiled in tales of eliminating a certain rotund individual. Thus, The 8 leaders of the Serpentine clan found themselves embroiled in a frantic search across the desert for Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Ainshur seized this opportunity to lead an assault on Yi Feng, scheming to frame the blame on Mo Basi. However, just as victory seemed imminent, this traitor of the Serpentine clan unexpectedly unleashed the power of a battle emperor. Sensing Kai Dai's formidable battle energy, the other leaders hastened toward her. Among the 3 leaders who arrived were Mo Basi, the one selling bathwater, the burly and stout Yen Ci with his braided hair, and a rotund figure known as the Flower Snake King. The leaders who arrived here were all exceptionally formidable. The Flower Snake King hastily assisted Ainshur, administering several healing pills. Ainshur, what on earth is happening? Why has this child, Yi Feng, fainted? And how can this traitor be so powerful? Yen Ci inquired, glancing at the unconscious Yi Feng. Ainshur, unperturbed, sighed weakly. Alas, when I arrived, I happened upon this traitor slaying your protector, Mo Basi. Just as she was about to kill Yi Feng, I intervened. Though I saved him, it was ultimately futile against her strength. What? That accursed traitor! Mo Basi seethed with rage, drawing forth his dual blades, while the 2 other leaders glared menacingly at Kai Dai. Ainshur held great prestige among the serpent people and was regarded as their strategist. In times of crisis, he would devise plans. Thus the others trusted his words and turned their animosity towards Kai Dai. Huh, Ainshur, you old wretch, I never imagined you to be so shameless. Akin to those old scoundrels. Since you all believe his words, let us confront her together. A flicker of disdain crossed Kai Dai's eyes as her cold voice reverberated across the sky. Suddenly, her formidable fighting spirit enveloped the others, and a massive crimson python began to spiral forth from her body. Chapter 29. The Resurgence of Queen Medusa and the Ruthless Yi Feng. A colossal python materialized amidst the commanding roar of the formidable Kai Dai. The hissing emanating from the immense red python, coupled with the terrifying aura that exuded an overwhelming pressure, caused the expressions of the 4 Do Wang powerhouses present to stiffen. The intensity of this presence was truly formidable. United, they resolved to prevent her from harming Yi Feng. The flame spike suddenly manifested in Yen Ci's grasp, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged it towards Kai Dai's visage. Kai Dai's delicate features shifted dramatically. Her singular focus was to eliminate the threat posed by the Shadow Realm against Yi Feng, and she held no intention of harming her kin. Consequently, as Yen Ci's assault approached, Kai Dai swiftly retreated, while Mo Basi, who had been betrayed yet was still counting his gains, relentlessly pursued her. He swiftly darted from the side to strike at Kai Dai, who hastily defended herself. At that moment, the corpulent Flower Snake King also launched an attack. In response to their onslaught, Kai Dai either evaded or deflected their strikes, her lovely countenance revealing her distress as she implored, "Do not heed the words of the Shadow Realm. It is he who seeks to harm Master Yi Feng. I am here to save him. I wish not to engage with you. Do not force my hand." Cursed the treacherous traitor for slandering the leader of the Shadow Realm. He has devised plans time and again to rescue our clan. How could he possibly turn against Yi Feng? Yen Ci's face twisted with fury, and he unleashed a torrent of Do Qi, driving the attack towards Kai Dai's waist. With a resigned shake of her head, Kai Dai's gaze caught sight of the malevolent grin of the Shadow Realm behind the others, igniting her wrath. If that is the case, do not blame me. The colossal red python let out an ancient roar, then surged towards the assailants with ferocity. The strength of the leaders was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Kai Dai's current prowess. Even the Ice Monarch, Hai Bo Dong, had effortlessly defeated 3 Do Wang in an instant, let alone Kai Dai, who possessed the might of a top-tier Do Huang. The giant python opened its cavernous maw and consumed the 3 Do Wang leaders whole, enveloping them in the suffocating pressure of Do Qi, causing them to spew forth torrents of blood. However, this titanic serpent did not halt after vanquishing its foes. Instead, it charged towards the Shadow Realm, which had somehow positioned itself before Yi Feng. The Shadow Realm exhibited no fear of the approaching behemoth. Rather, a sinister expression twisted his features as he gazed upon the unconscious Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, you have gravely erred in slaying my grandson. Though you are a rare talent in our clan, I must take the life of this enemy. Prepare to meet your end." The tip of the Shadow Realm's staff gleamed ominously as it viciously plunged towards Yi Feng. "No, young Master Yi Feng," Kai Dai cried out, her face ashen. As she soared towards him, her wings unfurling in desperation. Her eyes brimmed with despair. Even she was unable to reach Yifeng in time, helplessly witnessing the sharp glimmer descending towards his head. At that very instant, a crimson light surged forth, striking the staff and sending it flying. In an instant, a crimson beam of light struck the chest of Shi, causing his body to collapse to the ground, his fate uncertain. The three Serpent clan leaders clutched their chests, astonished by the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the moment. Could it be that Shi truly intended to eliminate Yifeng? Just moments ago, they had aided in his cruelty, and now they found themselves gazing skyward in disbelief. Kai-Dai, witnessing Yifeng's rescue, exhaled a sigh of relief and hurried to his side, confirming that he was unharmed. Her gaze gradually shifted to the silhouette hovering above in the sky. A gentle breeze swept across the vast desert, enveloping the scene in silence, where an extraordinarily graceful figure floated above. This individual, adorned with a crown and clad in a resplendent red gown, exuded an alluring charm. Her voluptuous yet delicate form was nothing short of breathtaking. Her elongated eyes radiated authority while hinting at a touch of seduction, accentuated by her exquisite visage. Cascading tresses of silky hair tumbled freely over her shoulders, descending to her slender waist. Beneath her, the serpent tail shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating an alluring temptation. A magnificent pair of crimson wings unfurled from her back, suspended in midair, while the red longbow, forged from battle energy, gradually dissipated from her hands. "All hail Her Majesty the Queen," the leaders exclaimed, promptly kneeling in reverence. "Sister," Kai-Dai called out to the figure above, her fair face illuminating with joy. But soon turning pale, her delicate form weakened, and she fainted, collapsing towards the ground. At that very moment, Yifeng, who had been lying unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sprang up with vigor, catching Kai-Dai's soft body in his arms. In an instant, a blade of fiery energy manifested in his right hand. His eyes glinted with ferocity as the sharp edge plunged mercilessly into Shi's heart, leaving only the hilt exposed, a testament to the user's ruthlessness and ferocity. The violet-black flames erupted, engulfing Shi's heart, and blood splattered forth, pooling beneath him, a crimson stream seeping into the sand. The eerie fire consumed Shi's body, releasing an overwhelming aroma of charred flesh. Blood soaked the ground, evaporating rapidly, leaving only a bloody imprint as evidence of a fallen combat king. The three leaders, still kneeling, sensed a formidable aura and swiftly turned their heads, only to be met with a sight that drew gasps of astonishment. This young man was unerringly decisive in his slaughter. How ruthless, how cunning. It became evident that he had been awake all along, biding his time. Had the queen not intervened, Shi would surely have met his end alongside this young man. With narrowed eyes, Queen Medusa's countenance shifted, her delicate form swiftly descending towards the ground. The aloof queen, silent and regal, gracefully swayed her slender waist as she approached Yifeng, her voice low and compelling. "Do you not realize that by persisting in this manner, I may be unable to save you? Your Majesty, I understand that if I do not act thus, I shall be even more incapable of saving myself," Yifeng replied, bowing slightly, his tone respectful yet resolute. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side, not straying even a step." The Medusa queen's crimson lips parted, her words laced with authority. With that, her delicate, fair arms slowly extended, reaching out to embrace Yifeng tenderly. Yet, Yifeng discerned that this was not an affectionate embrace, but rather an invitation for her to take the colorful butterfly from his grasp. At that moment, in Yifeng's sight, the stunningly beautiful Medusa queen, her enchanting eyes suddenly sharpened as she gazed skyward. With a sudden rush of wind, a towering figure, matching the color of the heavens, abruptly appeared above her. "I shall have her." Chapter 30. The Ice Emperor reappears. The queen torments the Ice Emperor. High above in the sky, a figure of striking familiarity emerged. It was a middle-aged man adorned in a luxurious blue robe, somewhat creased, that spoke of nobility. His disheveled black hair framed his face, and a pair of magnificent wings shimmered in the sunlight, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In his right hand, he wielded a colossal spear emanating a frigid aura, pointed diagonally downward, exuding an overwhelming presence that, paradoxically, appeared somewhat disheveled and awkward. Upon this man's arrival, the reactions of others were overshadowed by Yi Feng's delight. With his presence, the previously sweltering atmosphere noticeably cooled. Descending from the heavens were visible ice crystals, reminiscent of a refreshing breeze from an air conditioner on a scorching summer day, a sensation of unparalleled comfort and indulgence. This purveyor of coolness was none other than the Ice Emperor, Hebadong, who had previously been wounded by Yi Feng, a formidable human Dohuan. Several leaders of the serpent folk gazed upward in astonishment, their elongated eyes fixated on the figure above, radiating an aura that repelled all who dared approach. With a voice as cold as ice, one proclaimed, "Ice Emperor Hebadong, I have yet to seek you out, and you return of your own volition. What business do you have with her? By decree of another, I am bound to a loyal task. She, I must take away." Hebadong replied, his tone resolute. "Is that so? Just you?" A tremendous force erupted from Queen Medusa, her crimson wings unfurling behind her. "Then let us see." A streak of red light traversed the sky, hurtling toward Hebadong. "Today, I shall witness the true prowess of the infamous Queen Medusa." Hebadong's expression remained as frigid as ice, his demeanor unperturbed. He raised his hand, and countless ice spikes, glistening with a chilling radiance, surged forth around him. With a slight flick of his fingers, the myriad ice shards darted toward the advancing queen. The air crackled with sound as the icy projectiles cascaded down like a frigid rain. Queen Medusa spread her wings wide, her scarlet form darting through the sky with remarkable speed, evading each ice spike that threatened to mar her flawless, porcelain-like skin. In the blink of an eye, she materialized before Hebadong, conjuring two crimson blades that intersected in a swift, lethal arc toward him. The spear, lifted and elegantly wielded, danced through the air, clashing with Medusa's dual blades. The sharp, resonant sounds of their duel echoed across the sky, akin to the clash of steel. The red and blue figures engaged in a flurry of strikes, a relentless exchange that transpired within mere moments. With each collision, a palpable surge of energy radiated downward, felt by the onlookers below. The three leaders of the serpent folk began to grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing that this was a consequence of Hebadong's own recklessness. Hastily, the three rushed to Yi Feng's side, collaboratively conjuring an energy barrier to shield him from the onslaught of energy raining down from the heavens. In response, Yi Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Kai Dai regaining her strength, his life might have truly been forfeit in this vast desert. With the realm of the underworld now extinguished, he was compelled to make amends with these leaders, particularly with Mo. Although their relationship was fraught with emotional conflict, it had not escalated to the point of wishing each other's demise. Mo. was cognizant of being manipulated by the underworld, and standing before Yi Feng now provided him with an avenue for retreat, subtly indicating that he harbored no intent to harm. Thus, their relationship began to thaw, and the future would hinge on whether Yi Feng would commit any further transgressions. Cradling Kai Dai tightly in his embrace, Yi Feng turned his gaze towards the battle unfolding above. In the sky, Hebadong and Queen Medusa wove through the air, their silhouettes intertwining and generating ferocious ripples of energy. Fragments of ice rained down, blanketing the ground, a testament to the terrifying might of a Dou Emperor. The cold spear in his hand danced with fluidity, perfectly encapsulating the scene, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from its lair. As the spear's tip lunged forth, an ice dragon surged towards Queen Medusa, ready to rend her asunder. Without flinching, her exquisite visage remained unchanged as she twirled her dual blades, swiftly slicing at the ice dragon. In an instant, the ice dragon was obliterated by the crimson blade's impact. Without the slightest hesitation, Queen Medusa directed her blades toward Hebadong. He quickly raised his icy spear to defend, but this brief moment of disparity left him at a disadvantage. The red figure flickered and appeared behind Hebadong, sending a chill down his spine, prompting him to evade to the side. Unfortunately, this attempt to escape was futile. Despite both being Dou emperors, there was a significant disparity in their cultivation levels. Even Yi Feng, wielding the Medusa Queen's experience card in unfamiliar circumstances, could best Hebadong, let alone Queen Medusa herself. The sharp blade sliced through Hebadong's form, inflicting a gruesome wound. The overwhelming force propelled him into the sandy terrain, kicking up a cloud of dust. In this realm, mere smoke and mirrors held no sway. Queen Medusa offered no quarter. The dual blades in her delicate hands vanished in an instant, replaced by a formidable Do-Chi bow that materialized with a fluid motion. Its razor-sharp arrows hurtling towards Hai Bo-Dong's position. With a whoosh, a splash of crimson emerged through the dissipating smoke, irrefutably signaling that Hai Bo-Dong had sustained injuries. As the smoke dissipated entirely, Hai Bo-Dong rose from the ground, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes as he realized, "So it is you. I should have anticipated this. How could there be two Do Huang experts among the serpent people?" With his words, the fighting spirit around Hai Bo-Dong gradually coalesced, and the icy energy emanating from his right hand transformed the surrounding area of 100 meters into a realm of snow and ice. Upon hearing Hai Bo-Dong's declaration, the enchanting figure above, with her exquisite beauty, showed no outward change. However, within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. The individual she had just battled was also a member of the serpent people? How could this be? Could it be? Her elongated, narrow eyes inadvertently glanced down at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, who had been fixated on Her Majesty the Queen, felt a disquieting, captivating gaze upon him, causing his heart to momentarily falter. He then thought to himself, "Indeed, that person is I, my extraordinary mentor, the white-bearded old man." Queen Medusa gazed down at Hai Bo-Dong, her voice low and somber. "The serpent people could have two Do Huang experts, but fate is exceedingly cruel." Fate. Upon hearing this word, Hai Bo-Dong found it utterly ridiculous. Deep love breeds profound hatred. The beloved one who had perished, leaving behind a lingering affection in his heart, his junior sister. She had bestowed upon another the invigorating elixir that could uplift one's spirit. Is this what fate entails? Chapter 31. Captive Hai Bo-Dong. Yi Feng is struck by the queen. A torrent of formidable icy battle energy surged forth from Hai Bo-Dong, warping the very fabric of space above him and gradually coalescing into immense ice dragons. Fate. How lamentable. His words dripped with a hint of mockery and secret delight. Upon witnessing this display, Queen Medusa was instantly consumed by fury, unleashing a terrifying energy from her graceful form. Yet today, you must become a casualty of this destiny. With a roar that resonated through the heavens, her energy erupted like a nuclear explosion. The space behind her exquisite silhouette twisted grotesquely, resembling a vast expanse of crimson flames, akin to an ancient wormhole. From this chaotic space emerged a colossal, fearsome serpent, confronting the distant dragons. The overwhelming aura emanating from both entities caused the three king-level leaders below to change countenance. They understood that their queen was genuinely enraged. This time, the Ice Emperor Hai Bo-Dong was doomed. I may lack the power to prevent this war, but at the very least, I will protect those I hold dear. A primal roar erupted, and the immense crimson serpent coiled around Queen Medusa, exuding an astonishing pressure. Beside the colossal head of the ice dragon, Hai Bo-Dong gazed at the breathtaking Queen Medusa above. Reflecting on the years spent in anguish over the loss of his beloved disciple, he realized that all his suffering stemmed from being betrayed by her. The Ice Emperor had been nothing but a jest in the past. From this day forth, Hai Bo-Dong, would live for himself. His expression turned icy, and at that moment, he truly became the Ice Emperor. He looked at Queen Medusa and declared, "I do not believe I shall perish here, and I have never felt as invigorated as I do today. I seem to glimpse a rebirth, for from now on, I, Hai Bo-Dong, shall no longer be shackled by fate." His eyes gleamed with icy battle energy as he thrust his right arm forward, causing an array of wild ice dragons to surge behind him. With the ice dragons soaring, the dragons spiraled upward, while the enormous fire serpent above dove down. The powerful energies released by both forces caused the Tagore desert to tremble. This overwhelming might was nearly insurmountable for the presently feeble Yi Feng. Thankfully, three robust figures stood before him. Otherwise, he would have surely been swept away by the formidable power of Queen Medusa. Upon their collision, an incredibly terrifying shockwave erupted, dispersing the clouds above into a circular void. The undulating dunes below transformed into a vast basin. As the icy dragons shattered upon the moment of impact with the fiery python, the colossal serpent diminished significantly in size, yet it did not dissipate. A beam of intense crimson light surged towards Hai Bo-Dong, who found himself unable to evade in time. The radiance enveloped his formidable frame, causing his once jet-black hair to gradually transform into a silvery hue, more precisely, a shade reminiscent of grandmother's gray. His skin, too, became considerably parched, for to attain the rank of a Do Huang, Hebadong had certainly aged. The weathered figure of the once mature man swiftly morphed into that of a venerable elder, exuding an air of dignified grace. The attack unleashed by Queen Medusa was no ordinary assault, but rather a sealing technique inherent to the magical beast itself. Hebadong's Do Huang aura rapidly waned, and in the blink of an eye, his realm plummeted to that of a Do Ling. His body gradually collapsed onto the sandy ground. At that moment, Hebadong exhibited no fear of death's approach, but rather an ineffable sense of liberation. Finish me off. Queen Medusa descended slowly, her gaze fixed upon the now impotent Do Ling, her elongated eyes glinting with a frigid light. With a gentle sway of her serpentine tail and a graceful twist of her slender waist, she addressed Mebus and the others. Take him back to the Serpent clan and confine him. There are matters I must inquire of him. Yes, your majesty. The three commanders responded in unison before proceeding towards Hebadong. Queen Medusa harbored a keen interest in the Serpent clan warrior who had previously engaged Hebadong. She was determined to uncover his identity. Yet, her greater curiosity lay with the audacious young man before her. To cause such a commotion merely by stepping outside the royal city was truly impressive. Her narrow gaze shifted from Yi Feng to the colorful butterfly he cradled in his arms, filled with tenderness, as a gentle smile graced her lips. Sister, I have finally found you. The queen's smile momentarily stunned Yi Feng. Her commanding yet enchanting presence, coupled with an underlying warmth, was extraordinarily captivating. In contrast to the benevolent gentleness of the colorful butterfly, the queen's allure invoked a distinct, compelling impulse. How much longer do you intend to hold her? Came the cold voice. Yi Feng hastily offered the colorful butterfly to Queen Medusa. In the act of gently passing her over, he could not entirely avoid some unintended contact. As such, when Yi Feng released his hand, he inadvertently brushed against the chillingly cold frame. Yi Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he furtively glanced at the strikingly beautiful yet frigid visage of Queen Medusa, offering an awkward smile. Hey. In the distance, under the watchful gaze of three commanders, Yi Feng's body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, coughing and sputtering as he emerged from the dust. The icy voice echoed once more. Little one, do you not possess the skill of flight? Why not return on your own? Gazing up at the vanishing silhouette in the sky, Yi Feng sighed in dismay. The Serpent people, a remarkable race that Yi Feng deemed to possess a rather peculiar mentality. This tribe adheres strictly to ancient traditions, with generations guarded by a singular Medusa queen. She is exceptionally gifted and powerful, protecting the Serpent people and repelling foreign invaders, thus ensuring the survival of the entire race. This has rendered the name of Queen Medusa both fearsome and renowned across the continent of Dochi. Each iteration of the Medusa queen emerges from an egg, inheriting immense power, a legacy that endures through time. However, an extraordinary event has transpired within this tribe, triggered by the emergence of a miraculous double yolk egg. This double yolk egg can be regarded as a true royal gem, an event that should incite excitement and jubilation, for it heralds the rise of the Serpent people. Yet, in a twist of fate befitting this undeniably quirky tribe, several elders invoked the clan's regulations, decreeing that the presence of two queens within the tribe is strictly forbidden. Consequently, they resolved to eliminate one, leading to the ensuing events where a butterfly performed a spatial forbidden technique to escape from the Serpent people. Under the moonlight, the royal city exuded an unusually fresh atmosphere, devoid of raging sands, save for a figure that was strikingly captivating. As Yi Feng maneuvered his way into the royal city, the guards behind him began to whisper and point, engaging in hushed discussions about him. Chapter 32. Becoming Her Majesty's personal guard. Have you heard? The ruler of the underworld has perished. What? Is that true? The ruler of the underworld was an 8-star Do Huang. How could he possibly die? Was it at the hands of a human Do Huang? No. It said that it was that fellow Yi Feng who did it. How could that be possible? Isn't Yi Feng merely a dosher? Why would I lie? This time, Her Majesty returned to the royal city accompanied by 3 commanders. There's no way this could be false. Goodness, we must keep our distance from Yi Feng from now on. Haha, I think you're a bit naive. If Yi Feng has slain the ruler of the underworld, how could the elders simply let it go? Indeed, what a pity for such an extraordinary talent. Hush, As Yifeng entered the royal city, whispers arose from both sides of the road. To this, Yifeng regarded their murmurs as inconsequential, akin to meaningless chatter devoid of substance. Will I perish? Ha, they mock my eccentricity, yet I find amusement in their ignorance. With the protection of Queen Medusa, if I were to meet my end, would not my embrace of her thigh have been in vain? As long as she seeks the swiftly and completes its evolution, I shall remain unharmed. Moreover, she could leverage the death of the ruler of the underworld to reprimand those meddlesome elders, a display of power, if you will. While traversing the path, Yifeng contemplated the generous rewards bestowed upon him after receiving Queen Medusa's favor. Beep. The master inadvertently offered a colorful butterfly to Queen Medusa, resulting in a sign-in reward. Second-rank alchemy skill, sugar-coated Ha's recipe. Beep. The master was struck and sent flying by Queen Medusa, earning a sign-in reward. Low-level profound stage dough technique, silver shield of lightning. Who would have thought that my first encounter with Queen Medusa would yield such rewards? However, these rewards are quite delightful. A second-rank alchemy skill. Who would have imagined I could become a second-rank alchemist so swiftly? In the Serpent clan, possessing the title of alchemist, something unprecedented, is more than enough to ensure my survival. The lightning attribute dough technique, silver shield of lightning, if memory serves. This technique belongs to the second son of the Xiao family. But as for the recipe for sugar-coated Ha's system, I sense a hint of favoritism on your part. This feels rather off. Yifeng. A call jolted Yifeng back to reality. Gazing ahead, he spotted his sister, Huaxir, not far away. Sister. Yifeng beamed with joy, swiftly coiling his serpent form and rushing toward Huaxir. You foolish boy, why didn't you inform your sister before going out? You had me worried sick. Instead of a warm embrace from his dear sister, Yifeng was met with a gentle yet firm smack on the head. Ouch! Yifeng rubbed his head in pain, chuckling. Sister, I acknowledge my mistake. See, I'm perfectly fine. This time you've truly stirred up trouble. Well, Her Majesty the Queen is still waiting for you in the palace. Let's go? The flower serpent observed Yifeng's demeanor, her eyes glimmering with a mix of affection and concern. Her Majesty the Queen? As Yifeng recalled the scene of being sent flying, he couldn't help but feel his serpentine tail go limp. Once was not enough. She intends to come again? With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Yifeng followed the flower serpent to the entrance of a room adjacent to Medusa's chamber. Bewildered, he turned to the flower serpent and asked, Sister, aren't we supposed to meet Her Majesty? Why have you brought me here? Do you honestly believe you are presentable to meet the Queen in your current state? The flower serpent replied, her gaze sweeping over Yifeng with a hint of exasperation. Yifeng glanced down at himself, realizing he could only be described as travel-worn. A mere pat on his robes sent a cloud of dust into the air. Of course, that was not the most pressing concern. The most significant realization was that he had not bathed since leaving the royal city, having spent the last few days alongside Kai Dai, enduring several fierce battles. He was indeed drenched in sweat. All right, Yifeng replied awkwardly. Upon entering the room, the flower serpent regarded him with a touch of envy and said, Yifeng, this room will now belong to you. You have been personally appointed by Her Majesty as her close guard, and henceforth, you shall reside here. Yifeng recalled Medusa's words in the desert, which seemed to imply that he was to remain by her side, never to stray even a step away. Yifeng thought to himself, is this truly the proximity of the waterside pavilion? Just a step away from the moon. Yet, a sense of unease crept into his heart, as if danger lurked nearby. What is wrong with you? Are you not pleased? Such ungratefulness. The flower serpent shot Yifeng an annoyed glance and explained, you are Her Majesty's only personal guard. Even I, the captain of the guard, am envious, let alone the other male serpents. Yifeng shrugged, a bitter smile on his face. So, does this mean I've inadvertently attracted a host of enemies? Upon hearing this, the flower serpent blinked her large eyes and nodded. Indeed, you could interpret it that way. Yifeng rolled his eyes, sighing, oh, this is too difficult. Seeing Yifeng's increasingly troubled expression, the flower serpent couldn't help but smile sweetly. However, you fortunate lad. Being by Her Majesty's side means these imagined foes will only dare to harbor their ill will in their hearts. I hope so. Yifeng thought of Mobas and could vividly picture his desire to eliminate him. To his surprise, just as he had eased relations with Moba upon returning, things were destined to become more complicated. All right, wait here. I will have a maid attend to you for your bath. I must take my leave." The flower serpent smiled and turned to depart. "Sister, do you know what has become of Kai Dai?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's inquiry, Hua Shi'er turned around, the corners of her mouth gently lifting to reveal a smile that was both enigmatic and profound. "Are you inquiring about Her Majesty the Queen's sister? Under the protection of Her Majesty, she is unlikely to come to harm. However, she remains in a state of unconsciousness, occasionally murmuring young Master Yi Feng, though I cannot discern to whom she is calling. TSK. Well, I shall take my leave." As her teasing sister departed, Yi Feng felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, inwardly lamenting, "This is troublesome. Kai Dai is in the chambers of Queen Medusa. Surely, the queen will hear her sister calling my name. How can she possibly let this go?" Like a puppet, Yi Feng found himself unexpectedly dressed in a pristine robe. By the time he registered the comfort of his attire, he instinctively stretched and sighed. "Ah, how delightful. Come in, little one." Yi Feng, a voice, unmistakably that of the queen, suddenly echoed in his ears, causing him to nearly collapse in shock. It turned out he had arrived at the threshold of Queen Medusa's chambers. Chapter 33. The Queen's Majestic Defense of Her Husband. I am an alchemist. As a model citizen of the Serpent clan, Yi Feng naturally adhered to the commands of Her Majesty the Queen. Since she invited me in, I shall oblige. With both hands, he pushed the door open. What unfolded before Yi Feng's eyes made him swallow hard. It was not due to the allure of the scene, but rather the sheer terror it invoked. The great hall was shrouded in darkness, with only a few beams of moonlight penetrating the gloom, allowing Yi Feng to faintly discern the ominous blackness within. An atmosphere of chilling dread permeated the hall, sending shivers down Yi Feng's spine. Atop the throne, the enchanting Medusa queen, as Yi Feng had envisioned, sat regally. But below her loomed 3 specters. These 3 phantoms, draped in black robes that concealed their forms, or serpentine tails glistening ominously in the scant moonlight. Their heads were adorned with grotesque masks, featuring sharp teeth and ghastly visages, rendering them veritable harbingers of fear. As the 3 apparitions fixated upon him, Yi Feng felt a sense of desolation wash over him, the moonlight now seeming to cast a mournful pallor. Was this the fabled Hongmen night? Surely. The queen did not summon me for such a grim rendezvous. It was evident that these 3 deranged specters intended to pass judgment upon me. "Greetings, Your Majesty, esteemed elders." Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Feng respectfully bowed. "Enough. Rise." The beautiful Medusa queen gazed at Yi Feng with her piercing eyes, her crimson lips parting slightly. At her command, Yi Feng gradually stood. Suddenly, a thunderous rebuke echoed through the hall. This fierce outcry was laced with an overwhelming sense of oppression that bore down upon Yi Feng. He felt as though he might collapse to the ground. Yet in that moment, a domineering force surged forth, dissipating the oppressive weight. With a sigh of relief, Yi Feng straightened his back, realizing his shirt was already dampened with sweat. These 3 elders of the Serpent clan were indeed formidable, their intimidating presence nearly overwhelming him upon entry. Thankfully, the Medusa queen stood as his protector. Without her, he would have found himself prostrated at once. The elder on the far left, visibly incensed, spoke. "Your Majesty, not only have you failed to punish the traitor of our clan, but you have also brought back this murderer of our kin unscathed. What is your true intention? A sinner?" The queen's elongated eyes fixated on the elder with a chilling intensity. "Third elder, if rescuing the future of our Serpent clan constitutes a sin, then do you not consider yourselves sinners as well? A mere child cannot be compared to those of our stature. He is slain in the underworld, defying our clan's laws. By our decree, he deserves execution by hanging." The 3rd elder retorted, struggling to contain his rising fury, clearly dissatisfied with the queen's course of action. Queen Medusa rose gracefully, a subtle chill gracing her exquisite features. As one of the 8 sovereigns of the underworld, she held great power and prestige among the Serpent clan, having rendered significant contributions to her kin. Yet, she found herself confronting the transgressions of Yin Shi, who, driven by favor for his grandson Yin Bai, covertly targeted a younger member of the clan and orchestrated the framing of Commander Mobus. Is it not unjust for Yi Feng to retaliate with lethal force? Should I, as the queen, order Yi Feng's execution? How could I justify this to the wronged Commander Mobus and the countless members of the Serpent clan? Witnessing Queen Medusa's fierce defense, Yi Feng felt his heart melt in admiration. Truly, The fierce protectiveness of Queen Medusa is unparalleled. Of course, it would be even better if she refrained from striking me. Your Majesty, Sure indeed erred, and according to our clan's laws, he ought to face death, as should Yifeng. The elder on the far right's voice resonated within the grand hall. Moreover, Your Majesty, you repeatedly claim that Yifeng is the savior of our serpent clan's future. Pray tell, what exactly has he saved? What contributions has he made to our lineage? He saved my sister and rescued dozens of our kin captured by humans. A cool voice emerged, tinged with pride for her guardian. Humph, if that is all, what merit does he possess as our savior? The second elder swiftly countered. Rescuing our own is a duty incumbent upon every member of the serpent clan, while saving a traitor is a grave offense deserving of the harshest punishment. Slice him to pieces. This is outrageous. Yifeng could no longer contain his exasperation. These three shameless elders truly believe me to be an easy target. They are treating me as mere fodder. Yifeng, hold your tongue. Queen Medusa's countenance darkened, her reprimand echoing through the hall. Yifeng understood her intentions were for his own good, yet this time, he chose to defy her. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the three elders. May I inquire? Esteemed elders, if I can provide our clan with a continuous supply of elixirs, would that not constitute a contribution? Would that not be a form of salvation for our kin? Elixirs? A steady supply? The three elders widened their eyes in disbelief, nearly dropping their staffs in astonishment. Even Queen Medusa, perched above, gazed at him with equal incredulity. Humph, young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The Grand Elder, standing at the center, thundered in anger. Elixirs have always been the most scarce and precious resources for our clan. Due to our inherently cold nature, we lack individuals with fire attribute fighting spirit and have never possessed esteemed alchemists. Thus, if we wish to acquire various elixirs, we are left with no choice but to seize them from the hands of others or purchase them at exorbitant prices, which significantly hinders the development of our clan. Even Her Majesty the Queen and we, the elders, are unable to resolve this issue. How can a mere lad of 18 bring a continuous supply of elixirs to our clan and solve this predicament? Your inability does not imply mine. I possess sufficient confidence to find a solution. Yifeng shifted his gaze from the three elders to the beautiful Medusa queen above, speaking with resolute conviction. Her enchanting eyes flickered with a glimmer of interest as her crimson lips parted slightly. Little one, should you deceive me, you should be aware of the consequences. Tell me, what grants you such confidence? Yifeng shrugged, a confident smile gracing his face. Because I am an alchemist. What? You are an alchemist? Impossible. That simply cannot be. How could this be? Do not deceive me, boy. The three elders trembled in disbelief, unable to accept this revelation. I possess myriad attributes of combat energy, including fire and wood. How could I not become an alchemist? Yifeng's gaze sharpened as he questioned the three elders. The Grand Elder fixed his eyes upon Yifeng, speaking gravely. If you truly are an alchemist, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous joy for our clan. Not only would it absolve you of the death penalty for violating clan rules, but we three old fellows would also beseech Her Majesty the Queen to appoint you as the alchemical elder of our serpent tribe. Chapter 34. The three old men have once again been reckless. The title of alchemy elder? Upon hearing such a lofty position, Yifeng's heart was immediately filled with a myriad of emotions. It is worth noting that even the seasoned leaders of the underworld do not possess the qualification to become an elder, which is a testament to the high status and power associated with this position. Within the Serpent clan, it stands as a figure just below the sovereign, above all others. Although Yifeng greatly enjoys being in the presence of the Medusa Queen, such a position must be evaluated based on the actual circumstances. The position of alchemy elder may be exalted, but can it compare to being a close attendant by Her Majesty's side? Should that be the case, I would gladly accept. Yet, if not, let anyone else take it. I have no desire to be one of those ghostly elders. They are missing one, but it is certainly not me. Just imagine the absurdity of meeting someone only to have four specters appear together. It would be utterly ghastly. Yifeng glanced at the three elders, their eyes ablaze with fervor, before returning his gaze to the Queen. Your Majesty, this is the elixir I concocted during my leisure in the desert. With a flick of his finger, two small jade vials materialized in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light appeared, and that exceedingly familiar, domineering figure materialized before him. The fair right hand slowly extended, slender fingers gently grasping the mouth of the small vial in Yifeng's hand. A unique fragrance wafted towards him, instantly permeating his senses. Her enchanting gaze locked onto Yifeng's, as if she sought to discern whether he was deceiving her. Do you still have time to spare? Yifeng. Oh, what does that mean? His elongated eyes gradually scanned, delicately pouring the elixir onto the slightly bent jade hand, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Indeed, it was the recently refined first-grade elixir, the essence flame pill, but how could one ascertain that it was crafted by you? Before the Medusa Queen could speak, the Grand Elder beside her could hardly contain his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile, turning to the Grand Elder and extending a peculiar gesture with his middle finger. Yifeng, the Grand Elder, witnessing this gesture, though perplexed by its meaning, instinctively felt that this young man was challenging him. It was a reflexive reaction, akin to a person raising their middle finger at an uncomprehending dog, which would inevitably snap back. The Grand Elder was instantly enraged, raising his left hand to chastise Yifeng. You. However, as the words began to spill forth, he promptly sealed his lips, for upon Yifeng's outstretched middle finger, a small flame was gently flickering. This flame, a deep violet black, seemed to twist and coil like a tiny dragon in midair, appearing rather uncanny. Although this small flame seemed insignificant, the moment it manifested, the temperature in the hall surged. Extraordinary fire? The three erudite elders exclaimed in unison, their staffs striking the ground in astonishment. Yifeng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Esteemed elders, your discerning eyes truly recognize treasures. This is indeed a rare fire, known as the 3,000 Flame of Yans, ranked 9th on the list of extraordinary flames." What? 9th? The three venerable elders could no longer maintain their composure, exclaiming in astonishment once more. Yifeng, rendered speechless, raised his palm and pressed it downwards, furrowing his brow as he softly cautioned, Esteemed elders, this is a secret that must not be divulged in such a boisterous manner, otherwise it would surely bring calamity upon our serpent people. Indeed, we understand the principle that a common man is innocent, yet possessing a jewel brings guilt. It is we three who have been reckless. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately apologized to the two elders beside him. This scene was so striking that even Queen Medusa was taken aback. These three once arrogant old men actually bowed their heads in humility. Their gazes were now fixed upon Yifeng, filled with admiration and curiosity. This young man has indeed reached such remarkable heights. He is truly a fortunate star for this kingdom. Delicately, she pinched a medicinal pill, her gaze locking onto the peculiar patterns adorning it, and then, with a slight parting of her crimson lips, she remarked, "Young one, each of these pills bears a dragon pattern, reminiscent of the form of your 3,000 Flame of Yans. This surely proves your alchemical prowess. Your Majesty is wise." Yifeng responded, bowing his hands in earnest praise. "Excellent. Our serpent people have finally produced an alchemist. Heaven bless our tribe. Heaven bless our tribe. Heaven bless our tribe." As Yifeng observed the three elders fervently chanting, he became increasingly convinced that they were indeed quite unwell. "Your Majesty, let Yifeng serve as our tribe's first alchemist, holding the esteemed position of alchemical elder." The Grand Elder and the two elders beside him slightly bent their bodies to propose this. Queen Medusa, recognizing the significance of this moment, would not decline such a fortuitous offer. With an imposing gaze fixed upon Yifeng, she commanded, "Very well, from this day forth, Yifeng shall be the alchemical elder of our serpent people, responsible for all matters of alchemy, whilst also serving as my personal guard." Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt a surge of emotion. He had not realized he could hold dual responsibilities. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. As Yifeng lifted his head, he found the graceful figure of the queen returning to her throne above, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. "Elder Yi, I hope you will dedicate more time to alchemy in the future. Our tribe shall do our utmost to procure materials for the crafting of first-tier pills, aiding you in swiftly becoming a second-tier alchemist." Queen Medusa's voice resonated, causing Yifeng to awkwardly touch his nose, hesitating to respond. "Elder Yi, do you harbor any unspoken troubles? If there are difficulties, please share them with us so that we may find solutions together." "Indeed, Elder Yi, you are still young. If any troubles arise, the three of us shall certainly assist you." The three elders, observing Yi Feng's demeanor, immediately inquired with concern. Yi Feng glanced at the three elders who had previously suffered from severe ailments and suddenly realized how endearing they were. The elders had been overly concerned. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Feng scratched the back of his head and shifted his gaze to the exquisite figure above, pinching his fingers together as he spoke. Your Majesty, the reason for my reticence lies in the fact that I have just entered the realm of a second-tier alchemist. The materials required for my craft would be best if they were slightly elevated in quality. What? Second tier? The exclamation echoed once more in Yi Feng's ears. With a resigned sigh, he turned to look at the three elders, but before he could utter a word, they awkwardly admitted, "It appears we have been rather hasty. Elder Yi, your accomplishments are simply astonishing." Queen Medusa, seated on her throne, had risen at some point, and it was evident that Yi Feng's words had startled her once again. Under her cold gaze, Yi Feng swallowed hard and quickly added, "Well, not only can I concoct second-tier elixirs, but I can also do so in 3 seconds, allowing me ample time for cultivation and other pursuits." What? 3 seconds? Yi Feng, feeling slightly sheepish, thought to himself, we have indeed been overly reckless again. This book has now climbed to the 27th position on the new book rankings. Brothers, let us give it a push. Remember to check in, leave plenty of comments, and send in your recommendations. Thank you. Additionally, some readers have expressed confusion about who Dai is. You should know from the anime special, 3-Year Agreement. This character is from another special episode titled Song of the Sands. For those who haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's truly captivating. After reading, I assure you that all readers will feel invigorated. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 35, Outrageous. You are the outrageous one. Amidst the astonishment of the three elders and the Queen Medusa, Yi Feng demonstrated his secret technique of forming a pill in 3 seconds. This was a second-grade bone growth pill, renowned for its remarkable healing properties. I regret to say that I possess only the materials necessary for concocting this particular elixir, Yi Feng lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the few pills in his hand. Observing Yi Feng's despondent demeanor stirred within the others in the grand hall a desire to chastise him. However, such an act was inconceivable. Even the three elders now regarded Yi Feng as a treasure. Witnessing Yi Feng's extraordinary abilities, the Grand Elder promptly emptied his storage ring of all medicinal materials and magic cores, his hands trembling with excitement as he proclaimed, "These are the fruits of my years of toil. Feel free to utilize them as you wish." Yi Feng glanced at the invaluable materials and magic cores, his eyes lighting up upon spotting a 5th-grade magic core among them. Yet, he refrained from claiming them all. Instead, he selected a few common herbs and a 1st-grade wood element magic core to place within the Ziyuan cauldron. 1, 2, 3. Boom. With the explosive sound, what emerged from the Ziyuan cauldron was not pills, but rather a collection of green liquid. The sight sent a shiver through both Queen Medusa and the three elders. Indeed, it was a failure. If the method of forming pills in 3 seconds were infallible, would other alchemists still have a place in this world? Surely. Even the Pill King Gu, he would be enraged enough to concoct his own. The Grand Elder hurriedly approached Yi Feng to offer consolation. There is no need for the Alchemy Elder to blame himself. Failures in alchemy are a commonplace occurrence. Even Gu He, the Pill King of the Jama Empire, has faced his share of explosions. Who says I have failed? And what significance does the Pill King Gu He hold? Yi Feng retorted, his eyes gleaming with defiance. His words left the gathered audience astounded. How could one who could concoct 5th-grade pills be dismissed so casually? It was their first encounter with such audacity, especially from one of their kin who had never before dabbled in alchemy. Regardless, his words were indeed invigorating. Faced with Yi Feng's commanding presence, the elders found themselves momentarily subdued. Could it be that this liquid was also a form of pill? Yi Feng poured the green liquid from the Ziyuan cauldron into several small jade vials, casting a glance at the eagerly awaiting elders before explaining to Queen Medusa, "Your Majesty, this is Foundation Establishment Essence, classified among 2nd-grade elixirs. It can be utilized by our kin to exponentially accelerate their cultivation progress. A single drop is sufficient for multiple uses." What? Elder Yi, do you speak the truth? Yi Feng regarded the three elders, who now looked utterly perplexed, remaining silent as he simply observed them. The expressions of the three elders beneath their masks swiftly darkened. They felt the sting of embarrassment once more, realizing they had acted with reckless abandon yet again. At this moment, even Queen Medusa could no longer maintain her composure, as a look of astonished delight graced her elegant visage. She could vividly envision the immense benefits that the foundational elixir would bestow upon her kin. Just a single drop could be shared among many, which was nothing short of miraculous. Beneath the fighters lies the combat energy, and some of her people had missed the prime age for cultivating this energy due to their slow beginnings. Consequently, their later advancements had been painfully gradual. Yet, if the foundational elixir truly possessed the effects that Yifeng described, the progress of the Serpent clan would undoubtedly accelerate exponentially, perhaps even by several times over. Moreover, she noted that the materials for this foundational elixir were remarkably unremarkable. How fortunate to have such a gem as Yifeng among them. If the three elders harbored any doubts, they could readily seek verification. Yifeng smiled slightly and addressed the three elders, saying, "Indeed, this is truly magnificent. Elder Yi, you are a blessing to our clan." The three elders, having regained their composure, were quick to express their belief in Yifeng's words. Their initial shock replaced with enthusiastic admiration. The notion that he could concoct a second-tier elixir in mere seconds was astonishing. What reason could they have to doubt the foundational elixir? The expressions of the three elders had transformed dramatically since Yifeng's entrance. Once hostile, they now were effusive in their praise, their change of heart swifter than the turning of a page in a novel. Yifeng's starry eyes shimmered with brilliance as he turned to the three elders, bowing slightly and smiling. "Esteemed elders, I would like to inquire about a matter. However, Elder Yi, as the alchemist of our clan, your status is equal to ours. Feel free to speak your mind," the Grand Elder rasped, a hint of pleasure evident in his tone, clearly pleased by Yifeng's presence. "Esteemed elders, what is your perspective on our clan's regulations?" Yifeng's gaze bore into the three elders, his tone icy and penetrating. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed beneath his mask as he replied solemnly, "The clan regulations are our law. They guide us to strength. They cannot." A cold female voice and a male voice interjected in eerie unison. The three elders were momentarily taken aback by this sudden rebuke, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense once more. Yifeng fixed his gaze upon the three elders, his eyes flashing with an unyielding intensity as he coldly declared, "If the regulations truly guided our clan to strength, why then do we find ourselves surviving in the harsh environment of the Tager Desert? If the regulations could indeed lead us to greatness, should I not be facing execution at this very moment?" His probing questions sent tremors through the three elders, their hands gripping their staffs tightly, veins bulging with tension. Yet, Yifeng seemed oblivious to their discomfort, continuing his fierce denunciation. "Kai Dai, as a powerful Do Huang, should remain to contribute to our clan's resurgence, rather than being sacrificed on the altar of outdated regulations. Enough. Yifeng, what do you intend to do? Do you dare to rebel as well?" The Grand Elder, incensed, pointed a finger at Yifeng and bellowed, "You are the one being audacious." Medusa, the queen, spoke with lips like crimson petals, an overwhelming aura emanating from her, surging forth with her fierce proclamation. The crimson light flooded the grand hall like flowing blood, and the terrifying pressure caused the three elders to tremble, compelled to kneel before her formidable presence. A heart ultimately obeys only itself. If one seeks to restrain it, liberation is inevitable. Be it Yifeng or Kai Dai, they are blessings and fortunes of our clan. From this day forth, I shall abolish all unreasonable rules within our family and lead the serpent people to resurgence and strength in my own way. Your Majesty, this cannot be. The clan rules have been passed down through generations. They are both our tradition and our legacy, and must not be abolished. The three elders urged as they knelt in desperation. I am not consulting with you. I am giving an order. Yes, Your Majesty. The icy tone of Queen Medusa made the three tremble, and they promptly bowed in submission. Distribute this foundational spirit liquid and assess its effects. Yifeng, come with me. The chilling words reached Yifeng's ears, who was moved by the protective aura, leaving him momentarily stunned. Go with her? To where? Gazing at Medusa's graceful figure, he suddenly realized she seemed to be heading deeper within. Could that truly be the royal palace? Chapter 36. You truly evoke both love and hatred in me. As Yifeng vanished at the end of the passage, under the astonished gazes of the three elders, he stepped through a grand new door into an entirely different realm. Though this world felt unfamiliar to him, Yifeng harbored the utmost confidence that it would undoubtedly become his domain in the future. Before him stood a palace, equally opulent as the one outside. Yet within this splendor, there was a softness and fragrance that only a woman could possess, refreshing the spirit. Yi Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to the bed nestled deep within the palace. His interest in the bed was not due to any anticipation, but rather because a person who tugged at his heartstrings lay upon it. Swiftly slithering to the bedside, Yi Feng scrutinized the enchanting figure resting peacefully. To his immense relief, he noted that Kai Dai was unharmed. Her delicate form remained as breathtaking as ever, her allure undiminished. Not a single scale from his serpent tail had fallen. "Your Majesty, why has Kai Dai yet to awaken?" Yi Feng inquired, his eyes revealing his concern. Turning to the approaching Medusa Queen, with a furrowed brow and a slight parting of her crimson lips, the Medusa Queen remarked, "You little rascal, your audacity knows no bounds. Without my consent, you dare to lay upon my bed." A chill ran down Yi Feng's spine as he quickly assessed his situation. He was alarmed to find himself in such a predicament and hastily moved to stand respectfully aside. "Your Majesty, I could not help myself. I was worried about Kai Dai." In that moment, he realized the gravity of his actions. He had inadvertently found himself on the Medusa Queen's bed out of sheer concern for Kai Dai. Ding! Due to your worry for Kai Dai, you have checked in on the Medusa Queen's bed and received a check-in reward, a 6th-grade transformation elixir, the demon transformation pill. This was truly a precarious situation. The system had provided undeniable evidence of his folly, yet the reward was remarkably impressive. Demon transformation pill, a 6th-grade elixir, similar to the 7th-grade transformation pill. It possesses the ability to partially change one's form into a human. However, its effects are limited to localized transformations. The demon transformation pill was highly coveted among the various beast clans, as it was not as advanced as the transformation pill, yet still granted the ability to assume human form. Although the transformation was partial, it allowed beasts to adopt a human guise, greatly facilitating their endeavors. For Yi Feng, this elixir was nothing short of perfection. As a serpent man, he was already half human. Consuming this pill would significantly increase his chances of fully transforming into human form. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Feng was engulfed in elation. At last, would he finally possess long, elegant legs? Would he no longer have to twist his waist to walk? The slender eyes briefly glanced at the timid Yi Feng, and then the Queen Medusa, seated by the bedside, gazed tenderly at her sister lying there. The throne rightfully belongs to her, yet she chose freedom. Is the name Kai Dai one you bestowed upon her? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, your Majesty. Kai Dai, the colorful butterfly of freedom? How naive of you, sister." Queen Medusa gently caressed Kai Dai's exquisite visage, her voice soft yet poignant. She yearned for freedom, but in this chaotic world, true liberty can only be attained through one's own strength. Her gaze gradually shifted from Kai Dai to Yi Feng, the chill in her eyes causing him to shudder. Kai Dai had once utilized a spatial forbidden technique to escape her clan, sacrificing her power and memories, which only began to resurface upon encountering you. However, it was because of you that Kai Dai unleashed her emperor-level strength again, exacerbating the injuries to her already weakened soul after employing the spatial technique, leading her into a deep coma. As she spoke, an overwhelming pressure suddenly bore down upon Yi Feng. Under this immense weight, he bent low, his hands straining against the ground, his features contorted, teeth clenched, sweat pouring from his brow, yet his head remained defiantly raised. Yi Feng refused to bow beneath Queen Medusa's oppressive force. Her cold, beautiful eyes locked onto his, her frosty words resonating throughout the palace. "You have done well in retrieving my sister, yet your actions have also led her to this state of unconsciousness. Little one, you truly evoke both love and ire within me." Yi Feng replied, "Perhaps the hatred can be dispensed with." Understanding the implications of the queen's words, Yi Feng grasped the reason for Kai Dai's unresponsiveness. Her weakened soul had plunged her into a coma, and only by restoring her soul could she awaken. A challenging endeavor indeed. It was no wonder Queen Medusa was incensed. She held great affection for her sister, and Kai Dai's current plight was, in part, due to him. Noticing Yi Feng's defiant demeanor, the queen furrowed her brows, her delicate arms slowly raising. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Yi Feng quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, I am aware of a type of herb that possesses the power to mend the soul. If Kai Dai consumes it, she shall surely awaken." At his words, Queen Medusa lowered her arm, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. What herb is it? The 7 illusion Qingling saliva. Yifeng declared with unwavering conviction. The 7 illusion Qingling saliva? The queen's brows knitted slightly once more, though this time her arm remained still as she contemplated whether such a herb existed in her memory. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of disappointment crossed Queen Medusa's eyes, her countenance reflecting a profound sense of melancholy as she spoke. Within my clan, we possess none of such medicinal herbs. The 7 illusions azure spirit nectar is an exceptionally rare resource, and acquiring it is an arduous task given our clan's current capabilities. The serpent people endure in the Tagar Desert, and obtaining even a single high-tier elixir or herb is exceedingly challenging. Our only options lie in either venturing into the realm of humans or returning to the Beast Mountain range. However, the neighboring empires are ever watchful, and should I, as their queen, attempt to go, I would surely be besieged. Sending others is equally perilous. If they lack sufficient strength, they risk being captured and enslaved. For the serpent people, procuring this 7 illusions azure spirit nectar seems utterly impossible. I shall go. Upon witnessing Queen Medusa's despondent expression, Yifeng spoke without a hint of hesitation. Queen Medusa blinked, scrutinizing the man before her, who possessed merely the strength of a grand fighter. And with a slight lift of her lips, she queried, "Are you capable?" Yifeng replied with unwavering determination in his gaze, "I will succeed. Little one, I cannot help but admire your audacity." Queen Medusa re-evaluated the man standing before her, her heart stirred. She had not anticipated that this young man would dare to brave the dangers of the human world for the sake of his sister. Truly, such passionate souls are rare in the Duki continent. Chapter 37. I have legs now, your majesty, look. Queen Medusa's gaze lingered upon Yifeng's face, exuding an air of authority, as she spoke with a hint of ire. Young one, your confidence is commendable, yet it is not mere words that matter. It is the possession of absolute strength. With your current abilities and that serpentine tail, you would be captured and enslaved the moment you step out of the Tagar Desert. This is not bravery for the sake of the butterfly, it is folly. Moreover, you are the only alchemical elder of the serpent clan. How can you venture into the realm of humans? In response, Yifeng showed no sign of retreat, meeting Queen Medusa's gaze with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty, I possess absolute confidence in my ability to protect myself. And as for this serpentine form, I have my ways. My ways? Medusa retorted, arching an eyebrow. Do you possess a transformation elixir, perhaps? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Medusa rolled her enchanting eyes and slightly parted her crimson lips. Yifeng, captivated by the alluring sight of her lips, shook his head. His gesture rendered Queen Medusa momentarily speechless. Without a transformation elixir, what could he possibly have? Was he not merely courting death? Though I lack a 7th grade transformation elixir, I do possess a 6th grade demon transformation pill. With a flick of his finger, a small jade vial materialized in Yifeng's hand. The demon transformation pill. Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment, and she recalled something. Is that the pill that can partially transform one's body into a human form? Precisely. Upon confirming, Medusa's beguiling gaze locked onto Yifeng's star-like radiant eyes, a dangerous smile gracing her lips. Young one, your audacity continues to surprise me. Are you not afraid that I might seize this pill from you? Yifeng smiled in response, unhesitatingly extending the small jade vial towards her. If your majesty desires it, I shall gladly present it to you. Medusa fixed her gaze upon the vial, mere inches from her impressive form, then glanced at Yifeng's resolute smile. A unique expression crossed her exquisite face, and she turned aside, coldly declaring, "Would I, the queen, require a trinket from you?" Yifeng observed her graceful silhouette as she turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he withdrew his outstretched arm. "This demon transformation pill, it was gifted to you by your mentor, was it not?" Her icy voice rang out again, and Yifeng nodded. "Indeed, he also bestowed upon me other treasures. But they require my strength to reach a certain level before I can obtain them." Medusa's eyes flickered with interest, and she turned, her beautiful face now bearing a serious expression as she warned Yifeng, "You must never speak of this to anyone else. Otherwise, your life may be in jeopardy." Yifeng understood. "I shall only share this with those I hold most dear." "Those most dear to you?" The tender words evoked a subtle change in the expression of Queen Medusa, who, with a flash of crimson light that seemed to flee, gradually approached the bedside and sat down, saying, "Since you possess the demon transformation pill, there is no time to waste. Take it now. If you truly manage to transform into human form, I shall grant you permission to depart." "What?" Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it so? I am safeguarding you. Yet you hesitate?" Her narrow eyes narrowed slightly, causing Yifeng's throat to involuntarily constrict. "Very well. Now." Yifeng, without a moment's hesitation, tipped the small jade vial and swallowed the 6th-grade demon transformation pill. However, as soon as he ingested it, regret washed over him. This was indeed a 6th-grade pill with potent properties. Although it would not harm his body or soul, it would undoubtedly induce considerable discomfort. In an instant, Yifeng's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down like a stream. His black robe became damp, clinging to his slightly emaciated frame, and his breathing quickened. His once vast, starry eyes now flickered with a hint of red, as the pill's potency unleashed the primal instincts of his serpentine form. The black-purple scales of his tail shimmered with an eerie radiance, and the fervor coursing through his veins, coupled with excruciating pain, compelled Yifeng to collapse onto the ground. The purple-black tail coiled in response to the agony, writhing in torment upon the floor. His anguished cries echoed throughout the palace, causing Queen Medusa, seated by the bedside, to furrow her delicate brows and bite her red lips. This captivating scene, however, remained unseen by others. With a graceful wave of her jade arm, a surge of crimson energy shot towards Yifeng. This red light was not an attack, but rather an infusion of her energy into his body. The potency of the 6th-grade pill was formidable, and with Yifeng's current strength merely that of a great dome master, he lacked the power to withstand its fierce effects. Yet, as Queen Medusa's energy permeated his being, his cries soon subsided. Clusters of purple-black scales began to shed rapidly, and his serpent tail was stained crimson with blood. Strangely, in the next moment, the wounds began to heal. "Is this the physique of the 3,000 stars? This little fellow is indeed a prodigy," Queen Medusa mused, leaning against the bed's armrest, her exquisite visage reflecting admiration. As time passed swiftly, all the scales on Yifeng's body fell away, and in the next instant, a layer of purple-black luminescence enveloped his sleek serpent tail. When the radiance faded, Yifeng's long-desired legs emerged, revealing their form. Upon witnessing this astonishing sight, Queen Medusa, her eyes widened in surprise, suddenly closed them tightly, her slender left hand instinctively covering her eyes, as she murmured in a soft voice, "This wretched little creature." Yifeng opened his eyes, feeling a refreshing chill emanating from his lower body. He hurriedly rose to his feet to inspect, and with immense joy, exclaimed, "This demon transformation pill is truly effective. I have indeed transformed. I have legs now. Your Majesty, please take a look." Upon hearing this, the lovely visage of Queen Medusa altered, and a fierce glimmer flashed through her right eye, visible through the gaps between her slender fingers. Suddenly, her jade arm swung fiercely. With a resounding thud, and figure shot through the air and collided violently with the wall, emitting a muffled groan. With a brief pause against the wall, the body then fell to the ground, landing in a rather comical posture resembling the character for Tai. This book has ascended to the 21st position on the new book rankings. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every reader for their unwavering support. Thank you for your recommendations and generous rewards. Chapter 38. The Master of 3 Seconds was struck by the Queen. The rogues elongated. Enchanting eyes swept across the ground not far away, and then, with a hint of anger, she murmured. Coughing lightly, Yifeng grimaced as he steadied himself against the wall. Slowly rising from the ground, his head held high as if the ceiling of the palace were adorned with brilliant stars. This queen is utterly unreasonable. I was merely following her orders. It was she who was observing me, yet I, the rogue, was sent flying by her. Ding! After transforming into human form, the master angered the Medusa queen and was flung away, receiving a sign-in reward. 1 master servant token. A master servant token? I was struck by the Medusa queen. And the system bestows upon me a gift? And this master servant token, is that even appropriate? Master servant token, when affixed to an individual or magical beast incapable of resistance. It allows one to make them their servant, irrespective of their strength. Good heavens, this reward is simply lavish. If such bountiful rewards are commonplace, what would it matter if it happened again? Yifeng, wincing in pain, leaned against the wall with one hand while rubbing his aching back with the other. At this moment, he had fully turned his back, and with a slight turn of his head, he awkwardly confessed, "Ahem. Your Majesty, I have no spare pants stored in my spatial ring. You possess none. Do you think this king would?" The Medusa queen's expression shifted dramatically, her voice resonating with an imposing yet frigid authority throughout the palace. As expected, the recently risen Yi Feng was once again sent sprawling to the ground in an instant. It was imperative to fall back, otherwise it would be better not to take human form at all. Oh dear! Seated regally on the edge of the bed, the Medusa queen's exquisitely beautiful face suddenly bore a faint blush. Despite her lofty status, she could not help but feel a tinge of bashful anger. Once more struck, Yi Feng did not hear the system's notification this time, only feeling a vague sense of pain. He hastily retrieved a robe from his spatial ring, wrapping it around himself, donning his very first garment. Once again, he steadied himself against the wall and managed to display a rather awkward smile. His hair was in complete disarray, a strand cascading down over his eyes, rendering Yi Feng quite a spectacle of dishevelment. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's comical appearance, the Medusa queen quickly covered her fiery red lips with her delicate hand, secretly lifting a smile that could astonish anyone. "Since you have taken human form, this king shall not retract my words. I shall naturally permit you to venture into the human realm to seek the 7 illusory blue spirit dew." Hearing the Medusa queen's approval, Yi Feng's face instantly brightened with joy. "However, before you depart, you must first accompany me to collect that extraordinary flame." The Medusa queen's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning as she spoke coolly. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded and replied, "I shall faithfully adhere to Her Majesty's command. However, when shall we embark on our journey?" "In just a day or two. I have summoned you to retrieve the, only to find that you have disappeared. But once I have regained my peak condition, we shall set forth." Yi Feng remarked, "Am I still considered a little one?" With a delicate motion of her slender jade arm, Queen Medusa appeared somewhat fatigued, and then, fixing her gaze on Yi Feng, she spoke indifferently. "During these 2 days, you are forbidden to leave your room. Should I discover you straying, I shall break both your legs." All of them." Before Yi Feng could muster a response, a flash of crimson light flickered from Queen Medusa's slender fingers, and before him lay a plethora of medicinal herbs and magical cores. Among them, Yi Feng even discovered an exceedingly rare 6th-tier would attribute magical core. "These shall be your gifts. During these 2 days, focus on refining medicines for your clan. Rest assured, if you require more herbs, I shall send someone to deliver them to you. You must not exhibit any semblance of idleness during this period. I am a master of alchemy capable of producing a pill in 3 seconds." As her words faded, Yi Feng observed the red silk curtains at the sides of the bed gradually drawing together. At that moment, Yi Feng could only catch glimpses of light, revealing the enchanting silhouette within, as she began to remove her crown and shoulder armor. The scene was undeniably tantalizing, yet Yi Feng's expression turned grim. Realization struck him. This queen was intent on extracting every ounce of his resources during these 2 days. With a flicker of battle aura in his hand, Yi Feng swiftly gathered the herbs and magical cores, then bowed slightly. Yi Feng takes his leave. Having said that, he turned to depart. However, Yi Feng suddenly found himself frozen in place. This was quite awkward. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Accustomed to twisting his waist to advance, Yi Feng discovered, to his dismay, that he could no longer walk. Noticing that Yi Feng had yet to leave, Queen Medusa curiously parted the silk curtains and glanced at him. In her line of sight, the master of alchemy, who could concoct a pill in 3 seconds, was seen propping himself against the wall, swaying incessantly, resembling a figure dancing to a serpentine rhythm. A burst of laughter erupted from her lips, her strikingly beautiful face blooming like a flower in full bloom. The alluring sound reached Yi Feng's ears, causing him to cease his awkward movements, his gaze irresistibly drawn toward her. On the bed, Queen Medusa had removed her golden-framed armor. Her fair skin, sensual collarbone, and exquisite figure were now laid bare before Yi Feng's eyes. The enchanting smile that had blossomed from his comical antics left him momentarily entranced, lost in a trance. Upon noticing Yi Feng's gaze, Queen Medusa's smile swiftly vanished, her enchanting eyes locking onto his with an intense stare. This left Yi Feng feeling quite uneasy. He scratched the back of his head and was about to speak when a slender and fair arm, alluring in its grace, suddenly lifted in a familiar arc. With a resounding crash, Yifeng's figure was thrust out alongside the firmly shut door. At that moment, the serpent woman guards outside, witnessing Yifeng emerge with legs and the door in tow, were taken aback and hurried to assist him, inquiring, "Elder Alchemist, what transpired inside?" With a resolute expression, Yifeng replied calmly, "Nothing happened." The serpent women responded with confusion. "Brother, what on earth is this?" A feminine voice echoed from afar, causing Yifeng's countenance to stiffen. It was unmistakably his sister, Huashir, hastening to the scene. "Sister." Yifeng turned and promptly fainted in a tactical manner. Huashir was all too familiar with her brother, quickly realizing that he had been graced by the queen's affections. "Quick, help him back to his room." Chapter 39. Utilizing the queen's wealth, serving the queen. Upon returning to his chamber, as the door was securely closed by the enchanting Washi, Yifeng immediately awoke with clarity. Ding! The master has been assisted back to his room by Washi and has received a sign-in reward, 1 youth preservation pill. "Brother, what on earth is wrong with your body? How could you have such a significant transformation after an entire night of conversation with Her Majesty the Queen?" Washi inquired, pointing in astonishment at Yifeng's legs, which lay upon the bed. The phrase "an entire night of conversation" struck Yifeng with realization. Good heavens, it was morning once more. This is splendid. The headlines in the Serpent clan today would surely feature. The Alchemy Elder conversed all night with Her Majesty the Queen. Commander Mobus, this is truly not my fault. It was Her Majesty who insisted on my presence. Yifeng could only vaguely recount to his sister Washi the events that had transpired. A 6th grade elixir, the demonization pill. You possess such a potent elixir, which means the spirit-powering pill you gifted me is indeed genuine. Upon hearing this, Washi promptly retrieved the spirit-powering pill that Yifeng had given her. Sister, why have you yet to consume this spirit-powering pill?" Yifeng asked, perplexed. "Did you think I was merely jesting?" Washi replied, tucking the spirit-powering pill away, intending to consume it later for her cultivation breakthrough. It was difficult for anyone to believe that a mere 18-year-old novice could present a precious 5th-grade elixir. With a resigned shake of his head, Yifeng produced a small jade vial and offered it to Washi. "This is a marvelous elixir known as the Youth Preservation Pill, which can preserve one's youthful appearance indefinitely. Is it truly so miraculous? Then I must certainly try it," Washi exclaimed, swiftly pouring the contents of the small vial into her mouth. The Youth Preservation Pill, unlike the spirit-powering pill, did not require a tranquil environment for consumption. Thus, Washi swallowed it without hesitation. Observing Washi's eagerness, Yifeng shook his head. Surely, no woman, regardless of her age or strength, would ever reject the effects of the Youth Preservation Pill. As the pill dissolved, a peculiar energy coursed through Washi's body. Almost instantly, her already fair and smooth skin appeared to radiate even more brilliance and vitality. Sensing the transformations within her, Washi hurriedly approached the copper mirror in the room. Upon seeing her reflection, her joy knew no bounds. "Brother, I must take my leave now. I need to find someone to repair your damaged door." Before Yifeng could respond, Washi had vanished in a flash. Yifeng understood well that the door repair was merely a pretext. After all, women, upon enhancing their beauty, often seek to indulge in the admiration of their peers. After Washi's departure, Yifeng sensed the energy within him and subsequently opened his system panel. Sign-in System Master. Yifeng. Race, Serpent Man, able to transform into human form. Do Chi level, 3-star Grand Dome Master. Skill, Soul Devouring Technique, Divine Grade. Exotic Fire, 3000 Flame Fire. Weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire, embedded with a 4th grade Wind Attribute Magic Core and a 6th grade Wood Attribute Magic Core. Constitution, 3000-star Body, Immortal Body. Alchemical Cauldron, Purple Abyss, Alchemy Skill, 2nd grade, Combat Techniques. Sandstorm, Profound Ice Dragon Soaring, Thunderbat Wings, Flame Rejection of 3000, Wind Sucking Fire Palm, Wandering Serpent Body, Serpent Shadow Blade. Items, Heavenly Soul, Blood Melting Pill, Alchemy Compendium, 2nd grade. Youth Preserving Pill. The enhancement of Do Chi was attributed to the consumption of a 6th grade demonic transformation pill and a fragment of Do Chi from the Medusa Queen. This significantly increased the Do crystal within Yifeng, elevating him to the prowess of a 3-star Grand Dome Master. However, What pleased Yifeng even more was the strength of his legs. With a surge of power, he nimbly rose from his bed and approached the copper mirror, admiring his flawless physique, adorned with a mysterious smile. To preserve the integrity of his legs, Yifeng obediently remained within his chamber, with his activities limited to alchemy and cultivation. Between the two, he resolutely opted to pursue alchemy first. Having taken the queen's wealth, he felt compelled to serve her diligently, not as a sycophant, but as a strategist. A 6th grade would attribute magic core alone was valuable, not to mention the myriad of other precious materials. For Yifeng, the art of alchemy was remarkably straightforward. It was merely the crafting of pills, after all. Upon retrieving the purple abyss cauldron, it transformed into a grand furnace. After tossing in a meticulously sorted collection of medicinal herbs, the 3,000 flame fire surged forth. 1, 2, 3, bang! A batch of 1st grade pills, resembling colorful candies, materialized within the purple abyss cauldron. The process of pill creation in mere seconds was not limited to a single batch. It allowed for simultaneous crafting, essentially enabling mass production. The rich aroma of the medicinal concoction wafted through the crevices of the room, startling the serpent woman guards stationed outside. Is that the scent of medicine? Ye. The alchemy elder is concocting pills? One guard exclaimed in surprise to her companion. The other guard, equally intrigued, responded, surely. But how can he craft pills when his legs are supposedly incapacitated? Should we take a look? No. The captain mentioned that alchemists require deep concentration and must not be disturbed. If we interrupt him, the entire batch of herbs could be ruined. As the dense fragrance continued to permeate the air, it captivated the serpent guards and maidens passing by, who had never before experienced the enchanting aroma released during the alchemical process. In that moment, they paused, reveling in the soothing scent that enveloped them. It is well known that a single elixir can fill the surrounding area with an enchanting aroma, not to mention that Yifeng is producing them in bulk. As time passed, Yifeng sensed that the fragrance within the room had become rather intense, prompting him to open several skylights situated above. As for the side windows, they must remain closed for confidentiality. Instantly, a richer medicinal scent wafted from the room, swiftly permeating the entire Medusa temple. With the release of this fragrant essence, news of the alchemical endeavors of the elder alchemist soon followed. Thus, the aroma continued to linger within the Medusa temple. 2 days later, Queen Medusa emerged from the recently repaired door, inhaling the delightful scent of the potions. With a slight furrow of her brow, her gaze turned towards Yifeng's chamber. This little fellow is indeed quite obedient. Upon the queen's arrival, the assembly of serpent maidens immediately bowed in respect and, at her gesture, departed hastily. As for the head of the guard, Washir, he sought the queen's permission before proceeding to consume a spirit dodan. When Queen Medusa boldly pushed open the door, she was greeted by a scene both familiar and dreamlike, one that could astonish anyone. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards. The entire room was filled to the brim with glistening elixirs. Chapter 40. Journey to the Realm of Exotic Flames, accompanied by the Queen. As Yifeng felt the chilly breeze wafting in from the entrance, he couldn't help but shiver. Upon seeing the majestic figure of Queen Medusa standing at the door, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you've entered without knocking?" Queen Medusa's gaze was unwavering and filled with pride as she replied, "Why would I require permission from a mere child to enter my own domain?" Flustered, Yifeng quickly attempted to explain, "Your Majesty, I am not merely refining a few pills. I have filled the entire ground with them." He continued, "Under the scorching heat of the 3,000 flames. Not only has my humble attire been affected, but even the surface of the Xiao cauldron has shattered." Sensing the intense heat radiating from the room, Queen Medusa furrowed her delicate brows, a faint flush unexpectedly gracing her otherwise cold and enchanting visage. "Hurry up, I shall wait for you outside." With that, she turned and gracefully departed, her slender waist swaying as she exited the doorway. Exhaling deeply, Yifeng straightened his back, a proud demeanor overtaking him. "If I keep my queen waiting, you know the consequences." Her chilling words made him feel a sudden weakness. He hastily stored away the Xiao cauldron and donned his robe and trousers before rushing out. The garments were new, tailored for him by the serpent maiden while he bathed. The memory of being measured lingered pleasantly in his mind. He disregarded the pills left in his room knowing that someone would come to tidy them up later. With an abundance of pills, he casually took a few dozen before exiting the chamber. When he beheld the exquisite silhouette of Queen Medusa basking in the sunlight, he couldn't resist licking his lips. It was merely that he had spent too long refining pills in the room, rendering his lips inexplicably dry and in need of moisture. "Follow me," Queen Medusa softly instructed upon sensing his approach, then proceeded forward. Yifeng had no choice but to obediently trail behind her, astonished at how, in just a few days, he had encountered her on 2 separate occasions. How fortunate the queen is. Unbeknownst to him, as she walked ahead, her enchanting countenance flushed slightly, feeling quite flustered. Had she known, she wouldn't have entered so directly. Now, it was she who felt awkward. With a slight pause, she cast a sideways glance at Yifeng, who appeared before her as a dashing young man. The black robe draped elegantly over him, complemented by his handsome features, exuded an aura of clarity and charm. Of course, if only his tousled dark hair were styled, he would be even more striking in Queen Medusa's thoughts. This young lad had indeed grown into quite the figure. "Your Majesty, could we perhaps change our expressions? I feel weak." Upon encountering that piercing gaze directed at him, Yifeng naturally assumed that Her Majesty the Queen was about to sweep her delicate arm through that familiar arc once more, and thus he timidly spoke. The beautiful eyes of Queen Medusa blinked, her crimson lips curling slightly. "Weak? Yet I have observed that each time you meet me, you have never shown any signs of weakness." Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile, hastily shifting the topic. "Your Majesty, have you come to seek me out for the—" "Indeed, I have made all the necessary preparations. Let us depart." With that, the queen's wings unfurled behind her, and before Yifeng could fully comprehend the situation, her slender hand grasped his arm, propelling them skyward. "Ah, Your Majesty, you are ready, but I am not. My body is still quite weak after the alchemy," Yifeng exclaimed as he was pulled aloft. "When have you ever been strong?" Her nonchalant words reached Yifeng's ears, causing his expression to harden as he retorted, "I am not weak now." A soft, melodic laugh accompanied by an enchanting smile was indeed pleasing to the ear and the eye, yet Yifeng sensed an undercurrent of profound insult within it. Being irresistibly whisked away, Yifeng felt rather helpless, surrendering to the Queen of Medusa as they soared above the vast desert. Ding! The master has been taken aloft by Queen Medusa, receiving a sign-in reward. 50 barrels of ice spirit spring. 50 barrels. Such a quantity. Are we to use this as a cold storage? Your Majesty, might we change positions? You are hurting me, Yifeng suggested, feeling his wrist transition from a gentle grip to a tingling sensation. No, the suggestion was dismissed outright, thus failing to trigger the sign-in reward. Yifeng could only relish the peculiar joy of being escorted by the alluring queen. In the Tagore Desert, where yellow sands rage uncontrollably, when the two descended upon a flat expanse of desert, Queen Medusa's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Sensing an uncomfortable feeling beneath the sand, a captivating joy illuminated her cold, elegant visage. A sandstorm. Instantly, a small tornado formed in Yifeng's palm. The furious sand energy coalesced within his hand, and he promptly struck it against the desert floor. With a rustle, a spiraling sand dune passage emerged at the point of impact. Although the passage was not large, it was sufficient for traversal. Peering inside, one could see total darkness, yet a wave of intense heat emanated from within, evoking a sense of wonder. Earth-level combat skill? Queen Medusa's gaze fixated on Yifeng, who stood upright, seemingly affirming his lack of weakness. Humph, she scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance, her voice laced with regal contempt. Then, upon her fair and delicate hand, a moonstone shimmered and proceeded into the depths of the cavern. Yifeng smiled faintly, following the Queen Medusa into the abyss. Within the pitch-black passage, the illumination was scant, with only the moonstone casting a glow ahead. Yifeng could only navigate by the faint fragrance wafting from the depths, feeling his way forward. As they ventured deeper, the heat intensified palpably. The pair moved with remarkable swiftness, darting through the darkness. After a brief span of time, Yifeng suddenly felt an obstruction beneath his feet, causing him to stumble forward. Ah! As the sensation of comfort enveloped his hands, he instinctively recoiled, his eyes wide with shock, thinking, "This is a predicament. Your Majesty, why have you halted so abruptly?" Yifeng. A chilling voice pierced through his ears. leaving him momentarily disoriented and bewildered. To clarify, the protagonist is not merely flattering, but rather engaging in a strategic pursuit. A pursuit. A pursuit. Chapter 41. The concern of Her Majesty the Queen. The twin-headed fire serpent emerges. A surge of crimson radiance flooded the passage, instantly breaking through the previously sealed corridor with overwhelming energy. The reason Queen Medusa had halted was that Leaf Foam, the formidable Dome Master, had not fully opened the passage to the desired location. Just as she paused, she felt a kick from the little robe behind her, followed by his sudden embrace. The passage was far too narrow for her to evade, and everything transpired too swiftly for her to react. Queen Medusa could never have anticipated such audacity from the little robe behind her. What was meant to be a mere mishap in the passage had taken an unexpected turn. Moreover, this little fellow had the audacity to feign innocence. Thus, beneath the extraordinary crimson glow, an inevitable battle erupted within the confines of the narrow corridor. The clash concluded within mere seconds, leaving Leaf Fang's visage swollen under the dim light. With a nose and face bruised, Leaf Fang felt a sense of relief regarding his current state. After all, his face was merely swollen, not his legs shattered. Upon meeting the icy glare of Queen Medusa, Leaf Fang hastily covered his face with his hands and timidly stammered, "Your Majesty, this time it was my fault. I shall not dare again. Another time? Leaf Fang, had you not been the sole alchemist of your clan, I would have slain you on the spot." A glimmer of frost was evident in Queen Medusa's eyes as she spoke with a chilling tone, her teeth clenched. Leaf Fang quickly nodded, indicating that there would be no next time. However, the possibility of a subsequent occurrence remained uncertain. Observing Leaf Fang's sincere admission of guilt, Queen Medusa furrowed her brows and turned away, icily stating, "In light of your contribution in aiding me to seek thee, I shall treat this matter as if it never transpired. Now, let us proceed." With that, her graceful form moved forward once more. Left behind, Leaf Fang was taken aback. Nothing happened? How splendid. Ding. Master was tripped by Queen Medusa's serpent tail, managed to catch her to stabilize, and received a sign-in reward, a piece of sea hard armor. Damn, sea hard armor? What does my affair with Queen Medusa have to do with sect leader Yin? System, you are quite mischievous. A grin formed on Leaf Fang's face as he conjured a small flame in his palm, slowly following Queen Medusa as she continued onward. Sensing Leaf Fang's actions ahead, a look of confusion crossed Queen Medusa's enchanting face. Firelight. Why did this little fellow not use to illuminate before? Just then, a wave of intense heat rushed toward them, and as their eyes narrowed, they realized they had reached the end of the passage. Before them lay a breathtaking world of fiery red magma. Standing at the end of the corridor, they discovered themselves in an immense cavern, immersed in a realm of molten rock. Few could have anticipated the existence of such an extraordinary realm beneath the Tagore Desert. The fiery red magma flowed through an inferno, occasionally punctuated by the explosive bursts of enormous bubbles, shattering the serenity of the surroundings. The scorching temperatures ignited a fervor within Yi Feng, as if the 3,000 flames within him yearned to absorb the elemental energy of fire present in this place. In stark contrast to Yi Feng's comfort, the Queen Medusa furrowed her brow. This exceedingly hot environment was surely uncomfortable for her, a woman of frigid constitution, inherently at odds with fire. "Your Majesty, here are the ice heart pills I brought with me," Yi Feng declared, producing several pills the size of longan fruits. Queen Medusa cast a glance at the attentive Yi Feng, then delicately picked one up with her slender fingers and swallowed it, immediately feeling a wave of relief wash over her. "You may keep them," she instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to ask for more," Yi Feng replied, nodding earnestly as he stowed the remaining pills away. Medusa shot him a glare before turning her gaze toward the distant magma realm. However, her ability to sense diminished greatly in this place, and she could not detect any presence from afar. Thus, she inquired of Yi Feng, "Can you perceive the?" Right beneath this bubbling magma, Yi Feng pointed downward into the magma world. Below, Medusa's beautiful eyes narrowed as her gaze focused on the molten depths. And soon she sensed something. Indeed, there is a living creature within, a four-headed fire spirit serpent. A four-headed fire spirit serpent? Yi Feng questioned, feigning ignorance. Medusa raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "The four-headed fire spirit serpent typically resides in extremely hot regions, subsisting on magma. Given sufficient opportunity and time, it can evolve into a 6th-tier magical beast. This serpent, evidently, is a creature of great fortune, thriving in the birthplace of. If we do not disturb it, it could consume the magma scorched by and, within centuries, or even less, ascend to the 6th tier. Ha ha, Your Majesty, I shall descend to lure it over. You can swiftly subdue it, and then I shall capture it to guide us in our search for, Yifeng suggested. A smile gracing his lips as he looked at Queen Medusa. You? Medusa's gaze swept over his form, and Yifeng understood that she doubted his capability once more. I am quite capable. Yifeng felt an urgent need to prove himself to Queen Medusa. A thunderous roar echoed as the thunderbat wings emerged behind him, and with a powerful flap, Yifeng propelled himself forward. The flowing blade of fire in his right hand ignited with violet-black flames, and without hesitation, he soared toward the distant magma world. The young one. Medusa Queen gazed upon the retreating Yifeng without a hint of hesitation, instinctively calling out, What is it, Your Majesty? Upon hearing her, Yifeng paused midair, looking at the stationary Medusa Queen with a puzzled expression. Be cautious. That two-headed fire spirit serpent is formidable. Medusa Queen's crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke coldly. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Yifeng replied with a delighted smile, and then, with a vigorous flap of his wings, he soared into the distance. Concern? I am not concerned about this little one. A low murmur echoed softly as Yifeng transformed into a mere black. Gliding above the lava, Yifeng was enveloped in violet-black flames, sensing the position of the two-headed fire spirit serpent below. In an effort to lure it out, he descended slightly. However, at that very moment, a massive lava bubble erupted before him, prompting Yifeng to hastily retreat. Just then, the previously tranquil lava erupted violently, splattering in all directions. A colossal creature suddenly burst forth from the molten depths, its enormous maw opening wide with a fierce roar, lunging towards Yifeng to devour him. Chapter 42. The Irresistible Multicolored Scales. Upon witnessing the emergence of the two-headed fire spirit serpent, Yifeng could hardly contain his astonishment. He had assumed that a 4th-tier magical beast would not be overly large, yet the reality was far from his expectations. The head of this 4-tiered, two-headed fire spirit serpent was several times his size, not to mention the existence of its other head and its remarkably robust body. The colossal serpent erupted from the magma, lunging towards Yifeng with a menacing bite. With a powerful flap of his wings, accompanied by a thunderous roar, he soared upward, evading the serpent's attack. Simultaneously, he flicked his right hand, unleashing a fire slash from his flowing blade of fire in a provocative manner. As a manifestation of the 3,000 flames of yin possessed formidable energy, and Yifeng's utilization of the flowing blade of fire amplified its might considerably. It is worth noting that the flowing blade of fire was currently embedded with a 6th-tier wood attribute magic core and a 4th-tier wind attribute magic core. The wind fueled the flames, while the wood augmented the fire's potency, exponentially enhancing the power of the seemingly casual fire slash. The two-headed fire spirit serpent, undeterred by the presence of this human, charged directly at Yifeng, intent on devouring him as prey. Upon impact, the fire slash collided with the serpent's body, causing it to explode like a gigantic bubble in a world of magma, shattering its tough scales and releasing torrents of lava-like blood. In pain, the serpent's two fearsome heads opened wide, accelerating in pursuit of Yifeng, who had already taken to the skies. In this realm of magma, the speed of the thunderbat wings paled in comparison to that of the two-headed fire spirit serpent. In the blink of an eye, the serpent was upon him once more, prompting Yifeng to envelop himself in for protection. Indeed, in the heat of battle, one often laments the scarcity of techniques at their disposal. Yifeng, who had believed he possessed a plethora of skills, now found himself limited to just a few. Sandstorm. With a swift motion of his left hand, a colossal tornado materialized before him, engulfing the oppressive heat waves and magma, raging towards the two-headed fire spirit serpent. At that moment, the sandstorm transformed into a fiery red lava vortex, which, for a creature dwelling in magma, posed no threat, but rather a boon. However, Yifeng was not merely deploying the sandstorm technique. He slowly raised his left hand and unleashed the blazing fire palm. The synergy between techniques proved to be the most effective strategy in combat. The flames he conjured were none other than the 3,000 flames of yin. And as the purple-black flames merged with the colossal tornado, the once crimson vortex morphed into a fearsome shade of purple-black. In an explosive manifestation, the 3,000 yen tornado enveloped the oncoming two-headed fire spirit serpent, sealing its fate. In the next moment, the heart-wrenching roar of the two-headed fire serpent reverberated throughout the realm of molten lava. Its anguished cries were enough to convey the depths of its suffering. At that instant, Yifeng felt no hesitation and surged frantically towards the direction of Queen Medusa. While others might take pride in this spectacle, he understood the true monstrosity of this two-headed creature. It was, in essence, an immortal being within this domain. Even when grievously wounded, it could rapidly recuperate in the molten depths, unless faced with a decisive, lethal blow. However, Yifeng was acutely aware of his own limitations. He lacked the power to deliver such a fatal strike against this formidable fire serpent. As he anticipated, the moment he departed, the two-headed fire serpent plunged into the molten world from the eye of the whirlpool. Despite the numerous scales torn from its body and the blood that flowed freely, as it submerged into the lava, its grievous wounds began to heal with astonishing speed. Mid-flight, Yifeng sensed something amiss beneath the molten surface, and his expression shifted dramatically. The serpent's velocity beneath the lava was astonishing. Although the thunderbat wings granted him speed, here, it was rendered futile, for there was not a trace of lightning essence to be found. Once more, the lava erupted violently, and the sinister two-headed fire serpent opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Yifeng from both ends. Caught in a perilous situation, beads of sweat erupted from Yifeng's brow. Just as he contemplated unleashing the Xianbing dragon's ascendance for a desperate counter, a radiant, multicolored silhouette suddenly materialized before him. Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the fragrant figure before him, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness! She is magnificent." The vibrant apparition arced with ferocity and struck the two-headed fire serpent with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the serpent was flung away, ultimately crashing against a distant wall. Observing the pitiful state of the two-headed fire serpent, Yifeng felt a surge of sympathy, for he too had endured such a lashing. The serpent, rendered unconscious by the blow, lay motionless upon the stone platform at the edge of the molten world. Yifeng gazed at the colossal serpent before him, adorned with resplendent, multi-hued scales, his dry lips parting in awe. "What do you seek by staring at me, little one? Have you forgotten that you too belong to the serpent folk? Why not engage it in your true form?" Queen Medusa's voice resonated, jolting Yifeng into realization. By heavens, I am indeed of the serpent folk. This was a remarkable alignment. Should he transform into his true form now, it would be a splendid spectacle of dual serpents dancing amidst the molten realm. Of course, such a transformation required time for adjustment and acclimatization. As a member of the serpent folk, it was astonishing that he had overlooked the peak of his prowess lay in his true form. It seemed that in future confrontations, a sudden transformation into a formidable purple-black serpent could certainly astonish his foes. "Your Majesty, I have not forgotten. It is your resplendent, iridescent scales that captivate me so." Yifeng scratched the back of his head with a foolish grin. Captivated? Queen Medusa was perplexed by the meaning behind this young man's words. However, in the next moment, the queen comprehended Yifeng's intentions, for his left hand was stealthily and inquisitively exploring her colorful serpent scales. In that instant, a fierce glint flashed in her enormous eyes, and her vibrant serpent tail arced gracefully through the air. Bang! Without any surprise, Yifeng found himself following in the footsteps of the two-headed fire spirit snake, landing squarely atop its colossal head. Ding! Out of curiosity, the master has felt Queen Medusa's iridescent scales and received a sign-in reward. Advanced Mystic Stage Combat Technique. Wind Zenith, Meteoric Strike. Yifeng, I have stated that my affairs with Queen Medusa have nothing to do with the Cloud Sovereign. Dear readers, I would greatly appreciate your feedback on my writing. I am feeling a bit anxious. I kindly request your 5-star reviews. Additionally, I implore you for recommendation votes, comments, and support. I will respond sincerely to each one. Chapter 43. Capturing the Crimson Spirit. Is the Queen jealous? Yifeng slowly opened his drowsy eyes, only to realize he was sprawled across one of the colossal heads of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. As he regained his senses and acknowledged the acquisition of a new combat technique, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Just moments earlier, He had lamented the insufficiency of his techniques, and now he had obtained the wind's extreme, meteoric strike. Regardless of the circumstances, one must take risks. After all, a bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. The dazzling scales of the serpent lay before him, leaving no room for hesitation. When the moment calls for action, one must seize it. Flying is merely a fleeting experience, one he had encountered before. However, it seemed that Her Majesty the Queen had been rather heavy-handed this time. After all, he had only brushed against the serpent's scales. He had not trespassed into any forbidden territory of the serpent people. The intense pain coursing through him caused Yifeng to grimace. Oh, my precious spirit cover. Oh, my hip joint. Oh, the root of my tail accompanied by a gentle, fragrant breeze. The figure of Queen Medusa soon appeared. Under the radiant hues of 7 colors, the majestic serpent, exuding an aura of elegance, transformed back into the stunning figure of Her Majesty. Her elongated eyes fixed upon Yifeng, who was grimacing at her feet, gleaming with a chilling light that made him instinctively close his mouth. With a gulp, he swallowed hard, and then, mustering a resilient gaze, he declared unwaveringly, "It doesn't hurt at all." Upon witnessing Yifeng's demeanor, Queen Medusa turned slightly to the side. With a subtle press of her crimson lips, she coldly remarked, "Little one, didn't you claim you could control it? Why haven't you made a move?" At her words, Yifeng nodded affirmatively, and then the ring on his finger emitted a brilliant glow, revealing a remarkable talisman in his grasp. This talisman was his master-slave talisman, capable of binding magical beasts or individuals, rendering them his obedient servants upon application. Queen Medusa looked at Yifeng with a puzzled expression. What was his intention with that piece of paper? In a most primitive manner, Yifeng firmly affixed the master-slave talisman onto the head of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. Ding! The master has successfully applied the master-slave talisman to the twin-headed fire spirit serpent, which is now bound as the master's servant and can be recalled to the system space. As the system notification chimed, the talisman melded seamlessly into the body of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. Done. Yifeng turned to Queen Medusa, his voice brimming with pride. Is that all? Gazing at Yifeng's swift actions, a look of deep skepticism graced Queen Medusa's exquisite countenance. He concocted elixirs in 3 seconds and subdued a 4th-tier magical beast in a mere moment. Was everything this little fellow did so astonishingly swift? Upon observing the alluring visage of Queen Medusa, Yifeng confidently affirmed, "Indeed, Your Majesty, this twin-headed fire spirit serpent is now my servant." With a mixture of doubt and intrigue, Queen Medusa grasped Yifeng's wrist and gracefully leaped from the serpent's head, gently descending to the ground. "Yifeng, is everyone so casual now? I am not a person of such frivolity. Might I request that my consent be sought next time, my queen?" Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes widened. It was the 2-headed fire serpent that had been sent flying by the queen, hurtling into the fiery realm of molten lava. In this light, perhaps foregoing my approval is not entirely objectionable. The 2-headed fire serpent, having plunged into the lava world, emerged moments later with its formidable heads rising from the molten surface. In contrast to its previous ferocity, its gaze softened considerably. The Medusa Queen too had come to appreciate Yifeng's remarkable speed. It was indeed astonishing. "Master," a sweet, youthful voice echoed, startling Yifeng as he glanced at the fearsome 2-headed fire serpent. "A female serpent? Indeed, master, but I am not merely a female. I am a girl." Upon hearing such an adorably sweet voice, Yifeng was suddenly beset by a profound sense of guilt for having scorched her moments before. He promptly engaged in a mental dialogue with the 2-headed fire serpent. Do you have a name?" "I do not, master. I am merely 60 years old and not yet an adult. Thus I am unworthy of a name." 60 and not an adult? Since you lack a name, I shall call you Hongling from now on." "Thank you, master." "Hongling, do you know the location of the—" "I do, but I do not dare approach it. It is far too hot." "Is it truly that hot?" Then you as the serpent and Yifeng exchanged glances. The Medusa Queen observed the intimate interaction with keen interest. A chill began to emanate from her exquisite visage. Here she was, requesting his assistance in obtaining yet he treated her as though she were invisible, engaging with a mere fire serpent before her. "Humph." With a disdainful scoff, an overwhelming aura erupted from her enchanting form, pressing down upon Yifeng with the weight of a mountain. In the midst of conversing with Hongling, Yifeng, still bearing a smile, had not yet comprehended the shift in atmosphere when he was suddenly crushed to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. Upon witnessing this woman's aggression towards her master, Hong Ling's serpent tongue flicked out as she lunged at the Medusa queen. However, with a commanding wave of her elegant arm, the queen sent the serpent flying away. Lying on the ground, Yifeng quickly pieced together the situation. Could it be that the queen was feeling jealous? With gritted teeth and a forced smile, he hastily explained, "Your Majesty, the two-headed fire serpent claims that the lies at the bottom of the lava and can guide us there." As his words fell, the pressure weighing upon Yifeng dissipated. The Medusa queen turned her head, responding coldly. As Yifeng rose, he felt a surge of delight within, and subsequently called back the red spirit, who had just been sent flying by the queen. "Your Majesty, how about we ascend together and take a look below?" Yifeng tilted his head and inquired of Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa regarded Yifeng before her, and in an instant, her enchanting figure shimmered with a crimson glow as she gracefully settled upon the head of the two-headed fire serpent. Unwilling to be outdone, Yifeng unfurled his wings and perched himself atop the serpent's head as well. Upon taking his seat, Yifeng suddenly realized that he had seemingly unlocked an achievement. Am I now a serpent knight? However, he quickly corrected himself. But this serpent, wait a moment. Hearing a sharp voice emanating from ahead, Yifeng furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "What is it, Your Majesty?" Queen Medusa's exquisite visage was shrouded in frost, yet beneath that icy demeanor, there flickered a hint of vexation. "Why do you choose to sit behind me?" Chapter 44, Slipping. Azure Lotus Heartfire. Upon hearing the somewhat frigid voice of Queen Medusa, Yifeng's countenance remained unperturbed. Rather, he resolutely declared, "Your Majesty, it is as follows. Observe the prowess of this little fellow. I am merely at the realm of a grand fighter. Should I take my seat over there, I would soon be lost in this molten world. It is only by remaining here that I can bask in Your Majesty's protection." After listening to Yifeng's words, Queen Medusa found a semblance of reason in his argument. "When did I ever claim I would protect you?" With a piercing glare, her chilling words resonated in Yifeng's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Not protect me? Wouldn't I simply vanish into the fiery abyss?" Seeing Yifeng's awkward demeanor, Queen Medusa lightly pressed her crimson lips together and threatened, "I may permit you to remain here, but should you dare to stir, I shall break your legs." "Legs? Break?" Yifeng gasped, hastily extending his right hand, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I assure you, I shall not move an inch." "Very well, let us proceed." At Yifeng's command, the two-headed fire spirit serpent executed a swift turn, soaring through the air in a grand arc before diving into the molten realm below. As the serpent plunged, a crimson glow emanated from Queen Medusa's delicate form, enveloping both her and Yifeng in a protective barrier. Suddenly, a moment of discontent arose. "Humph." At the instant the serpent submerged into the lava, a haughty snort escaped Queen Medusa's lips. She had unexpectedly felt something press against her back, a certain someone who had just vowed to remain still, yet was now defying that promise. Sensing the extreme chill emanating from ahead, coupled with a peculiar comfort to his senses, Yifeng felt a rush of heat to his forehead. He raised his head high, extending his hands in a gesture of innocence. His complexion turned pale, and he retreated a few inches, forcing a bitter smile as he stammered, "That is, Your Majesty, I swear I have not moved. Truly, I have remained perfectly still." It was the two-headed fire spirit serpent that charged too fiercely. It was a slip. Indeed a slip. "Red spirit, Master, if I perish, it is undoubtedly your fault." "Humph." Queen Medusa's expression grew ice-cold as her slender, porcelain arm gradually lifted. This familiar arc made Yifeng instinctively shrink his neck. However, just as he braced for the imminent blow, that delicate arm slowly lowered once more. "You little rascal still holds value for me. Once I successfully collect thee and depart, I shall deal with you and your little fire serpent." As the words fell, Queen Medusa waved her jade-like arm in a fit of anger and turned her head away. Yifeng, feeling somewhat restrained, gazed at her alluring silhouette while directing his thoughts towards Xinghua village. After approximately half an hour of descent, they finally beheld a radiant glow reminiscent of green jade. From a distance, it appeared akin to a green lotus, yet within it lay a peculiar space. Hovering nearby, one could clearly see a flicker of azure flames pulsating gently, akin to the heartbeat of a living entity. Upon reaching a certain point, the two-headed fire serpent hesitated to advance further. Suddenly, Queen Medusa sprang to her feet, without seeking Yifeng's consent, and pulled him into the mysterious realm. Her enchanting eyes were fixed upon the small flame before them, glimmering with delight. To her, this extraordinary fire represented two extremes: evolution and destruction. The green lotus heart fire, ranked 19th on the list of exotic flames, originates from the depths of the earth, taking 10 years to gain spirit, 100 years to take form, and 1,000 years to blossom into a lotus. Upon its maturation, a cluster of azure fire emerges, known as the green lotus fire. Your Majesty, our fortune is indeed splendid. This green lotus heart fire has already reached maturity and can be collected, Yifeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he regarded the flickering flame. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's captivating eyes sparkled with brilliance as she turned her gaze toward Yifeng. It was evident that this young lad possessed considerable knowledge about exotic flames. Do you know how to collect the exotic fire? She inquired. Faced with the queen's question, Yifeng began to ponder. The original text made no mention of how to gather the green lotus heart fire. However, it was clear that the green lotus throne, which Xiao later used to take the heart fire from the Medusa kingdom, served as a significant clue. The green lotus throne was akin to a home for the green lotus heart fire. In simpler terms, it represented the relationship between a hen and its nest. If the nest remains undisturbed, the hen will not flee. Upon contemplating this, Yifeng solemnly addressed Queen Medusa. Your Majesty, the azure lotus heart fire, being born of the azure lotus, shall not easily depart. We merely need to sever its stem with a pure jade blade, and we can take it away. As he spoke, Yifeng produced a translucent jade knife from his spatial ring. Ah, you are indeed well prepared, little one. With a flutter of her beautiful eyes, Queen Medusa grasped the jade knife in her delicate hand, her expression turning slightly grave. However, when I make my move, the azure lotus heart fire will undoubtedly struggle fiercely. You must not leave this place. With a swift motion of her hand, a crimson glow enveloped Yifeng's body, shielding him from the flames. Queen Medusa then flicked her colorful serpent tail, propelling her lithe form toward the enormous azure lotus stem. As she drew near, the flames atop the azure lotus surged, transforming into a blue fire spirit that charged toward her. The form of this fire spirit was unlike any imagined. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a two-headed fire serpent, identical to the red spirit. A message upon release. Did you think that I, Jie, had updated again? In truth, I bring delightful tidings for all dear readers. The wonderful news is that this book will officially debut tomorrow. Are you not elated? Of course, you should be. For tomorrow is New Year's Day. Firstly, I wish all readers a happy new year. May 2022 bring you good fortune and robust health. I must discreetly inform you that the time of the New Year's countdown will coincide with the book's release. For those readers who remain awake, join me in celebrating the new year, and do remember to show your support. Jie is diligently crafting the narrative, sitting for so long that my backside has grown numb. All to deliver an abundance of chapters for my cherished readers. Upon release, there will be at least 5 chapters and a minimum of 10,000 words. As for future updates, that will certainly depend on the support from my beloved readers. My head is about to burst, so I shall return to writing. Remember to subscribe, and subscribe again. Let's seal the deal. Until we meet again. Quietly now I shall slip away. Chapter 45. The Gathering of the Azure Lotus Fire. The Queen's energy is depleted. The spirit of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire takes the form of a two-headed fire serpent. To Yifeng, this revelation came as no great surprise. After all, the unfortunate Azure Lotus Earth Fire had encountered no other beings in this realm of magma, naturally transforming into the likeness of a fiery spirit. The two colossal serpentine heads lunged furiously towards the Medusa Queen, who, in response, unleashed a torrent of energy from within her. Swiftly retracting her jade blade, she conjured 2 crimson blades of energy with her hands, engaging in a fierce battle with the Azure Fire Spirit. Above, Yifeng wore a grave expression. He did not remain motionless as the Medusa Queen had suggested. This time, he was not merely hesitating but was, in fact, advancing. He was acutely aware of the outcome of the confrontation between the Medusa Queen and the Fire Spirit. Even if the Queen emerged victorious, she would undoubtedly sustain significant injuries. Yifeng did not wish to witness her harmed, thus he stealthily moved closer. Before him, a colossal lotus flower unfurled, its 8 translucent petals shimmering with an ethereal beauty. At its center, amidst what appeared to be embedded lotus seeds. A flicker of azure flame danced gracefully. This was the essence of the azure lotus earth fire, and for someone of Yi Feng's cultivation level, it was unwise to attempt to grasp such a formidable force single-handedly. Instead, he chose to descend, inching closer to the stem of the lotus. The stem, glistening like green jade, possessed a terrifying ability to absorb the surrounding fire energy. Yi Feng could distinctly sense the purity of the fire energy nearby. Should he harness such a gravitational force, surely his martial prowess would experience a swift ascension, provided he did not overreach and suffer dire consequences. In Yi Feng's right hand, another jade blade, refined by the exotic fire, materialized. He drew nearer to the lotus stem, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the azure lotus earth fire. However, just as he was mere moments away from the stem, the immense azure two-headed fire serpent detected his presence, erupting in a surge of blue flames that surged towards him. The Medusa queen would not allow the fire spirit to retreat. With a flash of red light, she positioned herself directly in front of the oncoming threat. Yet, the fire spirit's ferocity exceeded her expectations. In a moment of desperation, one of its heads exploded, sending a tremendous shockwave that forced the Medusa queen backward. Seizing this opportunity, the azure fire spirit charged towards Yi Feng. Feeling the overwhelming heat behind him, Yi Feng turned to see the gaping maw of the serpent approaching. With his left hand, he summoned a blade of flowing fire, his arm coiling back with a surge of power. Ultimate wind, meteor strike. In the fiery realm infused with the energy of magma, the advanced wind attribute martial skill of the Xian rank, coupled with the entwined 3,000 blazing flames surrounding the flowing blade like fire, erupted in an attack of formidable strength, rivaling that of earth rank martial arts. A mighty roar, akin to a dragon's cry, erupted from Yi Feng's arm, surging forth towards the oncoming fire spirit serpent. The emergence of the 3,000 blazing flames invigorated the approaching azure lotus fire spirit, which showed no signs of retreat, but rather an exhilarating excitement. For the essence of lies in their mutual consumption. In its domain, upon witnessing a kindred spirit, it eagerly unleashed its colossal jaws, releasing a torrent of fiery breath that collided with Yi Feng's assault. In contrast to the azure lotus fire spirit, Yi Feng's strength paled significantly. This was a being capable of contending with the Queen Medusa. As the azure flames began to engulf his attack, and the giant jaws loomed to ravage him, Yi Feng's countenance turned ashen. It was over. He had miscalculated. Just as the massive jaws were about to consume him, a brilliant red radiance suddenly appeared before him. "Did I not instruct you to remain still, little one?" The cool voice resonated, and joy illuminated Yi Feng's face. Gazing upon the exquisitely graceful form before him, he felt a profound sense of reverence in the presence of such majestic authority. Queen Medusa extended her hands, forming a red barrier that shielded them from the azure flames. Yi Feng did not succumb to the allure of her enchanting figure. Instead, his gaze sharpened, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he propelled himself towards the lotus stem without hesitation. With a delicate arc of his jade ruler, he severed the azure lotus stem. As the stem separated from the azure lotus, the surrounding azure lotus blossoms dimmed, revealing an ephemeral state, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the azure lotus fire spirit, engaged in combat with Queen Medusa, slowly faded away within the magma world. As Yi Feng soared with the azure lotus in tow, a fleeting yet captivating smile graced Queen Medusa's flawless visage, akin to a shooting star. However, this smile vanished just as swiftly. At that moment, Yi Feng noticed the crimson glow emanating from Queen Medusa beginning to wane. Observing this, he swiftly stowed the azure lotus into his system's spatial ring, and his wings erupted with a thunderous sound. A silver beam rushed to Queen Medusa's side, concern etched upon its form. "Your Majesty, are you injured?" "Not at all. Merely a slight depletion of my energy," Queen Medusa replied, her coldly beautiful face showing hints of pallor, her tone indifferent. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. She was low on energy? Wasn't this a predicament he often faced? It seemed she had rushed to save him just moments ago. A warmth enveloped Yi Feng's heart as he softly said, "Your Majesty, thank you for saving me. I simply did not wish for you, this little rascal, to perish before I had the chance to reprimand you," Queen Medusa retorted, retrieving a pill from her spatial ring and quickly consuming it. Gazing at the formidable queen whose resolve surpassed even her own, Yifeng felt a profound sense of helplessness. After consuming a restorative elixir, the countenance of Queen Medusa improved slightly. However, in the face of her abyss, that minuscule enhancement was but a drop in the ocean. I currently lack sufficient energy, the queen declared. With the energy shield surrounding you, we can only sustain ourselves in this magma realm for another 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. They had journeyed here on the back of a two-headed fire serpent, taking a full half-hour to arrive. Clearly, this brief interval was far from adequate for their escape from this molten world. With a flicker of brilliance from her slender fingers, a small jade vial materialized in Queen Medusa's grasp, which she then extended toward Yifeng. I possess a vial of ice spirit spring. With its aid, you can depart aboard the two-headed fire serpent. Ice spirit spring. But what of you, my queen? Chapter 46. Your Majesty, please open your mouth. Upon hearing Yifeng's inquiry, the regal Medusa queen coldly declared, I possess my own means to escape. It is of no concern to you. Yifeng gazed at the haughty Medusa queen, feeling rather speechless. She truly regarded him as a mere child. Do you truly believe what you have just uttered, Your Majesty? It appears she has exhausted her supply of the ice spirit spring. Even if any remains, they are likely secured within the palace walls. After all, the spatial rings on the continent of Fighting Qi do not allow for limitless storage. However, while she lacks it, I am well equipped. The system has generously bestowed upon me 50 barrels of ice spirit spring, which are now perfectly timed for life preservation. Your Majesty, in truth, Before Yifeng could articulate his thoughts, the timid red spirit, who had refrained from entering, hastily approached him after the azure lotus light dissipated. With a swift motion, the Medusa queen seized Yifeng as if he were a chick, placing him atop the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Little fire serpent, this young one is in grave danger. Hasten to remove him. With that, the Medusa queen settled upon the other head of the serpent, and promptly, the red spirit surged upward toward the magma realm. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 14 minutes had elapsed. Yifeng's gaze remained fixed upon the exquisite form of the Medusa queen. Despite the prolonged interval, this proud sovereign had not cast a single glance in his direction. Even if she intended to chastise him, she ought to contemplate the specifics of that reprimand. No, her decision to sit apart from him, aside from avoiding another incident of slipping, surely concealed some ulterior motive. As the crimson barrier enveloping him gradually waned, Yifeng obediently consumed the ice spirit spring. Though his 3,000 flame fire could withstand the magma, his fighting spirit did not afford him the endurance to survive until escape. The moment he ingested it, an exquisite layer of frost enveloped his body, while the surrounding magma swiftly encased him, evoking a sensation of both ice and fire. However, Yifeng's discomfort paled in comparison to his concern for the Medusa queen. The instant the crimson barrier surrounding her dissipated, a dazzling and resplendent radiance erupted from her form. This brilliance rendered Yifeng momentarily blinded, and when the light finally subsided, he beheld an enormous python. This massive serpent, adorned in hues of purple, measured nearly 10 yards in length. Its body embellished with iridescent scales that exuded an aura of elegance and regality. Within its violet eyes, there was no trace of ferocity. Rather, they conveyed resilience and indifference. This was the Medusa queen's true form, the purple inferno serpent. As she transformed into her true essence, the surrounding magma immediately enveloped her form. Utilizing the 3,000 flame fire, Yifeng distinctly observed the moment the violet serpent's eyes narrowed slightly. As the magma made contact with the scales, a terrifying hissing sound erupted. This was sufficient to prove that the cold-natured scales of the Medusa queen could not withstand the searing magma from the depths of the earth. At that moment, Yifeng finally comprehended the method the Medusa queen had referred to. This proud queen intended to rely on her true form to force her way out. Even as the formidable Medusa queen, her escape from this molten world would undoubtedly leave her grievously wounded. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng felt a sharp pang in his heart. The most difficult gratitude to repay is that of a beautiful benefactor, regardless of the Medusa queen's reasons for saving him. This bond, Yifeng must devote his entire life to safeguarding. As time seemed to stretch, it was but a fleeting instant. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yifeng's eyes as he swiftly summoned his internal fighting spirit. Extending his finger, he unleashed his newly acquired miraculous water attribute fighting technique. Tidal Finger. Although Tidal Finger was a yellow tier technique, It could be controlled by its master, releasing a water ray of manageable power. With a swift motion of his finger adorned with a spatial ring, a wondrous stream of water shot forth. This was not ordinary water, but the ice spirit spring stored within Yi Feng's ring. In this terrifyingly hot magma realm, he could only employ his fighting technique to deliver this ice spirit spring to the Medusa Queen. As the ice spirit spring enveloped the enormous purple serpent's head, it was soon covered by a layer of crystalline ice. The sudden sensation of coolness cascading over her head piqued the curiosity of the colossal serpent's eyes, directing their gaze towards Yi Feng. Oh, this little fellow possesses the ice spirit spring as well? The Medusa Queen pondered in astonishment at the translucent stream emanating from Yi Feng's hand. However, why does he persistently direct it towards my head? Observing the indifferent, perplexed purple serpent, beads of cold sweat began to form on Yi Feng's brow. Feeling the depletion of his internal fighting spirit, he endured the dual agony of the ice and magma, urgently shouting, "Your Majesty, please open your mouth. I can barely hold on." The sudden desperate cry prompted the Medusa Queen to instinctively open her massive serpent jaws. As the refreshing comfort enveloped her entire being, her colossal form radiated resplendent hues, reverting to her alluring serpent woman visage. Upon witnessing the Medusa Queen's recovery, Yi Feng smiled with delight, yet his consciousness began to blur, and he collapsed upon the head of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. The revived Medusa Queen noticed Yi Feng had fallen unconscious on the serpent's head. In a swift motion, she appeared beside the fainted Yi Feng, gently resting his head upon her beautifully exotic snake tail. With her fair, delicate hand, the Medusa Queen placed a pill into Yi Feng's mouth. A delicate hand grazed the striking visage of Yi Feng, whose expression bore a hint of arrogance. "Little one, you have saved this king. This time, let us consider your merits and demerits as equal. I shall overlook your previous transgressions." Unconscious, Yi Feng remained blissfully unaware of the exquisite treatment he was receiving. Within the realm of molten lava, a colossal two-headed fire spirit serpent surged upward, atop which a breathtakingly beautiful woman cradled a man. Below them, the depths of the lava returned to an abyss of silence following their departure. In the vast expanse of the desert, three men sensed the tumultuous energy emanating from beneath the ground, each possessing a pair of wondrous wings. They were the trio of formidable fighters who had been driven away by Hai Buodong. As they swiftly descended and beheld the 1-meter-wide opening, they exclaimed with delight. The lingering aura indicates a master of great prowess. Such ferocious fire attributes, what lies within, regardless of what is concealed. This master has forged such a passage. He himself is a treasure. The book has ascended to the 15th rank on the new releases chart and has received further recommendations. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, might you grace it with a wave of votes and monthly tickets to propel it into the top 10? Additionally, dear readers, if you harbor any suggestions, feel free to observe without hesitation. I am genuinely anxious. Chapter 47. The Weakening Queen, the Arrival of Three Battle Kings. The three formidable battle kings exchanged glances and then swiftly made their way into the cave. Meanwhile, within the realm of magma, Queen Medusa cradled the unconscious Yi Feng. Having reached a stone platform by the edge of the molten sea, both of them had exhausted their fighting spirit and needed a period of rest before they could depart. As for the two-headed fire spirit snake, Hong Ling, it remained steadfastly by its master's side. After Yi Feng had bestowed upon it the master-servant symbol, this serpent became bound to him. In this space, apart from the occasional bubbling sounds from the magma, an eerie silence prevailed. Suddenly, this tranquility was shattered. Medusa's elongated gaze sharpened, fixating on the passageway through which they had arrived. At that moment, the three battle kings emerged from the tunnel. To their astonishment, beneath the Tagore desert lay such a magnificent scene. The violent energy of the fire attribute here would exponentially enhance the cultivation speed for any practitioner of fire attribute combat techniques. This place undoubtedly harbored celestial treasures. We must search for them. Suddenly, the robust battle king took a step back, his eyes widening in horror as he trembled and pointed towards a specific spot, exclaiming, "Wait, what is that? Come on, brother Yinli. Is it really necessary to be so alarmed?" One of the others responded, "We are three battle kings." As the two companions followed Yinli's gaze, their expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing not only a colossal serpent, but also an enchanting woman. Their faces paled, and they found themselves gasping. "Be beautiful, Queen Medusa." The three immediately cried out in terror. As the saying goes, a person's name is the shadow of a tree. The fearsome reputation and allure of Queen Medusa had instilled dread across several great empires. Over the ages, her name had even shaken the very foundations of the combat continent. Countless human warriors had perished at her hands, and any human who crossed paths with her was either met with death or grievous injury. Just days prior, they had sensed the fierce battle between the Ice Emperor Hebedong and Queen Medusa in the Tagore Desert. The outcome of that confrontation left Hebedong, who had bested them, mysteriously absent. How could such a terrifying being be present here? And in the arms of the notorious Queen Medusa, she cradled a young boy? Was this lad the formidable battle master who had ventured here? Indeed, he was a prodigious genius. Who would have thought that the unparalleled beauty of Queen Medusa would be drawn to such a one? What are we waiting for? Let us flee. With that, Yenli erupted into action, bolting towards the cave entrance. "Wait, brother Yenli." The somewhat slender, silver-haired man grasped Yenli's arm and inquired, "What do you mean? Brother Yenli, are you not curious why the formidable Medusa Queen did not strike when she encountered us three?" Lei Bo flicked a silver strand of hair from his forehead, his gaze piercing with brilliance. "You speak truly, brother Lei Bo. The Medusa Queen would not grant me such an extended opportunity to flee. Surely, it must be due to her weakened state." On the other side, a dark-haired warrior with a lecherous expression remarked, "I never imagined I, Feng Xiao, would be so fortunate as to soon savor the essence of the Medusa Queen. My esteemed brothers, your words resonate with wisdom. I, too, wish to indulge alongside you in the allure of this enchanting queen." Upon witnessing the Medusa Queen's figure, the three powerhouses of combat transitioned swiftly from fear to a more lascivious demeanor. After all, the queen's allure is not something mere mortals can resist, especially when she is in a weakened state. Hisses. Sensing the hostility emanating from the trio, the two towering figures of Hong Ling turned their attention towards them. Their scarlet tongues flickered, emitting a series of eerie hisses. "Do you three worthless fools dare to challenge me?" With a cold retort, a fiery red aura of combat energy erupted around her, akin to a blazing inferno. The Medusa Queen slightly raised her head, her fierce gaze locking onto the three combatants. As they met her menacing stare, they were enveloped by an overwhelming pressure that forced them to stagger back a few paces. The Medusa Queen gently lowered Yi Feng to the ground, rising with an air of undeniable dominance. "I am quite busy. Come at me all at once." Upon hearing her words, the three combatants exchanged glances, wariness evident in their eyes. "Fear not. She is merely posturing. Together, we shall prevail," Yanli declared, casting a glance at his two companions before fixing his gaze on the alluring Medusa Queen. "Agreed. For the sake of this exquisite woman and that young man's treasures, we three brothers shall fight with all our might." In that moment, the trio unleashed a surge of formidable combat energy. Yanli clenched his fists, conjuring a yellowish combat energy shield to protect himself. Meanwhile, Feng Xiao and Lei Bo formed combat energy wings, rising into the air. As wind and lightning attributes merged in an instant, they created a swirling barrier of wind. The three stood united, a fearsome formation encircling the Medusa Queen. It was evident that they had endured countless battles together to achieve such synergy. My aerial wind attribute grants a velocity boost that not only enhances the operation speed of other attributes, but also allows my rare electrical attribute to reach its utmost potential. Upon overhearing his two younger companions boasting, Yin Li, as the elder brother, was not one to be outdone. "With the perfect defense of my earth attribute combined, our entire offensive will be flawless," he asserted. "Is that so?" Queen Medusa's elongated gaze swept over Yin Li, her red lips curling into a beguiling smile. "But if you remain crouched there, how do you intend to launch an attack?" I don't need to attack. They will handle the offense." Yin Li pointed at his two suddenly appearing younger companions. This tactic of sacrificing his teammates was executed with remarkable finesse. He did not wish to appear foolish. From the outset, he intended to utilize his two clever companions to test Queen Medusa's strengths and weaknesses. Now was the moment to observe the results of his experiment. Feng Xiao brandished two short swords, accompanied by a swift rush of wind, as he lunged toward Queen Medusa's waist. Meanwhile, Lei Bo was equally formidable. his right hand wielding a dagger pulsating with thunderous energy, aimed directly at Queen Medusa's shoulder. Just then, a dazzling array of colors erupted around Medusa and Yi Feng. Queen Medusa's exquisite eyes, gazing upon Yi Feng, shimmered with an unprecedented softness, her delicate face breaking into a radiant smile. Little one, who would have thought that one day I too would act like my sister? The thrill for our esteemed readers, the fervor for our dear audience, the fervent wish to make a grand impact. The plot twists are enough to make one's mind explode. Alas, a plea for your generous votes. Heartfelt gratitude to all our readers for your support. Thank you. Chapter 48, The Queen's Fury, a Force to Reckon With. As the resonant voice of Queen Medusa echoed through the magma realm, the three formidable Do Wong warriors perceived a distortion in the surrounding space. What could this be? Regardless of its nature, her inaction suggested she was nearing her limits. Thus, they resolved to strike together. Just as the two Do Wong warriors charged forward, suddenly, a powerful hand materialized around Queen Medusa's delicate wrist. Feeling the warmth emanating from her wrist, Queen Medusa found herself momentarily dazed. Your Majesty, there is no need for you to intervene. Allow me to handle these three. A soft voice resonated as her gaze fell upon the profile of the youth standing before her. For reasons unknown, she felt an unusual sense of safety in his presence. Has this little fellow awakened? When did he regain consciousness? Could it be he had been feigning unconsciousness all along? Once I recover, I shall certainly teach him a lesson. However, this feeling of being protected is quite. It seems I must also ensure he receives his due punishment. A faint blush, reminiscent of a peach's delicate hue, appeared on her exquisitely crafted cheeks, perhaps due to the oppressive heat of the magma realm. Boom! An extraordinarily potent aura erupted from Yi Feng's body. Flame of the 3000. The blade of flowing fire manifested in his hand, and with a swift motion, a torrent of purple-black flames surged forth, toppling the two assailants on either side. Wind Howl and Thunderbow, struck by this force, found blood trickling from their lips as their bodies spun in midair before crashing to the ground on one knee. A Do Wong warrior. All present, including Queen Medusa and the other three Do Wong warriors, were left astounded. How could a mere Dadoshir suddenly ascend to the ranks of a Do Wong? This miraculous transformation was due to the new reward Yi Feng acquired. Ding! Due to saving Queen Medusa and fainting from a lack of Do Qi, being embraced and cared for by her, the host has received a reward. 1 Do Wong experience card, 3 minutes. Yi Feng had indeed fainted, but with the 3,000 stars physique, he recovered swiftly from his stupor. Upon awakening, he found the position quite comfortable and decided to indulge a little longer. Just as he sensed Queen Medusa preparing to unleash a spatial ban, he realized he could no longer afford to remain asleep. The stakes had become too high. The hardest debts to repay are those of beauty and kindness. Thus, it was time to confront the queen with unwavering resolve, for even the strongest must ultimately face annihilation. Could there be a formidable secret technique to enhance his strength? It appeared that he was indeed a prodigy. Brother Yin, we are fortunate. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lei Bo and Feng Xiao rose, their eyes brimming with excitement. You are right, my brothers. Such a technique cannot last forever. The three of us Do Wong warriors shall surely vanquish him. Let us attack together. At Yin Li's urging, Feng Xiao and Lei Bo unfurled their wings and charged towards Yi Feng. Your Majesty, simply stand behind me. Amidst the seemingly mundane words of Yi Feng, there lies an irresistible power that provokes the Queen Medusa behind him, her crimson lips curling into a bewitching smile. Ha ha, you boast quite grandly, young lad. I am eager to see how you intend to safeguard your royal majesty. The howling wind had already materialized before Yi Feng, as the wind blade in its hands viciously slashed towards his neck. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Feng promptly parried the assault with his flowing blade of fire. However, an even more formidable attack surged forth as Lei Bo wielded his lightning dagger, aiming directly for Yi Feng's chest. In a stunning display that astonished all present, Yi Feng did not evade. Instead, he extended his left hand, unleashing a powerful pull that drew Lei Bo's body closer by an inch. At that moment, the dagger had already pierced Yi Feng's chest. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the dagger, shimmering with a chilling radiance, failed to penetrate his flesh. Instead, it was halted by an unseen force, producing a crisp sound akin to clashing steel. Within Lei Bo's gaze, Yifeng offered him a faint smile, and in an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from his left hand. The force of the fiery gale sent Leibwa hurtling backward, a crimson spray of blood arcing through the air. Given the volume of blood expelled, it was evident that Leibwa had been rendered unconscious, with a series of terrifying sounds echoing. The recently launched Leibwa was unexpectedly thrust into the blazing realm of molten lava by the ever-watchful assistance of the fiery tail of Hong Ling brother Leibwa. Windhowl turned to exclaim in anguish. "Ha! Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate, fool." The flames entwined around Yifeng's flowing blade surged dramatically, enveloping Windhowl's arms. The searing heat of the strange fire was far beyond what Windhowl could withstand. His dual blades fell from his grasp as a wretched scream pierced the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng conjured a miniature tornado with his left hand and forcefully thrust it into Windhowl's body. The overwhelming energy of the sandstorm shattered Windhowl's meridians in an instant, transforming him into a mere statue of sand. The next moment, a horrific scene unfolded as Windhowl's body, accompanied by a gust of hot wind, slowly dissipated from the air. "Damn it, this lad indeed conceals his depths." The expression of Yen Li, who had been holding a large shield, changed dramatically, just as he had suspected. A youth who could be treated with such reverence by Queen Medusa could hardly possess mere mastery of the great duelist level. With his wings suddenly coalescing behind him, he unleashed a forceful explosion beneath his feet, propelling himself towards the exit of the passage. "Brother Yen, save me." At that moment, Leibwa, having just plunged into the molten world, emerged from the lava, calling out for help. But as soon as he cried out, the nearby Hong Ling flicked her large tail, sending Leibwa back into the molten abyss. A severely injured Leibwa stood no chance against Hong Ling's might. In this relentless scene of whack-a-mole, the fiery world of magma continues to unfold until Lei Bo is consumed by the scorching lava. Hearing the desperate cries of his dear brother, Yen Li finds no time to spare. He rushes toward the passage without a backward glance. "Save you? I'd rather save my sister." A thunderous roar reverberates as the combined might of the Thunderbat's wings and the Fighting King's prowess propels Yifeng's speed to unprecedented heights. A silver arc of lightning streaks across the air, and in an instant, Yifeng appears before Yen Li, his blade ablaze, retracting swiftly as immense wind energy converges. Ultimate Wind, Meteoric Strike. A powerful energy, sharp as a spear, lunges toward Yen Li. As a master of Earth attribute combat energy, Yen Li's defense is his forte. He swiftly conjures the Earth Shield, which manifests before him like a small mountain. No matter how strong you are, your might cannot breach my defense," Yen Li declares with unwavering confidence, gazing at Yifeng as he charges forth. "Is that so? Then how about this?" The 4th tier Wind Attribute Magic Core and the 6th tier Wood Attribute Magic Core in Yifeng's hand suddenly radiate brilliance, coalescing into a formidable surge of energy at the tip of the violet-black flame blade. Crack! When the blade pierces the Earth Shield, a jarring sound of shattering fills the air. Sizzle! Without any surprise, the flaming longsword plunges entirely into the heart of the incredulous Yen Li. "All things shall turn to ash, you shall perish thus." Yifeng's voice, laced with fierce intent, echoes throughout the molten realm. Chapter 49, My Dear Little One. How many secrets do you conceal? As Yifeng spoke, the black and purple flames enveloped Yen Li's body, releasing an exquisite aroma of roasted meat. With a swift motion, Yifeng unsheathed the blade, Lurin Rohuo, and gracefully returned it to its scabbard, executing the action with remarkable precision and fluidity. At that moment, Yifeng epitomized the very essence of charisma. Sauntering past the scorched Yen Li, Yifeng turned to the astonished Medusa Queen and flashed a triumphant smile. "Your Majesty, do you not find me impressive?" Her captivating gaze fell upon the once dashing and now boyish Yifeng, and a charming smile blossomed upon her otherwise cold visage. Captivated by her smile, Yifeng felt his heart ensnared by the queen. Yet, suddenly, a pallor washed over Yifeng's face as cold sweat trickled down his handsome features. Splattering onto the ground, supporting himself with the blade, he instinctively clutched his chest with his right hand, trembling as he grimaced. "Cursed experience card. The 3 minutes are up." Though the Sea-Heart armor had mitigated the piercing damage from Lei Bo, it could not shield him from the paralysis effect of the lightning attribute. I am paralyzed." As he uttered these words, his eyes rolled back in Medusa Queen's line of sight, and his body weakened, collapsing to the floor. The once dashing Yifeng, now, had he fainted again? The Medusa Queen gazed at Yifeng lying on the ground, exasperatedly tapping her forehead. It was evident that this little rascal could not manage anything for more than 3 seconds. Approaching Yifeng, the Medusa Queen gracefully settled beside him, her exquisite face tinged with a hint of indignation. "You little rogue, feigning unconsciousness in my presence. This time I shall not come to your aid." Her gaze swept over Yifeng, finally resting on the flickering arcs of electricity on his chest. Was he injured? Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her voice, tinged with pride, emerged from her fiery red lips. "You saved me. This time, I shall begrudgingly consider it a balance of your merits and demerits. Once you recover, I shall not be lenient." With that, the Medusa Queen reached out and unfastened Yifeng's robe, revealing a splendid azure inner armor beneath. Upon seeing the exquisite armor, she understood why Yifeng had not evaded Lei Bo's attack. It was indeed a treasure. No wonder he had fainted so swiftly. It was due to the electric shock. Unable to suppress a smile, the Medusa Queen's laughter transformed the once searing magma world into a realm of enchanting comfort. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a vial of healing ointment from her storage ring. Meanwhile, the red spirit within the magma, having vanquished Lei Bo, gazed enviously at the tender scene unfolding before it. Truly, their master was fortunate. At that moment, a chilling gaze swept over. "If you dare to reveal anything upon waking, I shall not spare you." The two heads of the red spirit bobbed nervously, hastily plunging into the magma, never to reappear. When Yifeng awoke once more, he found himself still in the realm of magma, with Queen Medusa sitting nearby, recuperating her fighting spirit. Sensing her master's awakening, the red spirit timidly revealed its two heads, peering cautiously. Yifeng, observing the apprehensive red spirit, sensed an underlying intrigue and quickly checked the system notifications. "Ding! Your chest has been scorched by an electric arc. Queen Medusa personally applied medicine for you, earning a sign-in reward. Earth-level low-grade fighting technique. 1,000 flames, sword aura." What the hell? Yifeng was taken aback by the system notification, astonished that Queen Medusa personally treated him. Is this truly real? After learning the 1,000 flames, sword aura, Yifeng confirmed its authenticity. Queen Medusa opened her eyes, gazing at the dazed Yifeng, immediately feeling a sense of connection. Her icy gaze fixated on the red spirit peeking out from the magma world. The red spirit, frightened, hurriedly shook its two heads, insisting it had said nothing. Gradually rising, Queen Medusa approached the still-dazed Yifeng, her eyes filled with curiosity, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Suddenly, Yifeng snapped back to reality. Noticing the queen so close and awkwardly stammered, "Why, your majesty? What are you thinking about, little one?" Queen Medusa inquired sharply, a glimmer of frost in her eyes. Yifeng hurriedly waved his hand, masking his embarrassment. "It's nothing. I was merely sensing the surge of fighting spirit within me. Unbeknownst to me, my strength has risen by 1 star. Did your majesty not feel it?" Of course I felt it. Although Queen Medusa had regained her fighting spirit, her prior focus lay elsewhere. Thus she had not specifically sensed Yifeng's prowess. Upon a slight assessment now, she turned away slightly, appearing somewhat sheepish. "Hee, your majesty. Have you fully restored your fighting spirit?" "Yes, little one. I am quite curious about how many secrets you conceal." Her narrow eyes glinted towards Yifeng, her tone stern. Yifeng replied, "Aren't you already aware of the secrets I possess, your majesty? There remains only you, little one. Not only possess a spatial ring capable of holding, but you also have the fighting techniques of the Yunman sect, methods to enhance your Do-Wang power, an inner armor to defend against Do-Wang attacks. How many more secrets do you harbor?" Listening to Queen Medusa's words, a pained expression crossed Yifeng's face as he said, "These were given to me by my master. He feared that before he could see me a second time, I might be lost. For now, that is all. There are no others." Queen Medusa turned, gesturing towards the red spirit within the magma world, asking, "Do you wish to take it with you?" "Indeed, I absolutely wish to take it." Yifeng spoke with unwavering certainty, and in an instant, a flash from his spatial ring ensnared the two-headed fire spirit snake into his master-servant space. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Queen Medusa was once again taken aback. Just moments ago, She had claimed there was nothing of significance, yet the next moment, this little fellow had captured a fourth-tier magical beast into his ring. Observing the slightly parted crimson lips of Queen Medusa, Yifeng quickly moistened his parched lips and said with a hint of resignation, Your Majesty, it seems my ring possesses a few more functions than anticipated. Let us proceed. Once we return to the palace, I shall address you further. With that, Queen Medusa's figure flickered as she arrived at the entrance of the passageway. Yifeng shrugged and promptly followed suit. The two swiftly made their way towards the Medusa royal city. Shortly after their departure, a middle-aged man wielding a jade knife and sporting a pair of small mustaches passed by the area. Chapter 50. Devouring the Essence of the Fire Lotus. Cold and frigid within the majestic chambers of the Medusa temple, Yifeng reclined upon his bed, indulging in a period of recuperation. Indeed, he found himself in the sanctum of Queen Medusa, lying on a bed that belonged to him. After the commotion caused by his last alchemical endeavors, several of the serpent maidens had begun to harbor improper thoughts towards him. Thus, it became imperative for Yifeng to relocate to a more secure environment. The safest haven within the Medusa temple, without a doubt, was the royal quarters of Queen Medusa herself. This arrangement was a direct decree from the queen upon his return. The proud queen had contemplated, as the personal guard of the throne, this young fellow ought to remain in closer proximity, enabling her to discipline him at her convenience. This remarkable young man was a treasure. As his sovereign, she was determined to prevent others from seizing his techniques, combat skills, and extraordinary flames. Consequently, after receiving the queen's affectionate attentions upon his return, Yifeng triumphantly acquired 3 storage rings belonging to the Do Wang he had vanquished in the subterranean magma realm. In his eagerness to impress Queen Medusa with his valor and striking presence, he had inadvertently forgotten these rings. While he may have overlooked them, Queen Medusa had meticulously gathered them and subsequently presented them to him. Yifeng's heart swelled with warmth, though he sensed something awry. Was this her way of rewarding him with 3 sweet dates after her tender affections? The 3 Do Wang, judging by their prowess, had not stored anything of significant value within their rings. Apart from 3 purple gold cards, the contents included their utilized techniques, combat skills, and a selection of medicinal herbs and elixirs. Among these potions, there were several 3rd grade and a few 4th grade elixirs. It was evident that these were intended for life-saving purposes. Yet regrettably, they had not even been granted the opportunity to consume them. After examining his acquisitions, Yifeng, still reclining on his bed, connected with the system to access his attribute panel. Sign-in system owner, Yifeng, race, serpent man, able to transform into human form. Do Chi level, 4-star Great Dome Master. Cultivation technique, Spirit Devouring Art, Divine level. Exotic fire, 3000 Flame Fire. Weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire, set with a 4th-tier Wind Attribute Magic Core and a 6th-tier Wood Attribute Magic Core. Physique, 3000 Star Body, Immortal Body. Alchemy Cauldron, Purple Abyss, Alchemy Skill, 2nd tier, Combat Techniques. 1000 Flames Sword Chi. Sandstorm, Mysterious Ice Dragon Flight, Winds Extreme Meteor Strike, Thunder Bat Heavenly Wing, Flame Rejection of 3000, Wind Sucking Fire Palm, Tidal Finger, Serpent Shadow Blade. Items, Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill, Ocean Heart Armor, Alchemy Manual, 2nd tier, Youth Preserving Pill, a pair of exquisite high-heeled shoes, Blue Lotus Earth Fire, not yet absorbed. 11 Earth Fire Lotus Seeds. Life Skills, Sugar-Coated Hawes Making Method. Upon the return of the 2 individuals, in order to conceal the exotic fire, Queen Medusa first stored it within Yifeng's spatial ring, retrieving it when necessary. Yifeng harbored no objections to this arrangement because what belongs to the queen is also his. Once Queen Medusa utilizes the exotic fire for evolution, he will be able to absorb it to enhance his strength. However, prior to that, the Earth Fire Lotus seeds upon the Azure Lotus could also augment his power. Unhappy with his current Do Chi level, Yifeng hesitated not a moment and promptly swallowed 1 Earth Fire Lotus seed. The Earth Fire Lotus seed, also known as the essence of fire spirit, bears a name that signifies the purity and terrifying potency of its energy. Possessing the divine level Spirit Devouring Art, Yifeng was unconcerned about his body being overwhelmed by the immense fire attribute Do Chi. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he entered a state of cultivation. Although there was a slight discomfort in his body, The sensation of energy transforming into power was far more pleasurable. Time passed swiftly. After fully absorbing the fire attribute energy of one earth fire lotus seed, Yifeng experienced a significant increase in strength. Although he did not elevate his recently achieved 4-star rank to 5-star, he had made substantial progress, advancing 2/3 of the way. Thus, without hesitation, Yifeng tossed 3 earth fire lotus seeds into his mouth. The moment he ingested them, a frown creased his brow. He realized his mistake and felt regret. Despite being endowed with the spirit-devouring art, which prevented him from being overwhelmed by the immense fire attribute energy, he was indeed suffering. With his eyes tightly shut, Yifeng's fair visage turned as crimson as a volcano. Wisps of white mist began to rise above his head, creating a frightening spectacle akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The searing energy from the 3 earth fire lotus seeds surged rapidly into Yifeng's meridians. The intense pain caused him to grit his teeth, cold breaths escaping through the gaps as he clenched his jaws tightly, his pores contracting in response. However, within Yifeng's body, under the operation of the soul-devouring technique, it resembled an abyss, greedily absorbing the energy emanating from the earth fire lotus seed. Surrounding his figure was a mist of azure hue, shrouded in a dreamlike and ethereal ambience. At this moment, Yifeng could be described as experiencing a delightful agony, for he could distinctly sense his fighting spirit cultivation had ascended to the realm of a 5-star great fighter, with no signs of ceasing. If all continued as expected, given this frenzied pace, he could effortlessly elevate himself to the level of a 7-star great fighter. Yet, aware that this was an unexpected turn of events, it stubbornly persisted. Just then, a crimson silhouette, accompanied by a familiar fragrant breeze, suddenly materialized beside Yifeng. Yifeng felt a sense of dread. This familiar fragrance belonged to none other than Queen Medusa, who had sensed something amiss during her rest in the inner hall. Her captivating gaze fell upon Yifeng, who appeared as a volcano, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she murmured, "This reckless little fellow, he has devoured several fire lotus essences. If this continues, he will surely be overwhelmed by this potent energy." Queen Medusa perched herself beside Yifeng's bed, fixating on his slightly handsome yet flushed cheeks, her enchanting eyes blinking enticingly. At this moment, Yifeng was filled with trepidation, uncertain of what actions the queen might take. Should Her Majesty decide to open him up, releasing the energy within along with his blood, it would be a tremendous loss. Suddenly, Yifeng felt a cool, soothing sensation upon his lips. His eyes widened in astonishment as they locked onto those remarkably familiar and beautiful eyes just inches away. "I haven't lost. It seems I have gained. I am disheartened that my new book has fallen to 9th place. Dear readers, I implore you to continue reading and to cast your votes. Please do not forget me on Monday." Chapter 51. The Wrathful Queen Medusa and the Candied Hawthorn. If previously Yifeng experienced a bittersweet existence, now he found himself torn between heartache and exhilaration. The heartache stemmed from the immense energy of the fire lotus essence, which had the potential to elevate him to the rank of 7-star great fighter, yet was being frantically siphoned away in the tender contact between two delicate beings. As for the exhilaration, words scarcely suffice for those who have indulged in its delight. Yet, the heartache was merely a pretext for Yifeng, for even 11 small lotus seeds could not compare to this tantalizing sweetness. Was this not akin to the tender affection expressed in a single, gentle taste? The slender, elongated eyes of Queen Medusa glimmered with a cold light upon noticing Yifeng's awakening, issuing a warning to the impetuous youth before her to refrain from any reckless actions. However, the body does not always heed the will. The volatile and searing nature of the fire energy ignited within Yifeng like a volcano ready to erupt. With a hiss, the gentle process of expansion was abruptly replaced by a vivid scarlet hue. Fierce determination sparkled in his eyes as crimson blood, reminiscent of roses, trickled slowly from the corners of her alluring lips, exuding an enchanting aura. As Yifeng regained his senses, he felt the profound energy within him being significantly depleted, leaving him in a state of distress. Nonetheless, a glimmer of joy surfaced amidst his turmoil, even amidst Queen Medusa's ravenous consumption. His own power had ascended to the rank of 6-star great fighter. 3 minutes later, Yifeng sensed that not a single drop of fire spirit essence remained within him. The graceful form of Queen Medusa retreated, and in the next instant, Yifeng beheld her delicate, alabaster arm rise once more, tracing a familiar arc. With a resounding thud, Yifeng, who had been seated, found himself unceremoniously thrust onto the bed. Compared to previous encounters, he suddenly felt that this time the impact was surprisingly mild. His eyes rapidly focused on Queen Medusa's countenance, brimming with confusion. How could it be that she had initiated the altercation, yet he bore the brunt of the consequences? Queen Medusa, licking the crimson from her lips and lifting her proud chin, coldly asserted, "Little one, I acted to save you. Yet, you dare take advantage of me. You are the first to do so." Yifeng hastily waved his hands in awkward defense. "That was merely an accident, however, my queen, I assure you. I shall be the last." "Is that so?" Medusa mused, her heart quivering at the steadfastness reflected in Yifeng's gaze. In an instant, she appeared before him on the ground, her eyes narrowing as she warned, "Consider this a reprieve. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so merciful. Speak of this carelessly, and mind your tongue." "Never, my queen," Yifeng responded, his demeanor instantly serious under her imposing presence. As he tasted the lingering sweetness on his tongue, he inhaled sharply, realizing the sensation was indeed quite painful. Yet, this blend of pain and pleasure was undeniably exhilarating. Gazing at the obedient Yifeng, Queen Medusa felt a deep sense of helplessness within her heart. Each time, his demeanor was so sincere, yet after her warnings, he repeatedly transgressed. Should he offend again, she would certainly punish him severely. With a newfound confidence stemming from her enhanced strength, Yifeng boldly suggested to Queen Medusa, "Your Majesty, I have successfully gathered the. Tomorrow, I shall set forth to the Gamma Empire in search of the 7 illusory Qingling tears. Is this acceptable?" "Absolutely not." Upon hearing Yifeng's intent to depart, Queen Medusa instinctively exclaimed in a sharp tone. Yifeng was startled by her sudden outburst. Why was she so agitated about his journey to the Gamma Empire? Could it be? Observing the puzzlement in Yifeng's eyes, Queen Medusa felt somewhat flustered, her right hand gently grasping her cheek as she replied, "The green lotus earth heart fire is still with you, and I am not at ease." "Ah, I see." Yifeng quickly retrieved the green lotus platform from the system space and handed it over, saying, "Your Majesty, here, with the green lotus earth heart fire in your possession, I shall feel more at ease." As Queen Medusa beheld the exquisite green lotus platform and the fire upon it, her beautiful visage momentarily chilled, her teeth biting down in contemplation. "You need not keep the green lotus platform. I possess the ice lotus platform to conceal its aura." With a graceful wave of her hand, she swiftly transferred the green lotus earth heart fire onto her ice lotus platform. "That is splendid. Your Majesty, may I?" Yifeng stored the green lotus platform back into the system space and nodded in agreement. Observing Yifeng's resolute determination to leave, Queen Medusa flicked her jade arm and turned towards the inner palace, her voice laced with fury. "If you wish to depart, then do so swiftly. It would be best if you left my palace at once." Watching her alluring yet furious silhouette, Yifeng's eyes curved with a smile as he obediently replied, "Very well. Since your Majesty insists I leave, I shall not delay any longer. Your Majesty, please take care during my absence." With that, Yifeng descended from the bed, donned several garments, and hastily made his way to the door. As the sound of his footsteps receded, realizing he was truly departing, Queen Medusa swiftly turned to gaze at his retreating figure, her heart inexplicably tightening. "Stop! Come back to me." A formidable aura surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, pressing towards Yifeng. Yet just as it was about to envelop him, it gradually dissipated. Upon reaching the palace entrance, Yifeng suddenly halted and turned, curiously inquiring, "Your Majesty, is there anything else?" "Nothing at all." A glimmer flickered from Queen Medusa's right hand, revealing a magic core. "This is a 5th-tier wind attribute magic core gifted to you by the Grand Elder." As she relaxed her grip, she tossed it towards Yifeng. Gazing intently at the magic core that she had cast from her hand, Medusa blinked softly and began to turn gracefully towards her throne that belonged solely to her. "The Grand Elder, was it? I did not anticipate his generosity. I shall express my gratitude to him on behalf of Her Majesty." With that, Yifeng slightly bowed, then opened the door with both hands and stepped outside. Within the silent hall, the regal and noble Queen Medusa sat upon her throne, her eyes fixed upon the receding figure. "Sister, you are indeed fortunate." Moments later, "Your Majesty, the elder alchemist has departed." A maid entered and reported in a hushed tone. Queen Medusa glanced at the thick stack of papers on the table, her delicate visage marred by annoyance. It is for the best. His presence vexes me. Ah. The maid, taken aback by the queen's ire, hesitated to speak. Queen Medusa furrowed her brows and inquired, "What is it?" This was prepared by the elder alchemist himself before his departure, instructing that it must be delivered to your majesty. As she spoke, a ring on the maid's hand gleamed brightly, and suddenly, several candied hawthorns appeared in her grasp. Beholding the maid below, a radiant smile graced the exquisite features of Queen Medusa. "Present it to me. I wish to see if it is as sweet as it appears." Chapter 52. The Mysterious Do Wong. Nalan Su as night descended and shrouded the earth in darkness. A silvery shadow swiftly traversed the luminous moonlit sky. This figure was none other than Yi Feng, who had just completed his task of preparing candied hawthorn for Her Majesty the Medusa Queen before departing from the Medusa Kingdom. The farewell weighed heavily on Yi Feng's heart. After all, who would not wish to bask in the embrace of a beautiful maiden? Yet, in pursuit of the elusive 7 illusory Qingling saliva to awaken the comatose Kai Dai, he had no choice but to leave. Double the delight. Yi Feng was naturally preoccupied with the rewards he had received from his recent sign-in. The rewards were indeed fortuitous. The profound grade martial art, extreme wind, setting sun radiance, was commendable, but the 2 4th-grade pills, purple heart barrier-breaking pills, were particularly advantageous. As a 6-star Great Dome Master, Yi Feng was in dire need of these pills, and the sign-in had graciously provided him with a pair. The purple heart barrier-breaking pill surpassed the 3-pattern Qingling pill within the realm of Great Dome Masters. It could elevate the user's strength by 1 star. Moreover, it was possible to consume 2 pills consecutively to achieve an enhancement of 2 stars, truly a double blessing. During his traversal of the desert, Yi Feng found himself remarkably secure, encountering no ambushes. It was evident that Mobas was merely a serpent man with lustful intentions but lacking the courage to act upon them. Such a character, one must ponder, would certainly not attract the affections of my Medusa. As a massive city loomed before Yi Feng, he was utterly captivated by the throngs of people within. Humanity. At last, he beheld a multitude, where individuals moved without the need to sway their hips or flick their serpentine tails. All they required was to simply part their legs. On the outskirts of the Tagore Desert lay several desert cities inhabited by humans, and not far from his location was one such city. This desert city was heavily fortified, with soldiers clad in full armor patrolling, exuding an aura of lethal intent. As a human, Yi Feng easily gained entry into the city. Upon entering, he took residence in a luxurious inn. For him, money was but a mere figure. The collective wealth accumulated from 3 Do kings positioned him as one of the wealthiest individuals within the Jamar Empire, truly a rich heir. In his chamber, Yi Feng consumed the 2 purple heart barrier-breaking pills. After a night's rest, his strength ascended to 8-star Great Dome Master. Following another night of repose in the desert city, he embarked on a lavish flying magical beast, heading directly to the capital of the Jamar Empire. With a resounding shriek, the flying beast soared into the sky under the guidance of its tamer. Sitting by the window, Yi Feng gazed at the fleeting wisps of clouds outside, his mind conjuring 2 words, airplane. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he thought to himself that this was far more sophisticated than any aircraft. At the very least, within the confines of the Gamma Empire, no one dared to challenge it. The distance from Mo City to the imperial capital was considerable. Even the most luxurious flying magical beast required a full 7 days to traverse this expanse. Thus, the journey was exceedingly monotonous, particularly for Yi Feng, who was alone. This was due to his acute awareness of the provocative sounds emanating from the adjacent rooms, sounds that could easily redden one's cheeks. The intrusive melody seeped into his mind, leaving him both speechless and irritable. Naturally, Yi Feng felt no interest in the gaudy attendants aboard the flying beast. After having encountered the breathtaking Medusa Queen, as well as the enchanting Kai Dai and Yumeir, any comparison rendered these women as mere shadows of the celestial beauties he had seen. Thus, he chose to ignore the flirtations of the service girls, much to their chagrin. Just then, a boisterous voice from outside the door interrupted his thoughts. "Hey there, young man, may I come in?" Yi Feng pondered. A man? What kind of service is this? Have they sent someone special because I showed no interest in the female attendants? He swung open the door, revealing a middle-aged man of imposing stature, clad in a resplendent brocade robe. Upon seeing this man, Yi Feng felt a sense of relief. It appeared that this was not an unusual service, but rather an encounter with an unfamiliar nobleman. "Good sir, we have yet to meet. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Yi Feng inquired with a smile. "Oh, we are both staying at the same tavern and now share a journey on this flying beast. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. I noticed your generous demeanor and composed aura earlier, which bespoke of a man of distinction, prompting me to pay you a visit." The middle-aged man replied with a warm smile. Recognizing the man's dignified bearing and opulent attire, Yi Feng surmised that he must hold a high position, likely even that of a Do Wang-level warrior. It was clear that this man had come to seek camaraderie after gauging Yi Feng's strength. Such individuals invariably prioritize their own interests and are often quite cunning. As the adage goes, one should not strike a friendly face. Thus, perceiving the man's intent to foster goodwill, Yi Feng graciously stepped aside, saying, "In that case, please, do come in. Shall we share a drink?" "Excellent, excellent." Once they were seated, the middle-aged man's expression darkened upon hearing the sounds from the neighboring rooms. With a mere wave of his arm, he conjured an invisible barrier of Do Qi, enveloping the room and silencing any further noise from outside. Witnessing such prowess and sensing the formidable aura he exuded, Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Forgive my ignorance, esteemed sir. I failed to recognize that you are indeed a Do Wang-level warrior." "Oh, there is no need for such modesty, young brother." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, looking at Yi Feng with a smile. "At such a young age, you venture forth alone to hone your skills. You are truly an extraordinary talent. May I ask from which esteemed household you hail?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng shook his head and smiled faintly, saying, "My dear brother, your praise is excessive. I, Feng Yi, am merely a person of the mountains, without any affiliation to powerful families." "Oh." The middle-aged man's eyes slightly narrowed, lost in thought. At that moment, a female server approached with drinks. The middle-aged man poured 2 cups of rough liquor, handing one to Yi Feng with a hearty laugh, saying, "Brother Feng, our meeting is indeed fateful. Allow me to toast you." Yi Feng accepted the cup, raised it slightly, and without a moment's hesitation, brought the drink to his lips. This scene instantly garnered the middle-aged man's admiration, and after swallowing the liquor, he laughed heartily, saying, "Good, Brother Feng Yi. You are the first young man who has truly impressed me." Nalan Su. Chapter 53. As the door opened, the iron-clad figure stepped forth, and Nalan Su appeared to offer his greetings. Who is Nalan Su? He is the esteemed patriarch of the Nalan family, one of the 3 great families of the Jaimar Empire. His father is the venerable elder, Nalan Jia. Though these titles may not evoke much excitement, his other identity is truly remarkable, for he is none other than the father of Nalan Yanran. Indeed, he is a father. The presence of such an individual, who openly praises himself, leaves Yi Feng somewhat astonished. Thus, Yi Feng could not restrain himself and playfully splashed Nalan Su's face with a refreshing spray. Nalan Su, who had just extolled Yi Feng, was taken aback by the sudden coolness on his face, left utterly speechless. This Feng Yi had actually splattered him. Coughing, Yi Feng patted his chest, feeling quite uncomfortable, and sincerely apologized to Nalan Su. "My dear Nalan brother, I have never tasted such potent liquor before. It is exceedingly fiery. I truly apologize." Yi Feng spoke the truth. Since arriving in the Duki continent, he had indeed never encountered such a fiery drink. Upon hearing this, Nalan Su, wiping his face with his sleeve, furrowed his brow in confusion. Does he not recognize the patriarch of the clan? Has he truly never indulged in such strong liquor? It seems this Feng Yi indeed hails from elsewhere, perhaps a prodigy of a superpower. After all, only those mighty forces could nurture such extraordinary talents who have yet to experience commonplace beverages. Perhaps he genuinely possesses capabilities. After casually wiping his face, Nalan Su's countenance blossomed into a radiant smile, and he beamed at Yi Feng, saying, "Ha, it's quite all right. It's perfectly normal for you, my young friend, to have never tried this ordinary Xionghuang wine." He then called out, "Bring forth my rare vintage." Yi Feng thought to himself, did he just mention Xionghuang wine? Nalan Su, how dare you? You treat me as if I were by Suzhen. Once the guards presented the new wine, Nalan Su poured 2 cups, smiling broadly as he offered them to Yi Feng. Realizing Nalan Su's jovial demeanor suggested he regarded him as a distinguished young master seeking assistance, Yi Feng chose not to expose this notion. Instead, he engaged in a spirited exchange of toasts, during which Nailan Su attempted various inquiries, but Yi Feng deftly countered each. After a considerable half-hour had elapsed, Nailan Su's smile faded, and his expression grew somber as he sighed deeply. Seeing this, Yi Feng understood that the old fellow was about to address the crux of the matter. Thus, he took the opportunity to ask with feigned curiosity, "Dear Nailan brother, why the long face? Is there a troubling matter at hand?" Alas, Nailan Su bore a troubled expression as he sighed. "Brother Feng, you are unaware of my circumstances. I am the head of the Nailan family, one of the 3 great clans of the Jama Empire. Just 7 days ago, this position was held by my esteemed father." Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Feng maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Brother Nailan, I would not ordinarily inquire into family matters, yet since you have brought it up, there must be a reason behind it, correct?" Indeed. Nailan Su rose slowly, clasping his hands behind his back as he recounted, "My father, Nailan Jie, is the Lionheart Marshal of the Jama Empire. 7 days ago, he engaged in battle with a fearsome 5th-tier magical beast, the iron-stamping venom python, over a rare herb known as the 7 Illusions green spirit nectar. Though he ultimately triumphed and acquired the nectar, he unfortunately fell victim to a terrifying toxin injected into him by the beast." Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. 7 Illusions green spirit nectar? Venom? Could it be that he was now facing an impending doom? Although he was aware from the original narrative that Xiao Yan obtained the 7 Illusions green spirit nectar from the Nailan family, the intelligence from the serpent people did not mention Nailan Jie being poisoned. Consequently, Yi Feng intended to venture into Jama's sacred city to search, and if he found nothing, to gradually scour the Beast Mountains. But now, Nailan Jie was indeed poisoned. It had only been 7 days since the onset. No wonder there had been no reports. How fortuitous for the poison to have taken hold. Observing that Yi Feng appeared unfazed by his words, Nailan Su felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Brother Feng was truly knowledgeable about this toxin? Gazing into Nailan Su's illuminated eyes, Yi Feng inquired, "Brother Nailan, are you referring to the venom capable of slaying 6th-tier magical beasts?" "Precisely. This is the very poison. Brother Feng, do you possess any viable solutions?" Nailan Su's heart swelled with anticipation at this question. Yi Feng furrowed his brows, his expression darkening as he stood, seemingly deep in contemplation. He addressed Nailan Su with an air of profound wisdom. "Brother Nailan, I presume your esteemed father possesses strength, at least on par with the Do Wang. His formidable fighting spirit may temporarily suppress the toxin. However, as the years progress, the poison will rebound with greater ferocity, and at that time, your father will be in grave peril. What can be done?" Upon hearing this, Nailan Su's countenance shifted dramatically. "This matter can only be resolved by a high-ranking alchemist," Yi Feng stated with a calm demeanor. Nailan Su sighed deeply and replied with a rueful smile, "Alas, I have sought a high-ranking alchemist. But Master Fama of the Alchemist Guild echoed your sentiments. When I approached Dan Wangguhi, I was informed he had gone to the Tagore Desert to gather herbs. I sought him there, but returned empty-handed, resigned to my fate in the imperial capital." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Noticing that Yi Feng remained unmoved, Nailan Su felt a sense of urgency and finally spoke candidly. "Brother Feng, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. I have come to you precisely because of this matter. On that day, as I prepared to rest for a day in the desert city before returning to the imperial capital, I inadvertently noticed my younger brother. Your remarkable bearing, extraordinary demeanor, and striking handsomeness drew my attention, Yi Feng. However, when I chanced upon you again the following day, I was astonished to observe a significant disparity in your cultivation within merely a day. Surely, this must be attributed to your consumption of 2 top-grade 4th-rank purple heartbreaking barrier pills. Thus, I have come to seek your counsel. If you possess a solution, the Nailan family shall owe you a debt of gratitude, and I am profoundly thankful." As he spoke, Nailan Su cupped his hands and was about to bow to Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng hastily supported him with both hands, smilingly saying, "Brother Nailan, you flatter me. I indeed have a solution." Upon hearing this, Nailan Su was instantly elated, grasping Yi Feng's hand with fervor. "Is it true? Brother Feng, if you have a solution, the Nailan family shall be eternally grateful. Whatever you desire, we shall do our utmost to fulfill it." Yi Feng, Chapter 54. To rescue Nailan Jie. Upon hearing Nailan Su's words, Yifeng did not decline, for only in this manner could he put the profit-driven Nalan Su at ease. As for what he would require later, that would depend on what the Nalan family could offer. With a smile, Yifeng addressed Nalan Su, Brother Nalan. As I previously mentioned, your esteemed father's poison requires a high-level alchemist for treatment, and this alchemist's capabilities transcend mere rank. Oh, young Brother Feng, pray tell, who is this esteemed alchemist? Nalan Su inquired. Might I ask if the Master Fama and the Pill King Guhi you mentioned possess any strange fire? Strange fire? At the mention of these words, Nalan Su could only smile wryly and wave his hand. Young Brother Feng, you overestimate our Jayamar Empire. Strange fire is a rare and precious phenomenon of heaven and earth. I have yet to even lay eyes on it. Ah, very well. Yifeng was taken aback and then helplessly replied. If neither of them possesses strange fire, then they lack advanced control over flames, and thus cannot be considered high-level alchemists. As the head of the Nalan family, it was the first time Nalan Su had heard such an assessment. Fama and Guhi were not high-level alchemists. If word of this were to spread, the two would undoubtedly come seeking vengeance. Were this claim to escape the lips of another, Nalan Su would surely deem that person reckless and foolish. Yet Yifeng was different. His unwavering confidence left Nalan Su in awe. Nalan Su immediately grasped the implication. Sighing, does this mean, as you suggest, that my father's poison can only be eradicated with strange fire? Yifeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. To eliminate the poison plaguing your father, one must control the flames to enter his body and expel the poison with high temperatures. This requires strange fire, as well as a high-level alchemist who has mastered its control to perfection. Only then can we ensure the complete eradication of the poison within your father. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Nalan Su's expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. What are we to do? Even within the other great empires, I have not heard of any alchemist utilizing strange fire. Is it possible that my father... Just as Nalan Su was about to express the grim fate awaiting his father, his speech abruptly halted. His eyes widened in disbelief, akin to small lanterns, as he beheld the purple-black flames flickering atop Yifeng's gently clasped hand. This. Nalan Su's right hand trembled violently as he pointed at the strange fire dancing in Yifeng's palm. Young Brother Feng, Yifeng gazed at the head of the Nalan clan, a confident smile gracing his lips. Brother Nalan, there is no need for astonishment. What I hold is indeed strange fire. The moment those certain words fell, Nalan Su's heart soared with joy, yet he bowed apologetically. Young Brother Feng, please forgive my lack of discernment. I failed to recognize that a high-level alchemist was right before my eyes. Young Brother Feng, you must rescue my father. I, Nalan Su, am eternally grateful. From this day forth, should you require anything, my Nalan family will venture through fire and water for you. Receiving this heartfelt sentiment, Yifeng gently assisted Nalan Su to his feet, smiling as he replied, Brother Nalan, you are too kind. Now that I have spoken, there shall be no debt of gratitude in saving you. However, Nalan Su's heart stirred, a flicker of joy igniting within him. For it is only through mutual benefit that relationships can solidify. Should Brother Feng require anything, do not hesitate to voice it. Yifeng candidly stated, Brother Nalan, that 7 illusion blue spirit nectar has its uses for me. It is but a mere herb, since it is of value to you. I shall send it directly to you upon my return to the family. If there is anything else you need, Brother Feng, do not stand on ceremony. With those casual words exchanged, Yifeng expressed his gratitude. I thank you, Brother Nalan. I have no further needs for now. Nalan Su raised his cup, laughing, Brother Feng. You are truly a timely rain for me. Cheers. In the end, neither of them returned home sober. After Nalan Su was supported away by his guards, Yifeng silently thought, old fox. Meanwhile, upon returning to his quarters, Nalan Su shed his drunken demeanor, standing tall and commanding his guards for the next few days. No one is to disturb him. Clear out all those in the adjacent room. Yes, as the head of a clan, he was no benevolent soul. Decisive actions were utterly routine. It was truly the noise from the adjacent room that was unbearable. To avoid unnecessary complications, some individuals must be dealt with discreetly for absolute security. Within his chamber, Nalan Su meticulously weighed the interests of his family, deeply contemplating. This youth possesses extraordinary talent. At such a tender age, he has already attained the rank of an 8-star Great Master. Consuming 2 4th-grade pills, the Purple Heart Breakthrough Pill, alongside being a pharmacist with unusual fire, His background must be exceptionally formidable and terrifying. It would be most prudent to cultivate a rapport with him, maximizing the family's interests. Previously, he had believed this youth simple, yet through gradual interaction, he realized he had been led by the nose at every turn. Initially, he had thought he had discovered him amidst the crowd, only to later feel as though he had been baited, a truly frightening sensation. This youth is remarkably gifted. No wonder the forces behind him allow him to roam freely. It is imperative to forge a strong bond with him, thus maximizing the family's benefits. Sighing as he stood by the window to sober up, Nalan Su gazed at the vast sea of clouds outside and lamented. I wonder how that girl Yinran is faring at Yunlan's sect. She has been incessantly clamoring for a divorce lately, but if a divorce occurs... Wait, divorce. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Nalan Su's eyes, revealing his unrestrained thoughts. Send a message to the young lady, stating that her grandfather is gravely ill. Guard, a Nalan Jia. I am overwhelmed with filial piety. In the ensuing 7 days, Nalan Su and Yifeng frequently indulged in leisurely evenings, sharing drinks and thus strengthening their brotherly bond. As Yifeng anticipated, the flying beast that had traversed nearly 7 days of journey gradually approached its destination, the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, the sacred city of Gamma. As the flying beast began to descend, Yifeng's gaze was drawn to a colossal mountain range to the north of the capital. This mountain, truly a majestic peak, lay sprawled like a great dragon, subtly emanating an aura of ethereal energy. It was the revered sanctuary for cultivation in the Gamma Empire, home to the Yunlan sect. It had been quite some time since he had traveled by such a cumbersome means of transport. The sluggish pace was indeed quite vexing. Upon finally setting foot on solid ground, Nalan Su inhaled the crisp air, stretching his limbs and remarking casually. This display was undoubtedly for Yifeng's benefit. For the carefree demeanor of the Nalan patriarch was a rare sight to behold. Observing the regal Nalan Su, Yifeng smiled, his gaze sweeping across the grand imperial city. And he couldn't help but exclaim, truly, the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire is indeed magnificent and expansive. Father, father? A sudden, ethereal voice, reminiscent of a lark, echoed from a distance. This caused Yifeng's eyes to narrow instinctively, and he quickly turned his gaze in that direction. To his astonishment, he found that his earlier praises were indeed applicable. The place was truly magnificent and vast. What thoughts do readers have regarding this unfolding narrative? Please remember to leave your comments. Additionally, do not forget to cast your votes. Chapter 55. Has the alchemist Guhi arrived? In Yifeng's line of sight, a multitude of figures approached from the distance, among them a strikingly beautiful young girl leading the way. Her exquisite features were adorned with an enchanting smile, and she emanated an aura that set her apart from others. Dangling from her delicate earlobes were jade pendants that chimed gently as she moved, adding a touch of elegance to her graceful form. Clad in a light blue dress that accentuated her figure, her long legs were adorned with the beloved white stockings of young women. Her high ponytail, held in place by a golden headband, swayed lightly, exuding the vivacious charm befitting the daughter of the Nalan family. The newcomer was none other than Nalan Su's daughter, Nalan Yinran. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, pondering whether she could truly be the daughter of the rugged Nalan Su. How could this cunning old fox have summoned Nalan Yinran back? What was his intention? Well, Yinran, you returned even earlier than your father. How has your training at Yunlan sect been? Nalan Su exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his daughter, affectionately ruffling her hair. Nalan Yinran, feeling the gentle tousle, displayed a hint of annoyance on her charming face. Clenching her fists, she retorted, Father, how can you say that? I am already a 2-star fighter, preparing to break through to a 3-star fighter, yet you summoned me back without cause, claiming that grandfather was unwell. I hurried back, only to find him practicing flips in the courtyard. You shall face his wrath when he returns. Just as she relished her moment of triumph, Nalan Yinran was abruptly silenced by her father, who covered her mouth, leading her to emit a petulant cry. Nalan Su, visibly embarrassed, chuckled, Yinran, we have guests. There are matters to discuss when we return home. Haha, my parenting is lacking. Foam, please excuse my daughter. Suddenly, Nalan Su felt a sharp pain in his fingers and released his hold, exclaiming in irritation, You little brat, have you learned to bite since going to Yunlan sect? Yifeng thought to himself, is Yun Yun responsible for teaching this as well? Nalan Su, the cunning old fox, was clearly trying to convey something to me. Humph, father. You have even learned to bully your daughter. Nalan Yinran pouted, turning her attention away from Nalan Su, intrigued as she approached Yifeng. Her large, sparkling eyes locked onto Yifeng's gaze. Observing the slightly taller, somewhat handsome young man before her, Nalan Yinran placed her hands on her slender waist and defiantly exclaimed, "Hey, you don't look much older than me. Why does my father refer to you as Brother Feng? Do you possess some extraordinary abilities?" Silence. Nalan Su's expression shifted, and he scolded, "Yinran, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. This is your Brother Feng." "Brother Feng?" Yifeng echoed, bewildered. Nalan Yinran blinked her large eyes in confusion. "Shouldn't it be Uncle Feng?" Nalan Su turned his aged face and smiled apologetically at Yifeng, saying, "Brother Feng, my daughter, Yinran, has been rather spoiled. I hope you will not take offense." At that moment, even Nalan Yinran was taken aback by her father's words, let alone the others present. What a Brother Feng! How remarkable! The clan leader is indeed investing heavily, choosing to treat this young man as an equal to his daughter. Who exactly is he? Yifeng shook his head and chuckled. "Not at all. Your daughter is so lively and delightful. How could I hold anything against her?" "Huh, that is wonderful. Brother Feng, please," Nalan Su exclaimed. "Please, Brother Nalan," Yifeng replied. They exchanged smiles and then walked side by side into the distance. Observing their retreating figures, Nalan Yinran pouted in annoyance. She then imitated them with a laugh. "Ha, how ridiculous. You both look so foolish while laughing." The guards on either side could not contain their laughter and burst out. Who just laughed? One person shall receive 30 slaps." As they arrived at the grand estate, passers-by on the bustling street cast envious and awe-filled glances in their direction. "Clan leader, miss." The guards at the entrance immediately bowed in respect. At that moment, someone dashed out from the estate and spoke to Nalan Su. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Nalan Su's eyes widened in surprise. "What? The Pilking Guhi has arrived?" Hearing this, Yifeng felt a stir of interest. The Pilking Guhi? How intriguing. Nalan Su glanced at Yifeng, whose expression remained unchanged. Guhi meeting a high-ranking alchemist was indeed fascinating. To avoid causing Yifeng to overthink, Nalan Su calmly remarked, "Brother Feng, the Pilking must have heard that I sought him, which is why he has come to the Nalan family." Before Yifeng could respond, Nalan Yinran, who had been sulking behind, stepped forward and said, "Yes, father, the Pilking came looking for me and returned with me." "Oh, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Nalan Su gently chided his daughter. Nalan Yinran crossed her arms, tilted her head, and glared at her father. "Humph. It was you who covered my mouth and wouldn't let me speak." Nalan Su was left speechless, unable to defend himself. The Pilking sought out Nalan Yinran. Upon hearing her words and recalling that Nalan Su mentioned he had gone to the Tagore Desert to gather herbs, Yifeng formed a bold hypothesis. However, it was still uncertain and would require a meeting with He for further clarification. Thus, Yifeng smiled at Nalan Su and said, "It would be my fortune to witness the Pilking's prowess. I kindly ask Brother Nalan to lead the way." "Excellent." Nalan Su readily agreed, and the group made their way to the hall. Meanwhile, within the Nalan family hall, an elderly man with white hair and a middle-aged man sporting 2 small mustaches were engaged in a hushed conversation. "Duke Dan, you seek my assistance. Yet it is not that I refuse, but rather, alas, Lord Nalan, do you harbor some unspeakable burden? Have you ever heard of the burning poison? This poison is capable of slaying even those of the Emperor rank. Could it be that you, Lord Nalan? To be candid, I am indeed afflicted by this poison, and it is for this reason that Su-Air sought you out. I see. This burning poison is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. I once encountered a reference to it in an ancient tome. To completely eliminate it, one must possess an alchemist skilled in the use of exotic flames. Who can sear it away? Exotic flames? If even the esteemed Duke Dan has not come across such a celestial entity, how could I possibly find an alchemist of that caliber? Lord Nalan, do you know that I have summoned? Grandfather, I have returned." The conversation abruptly halted with the call and the sound of the door swinging open, as both of their gazes turned towards the entrance. Some readers have commented on changes to the timeline, and I wish to convey that such alterations are inevitable. Otherwise, according to the plot of the special chapter, The Song of the Desert, the events would unfold over a decade ago, leaving only a cadre of elderly characters from the original tale. Even Yun Yun would be but a child, and neither Xiao Yin nor his companions would be present. Should I then write about Xiao Yan's mother? 99% of the characters encountered would be absent. What plot would I have left to narrate? Should I pen the elderly care facility of Dopa? Moreover, when it comes to fanfiction, how many truly adhere to the original plot and timeline? If the same story were to be told, wouldn't one prefer the original work instead? The book is easy to find, but intriguing souls are rare. To the readers who continue to follow this journey, I kindly ask for your support in the form of a few recommendation votes. I assure you, I shall not disappoint. Chapter 56. Grandfather, are you unable? A lesson for Nalan Yinran. Upon hearing the ethereal call, both individuals inside turned their gazes toward the entrance. At that moment, a remarkably poised young lady entered the room. Upon seeing her, a flicker of irritation crossed the elderly face of Nalan Jia, who remarked, Yinran, how dare you intrude upon my important discussion with the Pill King? Oh, dear grandfather, do not be angry. Yinran is family, it is quite all right. Ancient River, who held a deep affection for this perfect disciple of his heart, insisted on defending her. He, grandfather, I merely came to fetch father. Nalan Yinran exclaimed, pointing sweetly at the person behind her. Nalan Jia and Ancient River's eyes followed her gesture, and upon seeing Nalan Su, they also noticed Yi Feng walking alongside him. As they observed the youth beside Nalan Su, both furrowed their brows momentarily before relaxing their expressions as they turned their attention back to Nalan Su. As the patriarch of the Nalan family, few could elicit such treatment from Nalan Su. Who is this striking young man? Nalan Jia pondered aloud. Pill King, I sought you in the Tagore Desert, yet here you are in my Nalan family. Nalan Su stepped forward and offered a wry smile to Ancient River. Having risen, Ancient River returned the gesture and replied with a mild smile. Ha! Patriarch Nalan, I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I returned from the Tagore Desert ahead of schedule, hence our missed encounter. Ha ha ha! Nalan Yinran's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She thought their laughter rather foolish. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Ancient River's gaze shifted toward Yi Feng, though he refrained from speaking, as this was not his residence, and he had no time to inquire further. Standing on the other side, Nalan Jia's expression remained indifferent as he addressed Nalan Su. Sir, might I inquire as to who this young friend is? Hearing his father's question, Nalan Su extended his right hand towards Yi Feng, introducing him. Father, this is my brother Feng Yi, a prodigy from beyond the empire. Oh, upon hearing Nalan Su's introduction, both Nalan Jia and Ancient River focused their attention on Yi Feng. A genius from beyond the empire? No wonder Nalan Su treats him with such regard. He must indeed be an extraordinary talent to warrant such attention. Nalan Su observed the astonished expressions of his father and Ancient River, and then turned his gaze to Yi Feng, a flicker of surprise crossing his own eyes. At that moment, he could no longer discern Yi Feng's true strength. It was entirely different from their encounter in Mo City. It appeared that Feng Yi had concealed his cultivation with treasures. This was not uncommon, as even the Yunlan sect possessed such artifacts. It was only natural that Feng Yi would have access to them as well. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Nalan Su introduced, Brother Feng, this is my father, Nalan Jia. And this esteemed individual is the renowned Pill King Ancient River. Yi Feng exhibited no semblance of reverence towards the two individuals before him, merely offering a slight nod as a form of greeting. This gesture, observed by the two across from him, caused their initial admiration for the extraordinary genius to plummet into disdain. Despite his status as a prodigy from beyond the empire, his brazen demeanor and lack of decorum were bound to evoke irritation. However, Nalan Jia concealed his discontent, raising his arms slightly with a faint smile and saying, Since young friend Feng Yi hails from outside the empire, please take a seat. Alchemist, please sit. Witnessing Yi Feng's utter lack of humility, Nalan Su felt a sense of resignation. After all, if the alchemist was deemed not even a high-level potion maker, he certainly had no intention of bowing his head. Moreover, it was he who had implored the alchemist to come here. Once the host and guests were seated, Nalan Jia squinted slightly and inquired of Nalan Su, Son, your return has been rather delayed. Could it possibly be related to young friend Feng Yi? In response, Nalan Su nodded and candidly stated, Indeed, father. Young Master Feng is a remarkable youth I encountered by chance in Mo City. He possesses the ability to resolve the mark poison afflicting you. What? Upon hearing Nalan Su's words, both Nalan Jia and Gu He widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Yi Feng. Having just heard Gu He's earlier remarks, how could Nalan Jia possibly accept Nalan Su's claims? Could this youth named Feng Yi truly possess such extraordinary fire? Gu He, with his profoundly inquisitive gaze, scrutinized Yi Feng, wondering if he had some other means of resolution. Upon hearing Nalan Su's revelation, Nalan Yinran's delicate features shifted dramatically. She hurriedly approached Nalan Jia, her voice laced with concern. "Grandfather, you are poisoned? Could it be that Father's words bear truth? Are you truly in danger?" At that moment, Yi Feng, unable to contain himself while sipping his tea, inadvertently sprayed it out. Nalan Su instinctively recoiled at the familiar sound, but alas, Yi Feng was no longer seated across from him. Upon hearing his granddaughter's alarm, Nalan Jia cast a fierce glare at his own son, then forced a chuckle. "Ha, Yinran. You need not worry about your grandfather. I am quite well. Though this mark poison is formidable, with the alchemist present, what poison cannot be resolved? Right, Uncle Gu He. You must save my grandfather." Nalan Yinran exclaimed joyously upon seeing the alchemist. Gu He, aware that Nalan Jia wished to spare his granddaughter any worry, nodded with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, Yinran, I shall exert every effort to eliminate the mark poison." "Thank you, Uncle Gu He," she replied cheerfully. A peculiar, dry laugh suddenly rang out, causing Gu He's smile to falter. Nalan Yinran furrowed her brows, then turned sharply, placing her hands on her hips as she approached Yi Feng. With a pointed finger, she admonished him. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Yi Feng maintained a faint smile as he replied, "I am amused by your obliviousness to being deceived." Upon hearing this, Nalan Yinran's delicate face was marred by fury as she exclaimed, "Huh? Indeed, I have been deceived, and so has my father, but now I shall expose you. A mere wild chicken masquerading as a phoenix." Before her words could settle, a sharp sword materialized in Nalan Yinran's hand, lunging towards Yi Feng's chest, who stood mere inches away. "Yinran, no. Yinran, stop." Nalan Su attempted to intervene, but it was too late. None present could have anticipated that Nalan Yinran would resort to such lethal measures. This girl has truly been spoiled by Yun Yun. A wild chicken masquerading as a phoenix? Yi Feng found this epithet most displeasing, and his eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, flashed with a fierce glint. In the instant that the cold light manifested, Yi Feng's fingers extended, swiftly capturing the blade that Nalan Yinran thrust forth. With a slight tremor of his fingers, a deafening thunderclap reverberated throughout the room. Visibly, an electric arc leapt from the steel sword, coursing into Nalan Yinran's delicate form. In the next moment, she was overwhelmed by a wave of numbness, her body yielding and collapsing before Yi Feng, still trembling slightly. Ding! Master has disciplined the unruly Nalan Yinran, receiving a sign-in reward, a 7th-grade elixir, the devouring life pill. "Yinran, how dare you, wretch?" Chapter 57. Is the pill king inept? My granddaughter is incapable. As Nalan Yinran collapsed at Yi Feng's feet, her body convulsing, her grandfather, Nalan Jia, erupted in a fit of rage, slamming his palm onto the table. A formidable aura of a Do Wang surged forth, crashing over Yi Feng like a tidal wave. Sensing this overwhelming force, Yi Feng furrowed his brow and instantly unleashed his full strength. A peculiar purple-black light flared to life, and a fierce torrent of fire attribute Do Qi erupted from within him. In that moment, both Nalan Jia and Gu He stood in disbelief, their eyes wide as they exclaimed, "An 8-star Great Do Master! Such a young 8-star Great Do Master? Wait, just moments ago it was lightning, and now it's flames. This youth possesses dual attributes as an 8-star Great Do Master? A genius? No, this is an extraordinary prodigy." They had never encountered such a monstrous talent before. This individual must surely hail from a superpower. How could such a prodigy be someone they could provoke? If they angered him, the forces backing him could obliterate the Nalan family with a mere gesture. Nalan Jia realized that his actions were as reckless as his granddaughter's. Yet there was no turning back now. Just then, a figure stepped in front of Yi Feng, effectively blocking Nalan Jia's imposing aura. It was none other than Nalan Su. In contrast to Nalan Jia and Gu He, Nalan Su was filled with trepidation. He understood that Yi Feng was also a pharmacist wielding exotic fire. Pharmacists typically possessed fire and wood attribute Do Qi, which was already fearsome. 3 attributes of Do Qi were something he had never even heard of. Nalan Su's face turned pale with apprehension. Casting aside any thoughts of filial piety, he exclaimed, "Father, this is Yinran's fault. Please, cease your actions." Upon hearing his son's pale words, Jia, recognizing the gravity of the situation, immediately retracted his overwhelming aura, muttering, "What a good son I have." The previously tense atmosphere in the room returned to tranquility. Su turned towards Yifeng and hastily bowed in apology. "Brother Feng, my daughter's impetuousness is a result of my poor upbringing. I hope you can forgive her." Yifeng regarded the bowing Su and retorted with indignation. "Is this how the Nalan family treats their guests?" Su's complexion grew even paler at these words, and he shifted his gaze towards the elder of the family. Realizing his own rashness, Jia stepped forward, a forced smile on his face, and said, "Young friend Feng Yi, it is I who have failed to recognize your greatness. I seek your forgiveness." Seeing Jia personally apologize, Yifeng's expression softened slightly. He then lifted Jia's hand and remarked indifferently, "It is only natural for the elder to protect his granddaughter." However, at that moment, both Jia and Su's hearts sank. Yifeng helped Su to his feet and continued, "However, Brother Nalan, your daughter is so willful and reckless. If this continues, it will surely bring calamity upon your family. The continent of Duki is vast, and not everyone, like myself, would extend courtesy to you, Brother Nalan." Yifeng's words effectively elevated his own status, delivering a sharp admonition to both Jia and Su. At that moment, the two of them suddenly awoke to the reality that they had overly indulged the girl, Yinran, in association with Yunlan's sect Yun. If she were to encounter other formidable opponents, the repercussions could be severe, and by then, it would be too late for regrets. Jia and Su promptly expressed their gratitude with a bow. "Thank you, young friend Feng, for your guidance." Yifeng waved his hand, glancing at the now unconscious Yinran, and said, "You need not worry. I have merely rendered your daughter temporarily insensible. She will awaken in 3 minutes." He then instructed, "Someone, assist the young lady back to her quarters. Once she regains consciousness, do not allow her to leave her room." "Understood." Su immediately ordered for Yinran to be taken away, fearing that she might cause a ruckus again. "Young friend Feng, please take a seat." Jia hastened to speak to Yifeng after the attendants took Yinran away. "No need for that. I am content here," Yifeng replied gracefully, returning to his original position. "Everyone, please." Now, Yifeng had adopted a demeanor of humility. At this moment, both Jia and the ever-curious Gu he involuntarily gasped in astonishment. This young man is truly formidable. It was not that he lacked humility, rather, he exhibited it intentionally. And the same was true now. Their gazes shifted to Su, who wore a grim expression. Realizing the terror of the situation, he had been led back to his own home by this young prodigy. After the group resumed their seats, Gu He, who had been silent until now, curiously inquired, "Young friend Feng, when you spoke with Yinran, were you implying that I cannot assist old Master Nalan in eliminating the mark of poison?" "Indeed," Yifeng replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Gui narrowed his eyes and asked, "How can you be so certain that I, the Pill King, am incapable? Though your alchemical skills are passable, you lack the aura of exceptional fire, thus you are unable." His words immediately caused Gu He's expression to change. Jia, standing by, felt his face twitch at the absurdity of the statement. How could a renowned Pill King of the Gamma Empire's skills be merely passable? After a brief silence, Gu He respectfully gestured towards Yifeng. "Young friend, you are indeed remarkable. If my observations are correct, the violet-black flames you previously unleashed are indeed exceptional fire?" "Correct. They are indeed exceptional fire." Jia's eyes instantly turned towards his son, Su, and upon seeing the confirmation in his son's gaze, he realized how extraordinarily talented his son had brought back this prodigy. No wonder he claimed that he was incapable and summoned Yinran back. It was all part of his intentions. Alas, it is regrettable it is not that I am incapable, nor is the Pill King. The truth is, it is my granddaughter who is lacking. Upon confirming with Yifeng, Gu He's expression displayed a hint of embarrassment as he inquired, "Forgive my lack of insight, but may I ask what type of you possess, my young friend?" At that moment, both Jia and Su were taken aback. It was astonishing that the esteemed Pill King Gu He could not discern the nature of this. Yifeng then extended his right hand, gently enclosing within his palm a flickering flame of deep violet and black hues. This flame is known as the 3000 Yin Yin fire. What? Is it truly the 3,000 yin fire, birthed from the stars and ranked ninth on the? Gui could no longer maintain his composure and abruptly stood up, exclaiming in astonishment. Unlike the majority of which are born from the earth, the 3,000 yin fire is a formidable existence that originates from the celestial bodies. It only descends to the ground when it reaches its complete form, causing the land to resemble a desert, where day and night blur into one, stars vanish from sight, and the sun fails to rise. For one to possess such a fire, what terrifying power must lie behind him? Today, to encounter you, young phoenix, is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. Gu-he, old master Nalan, you are truly blessed. Your affliction has found its remedy. Chapter 58, Detoxification. Is the Nalan family retreating from the engagement? Even without the need for Gu-he to speak, Nalan Jia instinctively felt that he had struck an incredible stroke of luck. Just as he succumbed to the poison, an individual possessing a unique fire had arrived. This was undoubtedly a reward from his past life. Rising to his feet, Nalan Jia inclined his body slightly towards Yi Feng, saying, "Friend Feng, no need for such formalities, Elder Nalan. I have come at the invitation of your esteemed brother to assist you in detoxifying." Yi Feng interjected decisively. "Haha, splendid. Truly splendid. Elder Nalan, we should not delay. The burning poison must be eradicated promptly." Nalan Jia understood that time was of the essence for a young prodigy like Feng Yi. He recognized that his presence here was undoubtedly tied to some arrangement with his son, and it would be best for them to communicate regarding such matters. Nalan Jia nodded, urging, "In that case, dear friend Feng, please follow me to the side chamber." Yi Feng followed Nalan Jia into the side room, accompanied by Nalan Su and Gu He. As an alchemist, Gu He had never encountered a unique fire before, and he was eager for this enlightening experience. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's unique fire, he felt an insatiable envy stirring within him. Upon entering the side chamber, Nalan Jia wasted no time and laid down on the bed, eagerly awaiting the sensation of Yi Feng's unique fire. Yi Feng gazed at the reclining Nalan Jia with a gentle smile, saying, "Elder Nalan, this is my first attempt, and I possess only an 80% confidence level. Are you willing to proceed?" "Haha, at my age, even if I were to endure this burning poison, I might only live a few more years. To meet you, dear friend Feng, is a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Life and death are but fate. Let us proceed." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Gu He felt a jolt of surprise. 80%? Such confidence on his first attempt. Could it be that he had nearly perfected his control over the unique fire? Yi Feng nodded and addressed Nalan Su and Gu He, "Gentlemen, please step back a bit and ensure no one disturbs me." "Rest assured, friend Feng." Yi Feng sat beside the bed, raising his right hand slightly. The purple-black flames swirled upward, instantly elevating the temperature within the room. Observing Yi Feng in action, Nalan Su and Gu He retreated a few steps, shielding the atmosphere within the room to prevent any prying eyes. With a serious demeanor, Yi Feng forcefully pulled the reclining Nalan Jia upright. He had long found this old fellow displeasing. Why should he lie in bed while receiving treatment? Without a moment's hesitation, he lightly tapped Nalan Jia's shoulder, causing the elder's robe to disintegrate into nothingness. This display of fire control left Gu He momentarily stunned, yet this was merely the beginning. The purple-black flames, guided by Yi Feng's finger, surged directly into Nalan Jia's body. In that fleeting moment, Nalan Jia's formidable physique began to tremble violently. The scene felt eerily familiar to Gu He and Nalan Su, for just moments ago, Nalan Yinran had been rendered convulsive before their eyes by Yi Feng. Unperturbed by the presence of Nalan Su and Gu He, Yi Feng directed his sole force to navigate through Nalan Jia's meridians. Upon observing the slightly darkened bones of Nalan Jia, Yi Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The poison indeed was formidable, having penetrated deep into the marrow in such a short span of time. This was likely due to Nalan Jia's overwhelming strength, which had suppressed the effects. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have undoubtedly perished. Given the circumstances, it was impossible to eradicate the poison instantly. It appeared that a gradual removal would be necessary. Without further hesitation, Yi Feng commanded the 3,000 flames to envelop the poison within Nalan Jia's body. Even someone as formidable as Nalan Jia was now drenched in sweat, acutely aware of the searing heat within him, and he could not help but marvel at the terrifying power of the extraordinary flame. Meanwhile, as Yi Feng worked to dispel the poison from Nalan Jia, Gu He's gaze remained fixed upon him, unwavering. Gradually, a flicker of greed emerged in his profound eyes. The allure of the extraordinary flame was immense for an alchemist, particularly one so close to the 3,000 flames. It was evident that Gu He, a pill king lacking any extraordinary flame of his own, was grappling with an intense temptation at that moment. The pill king. Gu He's thoughts were interrupted as his attention shifted to Nalan Su beside him. Nalan Su chuckled lightly. Has Yanran ever mentioned anything about the annulment of the engagement during her time at the Yunlan sect? Gu He understood that Nalan Su was subtly reminding him. This Feng Yi, possessing the 3,000 flames and such adept control over fire, must have had it ingrained in him since childhood. He could never claim it for himself. Instead, he would surely provoke such a peerless genius and the vast, unknown power backing him. A glimmer of goodwill crossed Gu He's eyes as he nodded. Patriarch Nalan. Yanran indeed has mentioned the annulment more than once. Alas, that girl, while possessing many admirable qualities, is far too self-assured. Nalan Su shook his head with a sigh. However, I believe Yanran's choice this time is indeed correct. What say you, Pill King? Gu He's eyes narrowed. He understood that Nalan Su aimed to establish a lasting bond between Nalan Yanran and Feng Yi, while also cautioning him that should he wish to take action against Feng Yi, the Nalan family would not remain idle. Patriarch Nalan, as an outsider, it is not my place to judge, but it seems that Sect Master Yin has been somewhat persuaded by Yanran's persistence. Gu He replied with a faint smile. Seeing Gu He's response, Nalan Su felt reassured and smiled lightly. Oh? If Sect Master Yun holds such an intention, then this matter may indeed come to fruition. Their conversation was overheard by Yi Feng and Nalan Jie. Had Nalan Jie not encountered Yi Feng, he would have undoubtedly rebuked Nalan Su for being just as willful as Nalan Yanran. But now, he expressed, I wholeheartedly agree. No matter what, the engagement must be annulled. Annulled? Annulled? Yi Feng, however, remained unfazed and found himself intrigued by the renowned Dan King, Gu He. As he approached the entrance, he clearly overheard that Gu He sought out Nalan Jie for assistance. From the subsequent conversation, it became apparent that Gu He had returned abruptly from the Tagore Desert due to urgent matters. Upon his return, he came here in search of help, undoubtedly having detected the presence of the celestial heartfire. It was likely that the battle he had waged against 3 Do kings had drawn Gu He from the depths of the Tagore Desert. This fellow Gu He must have concluded that they had been taken by the Queen Medusa, prompting him to rally support for a heist. Now, faced with Yi Feng, Gu He found himself in a quandary, weighing his options. If Gu He possessed any sense, he would undoubtedly opt for the known strength of the Serpent clan rather than risk the unknown prowess of Yi Feng, the prodigious genius. Furthermore, the Nalan family had already displayed a willingness to befriend him. As the family of Yun's disciple, Nalan Yanran, Gu He would certainly refrain from antagonizing the Nalan family, lest he provoke the ire of the woman he admired, Yun. Should Gu He dare to take action, Yi Feng's recently acquired devouring life pill would not be merely decorative. He would not hesitate to teach Gu He a lesson. It was imperative to swiftly obtain the 7 illusions green spirit nectar to awaken Kai Dai, thereby sparing the Serpent clan from impending disaster. Chapter 59, 7 Days of Transformation. Nalan Yanran awakens. As the sudden surge of pain coursed through his body, Nalan Jie let out a pained howl. Yet, he felt no anger. After all, no one is flawless. Despite the depths to which Feng Yi concealed his true self, a hint of his flaws inevitably surfaced. Though Feng Yi maintained a calm facade, a flicker of unease was evident when Gu He conversed with his son. Indeed, it is only natural for a young man to feel a flutter of emotions upon encountering a beautiful maiden, even if she possesses a touch of arrogance. It was clear that Nalan Jie, this old man, had misconstrued the situation. The boy's agitation stemmed from concern for Queen Medusa and Kai Dai, not from any romantic inclination toward Nalan Yanran. However, this misunderstanding would ultimately deepen the ties between the Nalan family and Leaf Maple, who would not actively seek to dispel the illusion. As time passed, amidst the relentless embrace of the 3,000 flames, a wisp of black mist began to rise from Nalan Jie's head. This sight filled Nalan Su with joy, a sentiment echoed by Gu He beside him. With Nalan Jie's recovery, the chance of seizing the Tagore Desert increased. Upon witnessing a young man wielding, his desire for it intensified. Yet, Leaf Maple would not grant him such a wish. The temperature of the subtly escalated. Within Nalan Jia's body, a cluster of violet-black flames was gradually incinerating the formidable poison that even Do Huang experts regarded with trepidation, rendering it into nothingness. However, as Leaf Maple employed the 3,000 flames to burn away the poison, he discovered a perplexing black substance mingling within his. Leaf Maple recognized it as a trace of the poison. While the 3,000 flames could incinerate it entirely, he refrained from doing so, for this poison, formidable enough to instill fear in Do Huang, was a valuable weapon that should not be squandered. As time silently flowed, the obsidian skeleton enveloped by the 3,000 flames began to visibly restore to its normal state. At this moment, Nalan Jia was drenched in sweat, his aged visage quivering, with faint gasps escaping through clenched teeth. "Feng, my young friend, is it over?" His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. Nalan Jia's voice trembled, hoarse and strained. Leaf Maple, equally drenched in sweat from the intense and precise manipulation of the, felt a considerable burden. Upon hearing Nalan Jia's inquiry, Leaf Maple nodded slightly. "Since you can no longer endure, let us halt the purification of the poison for now. Completely eradicating it in one go is beyond possibility. We must proceed gradually." At these words, Gu He's heart sank. Their ally was no longer available. Could the poison truly be expelled in its entirety? Though he had heard the words of Gu He and Yi Feng regarding the extraordinary fire that could eradicate the poison, it was only through practice that certainty could be attained. At this moment, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. Based on the current progress, there should be no issues, Yi Feng stated calmly. "Haha, young friend Feng, to possess such remarkable abilities at your tender age. I am truly curious about the esteemed individual who has nurtured such an exceptional disciple." Nalan Jia exclaimed in admiration. He then respectfully clasped his hands together and said, "From now on, we shall rely entirely on you, young friend Feng. Enough of the pleasantries. I must withdraw the extraordinary fire. If you perish, do not hold me accountable." Yi Feng admonished Nalan Jia without any regard for his pride. Nalan Jia, with his parched lips, felt his temper flare. Today he had been chastised more than once and dared not retort. If his life were to be claimed not by the poison, but by his own reckless words, it would be a most unjust demise and a source of great embarrassment. After drawing the last wisp of the 3,000 flames back into his body, Yi Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, casting a glance at his slightly darkened fingertip and discreetly retracting it into his sleeve. "Brother Feng, how are you faring?" Nalan Su inquired eagerly, observing the halted Yi Feng. "Let today's treatment suffice. Given the intensity of this session, it will require at least 7 days to completely purge the toxins," Yi Feng replied gravely, looking at Nalan Jia. "7 days it is. I am deeply grateful, Brother Feng. Our Nalan family shall certainly not disappoint you in the future." Nalan Jia, the pillar of the Nalan family, was indeed a formidable figure, yet Nalan Su, though a Dowang powerhouse, was merely a 1-star, significantly weaker compared to other families. Should this pillar falter, the Nalan family would find itself at the bottom among the 3 great families, gradually widening the gap with the other 2. Acknowledging Nalan Su's statement with a nod, Yi Feng bowed slightly and said, "Brother Nalan, I shall return tomorrow. For now, I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Nalan Su and Nalan Jia's expressions changed abruptly. "Leave? How could that be permissible? Once you arrive, you cannot simply depart. That would be a slap in our faces." Nalan Su quickly interjected with a warm smile. "Brother Feng, you are being too formal. As you are here, how could I allow you to stay elsewhere?" "Well, Brother Nalan, as this is my first visit to the holy city of Jama, I wish to explore a bit." Yi Feng candidly expressed his true intentions. After all, it was his first time in the imperial capital of the Jama Empire, and it was best to see the sights. Explore? Explore. Splendid. However, as the day is drawing to a close, let us have dinner first. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to tour the capital," Nalan Su exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "The Pill King happens to be here today. Shall we share a drink?" "A drink? Are you not afraid I might end up spewing it all over you?" Observing the expression on Nalan Su's face, Yi Feng understood the unspoken intent and could only nod in agreement. "Very well. Excellent." Ancient River did not decline the opportunity to associate with this prodigy, for it promised only benefits and no detriments. While several individuals engaged in toasts, within a secluded chamber of the Nalan residence, the sound of shattering echoed violently. This ruckus was caused by Nalan Yinran, who had awakened after being jolted by Yi Feng's electric shock, and she was currently venting her frustrations characteristic of a young lady of privilege. The expressions of the guards stationed outside were grim. Such tasks were thankless and arduous. To incur the ire of this young lady would surely lead to future misfortunes, and the clan leader would hardly remember their diligent service, indifferent to their plight. At that moment, a maid entered, balancing a tray laden with food and drink. "Miss, it is time for your meal." "Humph, I refuse to eat. Grandfather and father have actually turned against me, aiding that wild chicken and imprisoning me here." Nalan Yinran exclaimed from her position on the bed, her face flushed with indignation. The maid set the dishes on the table and approached Nalan Yinran, speaking softly. "Miss, we were unaware of the circumstances before, but the elders are currently drinking and have been extolling the virtues of that young Master Feng, praising him as a remarkable talent who saved the old clan leader." "What? That wild chicken truly saved grandfather?" Nalan Yinran responded in astonishment. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in her eyes as a playful smile danced upon her lips. Chapter 60. Entrusting Nalan Yinran? Experience is the best teacher. Within the Nalan family, Yi Feng was engaged in a lively drinking session with Gu He and the Nalan father and son. The atmosphere was vibrant, and after the maid's return, the table was already a whirl of wine and delicacies. However, Nalan Jia's expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. Alas, he lamented. Nalan Su, observing his father's gloomy demeanor, suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Had he not employed this tactic before? Yi Feng slowly set down his wine cup and inquired, "Old Patriarch Nalan, I understand that a remedy for the current predicament has been found. What troubles you so?" "Alas," Nalan Jie replied, his face etched with helplessness. "Young friend Feng, you are aware that my dear Yin Ran, in her current state, is bound to encounter grave misfortune if this continues. Yet, she refuses to heed our counsel, and thus, I am greatly troubled." Yi Feng met Nalan Jie's gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Patriarch Nalan, Miss Yinran is a child of destiny. With proper guidance, she shall undoubtedly become a formidable figure renowned throughout the Gamadi Empire in the future." As Yi Feng spoke, one of the maids behind them trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, it was the very maid who had just returned from Miss Yinran's chamber. "Indeed, what you say is true." Nalan Jie nodded, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He raised his cup to Yi Feng and earnestly proposed, "Might I request that you take it upon yourself to guide Yinran during these 7 days?" Without a hint of surprise, Yi Feng showcased his unique spitting technique once more. Nalan Su nodded, realizing that this was indeed a familiar scenario. His father had just been splashed in the face yet again. Feeling the dampness on his face, Nalan Jie found himself at a loss for words, experiencing this peculiar form of face washing for the very first time in his long life. "Ha ha ha ha," he chuckled awkwardly. Had it been anyone else, he would have sent them flying with a single strike, but in the face of Yi Feng, he could only manage a forced smile. Before Yi Feng could respond, the maid suddenly exclaimed, "No, grandfather, how could you allow an outsider to manage your precious granddaughter?" Hearing that familiar voice, all eyes turned toward the maid. This was no mere maid. It was clearly Nalan Yinran, clad in maid's attire. "Ridiculous. Yinran, how did you end up here?" Nalan Su scolded his daughter upon seeing her in such garb. "Father, you are being unreasonable. Even if he saved grandfather, it does not grant him the right to oversee me. I shall inform my teacher and have her discipline this wild chicken," Nalan Yinran declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Feng. Silence. Nalan Jie, as the family patriarch, wore a grim expression and rebuked, "Young friend Feng is a benefactor of our Nalan family. How dare you speak so disrespectfully?" "Grandfather," Nalan Yinran approached Nalan Jie with a playful demeanor, her voice delicate as she said, "Grandfather, do you no longer care for Yinran? If he manages me, I shall be left trembling all over, and Yinran desires nothing of the sort." Sighing, Nalan Jie observed his spoiled granddaughter and realized he had indeed indulged her excessively. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his aged eyes as he respectfully clasped his hands together and slightly bowed to Yi Feng, saying, "Young friend Feng, I have never sought anything from anyone in my life, but today I humbly request that you take charge of my disobedient granddaughter." "Grandfather," Nalan Yinran exclaimed in astonishment from the side. Amid her anxiousness, Yi Feng remained unhurried. His starry eyes glanced at the bowing Nalan Jie and then at the lavish dishes on the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gradually, he picked up his chopsticks, sampled a dish, and with a somewhat fierce expression remarked, "Ah, Nalan Patriarch, your ginger is still as potent as ever." Upon hearing this, Nalan Jia felt a tremor within. Nalan Su and Gu He, who were nearby, shared the same reaction. Young friend Feng, I seem to be feeling a bit dizzy. Nalan Jia chuckled awkwardly, but suddenly, he clutched his head and nearly collapsed. Nalan Su, being his son, swiftly caught his father and exclaimed, "Father, father, I also feel a bit faint." With that, Nalan Su suddenly fell to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, the esteemed Dan Wang Gu He shook his head and quickly swallowed a detoxification pill. His once imposing demeanor was now overshadowed by a deep frown. His eyes fixed on Nalan Yanran with disappointment. "Yanran, your actions are truly inappropriate. Alas, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Gui glanced at the fallen father and son, then waved his sleeve and exited the room, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The room fell into a profound silence, and Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. For the very person she most wished to incapacitate was now savoring the slices of ginger at the table. "You, how are you not fainting? I used the 4th grade bewildering powder bestowed by my teacher, which even grandfather and father would succumb to for half a day. How could you be completely unaffected? You actually dared to give me 4th grade poison? How generous of you." Yifeng slowly placed his chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, turning to Nalan Yanran, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Nalan Yanran, I initially intended to administer a minor reprimand, but you have repeatedly provoked me. In your quest to ensnare me, you even resorted to drugging your grandfather and father. Since I find myself with idle time, I shall heed your grandfather's request and take it upon myself to discipline you properly over the next few days, you unfilial daughter." With a thunderous crack, arcs of silver lightning suddenly erupted within the room. Outside, one can clearly observe the shimmering silver light within the room, glimmering enticingly like a myriad of stars. The arcs of electricity slithered about like serpentine silver snakes, weaving through the space. The guard on duty, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. The young lady is in trouble." However, just as he was about to rush inside, the captain of the guard struck him with a swift hand, admonishing fiercely, "Are you seeking your own demise? Did you not hear the old patriarch beseeching young Master Feng to oversee Our Lady's affairs? Henceforth, your duty shall be to clean the latrines. Let me go, you scoundrel. The teacher will never let you off," protested the fiercely resisting and unruly Nalan Yanyan. As Yifeng, with electric arcs entwined around his right hand, swaggered out of the hall. Under the captain's guidance, they proceeded to Miss Nalan's quarters. In contrast to the rebellious young lady, the captain prioritized the matters concerning his venerable patriarch and clan leader. Upon hastily entering the room, they discovered the elder and the clan leader seated, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. "Father, is what we are doing truly right?" inquired the son. "Foolish child, there is no question of right or wrong. Young Master Feng has already discerned the truth," replied the father. "Ah, father, I meant concerning that girl Yin Yan," he clarified. "Ah, well, this is undoubtedly for the best. Worry not, she shall express her gratitude to us in due time. Sigh, that child Yin Yan is indeed audacious, even resorting to drugging us. Thankfully, Gui discovered it early. TSK, even tender ginger can possess a bite," remarked Nalan Jia and Nalan Su, each tasting a piece of ginger. The guard stood by, speechless. Ding. Master. Chapter 61. The Sixth Order Void Pegasus. I must inform the teacher. In a room dimly illuminated, a weary Yifeng sat cross-legged on his bed, diligently practicing his cultivation. As the saying goes, while one may possess strategies aplenty, I have my own means to breach barriers. Though one cannot pierce through the paper of a window, one can certainly break through a wall. After administering a lesson to the unruly and unfilial Nalan Yan, Yifeng wiped the sweat from his brow and proceeded to create a hole in the wall, moving into the adjacent room to continue his training. Ding. The master has accepted Nalan Jia's request to oversee Nalan Yin and discipline her, receiving sign-in rewards. 3rd grade alchemy skill, 3rd grade alchemical compendium, 1 void pegasus. And a low-tier Shin-level combat technique, the Thunder Arc Dance of 3 movements. What a bountiful reward. Although Yifeng had anticipated this, the sheer volume of rewards still stirred his excitement. The 3rd grade alchemical compendium and alchemy skill, are perfectly complementary, marking Yifeng as a third-grade alchemist capable of producing potions in a mere 3 seconds. It seems he must venture to the auction house tomorrow to procure some materials. In addition to the third-grade alchemy skill, he also acquired a Xian-level combat technique, the Thunder Arc Dance of 3 movements. This combat skill, true to its name, harnesses the power of lightning, capable of stunning adversaries unexpectedly. However, it is worth noting that, like the alchemy skill, it is limited in duration. What intrigued Yifeng the most was the Void Pegasus. Regarding this beast, he felt a profound sense of bewilderment. His understanding of steeds in the Duki continent was limited to the legendary Duki-imbued horses. Imagining a scenario where he is pursued by a Dou emperor without a hint of panic, he couldn't help but smirk. Yifeng hastily opened the system's spatial ring to inspect the unfamiliar Void Pegasus. Within the pet space, beside a magnificent red spirit radiating astonishment, a colossal white jade horse had suddenly appeared. As if sensing its master's gaze, the horse reared up on its front hooves, showcasing its unique grandeur. This horse, resplendently white, had its ears perked up, exuding an aura of majesty. On its robust flank, 2 immense white wings unfurled, creating a scene that felt nothing short of fantastical, as though it had emerged from a dream. This steed was indeed the epitome of a prince on a white horse. However, upon closer inspection, Yifeng found it beautiful, yet could discern no offensive capabilities. Void Pegasus, a 6th-order magical beast from the Duki continent. Abilities: possesses formidable flying and defensive capabilities, capable of traveling through the void at speeds surpassing even those of spatial vessels. Drawback: extremely weak in terms of offensive power. Alas, this Void Pegasus may be visually splendid but lacks utility, while it can aid in a swift escape. It cannot assist in battles. However, one must consider that making an entrance atop such a 6th-order beast could indeed terrify the denizens of the Jamma Empire. After reviewing his gains, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes and extended his middle finger. At that moment, the tip of his finger was exceedingly dark, not due to his previous ferocity, but rather because the poison from Nalan Jia had been forced into his fingertip. Observing his now blackened finger, Yifeng felt a slight tremor, and a cluster of violet-black flames emerged, dancing gracefully. As the purple-black flames scorched, the poison within Yifeng's body dispersed, transforming into wisps of black mist. After a brief interval, these wisps began to coalesce, ultimately forming a profound black orb. This orb contained the poison extracted from Nalan Jia's body, along with his pure energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng infused this energy into his fighting crystal. Feeling the sudden surge of fighting energy within him, a delighted smile graced Yifeng's face. Nalan Jia truly lived up to his reputation as a Douwang powerhouse. If he continued to absorb this energy, he would undoubtedly elevate to a 9-star Great Dome Master within 7 days. However, Nalan Jia could not always be a source of such bountiful resources. The initial removal of the poison had already eliminated nearly half of it. Had it not been for the necessity to prevent Nalan Jia from aiding Gu He, Yifeng could have completely eradicated the poison in one go. This Gu He fellow, upon witnessing Yifeng's possession of, would certainly become even more eager to obtain it. After leaving this place, he would undoubtedly seek out the other 10 strongest individuals in the Jamma Empire. Nevertheless, this would require some time, as enlisting a Douwang powerhouse in the Jamma Empire also demanded a considerable price. Although Yifeng had strategically kept Nalan Jia and Nalan Su within the family, he too was constrained by this arrangement. The next 7 days would need to be utilized to orchestrate events within the Jamma Empire to keep the other Douwang powerhouses occupied. Contemplating this, Yifeng gradually closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, in another elegantly restored chamber, Nalan Yinran's eyes were already red, her large, watery eyes glistening with moisture. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore traces of tears, a clear indication that she had been wronged, having just wept bitterly. How could that scoundrel treat me this way? I shall make him pay, she declared. Even my grandfather and father refused to assist me. I must inform my teacher. Ouch, it hurts so much. Nalan Yinran supported herself against the corner of the bed, standing in a rather disheveled manner, afraid to sit or lie down due to the pain. Yinran. At that moment, 2 figures entered the room, her grandfather, Nalan Jia, and her father, Nalan Su. The benevolent Nalan Jia looked at his granddaughter, supported by 2 maidservants. and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. You can no longer act so recklessly. I have sent someone to Yunlan's sect with a message. For the next few days, you shall stay by Feng Zhao's side. Rest assured, your grandfather and father would never harm you. Stay by that scoundrel's side for a few days. Nalan Yanran gazed at her family, her voice tinged with indignation as she exclaimed, For my sake? You won't harm me? There is no need for you to send messages. My teacher is no longer at the Yunlan sect on business. Grandfather, father, are you not aware that the day has yet to dawn? Since the day has not yet broken, it means that the effects of the 4th grade mesmerizing powder have not yet dissipated. Have you forsaken me for the sake of the family, to curry favor with Feng Yi? Am I merely a possession of the family? Am I your puppet? Nalan Yinran's voice trembled with desperation as she questioned them. Sighing, Nalan Jie shook his head and, with a wave of his sleeve, turned away in disappointment, leaving the room. Nalan Su, remaining behind, glared at his precious daughter and scolded her vehemently. Nalan Yinran, you must understand that it is not that we neglect you, but rather that we are responsible for the lives of thousands within our clan. Chapter 62. The Departure of the Nalan Father and Son, the Remarkable Nalan Yinran. No, it cannot be. How could a mere wild chicken possibly obliterate the Nalan clan? Nalan Yinran's eyes shimmered with disbelief as she absorbed her father's words. Impossible? Nalan Su glared fiercely at his daughter, admonishing her. Do you not realize the potential of a young man possessing at least 3 distinct attributes of combat energy, a distinguished 8-star battle master? What do you think is beyond his capabilities? Do you think a youth wielding the 9th-ranked exotic flame, 3,000 yen flame, has any limitations? And what of a young man capable of mastering such formidable exotic fire to save your grandfather? What kind of influence do you think he commands? Boom. Nalan Yinran felt as though a thunderclap had erupted in her mind, the familiar tingling sensation coursing throughout her body. Her long, slender legs suddenly buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Nalan Su's furious roar filled Nalan Yinran's eyes with despair. Have I been mistaken? He is indeed a prodigious talent, and the forces backing him are unimaginably terrifying. I nearly brought ruin upon our family. It appears that the so-called wild chicken is, in truth, a resplendent phoenix soaring through the sky, while I, the one on the ground, am the real wild chicken. Gazing at his daughter, crumpled on the floor, Nalan Su felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, yet he knew he had to act decisively. Your grandfather has grown deeply disappointed in you. This time, despite your transgressions against our family, we shall not hold it against you. However, for the next 7 days, you must accompany Brother Feng. Wherever he goes, you shall follow. Take this night to reflect upon your actions. Should you continue your willful defiance, I shall not be able to save you. With that, Nalan Su swept away, leaving Nalan Yinran seated on the ground, lost in contemplation. I was wrong. But, even though I erred, do I truly have to stay by that detestable, wicked Feng Ye's side for 7 days? Even if he is indeed a majestic phoenix, this insufferable fellow dared to strike me. I, Miss Yinran, will not easily concede to him. Ouch, it hurts. Someone, bring me medicine. The following morning, after partaking in the breakfast delivered by a maid, Yi Feng slowly emerged from his room. Young Feng, your attire today is truly resplendent, exuding an air of extraordinary charm. Yi Feng's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation, shifting from an ensemble of black yesterday to a complete white today. The dark attire had conveyed an aura of dominance and allure, while the pristine white garments, combined with Yi Feng's handsome visage, radiated an ethereal grace that captivated all. No wonder the elder outside could not refrain from such unabashed praise. In the garden outside, the snow-haired Nalan Jie was practicing acrobatics, perfectly mirroring Nalan Yinran's earlier description. In regard to this cultivation method, Yi Feng suddenly recalled the elderly gentleman exercising in the garden that morning and thought he should be paired with a spinning top. As he observed the approaching Nalan Jie, Yi Feng waved his hand and remarked, Old Nalan, you are indeed radiating vitality. Compared to yesterday, your spirit has improved considerably. This is all thanks to you. My dear friend Feng, had it not been for your removal of the marking poison from my body, I would have gradually met my end. Upon hearing this, Nalan Jie was even more elated, finding Yi Feng increasingly pleasing to the eye. At this moment, he regarded Yi Feng with more fondness than he did his own granddaughter. Were it not for his own frailty, he would undoubtedly claim Yi Feng as his grandson. Old Nalan, time is of the essence. Shall we proceed to my chamber to eliminate the marking poison? Yifeng proposed, eager to explore the grand capital later that day. Splendid. Splendid. In that case, I must trouble you, dear friend Feng. Please, lead the way. Nailan Jia readily accepted, extending his right arm. Inside the room, Yifeng swiftly allowed Nailan Jia to experience the intensity of the fire. If you cannot endure it, we can pause here for today. The marking poison does not demand immediate action. Yifeng observed Nailan Jia, whose expression was even more contorted than the previous day, and internally reassured himself. Nailan Jia nodded, rising to his feet, and bowed slightly to Yifeng. Dear friend Feng, I must say, my vitality has indeed improved significantly this time. However, Yifeng smiled gently. Old Nailan, please feel free to voice any concerns. Nailan Jia, with a hint of apology, explained, you see, Sewer has recently taken charge of the Nailan family, and there are numerous matters to attend to. He is quite overwhelmed. Thus, he had to leave early and could only promise to accompany you to the capital at a later time, leaving it to me or that young lady, Yinran. Yifeng responded, how delightful. An old man and a stunningly beautiful woman. What a choice to make. Since it is thus, I shall rely on you, old Nailan. Nailan Jia was momentarily bewildered. What? This young man chooses me, an old man? Oh dear, I must have eaten something strange last night. My stomach has been in turmoil. I must take my leave, dear friend Feng. Clutching his belly, Nailan Jia bid farewell to Yifeng and hurried away, feigning distress, even letting out an audible fart along the way, a clear sign of his earlier discomfort. As father and son hurriedly departed, Yifeng shook his head in bemusement. Just then, soft footsteps approached from behind. That grandfather has entrusted me to accompany you for shopping. Where do you wish to go? I'll take you there. A slightly awkward yet delicate voice resonated behind Yifeng. He turned slowly, offering a slight bow with an elegant smile on his face, and replied, in that case, I must trouble Miss Nailan. A pair of exquisite eyes suddenly fell into a state of stupor as they beheld the elegant and modest young man before her, who stood a head taller. At that moment, Nailan Yinran felt a jarring realization that the person from last night could not possibly be him. He had been so fierce then, yet now he exuded such grace and courtesy. His attire was rather intimidating, but, she mused, undeniably handsome. Yifeng regarded the entranced Nailan Yinran, puzzled by her dreamy expression. Did she find him exceptional? Surely not. He hadn't perceived that last night, nay, he hadn't noticed at all. Hey, have you lost your wits, silly girl? A sudden exclamation jolted Nailan Yinran from her reverie. She locked eyes with the curious young man, her large, glistening orbs blinking rapidly. A faint blush crept onto her delicate, youthful face. Her heart began to flutter inexplicably. What is happening? Why do I feel this way? He had struck me last night, and even now I could feel the ache in my body. Furthermore, he was still scolding me. No, something is amiss. It was evident that he had been pretending. Humph. Nailan Yinran closed her eyes momentarily and then swiftly moved aside, casting a fierce glance at him. You are the silly one. I asked you where you were going, and you wouldn't answer. Am I not allowed to wonder? Oh, I see. Then let us first head to the Alchemist Guild. I shall change into a different outfit there. Yifeng replied, a smile of understanding gracing his lips as he looked at Nailan Yinran. To change into a different outfit at the Alchemist Guild. Nailan Yinran gazed intently at Yifeng. Was he truly an alchemist? Her father had not mentioned this to her at all. Hey, silly girl. If you don't lead the way, I might just have to strike you. Chapter 63. The Alchemist Guild, Peach Blossom Fire. Over there is the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild of the Jamma Empire. Nailan Yinran elegantly pointed towards the distant street, introducing it to Yifeng beside her. As Yifeng cast his gaze in that direction, he discovered a magnificent and imposing edifice towering at the intersection of several streets. Even from afar, the unique fragrance of elixirs permeated the air, attesting to the splendor of this place. Above the soaring entrance, 5 ancient characters of the Alchemist Guild gleamed with a silvery radiance in the sunlight, drawing reverent glances from passers-by. As the foremost institution for alchemists within the Jamma Empire, even the imperial sovereign would show deference upon visiting. The energy wielded by alchemists is potent enough to reverberate throughout the entire empire, highlighting the formidable nature of this most esteemed profession on the Duki continent. After admiring the grandeur of the Alchemist Guild, Yifeng turned to Nailan Yinran, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as he spoke softly yet menacingly. Your father should have instructed you on how to address me. I would prefer to avoid any embarrassment once we enter. Should you dare to stir trouble, I shall not hesitate to discipline you before all. You. Nalan Yinran, upon hearing his words, clenched her hands tightly, her delicate face flushing with indignation. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that Feng Yi was indeed capable of such actions, leaving her feeling quite wronged. Subsequently, she forced a radiant smile. Very well, Brother Feng Yi. Yi Feng was taken aback by Nalan Yinran's swift concession, suddenly recognizing that this future young master of the Yunlan sect was rather extraordinary. Let us proceed and take a look. As the two entered the alchemist guild, a rich aroma of elixirs enveloped them. This intoxicating scent was immensely pleasing to Yi Feng, completely overshadowing the faint fragrance that lingered around Nalan Yinran. Those who entered could not help but inhale deeply, feeling their spirits lifted, their eyes wandering in awe. The alchemist guild was vast, divided into 3 regions: east, south, and west. The south hall was bustling with numerous cauldrons ablaze, clearly a place for alchemical concoctions where practitioners exchanged insights. The west side, however, was notably quieter, with several guards standing at the passage, indicating that it housed esteemed guests or accomplished alchemists. In the east hall, several platforms made of blue granite were set up, behind which sat robed alchemists. Various medicinal materials, jade vials, and scrolls adorned the surfaces, indicating a vibrant marketplace for trade. Naturally, upon arriving at this locale, Yi Feng had no intention of missing out. As Yi Feng and Nalan Yinran traversed the alchemist guild, they caught the attention of many, for numerous individuals recognized Nalan Yinran, the favored daughter of the heavens. She was the disciple of Yunlan sect's master, Yun Yun, and the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, her status exceedingly noble. Many gazes were cast upon her, filled with awe, curiosity, and envy. Naturally, apart from reverence, the expressions of those present were directed towards Yi Feng. After all, they believed that accompanying such a remarkable woman must indicate extraordinary status. However, there were some who likened their pairing to that of a toad and a swan, or a pig and a cabbage. These individuals merely entertained such thoughts silently, fearing to voice them aloud, for there were those who had lost their tongues for spreading idle gossip. The two, undeterred by the murmurs, proceeded into the eastern trading area. Unlike the vendors outside who vociferously hawked their wares, the merchants here lounged leisurely upon their seats. Should they discern that a patron possessed wealth or noble lineage, they would rise to greet them. Transactions here were based on barter. To acquire medicinal herbs or elixirs, one must present equally rare treasures in return. With Nalan Yinran accompanying him, the alchemists along their path gradually rose to their feet, for her esteemed background and value were enough to captivate their attention. As they strolled slowly through the marketplace, Yi Feng was suddenly drawn to the most bustling corner of the area. There stood an elderly man, pale and frail, before a sizable transparent jade bottle containing a swirling pink flame. This flame, known as peach blossom fire, resided within the body of the exceedingly rare 5th-tier wood-type magical beast, the Kuei-Mu beast. It was notably more docile than other beast fires, favoring tameness. The allure of this peach blossom fire was palpable, prompting a steady stream of inquiries from the surrounding crowd. Yet, the old man's price was exorbitantly high, and no one had yet secured it. "Old man, you've been here for a month. Your asking price is rather steep," one person exclaimed. "Indeed, while this peach blossom fire is exquisite, who can satisfy such a ravenous appetite?" Another chimed in. "Come now, old fellow, settle for a 4th-tier elixir. What do you say?" The old man's expression remained unfazed by their words. He merely shook his head, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I will only exchange for a 4th-tier elixir recipe with a clear soul trace. You're asking for a king's ransom. A mere 4th-tier recipe is more valuable than your peach blossom fire," someone argued. "At this rate, you'll never make a trade in your lifetime." Nalan Yinran, curious, approached Yi Feng, her brows knitted in contemplation. "While the peach blossom fire is indeed precious, it cannot compare to a 4th-tier recipe. Who would be foolish enough to make such a trade? I wish to obtain this peach blossom fire," Yi Feng proclaimed, interrupting her thoughts. Nalan Yinran realized that the title of fool was more fitting for the annoying, mischievous, and now seemingly foolish Feng Yi beside her. With so many analyses made, his desire to trade seemed truly foolish. Instinctively, she tugged at Yi Feng's arm and gently cautioned, "Brother Feng Yi, This peach blossom fire and the fourth-tier recipe are not equivalent. Trading would lead to a loss. Upon uttering this, Nalan Yenran felt astonished at her own words. Having just advised the very rogue who had once struck her, the master was gently reminded by Nalan Yenran not to be deceived, and he received a sign-in reward, an advanced method of alchemy, the alchemy art. Upon hearing that someone was willing to exchange, the crowd, along with the elderly man, cast curious glances towards Yifeng. The old man's gaze lingered on the graceful young man, casting a sidelong glance at Nalan Yenran before inquiring, "Young man, do you possess a clear soul imprint for a fourth-grade pill formula and 2 fourth-grade pills?" Upon hearing the exorbitant demand from the old man, Nalan Yenran stepped forward, ready to confront him. However, she suddenly felt a powerful grip on her wrist, halting her steps and words as she curiously glanced at the young man who had grasped her. Yifeng, with a smile, addressed the old man, saying, "I do not possess the fourth-grade pills, nor the formula." The expressions of those around them shifted dramatically. It became apparent that this young man was not a fool, but rather a flamboyant young master amusing himself at the expense of the old man. The white-haired elder, undeterred by the reactions of the crowd, continued to fix his penetrating gaze on Yifeng, as if awaiting further elaboration. In response, Yifeng met the elder's gaze directly, stating calmly, "I lack what you seek, yet I can suppress the fire poison within you." Chapter 64. The Struggles of the Combat King. Reina, a poisonous predicament. The term fire poison echoed in the ears of all those present, leaving them in a state of astonishment. The elderly man, pale and slender, was afflicted by this very fire poison. In the realm of Do Qi, ridding oneself of such a malady is a formidable challenge. Fire poison, as it is known, is a toxic flame that invades the body, and to expel it is akin to traversing the void. Individuals may contract fire poison from taming certain unique flames, including exotic fire and beast fire. Furthermore, one might also encounter fire poison after prolonged cultivation within the heavenly flame refining tower at the Canaan Academy. The final scenario involves sustaining injuries from the fire poison of high-tier magical beasts while hunting. In Yifeng's perception, this emaciated elder bore no trace of exotic fire. Given his advanced age, he could not possibly be a disciple of the Canaan Academy, leading to the conclusion that he must have been grievously wounded during a hunt. Coupled with the peach blossom fire within his jade vial, it becomes evident that this elder had engaged in battle with a 5th-tier Kamu beast. The 5th-tier magical beasts correspond to the strength of a combat king among humans, and one must slay such a beast to procure. Hence, the seemingly unremarkable elder before us is, in fact, a formidable combat king. The fire poison he suffers from is undoubtedly a result of his encounter with the 5th-tier Kamu beast. Ordinary fire poison could be mitigated with a 3rd-tier ice purification pill. Yet the poison from a 5th-tier Kamu beast requires a 5th-tier ice spirit pill for suppression. Such high-grade pills are not easily acquired, especially in the small territory of the Gamma Empire, where one must turn to the Alchemist Guild or the esteemed Dan King, Gu He. The fact that this elder seeks to exchange for a 4th-tier pill recipe suggests that neither the Alchemist Guild nor Dan King Gu He possesses what he requires. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to accept a favor from a combat king. Moreover, the fact that Nalan Yenran did not recognize him indicates that he is likely a wandering combat king from another empire. Yifeng proposed to trade for the, partly due to its utility to him, but more importantly, to secure a favor from a wandering combat king. "Young friend, can you truly suppress the fire poison within me?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the elder was immediately stirred, rising with excitement and urgently inquiring. His unmasked demeanor attests to the desperation of this combat king, who is at his wit's end in seeking a remedy for his affliction. In response to the elder's query, Yifeng replied with a calm smile, "Of course. If you trust me, we can discuss this matter in detail." "Very well." The elder readily assented, waving his hand to gather all items from the stone platform back into his storage ring. "Please, young friend." This scene was naturally witnessed by others, as the western area of the Alchemist Guild was designated for esteemed guests. It is evident that the elderly man is indeed one of the esteemed guests. As Yifeng and the old man proceed inside, feeling the presence of Nalan Yenran, who had followed them, Yifeng coldly instructed, "Miss Nalan, I kindly ask you to wait outside." "Humph, I had no intention of entering," Nalan Yenran retorted, turning her head, her exquisitely beautiful face displaying a charming fury. cheeks puffed in indignation. The sight of such a captivating demeanor astonished onlookers. What manner of youth could command the obedience of this celestial beauty to remain outside? With a resounding thud, she stamped her right foot as the door closed tightly. Humph, that scoundrel. Brother Feng Yi. Upon noticing the gazes of those around her, she recalled Feng Ye's warning and quickly amended her words. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyeballs fed to the dogs. Though she feared the striking Yi Feng, she held no such trepidation toward these onlookers, and thus, she shouted furiously. The crowd, startled by her fierce declaration, scattered in fright, some even fleeing the alchemist guild entirely. Within the confines of the closed room, the elderly man sat across from Yi Feng, who regarded him with a composed smile. It is truly unexpected for a formidable Do Wang to place such trust in my words. Haha, young friend Feng speaks in jest. It is indeed the first time I have encountered a youth who can command such obedience from Nalan Yanran, the old man replied with a smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, Yi Feng's gaze fixed upon the old man, his eyes sparkling like stars. It seems you have not revealed your true self. Indeed, young friend's insight is remarkably keen. This old face of mine is, in fact, a facade. As he spoke, the old man peeled away a layer of aged skin, revealing an even older, paler visage beneath. The moment the old man removed the mask that concealed his true appearance, Yi Feng felt a familiar aura emanating from him. Not because he recognized the man, but rather due to the unmistakable scent of the serpent tribe, a presence of serpent venom that was unmistakably linked to his sister, Yume's seductive serpent poison. In that instant, Yi Feng comprehended the identity of the elderly man before him. I am known as Reina, the frail, pallid-faced elder stated calmly. Indeed, it was he. The name Reina resonates powerfully throughout the Gamma Empire, for he is one of the 10 most formidable individuals in the realm. A 5-star Do Wang, just like Nalan Jie. In the last confrontation between humans and the serpent tribe, Reina clashed with the leader of the seductive serpent clan, Yume, and ultimately suffered defeat. Although the venom from Yume was purged by Pharma and Gu He, he lost an arm due to the residual poison lingering in his bones. The two had informed him that if the toxin were eradicated, his arm would fully recover. However, if one wishes to dispel the serpent's venom, it is akin to the current predicament of Nalan Jie. Only a pharmacist endowed with extraordinary fire can achieve this. Yet, after being poisoned for an extended period, he finds it nearly impossible to locate such a pharmacist. Just 2 months prior, he fortuitously stumbled upon an ancient tome that revealed a method. Roasting bones with beast fire of the same rank could effectively eliminate the serpent's toxin. As for the roasting technique, it necessitated the complete incineration of the flesh, leaving only the bones to be scorched. Thus, Reina set out to confront the Kuei Mu beast. Ultimately, while he succeeded in acquiring the peach blossom fire, he paid a hefty price, losing an arm in the process as the Kuei Mu beast retaliated in its dying moments, inflicting a fiery toxin upon him. Now, Reina found himself not only afflicted by the serpent's venom, but also burdened by the flames of the new toxin, truly a case of poison compounding poison. His once formidable Do Wang's strength had dwindled to a mere fraction. Such a misfortune befalling one of the 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire was nothing short of a disgrace, a monumental embarrassment. Yet, he found himself with no recourse. Having consulted both Gu He and Fa Ma, who indicated that procuring the 5th-grade ice spirit pill was beyond their reach due to the exorbitant costs and immense resources required. Chapter 65. The Battle King's Bodyguard, the 3rd-rank alchemist Lu Ling Fama, and Gu He informed Reina that if he sought the ice spirit pill, he would have to venture into the chaotic realm of the Black Corner domain, where the Canaan Academy is located, to seek out the pill Emperor Han Feng, who might still offer a chance to acquire it. However, it is well known that in such treacherous lands, even battle kings are likely to fall. Naturally, the two would not dare to take such a risk, leaving Reina to rely solely on himself. The cost of obtaining the ice spirit pill is exorbitant, requiring at the very least a 4th-rank advanced alchemical formula with an exceptionally clear soul imprint. Such a 4th-rank formula is more precious than several ordinary 5th-rank pills. To acquire this formula, Reina would have to sell himself to the Alchemist Guild or the Yunlan sect, a humiliation he could scarcely endure. Thus, Reina resolved to settle for something less advanced, opting for a lower-grade formula while devising a plan for the Black Corner domain. And so, this solitary battle king, Reina, concealed his identity within the Alchemist Guild, employing the peach blossom fire to seek out a gullible patron in exchange for a fourth-rank alchemical formula. It was just a month later that he was discovered by Yi Feng. To his surprise, the formidable King Thunder, one of the 10 strongest in the Jaimar Empire, was present. Yi Feng greeted Reina with a respectful nod and a smile. Reina quickly waved his hand, saying, "Friend Feng, your status is no less than mine. Simply call me Brother Reina." "Very well, Brother Reina," Yi Feng replied. "Might I inquire if you are aware that old Master Nalan is afflicted with burning poison?" After the exchange of pleasantries, Yi Feng posed his direct question. "Old Nalan is afflicted with burning poison? Alas, it seems my current strength does not allow me to uncover such secrets," Reina remarked with a self-deprecating sigh and a bitter smile. Yi Feng reassured him, "Brother Reina, there is no need for such distress. I will indeed resolve your fire poison." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Reina's eyes sparkled with astonishment. "You can actually resolve it? Not just suppress it, but truly resolve it?" As a solitary battle king, Reina was not privy to the fact that resolving the burning poison required extraordinary fire, leaving him utterly amazed. Indeed, with Yi Feng's confirmation, Reina was overjoyed and quickly rose, saying, "Friend Feng, if you can cure my fire poison, I owe you a great favor." Yi Feng smiled, showing no hesitation as he replied, "Brother Reina, I do indeed need that favor, but it is not merely a favor. I require your unconditional obedience to my commands for the next 2 years. 2 years? Very well. I accept." Reina agreed without a second thought. For a solitary battle king, 2 years was an incredibly brief span. Given his current strength, reaching the Black Corner domain would take at least a year, making this arrangement undeniably advantageous for him. "You are indeed straightforward, Brother Reina. Let us not delay. I shall now assist you in resolving both your fire poison and snake poison." As the words fell, Reina was momentarily stunned. Had the snake venom been detected? Furthermore, could this young man before him also neutralize it? In the next instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. For a cluster of purplish-black flames now flickered in the youth's hands. The moment these flames appeared, an intense heat permeated the entire room. Could this be? Noticing Reina's astonishment, Yi Feng had grown accustomed to such reactions and calmly remarked, "Brother Reina, simply maintain your composure. This poison is trivial to me." Upon hearing this, Reina nodded and gradually closed his eyes while seated. Yi Feng, without any further hesitation, allowed the purplish-black flames to merge into Reina's body. This process was quite similar to the one used to cleanse Nalan Jie of his poison. However, the fire poison was absorbed almost instantaneously by as the peach blossom fire paled in comparison, leading to its immediate expulsion. As for Sister Yume's snake venom, it required a bit more effort due to its prolonged presence within Reina's bones. Nonetheless, the frigid toxins dissipated under the scorching, ultimately transforming into a pure energy that flowed into Yi Feng's body. In roughly 10 minutes, Yi Feng retracted the 3,000 flames back into himself. When he opened his eyes, he observed that Reina's previously pallid face now bore a hint of color, a stark contrast to his earlier despondency. His vitality had significantly improved. Clearly, this formidable figure, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, had regained his former confidence and formidable prowess. "Feng Xiao, I never anticipated you possessed. Meeting you is truly a divine blessing. Please allow me to pay my respects." With that, Reina bowed deeply to Yi Feng in gratitude. Yi Feng, regarding his future subordinate with humility, helped him to his feet and said, "Brother Reina, there is no need for such formality. Please rise." From that moment on, Reina ceased to refer to himself as an old man. With a flick of his hand, he produced a jade vial containing the peach blossom fire and stated, "As previously agreed, this peach blossom fire rightfully belongs to you, Feng Xiao." Yi Feng accepted it without any pretense, gently replying, "Brother Reina, I kindly ask that you remain by my side for a while longer." "Of course, to accompany you, Feng Xiao, is a privilege," Reina acknowledged, fully aware of Yi Feng's exceptional talent and the formidable forces that likely supported him. To him, he was merely a Dowang. Yet being in the company of a youth capable of wielding to cleanse his own poison could only yield benefits. Meanwhile, outside, Nalan Yinran had grown impatient. Pacing back and forth in the hall, the faint fragrance she emanated captivated a number of young men pretending to select medicinal herbs, stirring their hearts. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from nearby. "Yinran, what a coincidence to find you here." Upon hearing that familiar call, Nalan Yinran turned to gaze in the direction of the voice. There stood a young man, clad in the robes of an alchemist, his stature upright, and seemingly in his early 20s. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with features chiseled as if carved by a master sculptor, exuding a subtle androgyny. A smile graced his face, captivating the hearts of the ladies around him. In comparison to Yifeng, he was slightly inferior, yet he lacked the ethereal aura that accompanied Yifeng's white attire. Most notably, emblazoned upon his chest was the emblem of an alchemist, adorned with 3 shimmering silver waves, radiating brilliance. His presence instantly evoked admiration and reverence from the gathered crowd. At such a young age, he was already a third-rank alchemist, a remarkable talent in the kingdom of Gamma. Lu Ling, did you not accompany Uncle Gu He in practicing alchemy? Nalan Yinran inquired, her delicate face reflecting her confusion upon seeing the young man. Yinran, you may not be aware, but the master is currently preoccupied with the Lion King and the Windwalker. He permitted me to venture out for a little exploration, and I came here to browse. Lu Ling replied, his face displaying a gentle smile, appearing quite sincere. At that moment, the previously closed door suddenly swung open. When Nalan Yinran beheld Yifeng stepping out, she instinctively took 2 steps back, maintaining a respectful distance from Lu Ling. Oh no, no. Chapter 66, The Little Princess. I come from the land of grass pythons. When Lu Ling saw Nalan Yinran, who had just been merely a meter away from him, retreat to a distance of 2 meters, his heart shattered with a resounding crack. Following the direction of Nalan Yinran's gaze, he beheld a strikingly handsome youth, even more so than himself, emerging from a room accompanied by an elderly man, whom he resembled more like a steward. Upon witnessing this young man's appearance, Lu Ling's heart was instantly filled with a singular realization, a rival in love. In order to avert any unnecessary complications, Reina donned his disguise once more. The old man trailed closely behind Yifeng, exuding an air of servitude. As Yifeng emerged, Nalan Yinran, who had been waiting with growing impatience, felt a wave of irritation wash over her and stepped forward to confront him. Brother Fengya, why have you taken so long? What was intended as a reprimand, however, emerged from her lips with an unexpected softness, reminiscent of a companion mildly chastising her boyfriend for making her wait. It was difficult to fathom the turmoil within Lu Ling's heart at that moment. After merely 2 days apart, Yinran had seemingly developed affections for another. Naturally, Yifeng had no intention of offering any explanations to Nalan Yinran. After casting a glance in her direction, his gaze shifted to Lu Ling standing behind her. Upon noticing the emblem adorning Lu Ling's chest, Yifeng could surmise his identity, yet he chose to disregard it entirely, addressing Reina instead. Ming Lao, let us depart. Ming Lao was the alias Yifeng had conferred upon Reina. Lu Ling seethed inwardly. This impudent fellow dares to disregard me. In the Gamma Empire, who would not show a modicum of respect owing to my teacher's reputation? As Yifeng passed him by with indifference, Nalan Yinran's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Could it be that this brother Fengya? In that fleeting moment, Nalan Yinran grasped the situation and hurriedly took a few steps forward, anxiously calling out, Brother Fengya, wait for me. Are you going to take the alchemist assessment? Yes, Yifeng replied coldly. Oh, Brother Fengya, I am familiar with this place. Allow me to guide you. Very well. The scene before Lu Ling felt akin to a thunderclap. The proud goddess he had tirelessly pursued was disregarding him entirely, rushing to affix herself to another. Lu Ling's anger surged, and he thought to himself, I am determined to uncover what capabilities this fellow possesses. An alchemist-level assessment? Humph. I shall investigate this young man's true identity. Stationed firmly in place, he commanded his subordinates, go and find out who this young man truly is. Yes, young Master Lu. Thus, in the wake of Yifeng, Nalan Yinran, and Reina, Lu Ling followed closely behind, embodying the demeanor of a devoted admirer. In this regard, not to mention others, even Reina felt that Dan Wang Guhi's proud disciple resembled a wretched mutt, clinging on and impossible to shake off. How could Dan Wang Guhi accept such a disciple? Lu Ling followed closely behind, and, upon observing Nalan Yinran smiling sweetly at Yifeng, despite maintaining a smile on his own visage, his heart brimmed with discontent. Sensing the icy gaze directed at him from behind, Yifeng remained indifferent. Even Guhi treated him with a degree of deference, let alone this younger brother of his. just as Yi Feng contemplated changing into the attire of an alchemist. A sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. Curiosity piqued. He cast his eyes towards the disturbance, only to behold a graceful figure approaching from afar. The young woman was clad in a purple robe adorned with silver patterns, possessing exquisite features and exuding an air of nobility. A delicate purple sash encircled her slender waist, and she appeared no older than Yi Feng, her charming face illuminated by a serene smile, embodying elegance and tranquility. Yet, when her sparkling eyes surveyed the surroundings, a hint of mischief flickered within them, clearly indicating she was not one to relish silence. At that moment, her enchanting gaze landed upon Yi Feng and his companions, her eyes widening in surprise. Subsequently, she sauntered towards them. The little princess of the Gamma royal family, Yao Yu, had a master, the vice president of the Alchemist Association, Master Mitchell, and at her age had already attained the rank of a first-grade alchemist or perhaps even stepped into the second grade. Listening to Nalan Yinran's introduction, Yi Feng gained a clear understanding of the beautiful girl approaching. Indeed, this little princess had arrived. The Alchemist Association was bustling with activity. As they conversed, Yao Yu reached their group. Sister Nalan and brother Lu are here, yet you stand before them. Who might you be? She inquired, tilting her head inquisitively and gazing at Yi Feng with bright eyes. Yi Feng offered a slight smile and clasped his hands together, replying, Little princess, I am Feng Yi, an ordinary person. Nalan Yinran could hardly contain her laughter. However, upon meeting Yi Feng's cold gaze, she hastily sealed her lips, biting her crimson lip in a manner that was quite alluring. Lu Ling asked, Are you also an alchemist? Yao Yu's large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she posed her question. Yi Feng was about to respond with a gentle smile when a hearty laugh from an elder interrupted. Ha ha ha, that old coot actually allowed you, little princess, to come out. Have you perhaps reached the second grade? Following the source of the aged laughter, Yi Feng noticed an elderly man donning alchemist robes emerging from the hall. The elder appeared quite delighted, his snowy hair dancing with his lively steps. Disciple greets the master, Yao Yu said, slightly bowing with a smile to the elder who stood before her. This elder was none other than Yao Yu's teacher, Vice President Mitchell of the association. The quality of a disciple often mirrors that of their master. Upon catching a glimpse of Yi Feng, Mitchell emitted a sound of astonishment, akin to that of Yao Yu, yet his expression of surprise was far more pronounced. As the vice president of the guild, he was well aware of Reina's standing. The mere fact that Reina stood behind this young man raised questions about his identity. Moreover, the positioning of the youth alongside Nalan Yinran and Lu Ling hinted at a complex triangular relationship. How could this young man, who had captured the admiration of the illustrious Nalan Yinran and compelled Reina, one of the 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire, to forego his usual demeanor and follow him? Who exactly was he? Young friend, I must confess that you appear somewhat unfamiliar to me. Might I inquire about your origins? Mitchell asked with genuine curiosity. Yi Feng clasped his hands in greeting and replied, President Mitchell, my name is Feng Yi, and I hail from the land of the grass marsh. At this, Nalan Yinran managed to restrain herself, but Reina was unable to contain his disbelief. A youth possessing extraordinary fire claimed to come from such humble beginnings. Who could possibly believe that? Yi Feng remarked, In all honesty, it seems no one believes me. Understanding that Yi Feng was reluctant to divulge more, Mitchell chose not to press the matter further and smiled. Is it that you have come here to undertake the examination for alchemists? Chapter 67. The Unremarkable Ziyuan Ding. Reappearing in 3 seconds. Indeed. Yi Feng nodded at Mitchell in response. Excellent. Just in time. The little princess is also preparing for her assessment as a second-tier alchemist. Please, follow me, Mitchell exclaimed, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he gestured for Yi Feng to proceed. With Mitchell, the vice president, accompanying him, the cumbersome registration process was conveniently bypassed, and they headed directly to the assessment area. Meanwhile, a subordinate beside Lu Ling had gathered information about Yi Feng and reported back. Young Master Lu, it is said that Feng Yi is the adopted son brought back from the Tagore Desert by the patriarch of the Nalan clan. Within just 2 days, he has charmed both the elderly patriarch and the current clan leader, who refer to him as young friend even while drinking. After a few drinks, the 2 patriarchs even requested Feng Yi to mentor Miss Nalan, intending to arrange her marriage to him. What? A thunderous clap resounded in Lu Ling's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Leaning on his subordinate for support, he exhaled a couple of breaths of frustration. Have they lost their senses? How can they place such importance on a mere boy from a backwater village? My woman shall not be under the guidance of another man. I must unveil his true identity. Upon arriving at the assessment grounds and gazing at the array of alchemical furnaces, Yifeng's brows knit slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Mitchell and the others noticed Yifeng's unmasked expression, prompting Mitchell to raise an eyebrow and inquire, "Young friend Feng, is there something unclear?" "President Mitchell, may one bring their own alchemical furnace for the assessment?" Yifeng asked, genuinely unfamiliar with the rules. Taken aback by the question, Mitchell replied, "Well, of course. As long as the alchemist can produce the potions required by the Alchemist Guild." "That's excellent." Yifeng nodded with confidence. Behind him, Lu Ling, unable to contain his irritation at Yifeng's pretentious demeanor, remarked with a smirk, "These furnaces are all for the Alchemist Guild's assessments, each a third-tier furnace. Do you perhaps possess something superior?" "Ah, the best approach when faced with a barking dog is to scare it away." With a flicker of his finger, Yifeng summoned the Ziyuan Ding, which crashed to the ground, drawing the attention of all present. Boom! The sudden appearance of the ancient, dark purple furnace left everyone momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the assessment area was not accessible to outsiders. Otherwise, it would certainly have attracted a crowd. While they could not discern the tier of the furnace, its extraordinary quality was unmistakable, clearly indicating it was a rare treasure. Lu Ling was rendered speechless, frozen in place. "This fellow possesses such a precious furnace? I do not have one. How could he? The volcanic flame cauldron has yet to be bestowed upon me." As the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Mitchell possesses a perspective that significantly surpasses that of Lu Ling and Yao Yu. Upon encountering the Ziyuan cauldron, his mouth agape in astonishment, he pointed tremulously at it, exclaiming, "Young friend Feng, could it be that this cauldron is one of those listed on the heavenly cauldron ranking?" Yifeng nodded slightly, offering a casual smile. "This cauldron is named Ziyuan, but it is merely of humble standing." "Ah, so it is an unremarkable cauldron," Lu Ling remarked with a smile from the side. "Unremarkable, you say?" Mitchell chuckled bitterly upon hearing this. With his erudition, he merely knew of the existence of the heavenly cauldron ranking, yet was unaware of the names of the cauldrons listed therein. This cauldron, ancient in its appearance and indiscernible in rank, could very well belong to the esteemed ranks of the heavenly cauldron. A legendary cauldron, deemed unremarkable? Does that mean the fourth-tier cauldron I have been using is subpar? Yifeng refrained from elaborating further, instead urging Mitchell, "President Mitchell, may I inquire what type of elixir I am to concoct?" Momentarily taken aback, Mitchell recognized that a young man capable of presenting a cauldron from the heavenly cauldron ranking must possess formidable backing, and thus he replied with a smile, "Young friend Feng, if you and Yao Yu work together to refine an elixir that meets the requisite assessment level, would that not suffice for a successful evaluation?" "Excellent." Before Yifeng could respond, the little princess Yao Yu readily agreed. This time she had the opportunity to shine, under normal circumstances. She would have to wait for the evaluator to select the elixirs for refinement. Her mentor, she understood, was intent on ensuring her foundational skills were solid before allowing her advancement to the second tier. Thus, the chance to concoct elixirs within her current capability was nothing short of perfect. With a triumphant toss of her head, she summoned forth a slightly archaic and imposing blue cauldron, the Qingyan cauldron, which materialized before her. A fifth-tier cauldron, the Qingyan cauldron, Lu Ling exclaimed in astonishment. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of humility. Mitchell echoed his sentiment with a sigh. In comparison to the so-called unknown heavenly cauldron ranking, it was evident that for Lu Ling, a novice alchemist with limited exposure, the fifth-tier cauldron was far more astonishing. Observing Lu Ling's naivety, Mitchell could not help but shake his head. When juxtaposed with Feng Yi, the talents of their Garma Empire appeared akin to mere mongrels. After Yao Yu produced the Qingyan cauldron, she retrieved a selection of herbs, and with a graceful movement of her delicate hand, a cluster of azure flames materialized. Is that the Qianlan water flame of the storm dragon beast? Even Mitchell was taken aback, realizing that his young apprentice had come well prepared. The royal family's elder was indeed indulgent, with a fifth-tier cauldron and Qianlan water flame at her disposal. It was evident that they intended for her granddaughter to gain renown throughout the Garma Empire. However, Yifeng's gaze remained fixated on Yao Yu's hand. Recognizing the Qianlan water flame as a preeminent force among beastly fires, In comparison to the peach blossom fire recently wielded by Reina, this flame possesses a far greater potency, exuding a rather delicate allure. Yifeng is also aware of a remarkable characteristic of this fire. When utilized by a pure maiden, its power significantly amplifies. After summoning the Qianlan water flame, Yao Yu proudly lifted her chin at Yifeng, embodying a spirit of defiance. In response, Yifeng could only shake his head in exasperation. Such an adorable girl would indeed make a heartwarming little sister. With a flicker of his spatial ring, Yifeng produced several medicinal herbs, and the moment they materialized, Yao Yu, Lu Ling, and Mitchell were left awestruck. For these herbs were precisely those required to concoct the third-grade bone growth pill. Was he truly about to refine a third-grade elixir? No, they were mistaken. Yifeng was not refining, but rather instantaneously crafting. A subtle smile graced Yifeng's lips as a cluster of purple-black flames manifested in his hand, which he then cast into the Ziyuan cauldron along with the herbs. Utilizing extraordinary fire, Mitchell, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, could not suppress an exclamation of disbelief. Then, a dazzling spectacle unfolded. Yifeng extended his hand as if awaiting the emergence of the elixir. 1. The onlookers were bewildered. What did this signify? 2. 3. Bang! A fragrant aroma suddenly enveloped the room, and there, atop the cauldron, hovered a perfectly round elixir. With a gentle flick of his finger, Yifeng summoned the third-grade bone growth pill into his grasp. At that moment, the onlookers were left slack-jawed in astonishment. 3 seconds. He had achieved elixir formation in just 3 seconds? Lu Ling, oh. Dear readers, have you ceased to adore me? It feels so cold. Chapter 68. The Alchemist Guild President is my grandfather. As Yifeng successfully forged a pill in mere 3 seconds, an overwhelming silence enveloped the room. Could it be that the humble alchemical furnace and that peculiar purple-black flame were also considered subpar, regardless of the rank of the pill produced? Such speed could undoubtedly be deemed a marvel of the continent. Truly a prodigy. Young Feng, may I inquire as to which esteemed sect you hail from? Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated within the hall. In the next moment, a remarkably unique elder appeared before everyone. This distinguished elder sported an exceptionally long white beard and donned an opulent alchemist's robe. Though not particularly tall, what was most astonishing was the large cauldron perched atop his head. The width of this cauldron, when compared to his stature, was rather disproportionate, creating a rather comical and somewhat ludicrous image. Yet, in the Jamma Empire, no one dared to mock him. Rather, he was held in the highest esteem. Upon his arrival, the crowd promptly bowed and addressed him with reverence. President Fama. This venerable figure was none other than Fama, the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Jamma Empire, and one of the 3 Do Huang powerhouses among the top 10 strongest individuals in the empire. It is no wonder that old Lei follows you. You must have cured him of his poison. Fama's gaze swept over Reina before fixing upon Yifeng with astonishment. You old rascal, coming here to undermine my reputation. Just because you cannot do it, must you prevent others from succeeding? Reina retorted angrily upon hearing Fama's words. With that, he tore off his mask, revealing his aged visage. The Thunder King of the Jamma Empire. Aside from Mitchell and Yifeng, who were already aware of his identity, Nalan Yinran, Princess Yaiyue, and Lu Ling gasped in astonishment. Who would have imagined that this unassuming old man was among the top 10 strongest in the Jamma Empire? Lu Ling, feeling disheartened, thought to himself, I had originally intended to deal with Feng Yi, but now that thought has dissipated, I am fortunate I did not act rashly. If even the Thunder King is behind him, how could I possibly contend with him? It's over. My beloved woman is gone. If she is lost, then so be it. In comparison to a woman, I cherish my own life more. Just because I cannot contend with him does not mean my master cannot. When I return, I will inform my master. Gazing at Fama, whose eyes were obscured by his snowy white brows, Yifeng smiled faintly. President Fama, I merely happened to cure the Thunder King's poison. Merely by chance. Fama's old face stiffened. Neither I nor Gu he could achieve it. Yet you stumbled upon it. How fortuitous indeed. With a light chuckle, Fama responded, I am aware of the alchemists in the Jamma Empire. Yet I have never heard of a student possessing such extraordinary flames at such a young age. Young Feng, you have yet to disclose to me which esteemed sect you belong to. Upon hearing this, Yifeng shook his head and replied, I cannot divulge the name of my master. However, you might be acquainted with my nephew, President Pharma. Nephew? May I inquire who this individual is? Pharma questioned. His curiosity piqued. He had observed Feng Yi for quite some time, and it was evident that he was not from the Jaimar Empire. Yet how could he, a nephew of someone else, possibly know him? Noticing Pharma's perplexity, Yifeng tucked away the elixir in his hand and slightly turned his body to reminisce, saying, "My nephew once endeavored to amuse me during my childhood by narrating tales of his travels across the continent. On one occasion, he mentioned an encounter in a destitute and remote area where he stumbled upon a somewhat talented young alchemist. He took a keen interest and offered a few pointers, suggesting that with diligence, the young alchemist could surely reach the 6th grade. Curiously enough, that young alchemist bears the same name as you, President." The incredulous remarks from Yifeng left everyone around him in a state of astonishment, their expressions contorting in disbelief. Cold sweat trickled down their brows as they pondered the implications of his words. Could it truly be that Feng Yi's nephew merely offered a few insights to President Pharma, propelling him toward becoming a 5th-grade alchemist on the brink of the 6th? Was this indeed a veritable account, and not simply a fanciful tale? Even Vice President Mitchell, like the others, gazed at Pharma with wide eyes, awaiting his confirmation. Meanwhile, Pharma, the president of the Alchemist Guild, stood frozen, his mouth agape in shock, the astonishment evident upon his visage. This state of disbelief persisted for a full moment before Pharma swallowed hard, turning to the side to address Yifeng with a loud exclamation. You are the grandnephew of that esteemed elder?" Yifeng smiled and casually nodded. "Had I not heard them call you President Pharma, I would never have imagined such a remarkable coincidence existed in the world." Pharma, collecting his thoughts, reflected upon the favor he had received from that venerable elder, realizing that to claim himself as the elder's disciple was indeed an elevation of his status. Yet, even as he acknowledged this elevation, it was still a bond of master and disciple, for it is said that once a teacher, always a father. If that elder is the granduncle of Feng Yi, then this young lad before me must surely be my great-grandnephew? Pharma exclaimed, "If I had known, I would have refrained from venturing out." His words, cloaked in a veiled affirmation, sent shivers through the crowd. Was Feng Yi's background not exceedingly formidable? Having unraveled the intricate connections, Pharma, brimming with excitement, bent his knee, preparing to pay his respects to Yifeng. Yet, just as his knees were about to touch the ground, Yifeng swiftly turned and lifted him up, smiling gently. "There is no need for such formalities, President Pharma. My nephew is my nephew. I am I. We shall each stand on our own merits. You may simply call me Feng Yi, as my sister Yinran does." "Nalan," Yinran interjected playfully. "Sister? Are you not referring to Miss Nalan?" With the assistance of others, Pharma rose to his feet and respectfully clasped his hands towards Yifeng, stating, "I shall forever be grateful for the guidance bestowed upon me by that esteemed elder. If you, my friend, ever require assistance, I vow to lend my support." Yifeng responded with a faint smile. Aware that this venerable master had traversed the continent alone, Pharma inquired, "May I ask how that elder has been of late?" Well enough to have entered the ring, where he absorbs the fighting spirit of souls. Like myself, my nephew, the apothecary, has journeyed across the continent, and it has been several years since we last met." Pharma nodded, realizing that the elder's surname was indeed Xiao. An aged hand flickered with the ring, revealing a finely crafted black robe that soon appeared in Pharma's grasp. He promptly offered it to Yifeng, saying, "This is a robe of an apothecary that I have never worn, the finest of its kind from the Jarma Empire. I bestow it upon you, my young friend." Yifeng accepted it without hesitation, and Pharma placed an apothecary badge atop the robe, wryly remarking, "You, at such a young age, are already a 3rd-tier apothecary, the youngest in the Jarma Empire. I implore you not to advance further. If you do, these 2 geniuses beside us may weep." "Very well," Yifeng nodded, tucking away the attire. He knew he could not advance any further, for he had yet to attain 4th-tier apothecary skills. Pharma's gaze shifted as he inquired, "Might you have need of any medicinal herbs, magic cores, or rare treasures?" The crowd responded, "Has he become addicted to giving gifts?" Dear readers, please show some compassion for the child. We seek recommendations, we seek monthly votes. Chapter 69, The Sin of It Oh, Black Silk. After Yifeng left the Alchemist Guild with great abundance, Pharma and Mitchell swiftly confined Yao Yu and Lu Ling, commencing a lesson in discipline. During this visit to the Alchemist Guild, Yifeng not only acquired a Do Wang bodyguard, but also gained a cunning apprentice along with a plethora of free medicinal materials. However, he was not overly greedy, merely procuring several herbs suitable for concocting third and fourth grade elixirs. After all, he would surely return. As they neared the Nalan residence, the news of Reina's return startled Nalan Jie and Nalan Su, prompting them to rush out. The father and son duo encountered Yifeng and Nalan Yanran at the entrance, alongside a remarkably familiar elderly figure. This old man was none other than Reina, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jaimar Empire. Upon seeing this familiar acquaintance, Nalan Jie could not suppress the twitching of his lips. What transpired? He had been gone for merely a day and returned with a strong ally akin to himself. With a broad grin, Nalan Jie approached, exclaiming, "Ha, my young friend Feng. Brother Reina, what brings you here?" Yifeng yawned, fatigue evident in his voice as he replied, "Old Master Nalan, Reina and I are companions. You two are old friends, so please enjoy your conversation. I am quite tired and shall retreat to my room for a while." With that, he casually strolled inside, heading towards his chamber. Nalan Yanran, lacking interest in the gathering of the elderly, followed him inside. Once the young couple departed, Nalan Su curiously inquired of Reina, "Reina, what is the meaning of this?" Sighing, Reina shook his head and lamented, "It is a long story. In short, I shall now serve as young Master Feng's protector." What? Upon hearing Reina's declaration, both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su gasped in astonishment. One of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jaimar Empire, reduced to being another's guardian? Seeing the two men frozen in disbelief, Reina chuckled. "What? Old brother Nalan, do you not welcome my presence in your esteemed residence?" "Brother Reina, your words are indeed shocking. Hence our momentary neglect. Please, do come in." The two old friends ushered each other into the room, where they would undoubtedly spend the night in lively conversation. Upon returning to his chamber, Yifeng promptly locked the door, allowing no opportunity for anyone to approach. Naturally, Nalan Yanran, who had followed him, was met with a closed door, leaving her fuming as she retreated to her room. "Humph, to leave this young lady outside. Just wait until tomorrow." Once seated on the bed, Yifeng swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The fire poison and snake venom within Reina, akin to that of Nalan Jie, bore a pure energy that flowed into his body. This energy was no less potent than that of Nalan Jie's. Having had no time to absorb it at the Alchemist Guild, he immediately began to cultivate using the devouring spirit technique. Moreover, that feeble peach blossom fire maple was not wasted, as it too was absorbed into his being. After a night of cultivation, Yifeng's strength surged forth, propelling him to the pinnacle of a 9-star great fighter. He now stood but a mere step away from the realm of Doling. Following this breakthrough, Yifeng examined his attribute panel. Sign-in System Master. Yifeng. Race. Serpent Man, capable of assuming human form. Do Qi Cultivation. 9-star Great Fighter. Cultivation Method. Devouring Spirit Art. Exotic Fire. 3000 Flame Fire. Weapon. Flowing Blade of Fire, embedded with a 5th-tier Wind Attribute Magic Core and a 6th-tier Wood Attribute Magic Core. Physique. 3000 Stars Body. Immortal Body. Alchemical Cauldron. Purple Abyss. Alchemy Skills. 3rd Grade. Do Techniques. 1000 Flame. Sword Qi. Sandstorm. Profound Ice Dragon Soar. Wind's Ultimate Destruction. Thunder Bat Heavenly Wings. Flame Defiance of 3000. Wind Sucking Fire Palm. Thunder Arc 3-Step Dance. Lightning Silver Shield. Tidal Finger. Items. Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. Ocean Heart Armor. Currently worn. Alchemy Compendium. 3rd Grade. Beauty Retaining Pill. A pair of exquisite high heels. Monster Pets. Void Pegasus Beast. 6th tier. Two-headed Fire Spirit Snake. 4th tier. Life Skills. Sugar-coated Hawes Making Method. Early the next morning, after sparring with Nalan Jieching at the entrance, Yifeng departed from the Nalan residence under the guidance of Nalan Yinjin. As for the Thunder King Lena, he donned a mask and trailed behind the two. "Hey, you rascal, we have arrived at the Mitre Auction House." On the bustling street, Nalan Yinjin pouted her small face, expressing her impatience. Casting a glance at the defiant Nalan Yinjin, Yifeng's eyes glinted with a fierce light, his demeanor devoid of courtesy. Slap. Feeling the familiar sting and the crisp sound, tears welled up in her large eyes. "He actually struck me in public." Nalan Yinjin's delicate face flushed crimson, and she furtively glanced around, only to find that no one was observing them. "Your grandfather and father entrusted me with your guidance. and I shall not shirk my responsibility. If you dare to call me a rascal again, I won't hesitate to ensure everyone hears it." The fierce glint in Yifeng's eyes remained undiminished as he issued his warning to Nalan Yinjin. "Understood, Brother Fengya," Nalan Yinjin replied, now notably more obedient. The thought of being struck in public was simply too humiliating. "Humph, just wait until we return. I shall settle the score with him. I refuse to believe I cannot bite him." Yifeng's gaze swept over the street, eventually resting upon the imposing structure at the end, which was none other than the Miter auction house, the headquarters of the Miter family. "Let us go. Let us see what treasures this so-called #1 auction house of the empire holds." With purposeful strides, Yifeng advanced towards the destination, while Nalan Yinjin, visibly miffed, shook her fist at his back before following closely behind. Upon their departure, the gazes of a few individuals nearby met in silent understanding. It was evident that they had all heard the distinct sound that had just echoed through the air, yet, driven by the instinct to survive, they feigned deafness. The rebellious young lady, Nalan Yinyan, was astonishingly subdued, a remarkable spectacle indeed. Meanwhile, Reina, who trailed behind, covered her eyes and ears, lamenting quietly, "What a calamity!" As Yifeng and Nalan Yinyan made their way into the bustling Miter auction house, the crowd swarmed like schools of fish, overwhelming in its density. With an impassive expression, Yifeng navigated through the throng, casting a thin layer of protective energy around himself and Nalan Yinyan to ensure they remained together. Nalan Yinyan's gaze was fixed on the profile of Yifeng, feeling the warmth emanating from him, which kindled a gentle warmth within her heart. Within the grand hall, myriad crystal displays showcased an endless array of peculiar treasures, all meticulously priced. With the lowest item costing no less than 30,000 gold coins, such exorbitant prices were enough to deter many. "Brother Fengya, this is merely the outer sales area, and the items here are not particularly valuable. The true treasures lie within the auction house, which is divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow," Nalan Yinyan noted, attempting to pique Yifeng's interest as she smiled brightly. Just as she continued her introduction, a sudden commotion erupted within the Miter auction house. From the midst of the agitated crowd emerged a strikingly beautiful figure. As the crisp sound of heels clicked rhythmically, Yifeng's attention was irresistibly drawn to the sight of exceptionally alluring, long legs. Chapter 70, Collaborating with Yifei, Keep Your Hands Off Me. Black silk, a captivating element that exudes an irresistible allure for all men. Even Yifeng, renowned for his composure, finds it somewhat challenging to resist, let alone the men surrounding the hall, whose faces are adorned with longing. Maintaining an expression of calm, Yifeng's gaze gradually ascends with admiration. Before him stands an exquisitely enchanting figure, her luxurious black gown accentuating her alluring silhouette. As she moves, her long, alluring legs, clad in black silk, tantalizingly reveal themselves, stirring the desires of every onlooker. A delicate ribbon cinches her slender waist, accentuating her enticing form to perfection. This woman radiates an enchanting charm, and under the gaze of her alluring, almond-shaped eyes, one is inevitably compelled to display their opulence, instinctively reaching for their gold coins to procure extravagant items of little practical use. To many men, she is a siren, a creature brimming with temptation, reminiscent of a playful black cat, captivating the hearts of all men nearby. As for the women, they, like Nalan Yin, ran beside her, pouted and cast disdainful glances at the men, muttering, "Scoundrel, enchantress, rogue." Amidst the crowd, the woman strides gracefully through the hall, her delicate smile radiating an alluring charm. With a soft, melodic sound, her enticing figure gradually approaches Yifeng, and after a brief moment, she stands directly before him, a proximity that would make any man envious. Her elongated eyes flutter as she notices Nalan Yinran's envious gaze. Yet, she merely smiles lightly. She has encountered possessive women before. "Greetings. You must be the illustrious young Master Feng Yi, whose name has resonated through the imperial capital these past few days." A fragrant breeze accompanies her soft, teasing laughter, echoing in Yifeng's ears. The mention of Feng Yi jolts the crowd into realization, redirecting their attention from Yifei to Yifeng and the enchanting Nalan Yinran at his side. Nalan Yinran, somewhat displeased, straightens her posture, yet the disparity remains evident. Nonetheless, both women possess striking beauty, neither conceding ground, their contrasting black and white silks igniting the imaginations of many, conjuring unspoken fantasies. With the eldest daughter of the Nalan family present, it is clear that this young man is the prodigious third-tier alchemist who was recently honored by the two presidents of the Alchemist Guild. Such a gifted talent is bound to make waves in the city of Gamma. Of course, the ordinary folk remain unaware that Yi Feng is also a peak 9-star great fighter, with the status of one of the top 10 guardians of the Gamma Empire. Yi Feng gazed down at the delicate jade hand extended towards him, a light laugh escaping his lips. The name of Miss Yifei from the Miter family has reached my ears. Today, upon meeting you, I find that the rumors do not do justice to your competence and astuteness. He welcomed the prospect of an alliance with Yifei, extending his hand to clasp hers. As a gentle sensation enveloped him, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. The master has accepted Yifei's handshake and received a sign-in reward, a volume of 4th-grade alchemical formulas. Alongside this reward, Yi Feng drew the ire of many onlookers. This man had the audacity to engage in a handshake with Miss Yifei and showed no intention of releasing her hand. Nearby, Nalan Yinran, her gaze fixed on their intertwined hands, felt a surge of indignation. This enchantress was simply intolerable. Unperturbed by Nalan Yinran's glare, Yifei smiled charmingly, her lips curling upward. Young Master Fengya, your words are flattering. What brings you to seek my company today? Although Yifei held a modest status within her family, she still wielded some influence. With a gentle chuckle, Yi Feng replied, I am not here for anything in particular, but rather to seek your assistance. Seek me? Yifei was momentarily taken aback, her crimson lips parting in surprise. This Fengya was a complete stranger to her. It was their first encounter today. Why would he seek her out? Their statuses did not align in any way. He had gained fame in Jama City, having achieved the rank of a 3rd-grade alchemist at such a tender age. A prodigious talent unheard of in the Jama Empire. Even the royal princess, Yaoyue, had only recently reached the 2nd grade. The thought of this extraordinary genius approaching her today was bewildering. Was it possible that this was beyond her comprehension. She had initially approached him to leverage his influence to escape her family's predetermined arrangements, yet now, it was he who sought her out. Yifei's mind was consumed with contemplation. After a moment of surprise, she delicately covered her lips with one hand and smiled, her elongated, beautiful eyes curving into a captivating arc. This smile sent ripples through the air, even causing the subtle waves beneath her veil to stir. Pray tell, young Master Fengya, what business do you have with this humble woman? Having witnessed the queen and the vibrant scenes of the Serpent clan, Yi Feng was now well beyond any bashfulness. With a playful glance, he replied, Since arriving in the imperial capital, I have heard of your intelligence and reputation for decisiveness. Thus I have come to discuss a significant business venture and the prospect of collaboration. The crowd murmured, realizing that they were indeed engaged in a partnership. After all, their hands had yet to part. Oh, young Master Fengya, should such matters not be discussed with the head of the Miter family? Yifei inquired, astonished, her pearly teeth grazing her red lips as she asked gently. Yi Feng smiled lightly. He is not suitable. As Yi Feng's words echoed, an overwhelming silence enveloped the entire hall. How audacious of Feng Yi to declare the patriarch of the Miter family incompetent within their own auction house. Was this not an invitation to ruin? At that moment, Yi Feng sensed at least 20 piercing gazes fixed upon him. Undeterred, he chuckled softly, stating, Collaboration necessitates selecting the most suitable partner. Miter Tingshan simply does not suffice. Entrusting this partnership to you will yield greater benefits and grant me peace of mind. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight illuminated Yifei's countenance. If this were the case, she might indeed escape her family's constraints. Just as Yifei parted her rosy lips, ready to speak, a thunderous shout erupted from outside the door. Preposterous. Just a brash young upstart from outside, daring to cause a ruckus in the Miter family. Remove your filthy hands at once. The crowd, startled by the outburst, turned their gazes toward the entrance, where a remarkably fierce young man stood. Appearing to be in his early 20s, he possessed a formidable physique, towering over the others by a considerable margin. Clad in armor that exuded authority, his visage was fearsome, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Those standing before him instinctively recoiled, creating a pathway in their haste. This individual was not to be trifled with. It was well known that he was a man who could kill at a whim in the imperial capital, instilling fear in all the second-generation heirs. Now, The image of him gripping hands tightly for an extended duration without letting go only served to heighten the tension. As it seemed he was poised to take lethal action. Mu family. Mu Zhan. Chapter 71. The enraged Mu Zhan, a deadly threat. As the man appeared at the entrance, a collective gasp echoed through the hall of the Mitre auction house. Beside Yi Feng, Nailin Yinran softly introduced this individual. The young patriarch of the Mu family, one of the three great clans of the Gamma Empire, Mu Zhan. With no forewarning, a surge of azure energy erupted, hurtling towards Yi Feng in the form of a colossal fist aimed directly at his forehead. Mu Zhan wasted no time in launching a lethal attack, demonstrating his formidable ferocity. Sighing in resignation, Yi Feng unleashed the energy within him, raising his hand as a flash of silver light materialized. An electric arc shield. A profound tier combat technique known as the Silver Lightning Shield swiftly coalesced beside him. As the silver and azure energies collided, an overwhelming brilliance engulfed the room, rendering all present momentarily blinded. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a fierce wave of energy exploded between the two combatants. The onlookers were instantly swept off their feet by the forceful gust. As the aggressor, Mu Zhan was sent crashing backward, his robust physique propelled through the air. At the entrance of the auction house, Mu Zhan's right leg stomped the ground, shattering the azure stone beneath him up to his ankles. His face twisted in a fierce grimace. Remnants of the lightning energy crackled around his right hand, causing his arm to tingle. With a countenance filled with menace, Mu Zhan's dark eyes brimmed with a chilling intent to kill. In stark contrast, Yi Feng remained composed and unfazed. He did not so much as shift, his hands still firmly clasped with Yafei's, as if the preceding altercation had nothing to do with him. A serene smile adorned his face, as though he were untouched by the chaos that had just unfolded. The disparity in strength between the two was evident to all, even to the ordinary spectators nearby. They were clearly not of the same caliber. The sudden eruption of fierce energy in the hall drew all eyes towards the scene. Upon noticing the fierce-looking youth, the crowd was taken aback. This young man, notorious for his ruthlessness within the imperial city, had suffered a setback. Lightning affinity energy and an alchemist. What kind of prodigy was Feng Yi? A murmur of speculation arose among the onlookers. This was dire. Everyone in the imperial city was aware of Mu Zhan's infatuation with Yafei of the Mitre family, and Feng Yi's constant physical closeness to her promised an intriguing spectacle. Provoking such a young third-tier alchemist was hardly a wise decision. Seeing his beloved so close to another man, no one could remain indifferent, let alone Mu Zhan. Yet, considering Mu Zhan's strength, how could he possibly falter? What immense power did Feng Yi truly possess? It is said that Mu Zhan possesses the strength of a 3-star combat master, yet he was repelled, which serves as undeniable evidence of Feng Yi's extraordinary prowess, not only in alchemy, but also in martial cultivation. A splendid spectacle is undoubtedly about to unfold. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Mu Zhan's right fist unfurled before clenching tightly once more, repeatedly combating the numbing sensation that washed over him. Damn that brat! Mu Zhan's eyes glinted with ferocity as he glared at Yi Feng from a distance, gritting his teeth. Yi Feng cast a sidelong glance at Mu Zhan before turning his attention to the beautiful Yafei, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Miss Yafei, is the young master of the Mu family lacking in intelligence?" Any ordinary individual would have been utterly crushed by Mu Zhan's recent blow, in my mind. I have already designated the Mu family as my adversary. Thus, he felt no obligation to show any courtesy and openly mocked him. Mu Zhan tilted his head, a smirk stretching across his face as he approached, deliberately avoiding Yi Feng's gaze and instead fixing his intense stare upon the furious visage of Yafei. With what he deemed a gentle laugh, he declared, "Yafei, you have grown even more beautiful in just a few days. Truly worthy of being my betrothed. Ha ha ha. You lunatic." Anger flushed Yafei's cheeks, for Yi Feng was her esteemed guest, and if the collaboration he proposed came to fruition, she might just escape the clutches of her family. She did not wish to be linked to Mu Zhan in any way. Yet, before the discussion could even commence, it was interrupted by Mu Zhan's intrusion, which left her seething. Yi Feng dismissed Mu Zhan's possessive remarks, perceiving him as nothing more than a self-important fool. Witnessing the fury etched upon Yafei's face only fueled Mu Zhan's wrath further. His expression grew increasingly menacing as he cracked his neck, the sound of popping bones echoing in the air, before bellowing, "Brat, The imperial capital is not a place for your arrogance. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must submit. Remove your filthy hands from my wife's. Yi Feng. His proclamation somehow ignited a spark of exhilaration. At Muzhan's words, Yifei's lovely face flushed slightly, yet she showed no intention of withdrawing her hand from Yi Feng's grasp. For even in her defiance against her family, she aimed to demonstrate to Muzhan that she, Yifei, was not his possession. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng cast a glance at Muzhan, gradually loosening his grip on the delicate hand he held, and turned to face Muzhan fully. In the shadows, Reina helplessly rubbed his aged forehead, realizing the impending chaos. Seeing their hands part, Muzhan coldly remarked, "Count yourself fortunate, brat." However, Before Muzhan could finish, a fierce glint ignited in Yi Feng's eyes, and his right hand shot out, unleashing a fiery palm imbued with a swirling mass of purple-black flames, hurtling towards Muzhan. "Brat, you have some guts." The Mu family, being a lineage of military heritage, had warriors seasoned in battle, and Muzhan, as the young master, was no exception to this experience. With a sinister grin, he gazed at the aggressively advancing Li Feng, emerald energy surging from his body. His fists instantaneously transformed to a hue reminiscent of withered wood. Wooden spike. Muzhan's expression was one of fierce determination, showing no hint of underestimating his opponent. He unleashed the full power of a 3-star dome master, colliding his fists against Li Feng's palm. A tremendous force clashed once more, yet this encounter was markedly different from the previous. The moment Muzhan's hands made contact, he felt an overwhelming heat radiating from the flames, a force far beyond his capacity to withstand. The searing sensation swiftly dissolved Muzhan's wooden attribute Do Qi, simultaneously amplifying the violet-black flames. Cold sweat erupted on Muzhan's forehead as he inwardly lamented, "This is bad. I've hit a wall." His strength surpasses mine by a wide margin. Just as Muzhan began to falter, a golden light swiftly traversed the hall, and a middle-aged man appeared at his side. In an instant, a surge of golden Do Qi erupted from this figure, forming a radiant barrier that shielded them from the encroaching violet-black flames. Li Feng's starry eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the middle-aged man adorned with grand golden wings. "So someone dares to meddle? Then I shall not hold back." With a swift motion, a blade of fire manifested in his right hand, the violet-black flames coiling around it like a small dragon, and he slashed forward with intent. "Thousand flames, sword chi." The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock, "What the?" Chapter 72, The Battle of Mitre Tingshan. You are utterly shameless as the clan leader. Before Yi Feng stood a middle-aged man, adorned in an exquisite robe, with a lock of hair cascading down his forehead. His appearance bore a slight resemblance to Hebedong, whom Yi Feng had encountered in the Tagore Desert. However, he lacked the extraordinary presence and refreshing demeanor that characterized Hebedong. Upon sighting this individual, Yi Feng, without needing any introduction, immediately recognized his identity. In the entire Jama Empire, the only Dowang powerhouse who bore a likeness to Hebedong was none other than the patriarch of the Mitre family, Mitre Tingshan. Mitre Tingshan's arrival was undoubtedly aimed at protecting Muzhan. As the young clan leader of the Mu family, Muzhan was within Yi Feng's capacity to defeat with a single blow. Should Muzhan perish here, the Mitre family would find themselves in a precarious situation, and a violent storm of bloodshed would inevitably descend upon the imperial capital. Yet, Mitre Tingshan's intervention incited Yi Feng's wrath, and Muzhan wasted no time in launching an attack against him. Yi Feng would not show mercy. Since Mitre Tingshan had chosen to safeguard him, he would be the one to bear the brunt of Yi Feng's fury. The moment the Qianyan sword Qi was unleashed, a colossal wave of inferno surged towards Mitre Tingshan. It is crucial to note that this was no ordinary flame. It comprised the 3,000 yen fire, its searing heat causing the bystanders in the hall to break into a sweat. In fact, everyone had retreated to the corners, fearful of being caught in the ensuing battle. However, the unfolding conflict was entirely beyond their expectations. Even the Dowang powerhouses were compelled to defend themselves, as the tide of flames transcended the realm of a mere skirmish among the younger generation. Suddenly, figures leapt forth from various corners of the Mitre family estate, their Do Qi enveloping a designated space within the room. Earth-level Do techniques. Upon witnessing the oncoming torrent of flames, Mitre Tingshan's brows furrowed deeply, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he exclaimed in shock, His hands, which had been concealed behind him, could no longer remain hidden. In an instant, he summoned the Xinjin shield, a low-tier defensive Do technique. A radiant golden light erupted, transforming into a vast barrier adorned with intricate patterns, shielding both himself and the nearby Muzhan. With a resounding boom, a tremendous wave of Do Qi radiated outward from the center, the forceful impact shattering all the decorations within the hall in an instant. Before the golden defensive array of the Miter family guards, a shower of wooden splinters filled the air, and several columns of the structure crumbled under the onslaught. Had they not employed the array moments prior, the Miter auction house would have collapsed today, resulting in countless casualties. Feng Yi refrained from making a move until now, and when he finally did, his ferocity was astonishing. In addition to his esteemed identity as an alchemist, he was revealed to be an immensely powerful combatant. At this moment, Miter Tingshan wore a bitter expression. Even he had been pushed back 10 meters by the sheer force of that attack. The might of Feng Yi was indeed terrifying. Apart from currently unleashing the power of a 9-star peak to Do Shi, he also possessed Earth-level Do techniques. The power of that recent strike was so formidable that had it not been for Miter Tingshan, a formidable Do Wang, utilizing the profound-level Do technique, the Xinjin shield, for defense, he would have undoubtedly faced great embarrassment. At this moment, Muzhan, standing beside Miter Tingshan, was utterly stunned. How could this Feng Yi, merely a pampered alchemist, possess such overwhelming strength? A peak 9-star great Do master. At such a tender age, what manner of extraordinary prodigy was he? The atmosphere in the hall fell into an eerie silence. Tingshan clan leader, Yafei exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. The young man before them was truly terrifying. However, with the situation escalating to this point, how could it possibly be resolved? Nailin Yenran clenched her hands tightly, as the unfolding events surpassed her comprehension. Based on her understanding of Feng Yi, he would undoubtedly not spare Muzhan. It appeared that today's events were destined to spiral out of control. Dear young friend Feng Yi, the young clan leader Muzhan acted out of recklessness. Might you consider sparing him for the sake of my old self? Miter Tingshan stepped forward, shielding Muzhan behind him, addressing Yi Feng as the golden light gradually dimmed. With the flowing flames of the 3,000 yen Hua dancing in his grasp, Yi Feng locked his icy gaze onto Miter Tingshan and coldly replied, Clan leader Tingshan, do you truly believe I would spare someone who has sought to take my life? Why you Miter Tingshan's expression stiffened at Feng Yi's blatant disregard for his authority. Regardless of where this extraordinary genius hailed from, his utter lack of respect for a clan leader incensed him greatly. If Muzhan was reckless, then today, Feng Yi too would embrace recklessness. He was determined that Muzhan would die, without question. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Yi Feng stepped forward amidst the collective gaze of all present. Wrapped in a purple-black Do Qi, an exceptionally eerie armor enveloped his body, complementing the long blade in his hand, reminiscent of a Shura from the depths of hell. Humph, if that is the case. Do not blame me for wielding my strength against the weak. Though Miter Tingshan harbored apprehension towards Yi Feng, he could not simply stand by and watch as Muzhan was killed. A brilliant golden light erupted, revealing a sharp sword in Tingshan's right hand, which he raised to point directly at Yi Feng. Ha ha ha, Miter Tingshan, it has been quite some time, and you have indeed become increasingly shameless. At that moment, a streak of lightning flashed, and in the next instant, an elderly man with a pale beard appeared before Tingshan, laughing heartily. King of Thunder, Reina, what is the meaning of this? Is he your disciple? Miter Tingshan's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Reina. In response, Reina offered a bitter smile. A disciple? I wish he were, but alas, I am unworthy. Pointing an accusatory finger at Tingshan, Reina rebuked Miter Tingshan. Ever since the Ice Emperor vanished, you have sacrificed too much for the sake of your family's interests. You even sought to align with the Mu family, arranging a marriage between Yafei and Muzhan to secure the position of the foremost family in the Gamma Empire. Currently, as the conflict ensues, you choose to remain passive while attempting to eliminate Feng Xiao. However, when it comes to protecting Muzhan, you suddenly emerge to defend the young heir of the Mu clan. As the leader of your lineage, your actions are utterly disgraceful. Every word of Reina struck deep, causing the countenance of Miter Tingshan to twist into a grimace. Indeed, the Miter family finds itself in a precarious situation. When the Ice Emperor reigned, they were the foremost among the 3 great families. Yet, With such a prolonged absence and no news, the Nalan family, particularly Nalan Yinran, has been taken as a direct disciple by the esteemed Yun Yun. It is evident that their position as the leading family is now at risk. Consequently, as the patriarch, Tengshan feels compelled to forge an alliance with the Mu family for the sake of their clan's interests. Serendipitously, the young heir of the Mu family, Mu Zhan, has taken a liking to Yafei. Thus, Tengshan deems it prudent to use this affection to solidify ties with the Mu family, thereby momentarily securing the standing of the Miter clan. However, it has come to his dismay that Yafei has entangled herself with Feng Yi, inciting Mu Zhan's wrath and his desire to eliminate Feng Yi. Unfortunately, Mu Zhan's strength pales in comparison, and Tengshan finds himself compelled to intervene. Now subjected to Reina's scorn, his fury knows no bounds. How dare you? Tengshan's indignation flared as Reina exposed his innermost thoughts before such a multitude. In a fit of rage, he brandished his weapon and charged at Reina. Humph! Have you forgotten the sharpness of my thunder spear after such a long absence from battle? Amidst the dazzling arcs of lightning, an extraordinarily sharp spear materialized in Reina's grasp, its tip colliding with Tengshan's sword. Clang! Dear readers, do you prefer witnessing brawls, pursuing romance, or perhaps a blend of both, fighting while courting? Chapter 73, A Single Strike to Annihilate 20. The piercing sound of collisions suddenly echoed throughout the auction house. A tremendous force radiated outward, crashing against the surrounding barrier. At that moment, the guards of the middle family were utterly astonished. How could their hastily erected formation withstand the clash of such formidable combatants? Boom! The overwhelming pressure shattered the barrier, sending everyone hurtling backward. As for those who had gathered merely to spectate, they were all rendered unconscious by the shockwave. This was merely the beginning of the encounter between the combat kings. Seeing the crowd around him incapacitated, Middle Tengshan's expression darkened considerably. Although Reina was but a single individual, he could disregard the safety of others. However, as the head of his clan, how could he turn a blind eye? With a thunderous roar, he called out, "Reina, are you brave enough to step forth and fight? What is there to fear?" Reina replied. As a guardian, he believed he only needed to contend with one combat king. He trusted that Feng Yi could handle the others in the middle family. Even if he could not, there was little he could do, for he had already given his all. The strength of Middle Tengshan was on par with his own. Neither could overpower the other, and they were merely locked in a stalemate. With a sudden flap of their wings, the two figures vanished from the hall, soaring into the sky. The middle family members received their orders. They must protect the young patriarch of the Mu family. Should anyone dare to intervene again, they would be met with ruthless retribution. Tengshan's voice echoed from above, and beside Yi Feng appeared more than 20 individuals. All of them were formidable fighters, including 2 spirit-level warriors. It should be noted that this was merely the defensive contingent within the hall, a testament to the middle family's position as one of the 3 great families of the Jamma Empire. This is disastrous. The family's actions will only bring calamity upon themselves. Yafei glanced at the clan members surrounding Yi Feng and spoke with a slight tremor in her red lips. As she moved to intervene, she was halted by Nalan Yinran beside her. "Sister Yafei, you must understand that it is too late to prevent this battle now," Nalan Yinran said earnestly, her gaze fixed on Yafei. After several days of lessons, she comprehended the true nature of this brother Feng Yi. If they provoked him, it would be too late for regrets, and the outcome would be dire, tragic, even. Yafei's eyes fixed upon Yi Feng. A sense of panic washed over her. The family had entangled themselves with such a formidable individual, and they would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Nalan Yinran grasped Yafei's hand, retreating. This battle was beyond their capacity to stop. A faint smile played upon Yi Feng's lips. With each step he took, the purple-black flames upon his long blade surged higher. In mere moments, the eerie purple-black flames distorted the space around him. At this moment, the 2 magical cores beside the flowing blade, resembling fire, radiated a unique brilliance. One was a 6th-tier wood attribute core, and the other a 5th-tier wind attribute core. With the enhancement from these 2 cores, if Yi Feng were to unleash an attack now, it would be more terrifying than before. It had truly been a long time since he felt such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Thus, let them come together. The moment the words fell, a throng of individuals surged toward Yi Feng from all directions. At this juncture, Yi Feng unleashed the full extent of his power. The blade in his hand gleamed with a cold brilliance, and he had already unleashed the flame rejection of 3,000. In a battle where the odds were stacked against him, this technique was indeed the most fitting. Each strike proved to be infallible, and at this moment, there were no unexpected outcomes. The 3,000 flame had difficulty penetrating the defenses of a Do Wang powerhouse, yet against those of lesser strength, it was utterly invincible. The might of the manifested terrifyingly, as the overwhelming transformed into an exceedingly fearsome flame, erupting from the edge of Yi Feng's blade. A circular wave of fiery heat surged from Yi Feng, expanding outward with ferocity. In an instant, a terrifying scene unfolded, as the purple-black flames clashed with the surrounding individuals. The weapons in their hands, as well as their armor, were instantaneously dissolved. The purple-black flames enveloped those formidable Do Shi powerhouses upon contact. Their means of attack disintegrated in an instant, and even before Yi Feng's body made contact, their combat prowess was utterly shattered. What awaited them next was a nightmarish abyss. They felt no pain in their bodies, yet their armor vanished before their very eyes, followed by their hands, arms, bodies. This extreme horror was far more terrifying than instant death. In a mere heartbeat, 20 powerful Do Shi members of the Mitre family had been annihilated. This was a full 20 Do Shi, not merely 20 fighters. It is crucial to note that a single Do Shi is regarded as a leader in a small city. This grievous toll is undoubtedly a nightmare for the Mitre family. Mitre Yafei's gaze was fixed on the horrifying scene not far away, her delicate face turning pale. Neither Yafei nor Nalin Yinjin had anticipated that the seemingly amiable youth could strike with such ruthless ferocity. They both understood that from this day forth, the Mitre family would undoubtedly be relegated to the bottom of the three great families. Two Do Ling powerhouses, who had joined the fray alongside the 20 Do Shi, were slightly stronger and cunning, swiftly retreating to evade Yi Feng's assault. They halted at a distance, too fearful to approach Yi Feng. That eerie flame was simply too terrifying. Their 20 companions lay on the ground, emitting frantic cries, not due to pain, but from the terror of facing death. The cries swiftly faded away, and those voices dissipated into the world, leaving no trace behind. "Young Master Mu, why do you not flee? We shall hold him back," exclaimed two formidable spirit fighters, casting a glance at the dazed Mu Zhan lingering at the door. At this juncture, even if they were aware that the clan leader had erred, the Mitre family had no alternative but to follow a path shrouded in darkness. In that moment, the young clan leader Mu Zhan, paralyzed by fear, jolted back to reality upon hearing his name called. With a scream akin to his earlier frantic cries, the robust youth let out a terrified shout. In the next moment, Mu Zhan dashed out in a frenzy. "Huh, do you still think you can escape?" Yi Feng's eyes glinted with malice as he fixated on Mu Zhan's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. The two spirit fighters unleashed their full energy, their long swords shimmering with a golden light, intent on intercepting Yi Feng. "With your meager abilities, you cannot stop me." Before his words could fully resonate, a thunderous sound reverberated through the hall. What? Spirit wings? Accompanied by a blinding silver arc. Yi Feng soared above the two spirit fighters in the eyes of all present. A long knife, wreathed in purple-black flames, lunged straight towards the fleeing Mu Zhan. "Do you dare to harm my son?" A thunderous roar erupted suddenly from beside Yi Feng, as a middle-aged man appeared unannounced at his side. Chapter 74, Slay. The battle against Mu Chun. At the side of Yi Feng, a remarkably robust middle-aged man, adorned with wings of fighting spirit, abruptly materialized. A colossal hand, enveloped in emerald green fighting spirit, surged towards Yi Feng's flowing blade of fire with ferocity. Yet, Yi Feng did not relent in his assault due to the man's sudden appearance. His eyes glimmered with fierce determination, and in that fleeting moment, he unleashed the blazing palm technique with his right hand clasping the flowing blade of fire. Though the blazing palm was a technique of low Xian rank, if wielded skillfully, it could surpass even the ordinary high Xian rank techniques. The terrifying flames of the 3,000 yin erupted from Yi Feng's palm, accompanied by a formidable explosive force. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, the flowing blade of fire surged forth like an explosion, hurtling towards Mu Zhan in the distance. "Stop!" The middle-aged man yearned to intervene, but it was far too late. He could only watch helplessly as the blade, entwined in purplish-black flames, sped toward his beloved son. At that moment, the flowing blade of fire revealed its dreadfulness, and as the 3,000 yin enveloped it, a dragon's roar echoed through the skies. The purplish-black flame blade sliced through the air like a colossal dragon, piercing into Mu Zhan's body. Sizzle! The sound of the blade swiftly traversing flesh resonated throughout the space. In the next instant, all eyes on the street beheld a purplish-black flame slowly igniting in the hollow cavity of Mu Zhan's heart. Boom! The purplish-black flames erupted in an instant, engulfing Mu Zhan's body. No! A tremendous roar erupted from the middle-aged man's lips. The assault, initially directed at the flowing blade of fire, veered viciously towards Yifeng's chest in an instant. The proximity was too close. Yifeng had no intention of evading the attack, having already committed himself to this gamble. Crack! With a single blow, Yifeng's ethereal fire armor shattered. Boom! The massive fist struck firmly against Yifeng's chest, accompanied by a muffled groan, visibly indenting his chest. The overwhelming force sent Yifeng crashing down, blood mist spewing forth from his mouth as he was forcefully driven into the ground. Bang! Dust billowed from the ground, sending the surrounding populace scattering in terror. How could these ordinary people dare to involve themselves in a battle of such magnitude? It had been an eternity since such a conflict erupted within the imperial city. Fengyi! Two melodious voices, akin to larks, echoed from a nearby room, and the two women dashed forward without hesitation. After striking Yifeng down, the man unfurled his wings and soared towards Mu Zhan. However, upon his arrival, he found Mu Zhan lying on the ground, slowly succumbing to the flames, a lifeless body. A gaping hole marked the spot where his heart once resided, a gruesome testament to the ferocity of the assailant. Oh! The agony of losing a child compelled him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. A surge of indomitable rage erupted within him, sending everything and everyone in his vicinity hurtling away in an instant. At this moment, he no longer cared for anything else. That overwhelming energy was once again focused on Yifeng, shrouded in smoke. A colossal long blade manifested in his grasp, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Yifeng. Even the ground beneath him succumbed to the impact, shattering not merely in one place, but wherever he passed. Uncle Mu, no? Nailin Yinran cried out in a desperate attempt to halt the middle-aged man wielding the knife. Alas, her pleas bore no weight in that moment. She could only watch alongside Yefei as Mu Chun, the patriarch of the Mu family, transformed into a madman driven by vengeance for his slain son, rushing towards the killer. This is disastrous. You old fool 1T, let me intervene, and now things have escalated to this point. How will we resolve it? Elder Xiao, as the guardian of the Gamma Empire, this is naturally your concern. Old man, Mu Zhan has been slain by him, and Mu Chun will not let him escape. Today, he is doomed without question. Doomed without question? Elder Xiao, you may have misjudged this time. This Fengyi is far from ordinary. What? Could he possibly have a hidden card? At this moment, atop the imperial capital, two figures stood side by side. One of them was Fama, the president of the Alchemist Association, bearing a large cauldron. The other, as Fama had referred to him, was the guardian of the Gamma Empire, the peak of the nine-star Do Emperor, Jia Xingtian. As the guardian, they certainly sensed the intensity of the battle. Jia Xingtian, being a citizen of the Gamma Empire, was naturally inclined to assist the three prominent families. However, just as he was about to act, the old fellow Fama appeared beside him, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Should you dare to harm my esteemed elder, my cauldron is not merely for show. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jia Xingtian, donning spectacles, gazed intently into the swirling smoke. Fengyi's hidden cards seemed endless. Did he still have more surprises in store? The techniques employed by Fengyi were at least of the Xian rank. He had also demonstrated Earth rank techniques and possessed an extraordinary weapon. Such a prodigious entity is unwise to provoke, and poor Mu Chun has a foolish son who has now encountered insurmountable odds. Yet, having revealed these hidden cards, what else could he possibly have? With the long blade in hand, Mu Chun charged at Yifeng, his expression twisted with ferocity. Boy, I care not who you are. Having slain my beloved son, I shall devour you alive. Greenwood Dragon Spiral. A massive green vortex abruptly emerged around Mu Chun, but it did not reach for the heavens. Instead, it manifested above his right hand. The furious would attribute Do Qi distorting the space ahead. As the long blade surged towards Yifeng with unrestrained wrath, the violent energy gradually dispersed the thick dust ahead, slowly revealing a youthful figure standing steadfastly, gripping a long blade. Confronted by the ferocious onslaught, Yifeng's countenance, though pallid and stained with crimson at the corners of his mouth, betrayed not a trace of fear in his gaze. You may seek to devour me, but you are incapable of achieving that. However, I possess the means. A confident smile graced Yifeng's lips as the system ring on his fingers shimmered brilliantly. In the next instant, a resplendent scarlet light illuminated the eyes of all present. With a resounding boom, a streak of red flashed through the air, and in the wake of a formidable surge of energy, Mu Chun felt an enormous crimson shadow barreling towards him. As his attack collided with this force, he was violently repelled, flying backward for dozens of meters. What emerged was not a fearsome beauty, but rather a colossal two-headed fire spirit serpent, Yifeng's pet, the Red Spirit. This formidable fifth-tier magical beast, the two-headed fire spirit serpent, boasted strength rivaling that of a battle king. Truly, my esteemed master is deserving of his reputation. Ah, Pharaoh, what did you just say? Oh, nothing. At this moment, Jia Xingtian and Fama gazed in astonishment at the immense magical beast spiraling around Yifeng, uttering words of disbelief. What is this? Surely it cannot be an iron plate. It must be a diamond plate. Chapter 75, Yin. You deceive my disciple, despicable. The colossal form of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent emerged, instantly reducing the surrounding buildings to rubble. Its crimson body, fierce dual heads, and gaping maw were enough to instill terror in anyone. Remarkably, the creature appeared far more formidable than before. Upon its massive serpentine form sprouted two enormous scarlet wings of flame. It coiled from the ground, soaring towards the heavens, resembling a gigantic crimson dragon, evoking fear in onlookers. When the serpent's immense body materialized in the imperial capital, even Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma were momentarily taken aback. This lad, Feng Yi, is truly a treasure trove. With an array of hidden cards, who could have anticipated that such a young boy harbored a fifth-tier magical beast? Setting aside his own prowess, this fifth-tier twin-headed fire spirit serpent, along with the formidable Reina who battled against Tingshan, could easily contend with the two great families. Such an abundance of hidden strengths places him among the upper echelons of power within the Jaimar Empire, rendering even Jia Xingtian incapable of enacting any form of retribution. The Mu family and the Middle family have undoubtedly met their match this time. The sudden emergence of a beast taller than houses within the holy city of Jaimar could only be likened to an apocalyptic scene for ordinary citizens. Oh my! How could such a terrifying two-headed serpent beast appear in the imperial capital? Someone stop it. Run for your lives. The capital is under siege by magical beasts. Panic ensued among the populace as they recognized the horror of the battle unfolding before them. As one of the three prominent families of the empire, the Nalan family had certainly taken note as well. However, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su did not intervene. Instead, they stood protectively in front of Nalan Yanran, observing the situation unfold. Gazing at the gigantic fifth-tier twin-headed fire spirit serpent, both were left in shock. Yet, they felt no remorse for failing to aid Yifeng. Their disappointment lay solely with their own family's Yanran. They had no justification to act, for Feng Yi was not their family's prospective son-in-law. With vested interests at play, how could they intervene? Their only recourse was to watch helplessly, as that was the prudent course of action for safeguarding their family. Should they attempt to protect Yifeng, the Nalan family would face dire consequences, for they were one of the three prominent families of the Jaimar Empire. They understood well that the imperial family would not allow any of the three families to vanish. The distinction between kin and outsiders must remain clear. Should they fail to recognize this, the imperial family would not spare the Nalan family. In such a scenario, even the Yunlan sect would be unable to protect them. Yifeng had long perceived the intentions of the father and son duo and had not anticipated any assistance from them, for he too was leveraging their influence. His sole purpose in approaching the Nalan family was to acquire the 7 Illusions Azure Spirit Nectar. Thus, he harbored no feelings for Nalan Yanran, merely taking advantage of the situation. "Grandfather, father, please lend a hand to Feng Yi," Nalan Yanran exclaimed anxiously from behind. "Silence." Nalan Jie turned and reprimanded Nalan Yanran furiously. As a grandfather, he felt immense disappointment in this inept granddaughter, who couldn't even manage a young lad. "You ought to cling to him." Nalan Su gazed at Nalan Yanran with eyes full of disappointment, indignantly stating, "You foolish girl, I instructed you to guide Feng Yi. Yet you've led him to this predicament?" With tears shimmering in her eyes, Nalan Yinran cast a woeful glance at Yafei beside her, and two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Upon noticing Nalan Yinran's gaze, both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su shook their heads in unison, lamenting, "This truly is a case of a beauty bringing disaster. How could a family fail to prosper with such a woman? Alas, Mitre Tingshan must be out of his mind." The two men exchanged wry smiles, casting another glance at their granddaughter, sighing in resignation. "Alas, indeed, your granddaughter is lacking. Perhaps you should suggest she change her stockings to those black silk ones like Yafei's. Red Spirit, attack him, devour this old wooden man alive." Yifeng shouted angrily at Mu Chun, who floated in the distance. "Yes, master." Red Spirit's four large eyes glanced at the green-winged Mu Chun above, then at her master Yifeng. "But, master, should we not defend instead? What if someone else harms you? Fear not. Upon your return, I shall reward you with some lotus seeds." "Master, you are truly wicked," Yifeng replied with a sigh. As the words fell, Red Spirit vigorously whipped her enormous red serpent tail, unfurling her wings and soaring toward Mu Chun. "Damn it! How can he possess such a formidable beast?" Mu Chun's expression darkened, his countenance grave as he brandished his great sword to engage Red Spirit. When magical beasts and humans stand on equal ground, most humans cannot match the beasts, for their defenses are fearfully formidable. Moreover, any part of a magical beast can serve as a weapon, boasting tremendous offensive power. Barely engaged in battle, Mu Chun found himself struggling, entangled in a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, on the ground, Yifeng grimaced in pain, swallowing several healing pills to restore his fighting spirit. "Alas, my fighting spirit is once again dwindling, and several ribs have been broken. This is cursed." Sitting on the ground, feeling the intense flames within him rapidly healing his injuries, Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Humph, you little rascal dare to deceive my disciple. You truly deserve to be punished." Just then, a flash of azure light darted across the sky, swiftly approaching Yifeng. "Damn, again? Is this never-ending?" Hearing the authoritative female voice, Yifeng's back erupted with the wings of the thunderbat, his body instinctively retreating at great speed. In Yifeng's suddenly widened gaze, a striking woman clad in an exquisite azure gown, wielding a sharp sword, lunged towards his chest. Behind her, a pair of ethereal azure wings unfurled, creating a dreamlike aura that, coupled with her delicate features and noble presence, rendered her almost celestial. As their eyes met in the air, no sparks ignited. Instead, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloped them. This is Yin. Yifeng could scarcely fathom that he would encounter the legendary leader of the Yun sect in such a perilous manner. Truly, this was a rather unique introduction. In an instant, Yifeng realized that this was undoubtedly the doing of that detestable Gu He and his disciple Lu Ling, who must have been spreading rumors upon their return. However, could this be their twisted way of delivering someone to me? Though Yifeng's thunderbat wings were swift, they could hardly rival the speed of the formidable Yun sect leader, a fighter emperor. The glinting sword flashed with a chilling light, rapidly thrusting towards Yifeng's chest. Yunlan sect's esteemed leader, Yun Yun. The sudden appearance of Yun Yun left everyone in shock. Nalan Yanran immediately exclaimed, "Teacher, stop. Feng Yi has never bullied me. He has treated me exceptionally well." Nalankai, a Nalansu, a never bullied? Had we not heard the sounds, we might have actually believed it. 3 chapters will be updated first, and additional updates will follow at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Dear readers, please feel free to share any thoughts you may have. Happy New Year. Good night, sending kisses. Chapter 77. He actually stole Yun Yun's inner armor? Nalan Yinran's exclamation was remarkably timely, as her voice resonated in Yun Yun's ears. The sharp sword abruptly halted just 10 centimeters from Yifeng's chest. This scene caused everyone present to collectively exhale in relief. The hidden cards of Feng Yi were numerous, and the power behind him was utterly terrifying. Thoughts of what might occur if this man were to be slain were too dreadful to contemplate. The ramifications of such an act would undoubtedly send the Gamma Empire into a cataclysmic upheaval. Upon witnessing her master cease the attack, a look of joy blossomed on Nalan Yinran's delicate face. At that moment, she had long since cast aside her earlier intention to inform her teacher about Yifeng's bullying. In comparison to Yifeng's potential demise, she would rather endure the torment inflicted by this rogue. The pain she felt at the thought of Yi Feng being killed was profound, almost unbearable. Ultimately, she chose to prioritize her own discomfort over the emotional turmoil. Yun held unwavering faith in her cherished disciple's words. After all, Yinran was merely a naive girl. If only she were aware of her innocent pupil's true thoughts, she would undoubtedly consider sending her straight to the gates of peril. In contrast to the emotionally charged words spoken by Dan Wang-Gu-He and his disciple Lu Ling, Yun placed greater trust in Nalan Yinran's declarations. Since Yinran claimed Feng Yi had not wronged her, it must be true, for her loyal student would never deceive her mentor. If Feng Yi had not bullied Yinran, it was evident that Lu Ling sought to use her as a pawn for his own sinister designs. Such a slanderous individual could not be tolerated within the Yunlan sect. A single misstep could plunge the sect into irreversible turmoil. Upon returning to the Yunlan sect, this master would certainly ensure his expulsion. As for the young man before her, known as Feng Yi, his slightly handsome and charming appearance, combined with his formidable prowess and prodigious talent, signified that he could not be a person of virtue. If he were virtuous, how could he possibly wander the Do-Chi continent alone? It would be wise for Yinran to maintain her distance from him. This villain shall be dealt with by me, her teacher, as I take it upon myself to drive him away. Yi Feng pondered, am I not a good person? Gazing at the sharp sword poised a mere 10 centimeters from his chest, Yi Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yun had halted her strike. Had she not, the consequences would have been dire. However, just as Yi Feng was silently grateful, he suddenly noticed a streak of azure brilliance emanating from the sword before him. This radiance was not a result of the combat aura, for when Yun withdrew her attack, the emperor-level aura had already been retracted. This was the sword's inherent edge, a quality that set it apart from ordinary weapons. Yun's sword was no mere trinket. Even without the enhancement of combat aura, the blade possessed an exceptionally keen sharpness, capable of severing a hair from 10 centimeters away. At this moment, the sword had neither cut hair nor broken skin. It merely pierced through the fabric of Yi Feng's robe, creating a gaping hole. Yi Feng was bewildered, wondering what this meant. Could it be? At that instant, the atmosphere surrounding the two was eerily tranquil. This peculiar stillness did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who stared in confusion at the pair suspended in midair. The sight of a man and a woman locking eyes sparked countless thoughts. Could they possibly know each other? Nalan Yinran clenched her hands, her gaze fixed upon the two in the sky. Teacher. Yun blinked her exquisitely beautiful eyes, filled with uncertainty as she focused on the torn fabric at Yi Feng's chest. Her alluring red lips parted slightly. What is this? At the tip of the sword, the white robe worn by Yi Feng was rent asunder, exposing a hint of azure beneath. This striking blue hue caused Yun's delicate brows to furrow, her slender hand guiding the sword tip gently to lift the edge of Yi Feng's clothing. Yet, how could Yi Feng allow this? With a powerful flap of his wings, he attempted to retreat. Do not move. A voice of great authority echoed in his ears. Yi Feng chuckled to himself. You expect me to remain still? The more you urge me not to move, the more I shall. But alas, no matter how swift his actions, they could not outpace the brilliance of Yun's sword light. In the instant she lifted the edge of his garment, her eyes widened in realization. The azure scales of the inner armor, which she had inexplicably lost during her last bath, were now revealed. At that moment, a swift azure figure surged toward the fleeing Yi Feng, a furious cry resonating through the skies of the imperial city. So it was you, little lecher, who stole my intimate armor. Prepare to face your doom. Yi Feng thought. System, were all your rewards obtained in this manner? Why did you not inform me sooner? I feel utterly wronged. Beep. The edge of the torn garment was pierced open by Yun's battle energy sword, granting a sign-in reward. See hard armor, lower body. And where did this lower body armor come from? At this moment, everyone in the imperial city felt as though they were witnessing an illusion. An intimate armor? Stolen? By Feng Yi? The cloud leader's armor? Upon hearing Yun's words, the entire imperial city was taken aback. This Feng Yi had actually stolen Yun's personal armor? Not only had he stolen it, but he was now wearing it. And it had been discovered by the esteemed leader. Cough, cough. One could only wonder if he had even washed it. To dare steal the inner armor of the Yunlan sect's leader was a transgression that even the mightiest of beings would find indefensible. Yet, such acts of thievery seemed wholly incongruous with Feng Yi's status. At this moment, the most astonished was Nalan Yinran, though it was not surprise that gripped her, but rather despair. As her master was a formidable Do Huang, how could she possibly allow anyone to steal her closely guarded armor, while others might be ignorant? As her master's disciple, she was acutely aware of its significance. The heart of the sea armor was exceedingly precious. Crafted from the metal found within the belly of a 6th-tier sea monster, the three-tailed blue whale, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. When donned by her master, it ensured protection against lethal strikes to the heart from adversaries of equal strength. Thus, her master would only remove it while bathing. If it were lost during this interval, it undoubtedly implied that other undisclosed events had transpired between them. This meant that both she and her master, Nalan Yinran, felt a sense of foreboding as she sensed Yun Yun rushing towards her. At that moment, Yifeng regretted the absence of his wings, soaring through the air while lamenting aloud. Master Yun, you have misunderstood. I assure you, the garment I wear is not the one you lost. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's demeanor darkened, her eyes shimmering with fierce intensity. You dare to employ sweet words to deceive me? I am not Yinran, you little lecher. Having glimpsed my form, how could I possibly let you off? Prepare to meet your end. The onlookers were taken aback. You saw her form? How thrilling. Yifeng protested. I am truly wronged. I have not even seen a shadow, yet I am branded with the title of a little lecher. In an instant, a tremendous force coalesced around the sword in Yun Yun's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed the supreme technique of the Yunlan sect. Ultimate wind. Destruction. Was it truly necessary? The narrative continues, and there shall be more to come. Dear readers, I kindly request your support through recommendations and monthly votes. Do not forget to follow along. 1,000 words await. Onward we go. Chapter 78. Is the Sea Heart armor a couple's set? The Confrontation of Might. Leaf Foam, mistakenly believed by Yun Yun to have spied on her while bathing, felt the formidable surge of fighting spirit gathering behind him. A chilling sensation shot through his mind. After all, Yun Yun was a genuine Do Huang powerhouse, employing the Wind S Extreme, meteoric kill. It is known that this combined attack could not even be withstood by a 6th-tier magical beast, the Amethyst Wing Lion King, whose horns would surely shatter. How could his slight frame endure such force? Was it truly necessary to be so enraged over a mere piece of intimate armor? At worst, he could wear it warmly and return it afterwards. Wait. Leaf Foam, gazing at the distant glint of her beautiful eyes, hastily waved his hands in submission, saying, Sect Master Yun, this is truly a misunderstanding. My armor is not the same as yours. My Sea Heart armor is male, while yours is female. Originally, they were designed as a couple's set. Impudent. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's lovely face flushed with fury as she exclaimed, You little lecher. Even now you seek to argue and take advantage of me. How could my personal garments possibly be considered a couple set with yours? Leaf Feng's words only served to infuriate Yun Yun further. Although she clearly cared for him, how could he utter such things? He was nothing short of a lecher. Just as Leaf Feng attempted to offer further explanations, Yun Yun's sword lunged forward. The speed of her strike was on par with that of Her Majesty the Queen. However, unlike the gentle attacks of Medusa, Yun Yun was truly intent on delivering lethal harm. A slender beam of profound light, scarcely the size of a thumb, shot forth in an instant. As soon as the light appeared, the space trembled, and the dazzling azure beam raced towards Leaf Feng. Oh no, it's over. At that moment, the two old gentlemen, Jiang Tian and Fa Ma, who could have intervened, exclaimed in unison. They had initially presumed this was a private quarrel between Feng Yi and Yun Yun, merely a playful exchange of affection. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yun Yun was deadly serious? Indeed, the depths of a woman's heart are unfathomable. One can never truly discern her intentions. It was already too late for the two to intervene, and in the distance, the battling Maitel Tingshan and Mu Chun focused their attention on Leaf Feng. If this Feng Yi were to be slain by Yun Yun, it would be most fortuitous, sparing them any future concerns. However, should he survive, both of their families would undoubtedly face suppression, even catastrophic repercussions. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the two figures suspended in midair, a man and a woman. Their clash had the potential to alter the power dynamics of the Jayamar Empire in the future. Despite the disparity in their strengths, no one dared to underestimate the somewhat slender youth, who was merely a 9-star Great Dome Master. His hidden cards emerge one after another. Who can definitively assert that he lacks the means to contend with the formidable champions? A slender beam of light swiftly traverses the air, directly targeting Yifeng. Just as this delicate azure light is about to make contact with Yifeng's body, an extraordinary event unfolds. A dazzling, blinding white light suddenly radiates from Yifeng. As the lethal beam is on the verge of striking the white light, a horizontal flash of white unexpectedly extends, deflecting the azure light violently, sending it soaring into the heavens. A resounding explosion echoes through the sky, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The events that transpired in that instant resembled the playful flick of a small head. The emergence of that brilliant white light causes the battles between the other two Doowon powerhouses to abruptly cease, as they now sense a presence even more formidable than their own. Beneath the radiant white light, all eyes can discern the slowly materializing figure. It is a colossal horse, entirely cloaked in pure white, its mane reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, floating ethereally in the air. Most remarkably, it possesses a pair of grand wings, which, when unfurled, exude an aura of divinity. Clearly, it was these magnificent white wings that had deflected the lethal azure beam. This majestic horse, towering and powerful, hovers in the air like a dream, and upon it sits an entrancing figure. At this moment, Yifeng is astride the magnificent white steed. Clad in a flowing white robe, he harmonizes perfectly with the winged horse beneath him. His long hair dances in the gentle breeze, and his demeanor is strikingly solemn. He appears like a prince descended from the heavens, captivating all who gaze upon him. Could this be the legendary Doqi transformed into a horse? At this moment, all eyes in the imperial capital turn skyward, mesmerized by Yifeng. This youth is astonishingly handsome. Is he truly Fengyi? His strength, his beauty, and his grandeur. He is simply the embodiment of my dreams. No, he is my destined husband. How shameless of you. He is clearly my husband. Sister, what do you think of Fengyi? Where are you asking for yourself? If you have such thoughts, you can only chase after him in the art of alchemy. That is not it. Yuer is asking sister if she could have him as her husband. After just one day apart, you've learned to tease your sister. It's obvious you've been influenced by Fengyi. That is not true. Fengyi is wonderful. He is exceptionally powerful, possessing, and a purple-black medicinal cauldron. When he concocts pills, atop the city walls of the imperial capital, two graceful figures stand. One of whom is the young royal princess, a second-tier alchemist, Yao Yu. The other is her elder sister, the royal crown princess, Yao Yi. In contrast to the playful banter between the two princesses, elsewhere, a love-struck maiden gazes dreamily at the horizon, while another woman, devoid of infatuation yet harboring her own thoughts, observes as well. Upon encountering the youth suspended in the sky, both are instantaneously captivated by his charm. Perched atop the palace, two elderly gentlemen find themselves too engrossed to heed the words of the young ladies below. Instead, they express their astonishment at the sight of the majestic steed ridden by Yifeng. Good heavens, is that truly a sixth-tier magical beast? A sixth-tier beast indeed. Pharaoh, do you recognize this creature? One exclaims, forgive my ignorance. I have never beheld such a magnificent equine beast. I envy you greatly. Who, then, is this Fengyi? Aside from his fifth-tier two-headed fire spirit serpent companion, he possesses a sixth-tier beast that one can ride. To the ardent gazes of onlookers, the void celestial horse is perceived as an incredibly formidable sixth-tier creature. Yet, to him, it merely serves as a means of transport to withstand the onslaught. Void celestial horse. Oh. Chapter 79. Yun. I did not steal your inner armor. I possess a set of my own. A sixth-tier magical beast. No wonder this little rogue is so audacious. Yun gazed intently at Yifeng, who was suspended in midair atop a void Pegasus, her expression grave. She had not anticipated that this youth, named Fengyi, would not only possess a fifth-tier double-headed fire serpent, but also a sixth-tier magical beast as a pet. A sixth-tier magical beast corresponds to a human Do Huang level expert. Her previous strike was formidable, yet it was effortlessly deflected by this steed. This clearly indicated that the stallion's prowess far surpassed her own, even rivaling the ancient beings of the Jayamar Empire. Master Yun, I beseech you not to refer to me as a little rogue, Yifeng replied earnestly, locking eyes with Yun. This heart of the sea armor was a gift from my master and bears no relation to the item you lost. Do you truly wish to claim my personal armor? Rogue. Who would desire your armor? Do you think I would fail to recognize my own belongings? As she observed the seemingly charming and imposing youth before her, Yun's irritation only grew. It was unmistakably her own attire, now donned by this little rogue, who had the audacity to turn the accusation back upon her. Oh, Master Yun, I assure you this is not your personal garment. May I inquire if your Heart of the Sea armor consists of a complete set, or merely the upper piece? Yi Feng's gaze unabashedly roamed over Yun, his eyes drifting from the grand waves to the tranquil plains below. Hey, rogue, what are you staring at? Anyone would feel discomfort under the scrutiny of a man, especially given the thoroughness of Yi Feng's gaze. His eyes, shimmering like distant stars, seemed capable of penetrating her azure gown to unveil the exquisite landscape beneath. A frigid expression instantly graced Yun's delicate visage, tinged with a faint blush. With her long sword gleaming with lethal intent, she struck without hesitation, unleashing a beam of sword light. Good heavens! Yi Feng exclaimed, hastily slapping the void Pegasus beneath him. The steed, sensing the urgency, flapped its wings, and, in an instant, both horse and rider vanished from their location. Whoa! The onlookers could only utter a single word, as the duo disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Did you see how he vanished? One elder remarked. I did not witness his departure. I merely observed that Master Yun's expression was exceedingly unfavorable. Indeed, it is rather alarming. At that moment, Yun's complexion had turned pale, her arms trembling slightly, clearly agitated by Yi Feng's audacity. He actually fled. That little rogue. He dared to run off wearing my personal armor. As Yun prepared to pursue the elusive aura, she suddenly sensed that it was rapidly returning. A gentle breeze swept through, and the familiar white silhouette reappeared before her in an instant. It was none other than the recently vanished Yi Feng and the void heavenly horse beast. At that moment, Yi Feng, utterly speechless, chastised the beast beneath him. Are you foolish? I instructed you to hide, not to sprint at full speed. With your reckless dash, I might as well plunge into the river and be unable to explain myself to Yun. The void heavenly horse beast snorted, expelling 2 puffs of white vapor, its mouth making a soft sound. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt an eerie silence around him and looked up. Upon seeing Yun's strikingly beautiful face, now pale, he earnestly clarified. Sectmaster Yun, I truly did not steal your personal armor. I possess a set of my own. You little lecher, how dare you provoke me so? Yun glared at Yi Feng, her exquisitely beautiful eyes radiating fierce intensity. A surge of azure fighting spirit erupted within her, an overwhelming force emanating like waves, spreading outward. With a tantalizing silhouette, her azure wings flared, and her lithe form surged toward Yi Feng. Wind Spirit Blade. Yi Feng thought, indeed. Explaining anything to a woman consumed by rage is futile, even if she is a sect master. Little White, quickly! As Yun charged forward, Yi Feng hastily urged the void heavenly horse beast. The beast obediently obeyed, swiftly evading the sharp sword shadows slicing through the air. Thousand Winds Gale. In the next moment, Yun thrust her palm forward, 5 razor-sharp sword energies shooting towards Yi Feng with ferocity. The void heavenly horse beast spiraled gracefully through the air, and in that fleeting instant, its magnificent, pure white wings rose sharply, fully blocking the onslaught. However, this attack differed significantly from the previous wind's extreme destruction strike. As a formidable Do Emperor, Yun possessed exceptional combat experience, and as the master of the Yunlan sect, she was far from a mere ornament. Learning from her last encounter where her attack was deflected, this time, as her sword energies collided with the pure white wings, a tremendous shockwave erupted. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Yi Feng felt a powerful force crashing against him. The might of the mid-level mystical technique unleashed by a Do Emperor could only be described as terrifying. Even with the void heavenly horse beast shielding a substantial portion of the impact, Yi Feng felt a heavy weight in his chest. Though he was not sent flying by the force, it exacerbated his already precarious injuries. With a cough, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, transforming into a crimson mist that scattered in the air. The robes of Yi Feng and the body of the white jade Pegasus beneath him were stained with splashes of crimson under the blood mist. His pale cheeks, complemented by the contrasting white and red below, created a scene imbued with a poignant beauty. With a thumb, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and offered a faint, sorrowful smile to Yun Yun, a smile so hauntingly beautiful that it momentarily stunned her. However, at that moment, Yifeng forcefully clapped his hand against the empty space of the Pegasus beneath him, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Yifeng was exasperated, realizing that this foolish steed would ultimately be the cause of his demise. "Are you truly so dim-witted? I commanded you to flee, not to hide." The Pegasus seemed to lament, "This master is indeed difficult to serve." Obeying Yifeng's command, the Pegasus flapped its wings, transforming into a white arc and vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Yun Yun had no intention of letting Yifeng escape, her wings propelling her rapidly in pursuit. Enhanced by her agile flying technique, the two beams of light, one white and one blue, swiftly disappeared above the city of Gamma, where the once explosive sky fell into a profound silence. Behind them, a red glow flickered. This was the red spirit, which Yifeng had not had time to recall. "Master, Master, Brother Bai, wait for me," the red spirit called out. All eyes in the imperial capital gazed up at the vanishing lights in the sky, plunging into an eerie stillness. Today, the Gamma Empire trembled because of this young man. So cold. Woe is me. Chapter 80. Proving my innocence to Yun Yun. With a deep, weary sigh, the figures of Jia Xingtian and Fama appeared below. As several formidable Do Wang warriors in the void beheld them, they gradually descended. Mu Chun and Miter Tingshan both understood that their fate was sealed. Feng Yi was not a foe they could afford to provoke, at least not at this moment. Without a Do Huang powerhouse in their families, they stood no chance against him. Reina, upon witnessing Yi Feng's retreat, wore a faint smile upon his aged visage. This subtle smile was a clear indication of his inner delight. Although he was one of the 10 strongest in the Jimal Empire, what did that matter in the face of a 6th-tier magical beast? To have such an extraordinary bodyguard was akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens. Aligning with Feng, Yi promised a life of luxury and indulgence. Even Nalan Jie and Nalan Su expressed envy as they glanced from Reina to their own Nalan Yeren. Their hearts were heavy with resignation. They were powerless to intervene, yet could not remain uninvolved. Bound by their circumstances, neither the Yunlan sect nor Yi Feng could make choices freely, unless the two families united, which seemed an impossibility. Regrettably, Yeren always hesitated to act. It appeared that a more assertive woman was needed to guide her. Jia Xingtian, as the absolute guardian of the Jimal Empire, spoke gravely with hands clasped behind him. "This matter is hereby concluded, and you should reflect upon your actions. Mu Chun, the situation at the border is tense. Send your disciples to provide support." "Understood, Elder Jia," Mu Chun replied, his heart heavy as he accepted the command. He recognized that Jia Xingtian sought to protect his family, and at this moment, the Mu family had no choice but to comply. Jia Xingtian's gaze shifted to Miter Tingshan as he continued, "Your Miter family has suffered greatly, yet you have not acted with hostility. If you wish to avoid further troubles, it would be prudent to seek an apology from Feng Yi when next you encounter him. Nalan Su, you shall handle the aftermath of this situation," he declared. With that, Jia Xingtian and Fama vanished from sight, evidently intent on delving into deeper discussions. Once they had disappeared, Mu Chun let out a long sigh, his previously upright form now bearing a heavy weight of despair. With his head bowed, he trudged away, appearing as though he had aged several years in an instant. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a fierce glimmer flickered in his lowered eyes. Nalan Jie and Nalan Su, meanwhile, pulled the still-stunned Nalan Yeren away. Gripped by her grandfather and father's hands, Yeren's emotions were beyond articulation. "What should I do? What on earth transpired between that scoundrel and my teacher? Did my teacher's intimate armor truly adorn him? Does this not imply an indirect, yet profoundly close connection between them? The presence of that 6th-tier magical beast renders the teacher utterly incapable of slaying him. With such an impossibility, the relationship between the teacher and that beast becomes remarkably peculiar. The development of their bond, how could it have come to this? It was I who encountered him first. It was undeniably me." Tears brimmed in Nalan Yinran's eyes as her thoughts spiraled, only to be pulled back home by her grandfather and father. Both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su understood that Feng Yi would undoubtedly return to seek them, for he had yet to acquire the coveted 7 Illusions Azure Spirit Nectar. They merely needed to await his return in the comfort of their home. Meanwhile, at the last of the middle family, Tung Shan found himself in a state of utter despair. For in the middle clan, there was neither the affection of a grandmother nor the love of an uncle. In comparison to the deceased Mu Chun, he, Middle Tung Shan, bore the greater burden. The Mu family resided within the imperial domain, and the formidable Jia Xingtian had directly intervened on their behalf, leaving little room for ambiguity. However, the middle family received no such protection. Left to face their own reckoning with the resounding message, no concern. Jia Xingtian's actions were spurred by the mysterious disappearance of the clan's Grand Elder, the Ice Emperor Hebedong. With a strong figure of equal standing present, Jia Xingtian could not overly involve himself. Where could that old rascal have vanished to? Middle Tingshan's visage reflected pure sorrow as he helplessly shook his head, casting his gaze toward the elegant and beautiful Yafei standing gracefully at a distance. With a deep sigh, he spoke. Yafei, this turmoil has arisen because of you. Perhaps you should consider leaving the imperial capital. I understand, clan leader. Yafei offered no resistance, nodding in acquiescence. With such a leader, the family was destined for decline, yet at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the fault lay entirely with him. If you wish for me to depart the imperial city, then I, Yafei, shall indeed take my leave. However, when the day comes that I return, I shall surely usurp your position as clan leader, Middle Tingshan. Yafei slowly turned, making her way into the distance. At that moment, Middle Tingshan gazed at Yafei's graceful silhouette, a shiver coursing through him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. As the Gambra Empire quaked under the influence of Yifeng, he found himself atop the Void Pegasus, urging the steed to flee at great speed. This was necessitated by the relentless pursuit of a stunningly beautiful woman close behind him. To be chased by such an extraordinary beauty would thrill any man. Yet, this chase was not born of affection, but rather a deadly hunt. After several encounters with Yun Yun, Yifeng had deduced that the armor he donned, the sea hard armor, belonged to her. This was due to the faint, familiar fragrance emanating from her, which mirrored that of the inner armor he wore. Yet, he would never admit it, especially since he had evidence to the contrary. Amidst the tumultuous aura generated by Yun Yun's flight, Yifeng, after regaining his composure, executed a maneuver to ride backward on the horse. With a subtle smile adorning his face, he addressed Yun Yun. Yun Yun, now that our speeds are equal, might you offer me an explanation? Yun Yun's delicate brows furrowed in irritation as she exclaimed, Little lecher, the evidence is laid bare before us. What further explanations can you provide? Li Feng, with a sense of helplessness, replied, Ah, my esteemed Yun sect master, you have not truly listened to my words. He inquired, Is your sea hard armor not a complete set of 2 pieces? A complete set? 2 pieces? At his words, Yun Yun blinked, suddenly grasping the implication of a complete set, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Noticing her momentary hesitation, Li Feng seized the opportunity to elaborate. Indeed, a complete set. And mine is the male version, both upper and lower parts. Both upper and lower parts? Male version. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun halted her pursuit, hovering in the sky as she pondered. His explanation could indeed be deemed reasonable, for the male version necessitated protection for both upper and lower regions. This meant that his previous, unabashed gaze upon my form was driven by curiosity regarding whether I was wearing anything beneath. This wretched little lecher. However, it is true that my sea hard armor consists solely of an upper garment. Could it be that he genuinely possesses the lower piece? Yun Yun slowly lifted her gaze towards Li Feng, but as her eyes met his, they widened in shock. She hastily turned away, her left hand instinctively shielding her eyes as she exclaimed, You little lecher, what are you doing? If you don't believe me, I must certainly prove my innocence. At this moment, Li Feng had already risen, lifting his white robe in an attempt to demonstrate. Chapter 81. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King. How dare you seek courtship atop my head? As Yifeng prepared to remove his trousers to prove his innocence to Yun Yun, she, startled, quickly covered her eyes with her delicate hands, her fair face flushing crimson, and exclaimed in distress, Stop! You little lecher, cease your actions at once. Yifeng, puzzled, slowly lowered his hands and replied, My esteemed Yun sect leader, if you ask me to stop, how can I demonstrate my innocence to you? I don't care. Find a way yourself. Who is your Yun sect leader? You little rogue, do not utter such nonsense. If you speak further, I shall sever your tongue. Seeing Yifeng's hands drop, Yun also lowered her hands that shielded her luminous eyes, yet her right hand, still gripping her sword, pointed menacingly at Yifeng, not caring, and yet threatening to sever tongues. How ferocious, Yifeng thought, bemused by the situation. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. It is true that women and scoundrels are difficult to manage. However, as of now, the scoundrel remains unacknowledged. Yifeng gestured towards his protective barrier and suggested, "How about this? I can show you a glimpse. Would that suffice?" "Absolutely not." Without surprise, Yun promptly rejected the notion. Yifeng pointed towards the dense forest below and proposed, "Then I shall retrieve it from down there and present it to you. Surely that would be acceptable?" "Not at all." Upon hearing this, Yifeng, exasperated, retorted, Yun, what do you propose I do? You won't even take a glance. What am I to do? I do not care." Yifeng, Yun the void Pegasus beast. With Yifeng's rebuke, Yun felt her anger flare. This was the first time she had been addressed so sternly, aside from her master. Yet, what could she do? She could not possibly be expected to inspect a man's intimate garments. Although she had just prodded his upper body with her sword, the lower region was an entirely different matter. Gazing at Yifeng's earnest expression, which did not seem deceitful, her arms gradually lowered, and she curiously inquired, "Do you really mean that the sea-hard armor is a couple's attire?" "Of course it's true. Mine is male. Yours should be female. Just take a look and you will know." As he spoke, Yifeng raised his hands again, intending to continue his actions. This incited a surge of anger within Yun, and her sword once more aimed at Yifeng, now only a few meters away. "You little lecher. If you dare." "I was merely jesting. How could you take it so seriously?" Yifeng, Yun the void Pegasus beast. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from below, causing the entire sky to tremble slightly, shattering the harmonious atmosphere between the two. Yifeng was utterly taken aback by the thunderous roar, causing him to slump down on the back of the void sky Pegasus. Fortunately, the beast was sufficiently large to prevent him from plummeting. "Damn humans, daring to flirt above this king's head and disturb my peace. How audacious!" The roar echoed, and before Yifeng's eyes appeared an enormous purple lion, measuring a staggering 7 to 8 meters in length. This majestic lion was enveloped in a layer of crystalline purple, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the setting sun, nearly blinding in its intensity. Its grotesque lion head bore fierce, blood-red eyes that shimmered with a purplish glow, glaring menacingly at Yifeng, while its massive maw, lined with sharp fangs, opened greedily. Crowning its head were uniquely twisted crimson horns from which clusters of purple flames flickered, swirling enchantingly around the tips and its feet. A pair of violet wings adorned either side of its body, and as they flapped, torrents of pale purple flames erupted forth like a fiery spray. This colossal purple lion exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, causing Yifeng's heart to tremble in fear. It seemed far more imposing than the void sky Pegasus beneath him. "Is this the amethyst wing lion king?" Yifeng gasped in astonishment upon beholding the gargantuan creature. "Oh no, I hadn't realized I was hovering above its lair." Yun, upon spotting the amethyst wing lion king, looked down and recognized the location. It was indeed the Beast Mountain Range. To make matters worse, they were precisely above the Lion King's den. For the amethyst wing lion queen, who had recently lost her mate, her conversation with Feng Yi was nothing short of a blatant provocation. "This is all your fault. You little lecher. You've driven me to lose my senses." "Me? The one to blame for losing my mind. Very well, I accept the fault." Seeing Yifeng's earnest demeanor of repentance, Yun furrowed her brows. Suddenly, with a powerful flap of her magnificent wings, her azure figure vanished from sight. Yifeng was left in shock. She abandoned me. "Foolish little one, what are you thinking? Run." For the amethyst wing lion king, a fellow 6th-tier magical beast, the Pegasus beneath him, which could only defend and flee, paled in comparison. Should a battle ensue, it would undoubtedly be Yifeng who suffered the consequences. Thus, at his command, the void sky Pegasus darted away in an instant. However, having been provoked for so long, the amethyst wing lion king would not let them escape easily. With blood-red eyes filled with ferocity and madness, torrents of purple flames erupted alongside its massive wings. A violet arc surged forward, swiftly pursuing Yifeng's retreating figure. "Why is this beast, just like any other human, chasing after me?" As the terrifying aura loomed behind him, Yifeng quickly turned to see the amethyst-winged lion king baring its gaping maw, closing in on him. "Little white, run, or it will devour you." Yifeng shouted in panic, urging his mount to flee. Without the call of its master, Yifeng, the void Pegasus beast was already frightened into a frenzied flight. Among the magical beasts, there exists a hierarchy of bloodlines. If the amethyst-winged lion king is deemed a natural sovereign, then the void Pegasus beast was born to serve as a mere draft animal. Despite possessing formidable defenses and remarkable speed, its lack of offensive capabilities rendered it solely capable of fleeing. Behind the amethyst-winged lion king, it opened its cavernous maw and roared, "You wretched human! How dare you ride a steed of my rank, reducing it to a mere mount, and shamelessly court in my presence, disturbing my tranquility? Truly, you deserve death." Yifeng, a courtship? What a vile accusation! It dares to tarnish the pure bond between Yun Yun and myself with such sordid terminology? In Yifeng's gaze, the violet radiance emanating from the body of the amethyst-winged lion king grew increasingly intense, soon overshadowing the setting sun on the horizon. Is this a seal? Has this illustrious being made an error? Is it truly necessary to resort to such measures against me? Chapter 82. The Crimson Spirit Savior, the Wind's Might. Gazing at the towering, deep purple beam emanating from the amethyst-winged lion king, Yifeng hastily crouched down, urging his companion to flee. "Hurry, we must run, or we will surely perish." Yifeng was acutely aware of the formidable sealing skill. Even in the original narrative, Yun Yun had been sealed for many days. How could this little creature possibly withstand such power? Yet, as the void Pegasus galloped desperately away, the amethyst-winged lion king appeared before Yifeng in a mere 2 leaps. "By the heavens, this is it!" Yifeng's eyes widened in alarm. Amethyst seal. As the purple light surged forth, the deep roar of the amethyst-winged lion king reverberated through the mountains. To Yifeng's astonishment, at the very moment the deep purple beam manifested, the void Pegasus, with a sudden stamp of its hooves, appeared right beside the amethyst-winged lion king. With its only formidable weapon, its powerful hooves, it delivered a fierce kick to the lion's massive frame. Surprisingly, this foolish steed has shown some wit. Realizing that fleeing is futile against the speed of the seal, Yifeng mused. Yet, did it not comprehend its own strength? With a resounding thud, the vigorous kick struck the lion's abdomen. Alas, the amethyst-winged lion was a female. The system had not deceived him. The Pegasus's attack was akin to a mere spa treatment for the amethyst-winged lion king. In Yifeng's eyes, the lion's abdomen merely quivered slightly. In an instant, a torrent of violet flames erupted, and with the mighty flapping of its colossal purple wings, both man and horse were violently thrown away. At that moment, they were forcibly separated. The void Pegasus remained unscathed, but Yifeng suffered grievously, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He felt his insides churning, his body uncontrollably plummeting. Desperate to summon the Thunderbat wings, he found himself utterly drained of energy, unable to summon even a drop of fighting spirit. As the ruler of the eastern region of the Monster Beast Mountains, the amethyst-winged lion king wisely refrained from sealing the weak Yifeng and instead directed the purple beam toward the void Pegasus. Wherever the purple beam passed, the very fabric of space twisted, a testament to the terrifying might of this attack. The recently thrown void Pegasus, still reeling from the impact, had no time to react as the purple beam hurtled towards it. Just as the violet beam was about to engulf the void Pegasus, Yifeng's hand glimmered with the light of his storage ring, swiftly pulling the Pegasus into safety. The failure of the amethyst seal incited the wrath of the amethyst-winged lion king, who bellowed furiously, "Damnable human! Let us see who can save you this time." The massive form of the amethyst-winged lion king swiftly traced a purple arc in midair, appearing instantaneously behind Yifeng. Upon the colossal claw, 5 exceedingly sharp purple spikes erupted, viciously aimed at Yifeng's back. At this moment, Yifeng found himself utterly defenseless, his hair standing on end, cold sweat instantly soaking his body in anticipation of the impending brutal assault. Just then, a brilliant red light swiftly emerged beside the amethyst-winged lion king. With a thunderous roar, the crimson apparition, mingled with an intense heat, streaked across the sky and forcefully struck the giant claw of the amethyst-winged lion king. A crisp sound echoed in the air as the claw was deflected from its trajectory. What could have shredded Yifeng's body instead miraculously caught him on the rear. With a shrill metallic screech, the heavily struck Yifeng coughed up blood once more. His already pallid complexion had turned ghostly white, his consciousness fading into a blur before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The immense red radiance soared through the air, lifting Yifeng's body atop its formidable head and hastily retreating into the distance. Damn the two-headed fire spirit snake. Even you are a pet of this wretched human? The amethyst-winged Lion King roared in fury upon realizing it was a fifth-tier magical beast, promptly flapping its wings to pursue at high speed. The entity that had just rescued Yifeng was none other than the Red Spirit, which had traversed from the holy city of Gamma in its quest. Being a fifth-tier beast, it was slightly weaker than Yun Yun and the Void Pegasus, thus its speed was diminished, which fortuitously allowed it to save Yifeng in that critical moment. However, this was merely a fleeting rescue. The Red Spirit's velocity paled in comparison to Yun Yun and the formidable amethyst-winged Lion King. The strength of the amethyst-winged Lion King surpassed even that of Yun Yun, and with the inherent advantages of a magical beast. It quickly appeared behind the Red Spirit in mere moments. Master, please awaken. The Red Spirit anxiously called out to Yifeng in its heart. Oh no, he has fainted again, and this time the Queen is not by his side. Yet, for Yifeng to regain consciousness was not a matter that could be resolved instantaneously. The injuries he sustained, coupled with the exhaustion of his fighting spirit, meant that even the 3,000 stars body required a certain amount of time to recuperate. Fifth-tier two-headed fire spirit snake, your flames are quite unique. Obediently disclose the reason to this king and release that human, and I shall spare you. The amethyst-winged Lion King, enveloped in purple flames, could sense the distinctive and intense heat emanating from the Red Spirit. Having long been immersed in the magma of the azure lotus core fire, and having consumed the core lotus seeds gifted by Yifeng, the Red Spirit had undergone some mutation after breaking through to the fifth tier. Although its flames did not match the azure lotus core fire, they were somewhat superior to ordinary beast fire. This fire had been bestowed the name of Red Spirit Flame by Yifeng just moments ago. Even the amethyst-winged Lion King's crystalline scales had been scorched by that strike, a testament to its terrifying potency. Hence, the amethyst-winged Lion King was intrigued by the origins of this Red Spirit Flame. If it could elevate its flames, perhaps it would transcend the boundaries of the 6th rank, transforming into a formidable 7th rank magical beast. In that case, she could avenge the fallen lion. How dare you treat my master in such a manner and still hold on to your dreams? Communication among magical beasts is innate, and the tender voice of Hong Ling resonated within the mind of the amethyst-winged Lion King. This incited its fury further, as its purple flames surged violently, and with a thunderous roar, it declared, "In that case, do not blame me." Amethyst explosive flame. With a resounding cry, the amethyst-winged Lion King leapt twice into the air, reappearing before Hong Ling instantly. A torrent of magnificent purple flames surged toward Hong Ling's massive form. Upon witnessing the overwhelming strength of the flames, Hong Ling's enormous jaws opened wide, and in a fierce breath, 2 powerful jets of red flames surged forth, colliding with the advancing purple flames. Yet, ultimately, Hong Ling's strength was insufficient. The 6th rank amethyst-winged Lion King, augmented by its combat techniques, was far beyond her current capabilities. As the violet flames raced toward her, despair filled Hong Ling's eyes, and she swiftly coiled around Yifeng's body, enveloping him completely. Master, Hong Ling can no longer protect you. In that critical moment, as the purple flames threatened to engulf both Hong Ling and Yifeng, a violent whirlwind of azure wind surged forth, countering the colossal purple flames. Now, leave the rest to me. The azure wind howled past, revealing a graceful azure figure before Hong Ling. Chapter 83, The Battle of Yun Yun and the Lion King, the Disobedient Little White. Ah, how peculiar humanity is. Indeed, women of the human realm seek mates, albeit with a touch of reserve. Now that her partner is injured, she too feels the pangs of concern. Gazing upon the ethereal figure before her, the purple crystal-winged Lion King erupted into a laughter that reverberated through the earth. The enchanting silhouette that stood in defiance of the Lion King was none other than the returning Yun Yun. She had initially departed, but upon sensing Yifeng's waning energy, she hurried back, determined to prevent the Gamma Empire from descending into peril. This Feng Yi must not perish. Furthermore, she remained unaware of whether her sea-hard armor had indeed been pilfered by him. The notion of courtship? How utterly absurd. At this moment, Yun Yun's delicate visage was etched with frost. How dare this beast speak of her in such a manner? To suggest courting? Was it to imply that she desired this Feng Yi? As for the subsequent descriptions, they were simply beyond contempt. This lion was egregiously audacious. The Lion King sought to provoke me with words. Such tactics are rather beneath consideration, don't you think? With her sword held at an angle, Yun Yun positioned herself protectively in front of Hong Ling and Yi Feng, fixing her gaze upon the purple crystal wing Lion King. I am aware that you two are a formidable emperor of battle. However, your ambition to take him today is sheer folly. Whether you can escape the Beast Mountain alive is already in question. Her fierce eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, and the earlier mirth in her voice faded, replaced by a tone as frigid as ice. There is no need for the Lion King to fret. Little Red Snake, you shall lead your master away first. With a graceful lift of her hand, a slender azure whirlwind materialized from the sky. This was akin to the sandstorm employed by Yi Feng. Yet this vortex contained solely wind attributes. Initially, the whirlwind measured a mere 2 meters, but in the blink of an eye, it swelled to a colossal size, transforming into a massive vortex of over 10 zhang. This enormous cyclone connected the heavens and the earth, howling with fury, uprooting the towering trees beneath and shredding them into mere splinters scattered across the sky. Humph, human woman, the Beast Mountain is not your domain. You cannot run rampant here. The purple crystal wing Lion King bellowed, its mighty roar echoing through the mountains as it beheld the ever-expanding tempest. Its composure was unraveling. This couple was flaunting their affection above it, stirring memories of its own tragic past, and yet it found itself thwarted in their pursuit. How was it that the blame seemed to fall upon it? As the lion's growl resonated, the purple luminescence enveloping its form surged, and in an instant, a torrent of purple flames erupted from within. The swirling, undulating flames coalesced into a colossal pillar of fire that shot skyward. The searing heat ignited the wooden debris that had been shredded by the whirlwind, reducing it to mere ash in the air without a trace left behind. The terrifying aura emanating from the two compelled even the creature affectionately referred to as Little Red Snake by Yun Yun to hastily retreat to a safe distance. She was utterly unhelpful in this battle. Rather than lingering here, it would be wiser to retreat further away. Capture that little fire serpent for me. I shall personally slay the human brat. Roar. At the thunderous roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King, the 3 colossal beasts observing from the mountaintop responded with a fierce howling. These 3 beasts were of enormous size, comparable to the amethyst wing, and were all 5th-tier magical beasts within the Monster Mountain range. They were terrifying creatures, akin to formidable human combat kings, capable of flying through the void. Their immense wings unfurled, propelling them in pursuit of the amethyst wing. High above, a massive azure tornado surged forth, violently sweeping towards the amethyst-winged Lion King at the wave of Yun's hand. Wherever the fierce storm passed, the ground below was stripped bare, with numerous concealed magical beasts fleeing in a frenzy. Humph. The amethyst-winged Lion King, witnessing the approaching tempest, emitted a disdainful rumble. With a powerful flap of its wings, its towering purple form charged towards the storm with reckless fury. Boom. In the instant of collision between the 2 titanic entities, a thunderous roar erupted in the clear sky. This sound was powerful enough to rouse any unconscious beast or human, and far in the distance, the 2-headed fire serpent was jolted awake by the explosive noise. After recuperating through 3,000 star cycles, his internal injuries had eased, and he hastily retrieved several pills from his hands, swallowing them in the air. There was no time for meditation or recovery, for he felt a sharp pain. In his rear, he could not even sit down, with 3 massive magical beasts hot on their trail. Though Li Feng had awakened, his fighting spirit was still lacking. Engaging in battle with these 3 5th-tier beasts would be nothing short of folly. However, he had the little white horse. With a snort, accompanied by a dazzling white light, a pure white steed was released by Li Feng. The celestial Pegasus. Thank you, Hong Ling, for your hard work. Please rest for now. Once this is over, I shall reward you with a delicious treat. I want to eat lotus seeds. Li Feng gently patted the seated Hong Ling before retracting it, landing atop the little white horse. Although this steed seemed a bit dim-witted, it was nonetheless incredibly formidable. While its attack power might be somewhat lacking against beasts of the same tier, it was an entirely different story against those of lower tiers. Little White, charge forth and trample them. The instant the celestial Pegasus appeared in midair, the three massive fifth-tier beasts immediately faltered. In the world of magical beasts, the hierarchy was strictly enforced. When fifth-tier creatures encountered those of the sixth tier, they felt the pressure that came from the disparity in rank. This instinctively deterred them from taking action. However, when faced with the choice between the amethyst-winged Lion King and the Void Pegasus beast, they would undoubtedly opt for their sovereign of the eastern Beast Mountain range, the amethyst-winged Lion King. With a resounding roar echoing 3 times, 3 colossal fifth-tier ferocious beasts charged towards Yifeng. At that moment, the Void Pegasus beast, realizing that the formidable opponent before it was not the recently encountered Great West Child, lifted its forehooves and unfurled its wings, revealing its majestic form. As its wings spread wide, 2 beams of white light radiated from its body, dazzling and blinding the 3 enormous beasts, rendering them unable to open their eyes momentarily. When they finally regained their sight, the Void Pegasus beast's figure had vanished from the spot. Indeed, the Void Pegasus had once again displayed its notorious disobedience to its master. Yifeng, who had intended to command it to kick away the 3 fifth-tier beasts, now found his mind in a whirl. At the moment when it was supposed to flee, it chose not to. Conversely, when it should have stayed put, it dashed away. What was he thinking during the battle with the amethyst-winged Lion King? Clearly, the Void Pegasus needed a saddle, horseshoes, and a saddlebag to ensure it would obediently comply. Perched atop the steed, Yifeng gazed down at the forest, perplexed, and inquired, "Hey, Little White, where exactly are you taking me? I can't shake the feeling that this route seems oddly familiar." "Oh no, are you really bringing me back again?" Chapter 84, The Rescue of Yun Yun. A beauty in my embrace. Beneath the setting sun, a relentless chase unfolded in the skies above the Beast Mountain range, where a solitary figure and a lion engaged in a fierce pursuit. The crimson eyes, emanating a violet flame, observed the massive sun descending on the horizon. The amethyst-winged Lion King, having lost its patience, shifted its focus from chasing Yun Yun to fixating intently on her noble presence in the sky. For this fire attribute beast, basking in the sunlight enhanced its power. However, the impending night would inevitably render it slightly weaker. This was the source of the Lion King's impatience. Returning to its lair before nightfall was prudent, especially since there awaited its little offspring. "Human woman, you have wearied the meager patience of this king." The Lion King's low growl echoed ominously through the forest. "If you cease your pursuit of Feng Yi, I shall depart and trouble you no longer." Having been pursued for an extended period, Yun Yun too had reached her limit. Were it not for Feng Yi, she would have long since fled, allowing this grand beast to roam unhindered. "That human lad and his fiery companion are of great use to me. I shall capture them. Since you choose to be so obstinate, do not blame me for my actions." As the Lion King unleashed a roar filled with wrath, a surge of purple light enveloped its form, intensifying until, in a moment, a brilliant radiance overshadowed the remnants of the waning sun. Sensing the peculiar energy permeating the surroundings, Yun Yun's expression grew grave. Within several paces, a fierce wind began to howl. The violet luminescence enveloped the entire expanse, gradually compressing into a singular, deep purple beam of light, no more than half a foot in diameter. Yun Yun furrowed her brows upon witnessing this beam. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, she understood its ominous implications. Her countenance stiffened in realization. This amethyst-winged Lion King possessed sealing abilities, and the situation had taken a dire turn. In an instant, the purple beam shot forth like lightning, appearing before Yun Yun in the blink of an eye. "Amethyst seal." The Lion King's voice resonated ominously in the heavens as it unleashed its power. In response, Yun Yun swiftly summoned her formidable combat technique, conjuring numerous azure wind blades that stretched for several yards before her. These blades emerged from the void, transforming into a tempest of razor-sharp edges to counter the purple cylindrical beam. Upon contact, the 2 colossal energies intertwined, resembling a spiraling column adorned with blades, erupting in a tumultuous spiral of force. Boom! As the purple beam clashed with the wind blades, the fabric of space itself twisted slightly. the overwhelming energies converging and culminating in a deafening roar. In that decisive moment of collision, it became evident that the wind blades were significantly weaker within mere moments. They shattered under the pressure. The violet beam of light, though slightly faded in hue, did not dissipate. Rather, it surged toward Yunyun's body with an overwhelming force. She had previously set up dozens of powerful wind shields, yet these were shattered by the violet beam. The disparity in strength between the two parties was starkly evident. Yunyun was somewhat weaker than the amethyst-winged Lion King, which explained her strategy of prolonging the battle until sunset. Unfortunately, the amethyst-winged Lion King discerned her intentions and, in its impatience, launched an attack. The multitude of wind shields managed to block the widespread destructive force, but they could not prevent the violet radiance from penetrating Yunyun's body. At the moment the violet beam struck, the massive form of the amethyst-winged Lion King appeared before Yunyun. With a swift flick, its sharp claws lunged viciously toward her chest. Wind's extremity, meteoric kill. Just as the giant claw was about to tear through Yunyun's body, a gleaming blue sword in its grasp trembled violently, releasing a slender beam of light no larger than a thumb, which shot forth with blinding speed. As the light emerged, the surrounding space quivered, and the rapidly converging energy surged toward the Lion King's head. However, with its keen reflexes, it lowered its head, causing the beam to strike precisely against the crimson spike atop its crown. Instantly, the hardest part of the amethyst-winged Lion King was cleaved in two. The sharp fracture inflicted excruciating pain, eliciting a ferocious roar from the creature, as its massive paw, infused with a fierce energy, swung menacingly toward Yunyun's form. Just as the wicked claws were about to obliterate her graceful figure, a white silhouette emerged, blocking the lethal strike. Accompanied by an ear-piercing, grating sound, the figure swiftly embraced Yunyun's slender waist. Yunyun felt a powerful tug at her waist, and as she looked into the strikingly beautiful eyes of the familiar young man before her, her heart fluttered. Fengyi? How could he have returned? Perhaps due to the rapid activation of the seal, her delicate body weakened the moment his hand made contact. Lacking any resistance or struggle, Yunyun was swept into his strong embrace, gracefully descending onto the ethereal celestial horse beast. Ding! The master has rescued Yunyun from the clutches of the amethyst-winged Lion King, receiving a sign-in reward. 1 Space Transfer Talisman. Space Transfer Talisman allows the master to teleport freely to any location previously visited. Feeling the young man's breath, warm against her smooth neck amidst the tense atmosphere, Yunyun's cheeks flushed crimson. In an unseen direction, her exquisitely delicate face appeared as radiant as a ripe peach, seemingly glistening with moisture, utterly enchanting. Due to her body being sealed, Yunyun felt weak and limp, forcing her to lean against the figure behind her to steady herself. The proximity stirred her heart like a startled fawn, and Yifeng could distinctly sense the rapid rhythm of her anxious heartbeat. Yet, how could Yifeng remain composed in such a tense atmosphere, especially with the 6th-rank amethyst-winged Lion King nearby and a beautiful woman in his embrace? In that fleeting moment, as Yunyun felt the sync of their heartbeats, both frantic yet harmonized, her breath quickened. No, this cannot be. How can this be? Yan Ran has feelings for him. How could we be like this? However, Yifeng had no time for such thoughts. He tightened his embrace around Yunyun's slender and delicate waist without hesitation. With a firm squeeze of his legs, the celestial Pegasus understood instantly, and in an instant, its wings spread wide, tracing a white arc across the sky. Damn humans, they have broken my horn. Search for them. They cannot have fled far. We must find these 2 humans. The amethyst-winged Lion King, with its enormous gaze fixed upon the mountains below, glared with blood-red eyes. A fierce roar filled with murderous intent, sending countless magical beasts into a frenzied rush. Chapter 85. A heart in turmoil, severely wounded. In the midst of the frenzied pursuit by countless magical beasts seeking Yifeng and Yunyun, the 2 rode upon a magnificent white horse, galloping across the vast sky. With the boy's arms wrapped around the girl's waist upon the outstretched wings of the steed, they soared above the imposing monster mountain range, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Even the flustered leader of the Yun sect, Yunyun herself, recognized at this moment the exquisite tapestry of destiny that she, a person bound by fate, could never have dreamed of. From the very beginning, Her fate had been meticulously orchestrated by her mentor, Yin Shan. She was destined to be the leader of the Yunlan sect. The man who would become her husband was most likely the esteemed Pill King, Gu He, who had joined the sect largely due to her influence. While she was acutely aware of Gu He's affections, she regarded him merely as a friend. After all, the foundation of a relationship should not be built upon transactional interests. It was precisely for this reason that Yun sought to escape the shackles of fate. Yet how could she defy her mentor's commands? Bound tightly by destiny, she agreed to Nan Lan Yinran's suggestion of an annulment, wishing to spare her apprentice from experiencing a fate similar to her own. However, in the present moment, for reasons unknown, her heart was in disarray because of the mischievous scoundrel behind her. Having saved each other and traversed the precipice of life and death, they now found themselves in such close proximity. This proximity sent the innocent Yun, unfamiliar with the ways of love, into a flurry of excitement, as her delicate hands clenched together anxiously, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. She had once dreamed of freedom, imagining herself as an ordinary person embraced by the one she cherished, soaring across the continent of fighting spirit. Yet now, although her fantasies had materialized, the person behind her was none other than this little rogue. What would Yinran think if she were to learn of this? Yet, at this moment, I felt utterly powerless to resist. I believed that even if Yinran were to discover this, she would not blame me. Of course, this matter must remain a secret. It was unclear when it had occurred, but the Void Pegasus had begun to exhibit an unusual obedience. Just a slight squeeze of its flanks from Yifeng had prompted it to take off with remarkable speed. Had it not been named the Void Pegasus, Yifeng would have confidently mistaken it for a purebred husky. Yet now, this seemingly foolish creature displayed a surprising intelligence. Previously, it would have merely stood there, staring blankly at the amethyst-winged Lion King before making its escape. Yet now, with Yun seated atop, it was so compliant. Could it be that this Void Pegasus harbored a bias based on gender? Where was the fairness? What of equality between the sexes? If even a mere horse could exhibit such injustice, it was truly exasperating. Nonetheless, the performance of the Void Pegasus at this moment was commendable. Not only had it returned to rescue Yun, but it also soared through the skies with slight jolts of excitement, an exhilarating experience that echoed in Yifeng's heart. Aside from the exhilarating battle just experienced, there lingered a delightful thrill brought forth by the beauty nestled in his embrace. A gentle fragrance permeated the air, soothing his senses, while the softness of her form and the frantic rhythm of her heart, quickened by nervousness, momentarily caused Yifeng to lose his composure. The pallor of his face, previously so stark, now bloomed with a hint of rosy hue. However, as he mentally exclaimed this realization, his brow furrowed sharply, and an intense, tearing pain surged through his back. Yifeng could not help but gasp in agony, exhaling a breath of despair, before his head grew heavy and he collapsed forward. A wave of warmth made Yun instinctively shrink her neck, her delicate skin flushing a deep crimson as an overwhelming heat rushed to her cheeks. This sensation evoked an indescribable feeling within her. He was leaning against her. What should I do? Yun felt the heat from behind drawing ever closer until the weight of his body rested heavily upon her fragrant shoulder. At that moment, her delicate figure seemed as if it had been rendered immobile, frozen in place. She dared not make a single move, her heart in disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Perhaps it was the fear of the man behind her suddenly erupting, or perhaps it was simply the overwhelming emotions swirling within her. The soft pink of her neck involuntarily shifted, and she cautiously cast a glance at his face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon meeting his gaze, Yun's heart raced with alarm. Yifeng's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion ghastly pale, with a trickle of crimson blood staining the corner of his lips. Had he fainted again? He was injured. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yun swiftly turned to cradle Yifeng's body in her arms. However, the moment her delicate hand made contact with his back, she was met with a damp sensation that made her expression tighten in horror. As she pulled her hand back to examine it, she found her once porcelain fingers now smeared with blood. This was dire. In a flurry, Yun exerted strength to flip Yifeng over, revealing a sight that sent chills down her spine. Several gruesome crimson gashes marred his back. His once pristine white garment shredded to pieces, showcasing 5 horrific claw marks. He had shielded her from the attack of the amethyst-winged Lion King with his own body. Tears welled in her eyes as Yun gently caressed the open wounds. With urgency, she turned her gaze to the void Pegasus beast seated nearby and implored, "Your master requires healing. Little White, can you take us to a safe place?" At that moment, the void Pegasus beast emitted a sound unlike any Yi Feng had ever heard, a call that unmistakably signified its uniqueness. Thankfully, Yi Feng remained unconscious. Had he been awake, he would have certainly considered performing a sterilization procedure on the creature at once. The void Pegasus beast, now steady and no longer jolting, unfurled its wings, tinged with the crimson of Yi Feng's blood, and soared into the distance. After a brief moment, the void Pegasus suddenly descended to the ground, revealing a small cave before Yun. Without a moment's hesitation, she used her still slightly weakened body to drag Yi Feng into the cave. Remarkably, the enormous void Pegasus shrank to the size of the cave entrance and followed them inside. Once within the cave, Yun gazed in astonishment at the now diminutive void Pegasus, then gently spoke, "Little White, can you guard the entrance of the cave? If any magical beasts approach, please inform me." Though reluctant, the void Pegasus stepped out of the cave to stand watch. Inside, there was a natural stone platform, and Yun heaved Yi Feng onto it with great effort, subsequently sitting down heavily to catch her breath. Gritting her silver teeth, she looked at Yi Feng and murmured, "Damn it, I've been ensnared by the sealing technique of the amethyst-winged Lion King. My body is so weak that I can barely withstand his form." Chapter 86. Yun's SBA Service, Healing. Upon taking a seat, Yun scrutinized the little scoundrel who had just taken advantage of her before losing consciousness. When she had carried Yi Feng into the cave, his head had been nestled against her side. It is worth noting that she had just cradled him in a princess carry, and the cave was somewhat cramped, causing unintentional brushes against each other. The proximity was sufficient to make any woman's neck blush, her ears flush, and her face burn with heat. As she observed the now silent Yi Feng, Yun suddenly realized this little rascal was rather handsome. Perhaps beauty is indeed in the eye of the beholder, with just a hint of affection. Even in his current pallid state, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he still exuded a certain tragic beauty. Not wanting to dwell on this further, Yun's gaze shifted to the crimson wound on Yi Feng's back. She noted the 5 horrific claw marks, oozing blood, staining his back a deep crimson. This was merely the upper portion of his injuries. As her eyes traveled downward, she discovered several bloodstains on his lower body as well. Although these wounds were far shallower than the ones above, they had nonetheless soaked his trousers in blood. Injuries compounded upon injuries. Without timely treatment, this little scoundrel could perish. With delicate hands, Yun hesitated momentarily, then slowly lowered them. For a woman to take such action against a man was indeed quite challenging for her. However, resolutely, she summoned her courage and reached out to tear open Yi Feng's robe. The already torn robe, shredded by the purple crystal-winged Lion King, could easily be ripped apart by Yun, even in her weakened state. Gazing at the gruesome wounds, along with the azure inner armor, Yun was now convinced of Yi Feng's words. The heart of the sea armor was indeed a couple-S set, previously unnoticed. She now comprehended that the heart of the sea armor was a testament to their connection, while her own piece was conspicuously absent from the lower half. It seemed this little scoundrel had not deceived her, but rather, she pondered, who had stolen her piece. As she touched the shocking wound with her delicate fingers, Yi Feng, lying on the stone platform, suddenly gasped, his eyes flying open in surprise. With his cheek pressed against the cold stone, Yi Feng's gaze locked onto the flustered and regal Yun, her demeanor betraying her astonishment. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. What was this Yun sect master attempting to do? "A little scoundrel, you're awake?" The sudden opening of Yi Feng's eyes startled Yun, causing her to instinctively scoot back. Nevertheless, her graceful figure remained on the stone platform, as she was deeply concerned about Yi Feng's injuries, fearing he might faint again. Her gaze fixated on his delicate, slightly flushed face. Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps it was true that appearances can be deceptive, though the little scoundrel may call out. Her body honestly reflected her concern for him. I merely observed your grievous injuries and wished to assist you in bandaging and staunching the blood. It was never my intention to gaze upon your heart of the sea armor." Yun's eyes displayed a hint of panic as they flitted over Yi Feng's form, her delicate hand trembling slightly as she pointed to the heart of the sea armor adorning his lower body. offering a rather flustered explanation. Witnessing such a scene, Yifeng felt a twinge of amusement, yet the pain coursing through his body rendered laughter impossible. The noble leader of the Yun clan possesses such a gentle side. It truly warms the heart. Thank you, Yun Yun. A faint, weak whisper escaped Yifeng's parched lips. Yun Yun shook her head, gazing at the extremely weakened Yifeng. Her heart tightening as she softly replied, "You saved me. It is I who should be expressing gratitude. Do not speak. My fighting spirit has been temporarily sealed by the purple crystal-winged Lion King, and I cannot retrieve any healing potions. Do you have any hemostatic or healing elixirs in your spatial ring? It would be utterly unmanly to neglect to shield him from further harm when his armor was draped upon him." Though his body was greatly weakened, Yifeng could still access items from the system's spatial storage. As his soul entered the space, the spatial ring glimmered, and a dozen small jade vials materialized upon the stone platform. Although the 3,000-star body would gradually mend his injuries, it required time. And who wouldn't desire the comfort of a fair maiden's care? After retrieving the elixirs, Yifeng closed his eyes and rested upon the stone platform. Ding! Due to weakness and inability to care for himself, the Princess Yun Yun carried Yifeng into the cave, receiving a sign-in reward, 1 piece of Heart of the Sea armor, upper. Yifeng. Oh, this armor belongs to her, and yet I am to return with another? This must surely be a copy generated by the system. Is this truly acceptable? Of course not. This will require some clandestine maneuvering later on. Gazing at the sudden appearance of the jade vials, Yun Yun displayed no astonishment. Most of these potions were of the 3rd tier, with some even reaching the 4th tier. Clearly, such potions were perfectly suited for Yifeng's current abilities. If other youths in the Jiamar Empire possessed such a bounty of potions, it would undoubtedly cause quite the stir. Bear with me. I shall apply the medicine now. Yun Yun's voice was melodious, yet her noble status lent it an unmistakable air of refinement. In response, Yifeng gritted his teeth. Some pain is an experience one must endure. Only through suffering can one attain the desired pleasures. Yifeng was prepared, and Yun Yun did not linger in her hesitation. She was not a pedantic person, and in light of their relationship, staunching the bleeding and saving his life was paramount. As she looked upon the light blue armor, resembling rippling water, 5 deep claw marks oozed with crimson blood. Yun Yun's delicate brows furrowed, her long lashes trembling slightly, and without further ado, her arm deftly removed the armor. Then, she commenced the spa treatment befitting the leader of the Yun clan. At this moment, Yifeng experienced a tumultuous blend of pain and pleasure. Each application of the medicine elicited an involuntary gasp from him as the stinging sensation coursed through his body. Amidst this process, Yun Yun's gaze shimmered with a tender compassion. Upon witnessing the depth of the wound, which had laid bare the bone, her heart ached profoundly. After meticulously cleansing the injury and applying the ointment, Yifeng could not suppress a low, guttural groan of anguish. Just endure a little longer. It will soon be over. Yun Yun's eyes gradually descended from Yifeng's face, and her delicate features flushed a deep crimson. All done. The wound has been treated. The rest is up to you to recuperate. Following the treatment, Yun Yun turned to Yifeng, who was slowly opening his eyes, and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. A vision of unparalleled beauty. However, Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. Now that it's cleaned up, can we perhaps cover it? It feels cold below and cool above. What if there are lingering effects? After tending to the wound, Yun Yun seated herself on the opposite side, gracefully assuming a meditative posture as she began to attempt to unravel the seal of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Chapter 87. The Warmth Within the Cave. Our first grilled grass fish. Outside the cave, a vast expanse of mist enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the vigilant watch of the void Pegasus beasts, ensuring an atmosphere free of concern. This was the first time that Bai, the pet of Yifeng, displayed such obedience, albeit at the behest of Yun Yun. Following Yun Yun's instructions, the void Pegasus not only cleaned itself, but also caught several grass fish in the process. While the dedicated void Pegasus toiled outside, Yifeng found himself in an icy embrace within the cave. Lying on the frigid stone platform, Yifeng was draped in a long, azure robe that concealed his radiant aura. After a brief slumber, he felt a significant improvement in his condition, with the pain subsiding considerably. Before he could fully open his eyes, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Beep. The master has been gravely injured by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Yun personally applied healing ointment, and the master has received a sign-in reward, a Jade Peak Sword. Jade Peak Sword, capable of embedding 2 magical cores at will. A high-grade wind attribute sword, indestructible, with a body of white jade that radiates unparalleled brilliance. Indeed, the most challenging to endure is the beauty's grace. Even the system has prepared gifts for me. Upon opening his eyes, Yifeng was greeted by the sight of a charming beauty, resting her chin on her hand. Her head tilted as she squatted and gazed at him with a gentle smile. You've finally awoken. Are you feeling better? Is there still pain? In Yifeng's view, the once noble visage was now shadowed with concern, and the eyes that should have been cold overflowed with tenderness. This warmth stirred Yifeng's heart, and as he held back the discomfort coursing through his body, he smiled softly. Thanks to your care, I feel much better than before. How about you? Yun rose slightly, accompanied by a faint fragrance, and settled beside Yifeng, her delicate brows furrowing as she sighed softly. Alas, due to your reckless bravado, I did not suffer any external injuries, but I fell victim to the amethyst-winged Lion King's sealing technique, which will take several days to unravel. Does this mean we will be spending the next few days here? Yifeng looked at the noble Yun Zhongzhu, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Observing the pained smile on Yifeng's face, Yun's expression shifted, her tone icy. Upon hearing this, Yifeng quickly replied, Of course, I am willing. I hope that each day here will feel like an eternity. Humph. At Yifeng's words, Yun was incensed, abruptly rising from the stone platform. With a swift motion, she yanked the azure robe off Yifeng, her voice laced with fury. You little lecher, does being with me bring you such torment? Yifeng felt a wave of cold wash over him, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. Was this Yun Zhongzhu truly so tempestuous? In a moment of discord, the veil of modesty was abruptly torn away, reminiscent of a girlfriend's behavior. Lifting his gaze to meet that icy, captivating visage, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of admiration as he gently remarked, You have misunderstood my intention. When I spoke of days feeling like years, I meant to convey my desire for each day we spend together to feel as enduring as an entire year. If it were possible, I would wish for this time to stretch into a lifetime. Upon hearing his words, a delicate blush akin to the hue of a ripe peach blossomed on her exquisitely crafted face, and she quickly turned her body away. Humph, sweet words and flattery. Just by looking at you, it's evident that you've had your share of charming young ladies. Though her tone was laced with playful indignation, the azure robe in her hands was gracefully draped back over Yifeng's shoulders as she turned away. Rest a while longer. I will prepare something for you to eat. As the warmth and a subtle fragrance enveloped him, a gentle smile graced Yifeng's face. For it was a rare fortune to be in the company of such a splendid beauty. Unbeknownst to him, Yun's face, hidden from his view, wore a sweet smile that elevated her allure. In Yifeng's eyes, her curvaceous silhouette, illuminated by the faint glow of fire within the cave, possessed an enchanting charm. As she moved with grace, her long, jade-like legs danced in the shadows, captivating the beholder. Sitting elegantly, Yun skewered the fish she had caught with her sword, slowly roasting it over the flames. This noble sect leader had transformed her cherished sword into a spit for the fish, all for his nourishment. If Yifeng's heart remained unmoved, he would truly be devoid of humanity. How could anyone resist such a remarkable woman? At that moment, his heart melted, his eyes reflecting the soft flicker of the flames, and filled with the image of her exquisite beauty. Yun, too, sensed Yifeng's unwavering gaze upon her. Perhaps due to the heat of the fire, her flawless cheeks were adorned with a deeper flush. Though silence enveloped the cave, the atmosphere was imbued with warmth and comfort. Yet, this perfect tableau was at risk of being unwittingly shattered. The disruption did not come from the external beasts nor the unruly celestial steed, but from an increasingly potent scent of burning. Coughing, Yifeng, still recovering from his injuries, was startled by the sudden aroma. Meanwhile, Yun found herself in a rather awkward predicament. Distracted by a flurry of emotions, she had failed to notice that the fish on her sword had become charred. By the time she realized, it was far too late. The acrid scent and thick smoke had already filled the cave. Yun's expression turned sheepish, as this was her first experience, and she had no prior knowledge to guide her. Stealthily glancing at Yifeng on the stone platform, she found herself shrouded in darkness, unable to see the opposite side due to the thick black smoke. Lying upon the stone, Yefeng could no longer contain himself, having regained some of his strength. He slowly rose from the platform. Concentrating his energy, he unleashed a miniature wind-sucking flame palm. Under the immense suction, the dense smoke was drawn towards Yefeng's palm and then swiftly expelled towards the cave's entrance. Outside the cave, the void sky Pegasus had shrunk in size and stood guard. Upon catching the enticing aroma of roasted fish, it longed to venture inside for a taste. However, without Yun Yun to beckon it, it found itself in a quandary. Just as it resolved to take the risk for the sake of culinary delight, the familiar energy erupted from the cave's mouth. Void Sky Pegasus, luckily, my wits prevail over this despicable master. Truly, it is he who is ensnaring this Pegasus. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Though the acrid smoke and burnt scent had dissipated, what came into Yun Yun's view was Yefeng, clad in nothing but his azure robe, propping himself against the cave wall, gazing upwards. A piercing scream erupted within the cave. You little scoundrel, how dare you not wear any clothes? Yefeng, my esteemed Yun Zhongzhu, why don't you already know the answer in your heart? Chapter 88. With silver tongue, I will seal your mouth. At the sound of Yun Yun's exclamation, Yifeng was instantly startled, his knees buckling as he collapsed onto the stone platform. The cave was so confined that such a high-decibel shout was unbearable for anyone. A sharp pain coursed through his body. Enduring it, Yifeng hastily grabbed the azure robe beside him and wrapped himself in its luxurious fabric. You. Yun Yun covered her expressive, sparkling eyes with her hands, her frustration palpable as she let out an indignant cry. At that moment, having heard the commotion outside, Xiao rushed in. Upon seeing its master clad in the attire of its owner, Xiao froze at the entrance. Xiao, Ma Sheng, utterly disillusioned. Xiao, how did you get in? Are there magical beasts outside? Yun Yun, noticing the void Pegasus had entered, quickly lowered her hands and inquired. The void Pegasus shook its head. Since there are none, please return outside to keep watch. Here, this is a reward for you. With that, Yun Yun tossed the charred, hardened fish from her sword towards the void Pegasus. Xiao, suppressing the overwhelming nausea. Xiao eagerly raised its front hooves and clutched the peculiar object in its mouth before darting out. Yifeng chuckled, well deserved. I was just caught off guard and forgot. He scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish grin at his previous high-handedness. Yun Yun nodded lightly, her gaze somewhat evasive as she acknowledged his words. She also realized that she had personally removed the sea hard armor from him, so it was not entirely his fault. The exchange carried a hint of rhetorical questioning. To mask the awkwardness between them, Yun Yun tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Gazing at the remaining fish on her treasured sword, she earnestly asked Yifeng, how about, you try a taste? Yifeng's head shot up, his eyes fixating on the charred sword and the stone embedded within it. Surely, this could not be the legendary sword in the stone? He had just been cursing Xiao moments ago. Was this retribution now upon him? With a soft giggle, Yun Yun could no longer contain her laughter at Yifeng's bewildered expression. I'm just teasing you. Her melodious laughter rang out like a lark, stirring something within Yifeng's heart, leaving him feeling oddly tickled. Thank goodness, it was not real food. If it were, not only would his exterior endure the pain, but his insides would ache terribly as well. If you were to feed me, I would eat anything. Yifeng replied earnestly, looking intently at Yun Yun. Really? Yun Yun's laughter came to an abrupt halt as her slender, beautiful eyes gazed curiously at Yifeng. With a gentle nod, Yifeng conjured a deep purple-black flash in his hand, summoning a long blade that he then used as a third leg, stumbling towards Yun Yun. Wait, I'll help you. Upon seeing Yifeng descend from the stone platform, his unsteady gait prompted Yun Yun to hastily discard her long sword on the ground. Rising from her place, she moved to Yifeng's side, wrapping her delicate jade arm around his, steadying his body. As Yifeng inhaled the faint fragrance and felt her soft touch, the system's discordant voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding! Master has been supported by Yun Yun, stabilizing his injured body, receiving a sign-in reward, 1 6th grade elixir, Do Ling Dan. Indeed, it is 6th grade, checked and confirmed. With Yun Yun's assistance, Yifeng found he no longer needed his makeshift third leg, the treasured blade, flowing blade like fire, which he had relied upon. now slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Tilting her head in curiosity, Yun scrutinized Yifeng. Are you truly going to try it? Despite the pain in his back, Yifeng smiled. Of course. I adore barbecued dishes, and anything you prepare for me, I shall gladly consume. His playful banter elicited a slight dryness in his mouth, causing him to ponder. Could it be a hint of bitterness? As Yun guided Yifeng to sit on the stone pedestal, she observed his eager expression, and a rare, enchanting smile graced her lips. With her slender fingers, she deftly removed the stones from the sword embedded in the rock and promptly offered the entire fish to Yifeng's mouth. Instinctively, he opened wide, and his parched lips were overwhelmed by a rich, fragrant essence. Quite delightful. Compared to the roasted rat meat, braised scorpion, and stir-fried bat dishes prepared by his sister from the serpent clan, this charred grass carp was a veritable feast. It was nothing short of bliss. Ding. Master has been force-fed by Yun, receiving sign-in rewards. Cumin, chili powder, hot sauce, vinegar, salt, soybean oil, sesame oil, and other condiments. Yifeng mused. Am I to be trained to become an exceptional chef in the Duki continent? Indeed, it is truly delectable. As he savored the beggaress fish, Yifeng genuinely praised her culinary skills. This is my first attempt. How could it possibly taste good? I'm not a little girl to be easily deceived. Yun shot Yifeng a skeptical glance, yet a hint of delight flickered within her eyes. That glance was a captivating charm, leaving Yifeng to perceive a hint of sweetness in the flavors he was relishing. He earnestly continued to savor the dish, exclaiming, truly, the grilled fish, though slightly charred on the outside, possesses an exquisite crunch, while the fish meat inside is remarkably fresh, with a burst of savory juices filling the mouth. It is indeed crispy on the outside and tender within, rich and delectable. Upon witnessing Yifeng's expression of delight, Yun swiftly seized the grilled fish from his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, her crimson lips parted, and she took a bite from the very spot where Yifeng had just bitten. Then, a glimmer of moisture suddenly sparkled in her elongated eyes. The grilled fish truly was as Yifeng had described, crispy on the outside and succulent within, bursting with flavor. The fish scales were left intact, making it quite hard and undeniably crispy. The inside remained tender precisely because it had not been properly cleaned, rendering it undercooked. How could it be so unpalatable? Stop eating it, Yun exclaimed, throwing the grilled fish away in a fit of anger, her gaze fixed menacingly on Yifeng, who continued to savor the morsel in his mouth. It's truly delightful, so very delightful. If it were not, I would have wasted it. Yifeng paid no heed to Yun's words and continued to relish the exquisite taste. You think I'll let you enjoy this while I refrain? Watch me not seal your lips. With that, Yun, seething with indignation, pounced towards Yifeng. Chapter 89. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The master of the Cloud sect is startled. Yifeng lay on the ground, experiencing the pain radiating from his back and the delightful sensations in front of him. Indeed, it was a blend of agony and ecstasy. Ding. The master, having mistreated himself by indulging in a baked fish, provoked Yun, who snatched food from him, and received a signing reward. Secret art, heavenly fire transformation, first transformation. Yifeng, a snatching food from the tigeress mouth? Marvelous. The tender smoothness on his lips caused Yifeng's eyelids to gently close. Let the pain come. It is surely inevitable. Little White. The celestial steed outside had just swallowed a stone and was headed to the river for a drink. Suddenly, a grass fish was tossed out from the cave. Little White's eyes brimmed with tears. Was this an effort to ensure I was not hungry? How unnecessary, such kindness. Little White could only express heartfelt gratitude as it swallowed the grass fish, which had already been bitten twice. Days passed, 1, 2, 3. Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with bewilderment as she observed Yifeng, who appeared completely unscathed, utterly incredulous. This, little rogue, was he not gravely injured? How could he be so lively now? Under Yun's powerful gaze and gentle caress, the injuries on Yifeng's back were fully revealed to her. That smooth, unblemished back bore no traces of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's grasp. Had they vanished? Such gory wounds had disappeared so swiftly? Had Yun not personally applied medicine to him, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. Yet now, the sensations conveyed through her hands felt profoundly real. This was no dream. What on earth is happening? With a blush adorning her cheeks, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes suddenly filled with confusion, astonishment, and bewilderment. Yi Feng, alas, indeed, my 3,000 stars body is too overbearing, startling the master of the Cloud sect. Thus, in the ensuing days, Yi Feng patiently and meticulously explained everything to Yun Yun. During these days of recuperation in the cave, the Nalan family of the Gamma Empire was in a frenzy. More precisely, it was only Nalan Yanran who was anxious. Nalan Jie and Nalan Su remained remarkably calm. Both possessed the strength of Do Huang. If danger were to befall them in the Gamma Empire, it would be preposterous. Even if something were to happen to them, Feng Yi and the master of the Cloud sect would undoubtedly be safe. In contrast to the two steadfast elders, Nalan Yanran was in a state of turmoil. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, panic, and unease, as though something precious had been lost. Grandfather, father, is there still no news of Feng Yi and my master? Nalan Yanran entered the hall, anxiously inquiring of the two seated figures. With a casual wave of his hand, Nalan Su looked helplessly at his precious daughter and reassured her, Yanran, fret not. Your master Yi and teacher shall be just fine. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran's delicate face instantly flushed with color, and she shyly retorted, What do you mean, my Yi? Father, you are teasing me. That scoundrel is brother Feng Yi. Yes, yes. That rascal is brother Feng. They both chuckled heartily, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su unable to contain their laughter. Humph, you two shameless old men. Only capable of foolish laughter. If anything were to happen to brother Feng Yi, I shall never speak to you again. With that, Nalan Yanran, in a fit of playful indignation, flicked her sleeve and embarrassedly fled the hall. Father, do you think Feng Yi and Yun Yun are truly safe? Nalan Su turned to meet his father's gaze with concern. The old man sighed. Who can say? If it were merely a trivial scuffle, there would be no issue. However, the aura Yun Yun exuded upon her departure was rather formidable. It is possible they may indeed stir up trouble. Trouble? Nalan Su was perplexed. Questioning further, the old man gestured dismissively, his expression grave as he continued, It is best not to involve ourselves. The majority of the Mu family has relocated to the front lines, and the middle family is weakened by the absence of the Ice Emperor. Tung Shan has made a grave error, leaving us in a precarious position. We, the Nalan family, must refrain from drawing attention, especially concerning the matter of the Pill King Gu He gathering personnel. Understood, Father. Nalan Su nodded in agreement before continuing his analysis. Father, Gu He is gathering personnel for the Serpent clan. Currently, our three prominent families are refraining from action, and the Jamma royal family will not allow the Yunlan sect to expand. They will certainly not intervene. The previous departure of Jamma and the pharaoh was likely a warning to refrain from interference, leaving Gu He with only a handful of people to summon. Indeed, that was the case before, but now, our inaction is certain, yet the actions of Jamma and the pharaoh are not so assured. Gu He possesses significant influence. Nalan Jie regarded his son with a discerning gaze, recognizing that Nalan Su remained somewhat naive in his understanding of certain matters. He turned his attention to the horizon outside, his brow furrowed in concern. Sewer, the heavens of the Jamma Empire have changed. In the Beast Mountain Range, in a realm that belonged to others, Yi Feng, having recovered from his injuries and regained his fighting spirit, transitioned from being cared for by Yun Yun to tending to her needs. The seal on Yun Yun's body remained unbroken, leaving her somewhat weakened, necessitating Yi Feng's attentive care. The once lofty and noble demeanor of the esteemed Yun sect master gradually softened in the presence of Yi Feng. This transformation brought Yi Feng a sense of joy. The once exalted Yun sect master had descended into his mortal realm, a circumstance that would evoke envy in anyone. Within the cavern, Yun Yun was seated gracefully upon a stone dais, her delicate hand cradling her charming visage, her eyes shimmering with tenderness as she gazed intently at Yi Feng, who was busy preparing skewers of roasted meat. Thanks to the rewards from his daily check-ins, Yi Feng had acquired some cooking spices, much to Yun Yun's delight, allowing her to indulge in a feast. Yet, regardless of how delectable the food became, it could not escape the inevitable scenario of competing for morsels. During their morning, noon, and evening meals, the blossoming affection between them often resulted in playful exchanges, their mouths glistening with oil. On this particular day, as they embraced and basked in the warmth of their shared intimacy during lunch, a sudden, ferocious roar echoed from the cave's entrance. The sound startled both Yun Yun and Yi Feng, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Yi Feng exclaimed, "Alas, the esteemed sect leader is once again frightened. This beast has chosen an inopportune moment to arrive. Curse that white horse, and curse those humans. You dare to hide here? I shall see how you escape this time. Come forth." The familiar voice of a woman resonated from outside, making it clear to both Yi Feng and Yun Yun that the formidable Dashizi had come seeking them. "Oh no, the little lecher, the amethyst-winged Lion King, has arrived." Yun Yun's expression turned icy as she gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. Yi Feng understood that the moniker of Little Lecher was unlikely to change. If it was once a misunderstanding, it had now transformed into a reality. Gently caressing Yun Yun's exquisite face, he spoke tenderly. "Yunner, you must stay here and not venture outside." Chapter 90, Yunner, the battle against 3 fifth-rank beasts. "No way." Gazing at Yi Feng's resolute expression, Yun Yun immediately displayed the authority of her sect leader, forcefully pushing Yi Feng to the ground. Urgently, she implored, "You've already sustained such severe injuries last time. What if this little scoundrel gets hurt again? Should I take care of you? No, I shall go instead." At this moment, Yi Feng was not one to submit quietly. He swiftly turned his body, pinning the enchanting Yun Yun against the stone platform. With an irresistible gaze, he gently reassured, "Yunner, you are well aware of my constitution. I can fully recover from injuries. Stay here and do not move. I promise I will return for you." Yun Yun met Yi Feng's captivating eyes and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. "All right, you must come back. I will wait for you." Yi Feng smiled faintly and quickly vanished from Yun Yun's sight. Once he stepped out of the cave, he paused at the entrance. As he activated the spatial ring on his finger, a red light flashed, revealing the form of Hong Ling. "Hong Ling, I entrust Yunner to you. After I lead the amethyst-winged Lion King away with Xiao Bai, you must escort Yunner to safety." "Master." Hong Ling's gaze was filled with reluctance as she looked at Yi Feng. "Obey. This is an order." "Yes, master." With a commanding tone, Yi Feng showed no hesitation. Unfurling his thunderbat wings, he transformed into a silver arc, soaring into the sky. As Yi Feng departed, a graceful figure slowly emerged from the cave. She stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "This little scoundrel truly knows how to deceive. But this feeling of being protected is delightful." Saying this, her exquisitely beautiful face was adorned with sweetness. In the heavens, opposite the amethyst-winged Lion King, the void Pegasus beast was suffering increasingly over the past few days. It longed for the taste of grilled grass fish, for at least that was something edible, while it had been completely forgotten by its master. It had to forage for itself, and upon cooking, it wafted delicious aromas into the cave without offering a share. For days, it had subsisted on raw grass and fish. This woeful predicament was well understood by Xiao Bai. It was a consequence of its disobedience. Yet, who could have anticipated that the foolish master possessed such culinary skills? "If only I could start over, I." Suddenly, accompanied by a thunderous sound, Xiao Bai felt the familiar weight of its master's presence. It turned its eyes back, glaring in recognition at the master who mistreated it. "Stop glaring. When I have the time, I will prepare delicious food for you to improve your diet. But for now, let us get to work," Yi Feng commanded, giving a pat to Xiao Bai. Upon hearing the promise of better meals, Xiao Bai promptly took off, soaring into the distance. "Run! Stop them!" The amethyst-winged Lion King had long anticipated their escape. With a thunderous roar, 3 colossal flying beasts materialized in the surrounding space, obstructing Yi Feng's path. These 3 creatures, all 5th-tier magical beasts, belonged to the 3 formidable beasts under the dominion of the Eastern Sovereign, the amethyst-winged Lion King. Their appearances were grotesque, far less majestic compared to the amethyst-winged Lion King. They comprised a large black scorpion, a massive purple spider, and a silver giant wolf. Each possessed a pair of wings, a distinguishing feature that marked them as 5th-tier magical beasts. Damn it! This cunning adversary was well prepared. We are in dire straits. Upon witnessing the 3 5th-tier magical beasts forming a triangular blockade, Yi Feng was engulfed in a profound sense of gravity. "Ha ha ha, run! You wretched human! Let us see how you intend to evade me." Attack together. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, the amethyst-winged Lion King surged forward alongside the 3 5th-tier beasts toward Yi Feng. The brazen audacity of the amethyst-winged Lion King as a monarch took Yi Feng completely by surprise. Indeed, Regardless of gender, maternal creatures often disregard reason. Xiao, you hold off the amethyst-winged Lion King. I shall handle the other three. Yifeng reacted instantaneously, slapping Xiao, and in that moment, the Thunderbat's celestial wings unfurled, charging toward the silver giant wolf. The separation of one man and one horse resulted in the four colossal beasts being divided into two factions. Although the Void Celestial Horse, a sixth-tier magical beast, could not engage in direct combat with the amethyst-winged Lion King, it was entirely capable of holding it at bay. Its defense was formidable enough that even the amethyst-winged Lion King struggled to breach it, thus allowing Xiao to summon great courage in hopes of improving their sustenance. With two pure white wings fully spread, it charged directly at the amethyst-winged Lion King. The audacity! It is indeed brave. With the Void Celestial Horse restraining the amethyst-winged Lion King, Yifeng found the opportunity to engage with the other three magical beasts. After several days of recuperation and restoration of energy, Yifeng's strength had ascended from a 9-star battle master to the battle spirit realm. As a newly minted battle spirit, Yifeng was brimming with confidence. However, facing three fifth-tier magical beasts simultaneously was undeniably excessive. Without the slightest hesitation, Yifeng unleashed his newly acquired secret technique, the Celestial Fire Transformation. Celestial Fire Transformation, 3,000 flames transform. With a resounding shout, the battle aura within Yifeng surged explosively. Having just broken through to the 1-star battle spirit level, his power rapidly escalated in the blink of an eye. 2-star battle spirit, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star battle spirit. In the fleeting moment of executing the first transformation, Yifeng's prowess soared from 1-star battle spirit to an astonishing 6-star battle spirit. This sudden surge left the three great magical beasts encircling him momentarily dumbfounded. How could this human youth amplify his combat prowess so dramatically? The blade in his hand blazed like fire, engulfed in the 3,000 flames, signaling that Yifeng was prepared to engage in a battle with all his might. Because he must protect his beloved Yuner, he requires ample time to escape this place. Naturally, if possible, he would not hesitate to wield his blade and slay the 5th-tier magical beasts. This time, Yifeng did not condense his battle armor, facing three 5th-tier magical beasts. He understood that offense was his best defense. The blade in his hand erupted with an intensely turbulent flame, distorting the very space around him. The 1,000-flame sword wave. The intermediate Earth-tier martial technique was suddenly unleashed from his grasp, transforming into a tremendous surge of heat that surged towards the three magical beasts. The strange fire possessed a natural restraint against magical creatures. However, augmented by the Earth-tier martial technique, Yifeng unleashed an attack that surpassed even the might of a battle spirit expert. This left the three magical beasts utterly astonished, questioning the formidable strength of this human boy's hidden prowess. They had initially believed they could easily extinguish this human with a mere swipe of their claws. Yet they now found themselves wary of his astonishing power. Chapter 91. Slaying the 5th-order 8-boned demon spider. As Yifeng unleashed the 1,000-flame sword aura, a mid-level Earth-tier combat technique, the three 5th-order magical beasts were momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, they activated their respective combat techniques for defense, for magical beasts, like humans, are capable of cultivating combat skills. Each of these creatures possesses their own unique techniques, compelling them to respond with defensive maneuvers against Yifeng. However, the might of the strange fire was not so easily withstood. This strike reached the formidable level of a combat king's assault, combined with the overwhelming heat of it caused the three beasts to be violently repelled in an instant. The searing energy shattered their defensive shields, sending the creatures reeling backward, their bodies trembling as they floated away. Seizing the moment, Yifeng demonstrated remarkable agility, employing the swiftest and most potent combat technique at his disposal, Thunder Arc 3-stage dance. Although this technique was classified as a low-level profound tier skill, it shared the lightning attribute with the Thunderbat's heavenly wings. The synergy of these two techniques propelled Yifeng's speed to a level comparable to that of a combat emperor. A thunderous roar resonated through the air, and in the blink of an eye, Yifeng appeared before the colossal black spider. Gazing at the overturned abdomen of the spider, Yifeng's eyes narrowed. With the electric arcs converging upon his blade, he thrust fiercely towards the creature's underbelly. Yet, The fifth-order black spider was not easily vanquished. With its 8 legs, the front pair swiftly moved to intercept Yi Feng's blade. These exceptionally sharp black limbs were far more formidable than ordinary swords. As the innate weapons of a fifth-order beast, their hardness, length, and sharpness were beyond human comparison. Nevertheless, Yi Feng's blade, flowing blade like fire, was equally formidable. Upon their collision, a piercing clang reverberated through the air, just as 2 other razor-sharp legs, gleaming with a chilling light, lunged directly at Yi Feng's abdomen. Frowning, Yi Feng unleashed a tremendous surge of flames and electric arcs from his blade, forcefully deflecting the massive limbs. With a powerful flap of his thunderbat wings, he elegantly maneuvered in mid-air to evade one of the incoming strikes. However, he could not escape the other. Just as the sharp leg of the black spider aimed to pierce through his body, Yi Feng remained remarkably composed, swinging his blade backward. The fire-blowing palm erupted beneath the flowing blade like fire in an instant. With a resounding explosion, Yi Feng's body rocketed toward the spider's abdomen, resembling a rocket in its second-stage separation. Upon closer inspection, a ghastly visage resembling a human face emerged from the spider's underbelly, exuding a terrifying aura. This feature confirmed its identity as the 8-boned demon spider, a fifth-order beast that ranks just below the amethyst-winged lion king in the eastern region of the Beast Mountain Range. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Feng's blade continued its descent, culminating in the final strike of the Thunder Arc 3-stage dance. The attacks of the Thunder Arc dance escalate in intensity with each strike, and by the time the third blow is unleashed, its power rivals that of advanced mystical techniques. Under the dazzling brilliance of the Thunder Arc, it mercilessly pierces the abdomen of the colossal bone spider. At this moment, the 8-bone spider suddenly reacts. However, it finds itself unable to retaliate with its long legs, as they cannot reach Li Feng. Instead, it can only envelop itself in a black energy armor to defend against Li Feng's onslaught. This was precisely why Li Feng chose to attack it. It may not be the strongest among the 3 beasts, yet its vulnerability is the most pronounced. For a diminutive human, the 8-bone spider's weakness is magnified infinitely, especially for Li Feng, who wields the extraordinary flame. The scorching heat of the 3,000 flame ignites the 8-bone spider's feet, providing Li Feng with an opportunity. Had it been another dose spirit practitioner, they would have already succumbed. With a crack, Li Feng's long blade strikes the black energy barrier, causing a dazzling thunder arc to flash infinitely in the distance, subsequently intensifying. The overwhelming purple-black flames engulf the massive form of the 8-bone spider, eliciting a desperate howl from it. The terrifying roar reverberates throughout the monster mountain range, sending weaker beasts scurrying into the forests in fear. In the next moment, the sound of the blade piercing flesh reaches Li Feng's ears, accompanied by the tremendous roar of the bone spider. The anguished cries echo through the skies above the monster mountain range, causing the other 2 beasts to shudder in terror. Had this human attacked them, they too might have met the same fate. The searing flames and the paralyzing sensation of electricity render the 8-bone spider's ability to fly utterly incapacitated, and its body plummets to the ground like a meteor. Li Feng descends as well, showing no intention of withdrawing his blade. On the contrary, in that fleeting moment, he unleashes an even more formidable attack. Just as the massive shadow is about to crash to the earth, Li Feng's left hand becomes unencumbered, summoning a sandstorm vortex in his grasp. In the next instant, he swiftly draws his blade, flowing blade like fire, and the sandstorm vortex strikes the wound of the 8-bone spider with a thunderous impact. With a violent explosion, the 8-bone spider's body is violently slammed down, sending a great cloud of dust into the air. To the naked eye, the initially small wound expands instantaneously. Black blood erupts forth like a volcanic explosion, transforming into a towering pillar of dark liquid. Upon its immense body, amidst the flickering arcs of lightning, terrifying purple-black flames rise in tendrils. The furious sandstorm ravages its insides, obliterating its organs. The gigantic and grotesque head of the spider tilts to one side as the formidable 5th-tier beast within the Monster Mountain range is slain. What are you still witnessing? He has expended so many techniques. His energy must be depleted. Quickly go and kill him. As the other 2 beasts were momentarily stunned, the roar of the amethyst-winged lion king suddenly reverberated through the sky. This startling sound awakened the remaining giant scorpion and the silver giant wolf, prompting them to plunge fiercely towards Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng, as the amethyst-winged lion king had indicated, was nearly depleted of his fighting spirit after consecutively employing 2 earth-rank techniques and a profound technique. The defeat of the 5th-tier 8-bone demon spider had been possible solely due to the lack of coordination among the 3 beasts, each acting independently. There was no time to retrieve the 5th-tier magic core, and as he gazed at the 2 colossal beasts charging towards him, Yifeng unfurled his wings and swiftly darted away. However, the simultaneous assault from both monsters left him with no room to escape. The enormous silver wolf suddenly unleashed a powerful howl, sending a strong sonic wave crashing into Yifeng's mind. Panic surged within him as he realized this was one of the rare sonic techniques possessed by high-tier magical beasts, a surprising ability for the silver wolf. The moment the deafening roar penetrated his consciousness, Yifeng found himself frozen in midair, caught in a brief moment of bewilderment. In that fleeting instant of paralysis, the 2 massive beasts had flanked him, their razor-sharp claws and the purple scorpion's barbs swiftly aimed at his body. Chapter 92, The Void-Stepping White, My Yun-Yun's Man. Under the piercing howl of the wolf, Yifeng's vulnerabilities were laid bare. Though his strength was formidable, his soul was still somewhat inferior compared to a 5th-tier magical beast. As the resounding roar of the silver wolf echoed through the air, Yifeng felt his consciousness dim, and in an instant, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his body plummeting towards the ground. Simultaneously, the silver wolf's lethal claws lunged toward him, and the sharp, venomous stinger of the 5th-tier purple miasma scorpion also shot forth menacingly. The 2 5th-tier magical beasts showed no mercy. They did not hold back against this human, unleashing their ultimate techniques without hesitation. In that moment, Yifeng was utterly powerless to resist. Sensing his master's peril from afar, the void-stepping Pegasus raced towards him with unparalleled speed, a marvel even among 6th-tier magical beasts. However, the amethyst-winged lion, as the king of beasts, proved to be equally formidable. The 2 beasts clashed in a fierce entanglement, with the amethyst-winged lion refusing to grant the Pegasus any opportunity to rescue its master. It was akin to a spurned lover desperately clinging to their beloved, unwilling to let go. This infuriated the Pegasus, for despite everything, Yifeng was its brother's master. As the saying goes, one must consider the dog when striking the owner. It was acceptable for its master to endure hardship in training, as that was his own choice. But should he perish, what fate would befall its brother? With a fierce desire to protect its master, the void-stepping Pegasus finally unleashed its terrifying power. With a mighty flap of its pristine wings, the space around it began to twist and contort. Then, with a single step into the void, the Pegasus vanished before the astonished eyes of the amethyst-winged lion. Had it just stepped into the void and vanished? The lion gazed in horror at the empty space where the Pegasus had been, shock evident in its eyes. For only magical beasts of the 7th tier could possess such an ability, yet it was clear that this unknown white steed had not yet reached that level. Otherwise, it would have already transformed into a human form, rather than remaining in its beastly state. How could it possibly wield such an extraordinary power? It must possess a rare innate ability. If only this king could. But to seek companionship like that human truly undermined royal decorum. Amidst the brilliance of white light, a figure of purest white emerged beneath Yifeng, its enormous wings unfurling dramatically to shield him completely. The sound of claws scraping against its form echoed like metal against metal, as the silver wolf's attack produced sparks but left no mark on the Pegasus. Meanwhile, the venomous stinger of the purple scorpion, despite its toxicity, could not breach the Pegasus's defenses, rendering its poison ineffective. Both sides' attacks were rendered futile. As the void-stepping Pegasus bore its master, Yifeng, upon its back, and with a firm stomp of its pristine hooves, the void quivered with subtle movement. Ripples trembled in the void, and a white silhouette vanished rapidly from the eyes of several magical beasts. By the time the amethyst-winged lion king and the other 2 beasts reacted, even the figure of Ma Inger had disappeared. The amethyst-winged lion king pondered. What kind of high-tier magical beast is that magnificent white steed? If it possesses such abilities, why did it not take its master away earlier? Does it harbor a penchant for tormenting its owner? Nearby, the 2 enormous magical beasts let out unwilling roars, eager to pursue further. However, the amethyst-winged lion king bellowed, "Enough! There is no point in chasing. At that speed, even I cannot catch up. So how could you two imbeciles hope to succeed? Go collect the corpse of that fool. As the two beasts soared away, the amethyst-winged Lion King gazed into the direction from which the celestial horse had departed, murmuring, "You may run, but your aura cannot escape. I am certain we shall meet again soon." On the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, a rather peculiar combination was hastily fleeing. "Hong Ling, release me. I must return to save Feng Yi." "Stop now." A delicate and graceful figure, caught between the massive heads of a gigantic two-headed fire spirit serpent, cried out in indignation. This was Yun Yun, who had intended to stay behind but was forcibly whisked away by Hong Ling. With her seal still unbroken, her powers were not restored, leaving her entirely unable to resist the control of the fifth-tier fire spirit serpent. Thus, following her master Yi Feng's orders, the serpent captured Yun Yun between its formidable heads. Taking advantage of the battle above, it utilized its ability to burrow underground, swiftly escaping with Yun Yun from beneath the surface. The speed offered her no chance for resistance or cries for help, nor did it attract the attention of the surrounding magical beasts. This left Yun Yun feeling increasingly anxious. Having been away for so long, Feng Yi had shown no signs of pursuit. He is my man. Even if I face danger, I cannot bear to see him harmed. Naturally, Yun Yun understood that Feng Yi felt the same way. While this feeling of being protected was undeniably sweet, she would much rather fight alongside him, even if it led to their demise. When he returns, I shall surely bite him fiercely as punishment. At this moment, Yun Yun's discomfort was palpable. Yet, to an outsider, her alluring figure would undoubtedly capture attention. The already tumultuous aura around her, under the pressure of Hong Ling's massive heads, became even more pronounced. The noble and grand demeanor of the sect leader now bore an indescribable, unique charm. Hearing Yun Yun's cries, Hong Ling felt quite helpless. It too wished to return and rescue its master, yet it had to follow the orders to escort this esteemed leader to safety. Struggling to communicate, the language barrier proved challenging. After hissing for quite some time, realizing that Yun Yun could not comprehend, it decided it was best to escape the Beast Mountain range first. Moreover, with the presence of her boastful elder brother in the pet realm, she was certain that her master would be unharmed. This elder brother, of course, referred to the Void Pegasus beast. The little white creature, which had always ignored her master Yi Feng, held a peculiar fondness for the fellow magical beast, Hong Ling. Consequently, it exaggeratedly recounted its exceptional talents to Hong Ling, claiming that had it not been for its master's pursuits of training and romantic endeavors, it could have soared to great heights. Naturally, these words remained unspoken by Hong Ling, for she had long seen through her master's flirtations. Just as Yun Yun sought to break free from Hong Ling's grasp, a clear and melodious voice echoed nearby. Both Hong Ling and the struggling Yun Yun heard it distinctly. However, Yun Yun was somewhat perplexed, for the voice did not belong to Feng Yi. In the next moment, a white silhouette suddenly materialized before them, prompting Hong Ling to exclaim joyfully, "Elder brother Bai. Huh, why has master fainted again?" Feng Yi. Chapter 93. Asleep, yet impulsive mischief. Before Yun Yun and Hong Ling stood the Void Pegasus, come in search of them. Being a pet of Yi Feng, Xiao Bai possessed a keen sensitivity to Hong Ling's aura, allowing it to swiftly locate her with precision. Upon seeing Xiao Bai, Hong Ling's excitement was palpable, her serpent-like tongue flickering with joy. However, when she noticed Yi Feng, unconscious upon Xiao Bai's back, she could not suppress her astonishment. Master, how could he have fainted again? Having become Yi Feng's pet, Hong Ling had witnessed the extraordinary nature of her master. Whether by design or chance, he had a peculiar tendency to lose consciousness frequently. Moreover, each time he fell unconscious, a striking woman would appear to care for him. Indeed, here came yet another, rushing anxiously toward him. Feng Yi. Upon releasing Yun Yun, the graceful figure dashed clumsily towards Yi Feng. Though Xiao Bai's heart was shattered at that moment, it bent its four hooves to allow Yun Yun a better view of her master, who, despite being unconscious, still attracted affection. Feng Yi. With her hands resting on Yi Feng, Yun Yun's lovely face was etched with concern. At that moment, every glance from her eyes and every movement of her hands demonstrated meticulous care. After examining several critical areas on Yi Feng's body, her hands swiftly moved downward. Xiao Bai, eh? This is rather astonishing. Observing Yun Yun's deep concern, Xiao Bai spoke in a tone tinged with languor. He is fine. Merely overwhelmed by the sonic assault of that little silver wolf due to a shortage of combat energy. A brief slumber will restore him. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's explanation, Yun Yun's expression softened, relief washing over her. This little rascal must not come to harm. Should anything happen, she would undoubtedly raise the beast mountain to the ground. Realizing Xiao Bai's voice, Yun Yun suddenly remembered the presence of two magical beasts nearby. This was not the intimate cave shared solely with Feng Yi, where she could act freely. Lost in thought, Yun Yun retrieved a restorative pill and placed it delicately within her supple lips. Then, without hesitation, she pressed her lips against her master's, much to the wide-eyed astonishment of Xiao Bai and Hong Ling. This familiar gesture made the two beasts feel as though they were witnessing a familial bond. Could it be that she was now their mistress? As their lips parted, accompanied by gentle movements, Yun Yun lightly licked her lips, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Yi Feng's form, followed by a sweet smile gracing her rosy lips. Who would have thought that even in slumber, you, little rascal, would still scheme mischief? But as long as you are well, that is what matters. Xiao Bai, oh, Hong Ling, oh, mischief? Even as the astute Little White and Little Red came to a sudden realization, their relationship had been undeniably established. She was indeed their mistress. Who knows, perhaps 9 months hence, they would welcome another little master. Oh, how is it that you can speak, Little White? Suddenly, Yun Yun turned to the ethereal Pegasus beast, her expression one of astonishment. At this moment, Little White's composure crumbled entirely. He had finally garnered attention. Had this been before, Little White would have candidly expressed his disinterest in engaging with this mistress. However, now, standing before her, given the affectionate atmosphere, to speak the truth would be tantamount to inviting trouble. Little White shook his head. The mistress has always advised me to be cautious with my words and not to overshadow her. Yun Yun blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded with a hint of resignation. Some magical beasts truly were so self-assured. This place is rather perilous. We should depart at once. Yun Yun surveyed her surroundings, her expression turning slightly grave. While speaking, she assisted Yi Feng in sitting atop Little White, allowing him to lean against her embrace, awaiting takeoff. Thus, on the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range, a white and red silhouette swiftly soared through the skies. The magical beasts below, frightened, dared not stir. Ding! When the master fell into a coma, Yun Yun gently administered medicine, and while in the recliner, received a sign-in reward, a washing marrow elixir. Ignores realm. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes. You're awake. Are you feeling better? A gentle voice reached his ears. Sensing the warmth radiating from his back, Yi Feng smiled faintly. This feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. Much better. Thank you for your efforts, Yunner. With a smile, Yi Feng shifted his body from the saddle to embrace Yun Yun's soft form within his arms. Whether his hands were behaving was uncertain, yet some were certainly not. Yunner, I have a gift for you. What is it? A grilled fish skewer. Ah, is this what you call a grilled fish skewer? Indeed. Next time, you can use it to grill fish for me. You still want to eat? Of course. Grilled fish is simply too delectable. You little rascal. You've just awakened and are quite weak. How about we rest at an inn for a night before continuing our journey? Rest? Splendid. 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 In the Gamma Empire. At the Nalan family, chaos reigned as their young lady, Nalan Yanran, was in an uproar, declaring her intent to seek out that scoundrel named Feng Yi. Meanwhile, their clan leader and the elder were away attending a meeting at the Gamma Imperial Court. Within the family, who would dare to obstruct this young lady? They could only huddle together, offering cautious advice for her to wait for the clan leader's return. Yet, Nalan Yanran was far from foolish. She understood that Nalan Su would never permit her to seek him out. With the royal family currently notifying her grandfather and father of a meeting, the moment was ripe for her to make her escape. Step aside. If anyone dares to hinder me, I shall inform my grandfather and father upon their return that you have mistreated me. Nalan Yanran declared, hands on her waist. Her well-developed figure accentuated as she spoke with indignation. Miss, the old clan leader and the clan leader specifically instructed us not to allow you to leave the family premises. A figure resembling a steward protested, bowing slightly in an attempt to block her. Nalan Yanran's delicate face turned icy, her voice laced with fury. If you impede me further, Do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Yinran, how can you be so willful? Suddenly, a voice of great authority and beauty resonated from above. Is that you, master? Upon hearing the voice, Nalan Yinran's heart leapt with joy as she eagerly gazed upward. However, as she looked, her heart shattered into pieces. Chapter 94. Concealing the truth about Nalan Yinran. The meeting of the Gamma Empire's powerful beings before Nalan Yinran's gaze stood her esteemed mentor, Yun Yun. She floated gracefully in the sky. Her attire now transformed from a previous shade of azure to a pristine white. If her earlier garments could be deemed as the attire of a sect leader, then her present ensemble could easily be described as casual wear. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching the delicate curve of her slender waist. Her exquisite visage radiated an ethereal charm, with eyes that sparkled with a serene tranquility, exuding an air of detachment from worldly affairs, splendid and unparalleled. Draped in a flowing white gown that enveloped her enchanting figure, she lacked the imposing aura of her previous leader's cloak, replaced instead by an indescribable subtle elegance. This nuanced charm, however, was lost on Nalan Yinran, a young girl who found it somewhat peculiar. Beside her mentor stood Feng Yi, the very person she had longed for, previously pursued by her teacher and now returning together with her. In stark contrast to Yun Yun's white attire, Yifeng was clad in a long black robe, a gift from the Alchemist Guild's Fama. Yet, he humbly refrained from wearing the third-grade alchemist badge, which only served to enhance the otherworldly aura he emitted. Clad in black and white, elegance and grace, they stood side by side in the void, resembling celestial companions who had descended into the mortal realm. Prompting an involuntary admiration, they were truly a perfect match. Nalan Yinran felt a pang of discomfort at the sight. The distance between the two was remarkably close, merely about 30 centimeters. While this proximity was not overtly intimate, it was essential to note that they were suspended in the air. Their strength was not of the dozone level. To float above required the aid of wings. Behind them, a pair of wings, one azure and one silver, intertwined, leaving no distinction from holding hands. Even the wings formed by Do Qi possessed a tactile sensation. Nalan Yinran, who understood her teacher well, felt an overwhelming disbelief. Her mentor had always maintained a distance from men. To witness them so closely entwined, their wings merged, was unfathomable. The casualness with which her teacher seemed to regard their hand-holding made it appear entirely normal. Could it be that this was not solely Yifeng's fault, nor Yun Yun's. Their relationship had simply become too intimate after acknowledgement. What was merely an overlap of wings did not strike them as inappropriate in the least. Before their return, they had found an inn, spending 2 full days and nights in deep conversation. At Yun Yun's suggestion, in order for Nalan Yinran to cultivate diligently, they decided to maintain a certain distance. Yet, it seemed they had miscalibrated this distance. As Nalan Yinran observed the scene above, her feminine intuition sensed a subtle discord. Perhaps I am overthinking it. What if the teacher regards him as a junior, a younger brother? Upon witnessing Nalan Yinran causing a commotion, the two swiftly descended and positioned themselves before her. Master Yun, young Master Feng. As they landed, the servants surrounding them promptly bowed in respect. All right, you may leave now. Yun Yun waved her hand casually, instructing them. Yes. As the young lady's mentor, her words held considerable weight, and the servants sighed in relief, hastily retreating. As for Nalan Yinran, Yifeng remained indifferent, detached from the situation. However, Yun Yun, as a mentor, felt a pang of disappointment and chastised. Yinran, how could you behave this way? They are merely servants. Aren't you making things difficult for them? Teacher, I understand. By the way, where have you and brother Feng Yi been these past few days? Yinran has been quite worried about you. Nalan Yinran's delicate face broke into a playful smile as she shook Yun Yun's arm in inquiry. Faced with this somewhat spoiled disciple, Yun Yun felt helpless, nevertheless. A twinge of guilt tugged at her heart, and she smiled indulgently, saying, I was pursuing brother Feng Yi and inadvertently found myself in the Beast Mountain range, where I encountered the amethyst-winged Lion King and other magical beasts, resulting in a fierce battle that delayed me. We had some misunderstandings before, but they have now been resolved. Yifeng sighed, brother. Hearing this, Nalan Yinran was elated. Having a brother was quite acceptable. Delighted by the thought, she tilted her head playfully and asked, does that mean, teacher, Your personal armor has not been touched by Brother Fengyi? At this, Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that indeed, this little rascal had not laid a finger on her armor. She shot a glare at Nalan Yinran. Yinran, what nonsense are you spouting? Seeing her teacher's response, Nalan Yinran's heart soared with joy, but alas, she was destined to be somewhat naive. To alleviate his own awkwardness, Yifeng curiously inquired, Yinran, what are grandfather and Uncle Nalan busy with? As a formidable fighter, their return must have been felt, implying they were not at the Nalan household, which left Yifeng with a foreboding feeling. Grandfather and father have been summoned by the royal family to the palace to discuss important matters. Nalan Yinran replied with a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh, Yinran, do you know what the matter is? Yifeng's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. Nalan Yinran pondered for a moment before responding with a more serious smile. I am not certain, but before grandfather and father left, I overheard that this time, besides King Lei Ming, the Lion King, and the Windwalker, even Uncle Gu He is involved. Gu He? Yun Yun furrowed her brows, soon realizing the implications. Gu He was seeking to enlist the aid of the formidable Ji Xingtian. Upon hearing Nalan Yinran's words, Yifeng formulated a bold speculation. Gu He was gearing up for something monumental. Within the royal lineage of the Gamal Empire resides a formidable guardian beast known as the ethereal sea serpent. Its prowess is akin to that of a 7- or 8-star Do Emperor, yet it bears hidden injuries. Though it remains capable of battle, each engagement exacerbates its wounds. Only a specific elixir, the primordial bone refining pill, can effectuate its complete healing, a true 6th-grade concoction. Such a 6th-grade pill is not readily accessible. Even the current ancient river would find it impossible to concoct one. It appears that the unique fire within me has incited this pill king, intensifying his desire to acquire it. However, given ancient river's resources, can he truly afford such a steep price? Furthermore, upon visiting the serpent people, he intends to barter his 7th-grade transformation pill with Her Majesty, my queen, for the unique fire. How, then, did he procure this 7th-grade transformation pill? This entire conundrum leaves Yifeng quite dizzy. It seems he must await the return of Nalan Jie and Nalan Su for clarity. Once they are back and he secures the 7 illusions Qing Ling saliva, he must depart swiftly. Yet, the queen, Kai Dai, and Yun Air. No, it's becoming a bit overwhelming. Chapter 95. A Piteous Ancient River, the Energy of the Pill King. Upon returning, Yifeng naturally granted Yun Yun and Nalan Yinran the opportunity to reminisce as mentor and disciple. Meanwhile, he swiftly retreated into his room to avoid any awkwardness. It was prudent to keep a respectful distance from Nalan Yinran. Should their bond deepen, it might incite jealousy in Yun'er. However, ignoring Nalan Yinran altogether would lead to her crying, throwing tantrums, or worse. This posed a perplexing dilemma. Fortunately, with Yun Yun by her side, Yifeng found solace in his leisure. The intimate conversations between the mentor and disciple were of no concern to him. At most, Nalan Yinran would express her grievances to her teacher, lamenting about his reprimands. But what of it? The worst that could happen was that his beloved Yun'er would mete out punishment upon his return at night, leaving him to endure a blend of pain and pleasure. Reclining comfortably on his bed, after a series of events, Yifeng finally engaged in long-overdue communication with his system. System, open my attribute panel. Sign in system owner. Yifeng, race, serpent man, capable of human transformation. Battle chi level, 1-star doling. Cultivation method, devouring spirit technique. Exotic fire, 3000 flame fire. Beast fire, peach blossom fire. Weapon, flowing blade of fire, embedded with a 5th-tier wind elemental core and a 6th-tier wood elemental core. Physique, 3000 stars body, immortal body. Pharmaceutical cauldron, purple abyss. Alchemy skills, 3rd rank. Combat skills, 1000 flame sword chi. Sandstorm, profound ice dragon soar. Extreme wind descent kill. Extreme wind sunset radiance. Thunderbat heavenly wing. Items, heavenly soul blood fusion pill. Space teleportation talisman. Devouring spirit pill. Doling pill. Ocean hard armor. Upper garment not worn. Alchemical compendium, 4th rank. Youth preservation pill. Muscle cleansing pill. A pair of exquisite high heels. Alchemical technique, mid-level profound. Magical beast pets. Void Pegasus beast, 6th tier. 2-headed fire spirit serpent, 5th tier. Life skills, sugar hawthorn making method. Vibrating grilled fish technique. Master's self-created extraordinary skill. After reviewing the system panel, Yifeng chose to disregard the peculiar vibrating grilled fish technique, as it was devised under special circumstances. Although he had attained the realm of doling, he was still insufficiently powerful for the current situation. To rapidly enhance his strength, he would need to consume exotic fire. Thus, he must hasten his return to the Serpent clan. If Ancient River were to summon that old rascal, Ji Xingtian, the Serpent clan would find itself in dire straits. After several hours in a meditative state, Yifeng was interrupted by the call of a maid from outside. Ding ding ding. Young Master Fengye, the elder patriarch and clan leader have returned. Understood. With these words, Yifeng promptly descended from his bed and made his way towards the door. Eager to learn the outcome of the recent meeting of the 10 strongest figures in the Jaimar Empire. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Yifeng discovered that both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su were seated, as were Yun Yun and Nalan Yinran. However, to his surprise, Gu He was also present among them. Gu He frequently cast furtive glances toward Yun Yun, seemingly anxious for others to be unaware of his affections for her. It might also be due to his status as an alchemist, which granted him a heightened sensitivity, allowing him to perceive the allure of Yun Yun, rendering her even more captivating than before. Ha ha ha, young friend Fengye, please take a seat. Upon seeing Yifeng enter, the group engaged in lively conversation stood to welcome him. Alchemist. Yifeng clasped his hands in greeting towards Gu He, a gesture that was imperative given the latter's unfortunate predicament. His beloved woman had been claimed by Yifeng himself, unbeknownst to Gu He, who was blissfully unaware as he sought to ingratiate himself. How tragic. Young friend Fengye. Gu He returned the gesture, and soon after, everyone resumed their seats. Nalan Jie, the elder among them, observed both Yifeng and Yun Yun, a peculiar glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Certainly, as I suspected, a handsome man paired with a beautiful woman is bound to spark unexpected developments, especially when neither party can be swayed by external forces. I wonder how far they have progressed. Have there been any fatalities? Alas, it seems that Yin Ran is indeed lacking. Yet, this esteemed alchemist is even more so. To be the renowned alchemist of the Jama Empire and have his beloved snatched away by another. What a lamentable fate for Gu He. Though Nalan Jie was curious about the events that had transpired between them in recent days, he had the tact not to inquire further. However, Gu He, the hopeless romantic, could hardly contain himself. After all, the woman he adored had vanished for several days while pursuing another man. He was desperate to learn what had transpired during that time. A faint smile adorned Gu He's lips as he inquired of Yifeng, young friend Fengye, it has been several days since we last met. Might I ask if you and the sect master have encountered any troubles? Yifeng waved his hand, offering a wry smile as he replied, Alchemist, you are unaware that the sect master and I inadvertently entered the Beast Mountain range, where we provoked the amethyst-winged Lion King and subsequently faced the relentless pursuit of all the beasts therein. It was only after several days that we managed to return. Oh, the amethyst-winged Lion King? That indeed sounds perilous. Gu He and the others nodded in agreement. They were well aware of the terrors of the Beast Mountain range. Otherwise, Nalan Jie would not have been poisoned by a mere 5th-tier beast, especially the amethyst-winged Lion King, a creature so formidable that even the likes of Jia Xingtian could not contend with it. After Gu He posed his question, Yifeng promptly inquired, Might I ask the purpose of your gathering the 10 strongest individuals of the Jama Empire, alchemist? Upon hearing Yifeng's question, Gu He realized he could no longer conceal the truth and candidly replied, upon witnessing young friend Fengye in possession of the, I must confess, I have been quite envious. A few days ago, I heard that the Queen Medusa of the Tagore Desert has acquired a rare flame, prompting me to consider bringing someone along for an exchange. A rare flame? Yifeng feigned surprise and inquired, What kind of rare flame is it? Gu He shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. I am unaware of the specifics. Does young friend Fengye also harbor interest? I already possess a rare flame and have no inclination towards others, Yifeng replied, which eased Gu He's mind. If Fengye were interested, it would complicate matters. However, Gu He was oblivious to the fact that Yifeng's lack of interest stemmed from the truth that the rare flame originally belonged to him. His true fascination lay with Queen Medusa and the colorful butterflies. Nevertheless, I am quite curious, how many formidable individuals has Dan Wang summoned? And when do they intend to embark? Yifeng asked with a faint smile, glancing at Gu He. Upon hearing this, Gu He proudly declared, aside from Mu Chun and the injured Master Nalan, all the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire have agreed to assist. The Royal Elder, the Pharaoh of the Alchemist Guild, Master Yun, the Lion King, the Windwalker, and the Thunder King. We shall set forth tomorrow. Wow. This Gu He truly wields tremendous influence. Chapter 96. Almost discovered by Yin Ran. Hiding in the artificial cave. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Yifeng could not help but feel a jolt of shock upon hearing the list. Truly, Gu He is deserving of his title as the Pill King of the Gamma Empire. Such charisma is unparalleled by anyone else. However, what piqued Yifeng's curiosity was the reason behind Jia Xingtian's involvement. If it was indeed due to the specter of the abyssal serpent, then what could possibly motivate that old fellow, Fa Ma? It is well known that he is a man of immense wealth, lacking for nothing, and his desire for thee is even more fervent than Gu He's. Why would he assist Gu He in obtaining it? Could it be that Gu He has produced a pill so extraordinary that it moved even him? The influence of a pill king is indeed remarkable, evoking a sense of envy within me. Yifeng gazed at Gu He, a faint smile playing on his lips. Gu He waved his hand and extended an invitation to Yifeng, saying, "How could my humble contribution compare to that of young friend Feng? Might you be willing to accompany me?" His invitation was clearly meant for Yifeng to observe rather than to engage in combat. After all, even Gu He himself did not believe he possessed anything that would compel this esteemed young friend to take action. Upon hearing this, Yifeng shook his head in response. "I shall pass. After curing old Master Nalan's poison, I must take my leave." "Brother Fengya, little rascal, you intend to leave the Gamma Empire?" The words of Yifeng astonished Nalan Yin Ran, but they elicited even greater surprise from the ever-silent and regal Yun Zhongzhu. Upon hearing that Yifeng planned to depart, Yin Yun could not contain her shock and inquiry. The crowd gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Gu He's heart shattered. Why was Fengya leaving? And why was Yun'er so agitated? They had only known each other for a few days. What was the meaning of that moniker, little rascal? The misunderstanding has dissipated, yet she still calls him that. Nalan Yinran wondered. Why was her teacher more excited than she was? Could it be that they were concealing something from her? Her teacher would not act in such a manner. Yun Yun, seated gracefully, felt her body weaken, her elongated eyes shimmering with tenderness as they fixed upon Yifeng's face. Was he truly leaving? They had only just reunited in the Gamma Empire, and now they were to part? The thought of Yifeng's departure pierced her heart with pain and a sense of grievance. Had she known it would come to this, she would have preferred to remain in the Beast Mountain range for eternity, to feast on grilled fish, to dwell perpetually in that cave. As Yifeng observed Yun Yun's reaction and her heart-wrenching expression, his own heart ached. I am merely deceiving that fool Gu He. Yet, my dear Yun'er has fallen for it too. Indeed, the intelligence of the Yun Zhongzhu seems to wane considerably when love is involved. Glancing at the expressions of those in the hall, Yifeng understood that the nature of his relationship with Yun Yun had become all too apparent. Yifeng cast a glance over the assembled crowd before locking eyes with Yun Yun, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I shall remain in the Gamma Empire for a while longer. Yin Ran is likely aware that Fa Ma is a junior of my disciple. My disciple has been traveling across the continent for quite some time without any news, and I intend to search for information regarding him while I am here. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of joy danced within Na Lan Yin Ran's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, encountering him was far better than not at all. The nature of her teacher's relationship with him could be addressed later. Meanwhile, Yun Yun, who had exchanged glances with Yifeng, understood with a sudden clarity that she had been too impassioned. It seemed that the others present had begun to sense something amiss, necessitating a subtle concealment of their emotions. Rising to her feet, she glared at Yifeng and declared, "Humph, little rogue, you seem to have forgotten your promise to assist me in locating the inner armor. If you fail to find it, you shall undoubtedly be the culprit. I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." With that, her lovely visage turned frosty, and she swept her sleeve as she turned to exit. Yifeng, standing behind her, also rose and retorted coldly, "Indeed, if anyone has stolen your inner armor, which has tarnished my reputation, I shall join you in punishing them." "Let us hope so." She shot back, and both departed the hall. The remaining onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, lost in contemplation. What was the nature of their relationship? Was Yun Yun's agitation due to the fact that the true culprit behind the theft of her inner armor had yet to be found? With Feng Yi being the prime suspect? This implied that their relationship was not as they had imagined. In that chamber, some rejoiced while others were dismayed, watching as Yifeng's silhouette gradually faded from view at the entrance of the hall. Yin Ran, do persuade your teacher. Nalan Jie squinted his aged eyes and smiled at his granddaughter beside him. Understood, Grandpa. Nalan Yin Ran replied, her heart brimming with delight as she exited the room. The elder then turned to Gu He, offering a sheepish smile. Dan Wang, regarding our journey to the Tagore Desert. My Nalan family. Inside the hall, their conversation drifted into trivial matters, while Yi Feng, having stepped out of the room, spotted Yun Yun awaiting him in a small courtyard not far away. He smiled gently as he approached her, softly saying, Yunner, are you still upset with me? You little scoundrel, are you truly leaving? Yun Yun shot him a playful glare, yet her large eyes shimmered with unshed tears. It was evident that the thought of his impending departure deeply saddened her, as she realized that one day, her beloved Feng Yi would indeed leave her. Yunner, rest assured, I shall not depart. Yi Feng earnestly assured Yun Yun, his right arm subtly encircling her slender waist. You are enveloped by a familiar sensation at your waist. As Yun Yun's charming face suddenly blossoms with a peach-like blush, her delicate form rides slightly in a playful struggle. You little rascal, your audacity grows by the day. Others might see us. Yet, Yi Feng remains unfazed, exuding a commanding confidence as he retorts, and if they do? Our relationship holds nothing to be ashamed of. Although Yun Yun ceases her writhing, she shakes her head in disapproval. No, we must consider Yin Ran's feelings. You are well aware of her affection for you. And as her teacher, I cannot suddenly. She senses a familiar presence approaching. Quick, hide, Yin Yun exclaims, grabbing the numb Yi Feng and retreating into the concealed grotto of the garden's rockery. Inside the small cave, Yi Feng and Yun Yun find themselves pressed together, their noses nearly touching. Yi Feng feels a sense of bewilderment. Their relationship is perfectly normal, yet this scenario feels akin to a clandestine affair. However, the thrill of the moment is undeniable. A subtle fragrance wafts into his senses, intensifying in the heat of the moment, transforming into an intoxicating allure. The once cold and confined grotto becomes warm and inviting with their shared presence. How peculiar. At that moment, Nalan Yin Ran approaches, scratching her head in confusion. Where could the teacher and Feng Yi have gone so quickly? Could they have returned to their room? As she speaks, Nalan Yin Ran begins to search ahead within the small cave. Yi Feng's heart races. My Yun, is this truly in Yin Ran's best interest? Yun Yun. 3. Chapter 97. The 7 illusions of Qing's essence have been acquired, gazing into the ancient river. After Nalan Yin Ran departed, Yi Feng and Yun Yun also left the small cave shortly thereafter. Yun Yun naturally sought out her obedient disciple, Nalan Yin Ran, while Yi Feng, upon his exit, went in search of Nalan Jie and Nalan Su. Having been away with Yun Yun for several days, the poison afflicting Nalan Jie had yet to be eradicated. During the process of detoxification, the outsider, Gu He, would not accompany them, but rather strolled off to the small garden. Upon entering a room, Yi Feng addressed Nalan Jie slowly. Old Master Nalan, let us commence today's detoxification. This shall be the final session. By nightfall, the poison will be entirely expelled from your body. Oh, today is the day? Nalan Jie inquired, astonished. Yi Feng nodded with assurance. Indeed, over the past few days, my strength has seen a slight increase, and I am confident that I can completely eliminate the poison. However, you will need to rest for a while afterward. A slight increase. Nalan Jie and Nalan Su exchanged glances, followed by a bittersweet smile. They were well aware of the prowess of their young friend, and this modest claim surely indicated that he had surpassed the great fighter realm and attained the status of a dueling master. Indeed, one cannot help but feel exasperated by such comparisons. We appear as mere wastrels in contrast. Nalan Jie chuckled. Young Feng, your pace of cultivation is truly admirable. I merely count myself fortunate, Yi Feng humbly replied, waving his hand. Nalan Jie gazed at the modest Yi Feng, expressing his gratitude. This endeavor is greatly owed to you. Young Feng, should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek out the Nalan family. As long as I hold the reins, I shall not refuse you. At this, Yi Feng offered a faint smile. The Nalan family, driven by self-interest, would not display such cordiality without underlying motives. as evidenced by their previous lack of assistance to him. With their conversation concluded, Yifeng embarked on the final detoxification. This last session was far more effortless for him compared to the previous ones, demonstrating his growing mastery over the process. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he looked at Nalan Jie, whose complexion appeared significantly more vibrant than before, and smiled. Old Master Nalan, congratulations. The poison has now completely vacated your body. Of course, Yifeng did not disclose the entire truth. While the poison had indeed left Nalan Jie's body, it had merely transferred into his own. With a long exhale, Nalan Jie felt an unprecedented lightness, the refreshing sensation long awaited. The expelled toxins bore no resemblance to the dark particles of your, affirming that, as Feng Yi had stated, the poison had truly been eradicated. Such a great favor warrants no formal thanks, Suor. Nalan Jie gradually rose to his feet, turning to regard his eldest son. Nalan Su had already prepared for this moment, producing a spatial ring from his garments. Suddenly, Nalan Su appeared before Yifeng, extending a smile as he spoke. Young friend Feng, here lies the 7 illusionary azure nectar I previously promised you, along with a selection of other herbs. My father's life is beyond the value of these items. Yet I, from the Nalan family, vow to repay this kindness whenever the opportunity arises. Yifeng, naturally, accepted the offerings without reservation, for he had come specifically for the 7 illusionary azure nectar. Grasping the spatial ring in his hand, he directed his consciousness within, envisioning a verdant plant materializing in his mind. This plant bore a blossom of 7 hues, gradually unfurling its petals. As the flower blossomed, the colors transitioned in a dazzling display. The 7 colors were reminiscent to Yifeng, akin to the resplendent Medusa and the colorful butterfly of the serpent clan. In addition to this herb, there were several other fairly rare medicinal plants, as well as a purple gold card, which undoubtedly contained a substantial amount of gold. To Yifeng, a mere smile sufficed. Money was but a number to him at this moment. Nevertheless, if offered, he would not refuse. Thank you, he expressed, bowing slightly to Nalan Jie and Nalan Su before slipping the spatial ring onto his finger. Young friend Feng, you are surely aware of the characteristics of the 7 illusionary azure nectar. Although it can be contained within the spatial ring, it requires exposure to sunlight for an hour each day. Otherwise, it will wither away, Nalan Jie reminded him with a refreshing smile. Indeed, Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement, then, with a hint of helplessness, addressed Nalan Jie and Nalan Su. Old Nalan, brother Nalan, you know my connection with Master Yun. I have matters to discuss with her, so I must take my leave. Very well, young friend Feng, travel safely. Nalan Jie and Nalan Su did not attempt to retain him. For what could possibly be more alluring to young men than the beautiful Master Yun? For the youth, even an argument or a tussle with a lovely woman was far preferable to idle chatter with 2 elderly men. Yifeng offered a slight bow before hastily turning and exiting the room. Inside, as they observed Yifeng's hurried departure, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su could only exchange helpless glances and shake their heads. Father, why do you think he is in such a rush? Nalan Su inquired, perplexed by Yifeng's urgency. A smile crept across Nalan Jie's aged visage as he cryptically replied, instruct all servants not to approach the rooms of Feng Yi, Gu He, or Yun Yun during the night. Those who disobey shall face family discipline. Yes, father. After Yifeng departed, he naturally passed through the small garden in the courtyard, where he fortuitously encountered Dan Wang Gu He, who was gazing up at the moon and down at the ground in the garden. Gu He, consumed by thoughts of was utterly engrossed, neglecting both food and drink, his spirit intensely focused. As he meandered through the garden, he stumbled upon the entrance of the small cave where Yun Yun and Yifeng had previously concealed themselves. The lingering fragrance of the 2 still wafted through the air, leaving no trace behind. However, to Gu He's astonishment, he discovered a jade pendant of a striking green hue nestled within the cave. He recognized it all too well, for it was the very pendant that adorned the waist of his beloved Yun Yun. Yet, what was it doing in this secluded little cave? This perplexed Gu He, who felt an urge to present it to Yun Yun, yet hesitated due to his reluctance. After all, Yun Yun had never bestowed him a gift. Contemplating this, Gu He glanced around, and upon noticing the absence of others, swiftly concealed the pendant within his spatial ring. Unbeknownst to him, this entire scene was observed by Yifeng, who had masked his presence. Yifeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, This Gu He truly lacks discernment. He has secreted away my Yun heir's pendant. Since he enjoys hiding things, let him do so. Chuckle, chuckle. Chapter 98. Guarding the Night, Departing. Upon returning to his chamber, Yifeng firmly shut the door behind him, eager to examine the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar. However, before he could fully turn, an unexpected sensation grazed his waist. "Ah, you're back," Yifeng exclaimed, startled. The gentle voice of Yun Yun whispered in his ear, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Could it be that I have fallen into a waiting trap? Slowly, he turned in the enveloping darkness to behold the stunningly beautiful Yun Yun, and he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Yunner, what brings you here? Where is Yanran?" With a rosy hue adorning her cheeks, Yun Yun smiled radiantly. "I must depart tomorrow. I just had a lengthy conversation with Yanran. She mentioned needing to devote herself to her training to catch up with you, and she is currently in her room practicing." At this moment, Yifeng's understanding dawned upon him. This was the time for their romantic interlude. Having lulled their little one to sleep, a mischievous smile graced his lips as he pulled Yun Yun into his embrace, declaring, "Yunner, you are truly astute. It's not entirely your fault," the blushing beauty murmured softly, and at that instant, a certain individual could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a ravenous wolf. Having starved for days and swept the unsuspecting lamb into his embrace, prepared to savor the delightful feast. Just as they approached the table to indulge in their intimate dinner, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Upon hearing this sound, their bodies and expressions froze, as if they had been struck by an icy wind. Their eyes met in a moment of mutual inquiry. "What is happening? Brother Fengyi, are you asleep?" A young girl's voice called from outside, leaving Yifeng and Yun momentarily speechless. "Yunner, didn't you say she was training?" Yifeng whispered incredulously to Yun Yun. Yun Yun, equally perplexed, replied, "How would I know? She said she was going to train. I don't care." The ethereal flames had already begun to dance, and extinguishing them would not be a simple task. "You little rascal!" Yun Yun's enchanting eyes sparkled with astonishment and allure, captivating in their blink. The knocking persisted, enveloping the dark room in a heavy silence. Yanran, you're still awake?" Just then, a familiar voice, that of the middle-aged man Gu He, resonated from outside. The girl knocking on the door was none other than Nalan Yanran, who had come searching for Yifeng. She found it curious that Fengyi had retired so early, and upon hearing someone call her, she glanced toward the source. There stood Gu He, elegantly approaching with one hand behind his back. Nalan Yanran's eyes flickered with a hint of shyness before she smiled and said, "Uncle Gu He, you haven't retired yet either? Are you here to see young friend Fengyi? Given his prodigious talent as an alchemist, I imagine he is deeply engrossed in his training. Please refrain from hastily interrupting." Guha approached Nalan Yanran, engaging in a thoughtful analysis. Upon hearing his words, Nalan Yanran nodded in agreement, acknowledging her own impulsiveness. If Fengyi were indeed inside concocting elixirs, it would be disastrous if she interrupted him. Observing Nalan Yanran, Guha hesitated, his lips parting as if to speak but refrained, ultimately unable to resist asking, "Yanran, have you seen your teacher?" "Teacher?" Nalan Yanran blinked her large, glistening eyes in confusion. "Isn't she in her room? She mentioned she had just returned and needed to adjust her state to prepare for tomorrow's journey to the Tagore Desert." Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Guha frowned slightly, saying, "I just went to look for her." She did not answer the door. I grew concerned and peeked inside, but she was nowhere to be found. Inside the room, Yun Yun furrowed her brows, feeling perturbed that Guha had entered her chamber without permission. How could a pill king be so brazen? Was it possible he had stolen her intimate garments? However, Nalan Yanran seemed unfazed by Guha's statement, instead offering her own analysis. "As the sect leader, my teacher hasn't returned to the Yunlan sect these past few days. She must have gone back to handle some matters." "Indeed, that seems plausible," Guha agreed, acknowledging that this was the only likely explanation. As for the notion of Yun being found in Yifeng's room, it was simply beyond their comprehension. They would never believe that the noble and pure sect leader, who kept men at a distance, would willingly enter a man's chamber. "Uncle Guha, I shall take my leave to rest now. I wish you a successful journey and the attainment of the tomorrow." Nalan Yanran waved goodbye before departing. After she left, Guha gazed up at the moonlit sky, declaring, "This shall be mine." Once both had taken their leave, in the dark and silent room, Yi Feng watched Yun, who delicately covered her red lips with her slender hand. Yuner, you are leaving tomorrow. And I too shall depart from the imperial capital to seek news of my disciple. Yi Feng gently caressed Yun's slightly damp, flowing hair, speaking softly. Her delicate, fair arm rested on Yi Feng's shoulder. Her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance, yet she nodded and whispered, our journey to the Tagore desert will take some time. You little scoundrel, just remember to return. Yi Feng gazed into Yun's tender eyes, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. I will surely come back. Yi Feng blinked, watching as her lips parted slightly, drawing closer. The next morning, before the dawn broke in the east, Yi Feng stood in the room, gazing at the enchanting beauty still lost in slumber. He tenderly placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. In an instant, the ring on his finger shimmered, revealing a rune adorned with ancient patterns. This was indeed the reward he had previously received for his sign-in, the space teleportation talisman. The formidable figures of the Gamma Empire were about to embark on their journey, and time was of the essence, compelling him to utilize this talisman. The moment he activated it, the space before Yi Feng was torn asunder, unveiling a wondrous spatial rift. He cast a fleeting glance at the enchanting figure upon the bed, then stepped boldly into the rift. As Yi Feng entered, the fissure closed behind him, as though nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the exquisite lady in the room gradually rose from the bed, her elongated, beautiful eyes sparkling with crystalline glimmers as she gazed at the void. With a graceful turn, a resplendent azure gown enveloped her, concealing the captivating allure that belonged to another. The previously unseen mantle of the sect leader flowed behind her as she moved with elegance, her eyes shimmering with an unmistakable authority. She opened the door to the room and stepped forth. Chapter 99. Teleported to Her Majesty's bed. It's the end for me. As Yi Feng stepped into the space wormhole torn by the teleportation symbol, he was instantly engulfed by a dizzying sensation, his eyes snapping shut. This experience of traversing through space was far too overwhelming for him, even as a formidable fighter. Despite the system's protective measures, he was stricken with a wave of nausea. Fortunately, this discomfort dissipated swiftly, after enduring a tumultuous sensation reminiscent of a roller coaster ride. Yi Feng was abruptly transported. In that fleeting moment, the queasiness vanished, replaced by an exquisite and delightful feeling. His senses were suddenly assailed by a familiar, enchanting fragrance. This scent was ingrained in his very being, an unmistakable essence that felt intimately known. As he furrowed his brow and his body trembled slightly, an exquisite softness enveloped his arms, thighs, and chest, instilling a profound sense of comfort. At this moment, Yi Feng's eyes flew open, revealing the stunning scenery before him. Before him lay a strikingly beautiful, alluringly cold visage. The delicate features were framed by slightly disheveled dark locks that caressed a refined curve. An ear, akin to that of a sprite, peeked through the cascading ebony tresses, exuding an enchanting aura. On her captivating cheeks, a pair of elongated, mesmerizing eyes brimmed with astonishment and frosty intrigue, colliding with his gaze. Yi Feng, hey, I'm utterly bewildered. Finished for me. Lady. Beep. The master, upon utilizing the space teleportation symbol, has had the system automatically locate the place he most desires to be, resulting in him embracing Queen Medusa. Reward acquired. 1 teleportation symbol, 1 item exchange card. Yi Feng. System. I truly adore you. Upon beholding the enchanting beauty before him, Yi Feng swiftly mustered a charming smile. Your Majesty, good morning. Bang. Without a hint of surprise, the all-too-familiar sensation of impact surged through him once more, eliciting a painfully shrill cry. Boom. Thud. The sensation of colliding with the wall and then crashing to the floor was painfully familiar, leaving Yi Feng in despair. After a night filled with gentle fragrances, he returned only to be thrashed by the queen. It felt as though he truly deserved this beating. This sensation was decidedly unpleasant. Queen Medusa had now risen from the bed, her enticing gaze fixed upon the crumpled form of Yi Feng on the floor, filled with incredulity. Had it not been for the genuine embrace that coursed around her waist just moments ago, along with the oppressive sensation of a serpent's tail against her chest, she would have surely believed this was a mere dream. That audacious little rascal, has he returned? The moment this imp reappeared, he found himself sprawled across the royal bed, and dared to lay hands upon the sovereign. Even if you are the little rogue who once delighted me with candied hawthorn, you cannot be so brazen." Her enchanting eyes shimmered with a chilling coldness, yet upon catching sight of the familiar figure sprawled on the ground, a flicker of tenderness emerged. A subtle blush crept upon her exquisite cheeks, and her alluring lips involuntarily curled into a beguiling arc. To return is delightful. Yet, that captivating visage soon hardened again, and with an imperious tone she declared, "You little rascal, how dare you suddenly appear in my bed?" At her words, Yifeng, who was writhing in pain on the ground, froze in place. His head tilted, revealing the character tie once more to Her Majesty's gaze. At that moment, feigning death seemed the wisest course of action. Observing Yifeng's charade, the Queen Medusa smirked slightly. It was only this little fellow who could lift her spirits. Her alabaster arm rose gracefully, and with a delicate grasp, an irresistible force surged through Yifeng's body as he lay feigning death. In the next instant, his eyes snapped shut in fright, and he once again caught a whiff of that sweet, intoxicating scent. This time, he truly felt doomed. Facing the enthralling Queen Medusa, a twinge of anxiety gripped Yifeng's heart. "Please, not so close. I haven't bathed." Resigned to his fate, he lifted his head defiantly, accepting whatever might come. With wide eyes, he gazed boldly at the regal figure he had longed to see again. "Your Majesty, I am merely—" In that fleeting moment of raising his head, Yifeng was utterly stunned, his eyes widening, his mouth agape in surprise. The image of a lovesick fool emerged from within the normally self-disciplined Yifeng. At this moment, the queen was simply too alluring. His gaze traveled slowly from her exquisite face downward, revealing her perfectly sculpted form before him. Unlike her usual grandeur adorned in royal robes, she wore only a sheer crimson nightgown, which hinted at her porcelain skin beneath, immensely enticing. The faint blush accentuated her supple waist and alluring curves, provoking boundless fantasies and desires. A mesmerizing, multicolored serpent tail cascaded from the bed to the floor, prompting Yifeng to swallow hard, overwhelmed by admiration. Gulp. Yifeng thought, "I had just embraced such an enchanting and unparalleled beauty. Had I known, I would have been bolder." Having savored a gentle taste, Medusa, the queen, gazed at the little one lost in reverie before her. A smile graced her lips, as flattery from this young creature was akin to the sweetness of indulging in candied hawthorn. Her enchanting eyes wandered to her alluring form, igniting a blush upon her fair cheeks. With delicate fingers that beckoned temptation, she softly lifted the chin of the little one before her, saying, "It seems your audacity has grown significantly during our time apart." The icy tone interrupted Yifeng's daydream, leaving him in contemplative silence. Was it truly his courage that had increased, or was it the queen herself who had become bolder, dressed in such an enticing nightgown before him? She had not only refrained from changing, but had also dared to tease him. "My queen, what is it that you desire?" he mused. "Your beauty has only blossomed more with time, my queen," Yifeng exclaimed, locking eyes with Medusa, his admiration heartfelt. With a soft chuckle, Medusa withdrew her fingers, playfully covering her mouth with her hand. "Your words remain as sweet as ever, though I wonder if they rival the sweetness of your candied hawthorn." With unwavering resolve in his gaze, Yifeng replied, "If it pleases you, my queen, I shall prepare it for you." Medusa rose gracefully, teasingly licking her lips. "I do not require you to make it," Yifeng thought in despair. "It's all over. I'm done for." Chapter 100, The Reckless Young One. Do not overstep your bounds. Within the Medusa temple, as Queen Medusa lightly licked her lips, presenting an alluring temptation, Yifeng found himself unable to resist. With a sudden surge of strength, he embraced the incredibly enticing figure before him, hastily fulfilling Her Majesty's curiosity. At the moment their lips met, Yifeng, with eyes tightly shut, internally exclaimed, "Your Majesty, is it sweet? I must ask, is it sweet?" Queen Medusa initially intended merely to tease this audacious young man she had not seen for days. However, she never anticipated that he would daringly lean in to kiss her. Oh dear, she had certainly played with fire this time. Her slender, captivating eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Yifeng, who had closed his eyes, exuding both gentleness and dominance. As she felt the warmth of his lips against hers, Queen Medusa's delicate form froze in place. Despite her formidable strength and terrifying power, she found herself utterly at a loss. Should she treat this young man as she had before, casting him away? Yet, for reasons unknown. The mere thought of doing so tugged at her heartstrings. It was as if casting him away would mean losing him entirely, a prospect she could not bear. Reluctantly, she poked him with her slender, jade-like fingers. This act of resistance, rather than halting the moment, ignited Yi Feng's blood, setting it ablaze with fervor. In that instant, his boundless tenderness and dominance were fervently expressed towards the queen in his embrace. Queen Medusa, whose visage resembled a peach's sweet blush, contemplated the delightful taste of candied hawthorn. Very well, let this young man be her candied hawthorn, a fair exchange. Her eyes, shimmering with affection, gradually closed, and her delicate arms softly fell. The Medusa temple was imbued with a sweet essence, though whether this flavor rivaled that of candied hawthorn, only they themselves could discern. As the gentle sound of a fall echoed in Queen Medusa's ethereal ears, she was abruptly brought back to reality, feeling the sheer gossamer cascade down to her neck. Her eyes flew open, glaring fiercely at Yi Feng. "You little rascal, do not overstep your bounds. What do you intend to do? If you dare, I shall have you slain." Her enchanting gaze was fixed upon Yi Feng, now transformed with a purple-black serpent tail, embodying a mix of confusion, trepidation, and indignation. Yi Feng, undeterred, declared, "I wish to entwine with you, dancing gracefully through this mortal realm, forever by your side." Just as Yi Feng sought to advance further in his intentions, a rather unwelcome knocking echoed through the air, sending a chill through him. How could anyone be so oblivious as to knock at such a moment? In stark contrast to the previous night, dawn has arrived, and the pretense of slumber continues. How could that be? "Your Majesty, are you awake?" Upon hearing this voice, Yi Feng's serpentine tail recoiled. "Oh dear sister." The voice from outside belonged to Yi Feng's sister, Huaxir. If she were to enter now, it would certainly lead to an amusing predicament. "Your Majesty, what shall I do?" Yi Feng, leaning beside the Medusa queen, gently pointed to himself and inquired softly. The Medusa queen cast him a sharp glare, one imbued with an enchanting allure that stirred the heart. This gaze conveyed to Yi Feng a message that felt as if it were saying, "I have granted you an opportunity, you inept little rascal." Alas, having missed this chance, he pondered how long he would have to wait for the next. The Medusa queen hastily rose, extending her jade arm, and in Yi Feng's wide-eyed astonishment, she donned her garments. Her exquisitely graceful form was entirely concealed, leaving Yi Feng with a profound sense of loss. "Humph, you little rascal, asking me? Had you not unexpectedly appeared in my bed, would I be trapped here with you, forcing me to endure this torment?" The captivating glare rendered Yi Feng utterly spellbound. After surveying the room, she pointed at the bed and commanded, "You shall lie down here for now." Yi Feng obediently tucked himself under the blanket, gazing at the Medusa queen with wide, innocent eyes. Witnessing such docility, the Medusa queen could scarcely believe that this seemingly meek little creature could also exhibit such dominance and mischief. A chilling glint flashed in her eyes as she coldly declared, "Little one, I shall overlook this incident, but should you transgress again, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures." At her words, Yi Feng shuddered, his purple-black serpentine tail retreating hastily beneath the covers. "I swear, there will absolutely be no next time." Yi Feng extended a hand, earnestly vowing. Seeing his sincerity, the Medusa queen turned, swaying her hips as she walked away. However, in that fleeting moment, her fiery red lips formed a seductive curve before she departed. Yi Feng peeked out, watching the Medusa queen's retreating figure and inwardly berating himself for his earlier hesitance. "Your Majesty," the voice of Yi Feng's sister, Huaxir, echoed from outside. "What is it? Do you seek an audience with me?" The Medusa queen inquired icily, her demeanor seemingly more irritable than usual. Huaxir sensed that today, the queen appeared even more agitated than usual. Typically, the queen's vexation stemmed from a desire for her brother's candied hawthorn, yet today, her agitation seemed to suggest an even stronger yearning. Huaxir quickly bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, Commander Yin Ci has sent word that his subordinates have inadvertently discovered several humans clad in black robes, powerful fighters who have entered the Tagur Desert." Humans of the fighter rank? Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's delicate visage suddenly stiffened, as she sensed that this matter must be intertwined with the individual in her bed. After all, why else would several formidable human combatants make their way to the Tagur Desert immediately upon his return? It appears that certain matters necessitate a more in-depth discussion once she enters. "Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties." Instruct the various commanders to remain vigilant regarding their movements, and should anything unusual arise, they are to report it immediately. With a furrowed brow, Queen Medusa solemnly commanded Washir. Yes, Your Majesty. After receiving her orders, Washir hesitated, appearing as though she wished to speak further. Noticing her demeanor, Queen Medusa inquired with curiosity, "What is it? Is there something else on your mind?" With a glimmer of concern in her eyes, Washir replied, "Your Majesty, it has been quite some time since Yi Feng departed from the Serpent clan. I worry for his safety. I cannot ascertain where he currently is or if he has encountered any peril." Upon hearing Washir mention Yi Feng, Queen Medusa recalled his audacious actions earlier. Her emotions a blend of irritation and affection. She retorted with a hint of anger, "That rascal is quite cunning. He possesses an array of peculiar items and is unlikely to find himself in danger. In fact, he may well appear before you momentarily. Now, I am weary and shall take a brief respite. Instruct others not to disturb me unless there are matters of utmost importance." As Washir observed the queen retreat and firmly close the door, she couldn't shake the feeling that something about the queen seemed different. Chapter 101, A Declaration. "How dare you, little rogue, harbor nefarious intentions towards me?" Washir ceased her contemplations, attributing the queen's irritable demeanor this morning to her awakening. She hastily departed to convey orders. Once Queen Medusa secured the door, her heart began to race tumultuously. She had never anticipated finding herself in such a precarious situation before her subordinates, concealing a man in her bed, while assuring him that all was well. Who knows when he might depart? For reasons unknown, a profound sense of guilt enveloped the queen. "Humph, the entire Serpent clan belongs to me. I shall harbor no guilt. It is all that little rogue's fault. Had he not suddenly appeared in my bed, I would not be in such an embarrassing predicament. Now, with no one to disturb me, let us see what I shall do to him." With thoughts of chastising Yi Feng in mind, Queen Medusa returned to her chambers. Upon her arrival, however, she was immediately seized by fury at the sight before her. "What are you doing, little rogue?" With a sharp exclamation, Queen Medusa skillfully shielded her beautiful eyes with her delicate hand. Through her slender fingers, she beheld Yi Feng lounging comfortably on her bed, revealing his long legs in a most unseemly manner. Startled by the queen's furious outburst, Yi Feng quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence and then, with a wry smile, declared, "Your Majesty, I am merely putting on my pants. I was just in serpent form a moment ago. You. Queen Medusa felt exasperated by this little rogue. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned her body in irritation, demanding, "Hurry up. I have matters to discuss with you." Yi Feng promptly replied, "Wait a moment, Your Majesty. I will be ready shortly. You know my speed." "Humph, such a slowpoke." Queen Medusa's disdainful remark lingered in the air, leaving Yi Feng feeling quite disgruntled. Who could he blame? It was his own fault for not acting sooner. Otherwise, titles would have already changed. 3 seconds later, "Your Majesty, I am ready," Yi Feng announced, approaching Queen Medusa from behind. Hearing this, Queen Medusa slowly turned, casting a wary glance at Yi Feng. She was apprehensive that this little rascal might suddenly revert to his wild ways and undertake some audacious action. Fortunately, he seemed aware that it was daytime and that others might arrive, thus refraining from any indiscretion. Yet, had she not just informed Washir not to disturb her unless it was urgent? Determined to cast the earlier events from her mind, Queen Medusa sought to dismiss the incident. However, certain scenes are destined to remain unforgettable, inciting curiosity. With narrowed, piercing eyes, Queen Medusa lifted her crimson lips and questioned Yi Feng. "You little rogue, you have yet to explain how you so suddenly appeared in my bed." As she spoke, a glimmer of light shone from the ring on Yi Feng's finger. Suddenly, due to his unexpected appearance and the activation of the spatial teleportation talisman that materialized in his hand, he found himself in possession of a remarkable opportunity. This use of the teleportation talisman proved advantageous. Not only did he acquire another talisman, but he also obtained a card for item exchange, and most importantly, he experienced an exquisite taste that was truly delightful. One might wonder, what exactly is the item exchange card? Item exchange card allows one to unconditionally exchange any of their possessions for similar items belonging to others. Yi Feng pondered, "So, does this mean I can trade the clothes I am wearing for those of the queen?" Naturally, such an act could not be blatantly executed, nor could it be squandered frivolously. In the heat of battle, should one suddenly exchange weapons with an opponent, It could potentially alter the tide of combat and even save one's life, leading to a swift victory over the enemy. Yifeng extended his hand towards Queen Medusa, confidently stating, "Your Majesty, this is a spatial teleportation talisman. If I utilize it, I can transport myself to any location I have previously visited." There was no better way to demonstrate his innocence than with tangible proof, so he presented the evidence that attested to his integrity. The queen's strikingly beautiful eyes fixated on the small talisman, her delicate brows furrowing in curiosity. Is this little talisman truly capable of transporting one to any place they have been? Indeed, Yifeng confirmed with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Medusa's icy gaze fell upon Yifeng, her voice laced with accusation. "So, you little rascal, you intentionally teleported to my bed, having schemed against me all along?" Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly clarify this without ensnaring himself further? Though he had wished for such an encounter, it was ultimately the system that orchestrated it. With resolute eyes, Yifeng addressed Queen Medusa, "Your Majesty, the term scheming is misplaced. I hold admiration for you." Admiration? The queen's body quivered slightly at Yifeng's sudden confession, her crimson lips pursing momentarily before she coldly retorted, "What I say is what I mean. If you dare to refute me further, I shall break your legs to prevent any further mischief." Faced with the formidable presence of the queen, Yifeng conceded, Then I must admit, I do harbor intentions against you, Your Majesty." "You little rascal, how dare you harbor such intentions towards me?" The queen's sharp reprimand caused Yifeng's lips to twitch in response. Indeed, it was impossible to reason with a confident and radiant partner in such matters. Observing the queen's frosty demeanor, Yifeng felt compelled to clarify, "In truth, while I may have certain intentions towards you, the teleportation talisman is also somewhat unpredictable. As you know, we reside under the same roof. My original aim was to return to my own bed in the front hall, but somehow, I ended up here with you." Upon encountering Yifeng's foolish expression, Queen Medusa found herself quite amused, her crimson lips curving into an enticing arc. This breathtaking sight immediately captivated Yifeng, leaving his lips parched. Noticing Yifeng's audible smacking of his lips, Queen Medusa turned her cheek away, declaring, "While your teleportation talisman is indeed remarkable, achieving pinpoint accuracy is undoubtedly challenging. You should put it away." Yet Yifeng did not heed her words. Instead, he reached out and grasped the queen's delicate, fair wrist. "What are you doing, little one?" she inquired, her face flushing slightly as he tightened his grip. Gazing at her enchanting visage, Yifeng placed the spatial talisman in his right hand upon her slender hand, speaking softly. "Although this spatial teleportation talisman can only be used by me to transport to any place I have visited, should you utilize it, you will be instantly transported to my side. If you ever find yourself in danger, you can come to me for protection." At his words, warmth surged within Queen Medusa's heart, and the icy demeanor in her eyes gradually melted away as she regarded the young man before her. With her strikingly beautiful eyes glinting playfully, her crimson lips lifted into a teasing smile. "You, little one, wish to protect this queen? Do you think you are capable?" Chapter 102. The assertive Medusa Queen and the Dragonfly, plummeting into the lake in response to the inquiries from the Medusa Queen. The assertive Yifeng straightened his posture and confidently declared, "I am quite capable." A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the enchanting Medusa Queen as she regarded this young lad. Reflecting on how he had protected her in the realm of magma, she mused that he truly was quite remarkable. "Very well, I shall accept that." Without rejecting Yifeng's earnest offer, Medusa contemplated that should he encounter peril in the future, she would be there to safeguard him promptly. This mutual desire to protect one another, though not explicitly articulated, filled their hearts with a delightful sweetness. Upon hearing the queen's acceptance, Yifeng reluctantly released his grip on her delicate hand. After stowing the spatial teleportation talisman into his storage ring, a sudden thought struck Medusa. Recalling what the flower serpent had just reported to her, her brow furrowed in concern, she promptly inquired, "Little one, why are you so eager to return using the spatial teleportation talisman? Has something occurred?" Addressing the seriousness of the matter, Yifeng recounted. "During our last venture to the magma world to procure the azure lotus earth fire, we inadvertently drew the attention of Dan Wanguhi. He has since summoned several formidable beings from the Jayama Empire to negotiate with the serpent people for a trade of—" "What?" The Medusa Queen gasped in astonishment. Who are the individuals coming here? Yi Feng replied, after I assumed the identity of Feng Yi, and with the meticulous arrangements made in the Jiama Empire. Aside from the members of the three great families, all other powerful figures have arrived. The expression on the Medusa queen's face shifted dramatically, her lips parting in shock as she asked, are you implying that Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, and Yun Yun, the three Do Emperor powerhouses, are also coming? Indeed. And also the Lion King, Windwalker, and Thunder King have joined them. Yi Feng confirmed with a gentle smile directed at the Medusa queen. The extraordinary strategy conceived by this young lad was indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. Observing the slightly charming and confident smile on Yi Feng's face, the Medusa queen found her demeanor unexpectedly softened. Having an intimate understanding of Yi Feng, she quickly realized that his calmness, despite having previously harbored inappropriate intentions towards her, indicated that he was undoubtedly well prepared. With this thought, the Medusa queen felt a sense of relief wash over her, teasingly arching her lips as she remarked, with so many powerful beings arriving, are you certain you intend to intercept them rather than provoke them? In response to her playful banter, Yi Feng earnestly stated, I have indeed made every effort to intercept the three great families, but Gui possesses immense influence in the Jiama Empire, summoning everyone else. However, among them, there are also my allies. Your allies? Who might they be? Queen Medusa was perplexed, wondering how this little fellow managed to venture into the Gamma Empire and return with one of the 10 mightiest by his side. Faced with Her Majesty's inquiry, Yi Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. No matter how astute the queen was, she could never fathom that the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect had become an ally of this seemingly insignificant individual. With an enigmatic smile, Yi Feng responded, Your Majesty, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his collar, and before he knew it, the exquisite visage of Queen Medusa loomed larger before him. Yet this time, her expression was far from playful. It seemed she was ready to devour him. Can the secrets be revealed? If not, I shall expose every detail of you. Yi Feng, in response to her fierce tone, had no choice but to speak the truth. The Thunder King, Reina, was previously injured, but I have healed him, and now he serves as my protector. Now that is more acceptable. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa gradually released her grip on Yi Feng's collar, her expression turning serious. It appears I must hastily summon several leaders for defense. By the way, little one, did you manage to find the 7 illusionary azure spirit nectar during your time in the Gamma Empire? Wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Your Majesty, you've already shifted the topic. That is not my fault. Upon hearing the queen's question, Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. Yes, I found it. The 7 illusionary azure spirit nectar is immensely precious. If you didn't find it. What? You just said you found it? Queen Medusa's captivating eyes widened in astonishment. She had merely asked out of curiosity, yet he had truly discovered it? Indeed, I found it, Your Majesty. Look. As he spoke, Yi Feng produced the 7 illusionary azure spirit nectar from his storage ring. The vibrant colors danced in his hand, causing Queen Medusa's eyes to gleam with delight, and a breathtaking smile graced her lips. I never expected this mischievous little one would actually find it. My sister is saved, thank you. Yi Feng thought to himself. What a stunning and beautiful smile. As joy filled Queen Medusa's heart at the thought of her sister's salvation, she impulsively leaned in and gently brushed her lips against Yi Feng's cheek. He stood there, mesmerized by her enchanting smile, suddenly feeling warmth on his face, leaving him utterly stunned. A fleeting kiss? Realizing her own actions, Queen Medusa's cheeks turned crimson. I just willingly kissed this little rogue? Embarrassed, she quickly clarified, do not misinterpret, little rogue. This was merely my way of thanking you for locating the 7 illusionary azure spirit nectar. To her words, Yi Feng's heart remained unperturbed. Whatever she said was acceptable. Perhaps she could repeat her gratitude a few more times, or elaborate further. Gazing at the still somewhat foolish expression on Yi Feng's face, Queen Medusa couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, this smile was fleeting, for a sudden thought crossed her mind. She recalled her sister, Kai Dai, and the peculiar relationship she shared with this little rogue before her. What would happen when her sister awoke? How should she proceed? Must she maintain a distance from this young rascal? But if she chose that path, what of her own feelings? Despite her outward indifference toward Yi Feng, her heart yearned to savor the sweetness of those candied hawthorns. As a devoted sister, Queen Medusa could not bear to see Kai Dai suffer even the slightest harm. Thus, it seemed she would have to sacrifice her own desires. Yet, at that moment, Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Yi Feng's voice broke through her reverie, drawing her attention back. Her gaze fell upon the young lad before her, revealing an unprecedented softness in her eyes, which left Yi Feng feeling somewhat unsettled. In the next instant, Queen Medusa's delicate figure suddenly leaned forward, her lips crashing against Yi Feng's in an unexpected embrace. This abrupt action caused Yi Feng's eyes to widen in disbelief. Had the dragonfly gone mad? She hadn't simply dipped her toes. She had plunged headlong into the lake. Chapter 103. Do not speak, kiss me. Yi Feng gazed into the shimmering, gentle eyes before him, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Such unusual assertiveness from Her Majesty, the Queen, was decidedly out of place at this moment. Consequently, Yi Feng executed an audacious act that even the Medusa Queen could scarcely believe. In her astonished gaze, he extended his arms and pressed his hands firmly upon her shoulders. Pushing himself away, the tender sensation vanished in an instant, and though Yi Feng felt a pang of reluctance, he had no choice but to act thus. For the Queen's demeanor was exceedingly strange. He sensed that this kiss bore not the essence of love, but rather the bitter farewell of parting. With confusion glimmering in his eyes, he locked gazes with her misty, crystalline orbs. Your Majesty, you. Do not speak, kiss me. Before Yi Feng could utter another word, the enchanting beauty before him assertively drew him in. Yi Feng. 3. Medusa. 3. Yi Feng. Your Majesty, how audacious you are. This is rather overwhelming. Such an overpowering presence from the Queen rendered him utterly defenseless. Unable to resist, he resolved to indulge in the moment. In that instant, both Yi Feng and Medusa found themselves somewhat intoxicated. A kiss does not intoxicate, but rather, it is the heart that becomes enraptured. Feeling Yi Feng's embrace, Medusa's long lashes fluttered gently in her closed-eyed reverie. This little rogue was becoming increasingly bold. Ultimately, it was I who took the initiative. How could I allow this little fellow to best me? As they held each other tightly, both expressed their tender feelings and reluctance. Minutes slipped by. As their breaths quickened, the warmth suddenly dissipated. Medusa, whose exquisite beauty had yet to fade, now wore an icy demeanor. The frigid aura akin to the Arctic filled Yi Feng with an ominous sense of foreboding. Although this strikingly beautiful Medusa exuded power, the tenderness she once extended toward him had vanished. As her stunning eyes blinked, tears traced down her ethereal cheeks, the arc of which pierced Yi Feng's heart. He swiftly reached out to wipe them away, but his hand was forcefully swatted down by Medusa's delicate arm. A crisp sound echoed through the room. I can manage on my own. The serpent folk are beset by formidable foes, and armed with the 7 illusory spirit essence. We must awaken Kai Dai. Her cold gaze fixed on Yi Feng, Medusa spoke with a steely resolve. Manage on your own. Her words struck Yi Feng painfully, and he comprehended her earlier actions. This foolish queen intended to bear the burden alone, sacrificing herself for her sister Kai Dai. How could Yi Feng not fall deeply in love with such a compassionate and gentle Medusa? And, should not a family be together? What does it matter if one's arm is struck down once more? Even if it were to be struck down countless times, the tears shed for him, Yi Feng, must be wiped away by him. With great pain, Yi Feng raised his injured right arm once again, reaching out to caress the cheek of Queen Medusa. A sharp crack resonated again as Queen Medusa coldly commanded, I said no need. I can do it myself. With that, she turned her body to depart. However, at that moment, Yi Feng swiftly grasped her delicate wrist. His eyes, filled with tenderness, blinked, and 2 more tears streamed down as he turned to gaze at Yi Feng. The softness in Yi Feng's eyes stirred something within Queen Medusa, yet, upon reflecting, she resolutely swung her jade hand down. If you dare to reach out again, I shall break your arm. Queen Medusa glared at Yi Feng with fury. In an instant, Yi Feng's eyes turned fierce, devoid of any fear, as he shouted. If you wish to break it, then do so. I shall not cease. If I cannot wipe away the tears of the woman I love, then what significance does it hold to keep these hands? His sudden outburst left Queen Medusa frozen in place, her delicate red lips slightly parted, momentarily at a loss. He is so fierce. How can he be fiercer than me? Queen Medusa could hardly believe that this little fellow dared to confront her so boldly. However, he referred to her as his beloved woman. With that thought, a wave of sweetness surged within Queen Medusa's heart. Suddenly, she felt her waist ensnared by a pair of arms, her previously stiff form softening in an instant. "What are you up to, you little rogue?" As she gazed at Yifeng, who was drawing near once more, her previously sharp gaze turned into one of panic. The tears left by the queen shall, of course, be halted by me. Sensing Queen Medusa's lack of resistance and her playful remark, Yifeng's heart surged with joy. His eyes focused on her lashes, dampened by tears, as he slowly leaned in. Queen Medusa was taken aback by Yifeng's sudden movement. This little rogue, he actually. Her exquisitely beautiful eyes gradually closed as the distance diminished, completely forgetting to evade. As that gentle touch grazed her eyelids, her alluring red lips instinctively tightened. At that moment, even her breath quickened. This little fellow really knows how to. Just looking at the time he spent in the Gamma Empire, he surely must not be honest. If I catch him, just see if I want to have him for dinner. The tears ceased due to Yifeng's unique method. He gazed upon the alluring figure before him, lightly licking his lips with a smile. "Your Majesty the Queen. Is it truly so? Then I too wish to partake. Little one, do not utter a word. Simply kiss me." Medusa, the queen, playfully arched her crimson lips, swiftly leaning in closer. Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, is she truly so audacious? The morning room was filled with a sweet ambience. The prior chill melted away. After their kiss, the bond between them had undeniably deepened. A moment later, "Little one, when the butterfly awakens, can you and I not? For now, I understand. I comprehend everything. Then let us swiftly awaken her." "All right. However, the 7 illusory blue spirit dew must first be refined into liquid form before we can feed it to her." "Liquid? How do we administer it?" We'll see when the time comes. By the way, Your Majesty, I have yet to see the butterfly since my return. Where have you hidden her?" "I would never allow you to find her. Otherwise, you mischievous rogue, you would undoubtedly take advantage of her." Yifeng replied. "Oh, Your Majesty, do I truly need to be so secretive? This must be what I understand as Your Majesty the Queen. I wonder if Jia captures sweetness in his writing? To the esteemed readers who come across this, please lend your thoughts. A mere whisper would suffice. Chapter 104. The Queen's Wardrobe. Farewell to the colorful butterfly. At an indeterminate moment, Queen Medusa had taken Li Feng's hand and was twisting forward. In harmonious tandem, Li Feng transformed his legs into serpentine tails, swaying alongside Queen Medusa toward the location where the colorful butterfly was concealed. The image of their intertwined movements was undeniably exquisite. However, their pace was achingly slow, as if traversing a mere few steps stretched into an eternity. Though they longed for the passage of time to feel like a century, such aspirations were ultimately futile. Queen Medusa gazed ahead, acutely aware of the warmth of Li Feng's hand in hers, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. She was unequivocally cognizant of her growing affection for this young rascal. Yet, she found herself at a loss on how to confront this rogue. Her royal demeanor had always been marked by decisiveness. Once she resolved upon a course of action, no one dared oppose her. This was evident when she had boldly overturned the clan's regulations despite the elders' objections. Yet, when it came to her relationship with Li Feng, she felt utterly confounded, torn between her emotions and her responsibilities. She had recently resolved to conceal her feelings from the colorful butterfly. But was that truly the right course? As an elder sister, was it fair to her sibling? Yet, what alternative was there? Should she maintain a distance from Li Feng, allowing him to continue as the alchemical elder while she merely played the role of his queen? Such a notion was utterly unattainable, for she had been irrevocably ensnared by the gentle essence of this young man. No matter how resolute or indifferent she tried to be, his advances rendered her incapable of refusal. Instead, she found herself responding involuntarily. Enough. What does it matter what others think? The queen shall do as she pleases. At worst, she would take it one step at a time. What if, upon awakening, her sister returned to her former state of amnesia, forgetting all about this young man? In that case, he would solely belong to her. No, this thought was rather selfish. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, Queen Medusa appeared quite endearing in Li Feng's eyes. Surely, this esteemed queen was lost in her musings again. Why overthink matters within a family? They were bound by kinship, destined to cherish one another, to advance hand in hand, to share the same bed, and to create a magnificent legacy together. Just like that. A melodious sound reached Li Feng's ears, startling him. Just like that? Then having two more would not be out of the question. Huh. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion danced in Queen Medusa's eyes. What are you saying, little rascal? This statement abruptly yanked Li Feng back to reality. What on earth had he just uttered? He blinked, gazing into her cool, penetrating eyes, utterly bewildered. Quickly, he pointed to the grand wardrobe before them and stammered. I meant to say, if your majesty finds it difficult, having two more people to assist would also be acceptable. Difficult? Are you not up to the task, little one? The Queen Medusa cast a sidelong glance at Yi Feng, fully aware that this little rogue was undoubtedly up to no good. Yet, she chose not to expose him. After all, if he truly possessed the capability, it would not be entirely inappropriate for him to attempt it. Surely, you do not believe that I, your elder sister, would confine my dear younger sibling here? The Queen Medusa inquired with a charming smile. This does seem somewhat inappropriate. Yi Feng awkwardly responded, fully aware that this was not the right place. As he gazed at her, the Queen Medusa's left hand gracefully waved, causing the massive wardrobe before them to slowly creak open. Then, as the wardrobe doors swung aside, they revealed an array of garments that stirred one's very blood. These garments came in various styles: robes, long skirts, short skirts, and strapless dresses, adorned in a dazzling spectrum of colors. Aside from the Queen's favorite red, there were also white, pink, and black lace nightgowns. This is quite overwhelming. Yi Feng's eyes widened at the sight, envisioning how exhilarating this would be in the future. In an instant, a cascade of delightful images flashed through his mind. The Queen Medusa's cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a hint of mischievous joy mixed with indignation. Indeed, he is just a little rogue. With another elegant wave of her arm, a gap formed in the stone slab behind the colossal wardrobe, suddenly parting to reveal a wondrous sight. Is this grand wardrobe a door? Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback by the astonishing scene. Could it truly lead to the back garden? The Queen Medusa lifted her crimson lips in a slight smirk, responding nonchalantly. This is for my convenience. You may also use this passage in the future. Come along. Yi Feng. Before he could comprehend her words, he found himself being led outside. They emerged into the back garden of the Medusa temple. And after walking forward for approximately 3 minutes, Yi Feng beheld the legendary lake island. It was a crystalline lake, with a small island nestled in its center, surrounded by shimmering waves, devoid of any bridges leading to it. Before Yi Feng could fully process this captivating scene, he felt a firm grip around his waist. The Queen Medusa unfurled her scarlet wings and whisked Yi Feng away to the island in the middle of the lake. This island is protected by my energy barriers, and the lake is filled with deadly poison. Even a formidable warrior would face peril if they were to fall in. Be cautious not to venture in recklessly in the future, she explained as they landed. Yi Feng retorted, don't underestimate me. With the Void Hound by my side, I can enter and exit at will, as I please. Once they touched down, he sensed a familiar essence on the island. Is that the heart of blue lotus fire? Queen Medusa nodded, affirming, indeed. This prince has been waiting for your return, little one. Should the colorful butterfly successfully awaken, I too shall opt for evolution through the... Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded. He understood that this was not merely her way of evading the issue, but also a duty she, as queen, must undertake. She must lead the serpent tribe out of the harsh environment of the Tagore Desert, a feat unattainable with merely her and the colorful butterflies' peak Do Huang strength. The serpent tribe was driven into the Tagore Desert by the combined might of several great empires, including formidable Dozong experts. Without a Dozong powerhouse, the serpent tribe would forever remain trapped in this accursed desert. Yi Feng would not hinder Queen Medusa's choice, for it was beyond his ability to stop. And with his presence, Medusa would undoubtedly succeed in her evolution. Passing through a bamboo forest, Yi Feng beheld the azure heartfire suspended upon the ice lotus seat, as well as the breathtaking beauty lying upon the jade bed not far away. Her visage mirrored that of Queen Medusa, yet their auras were distinct. The queen exuded dominance while she, upon awakening, radiated vivacity. This incredibly familiar figure stirred Yi Feng's heart, compelling him to rush forward. Upon seeing this familiar, exquisite being, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Had it not been for him, she would not have suffered soul damage and fallen into a coma. The hardest debt to repay is that of a beautiful woman's grace. My life is destined to be spent protecting her with love. She remains as beautiful and enchanting as ever, though her previous vigor seems to have waned. With tenderness in his eyes, Yifeng's lips parted gently. Colorful butterfly. Your Yifeng has returned. Chapter 105. Jealousy? The queen is jealous. When Queen Medusa beheld the tender gaze of Yifeng directed towards her sister, Kai-Dai, her delicate lips were gently bitten, revealing an air of vulnerability that starkly contrasted with her usual regal demeanor. While she could be commanding and fierce when it came to rivalry, her feelings towards her sister left her feeling rather aggrieved. Who could she blame for this? Only herself for failing to cherish the moments. She had encountered this little rogue first, but had dismissed him as merely a child. Allowing him to roam freely had resulted in him capturing her sister's heart, leaving her now at a loss. As she watched the rogue's gaze, Queen Medusa lifted her crimson lips slightly, saying, "Do not mind me. Do as you wish." "Why are you doing this, little rogue?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as Yifeng suddenly kissed her again, her astonishment spilling forth in a flurry of words. "This cannot be. My sister lies unconscious nearby. This is unacceptable." Yet, after a brief moment, "No, save Kai-Dai first." Queen Medusa firmly pushed Yifeng away, her tone serious. Yifeng, maintaining a solemn demeanor, explained, "Indeed, it is precisely because I wish to save Kai-Dai that I must kiss you." With a sharp glare, Queen Medusa retorted, "You little rogue, do not twist words to your advantage. What does saving Kai-Dai have to do with kissing me?" Yifeng smirked, a playful glint in his eye as he replied, "Hee, I merely feared that your majesty might become jealous." Humph. In response, Queen Medusa turned her head away, dismissing his words with a huff. Yifeng understood her prideful nature. If he did not approach her with tenderness, she would surely become envious. Indeed, as she averted her gaze, Queen Medusa's heart warmed at his actions, recognizing that this little rogue was considerate of her feelings. "Very well, whatever he does, I shall pretend not to see," she thought, shaking her head in resignation. Yifeng then retrieved the exquisite plant, the Seven Illusions green essence. As he gazed at the breathtaking specimen in his hand, a serious expression overcame him. In Queen Medusa's view, Yifeng summoned the Ziyuan Ding, which materialized upon the ground. The usual 3-second alchemy skill was not applicable this time, for he was not concocting a pill, but rather a liquid. With his palm gently resting on the jade basin containing the Seven Illusions green essence, Yifeng concealed his energy before forcefully exhaling. A cracking sound resonated as the jade basin developed spiderweb-like fissures, which swiftly spread outward. With a flick of his fingers against the cracked surface, the Seven Illusions green essence burst forth, revealing its roots beneath. Without hesitation, Yifeng placed his palm gently upon it once more, slowly transferring it into the medicinal cauldron. The black and purple flame in his hand was subsequently propelled into the cauldron, releasing an intense warmth that encircled the Seven Mirage Azure Spirit Nectar. This scene caused Queen Medusa to furrow her brows. How peculiar that this little fellow was not completing the task in 3 seconds this time. Could it be that the excitement I just provided has slowed him down? Puzzled, Queen Medusa observed the earnest leaf foam, and to her surprise, his serious demeanor was quite striking and captivating. As the purple-black flames emerged, the ethereal jade stalk and leaves of the spirit began to wither. Despite the foliage becoming increasingly desiccated, the colors of the 7 blossoms grew more vivid. When the branches and leaves turned to ashes, the 7 hues became even more dazzling, filling the surroundings with a mystical brilliance. At that moment, the radiant colors illuminated Medusa and the butterfly-esque serpentine tails, rendering them even more alluring. Though this spectacle went unnoticed by all, even Leaf Foam, engrossed in concocting the medicinal liquid, was oblivious to everything else. A rich, aromatic fragrance wafted from the purple abyss cauldron, invigorating and refreshing. After a night without sleep, Leaf Foam, now rejuvenated, was revitalized by this enchanting scent. The mere essence of this potion possessed the miraculous effects of a third-grade elixir, which was why Leaf Foam felt a sense of gravity in the moment. With a slight movement of his fingers, the 3,000 flame fire enveloped the 7 blossoms entirely. Under the fierce conflagration, the 7 Mirage Azure Spirit Nectar exhibited its uniqueness, attempting to resist the burning flames. Leaf Foam particularly favored such rebellious little entities. The 3,000 flame fire surged dramatically under his control, its searing energy causing the surrounding flora to wither instantaneously. However, at that moment, the green lotus earth fire, confined within the icy seat not far away. Sensed a kindred essence. It began to thrash violently, striking against the energy barrier with fervor, which caused Queen Medusa to grow solemn. The ice spirit spring lake also diminished rapidly in response to the green lotus earth fire's struggles. With each impact of the transformed little serpent, the water level of the ice spirit spring receded by an inch. Damn that green lotus earth fire. I do not wish to summon you just yet. Should you dare to disrupt my endeavors, I shall have this little rogue absorb you. Queen Medusa's expression turned icy as she approached the green lotus earth fire. With her jade hands forming intricate seals, she reinforced the barriers confining the green lotus earth fire. This little creature had only just returned, and they had barely spent any time together. Even if her sister were to awaken and they could see each other, it was still a precious moment. Yet, if her evolution were to fail, she might never see this little one again. Leaf Foam, sensing the turmoil of the green lotus earth fire, felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Due to the numerous barrels of ice spirit spring acquired from previous sign-ins, along with the ice spirit spring prepared by Queen Medusa, an entire small lake of ice spirit spring was formed. Even the formidable blue lotus heart fire could not evaporate it completely. Furthermore, with the restrictions set by Queen Medusa, it was impossible for the blue lotus heart fire to break through those barriers and escape. Under the searing flames of the 3,000 flames of Yans, the 7 illusions of blue spirit dew began to weaken considerably, and with a flicker of the flames, the flower petals rapidly withered. Tiny droplets of colorful dew seeped from the wilting petals, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. This was precisely the elixir that Yi Feng required. By pouring this liquid into the body of the colorful butterfly, its injured soul could be restored. As the 7 colored flowers completely withered, the tiny droplets of colorful dew gradually merged into one, resembling a radiant pearl emanating a spectrum of colors, exceptionally dazzling and alluring. Once the 3,000 flames of Yans were swiftly retracted, Yi Feng gestured with his palm, and the colorful dew shot towards him, tracing a vibrant arc through the air. How should this elixir be used? Queen Medusa inquired, hastily approaching Yi Feng after completing the restrictions, her gaze fixed on the floating colorful dew in his hand. Filled with curiosity, coughing lightly, Yi Feng, under the astonished gaze of Queen Medusa, brought the colorful dew to his lips without any hesitation and then kissed the delicate lips of the colorful butterfly. Yi Feng. At that moment, a surge of immense energy erupted from Queen Medusa, accompanied by a furious shout. Queen Medusa, that rascal Yi Feng, how dare he? How dare he kiss? Kiss, before my very eyes. Yi Feng, alas, your majesty, did you not say you would not be jealous? What is this about now? Oh, I'm doomed, utterly doomed. What harm is there in a family sharing a kiss? Is it really necessary to get so angry? Chapter 106, Hesitation and Entanglement. The Queen Medusa's Dilemma. Ding. The master, in a bid to save the unconscious Kai Dai, employed the miraculous rejuvenation technique, receiving a sign-in reward, a pair of heart-shaped earrings. A pair? System. This is rather inappropriate. As Yi Feng executed the rejuvenation technique on Kai Dai, he silently accepted the system's notification. He was helpless in the face of Queen Medusa's sudden fury. Knowing her volatile nature, he had prepared in advance, but he still misjudged her reaction after feeling jealous. The moment her imposing aura erupted, Yi Feng felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. The once delightful flavor in his mouth became even more exquisite. The colorful dew he had absorbed flowed delicately into Kai Dai's body under his skilled manipulation. The 7 illusions' spirit nectar possessed remarkable restorative properties for the soul, but it required Kai Dai to absorb it. Unlike the medicinal dust that the little soul could draw in through a ring, Kai Dai was a living being, merely suffering from a damaged soul. Thus, she needed a more direct method of absorption. Consequently, Yi Feng devised this brilliant strategy. Of course, there were even bolder actions he could take, but they would require a reckless determination to risk his own life. Watching Yi Feng's technique, Queen Medusa's exquisitely crafted visage grew flushed with indignation, her gaze icy. Could it be that I am not appealing? This insufferable little rascal dares to kiss another woman in front of me. Even if that woman is Kai Dai, it is still unacceptable. However, upon unleashing her formidable presence, she noticed a crimson droplet trickling from the corners of her lips. Yi Feng hiss. When I get serious, Even I am afraid." Witnessing such a breathtakingly tragic scene, Queen Medusa mistakenly thought she had wounded Yi Feng, and her heart ached. The fury that had once consumed her began to dissipate. Upon closer inspection, she suddenly realized that beneath Yi Feng's slightly parted lips, alongside the crimson blood, there flickered a hint of iridescent light. This is the essence of the 7 illusions spirit nectar he just concocted. I was so impulsive, misunderstanding him. It turns out he was feeding Kai Dai to awaken her. At this moment, the queen felt a pang of guilt, yet admitting her error was out of the question. At worst, she could find an opportunity to make amends with this little rogue later. Just then, Queen Medusa noticed her sister Kai Dai's delicate fingers twitching slightly. Indeed, it is effective. Realizing this, Queen Medusa was filled with joy, exclaiming, "The little one Kai Dai is responding. Increase the dosage quickly." Upon hearing such a brazen remark from Queen Medusa, Yi Feng could not help but burst into laughter. At this moment, the magnitude of the energy was undeniable. The iridescent essence, described by Yi Feng as the 7-colored dew, was being rapidly absorbed by the colorful butterfly. Their interaction produced a dazzling brilliance that was even more enchanting than before, casting a warm glow over the scene. As their essences intertwined, Yi Feng could vaguely sense a familiar soul gradually awakening. Suddenly, he felt a response emanating from the other party, and this energy, upon entering his body, began to elevate his own soul. This revelation filled Yi Feng with joy, for the power of the soul had always been his weakness. Yet now, under this feedback, his spiritual realm was gently ascending. In this mutual exchange of soul energy, both Yi Feng and the colorful butterfly found themselves immersed in a process of transcendence, one repairing and awakening the soul, while the other enhanced spiritual strength. Meanwhile, the exquisite visage of Queen Medusa nearby radiated a captivating smile. Her beautiful eyes reflected joy and contentment, as well as shimmering tears for their sake. The unconscious butterfly was slowly regaining consciousness with the aid of Yi Feng, while he, in turn, was enhancing his soul power through her gradual awakening. The two most significant individuals in her life were uplifting one another, and she felt an overwhelming happiness. Yet, amidst this joy, her heart was also filled with an indescribable sense of confusion and conflict. What was she to do? What should she choose? As the proud queen of the serpent people, she had to admit with a soft chuckle, "You are right, little one. I am indeed feeling jealous. My mischievous little rascal, if I ever have the chance again, I shall punish you severely." Her gentle murmurs flowed from her smiling lips, accompanied by tears that glided down her stunningly beautiful cheeks. As the queen of the serpent people, she had never imagined she could shed such contemptible tears. Yet today, she found herself weeping twice for this little rascal. The last time he had stopped her tears, and now she had to bear them herself. This incorrigible little rogue had truly captured her heart. "I'm sorry, little rascal, it is I who have deceived you." The shimmering tears flowed uncontrollably down her exquisite face, finally dripping downwards. As a heart-wrenching sentiment lingered in the air, her gaze, which had been fixed upon Yi Feng, decisively shifted away. She resolutely chose to turn and approach the azure flame in the small pond. Unbeknownst to both Yi Feng and the colorful butterfly, Queen Medusa had previously cast a seal to enhance the confinement of the azure heart fire, quietly laying down another layer of restriction beneath the jade bed. In the secluded realm crafted by her own design, Xian Yi Feng and Kai Dai remain oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. The delicate figure approaches the ice spirit cold spring, revealing 2 snow-white wrists like jade. Her slender fingers gradually engage in a series of intricate hand seals before her. As the gestures shift, the crystal seat begins to tremble violently. The luminous barrier above it gradually fades away, and in that fleeting moment of liberation, the azure flames surge forth, erupting into a fierce conflagration. Under the intense heat of these azure flames, the ice spirit cold spring below visibly evaporates at an alarming rate. Ignoring the surrounding bamboo grove rapidly wilting under the scorching heat, Queen Medusa bites her crimson lip tightly, her delicate hands slowly unfastening her brocade robe, unveiling her exquisite form. A masterpiece of celestial artistry. If this little one survives, it shall belong to you. I am uncertain if this emotional portrayal is accurate, for my writing skills are limited, yet I have made every effort. I humbly seek your support and hope for a 5-star review. Chapter 107. The bewildered Medusa queen, the awakening of the colorful butterfly. Within the lush verdure of a bamboo grove, upon a jade bed, two enchanting figures were engaged in a sublime exchange of souls, radiating resplendent hues that shimmered like a rainbow, crafting a scene of breathtaking beauty. On the opposite side, an even more stunning tableau unfolded. A figure, as flawless as white jade, was exuding an allure that left one parched with desire amidst the bamboo. Her stunning visage inadvertently revealed a hint of enchanting seduction, and every subtle expression of joy and heartache seemed to stir the very air around her. Her long, fair neck displayed an elegant curve. Having just emerged from the icy, ethereal spring, her violet ribbon binding her 3,000 strands of hair, now dampened, emanating a chilling aura that accentuated her frosty elegance. Yet, the frigid waters of the spring could not quell the radiant tears that glistened in her captivating eyes. Two crystalline droplets cascaded, tracing a breathtaking arc before gently trailing downward. Her slender, pale waist appeared delicate enough to be encompassed by a mere embrace, yet within her seemingly slight form lay an undeniable resilience. The flat and tender expanse of her abdomen bore no excess flesh. A mere whisper of a breeze could lead one to lose themselves entirely in her exquisite contours. Beneath that slender waist lay a wild serpent's tail, undulating subtly, exuding an exotic charm. Should anyone behold this sight, an irresistible urge to experience the marvel of her form would undoubtedly arise. Yet, such a desire remained mere impulse. Those daring enough to act upon it were elsewhere, indulging in pleasure, the ecstasy of soul elevation. Upon witnessing her own alluring figure, the Medusa queen's strikingly cold face flushed with a hint of bashfulness, her tender lips curving into a bewitching arc. If I were to survive, it would be a boon for this little rogue, which is not entirely unthinkable. With these thoughts, the Medusa queen stepped forward, fixating on the azure flame suspended in midair, biting her lip as she murmured, "If one wishes to adhere to the conventional path of cultivation to reach the dozone, who knows when one might touch the threshold of dozone? This little rogue is best suited with my sister. Now that I have this path laid before me. Perhaps this is my destiny." To her astonishment, she found herself believing in the damned fate one day, with her long, pale fingers brushing aside the strands of hair that clung to her cheek. A cold glint flickered in her eyes as she declared, "To the humans who enter the desert, should I succeed in my evolution, I shall ensure your bones remain buried here forever." As her commanding words resonated, the Medusa queen deftly tore away the ribbon binding her hair. As the ribbon cascaded down, the once restrained ebony locks flowed freely, ultimately draping over her slender waist. With a gentle toss of her head, the movement of her hair only served to enhance the infinite allure of the Medusa queen. With her scarlet lips curving into a breathtaking arc, her delicate hands began to weave a series of peculiar hand seals. As these seals transformed, the energy within the bamboo grove suddenly surged with intensity. At that moment, the crimson energy barrier enveloping Yifeng and Kai-Dai manifested a web-like network of cracks. With a resounding crack, the red barrier shattered, releasing a wave of energy that emanated from both Yifeng and Kai-Dai, causing their eyes to spring open in unison. Upon the reunion, joy blossomed in their hearts. But in the next instant, the tenderness in their gazes swiftly morphed into astonishment. Absent was the expected gentleness upon awakening. Both Yifeng and Kai-Dai sensed the surrounding energy's ferocity, as well as the familiar, terrifying aura that erupted forth. "Sister, Medusa!" they exclaimed in shock, springing up in disbelief. Yifeng, rendered speechless, stood with his mouth agape, staring at the scene before him. A sheen of moisture welled in his eyes, tears spilling forth in an instant. How could she be so foolish? Was she not the queen? As a queen, how could she act so recklessly? At that moment, instead of feeling excitement upon seeing this perfect figure, Yifeng was overwhelmed with heartache. This foolish queen. She had chosen to evolve using the azure lotus earth fire while he awakened Kai-Dai. Not only had she deceived him, but she had also deceived herself. She was willing to forsake herself for the sake of him and Kai-Dai. How could this queen be so naive? Yet, this tender-hearted queen was undeniably endearing. Kai-Dai, just awakened by Yifeng, gazed at her sister suspended in midair, tears streaming down her exquisite cheeks. Was her sister relying on for her evolution? Why, before their eyes, The stunning figure of Queen Medusa was enveloped in a radiant glow. "Stop! Sister, please halt!" they cried out in unison. Hearing their pleas, Queen Medusa turned her beautiful face, revealing a captivating smile. "It is too late, my sister. If I fail in this evolution, then you shall become the queen of the serpent people henceforth." "No, I do not wish to be a queen. I only want to be your sister." Kaidai vehemently shook her head, tears spilling as she protested. "Sister, you know I cherish freedom. Only you can lead the serpent people to greatness." With misty eyes, she gazed at Kaidai and Yifeng, yet in that moment, no more tears fell. "My foolish little sister, you are remarkable, with him by your side. You will surely succeed. Moreover, he is worthy of your love." Her gaze shifted from Kaidai to Yifeng, her eyes reflecting that familiar coldness. Yet her lips curled into a charming smile. "Ah, little one, how dare you address me as Queen Medusa? Once my evolution is complete, I shall make sure to properly discipline you. I entrust my sister to you, young one. Should you allow her to suffer even the slightest harm, I shall not let you escape unscathed." A brilliant purple radiance surged forth amidst a roar reminiscent of a lion's roar or a tiger's growl. Under this blinding light, her previously perfect and graceful form transformed into a colossal purple serpent, measuring over 10 feet in length, adorned with familiar iridescent scales. The serpent's elongated and powerful body exuded an inherent elegance, its soft lavender eyes gazing tenderly at Yifeng and Kaidai. "Sister, dear child, you must." The immense body coiled in midair, a rich purple glow emanating from within the serpent, ultimately forming a formidable energy barrier around them. In that moment, Yifeng hurriedly stepped forward, and with a flash from the ring on his finger, a pair of exquisitely luxurious high-heeled shoes suddenly materialized in his hand. He then called out loudly, "Medusa, behold, this is the only pair of opulent high heels from the Gamma Empire. You must succeed in your evolution, and I shall personally adorn your feet with them." The soft lavender eyes fixated on the beautifully crafted shoes in Yifeng's hands, and with a sudden, melodious cry, she charged resolutely into the azure flames. Kaidai glanced at her descending sister, then at Yifeng, blinking her beautiful large eyes. Chapter 108. The Doubtful Colorful Butterfly. Is the queen hiding my brother? As the purple giant serpent, transformed from Medusa, penetrated a piercing scream erupted, resonating with profound anguish. This is an essential phase in the process of evolution. If magical beasts could evolve through the gentle they controlled, could such evolution truly be successful? If it were indeed feasible, those possessing within the Duki continent could effortlessly cultivate a formidable legion of magical beasts. Consequently, individuals endowed with would require no further training. They could simply utilize the daily to evolve magical beasts, resulting in an exceedingly pleasant scenario. Each day would yield a minor dozong, in 2 days a minor dozuan, and in 3 days a minor doshing, all serving as vigilant sentinels. As Yifeng, possessing the formidable power of 3,000, endeavored to facilitate the evolution of the peak Dohuang Medusa Queen, he could similarly extinguish other peak Dohuang warriors with mere gestures. Evolution transpires through perilous trials, a true metamorphosis rather than a mere flicker of flame leading to successful transformation. Listening to the anguished cries emanating from the Yifeng's heart ached with empathy as he gazed upon the colorful serpent scales tumbling amidst the. He yearned to assist, yet intervening would jeopardize the Queen Medusa's evolution, leaving him powerless in this situation. This feeling of helplessness mirrored the future. Her Majesty the Queen, bearing a child, he too was rendered impotent, merely able to cheer from the sidelines, awaiting the moment of fatherhood. Beside Yifeng, the colorful butterfly bit her red lips. Her gaze fixed upon Queen Medusa's form suspended in midair, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Awakening to find her 2 closest companions should have been a joyous occasion. Instead, her sister opted to evolve her true form with. Following the recent conversation between Medusa and Yifeng, the butterfly discerned the unexpectedly profound bond between the two. It was astonishing that Master Yifeng had purchased a pair of exquisite shoes for her sister, intending to personally adorn her feet upon her successful transformation into a dozong powerhouse. This, of course, reflected Master Yifeng's respect for his sister, the queen. However, when Master Yifeng beheld his sister's alluring figure moments ago, their reaction seemed curiously subdued, which was quite perplexing. Could it be? The colorful butterfly murmured softly. Biting her lip, Master Yifeng, what is your relationship with my sister? Just as the butterfly pondered her curiosity, a panicked voice suddenly pierced through the barrier from outside. Your Majesty. That group of human warriors has forcibly breached the defenses of the flower serpent tribe and is advancing deeper into the desert. Yifeng recognized that voice all too well. It was unmistakably his elder sister. She always arrived with impeccable timing, whether to disrupt or to rescue, consistently intervening at the most critical juncture. As the captain of the Serpent Guard, Huaxi had the authority to enter the palace. It appeared she had come to report, having not found Her Majesty in the palace during her inquiry. Upon hearing these words, Yifeng's brow furrowed suddenly, and he cast a grave glance towards Kai Dai, saying, It is the voice of my sister, Huaxi. I never anticipated their arrival would be so swift. The Kai Dai tribe is in grave peril. Grave peril? Kai Dai, having just awakened, was naturally oblivious to the situation. Seeing her bewilderment, Yifeng hastily reassured her. Kai Dai, listen closely. The Dan King Gu He of the Jiama Empire is aware of the existence of the. He has summoned the 10 strongest warriors of the Jiama Empire to this place, with the intent of seizing the. Our serpent clan is on the brink of war with the Jiama Empire. The queen is currently undergoing evolution, and we must not allow anyone to interrupt her. I will seek out my sister to gather the tribal leaders. You must safeguard the queen here. If that group arrives before the queen has successfully evolved, you must remember, you are the queen. I am the queen. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Kai Dai's eyes were filled with astonishment. But she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded emphatically. Rest assured, young Master Yifeng, I will protect the Serpent Clan and not let my sister down. If those humans come, I will impersonate my sister and show them no mercy. As she spoke, a fierce glint flickered in her gentle gaze, which eased Yifeng's concern somewhat. After awakening, Kai Lin not only regained her memories but also understood, following the attempted assassination of Yifeng by the clan leader, that sometimes choosing freedom is merely a form of evasion, which does not resolve the underlying issues. Her sister was right. Only by becoming strong enough could one attain their desires and protect those they cherish. Her sister had always protected countless members of the Serpent Clan, and she could no longer act selfishly. Among those countless clansmen, there were her beloved sister and her cherished man, young Master Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the nodding Kai Dai, a tender smile gracing his lips. He kissed her forehead and swiftly darted away. Their moment of warmth vanished in an instant. There would be time for tenderness later, but they could not afford to delay now. Gazing at his receding figure, the blushing Kai Dai turned her attention to the massive purple serpent in the sky, her voice laced with concern. Sister, you must successfully evolve. Meanwhile, Yifeng swiftly traversed the bamboo grove, a white light appearing beneath him. With a flash of white light, he passed through the barrier set by Queen Medusa. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the white light, Huaxi, who had come to report, felt her heart seize with apprehension. Is that an enemy? An enemy emerging from the queen's garden? Sister. In a blink, riding on Xiao, Yifeng appeared before the astonished Huaxi. Upon recognizing Yifeng on the white steed, her racing heart calmed, and she exclaimed in anger, You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death. What you are riding is a 6th-tier magical beast. Listening to her sister exclaim 666, Yifeng, though at a loss for words, responded with a hint of gravity. Indeed, this is Xiao. Sister, Her Majesty the Queen is currently engaged in her cultivation within, and I must assist her in addressing this matter first. You are to handle this. The flower serpent was taken aback by Yifeng's words. When did her younger brother become so closely acquainted with Her Majesty the Queen? This insufferable sibling had just emerged from the back garden, a place where the queen herself bathed. Moreover, to claim he would assist the queen with her affairs, such matters were beyond the pale. Even the 3 elders of the Serpent Clan dared not utter a word, let alone him, a mere junior alchemist. Wait a moment. The last time I encountered Her Majesty, her complexion was slightly flushed, and she seemed rather peculiar, instructing me not to disturb her unless it was of utmost importance. Could it be that Her Majesty is harboring my brother in her golden abode? Amidst the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind, Yifeng's voice resonated once more. Sister, a grave incident has indeed befallen the Serpent Clan. The 10 most formidable warriors of the Gamma Empire are upon us, comprising 3 Do Huang and 4 Do Wang strongmen. We are on the brink of war. What? Chapter 109. I consider you a close friend, yet you wish to pursue my brother." Upon hearing Yifeng's account, Huashir immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly took him to meet the 3 elders of the Serpent People tribe. The elders were overjoyed at the sight of Yifeng's return, for this young lad represented the future of their people. The distribution of the elixirs crafted by Yifeng had ushered in promising prospects for the Serpent People, significantly enhancing the strength of the younger generation, an outcome that delighted the 3 elders, as these youngsters were the vital force of their tribe's future. However, their expressions darkened when they learned that Yifeng had returned bearing news of a formidable invasion by the warriors of the Gamma Empire. Consequently, the 3 elders swiftly issued a royal summons to the leaders of the 8 major tribes of the Serpent People. As a result, the Medusa royal city enforced 3 successive state of emergency decrees, leaving the inhabitants of the city bewildered and uncertain as to the sudden upheaval. Surrounding Medusa royal city were numerous small to medium-sized tribes, all of which were hastily convening at the royal city. The defenses of this vast metropolis were exceptionally stringent. In the skies above, large sand eagles circled, continuously patrolling, clearly part of the Serpent People's intelligence network, always vigilant for the movements of the Gamma Empire's forces. Any disturbance outside the city would trigger an alarm. Fully armed guards patrolled the city walls, while the gates remained tightly shut, prepared for any unexpected human assault. Among these guards were several Serpent People clad in peculiar attire, their expressions cold and unyielding, resembling pillars as they stood steadfast on the city walls. No other Serpent People dared to approach within several paces of these bizarrely dressed individuals, clearly intimidated by their presence. These Serpent People were none other than the elite troops of the Serpent People tribe, the Medusa Serpent Guards. This was also Yifeng's former unit. Although he had been promoted shortly after joining, he had served as a personal guard to Queen Medusa. Among these Serpent Guards, the weakest possessed the strength of a Grand Martial Master, and there were those like Yifeng, true prodigies of the Serpent People, designated for protection and cultivation. At this moment, atop the royal city, a beautiful snake woman with long azure hair turned to Huashir and inquired with curiosity, "Sister Huashir, why does Her Majesty summon us with such urgency? What has transpired?" Sighing helplessly, Huashir was about to explain when both of their delicate faces suddenly tensed as they gazed into the distant sky. In their eyes, a small dot abruptly emerged on the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, it approached with a sharp, slicing sound, hovering ominously above the grand city. As the darkened speck appeared, the guards atop the city wall immediately took notice, and the great sand hawks in the sky emitted a resounding alarm. Countless serpent folk raised their poisoned spears, poised to strike down the figure above. Among them, 2 exquisite serpent women stood on the battlements, gazing skyward, their fair faces graced with enchanting smiles. Just as the dark point was about to reach within 100 meters of the royal city, it suddenly halted mid-air, and a chilling voice resonated. "Mokas, the leader of the Black Serpent tribe, seeks an audience with Her Majesty the Queen." This thunderous proclamation echoed across the desert towards the royal city, causing the serpent guards to lower their spears in unison. "He has arrived." Upon seeing the figure in the sky, Huashir couldn't help but exhale in relief. Another leader of the serpent folk had come, and they were well aware that it was impossible for all the leaders of the serpent folk to arrive. The champions of the Gamma Empire had already breached the Flower Serpent tribe, and their leader, the Flower Serpent King, was injured, rendering him unable to reach them. Furthermore, the previous underworld leader had long since perished, and the current leader was merely a temporary placeholder, lacking even the strength of a combat king. It was a mere fantasy to expect him to arrive. Of the 8 great leaders, only 6 remained. It would be fortuitous if they could all make it. Yet the speed of the Gamma Empire's champions was simply too swift. On the faces of the 2 women atop the wall, joy glimmered as they looked up at the figure racing towards them like lightning. "Huashir, Yume, what on earth has transpired? Why have 3 state of emergency decrees been issued?" Mokas inquired upon his arrival before the 2 women. "I am uncertain. Before you arrived, I was just asking Sister Huashir," replied the blue-haired serpent woman, her alluring silhouette accentuated by her delicate form, with a hint of languor in her voice. The stunning woman who had just posed the question to Huashir was none other than Yume, the leader of the charming serpent tribe. Her rapid arrival was not only due to her proximity to the royal city, but also because she had been visiting a small oasis where she once encountered Yifeng. Indulging in a refreshing bath, As the leader of the charming serpent tribe, Yume often found herself inexplicably drawn back to that oasis after parting ways with Yifeng. Aside from her bathing ritual, she longed to encounter the little fellow whom she had once carried back to her tribe in a princess hug. Ever since their farewell at the tribe, she felt a void within her heart, as though life lacked a certain charm, prompting her to revisit the oasis. Aware of the danger inherent in such thoughts, Yume found herself unable to suppress her impulses, leading her down a path she could not retract. Washier and she shared a close bond, akin to that of intimate friends. Yet now, she harbored an unusual feeling towards her dear friend's younger brother. A sentiment she could neither articulate nor comprehend. Perhaps it was possessiveness? Washier exclaimed, "Hey, I regard you as a dear friend. Yet you wish to pursue my brother." Yume arched her back, perfectly showcasing her alluring figure, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings in search of a certain individual. Opposite her, Washier gazed at Yume with a perplexed expression, particularly unsettled by the repeated address of sister. Ever since Yume arrived in the royal city, she had been glancing over her shoulder and surveying her surroundings. Washier, who was quite accustomed to Yume, sensed something amiss. What was she looking for? What was her intention? Sister? Could it be? Could she possibly harbor feelings for my brother? I regard you as a sister, yet you aspire to become my sister-in-law. Yume, your thoughts are perilously reckless. To dare to snatch a morsel from the lips of Her Majesty the Queen is truly audacious. It seems I must subtly inform her, if Her Majesty discovers this. The consequences would be utterly dire. With a face full of anxiety, Mo Ba stared at a woman who appeared lost in thought, glancing around without a trace of concern, and suddenly felt that his presence was somewhat superfluous. Chapter 110. He has arrived. The alchemist of renown from the Gamma Empire has come. Washier glanced at the malevolent Yume, then with a gaze imbued with depth, spoke solemnly. The formidable warriors from the Gamma Empire are advancing, having breached the Huashi tribe, and are now en route to the Divine Temple. Their objective is none other than Her Majesty the Queen and the extraordinary flame we have brought back together with my brother. Humans are invading? Extraordinary flames? Together? Upon hearing Huashier's words, both Yume and Mobas exclaimed in astonishment. Their tone revealed that they were more taken aback by the fact that Queen Medusa was with Yifeng than by the invasion of the Gamma Empire and the extraordinary flames. While they were aware that Yifeng, as an elder in alchemy, resided in the Medusa Divine Temple due to unique circumstances, it was merely a matter of residence. After all, the Medusa Divine Temple was vast, with numerous chambers, and the disparity in their statuses was significant. Nothing of consequence would transpire. However, the extraordinary flames were a different matter. With Yifeng's limited abilities, to have returned with the Queen bearing such flames must mean that Her Majesty protected him. What transpired between them during the acquisition of the extraordinary flames remained a mystery. Could it be that the Queen and Yifeng? Surely not. Washier sighed. You too. Could you perhaps be a little more discerning? Upon witnessing the grave expression on Huashier's face, Yume and Mobas immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. This was far from the usual human invasions they had encountered. Do we know their exact strength? Mobas inquired, his pupils narrowing, his voice laced with an unsettling formality and chill. This question rendered Yume, who stood beside him, equally solemn. In comparison to personal matters, the affairs of the tribe held greater significance. 3 Do emperors, 4 Do kings, and 5 Do spirits. Washier murmured, her alluring red lips barely parting as she spoke. Mobas, Yume, we are in deep trouble this time. What? How could they muster such forces? All 3 Do emperors, have they all come? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their faces as Mobas pressed. Have we notified Her Majesty the Queen? What was her response? It has been communicated, but Her Majesty is currently in meditation. She only instructed my brother to summon you and to prepare for defense. Washier replied, exasperation evident in her tone. At her words, Yume and Mobas were momentarily taken aback. The Queen had sent Yifeng out? From where? Yume narrowed her eyes and mocked softly. These individuals from the Gamma Empire are usually terrified of Her Majesty. How could they be so reckless as to force their way in this time? Have they banged their heads against the door? Furrowing his brow, Mo Ba analyzed. This must be that alchemist Gu He, who, in pursuit of the extraordinary flames, has spared no expense to enlist the Do Emperor's assistance. Huashir and Yumei exchanged nods. Yet Yumei, filled with curiosity, softly inquired, Sister Huashir, it is rather unusual that Her Majesty the Queen has not made an appearance this time, as it deviates from her customary manner of conducting affairs. Could it be that Her Majesty? Huashir shook her head gently and replied, I know nothing of this. But Yifeng has informed me that Her Majesty is currently in seclusion for cultivation and must not be disturbed, lest it endanger her life. Upon hearing this, both Yumei and Mo Ba-Si felt a deepening confusion. If even Huashir, the captain of the Queen's personal guard, was unaware of the situation, how was it that Yifeng seemed to possess such intimate knowledge of Her Majesty? And where was Yifeng himself? Yumei could not help but ask out of curiosity at that moment. Huashir's crimson lips began to part in response. But her expression suddenly shifted as her gaze turned toward the distant horizon, her voice turning cold as she declared, Trouble has arrived. As Huashir sensed the sudden presence beyond the city walls, Mo Ba-Si and Yumei also felt it, their expressions darkening as they gazed into the sky. Yet within their hearts, a tempest began to brew. The fact that Huashir had sensed the aura before them was astonishing, for among the leaders of the serpent people, they were considered the strongest. That they had not detected it as swiftly as Huashir indicated a significant truth. Her strength may have surpassed theirs. At that moment, several hundred meters above the city walls, a colossal beast hovered ominously in the air. Before this gigantic creature, several figures floated, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled fear in all who beheld them. They approached the Medusa King city with a leisurely grace, eventually halting just beyond the striking range of the serpent guard. Observing the humans above, Mo Ba-Si, Yumei, and Huashir slowly ascended to confront them. Mo Ba-Si's eyes glinted with an unrelenting chill as he bellowed into the sky. Humans, why do you intrude upon our territory without consent? If you wish to avoid inciting a war between the Gamma Empire and the Serpent People, I advise you to return from whence you came. Oh, I presume this esteemed individual must be the renowned leader Mo Ba-Si. A middle-aged man with a pair of small mustaches stepped forward from the crowd, a smile gracing his lips. With a slight flutter of the combat wings sprouting from his back, Mo Ba-Si's cold gaze fixed upon the man before him, a derisive smile curling his lips. By your appearance, you must be the famed Pill King of the Gamma Empire. The words of Mo Ba-Si elicited suppressed laughter from Yumei and Huashir flanking him. Truly splendid. This title suits you as well as it does Gu He. They exclaimed. He has arrived. He has arrived. The illustrious Pill King of the Gamma Empire has come. The sharp laughter abruptly caused Gu He's expression to darken, his face paling. He quickly recognized the provocation within Mo Ba-Si's words. How dare the renowned Pill King Gu He be referred to as merely Pill King Ba? Such an affront was utterly intolerable, regardless of whether it was intentional or inadvertent. It resulted in a significant loss of face for him. Gu He could distinctly sense the slight tremor of the enchanting figure in black robes not far from him. This made his expression exceedingly grim. To be provoked in front of the woman he cherished was an affront of the highest order, a humiliation beyond measure. His hands clenched tightly, and the energy within him surged violently, while the man he faced, Mo Ba-Si, showed no sign of retreat, his own energy flaring in response. At that moment, however, the tumultuous energy emanating from Gu He began to wane. With a smile gracing his lips, he declared, Commander Mo Ba-Si, your piercing gaze is indeed astute. I am indeed Gu He. The cool voice resonated from above, compelling admiration for Gu He's remarkable restraint. As a renowned Pill King of the Gamma Empire, his capacity for patience was extraordinary, a quality not easily matched. Yet, for the captivating beauty who had already found her place in another's heart, Gu He appeared increasingly timid. His profound forbearance suited his title as Pill King. Yet he displayed not an ounce of the strength one would expect. In contrast, the audacity of a grand fighter dared to challenge him. Yifeng mused. Was it not you who initiated the confrontation with your bold words? Observing Gu He, who faced the provocation with an air of calm and laughter, Huashir's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Gu He was just as his brother had described. If the situation did not compel him, he would not choose to engage in battle. Thus, it would be prudent to invite the other commanders to join. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the intrusion into your noble gathering. I merely wish to discuss a matter with Queen Medusa. Might I request an audience with Her Majesty? Chapter 111. This prince shall see who dares to take a single step forward. Provoked and branded as a coward, Gu He smiled politely at Yu Mei and others, inquiring, "Might I request the presence of Her Majesty the Queen for a discussion?" "Huh, to see Her Majesty the Queen? I'm afraid I cannot relay that message." With a dismissive shake of his head, Mo-Bas resolutely declined, fully aware that such a refusal would buy precious time until reinforcements arrived. "Hell, he, why do you always act this way? Why waste words with these serpent folk? Let us just raze this city to the ground and see if that woman dares to show herself." A rugged man beside Gu He scoffed at Mo-Bas's words, stepping forward to mock him. You think you can?" Mo-Bas shot a disdainful glare at the man, coldly retorting, "I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just you, a dim-witted lion filled with nothing but muscle." The man whom Mo-Ba referred to as a foolish lion was none other than Yin Shi, one of the 10 strongest warriors of the Gamma Empire. In the ongoing battles between the Gamma Empire and the Serpent race, these combatants were well acquainted, though some still remained unfamiliar with one another. At Yin Shi's provocation, Hua Shi, responsible for guarding the Medusa city, raised her arm slightly. Instantly, all serpent guards atop the city walls, along with the Medusa serpent warriors, aimed their spears and bows at Gu He and his group. Notably, several combat spirit serpent warriors directed their spears specifically at Yin Shi, treating his provocation with particular attention. Unfazed by the threatening atmosphere below, Yin Shi erupted into laughter. "Ha! You, a wretched black snake, don't seem to be in a better position. Had you not fled swiftly back then, your leader from the Ink Serpent tribe would have been replaced. Ha! I wonder if, after all these years, you've improved. You wretched snake? You foolish lion, by all means, come and test your strength." Mo-Bas's sharp, piercing gaze glinted with a hint of coldness as he spoke ominously. "Enough, old lion, cease the verbal sparring." Gu He, observing the animosity between the two, felt a sense of exasperation. The enmity between the serpent race and the humans of the Gamma Empire ran deep. Achieving a peaceful coexistence was utterly impossible after such a long-standing feud. As Gu He intervened to halt the exchange of insults between Yin Shi and Mo-Bas, his gaze swept downward. He refrained from further conversation with the 3 powerful serpent warriors. Gu He understood that prolonging this confrontation would only be futile. The absence of Queen Medusa was uncharacteristic of her, suggesting she might be gravely injured while acquiring the otherworldly fire, and thus unable to appear. There was no option but to take a chance. With a gentle exhale, Gu He bellowed, his formidable aura resonating throughout the entire city. "Your Majesty, Queen Medusa, I am Gu He from the Gamma Empire. I have come not to wage war with the noble, but rather to discuss important matters with you. I kindly request your presence." Observing the actions of Gu He, both Yu Mei and Mo-Bas, along with Hua Shi, furrowed their brows. They were acutely aware that Her Majesty the Queen was currently engaged in her cultivation and must not be disturbed. It appeared that they were truly at an impasse. Were the Queen not occupied, she would undoubtedly have erupted in fury and engaged in battle against those wretched humans in an instant. However, the current predicament was dire. The serpent people were indeed entangled in grave trouble. The echoes of shouts reverberated throughout the city, yet moments passed without any response. This caused beads of cold sweat to form on the foreheads of Mo-Bas and the others. This was disastrous. Gu He squinted slightly, unleashing another thunderous roar, yet still received no reply. The reactions from both sides were starkly contrasted. A smug smile crept onto Gu He's lips as he mused. "It seems my predictions were indeed accurate. Queen Medusa has sustained severe injuries that cannot heal swiftly." The moment Gu He's words fell, the expressions of Hua Shi and her companions shifted dramatically. Yu Mei approached Mo-Bas's side, revealing an enchanting smile, and coldly remarked, "The Dan Wang is being overly alarmed. I recently sought an audience with Her Majesty. She is presently bathing and changing in the back garden. How could she possibly reveal herself due to your presence? Is that so? Let us put it to the test, and you shall see." At Gu He's side, an elderly figure clad in a black robe stepped forward, unleashing a tremendous aura that erupted from within him. This overwhelming force instantly tore through his robe, revealing his true self. An imposing presence surged forth like a colossal wave, crashing towards Yu Mei and the others. It was none other than the guardian of the Gamma Empire, Jia Xingtian. Upon seeing the old man in the coarse robe, the expressions of Yu Mei, Mo-Bas, and Xiao transformed, and they exclaimed in astonishment. The serpent people held a profound apprehension towards this most formidable figure of the Gamma Empire. It was precisely due to his presence that the Gamma Empire had managed to stave off invasions from other empires and the serpent people. Faced with the Dou Emperor's might, the three Dou kings were clearly inadequate, especially against Jia Tian, who stood at the pinnacle of Dou emperors. As a peak 9-star Dou emperor, Jia Tian possessed the strength to contend with Queen Medusa and remain undefeated. Moreover, Mo, Yume, and Xiao were not even Dou emperors, rendering them utterly incapable of resisting the immense pressure he exerted. An overwhelming sense of oppression loomed above them, making it exceedingly difficult for the three to even stir a muscle. With the three Dou kings subdued, Jia Tian urgently addressed Gu He. Gu He, what are you waiting for? Hurry and seek the... Jia Tian's sudden action caught even the accompanying strong individuals off guard. His instantaneous strike signaled that an inevitable battle loomed on the horizon. Upon hearing Jia Tian's words, Gui promptly nodded to the two other figures clad in black robes beside him. As a few figures spread their wings, they swiftly descended towards the magnificent Medusa kingdom below. This king is eager to see who among you dares to set foot within the castle. At that moment, a voice of unparalleled authority reverberated through the surrounding space. Upon hearing it, everyone was taken aback, their previously descending forms coming to an abrupt halt. They all understood the significance of that voice. Suddenly, the pressure on the trio of Yume dissipated, allowing them to exhale in relief and gaze ahead with astonished joy. Before them, the very fabric of space began to twist in an uncanny manner, startling the onlookers. Except for the three formidable Dou Huang present, everyone instinctively took a step back. This reaction was purely reflexive, as the notorious reputation of the speaker was enough to instill fear and prompt retreat. In the sky, the last rays of the setting sun cascaded downward, illuminating the distorted space. In the next instant, a remarkably graceful figure slowly emerged before the eyes of the multitude. Chapter 112. The queenly aura of Princess Color Butterfly. Suddenly, a mesmerizing figure emerged before the crowd, adorned in an opulent crimson brocade robe. Beneath this sumptuous garment, her delicate form was both voluptuous and exquisite, reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle allure. Interwoven with this charm was a hint of sweetness, though this sweetness was not meant for the ordinary. Her cascading tresses, 3,000 silken strands, fell gracefully from her fragrant shoulders, reaching down to her slender waist, enhancing her enchanting grace. Beneath the brocade, a purple serpent tail swayed gently, radiating a wild and seductive allure that ignited an inexplicable warmth within those who beheld her. Her nearly flawless visage could send shivers through anyone's heart, for she was truly breathtaking, overwhelmingly alluring. The only words to encapsulate this woman were stunningly beautiful. Yet, beneath this captivating exterior, her elongated eyes held a glimmer of an unusual icy softness, distinct from her usual demeanor. Indeed, the nobility and grandeur that enveloped her were beyond the reach of mere mortals, instilling a sense of awe in all who gazed upon her. All hail Her Majesty the Queen. At the moment of this enchanting woman's appearance, the trio led by Yume, Xiao, and Mo, along with everyone on the castle walls below, immediately knelt in reverence. Their voices, steeped in respect, soared to the heavens, causing hearts to tremble. In stark contrast to the others' reverence, Mo, who knelt in midair, wore a look of bewilderment. He suddenly realized that he felt absolutely nothing for the woman he secretly adored. This revelation compelled him to question whether his heart had somehow faltered, leaving him disinterested in the noble queen. Wasn't the queen simply a bit too close to Yifeng? What did it matter? Until a relationship was established, he still had a chance. Why then did he feel nothing upon seeing her? Had his affections for the queen truly waned? Unlike the intoxicated gaze he once held, confusion now clouded Mo's eyes. At that moment, Xiao, sensing Mo's unusual turmoil, shot him a knowing glare. This look was not a playful tease, but rather an unmistakable signal, an understanding that was all too clear. The realization sparked a glimmer in Mo's eyes, and a surprised smile illuminated his face. My feelings have not changed. The serpent people have hope. Yifeng, your feelings, or lack thereof, you are doomed to remain a lovesick fool. In contrast to Mo's confusion, Xiao, as the captain of the Medusa serpent guards, understood certain matters quite well. Being the personal guard of Queen Medusa, she was intimately familiar with her. The formidable presence of the queen, with her innate dominance, was something no one could imitate. Furthermore, having served the previous queen, she was acutely aware of the uniqueness of both queens and could discern their differences with ease. Her brother, Xiao, had secretly departed from the Gamma Empire with the intent of rescuing the unconscious Princess Color Butterfly. Now he returns, perhaps bearing extraordinary treasures capable of awakening Her Highness the Colorful Butterfly. Thus, the figure before us is certainly not Her Majesty the Queen, but rather the awakened colorful butterfly herself. Upon this realization, the flower snake discerned the confusion on Mo Bossy's face and sent him a knowing glance, urging him to cast aside his doubts. As for Yume, she remained oblivious, for Medusa and the colorful butterfly bore an uncanny resemblance. Only those intimately acquainted would discern the difference. Especially now, the colorful butterfly, in contrast to her previous gentleness, exuded a fierce and commanding aura befitting a queen. Xiao, do you comprehend the essence of double happiness? The colorful butterfly possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of Queen Medusa, and she harbored no fear toward the encroaching humans. Her eyes, imbued with a glacial softness, narrowed as she coldly fixed her gaze upon the ancient fiend, Jia Xingtian. Gazing at the sudden appearance of Queen Medusa in the skies, Jia Xingtian's countenance darkened. He could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. After their last confrontation, he had been the one to suffer. Below, Gu He and the others also wore solemn expressions, instinctively drawing closer to the two Do Emperor powerhouses. As several Do kings and the beast bearing a Do spirit could not help but gravitate towards safety in the presence of such overwhelming dread. This was a reflexive action, for the fearsome reputation of Queen Medusa was enough to instill caution and gravity within them. She would spare no thought for one's rank as a Do king or alchemist. Inciting her wrath would inevitably lead to demise for all but those at the pinnacle of Do Emperor strength. Even the former Ice Emperor had vanished without a trace after their encounter, a testament to her terrifying power. Humans, you dare trespass upon my kin, truly believing this king is absent? The colorful butterfly lowered her gaze towards Jia Xingtian, a delicate smile gracing her crimson lips. In an instant, that smile rendered all speechless. With a mere frown or smile, she captivated the Do spirit powerhouse atop the beast, leaving him momentarily entranced. Even Gu He and the other Do kings felt a ripple of intrigue stir within their hearts at that moment. All of this did not escape the notice of another woman, who, with her striking eyes peering from beneath her dark cloak, cast a disdainful glance at her companions. Particularly toward Gu He, the alchemist standing in her esteem plummeted. Indeed, these insufferable men were so unlike my little rogue. They could not summon the courage to approach a beautiful woman, unlike my little rogue, who, even when faced with someone as stunning and proactive as Yen Ran, had never once committed any wrongdoing against her. Xiao, pride, decorum. Gu He felt a surge of discomfort upon witnessing the queen engaged in discourse with Jia Xingtian. It was evident that only those of comparable strength could engage in such dialogue. Once this alchemist absorbs thee, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a Do Emperor and a sixth-grade alchemist. At that time, my renown will echo throughout the great empires, and I shall have the opportunity to propose to Yun Air. Under the colorful butterfly's watchful smile, Jia Xingtian remained silent, for the leader of this endeavor was not he. He currently perceives no injuries on the woman before him, and it would be ideal to avoid conflict. She is unscathed. A gentle voice reached Gu He's ears, causing his eyes to narrow as he grasped Jian Tian's apprehension. Suppressing a torrent of emotions, Gu He raised his head and smiled. Your Majesty, Queen Medusa, it is a privilege to meet you. I am Gu He of the Gamma Empire. With a glance, the beautiful butterfly turned her attention to the black-robed figure beside Gu He and to the unmasked Fama, who was fixated on a large cauldron. She smiled. I have heard of you. You are the 8th pillar of the Dan King. Gu He stammered. The words might have provoked laughter, yet none dared to do so. This was not merely because Gu He was the 8th pillar, but because those words came from Queen Medusa. To laugh would invite the specter of death in the next moment. After all, they were not Xiao, bold enough to provoke two queens. If you wish to converse with me, you must first demonstrate sincerity. The butterfly's autumn-like eyes glinted with mischief as she softly inquired, "Now, how do you intend to compensate for the losses to my clan, Master Guhi?" Guhi thought, "To first insult my title as the Dan King, and then demand compensation. I must endure." Chapter 113. The Distasteful Ancient River. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's veiled insult, labeling him as the Dan King of the Eight, and demanding compensation for the intrusion into the Serpent clan, Ancient River was understandably incensed. However, in order to avert a conflict between the Serpent clan and the Gamma Empire, he felt compelled to endure the indignation for the time being. At this moment, the two little mustaches on his face seemed somewhat awkward, yet Ancient River managed a composed smile, grandly waving his hand and stating, "Your Majesty, Queen Medusa, we acknowledge our discourtesy in forcefully entering your noble domain. I shall, of course, compensate for these losses." His humble demeanor could not be overlooked, showcasing his determination in this visit. Nevertheless, to some, he appeared rather cowardly. As the Dan King of the Gamma Empire, it was rather embarrassing for him to bring such a formidable entourage, yet still exhibit such timidity, tarnishing the Empire's reputation. Ultimately, it was the face of the Yunlan sect that suffered the most disgrace, leaving the hidden Yun Yun, cloaked in black, with an icy expression. Unbeknownst to Ancient River, his only desire was to avoid any confrontation, as he was, after all, out of money. The expenses incurred in hiring these individuals had depleted both his current and future resources. If any of them were to sustain further injuries, then Master Ancient River is indeed magnanimous. The delicate hand of Kai Dai lightly covered her red lips as she chuckled softly, her alluring eyelashes fluttering enchantingly. And she teased, "Master Ancient River, if that is the case, please feel free to compensate us in any manner you see fit." Ancient River, do I really have to? Very well. In that moment, he presented his grand demeanor, his storage ring shimmering as he tossed out a purple gold card. Now, he had exhausted his wealth of rare treasures, and with no gold coins left, he was left with only a pile of mediocre alchemy formulas and potions. Kai Dai, aware of the substantial sum contained within the purple gold card belonging to the Dan King Ancient River, graciously accepted it without hesitation. Young Master Yifeng had once said, "If something is offered for free, then one should not hesitate to accept it," which could easily be interpreted as, why not take advantage? Should they engage in battle? Then let it be so. If they chose not to fight, then they would be exploited. After stowing away the purple gold card, Kai Dai blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled lightly. "Now then, let us discuss why Master Ancient River has invited so many friends and gone to such lengths to visit our Serpent clan." Upon hearing this, a hint of seriousness crossed Ancient River's face. The old fellow, Jin Tian, had just called out, and yet she dared to question him so. It was evident she was stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements from other Serpent clan warriors. This was apparent to all, yet Ancient River slowly exhaled, raising his head to gaze at Queen Medusa, and solemnly declared, "I have come primarily for the strange fire that your Majesty has acquired." Cultivation. Surely, Her Majesty was intending to. At this moment, Ancient River's words caused Yume to link the two matters together, exchanging glances with the other two before looking back at the startled queen. Mo Ba inhaled sharply, his expression grave as he murmured, "It must be so. Otherwise, why would Her Majesty the Queen and Yifeng expend such great effort in seeking out the and bringing it back? Surely, apart from that matter, there can be no other purpose." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yume waved her hands in frustration, forcing a bitter smile as she exclaimed, "But, oh heavens, the failure rate of that object is exceedingly high. If Her Majesty were to encounter an unforeseen mishap, our Serpent clan's nascent opportunity would sigh. The situation of our clan grows increasingly precarious, and with our current strength, we are constantly suppressed by the humans." Mobas sighed softly and replied, "If they were to discover that our Serpent clan possesses, then our fate would be even more dire. Only if Her Majesty ascends to the Dozong realm can she lead our clan to glory." Yume nodded slightly, and both their gazes turned to Hua Xier, conveying a silent understanding that she must be aware of more than she was letting on. They both knew Her Majesty's temperament. Knowing too much was hardly a blessing. Hua Xier was already well aware of this, having been instructed by Queen Medusa not to divulge any information to the outside world. Any news leaking from the Medusa temple was intentionally released by Queen Medusa herself. If she did not wish to disclose something, Not a whisper would escape her lips. The loyalty of her guards and handmaidens was beyond question. For instance, although Yi Feng resided within the Medusa temple, no one was privy to the fact that he shared the same roof as Queen Medusa. The two exchanged knowing nods, with Her Majesty taking such actions. It seemed an inevitable battle awaited them today. Upon hearing Gu He's words, Kai Dai mimicked her sister's haughty demeanor, delicately licking her rosy lips while her peculiar eyes fixated intently on Gu He. Within those enchanting orbs, besides their exquisite beauty, a chilling aura radiated. Though she said nothing, her unspoken intimidation was palpable, causing Gu He to cautiously retreat behind the dark-robed Yun Yun. Gu He's timid behavior was nothing short of pathetic in Yun Yun's eyes. She well understood that Gu He harbored feelings for her, yet his current conduct was utterly revolting to any woman. He consistently behaved this way, desiring me but failing to protect me, forcing me to shield him instead. A man who professes to care for me hides behind me when facing an adversary. It is simply disgusting. That little lecher, even as a great Do master, had never feared me, a Do Huang powerhouse. In stark contrast, this pitiful Gu He, who barely matches the strength of a peak Do Huang alchemist, was nothing but a waste. That little lecher would protect me, cherish me, cater to my needs, and even roast fish for me. Yin Yun, her heart brimming with disdain for Gu He, concealed her frosty expression beneath her black veil. Were it not for Gu He's status as an elder of her Yunlan sect, she would not have hesitated to turn and walk away at this moment. Retreating behind Yun Yun, Gu He remained oblivious to her disdain for him. Instead, he gazed at the colorful butterfly with a wry smile and said, "Your Majesty, I harbor no ulterior motives. Surely, you are well aware of the significance of to an alchemist. In my quest to locate it, I have traversed the entirety of the Jiaomai Empire. The serpentine bloodline is frigid, rendering of little aid to you. Thus, I propose an exchange. I shall offer other items in return for the you possess." An exchange? Upon hearing this, a hint of scorn flickered at the corner of the butterfly's eye as she replied with a faint smile, "Pray tell, esteemed Dan Wang, what could you possibly offer in exchange for this celestial treasure?" With a slight furrow of his brow, Gu He pondered for a considerable time, his face etched with distress. He then raised his head and declared in a solemn tone, "I am willing to trade 2 6th-grade Do Ling pills and 1 7th-grade transformation pill for the—" "What say you, Your Majesty?" "What? A 7th-grade transformation pill? Gu He, from whence did you acquire such a precious elixir?" Before the colorful scales could voice her refusal, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes chilled, and she swiftly turned to question Gu He behind her. Gu He. Oh. Chapter 114. The Clash of Titans begins. The siege. Yun Yun's question left all present momentarily stunned. Is there an internal conflict?" Kai Dai remarked with a hint of excitement, eager for the unfolding drama. In the eyes of these formidable beings, Yun Yun's identity was unmistakable. After all, there were only 3 Do Emperor strongholds in the Jiamar Empire. As the sole female Do Emperor and the leader of the Yunlan sect, her status was glaringly evident. As the sect leader of the elder Gu He, her inquiry piqued the curiosity of numerous onlookers. Under ordinary circumstances, Yun Yun would not have inquired into the origins of the transformation pills, but at that moment, she found Gu He's demeanor utterly repugnant, fostering a deep-seated aversion within her. She harbored suspicions regarding Gu He's substantial resources. Where did such wealth originate? 2 6th-grade Do spirit pills and 1 7th-grade transformation pill, not to mention the items acquired from the likes of Jia, Xingtian, and Fa. How could a 5th-grade alchemist, who had yet to break through to the 6th grade, possess such an abundance of precious pills? Following Yun Yun's words, the other strong warriors of the Jiamar Empire cast questioning glances at Gu He, particularly Jia Xingtian, whose aged eyes narrowed slightly. Excessive energy could threaten the royal family's position. While the Yunlan sect might manage to procure Do spirit pills, how could they explain the 7th-grade transformation pill? Gu He, taken aback by Yun Yun's sudden inquiry, felt his expression darken, his heart sinking. Has Yun'er lost faith in me? Despite the turmoil within, Gu He managed to maintain a smile. His gaze locked onto her enchanting eyes as he said, "Sect Master, this was entrusted to me by the former sect master." The mention of a teacher caused Yun Yun's beautiful eyes to narrow, and she nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further, while others remained unaware. She was acutely aware that her mentor was not dead, but merely in seclusion. Observing Yun Yun's decision to refrain from further questioning, Jia Xingtian's brow furrowed slightly, cultivating a deeper wariness towards the Yunlan sect. It appeared that the sect's influence was far greater than previously imagined. This incident would necessitate another gathering of powerful figures. With Yun Yun no longer pressing the issue, Gu He felt the weight in his heart gradually lift. Meanwhile, the attention of the crowd shifted once more to the enchanting figure of Queen Medusa hovering above. Kai Dai let out a soft sigh, her alluring red lips pursed, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of regret as she stated, "I must concede, your terms are indeed tempting, yet I shall not engage in an exchange with you." Her rejection was resolute, leaving the strong warriors of the Jayamar Empire in utter disbelief. Not exchanging? Had they misheard? Although the energy of the was immense, to the serpent people, it was merely a calamity, devoid of any allure. After all, for these bloodline-imbued serpent folk, the savage and destructive nature of was truly terrifying. Upon hearing the rejection from Kai Dai, Gu He and the other formidable warriors were left in utter astonishment. What? Has this woman lost her senses? Why retain a flame that serves no purpose for herself? It would be far more prudent to exchange it for a medicinal pill. Yen Shi, the Lion King with a hefty demeanor, muttered in confusion. Indeed, this situation is utterly illogical. The Windwalker, Feng Li, echoed his bewilderment. Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma squinted at Kai Dai, their confusion evident, yet they understood that the extraordinary flame might hold significant importance for her. As for her intentions, they could only speculate, but they recognized that if she were to achieve her aims, it could spell disaster for the Jiama Empire. High above, Gu He, momentarily stunned by Kai Dai's refusal, furrowed his brow and stated, "Your Majesty, your rejection has truly taken me by surprise. It appears this exchange is destined to fail. Your conditions are indeed enticing, yet for certain reasons, that flame is of utmost importance to me." Kai Dai's exquisite face bore a hint of regret as she softly replied, "You should all return whence you came." Upon hearing the words of the Medusa Queen, Gu He's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but that flame is exceedingly vital to me. Today, I must have it. Everyone attack." With Gu He's cold command, the powerful warriors of the Jia Ma Empire suddenly unleashed their overwhelming might. Jia Xingtian, having already profited, naturally surged towards Kai Dai as part of his reward. Although Fa Ma was a Do Huang, he usually refrained from engaging in battle, and even now, he hesitated, perhaps feeling Gu He's conditions were yet insufficient to warrant his intervention. As for Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, she felt compelled to assist Gu He in acquiring the extraordinary flame, as it would enhance the strength of her sect, a duty she bore as its leader. With a flick of her delicate hand, a skewer of roasted fish materialized, the exquisite jade peak sword gifted to her by Yifeng. With a graceful movement of her azure wings, she swiftly darted towards Kai Dai. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking. In this moment as adversaries, there was no room for chivalry. Jia Xingtian and Yun Yun launched a joint assault on Kai Dai. Kai Dai's prowess was not inferior to that of her sister. Her strength was indeed formidable. As her crimson robe billowed slightly, an overwhelming aura erupted from within her. A long sword materialized in her hands, devoid of any fear. Her eyes flashing with a chilling resolve, "Surround me? If so, you shall find eternal slumber here. Eliminate them. Leave no one behind." "Yes." In response to her fierce command, Yu Mei, Mo Basi, and Hua Xier suddenly engaged in battle with Yen Shi, Feng Li, and Lei Na. "Old man Lei Na, haven't you suffered enough from our last encounter?" Yu Mei said with a charming smile upon seeing her former opponent. "Humph, this time, it's your turn to suffer." Lei Na understood that defeating Yu Mei would be a formidable challenge, but he was determined to at least impede her. "Ha ha, finally, I can make my move. Come, you wretched snake. Foolish lion, today I shall slay you and prepare braised lion's head." Moba's and Yen Lion clashed with the ferocity of fierce lions and tigers, the heavens resonating with the thunderous sounds of their mighty collision. "How have you enhanced your strength to such an extent?" "Humph, it is you who has weakened." Feng Li. Feng Li's adversary is none other than the flower serpent, who, having consumed the spirit-doling pill, has become significantly more formidable compared to before. Unlike the fierce battle between Moba's and Yen Lion, she, alongside Yu Mei, can suppress Feng Li. However, determining a victor in a short span remains exceedingly challenging. As for the remaining peak spirit-doling experts, their opponents are naturally the Medusa serpent guards. Below, the serpent clan's guards unleashed their spears with reckless abandon. Sharp projectiles that even the peak spirit-doling warriors had to take seriously. Particularly among the Medusa serpent guards, some possess the same spirit-doling prowess, and should they be ambushed, even a Do Wang could swiftly be defeated due to the suddenness of the assault. Humph, the power of the is too turbulent. It must be concealed by that woman. Pharaoh, let us venture inside to search for the... Gui glanced at the Medusa queen engaged in a fierce battle with Jia Xingtian and Yun Yun. Addressing the pharaoh beside him, the pharaoh narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke softly. Dan Wang, are you truly relaying what we discussed? The 7th grade pill formula. Chapter 115. Bring down the Dan Wang Ba. Xian Bing Long Xiang. After exchanging a few quiet words with Fa Ma, Gu He and Fa Ma swiftly darted towards the Medusa temple. They must not be allowed to enter. All serpent guards, heed my command. Draw your bows and bring down that ancient, decrepit one with the great cauldron and that Dan Wang Ba. Yes, beneath the city walls. At the command of a cloaked figure adorned with a mask, countless archers unleashed a barrage of arrows into the sky. A dense rain of arrows darkened the air. But to the two alchemists, it was as inconsequential as a mere illusion. The alchemists possessed the elemental attributes of fire and wood, with the fire attribute being the most formidable. In an effort to expedite their escape, Fa Ma waved his arm, summoning a terrifying blaze that erupted around them. This inferno transformed into a luminous shield, enveloping their bodies and incinerating the darkened rain of arrows into ashes upon contact. Let us go. As Fa Ma's voice echoed, the two hastened towards the Medusa temple below. Humph! How dare you humans act recklessly in the domain of the serpent clan? At that moment, 3 figures abruptly obstructed Gu He and Fa Ma's path, their cold voices reverberating through the sky. Fa Ma, you old fool, have you forgotten us? The 3 elders of the serpent clan. Upon seeing the 3 formidable elders, adorned with fearsome fangs, Gu He's countenance darkened. At the sight of these 3, Gu He, who had just stood shoulder to shoulder with Fa Ma, instinctively took a step back, retreating behind Fa Ma, as if he were facing the Medusa queen herself. Fa Ma. Oh, regarding Gu He's behavior, Fa Ma was evidently not surprised, having already witnessed it. However, he found himself at a loss for words. You may hide behind Yun Yun, but to shelter behind me. This leaves me somewhat unsettled. Humph. Fa Ma snorted, the sound ambiguous in its target. His eyes, partially obscured by his white brows, narrowed slightly as he remarked nonchalantly. The 3 elders of the serpent clan, how could I forget? However, today I must engage you all in battle. Very well. The 3 of us shall have a grand battle with you, old man. As the words fell, an extraordinary surge of energy erupted from within the 3 elders, merging into a singular, formidable force that resonated with the might of a Do Huang-level powerhouse. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle, Gu He could not help but feel gratified for having summoned such numbers. He had not anticipated the depth of the serpent clan's power. The combined energy of these 3 elders surpassed that of a typical Do Huang. Were it not for Fa Ma's presence, he would undoubtedly have been intercepted here. Seeing the 3 elders' overwhelming aura, Gu He's expression shifted. Urgently, he spoke. Fa Ma, I leave this to you. I must. Fama, with a furrowed brow, lamented. Were it not for that 7th grade elixir formula, I would not be here. The 3 esteemed elders sought to intercept Gu He, but they were thwarted by Fama instead. Fools, your adversary is me, he declared, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp and penetrating. With a disdainful snort, an intense battle erupted in that very moment. Above, countless beams of light streaked across the sky like a relentless meteor shower, the clash of Do Huang experts rendering any intervention impossible. Meanwhile, the struggle among the 3 Do Huang warriors remained indecisive. On the ramparts of Medusa's royal city, the sight of the approaching Pill King Gu He cast a pall of gravity over the defenders. He was no ordinary Do Huang, but a pinnacle powerhouse, his might formidable. Before reinforcements could arrive, they had to prevent his entry. All hands, launch your spears. Bring that Pill King down. The guards atop the walls, sensing the urgency, grasped their bows and, at the command, seized the venomous spears laid aside. Gu He furrowed his brow, perceiving the serpentine commanders strategizing. They were resorting to attrition and employing venomous spears. Even the formidable Gu He, known for his mastery of snake venom, felt the weight of the situation. While arrows could be incinerated by flames, the toxic spears were a different matter entirely. The serpent guards clutched their poisoned weapons, their arms drawing back with collected strength. And in an instant, a multitude of venomous spears were unleashed. Instantly, the sky darkened with a torrential downpour of toxic projectiles aimed directly at the nearing Gu He. Following closely behind were a dozen serpent warriors, leveraging their height to launch an aerial assault. A mere glance revealed to Gu He that among them were 2 Do Ling and several Do Shi, undoubtedly elite members of Medusa's personal guard. As these formidable opponents unleashed their attacks, a ferocious energy surged, exponentially amplifying the power directed toward Gu He. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Gu He did not dare to delay. In midair, he opened and closed his palm, summoning azure flames that enveloped his form. His azure wings deepened in hue, reminiscent of the abyss, instilling a primal fear within onlookers. With a swift motion, he formed a hand seal and intoned softly, "Blue flames. Unleash." As his voice echoed, deep azure flames erupted before him, surging forth in a cataclysmic blaze. In their wake, countless poisoned spears were incinerated, while the relentless assault of the serpent warriors disintegrated into nothingness beneath the onslaught of the blue flames. Gu He, a distinguished figure among the 10 mightiest of the Gamma Empire, second only to the Do Huang, exhibited extraordinary prowess, though a hint of trepidation lingered within him. With a slight flutter of his wings, he maneuvered with astonishing speed through the defenses of the serpent warriors, and as he extended his hands, a surge of energy shot forth, causing several serpents to recoil, bloodied and retreating. With utmost speed, Gyuk repelled the assailants. Just as he was about to dash into the city, suddenly, a dark shadow, accompanied by an aura that caused his expression to shift, surged upwards from below. In an instant, Gyuk's wings flapped vigorously, propelling him backwards just in time to narrowly evade the spear, which was propelled towards him amidst a tempest of swirling sands. What? Gyuk gazed down in bewilderment, spotting a figure clad in a black robe that enveloped their form entirely, with a serpent's tail extending from their lower body, standing upon the city wall while observing him. Within their gaze, there seemed to linger a hint of pity. Pity for the esteemed Dan Wang Gyuk? Gyuk's countenance darkened. Who was this serpentine figure, adorned with a fanged mask? Was he an elder of the serpent clan? That seemed implausible, for his power was merely at the spirit dual level. Yet, how could a spirit dual serpent bear the mask of a clan elder? Moreover, why did he emanate such an unsettling sense of danger? Xianbing Longxiang. Gyuk, what on earth is going on? Chapter 116, Battle at Ancient River. A sudden sandstorm. Within Ancient River's sight, atop the city walls, a serpentine figure adorned with a peculiar mask exuded an eerie chill from its right arm. Mystic Ice Dragon soars. At the sound of this commanding shout, the right arm was abruptly raised, unleashing a wave of chilling energy that swept through the space, as a terrifying frost surged around the figure. In the blink of an eye, an enormous ice dragon materialized. As the dragon appeared, the entire sky was enveloped by this frigid aura, rendering all onlookers momentarily speechless. Mystic Ice Dragon soars? As one of the 10 strongest warriors of the Gamma Empire, they were all too familiar with this technique. Was this not the formidable combat skill of the tyrannical Ice Emperor, Hebedong? How could it be wielded by a serpent man? This was utterly unfathomable. Could it be that Hebedong had taken this individual as a disciple? Or was there some other hidden truth? This is the Ice Emperor's technique? How could it be mastered by a serpent man? Gazing at the colossal ice dragon that had coalesced, Ancient River furrowed his brow, astonished. Indeed, the serpent tribe possessed numerous formidable warriors. At that moment, Fama, who was engaged in battle with 3 elders, could not help but sigh in resignation. When the menacing figure in the black robe appeared, Yun Yun, who was battling alongside Jia Xingtian against the Queen of Medusa, involuntarily furrowed her brows. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing this cloaked figure, she felt an unsettling familiarity. It was as if this black-robed person resembled her little rogue. After all, they shared a profound understanding of one another, and their familiarity was profound. Even though their auras differed, the instinctual connection was undeniably strong. Yet, the scene before her filled Yun Yun with self-doubt. for her little rogue was human, not a serpent. It seemed she was simply yearning too much for that mischievous little rascal. How could I feel this way? We have only been apart for a single day, and yet I find myself so preoccupied with that naughty little rogue. As she pondered, the thought of the red lips beneath the black mask inadvertently brought a sweet smile to her face. Before Ancient River stood none other than her little rogue, Feng Yi. The esteemed alchemical elder of the serpent tribe, Yi Feng, faced the alchemist, Ba Guha, without a hint of concern. With a plethora of high-tier combat techniques at his disposal, as long as he employed an attribute technique he had not previously used, he could easily conceal his identity. Under the system's veil, not only was he able to mask his aura, but he could also obscure his scent. This was precisely why, after being suddenly transported to the Queen of Medusa's bed, he initially felt fear, yet was emboldened afterwards. He had thought that the faint aroma of Yun Yun would linger on him. The Queen of Medusa was not the type to overlook the scent of her perfume on someone. If discovered, there would only be one outcome. However, with the system's concealment in place, Yi Feng finally felt a sense of relief. In the present moment, Yi Feng exuded an unwavering confidence in himself. As long as he refrained from revealing the identities of Xiao Bai and Hong Ling, as well as the combat techniques he had previously employed, his true identity would remain concealed. Thus, he summoned a long-forgotten combat technique, the Profound Ice Dragon Soar. As a high-level profound combat skill, its power was undeniably formidable. The instant the ice dragon manifested, Yi Feng found himself standing atop the colossal creature. The blackish-purple serpent tail, partially concealed beneath his robe, appeared exceedingly bizarre. With a thunderous roar, the dragon unleashed a frigid breath, mercilessly assaulting the ancient river suspended in the air. Gu He, fully aware of the potency of this combat technique, did not dare to be negligent. The blue flames of his battle aura erupted forth with wild intensity. Blue flames raging heaven. In that fleeting moment of employing the technique once more, azure flames swirled around Gu He's form. The next instant, the flames surged forward like a titanic wave, charging towards the enormous dragon. Ice and fire, two formidable energies, collided at that pivotal moment. A deafening roar akin to thunder resonated throughout the sky. The icy tendrils and flames did not dissipate upon impact. Rather, they consumed one another. The terrifying chill of the ice dragon rapidly encased the flames in frost, while the azure fire relentlessly devoured the cold. Hidden beneath his dark robe, Yi Feng's expression grew solemn, for he understood that without the use of his strength paled in comparison to the peak of Do Wang, Gu He. In that moment of collision, Yi Feng's icy aura was visibly engulfed by the overwhelming flames. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Instead, the corners of his mouth, concealed beneath the mask, curled into a subtle smirk. He recognized that despite his status as a Do Shi, he had dared to provoke a Do Wang. Now having ascended to the realm of Do Ling, what difference did it make if his opponent was at the pinnacle of Do Wang? Though his right arm was suffused with extreme icy energy and could no longer unleash combat techniques, Yi Feng's left hand was far from idle. He was acutely aware that in the fiery domain of the Tagur Desert, his ice attribute battle aura was at a significant disadvantage. However, it was precisely due to being in the Tagur Desert that his ice attribute combat aura compelled the Pill King Gu He to underestimate him. Even if Gu He wielded the high-level profound combat technique, the Profound Ice Dragon Soar, his strength as a Do Ling rendered him inferior to Gu He, who also utilized a high-level profound technique. This was something Gu He was deeply convinced of, especially under the natural suppression of attributes. This was Yi Feng's disadvantage, as true powerhouses would not lack high-level profound techniques. Nevertheless, what if it were an earth-level technique? Yi Feng skillfully capitalized on Gu He's covert disdain, initiating with the ice attribute technique, Profound Ice Dragon Soar. At this juncture, as Yi Feng extended his left hand, a terrifying aura, several times more potent than before, erupted from his body. Heavenly Fire Triad Transformation. 3,000 Flame Transformations. This secret technique was employed by Yi Feng only after Yun Yun had taken Hong Ling away from the Warcraft Mountains, ensuring that it would not be exposed. Moreover, the transformation beneath the black robe was imperceptible. The sudden emergence of this aura caused Gu He's eyes to widen in disbelief. A secret technique? A high-level secret technique? The strength of this individual's aura had instantaneously surged to the level of a 6-star Do Ling. Simultaneously, within the palm of Yi Feng's left hand, an exceptionally violent aura erupted. At the moment this combat skill was unleashed, the surrounding terrifying wind attribute energy surged wildly, rapidly converging towards Yi Feng's palm. The wildly chaotic wind energy, as it gathered in his palm, transformed into a formidable miniature sand tornado. The Taggart Desert was not solely characterized by its fiery energy, but also by its sand attribute energy. As the sand tornado formed, Yi Feng swung his arm, unleashing the vortex. In that instant, what had once been a mere speck suddenly transformed into a colossal sand dune tornado, soaring towards the heavens and stirring up the clouds. A sandstorm materialized out of nowhere, rushing violently toward Gu He's body. This is an Earth-tier combat skill. Feeling the sudden surge of wind attribute energy, Gu He's expression changed drastically. Chapter 117, Barter. The Alchemist King in light blue underwear. As Yi Feng wielded the Xianbing Longxiang to counter the formidable blue flame of Gu He with his right hand, he simultaneously unleashed an Earth-tier combat technique, Sandstorm, with his left. This technique, a product of the Heavenly Fire's transformation secret, possessed a power surpassing that of a Do Wang. The sand vortex surged violently, instantly engulfing Gu He in the raging blue flames. At that moment, the flames only intensified, merging into a colossal and terrifying fiery sand vortex. The emergence of this gigantic whirlwind left countless onlookers in awe. Was this truly a technique unleashed by a Douling? It was unfathomably powerful. The flames surrounding Gu He were completely absorbed into the fiery vortex, leaving only his azure Do Chi armor intact. The immense energy was overwhelming. The fire energy that once belonged to Gu He now entirely belonged to his adversary. Everything transpired at a breathtaking speed. No matter how cautious Gu He was, he could hardly fathom that while his opponent unleashed such a formidable Xianbing Longxiang, he could also execute such a terrifying Earth-tier technique. The convergence of the overwhelming energies of wind, sand, and fire created a terrifying spectacle. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as the chill emanating from his right hand dissipated, and the colossal ice dragon beneath him shattered like a broken mirror. Yet, Yi Feng did not halt his advance. As his body descended from the heavens, a faint smile graced his lips. With a decisive step, he unleashed a ripple of energy, propelling himself explosively into the heart of the massive whirlwind. A layer of sand Do Chi armor enveloped him, as they shared the same origin, thus causing no harm. Upon entering the tempest, he paid no heed to Gu He, who was desperately defending himself against the raging storm. Instead, amidst the swirling sands, his gaze shifted to the ring on his finger. A soft glow flickered, and a blue silhouette materialized in Yi Feng's hand, accompanied by a card resembling a playing card. Observing this wondrous card, a smile blossomed on his face. System. Activate the barter card. Target. Gu He. The moment the command left his lips, a faint golden light shimmered in his hand. The next instant, the once exquisite azure armor transformed into. Upon seeing a white silhouette, Yi Feng swiftly withdrew his hand. He could not allow it to be tainted. The white garment, devoid of Yi Feng's Do Chi protection, was obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. After the obliteration, Yi Feng glanced toward Gu He, who was at the vortex's center, casting a shield for defense. The corners of his lips, hidden beneath the mask, curled into a playful smirk. Alchemist King, you only have yourself to blame for coveting my family's Yuner jade pendant. With a swift motion of his right hand, a magnificent sword materialized in Yi Feng's grasp. At this very moment, he could no longer wield the soul-cutting blade with its fiery finesse. This sword, though merely adequate, would suffice for the time being. Harnessing the energy of the wind attribute, he maneuvered rapidly through the sandstorm, appearing instantaneously behind Gu He. The long sword in his hand retracted momentarily, as a tempestuous surge of wind energy coalesced upon its blade. In a fleeting moment of preparation, he unleashed the formidable technique, Wind's Apex, Meteoric Destruction. The advanced combat skill of the Yunlan sect surged forth, and Gu He, possessing considerable strength, instinctively reacted. Yet, reacting was one matter, evading was another entirely. Gu He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a minuscule yet potent gust of wind energy that brushed past his chest, prompting a sigh of relief. Had he not been quick on his feet, that strike would undoubtedly have claimed his life. Yi Feng chuckled. As Gu He brandished his sword, it seemed to spring forth, his gaze now intensely scrutinizing the surroundings. Within the heart of the fierce tornado, the winds were considerably less violent than outside. However, it was precisely this diminished ferocity that ensnared him in its grasp. The mere fact that this serpent man possessed such strength, despite being merely a spirit fighter, was truly terrifying. Moreover, how could he wield such a plethora of combat techniques? While the icy dragon of Haibodong was one thing, he also possessed sand attribute techniques that surpassed even those of the formidable Jiang Tian. And now he employed Yun Air's signature move, Wind's Apex, meteoric destruction. Were it not for the variety of techniques he demonstrated, Gui would certainly suspect a profound connection between this individual and his own Yun Air. The sheer power of Wind's Apex, meteoric destruction, was impossible to disregard. Especially under these adverse conditions, Gui's brow furrowed as he sensed the surrounding energies, bracing himself against the impending peril. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly emerged. Wind push. With a melodious sound, a striking azure figure descended from the heavens. The once fearsome fiery sand tornado dissipated under the impact of this azure whirlwind, vanquished into nothingness. Who are you? Why do you wield the techniques of my Yunlan sect? As Yifeng unleashed Wind's Apex, meteoric destruction, Yin Yun, a Do Huang, sensed the familiar aura and abandoned her assault on Queen Medusa to come to this location. Her gentle, beautiful eyes, usually warm, now glimmered with a chilling coldness. Unsettling Yifeng. I am the Alchemy Elder of the Serpent Clan, possessing myriad exceptional skills, and Wind's Apex, meteoric destruction, is among them. Yifeng's eerie laughter echoed from beneath his mask, reminiscent of a villain, sending shivers down spines. Alchemy Elder? How could a being of the cold-blooded Serpent Clan become an Alchemy Elder? Yun Yun furrowed her dark brows, regarding the figure before her with confusion. Every individual possesses their own peculiarities. I am no exception. Sect Master Yun, do you have any further inquiries? Upon hearing the words of the elder alchemist, Yun Yun's delicate figure swiftly appeared before Gu He, her voice soft yet resolute. Leave him to me. You go seek the. Our time is limited, and should the other leaders arrive, we may find ourselves empty-handed. Understood, Gu He nodded, noticing the gravity in Yun Yun's expression, and his gaze turned toward the city of Medusa. With a powerful flap of his wings, he prepared to surge forward. However, at that moment, Yifeng unexpectedly interjected. I never imagined that the renowned Pill King of the Jiamar Empire would be clad in light blue undergarments. It is indeed astonishing. What? As Yifeng's words fell, Yun Yun's exquisitely beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. No longer concerned about the elder of the serpent people, she swiftly turned her body. Her perplexed gaze now fixated upon Gu He. Gu He blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered. When did I don light blue undergarments? I distinctly changed from pink to white this morning. As Gu He lowered his gaze, his eyes landed upon his luxurious robe, torn at the horizontal seam to reveal the azure-scaled armor beneath, leaving him utterly perplexed. How peculiar! When did I put on such fine inner armor? Gu He exclaimed, astonished as he curiously peeled back the blue-scaled inner armor, revealing it to the light. Yifeng, Uft, Yun Yun. Chapter 118. The Indignant Yun Yun, a rogue within the sect. At this moment, Gu He found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, akin to a confused fruit hanging from a perplexed tree. What on earth was happening? When had he acquired such an exquisite piece of inner armor? The material alone indicated its formidable defensive capabilities. Yet he could not recall donning it. Had his memories become disordered, or had he been favored by that powerful individual? Gazing at his recently torn garments, shredded by Yifeng's wind-infused strike, and noticing the unscathed chest beneath, Gu He was utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Yifeng, the very architect of this absurdity, observed Gu He with a bemused expression, reveling in his confusion. At this moment, Gu He was not only bewildered but also secretly elated by the unexpected addition of the inner armor. Indeed, he felt a surge of joy. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled by the sudden fortune of acquiring such a splendid piece of armor? Even as the esteemed Pill King, Gu He found himself elated by this serendipitous opportunity that was beyond his wildest dreams. However, just as he relished his good fortune, a chilling glimmer flashed before him, instantly extinguishing his smile and draining the color from his face. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from before him, and feeling the cold blade pressing against his throat, Gui's expression turned pale as he slowly raised his gaze. Before him stood a sharp sword, and at its hilt was the furious Yun Yun, her exquisite features ablaze with wrath. Gui was left utterly dumbfounded by the situation. What was happening? This unexpected turn of events had not gone unnoticed by those around them. The fierce battle that had raged moments before came to an abrupt halt, as all eyes turned in astonishment towards Yun Yun and Gu He. How could these two, members of the same sect, suddenly turn against each other with such hostility? Yun what is the meaning of this? Gu He, feeling the blade inching closer to his life, questioned Yun Yun in a daze. Just moments ago, he had been instructed to seek and now she seemed intent on ending his life. As a Pill King, he was utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. What does this mean? It is I who should be asking you. Gu He, what is the meaning of your actions? Yun Yun's eyes glinted with icy fury. In that moment, she had been thoroughly incensed by Gu He's behavior. It turned out that the heart of the sea armor she had lost had been stolen by none other than this seemingly affable Pill King. His audacity to wear her personal garment was nothing short of abhorrent. Upon witnessing this scene, Yun Yun felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She had never suspected that the friend she had held in such high regard could possess such a repugnant and twisted disposition. Previously, I found myself in a room with the little scoundrel. He had brazenly entered my quarters in my absence, as he had boasted to Yanran. At the time, I merely harbored suspicions, for I placed considerable trust in this so-called friend. However, now, with undeniable evidence in front of me, I found my inner armor adorning his form. His expression of delight quickly morphing into one of feigned ignorance and bewilderment, truly repugnant. Furthermore, he had the audacity to showcase his ill-gotten gains to the formidable figures of the Gamard Empire and the serpent folk. This incited Yun Yun's fury even further. Parading around in my lost armor before such a multitude was nothing short of a blatant display of arrogance, a provocation directed at her. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun was expected to maintain her composure and report to her master upon returning to the sect before dealing with this alchemist. Yet, the excessive insolence displayed by Gu He had thoroughly enraged her. Yun'er, please set down your sword. Let us discuss this matter calmly. I genuinely do not understand why you wish to kill me so suddenly. Gu He's expression was grave. He had come to the Tagore Desert to seize the exotic fire, not to be mistakenly slain by the woman he cherished. If he were to perish here, it would be an unjust fate indeed. Observing Gu He's continued display of confusion, Yun Yun's delicate hand trembled slightly as the blade of her jade-peaked sword pierced his neck. A warm trickle cascaded down Gu He's throat, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. This was no mere jest. Yun Yun's beautiful visage was etched with frost, her eyes glinting with icy resolve as she declared, "Set down the sword? What face do you have to demand that of me? You are my lost heart of the ocean armor, caught red-handed. And you still have the audacity to speak?" The formidable figures of the Gamard Empire looked on in astonishment. Oh. The serpent folk gasped in amazement. Gu He stammered, You mean this armor I wear is the one you lost? His hands, which had begun to part his garments, trembled in disbelief as he pointed at the heart of the ocean armor adorning him. Even without Yun Yun's confirmation, the powerful figures of the Gamard Empire were convinced that Gu He had indeed made a grave error. Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, and Reina had all witnessed Yun Yun's relentless pursuit of Feng Yi over her lost armor. Since both had since returned together, it was clear that their previous misunderstanding had been resolved. If their misunderstanding proved that her prized armor was not stolen by Feng Yi, then the true thief was now unmistakably revealed. The crowd murmured, it is indeed difficult to guard against treachery. The renowned Gu He of the Gamard Empire had committed such a foolish act. He would surely gain infamy throughout the realm. Observing Gu He's continued inquiries, clinging to the remnants of his dignity, Yun Yun's lips curled into a disdainful, mocking smile as she retorted, Gu He, do you believe that I would mistake my own close-fitting armor? Do not tell me that you too have a terrifying teacher in background. Gu He, oh, I have a terrifying teacher? How dreadful. Despite Gu He's pride, he must reluctantly admit that he pales in comparison to that young master Feng Yi. Just the fact that he possesses a 6th-tier magical beast as a pet puts him leagues ahead. Upon hearing this, Gu He's already ghastly complexion turned even more ashen. Someone has wronged me. Is it that Feng Yi? It must be him. Only he, with his plethora of extraordinary treasures and bizarre, high-tier pets, could possibly achieve such an impossible exchange? Yen, listen to me. I don't even know the color of your close-fitting armor, so how could I steal it? Enlightened, Gu He hastily explained, quickly shifting the blame. It is that Feng Yi. He is the one framing me. He harbors inappropriate intentions toward you, which is why he is scheming against me, hoping to win you for himself. Humph. Upon hearing this, Yun erupted in fury, her exquisitely delicate face flushed with indignation. My little scoundrel would frame you? He desires me? If you were speaking of someone else, I might believe you. But how could my little scoundrel, who has already won my heart, ever frame you? The lie was instantly shattered. With a swift motion, her jade arm swept down, and the long sword sliced across Gu He's neck, revealing the azure armor before all present. With a sharp, resonant sound, Yun's eyes widened, fixating on the jade pendant adorning Gu He's chest. Gu He, if I do not slay you today, then I shall not be called Yun. Gu He, Oh, it's over. Now I am utterly finished. There's no washing this clean. Even if I were to jump into a pool of blood. Chapter 119. The turbulence of the mysterious fire. A great crisis. Upon the chest of Gu He lay a jade pendant of a verdant hue, exquisitely polished and flawless, a true gem of exceptional quality. This precious stone was secured to him by a slender cord, a trinket he had fortuitously discovered at the entrance of the Nalan family's grotto and subsequently concealed. Gu He refrained from returning the pendant to Yun, for it was the sole possession linked to the woman he cherished, and he could not bear to part with it. Initially intended as a cherished memento, it had inadvertently transformed into evidence of his transgressions. At that moment, Gu He found himself at a loss for words, confronted by an insurmountable predicament. The gazes of the formidable warriors from the Giamatti Empire hovered over the jade pendant adorning Gu He's chest. They recognized it well, for it belonged to Yun, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, who wore it at her waist. The sight of this pendant now resting upon Gu He only served to solidify their suspicions. He was indeed guilty of theft. A palpable sense of disbelief coursed through the crowd. Gu He's actions were indefensible. While one might understand a desire for beauty, theft was an entirely different matter. To pilfer a pendant was one thing, but to steal the intimate armor of Yun, a woman of great stature, was an affront that could incite fury. Yen, this pendant is something I found. Gu He's eyes reflected profound anguish, for there was no greater torment than being regarded with hostility and misunderstanding by the woman he adored. Found? The onlookers questioned his credibility, incredulous at his continued denials. At this juncture, Gu He remained obstinate, refusing to admit culpability. How disheartening it was for Yun, who had always regarded him as a friend, to discover his shamelessness. With a chilling glare, the blade of the jade peak sword glimmered menacingly as it was thrust towards Gu He's throat. Shameless? Huh. Despair filled Gu He's eyes. He was too close to evade Yun's strike, and his heart had already succumbed to desolation. As the Pill King of the Giamatti Empire, he wielded immense authority. Yet he had chosen to align himself with the Yunlan sect solely for the sake of Yun. In pursuit of her love, he had sacrificed much but garnered nothing in return. And now, the woman he had devoted his life to pursue had turned her blade against him. How truly absurd. Gu He's eyelids slowly descended. Though consciousness lingered, he felt as though he had already perished. Clang! Just as Yun's sword was poised to deliver a fatal blow, a flash of pale blue light erupted, deflecting her blade and allowing it to graze past Gu He's neck. A lock of hair drifted from Gu He's throat, where a crimson mark began to seep forth. The countenance that should have radiated with vigor was now replaced by a bitter smile. I have not perished. The Gu He of old is dead. Henceforth, I shall live anew. At this moment, Gu He's eyes became exceptionally sharp, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. Gu He, do not forget, your life no longer belongs to you, but to me, the Emperor. Until you have concocted sufficient elixirs for me, you have no right to perish. Suddenly, a voice, clear and authoritative, resonated from a nearby space, causing the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. Upon hearing the voice, Yifeng felt the 3,000 flames within him surge violently, causing his brow to furrow in recognition. Was it him? The gazes of all the powerful beings were now fixed upon that particular point in space. There, a blue silhouette swiftly approached, revealing a man clad in luxurious alchemist robes, suspended in the air. Behind him, a pair of azure wings, shimmering like crystal in the sunlight, appeared fantastical. The man's visage was strikingly handsome, seemingly youthful, with slightly thin lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air of cold severity, yet also possessing an unusual sinister charm. On the right breast of his robe, a finely crafted character for Maple was emblazoned. Maple? The alchemist monarch, Han Feng. As this name surfaced in their minds, many powerful figures involuntarily gasped in awe. The formidable presence of a pinnacle 6th-grade alchemist from the Blackhorn domain. The alchemist monarch Han Feng. Compared to the mere pill king of their small Gamma empire, the alchemist monarch was the true high-tier alchemist, a being to be feared by all. At this moment, whether it was Jia Xingtian, Fama, or Kai Dai and Yifeng, they all suddenly comprehended why Gu He had previously possessed such a rich foundation. With 6th-grade elixirs in abundance, and even 7th-grade transformation pills available, it became evident that only this alchemist monarch could achieve such feats. Given Gu He's current meager 5th-grade status, he could not possibly summon such a terrifying foundation. It became clear that he had struck a deal with Han Feng, promising to concoct sufficient elixirs upon reaching the 6th grade. However, this was merely a ruse to deceive others. As one aware of Han Feng's true nature, Yifeng understood that Han Feng's arrival was merely a pretext. Sensing the turmoil of the 3,000 flames within him, Yifeng comprehended that Han Feng's true purpose here was singular: the exotic fire. Aside from the blue lotus earth heart fire, Han Feng might also be interested in the 3,000 flames of Gu He. Unaware that Han Feng possessed remnants of the burning decision, believed he could only subdue one type of, undoubtedly revealing the existence of to him. The name 3,000 could very well have been divulged by the loquacious Gu He. Han Feng could not ascertain whether the 3,000 was genuine, as he knew it resided within the terrifying Pill Tower. However, whether the 3,000 was real or not, the mere prospect of the blue lotus earth heart fire was ample reason for Han Feng's visit. Upon contemplating such matters, Yifeng's heart grew heavy. Han Feng, seeking me, would not arrive alone as a mere 6th-tier pinnacle alchemist. This situation had truly escalated into a grave crisis for the Serpent clan. Sensing the tumult within his inner sea of flames, Han Feng felt a surge of joy. He turned to the icy-faced Kai Dai and revealed a charming smile. "Your Majesty. Queen Medusa, I am Han Feng from the Blackhorn domain. It is indeed a rare fortune to behold your exquisite grace today." Yifeng muttered under his breath. "What on earth is my master doing?" A disciple reflects the master. "He shows up and flirts with my wife. Does he wish for death?" The mention of the Blackhorn domain caused Kai Dai's beautiful eyes to narrow, as fragmented memories of her awakening flickered in her mind, leaving her with a vague recollection of the name. Her crimson lips curled into a striking arc, yet her tone remained frigid. "Alchemist Han Feng, a 6th-tier pinnacle alchemist. Pray tell, what brings you to the Serpent clan?" Upon hearing Queen Medusa's inquiry, Han Feng replied with a calm smile. "I have come solely to discuss a matter with your Majesty." "What matter? Pray speak plainly, alchemist," Kai Dai asked coldly, her eyes narrowing slightly. Han Feng shifted his gaze from Kai Dai and then rested it on the rear of the Medusa temple, smiling gently as he inquired, "Might I ask, your Majesty, if it would be possible to transfer the to me after the evolution of the other queen?" "What?" Chapter 120, Confrontation, an irresistible proposal. As the formidable beings of the Gamma Empire absorbed the words of Han Feng, they were struck with astonishment. How could it be that the Serpent people possessed not one, but 2 queens? The realization dawned upon the Serpent people present. Their beloved princess had awakened. Yet, was the figure before them truly their princess, or was she the queen? With their limited perception, they were unable to discern the truth. The 2 women bore an uncanny resemblance, both adorned in regal attire. Unless one was intimately familiar with them, it would be nearly impossible to tell them apart without scrutinizing their eyes. Even Yifeng would find it challenging to recognize the 2 from behind. One could only hope that future encounters would not lead to confusion. The powerful figures of the Gamma Empire held great trust in the Apothecary Emperor, as his words carried significant weight. In such a moment, he would not utter anything impractical. All eyes turned to the majestic Medusa queen clad in royal robes, their curious gazes simultaneously fixating on Kai Dai. This caused Kai Dai's expression to grow icy, her brows knitting together as she spoke in a low voice. The title of Apothecary Emperor is indeed not without merit. However, the serpent people do not possess two queens. I am Kai Dai, the princess of the serpent people. Oh, a princess you say? Pray tell, what are your thoughts on my request? Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he locked gazes with Kai Dai. Kai Dai's brows furrowed, yet her icy eyes remained unchanged by her status. A flicker of doubt shone within her cold gaze. According to my understanding from ancient texts, an alchemist can only subdue one type of. Should one attempt to forcibly subdue another, they would surely perish in flames. You, Apothecary Emperor, are said to already possess one type of. Why then do you seek to come here? With a calm smile, Han Feng replied, It is precisely for that reason that I have come to assist the Dan Wang in subduing. In the future, I shall aid the Emperor in alchemy. Oh, is that so? Then what if I refuse the Apothecary Emperor's request? A chilling aura suddenly emanated from Kai Dai's delicate form, her countenance exuding an overwhelming dominance. Upon hearing Kai Dai's words, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet he responded with a composed smile. If the princess declines, then it will naturally depend on how the Dan Wang chooses to proceed. At this, Kai Dai's gaze shifted to the ancient river nearby, while Yi Feng, concealed beneath his mask, wore a visibly troubled expression. Han Feng, however, cared little for the ancient river. His words were merely a means to utilize it as a scapegoat. Of course, only Yi Feng could grasp the underlying implications, as the others, though sensing something peculiar about the situation, harbored no doubts regarding Han Feng. After all, they were not Yi Feng and were unaware that in the continent of Doqi, there existed extraordinary techniques capable of simultaneously subduing multiple and advancing in strength. They could not fathom that Han Feng possessed fragments of such techniques, nor could they anticipate that his true objective was to subdue. Consequently, whether it be the formidable figures of the Gamma Empire or the alluring colorful butterfly alongside a few other leaders, they merely regarded Han Feng's actions as an attempt to court Gu He, seeking to enlist him within his ranks. Gu He, too, had long since adopted this perspective. However, despite accepting Han Feng's assistance, he did not indicate a desire to join Feng City. This was a manifestation of his pride, for he had the support of Yunlan's sect, where he found his reliance, affection, and love. Yet, it was precisely she who had, moments ago, aimed her blade at him, nearly sealing his fate. Had Han Feng not arrived in the nick of time, Gu He would have undoubtedly met his demise. Gu He, the alchemy king, was no mere sycophant. If she harbored such distrust towards him, willing to strike him down without mercy, then what reason would he have to remain enamored with her? As others focused their attention on Han Feng, Gu He's gaze shimmered with tenderness. He cast a final glance at Yun Yun before his expression hardened with determination. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to Gu He as a result of Han Feng's proclamation, illuminating him with the radiance befitting the alchemy king. Gu He turned his eyes toward colorful butterfly, a calm smile gracing his lips, despite the profound ache in his heart as he spoke. Your Highness, colorful butterfly, engaging in combat is not my intention. As the Emperor of Medicine has stated, if you consent to hand over the after Her Majesty's evolution, we shall coexist peacefully. Do you truly believe I would relinquish the to you? Colorful butterfly replied, a disdainful smile curling upon her alluring lips, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, Han Feng remained undisturbed, for he had learned from his mentor to engage without becoming emotionally invested, to speak without making a move. Gu He furrowed his brow at her contempt, fully grasping the underlying message of the princess. To acquire the one must pay a handsome price. After a moment of contemplation, Gu He's brow knitted tighter, a pained expression crossing his face as he intently declared, Your Highness, colorful butterfly, I shall not depart empty-handed. My terms remain as previously stated, but I propose an additional 2 6th-grade Emperor Extreme pills. What say you? The mere mention of the Emperor Extreme pills left both Xingtian and Fama, along with Yun Yun, wide-eyed in astonishment. The efficacy of these pills needed no elaboration. Even a Do Huang expert consuming one could elevate their prowess by 1 to 2 stars. Take Yun Yun, for instance, as a 3-star Do Huang. She could swiftly ascend to 4-star, or even 5-star Do Huang status after consuming the Emperor Extreme pills. The sheer terror of such power left everyone in shock. And to think there were 2. Did Gu He truly possess Emperor Extreme pills? Was he, perchance, Han Feng's biological brother, who was even lent such treasures? Even if Gu He were to repay this debt in the future, the very notion resembled a scenario akin to the predicaments of the Duki continent, leaving one incredulous. Was Han Feng truly a benevolent benefactor? Yi Feng chuckled softly. Ah, Han Feng truly knows how to play the game. Is he perhaps the angel investor of the Duki continent? Yun Yun's beautiful eyes glinted with coldness as she realized that the Gu He before her was no longer the one she once knew. She and he can no longer be friends. He is likely to choose to leave the Yunlan sect and join the forces of this medicinal emperor. The conditions proposed by Gu He are far too enticing for the people of the Jama Empire. Even the Serpent clan feels that this is an opportune moment for change. 2 6th-grade Do Ling pills can significantly enhance the strength of Do Huang experts, while the Huang Ji Dan can elevate Do Huang powers. Among the Serpent clan, the 3 elders have all reached the pinnacle of Do Huang, and with Yu Mei, Mo Ba Si, and Hua Shi Air, breaking through is not a daunting task. Once they attain the rank of Do Huang, consuming the Huang Ji Dan will instantly augment their prowess, an incredibly tempting prospect. Moreover, the most precious item is the transformation pill, as the Serpent clan's true form is that of a magical beast, yet they possess a semi-human physique. The combination of these 2 forms does not grant a prolonged lifespan or the cultivation speed of humans, but rather a limited lifespan and a cultivation rate inferior to that of fully human beings. Should Princess Kai Dai consume the transformation pill, she is destined to become a Do Zone, or perhaps even a superlative powerhouse. Such enticing terms are simply irresistible. Both Gu He and Han Feng are resolute in their belief that Kai Dai will undoubtedly agree. Countless serpents and numerous powerful beings fix their gazes upon Kai Dai. At this moment, whether to stand firm or to barter rests solely upon her decision. With a gentle press of her crimson lips, Kai Dai showed no hesitation as she declared, I must admit, the conditions you have proposed are indeed alluring. However, this palace still declines. Chapter 121. The Resurgence of the Great War, Arrival of the Serpent Man clan's might. As the words of refusal escaped from Kai Dai's lips, a look of incredulity spread across the faces of everyone present, save for the masked Yi Feng. Refusal? She has actually declined? While these is indeed remarkable, it pales in comparison to these precious elixirs. However, this perspective is limited to the Serpent Man clan. For alchemists, it is an immensely valuable treasure. This is precisely why both Gu He and Han Feng harbor such a fervent obsession for the Qinglian Earthheart fire, willing to invest significantly. Han Feng gazed at the rejecting Kai Dai, his heart filled with confusion. No one among the Serpent Man clan possesses the ability to wield. Why then does she wish to retain it? Regardless of whether Queen Medusa succeeds or fails in her evolution, this would be of no use to the Serpent Man clan. Should she succeed, Queen Medusa would undoubtedly discard thee and spare her sister such suffering. Conversely, if she were to fail, Queen Medusa would perish, leaving only Kai Dai as a formidable Do Huang. Thus, her need for these elixirs would be even more pressing. Yet, she has again chosen to refuse. Naturally, Hua Xier comprehended Kai Dai's actions. The reason behind her decision lies in one person, her brother, Yi Feng. The bond between Yi Feng and her highness. Alas, my dear brother, how fortunate you are. I wonder if this highness is lacking in judgment to refuse such an offer? Yan Shi, who had previously remarked on Kai Dai's lack of intelligence, now voiced his thoughts once more. Nearby, Reina and Feng Li shared the same perplexity. Gu He's countenance darkened. His previously gentle gaze grew increasingly frigid as he declared, if that is the case, then this battle is inevitable. Princess Kai Dai, have you truly considered this? I require no deliberation. Should you desire then you shall remain here for eternity. An overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth, the peak strength of a 9-star Do Huang erupting, causing Han Feng to furrow his brow. It seems that acquiring the will not be a simple task. Elder, Pharaoh, I must trouble you. If I obtain it today, I shall reward you generously in the future. Gu He, feeling the ferocious energy emanating from Kai Dai, was immediately struck with fear, retreating in haste. This time, he could not shamelessly hide behind Yun Yun. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. Han Feng could rescue him from Yun Yun once, but not countless times. Thus, Gu He chose to position himself behind Han Feng instead. This shift in positioning speaks volumes. Gu He has clearly distanced himself from the Yunlan sect and the Jiamat Empire. This caused both Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma to furrow their brows in concern. Is Gu He truly such a base individual? Does he warrant their assistance once more? However, the two had already consented to the terms, and to retract their promise would be unbecoming of a strong man. Moreover, the pursuit of benefit remains paramount, as long as their objectives are achieved. Extending their assistance is not out of the question. As the words of Gu He fell, the formidable aura emanating from Jia Xingtian erupted once more, confronting the colorful butterfly. Meanwhile, Fa Ma faced the three elders of the Serpent clan, and although Yun Yun did not engage directly, a far more terrifying presence than her own, the apothecary Emperor Han Feng, had arrived. A tinge of disappointment surfaced on Yun Yun's delicate face. Was Gu He truly such a person? Ha ha ha. Gu He betrayed the Yunlan sect, and according to the sect's rules, he should face annihilation. Let Gu He meet his demise. The chilling words escaped Yun Yun's lips as she raised her jade peak sword, pointing it directly at Gu He behind Han Feng. Yinner. Upon seeing Yun Yun direct her sword at him again, Gu He, whose heart was already in despair, felt another stab of pain. Alas, I shall explain everything later. I implore the apothecary emperor to protect me. No amount of helplessness could prove his current predicament. Without protection, his death was inevitable. As a Danwang, such behavior invited disdain from all. Gu He clasped his hands in respect towards Han Feng, inciting Yun Yun's fury. Ultimate wind, meteoric kill. Without a moment's hesitation or restraint, she unleashed her ultimate technique. A slender azure beam of light suddenly shot forth from the jade peak sword, aimed directly at Gu He's head. Han Feng, witnessing this, waved his sleeve, and a barrier of blue flames abruptly appeared before him. Clang! A crisp sound of impact resonated around them, as Yun Yun's strike was effortlessly thwarted by Han Feng. This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from all present, and thus they felt the terror that Han Feng exuded. A 9-star Do Emperor of exceptional might, especially one wielding, instilled fear even in Jia Xingtian, let alone others. Was such a powerful being truly here merely to win over Gu He, traveling a great distance to the Jamma Empire? Han Feng, with a slow turn of his right hand, revealed a wicked smile. Sect Master Yun, your private matters with Gu He are not my concern. However, since Gu He has sought my protection, I ask you, for my sake, to spare him. I shall ensure he apologizes to the Yunlan sect in the future. Yun Yun, already inflamed with anger, was further incensed upon seeing Gu He cower behind Han Feng, looking quite pleased with himself. You abducted a member of my sect, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Do you truly think I will let him go? Her face was icy as she unfurled her wings and appeared before Han Feng. Humph. If Sect Master Yun desires a battle, I, Han Feng, shall oblige. With such strength, Han Feng was unafraid of Yun Yun, and the two immediately clashed. Serpent guards, heed my command, eliminate them. At the command of the colorful butterfly, countless poisoned spears and arrows surged forth from the city walls, raining down upon the enemy. However, this time, the effect far surpassed that of previous assaults. A particularly sharp poisoned spear, upon release, pierced through a peak human doling warrior in an instant. Lin Shun, this is bad. Among them was a formidable battle king. A total of 5 battle spirits had arrived, and already one had perished, leaving the remaining 4 in a state of profound dread. Their expressions were grave as they cast their gazes towards the city wall, where stood a slender figure of a serpent man, his back adorned with a pair of deep purple wings. This was the leader of the Serpent clan, Meishing. Horrors! Another powerful serpent warrior had come. Meishing's countenance was frigid, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he seethed. Despicable humans, how dare you invade my Serpent clan? You shall all perish. The animosity Meishing harbored towards humans was palpable. He viewed them with a singular purpose, merciless slaughter. As his words echoed, he transformed into a violet arc, swiftly charging towards the 4 battle spirits. However, at that very moment, an even more terrifying occurrence unfolded. An overwhelming aura erupted from the west. In an instant, a crimson radiance appeared before the group, arriving simultaneously with Meishing. With a swift motion, a chilling scythe and the sharp spikes on an arm clashed, intertwining in a fierce display, and then, the 2 figures halted. Facing each other in a space of opposition, their backs turned to one another. In that moment, the battle spirit's eyes widened in disbelief. They found themselves utterly powerless to resist, having been instantaneously vanquished by the 2 combatants. Chapter 122, The 5 Serpent Venom Seals, The Death of Yin Shi. "Cursed humans, how dare you invade our sacred city?" The figure that emerged was intensely volatile, exuding a malevolent aura that was far more fearsome than the sinister presence of Mei Xing, instilling dread in the hearts of those who merely gazed upon him. An enraged roar echoed through the skies, and the crimson energy enveloping him surged violently, resembling a miniature sun from a distance. Flamestrike. Once again, two formidable serpent warriors have arrived. This is dire news. The elderly Feng Li, who was embroiled in a fierce battle with Hua Xier, wore an expression of helplessness. Observing Feng Li's grave demeanor, Hua Xier smirked and quipped, "Old Feng, you truly have grown weaker. Perhaps you should reacquaint yourself with your former prowess." Upon hearing Hua Xier's words, Feng Li instinctively sensed the surrounding energies, and his expression drastically changed as he exclaimed, "This is bad. They've all arrived." Before Feng Li's astonished words could even settle, several more formidable presences materialized nearby. At that moment, 7 of the 8 serpent clan leaders had already gathered, with the only exception being the deceased Yin Shi. Even the injured Hua Xiwang, who had been harmed in the skirmish with the humans, followed closely behind the human warriors, showcasing the depth of his hatred for them. The serpent leaders, Flamestrike, Mei Xing, Nan Shi, He Du, and Hua Xiwang, hovered in the sky, enclosing the humans within their formidable circle. The oppressive aura exuded by the serpents darkened the countenances of those present, for these serpent warriors were far from ordinary. Form the 5 serpent venom seals. Annihilate these accursed humans. Flamestrike roared, unable to contain his fury any longer. As he bellowed, Flamestrike swiftly formed a dazzling series of intricate seals with his hands. With each motion, a colossal azure glow began to coalesce in his palms. The intensity of Flamestrike's shout prompted the other 4 to follow suit, rapidly completing their own seals with the ease of seasoned practitioners, having honed their skills through countless repetitions. In that very instant, if one of them spoke, they would execute the seals with a speed that left their opponents stunned. As the 5 warriors completed their seals, a faint halo of ethereal energy manifested around them, enveloping the quintet in a protective barrier against ambush. Sensing the thickening energy in the hands of the 5, the warriors of the Jiamar Empire exchanged solemn glances. The Serpent Clan's bloodline techniques were uniquely enigmatic, capable of manifesting independently while also allowing the practice of human techniques. What made them truly formidable was their ability to fuse techniques together. Fusion techniques, as the name suggests, enable multiple powers to coalesce, resulting in an explosive force. The combined assault of 5 Do Wang-level warriors could very well rival that of a Do Huang-level expert. Moreover, at this moment, the 5 individuals were suspended in the sky, forming a pentagon. Their combat technique belonged to the advanced realm of the profound level, and when combined with the power of fusion, it was sufficient to reach the terrestrial tier. 5 Serpent Venom Seal. Activate. With a simultaneous cold shout from the 5, an intense radiance erupted from their palms. And in an instant, 5 enormous azure energy pillars, each several zhang in height, shot forth with tremendous force. The targets of these energy beams were not any individual, but rather the heavens directly above the center of the 5. As the 5 energy pillars converged in the sky, a colossal energy column suddenly formed above the desert. A fierce wind surged, filled with a bloodthirsty and violent aura, erupting from the energy column. In the next moment, a gigantic green energy serpent, over 10 zhang long, materialized out of thin air. The appearance of this serpent left all present in utter shock. This, the might of the energy serpent, astonishingly reached the level of a Do Huang expert. It is no wonder that the serpent people's combat techniques are renowned across the Duki continent. This extraordinary and fusion-capable technique is truly awe-inspiring. Even Han Feng, who had seen much in his travels, could not help but express admiration at this moment. If the serpent people were to grow in strength, one could only imagine the terror if 5 Dozun experts were to unite. Their power would be unfathomable. However, it was fortunate that the serpent people were currently too weak, so feeble that I could easily shake them, merely a few small venomous snakes. Hiss! The moment the energy serpent appeared, the desert winds intensified significantly. A visible whirlwind spiraled around the serpent, its howling echoing throughout the desert. Its might not inferior to that displayed by Yun Yun and Jia Xingtian earlier. Gazing at the enormous energy serpent above, the Dowang experts of the Gamma Empire wore expressions of grave concern. their brows tightly knit, recognizing that a Do Huang expert might contend with it. But for them, the outcome was dire. At this thought, Reina, Yin Shi, and Feng Li felt a tremor in their hearts, silently urging, "Do not target me. Do not target me." However, their whispered prayers proved futile as the colossal green serpent suddenly dove down, charging towards Reina, who was engaged in battle with Yume. "Reina, hey, why me? Why must it be me? Couldn't T3 Do Wang attack instead?" Yet, astonishingly, Reina's prayers bore fruit. Just as the enormous green serpent was about to reach him, it abruptly veered and lunged towards Yin Shi. "Yin Shi, what have I done to deserve this?" Boom. Faced with the feint and the sudden assault of the green serpent, Yin Shi was caught completely off guard and, with Mo Ba Si at his side, had no chance to evade. A resounding explosion echoed as the serpent bit down, tearing through Yin Shi's robust form, shattering the Do Wang armor he wore in an instant. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from his lips, followed immediately by the colossal green serpent plunging towards the ground with alarming speed, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. Then, silence reigned over the site, save for the immense cloud of dust that lingered. As the fierce winds swept away the dust, the gruesome remains of a body came into view for all to see. He was dead. Yin Shi, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, had met his end in such a manner. At that moment, both Reina and Feng Li felt an overwhelming sense of survival, as if fortune awaited those who narrowly escaped disaster. Particularly Reina, who pondered how the massive serpent had merely feinted at him. Had it not done so, he would have shared Yin Shi's grim fate. Yet, what perplexed Reina was the serpent's intention to frighten him. Was it a deliberate act? Moreover, despite the prolonged battle with Yume, which had left him injured in the past, he now felt remarkably unharmed, with scarcely any energy expended. The unusual circumstances were, of course, due to Yi Feng's covert intervention. The serpentine race possessed alternative means of communication. Yi Feng had advised Yume and the leaders of the serpent clan to direct their attacks toward others, which led to the spectacle of the energy serpent startling Reina, thus allowing it to target the unfortunate Yin Shi. To the outside observer, this scene merely appeared as a sophisticated tactical maneuver executed by the leaders of the serpent clan. Han Feng narrowed his eyes, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, the serpent clan has hidden cards to play. He chuckled softly, pondering what would unfold next. Chapter 123, The Emergence of Feng Yi. Gu He severely injured. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving one in disbelief that one of the 10 mightiest warriors of the Gamma Empire met such a tragic end. Yi Feng, with a hint of disdain, remarked about his beloved Kai Dai's supposed foolishness, questioning who would perish if not her. The Lion King. Gu He lamented the death of Yin Shi with profound sorrow, his voice hoarse from grief. However, his actions were not to avenge the deceased Yin Shi, but rather he dashed urgently into the royal city. Yi Feng had long seen through Gu He's despicable nature. Just as Gu He surged forward, a crimson beam of light suddenly shot up from beneath the royal city. A terrifying roar echoed from below, causing Gu He's eyes to widen in shock. With no time for retaliation, he could only utilize the Fei Su movement technique to swiftly retreat. Fei Su was a profound technique of the Yunlan sect, typically unattainable for ordinary individuals. Yet Gu He was no ordinary person within the sect. Unfortunately, he had squandered the training bestowed upon him by Yin Shan, committing one of the most foolish acts of his life. Having tasted the fury of betrayal, he would soon discover that his true master was not as he had believed. The unfortunate Gu He was destined to endure a life of such tragic suffering. His rapid evasions allowed him to narrowly escape the sudden crimson light that erupted from below. In the skies above, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the red light illuminated a colossal crimson serpent that had materialized before their eyes. For the formidable warriors of the Gamma Empire, this enormous red serpent was all too familiar. It was one of the 2 magical beasts that had once appeared in the imperial capital, a 5th-tier beast, the 2-headed fire spirit serpent. The appearance of the 2-headed fire spirit serpent caused the expressions of all to shift dramatically. Kai Dai and the other serpent people were unaware of its identity, as only Queen Medusa knew that Yi Feng possessed such a pet. Meanwhile, the elite warriors of the Gamma Empire, including Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, and Reina, displayed astonishment in their eyes. Was this serpent not the beast companion of Feng Yi? How could it possibly be in the Medusa royal city? Could it be Hong Ling? At that moment, Yun Yun, who was being intercepted by Han Feng, was filled with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. How could Hong Ling be here? The little rascal was here too? With this thought, a hint of surprise graced Yun Yun's lips. The crimson serpent hovered in the sky, blocking Gu He's figure above the Medusa royal city. Perceiving the astonishment among the elite of the Gamma Empire and Yun Yun's sudden halt in attack, Gu He furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had never seen Hong Ling, he quickly deduced from others' reactions that this serpent must indeed be the pet of that scoundrel Feng Yi, who had stolen his beloved woman. That scoundrel was here as well. A grave expression surfaced on Gu He's face as a resonant voice echoed through the air. Young friend Feng Yi, since you are here, why not reveal yourself? At that moment, Yi Feng on the city wall shook his head with a sigh of resignation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and two silver wings materialized behind him. Following the sound of thunder, a silver arc shot into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared atop one of the red spirits, standing before Gu He. That fair right hand, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, slowly removed the menacing mask, revealing an exceedingly familiar handsome visage. The crowd gasped in unison. "Hey!" Yun Yun exclaimed, "Darling." Lei Na shouted, "Holy cow, boss." Fa Ma exclaimed, "Holy cow, master." Jia Xing Tian uttered, "Holy cow, Feng Yi." Feng Li murmured, "Holy cow, I don't recognize him." With a slight smirk, Yi Feng remarked, "Master Gu He, I have been standing right in front of you. You simply did not recognize me." At that moment, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that the elder of the Serpent clan was indeed Feng Yi. They had speculated about Feng Yi hiding below, but they never anticipated that this adept in combat techniques, endowed with high-level secret arts, was a member of the Serpent clan. The notion of a serpent person and a human coexisting was utterly inconceivable. As Yun Yun beheld the moment Yi Feng unveiled his mask, her delicate frame shuddered, leaving her momentarily stunned. Feng Yi. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she gazed at the familiar figure, and she found herself ensnared in confusion. She yearned to understand the circumstances surrounding this revelation. Why was Feng Yi the elder of the Serpent clan? Han Feng squinted slightly, observing Yi Feng with a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So, he is Feng Yi? The emperor is indeed fortunate. The unique flames of the Serpent clan, combined with the hidden extraordinary flames within Feng Yi, made it astonishing that this small Jiama empire harbored two distinct types of exceptional flames. Truly, the heavens favored this emperor. Gu He's eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, remarkably devoid of trepidation, his face instead ablaze with towering fury, his aura surging violently. In that moment of epiphany, Gu He realized that the heart of the sea armor on his body was a ploy orchestrated by this scoundrel before him. Only Feng Yi, with his peculiar and rare treasures, could have achieved such a feat. Moreover, the wind's extreme destruction had just brushed against the fabric of his chest. How could there be such an extraordinary coincidence in this world? It was you. Gu He pointed a finger at Yi Feng's face, roaring with fury. It was you who framed me, who ensnared me with this accursed heart of the sea armor, causing Yun Er to despise me and seek to slay me. The once composed Gu He could no longer maintain his calm. It was this Feng Yi who had incited the hatred of the woman he cherished, compelling him to betray his sect. He had turned his illustrious name into that of a lecherous and treacherous scoundrel, an untrustworthy rogue. Today, I, Gu He, shall not rest until you are reduced to ashes, nor will I be worthy of the title of Dan Wang. With swift movements, I formed intricate seals, unleashing the formidable aura of a peak Do Wang that bore down upon Yi Feng. The resplendent blue flames surged around us, merging with an overwhelming force that charged towards Yi Feng. Casting a disdainful glance at Gu He, Yi Feng regarded him as nothing more than a mere Do Wang. Now that he had revealed himself, his opponent was no longer this fool who had been sold and was still counting money. Suddenly, his spatial ring glimmered brightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, a beam of pure white light shot forth with astonishing speed. This white light sliced through the blue flames as if it were cleaving space itself, and in an instant, it collided forcefully with Gu He's chest. A resounding thud echoed as Gu He's body plummeted like a cannonball towards the ground. The entire sequence transpired with such rapidity that not only Gu He but even the other Do Huang experts merely perceived a flash before Gu He crashed into the vast desert, raising a cloud of dust. As Gu He lay in the sands, blood gushed from his mouth uncontrollably, and he found himself utterly incapable of moving. This demonstrated the sheer terror of the previous blow, one that even a peak Do Wang could not withstand. This was, of course, due to Gu He's inability to defend himself. The white light had been too swift, and while Gu He was fully committed to attacking Yifeng, he had no time for defense. The power of space? At this moment, Yifeng squinted slightly, not casting a glance at the bloodied Gu He in the desert, but instead focusing on the white figure in the sky. Could it be the Void Sky Pegasus? How could such an extraordinary high-tier magical beast exist in this impoverished land of the Northwest continent? Chapter 124. Confrontation of Yun Yun and Kai Dai. He is my fiancé. A magnificent white horse emerged in the sky, its immense wings unfurled in a display of breathtaking beauty. The appearance of Xiao Bai left everyone present in utter astonishment. A sixth-tier magical beast. For the Gamma Empire and the Serpent folk, this creature represented an unparalleled powerhouse. Even those who had witnessed Xiao Bai's grace before could not help but marvel at its striking splendor and formidable strength. Although Gu He was at the pinnacle of the Fighting King realm, he would be utterly defenseless against a collision with a sixth-tier magical beast. Moreover, under the impact of Xiao Bai's ability to breach space in an instant, the scene of Gu He gravely injured and on the verge of death vividly illustrated Xiao Bai's might. Suddenly, a silver flash darted past, and the once majestic and striking white horse squinted its eyes in resignation. Xiao Bai thought, as soon as I make my appearance, this fellow immediately rides me. It always happens this way. Li Feng, perched atop Xiao Bai, redirected all astonishment that belonged to the magical beast onto himself. At that moment, all the serpent folk were left bewildered by their esteemed elder alchemist. What was this about Feng Yi? After Li Feng ascended to the role of elder alchemist, he even reversed his name to assert his authority? However, it seemed rather fitting. The names of the other three elders were unknown to them, and even those who did know dared not mention them, as the elder's dignity was not to be trifled with. Yet, where did these two formidable magical beasts come from? Even Hua Shi'er, who knew her brother well, felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. When did my brother acquire such powerful pets? How had I remained oblivious? Could it be that he and Her Majesty the Queen? As for the other leaders and the recently awakened Kai Dai, they were even more perplexed. Nevertheless, for the serpent folk now facing a crisis, Li Feng's two pets were undoubtedly a timely boon. Han Feng exclaimed, "You little scoundrel! How did you end up here?" Amidst the astonishment of others, Yun Yun's lovely face glowed with joy, her voice laced with a hint of confusion as her graceful silhouette swiftly approached Li Feng. Just as Yun Yun was about to reach him, a red flash suddenly appeared before her, obstructing her path. In her eyes, a fierce and commanding figure emerged. From her slender gaze emanated a palpable hostility, causing a tremor in Yun Yun's heart, as if something stirred within her. "Elder Yun, may I inquire what business you have with young Master Feng Yi?" Kai Dai's icy tone made it clear to Yun Yun, as a woman, that this serpent folk princess was asserting her claim. At that moment, Yun Yun felt the same urge to declare her ownership of the object of their mutual interest. Young master, indeed. Han Feng. This phrase made it clear to everyone, including Yun Yun, that Feng Yi is undoubtedly not a member of the Serpent clan. Otherwise, how could this noble lady of the Serpent clan, the illustrious Kai Dai, address him as young master? It seems that this serpentine tale is something he has transformed through some means. It is hardly surprising that such peculiarities occur in his presence. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Yun Yun's gaze shifted away from Yifeng and locked onto Kai Dai ahead. In that moment of mutual eye contact, an invisible aura suddenly emerged. This aura was not a release of combat energy, but rather the unique and remarkable presence that both women exuded. Yun Yun's elegance and nobility contrasted with Kai Dai's fierce yet tender demeanor, each possessing their own merits. Their gazes clashed in the air, neither yielding, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. To Yifeng, the spectacle was painfully overwhelming. With formidable foes at hand, unrest brewed in his own backyard. What a predicament! At that moment, the entire atmosphere turned frigid, as if an ice monarch had swept through, sending chills that left everyone trembling. Onlookers, Han Feng, what the hell? Feng Yi is simply incredible. The noble Kai Dai of the Serpent clan and the illustrious leader of Yunlan's sect, Yun Yun, have both fallen for him. Though there was no murderous intent in their gazes, the palpable coldness made it evident that the object of their affections was none other than the man beside them. As seasoned warriors, both women had lived long lives, and even if they were not veterans, this scene spoke volumes. Witnessing such a display, the still conscious Gu He was so enraged that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet he did not succumb to unconsciousness. He remained resolute to see what astonishing act his beloved would perform for that scoundrel Feng Yi. Gu He's bloodshed only intensified the confrontation between the two women above. Yun Yun's beautiful eyes were fixed on Kai Dai, her red lips curling into a gentle smile as she spoke. Princess Kai Dai, Feng Yi is my fiancé. Is there any need for me to explain my intentions in seeking my fiancé to you? Boom. Though devoid of any physical attack, the sheer force of her words was no less impactful than a clash of combat emperors. My fiancé. This proclamation moved countless hearts. In silence, Gu He spat another mouthful of blood, staining his face and body red, before collapsing, unaware of his fate. The warriors of the Jamma Empire were left agape, bewildered by the turn of events. They had pursued for merely a few days, and now Feng Yi had somehow become the fiancé of this sect leader? Had they already dined before purchasing their tickets? In stark contrast to the shock of the Jamma Empire's warriors, the Serpent clan was engulfed in sheer horror. Oh, what a spectacle! Our esteemed elder of alchemy has entangled himself with a beautiful female combat monarch of humanity. This is truly satisfying. For those who harbor grievances against humanity, Elder Yifeng's actions can only be seen as a unique form of assault against the Gamma Empire. When Kai Dai heard Yun Yun utter the words fiancé, her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. Yet, she displayed no signs of anger or jealousy. Instead, her crimson lips curled into a captivating smile as she said, Master Yun, young Master Feng Yi has long pledged himself to me. Thus it is entirely reasonable for him to be called my fiancé. The name Kai Dai was also bestowed upon me by him. Now that he is among my Serpent clan, feel free to speak your mind with me. Upon hearing that her name was given by the lecherous rogue, Yun Yun's heart swelled with indignation. Nevertheless, her expression remained unchanged as she replied with a charming smile. Is that so? Princess Kai Dai, are you aware that this sword I carry is new and named Fengyin sword? It was a gift from that lecherous rogue. Enough! Roared a powerful voice from the heavens, causing the very space around them to tremble. Han Feng, who had been watching the spectacle with a grim expression, could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. I did not come here to witness your flirtations. Feng Yi, I shall see for myself if your 3,000 flames are genuine. I will claim both types of extraordinary fire. Chapter 125. Yet another betrayal at this moment. The apothecary sovereign, Han Feng, could no longer contain his fury, his voice reverberating across the heavens. Before him, two women were locked in a cold stare, competing for the attention of a man. A spectacle that was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. He had initially hoped to leverage Gu He to resolve the troubles posed by the Serpent clan, only to discover that Gu He was utterly inept, being severely injured by a mere kick from a white horse. However, it was precisely due to Gu He that Feng Yi was forced into the open, revealing the Serpent clan's hidden cards. Thus, he no longer needed to conceal himself. Han Feng's roar elicited gratitude from Yi Feng, as he no longer felt like a fish out of water, helplessly watching from the sidelines. Had he dared to intervene during the earlier confrontation between Yun Yun and Kai Dai, he would have certainly faced their wrath and ignited a conflict. Yet, just as he contemplated stepping in, Han Feng, like a rabid dog, lunged forward, inadvertently saving him. Fixing his gaze upon his formidable adversary, Yi Feng spoke softly to Yun Yun and Kai Dai. Yun Kai Dai, there are matters I shall explain to you later. Han Feng has come here for the Serpent clan and the two types of that reside within me. This situation represents not only a crisis for the Serpent clan, but also for myself. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion flickered in Yun Yun's beautiful eyes as she inquired, a crisis? Is it solely because of him? Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. Han Feng, as the third strongest entity on the Black Corner Domain's blacklist and the apothecary sovereign, possesses immense charisma. If he has come for thee, it is certain that he is not alone. It seems you possess quite an understanding of me, young man. Han Feng hovered in the sky, a smirk playing on his lips. With a single wave of his hand, a brilliant azure flame soared into the sky, illuminating the previously overcast atmosphere with an ethereal glow. In that instant, 3 exceedingly fierce presences surged from the distance, racing toward them with alarming speed. Doubled Emperor-level warriors. As the auras of the 3 Dou Emperors manifested, the sound of their rushing wind tore through the air, and soon, 3 figures appeared before the crowd. These 3 individuals, despite their differing appearances and temperaments, exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. Their arrival cast a shadow over the faces of all present, who now wore expressions of grave concern. Han Feng had brought 3 Dou Emperors with him. The expressions of the powerful figures from the Gamma Empire darkened, particularly that of the royal kin, Jia Xingtian. That scoundrel Gu He had attracted such formidable allies. Apothecary Sovereign, if you do not summon us soon, we shall have to make our own way here. This cursed place is unbearably hot, a realm inhospitable to life. The speaker was an elderly man, his complexion pale, even more so than the gravely injured Gu He below. He bore the pallor of a man long departed. Nevertheless, a chilling smile graced his face. He was none other than Fan Lao, the leader of the blood sect in the Black Corner domain. Due to the practice of blood techniques, his physique is even colder than that of the serpent tribe, making him particularly ill-suited to the fiery environment of the Tagore Desert. Master Fan, we are merely assisting the Medicine Emperor in seizing a rare flame. Why such impatience? Are you not concerned that the Medicine Emperor may withhold your reward? The speaker, a distinguished middle-aged man, is none other than Yuan Yi, the leader of the 8 gates. Ha ha ha, Master Yuan. It is only natural for Master Fan to feel agitated. After all, the fire attribute here is overwhelmingly intense. This place is indeed quite suitable for my cultivation. The one laughing heartily is Yen, the leader of the Earth Flame sect. Please excuse the wait, esteemed guests. I had anticipated a more straightforward affair, but it seems complications remain. Han Feng, the Medicine Emperor, offered a calm smile to the 3 Dou Huang powerhouses, exuding the demeanor of a superior. This is the terrifying presence of the Medicine Emperor. Dou Huang powerhouses are summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. Despite their prolonged wait, they merely respond with a smile. The arrival of the 3 Dou Huang powerhouses cast a pall over the faces of the Serpent tribe members. With Han Feng, Fan Lao, Xian Yi, Yan, as well as the formidable Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma from the Jiama Empire. There are a total of 6 Dou Huang powerhouses. Moreover, they also have Lei Na and Feng Li, 2 Dou Huang strongmen. What can the Serpent tribe possibly use to defend against such a formidable force? Yun, the leader of the Yun sect, naturally does not count among the enemies. Considering their alchemist elders' remarkable prowess in capturing and swaying this illustrious leader. Truly impressive. Faced with such a terrifying array of power, the soldiers and serpent guards atop the city walls trembled in fear. Even with their strong will, they understood that against so many Dou Huang powerhouses, their chances of victory were virtually non-existent. It seems that the rare flame must inevitably be surrendered. With his hands clasped behind his back, Han Feng turned his gaze to Jia Xingtian and the others, offering a calm smile. I, Han Feng, am not one to be miserly. The conditions promised by Gu He to all of you are mine to fulfill. If you assist me in seizing the rare flame, I shall certainly honor those conditions. What say you? As his words echoed, Han Feng's face radiated the confidence befitting a Medicine Emperor. He could not fathom that the people of the mere Jiama Empire would refuse the terms he had offered. However, the reality was entirely beyond Han Feng's expectations. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder King Lei Na flapped his wings and approached Yi Feng with a wry smile. Young Phoenix, why did you not reveal your identity sooner? You've caused quite the commotion. Ha ha, no wonder Commander Yu Mei has refrained from using secret techniques. It turns out it was due to you. Commander Yu Mei, I apologize for my earlier heavy-handedness. I hope you can forgive me. Thunder King, you are too courteous. Yu Mei, unfazed, responded with a charming smile. In matters like this, she remained indifferent. What truly captivated her was how the little one she had once saved had grown to become so formidable. He unexpectedly captured the hearts of both Princess Kai Dai and Yun, while the serpent people exclaimed, another one has been swayed? Han Feng, feeling the hostility in the air, directed an unwavering gaze towards him and resolutely replied, I apologize, Medicine Emperor. Young friend Feng has saved my life, and I have pledged my loyalty to him. While your spirit fighting pill is indeed remarkable, I am not one to betray my word. His words were laced with provocation. The term betrayal struck a painful chord. Forgive me, Medicine Emperor, but my bond with young friend Feng runs deep. Even though your 7th grade prescription is commendable, it does not reach the level of necessity for me. At that moment, Fama, bearing a large cauldron, approached Yi Feng's side and bluntly refused. The serpent people murmured, "Yet another one has been swayed?" Feng Li exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Just moments ago we were enemies, and now they are all on the opposing side?" He blinked in disbelief, then unfurled his wings. "Young friend Feng, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and to see you in person today is truly a sight to behold, elegant and poised." Yi Feng remained silent, while the crowd reacted with bewilderment. Is this Wind Walker merely seeking to join in the excitement, or is he truly a man of discernment? The serpent people wondered, yet another has been swayed? What had their elder alchemist been secretly up to? Today marks the little new year. I wish all readers a joyful celebration. Yi Feng initially believed he could conceal his identity, but unexpectedly, Han Feng had arrived. Regardless of the circumstances, he would have to reveal himself, for otherwise, he could not hope to deter these formidable intruders. Chapter 126. The Eruption of the Emperor Battle, the Two Elders of Gold and Silver. The few remaining formidable warriors of the Gamal Empire astonishingly turned their backs on their long-standing adversary, the Serpent People. This unforeseen betrayal was utterly unbelievable, especially given their relentless history of conflict. The scene was enough to ignite the fury of the supremely confident apothecary emperor, Han Feng. These wretched individuals from the Gamal Empire had switched sides at the last moment, all because of someone named Feng Yi. Who exactly is this Feng Yi? Yi Feng exclaimed. Your ancestor. He continued incredulously. Have your minds been struck by a mule? Not only does the Battle King forego the Battle Spirit pill, but a 5th-tier alchemist also dismisses a 7th-tier recipe. The actions of Fama, Reina, and Feng Li perplexed the formidable beings of the Blackhorn region, prompting Fan Lao to express his confusion. Yuan, Yi, and Yen, nearby, shook their heads in bewilderment. At that moment, Han Feng narrowed his eyes, shifting his focus away from them to the remaining figure, Jia Xingtian. Han Feng refrained from questioning him, patiently awaiting Jia Xingtian's decision. This old fellow was a peak 9-star battle emperor, a presence that even Han Feng regarded with caution. His choice was significant enough to command attention. The powerful figures of the Gamal Empire realized Jia Xingtian's hesitation as he remained unmoved. As the guardian of the Gamal Empire, many factors weighed upon him, including the Empire's interests. He felt trepidation towards both Feng Yi and Han Feng. Yet Han Feng possessed something that Feng Yi did not, the 6th-tier elixir capable of saving the abyssal sea dragon beast. Young friend Feng Yi, I am deeply sorry. Upon uttering these words, Jia Xingtian approached Han Feng, signifying his stance. There is no need for explanations, Elder Jia. Our positions simply differ. Yi Feng responded coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Elder Jia, you have made an unfortunate choice this time. Fama sighed, shaking his head in resignation at Jia Xingtian's decision. Given the awkward nature of his relationship with Yi Feng, Fama refrained from disclosing the depth of their connection and Yi Feng's formidable background. This circumstance led to Jia Xingtian's choice, and what could Fama say? He could only subtly hint at the situation without elaborating, leaving Jia Xingtian in the dark. Stubborn and unyielding. If you choose this path, do not blame me. Han Feng's gaze toward Yi Feng was laden with cold malice, a wave of overwhelming power erupting from within him. Following suit, Xian Yi, Fan Lao, Yan, and Jia Xingtian all unleashed their formidable auras. The collective might of 2 peak 9-star battle emperors, 1 4-star, 1 3-star, and 1 2-star battle emperor surged forth simultaneously. Such a terrifying assembly rendered the serpent people's expressions gravely somber. The colorful butterfly, Yun Yun, and Fama, along with the void Pegasus beast, unleashed an extraordinarily fierce aura, causing the surrounding space to twist upon their collision. If you desire then come and take it. Yi Feng, seated atop the void Pegasus beast, coldly declared to Han Feng, leaders of the serpent tribe, heed my command. Execute the 7 serpent poison seal. At the command of the colorful butterfly, the 7 leaders of the serpent tribe unleashed their formidable fusion combat technique. In that fleeting moment, a green giant serpent materialized, even more powerful than before. The aura emanating from it caused the Do Emperor experts present to shudder involuntarily, its essence rivaling that of a 4-star Do Emperor. I shall take care of it. The blood sect leader, Fan Lao, wasted no time and engaged in battle with the colossal serpent. His strength as a 4-star Do Emperor was sufficient to contend with it, even amidst the discomfort of the Tegel Desert. The leader of the Six Gates, Xian Yi, and the leader of the Earth Flame sect simultaneously surged forward to attack, only to be intercepted by the 3 elders of the Serpent tribe and Yun Yun. "Jia, I must trouble you," Han Feng said, casting a glance at his companion. "Jia Xingtian, Pharaoh, it has been a long time since we last sparred. Shall we take this opportunity to do so?" Jia Xingtian stepped forward and proposed to his old friend, Fama. "Very well." Fama nodded, and in an instant, the wings behind them unfurled as they clashed together. The battle erupted instantaneously, with no opportunity for others to intervene. Onlookers could see that Han Feng's side appeared to be at a disadvantage. However, there was no sign of concern on Han Feng's face, only absolute confidence. This filled Yi Feng's heart with an unsettling foreboding. Could it be? Han Feng glanced at the imposing aura of the colorful butterfly and let out a cold laugh before turning to address Mr. Jinin. "To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I entrust this lady colorful butterfly to you. I shall procure the..." "Haha, Han Feng, you still fear the Serpent tribe's sealing abilities. Do you understand the price for calling upon us? I hope you can afford it." As Han Feng's words echoed, 2 hearty laughs suddenly resonated, followed by a fluctuation in the air. 2 figures, one golden and one silver, appeared like phantoms in the sky. Upon seeing these 2 figures, Colorful Butterfly furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "Hiss! Another 2 peak Do Emperors. What remarkable charisma Han Feng possesses." To her surprise, even they have arrived. When Yi Feng witnessed the appearance of the gold and silver elders, his expression turned grave. Curious, Colorful Butterfly turned to Yi Feng and asked, "Young Master Feng Yi, do you know them?" Yi Feng nodded slightly, his eyes filled with apprehension as he spoke. "The golden and silver elders, the top 2 on the black list of the Black Corner region, are a pair of twin brothers. When separated, they are peak Do Huang powerhouses. But when they join forces, even a Do Zong expert would find it challenging to contend with them." "Haha, young lad, I never expected you to recognize us. In that case, it would be wise to hand over that to the Medicine Emperor, lest we, the 2 old men, be compelled to take action against your lovely companion." Upon hearing Yi Feng unveil their identities, the golden and silver elders erupted into laughter. Yi Feng's countenance turned icy, showing no inclination to engage in further conversation. The void sky Pegasus beneath him regarded the 2 elders with disdain in its eyes. The enchanting Kai Dai felt no fear whatsoever, as her strength rivaled that of the Medusa Queen, slightly surpassing even the peak Do Huang experts. This was due to her being a member of the Serpent people, who possessed innate sealing combat techniques. Even if they could contend with Do Zong, how could they possibly defeat her? Her greatest concern was Yi Feng, for his power was far too weak. Even with the void sky Pegasus, how could he withstand Han Feng, who was also endowed with and stood at the peak of the 9-star Do Huang? At that moment, Han Feng's patience had worn thin, and he surged towards Yi Feng with relentless speed. Kai Dai intended to intervene, but was intercepted by the suddenly attacking golden and silver elders. In the instant of conflict, Kai Dai's delicate face turned pale. The strength of the golden and silver elders was indeed fearsome. As Yi Feng faced the oncoming Han Feng, he struck the void sky Pegasus with his left hand, and a blade of fire suddenly manifested in his grasp. Chapter 127, Confronting Han Feng. The awe-inspiring battle between the Do Emperors has commenced, with the sky painted in a myriad of colors, embodying boundless terror and peril. Such a monumental clash rendered the soldiers atop the city walls and the Serpent guards utterly powerless to intervene. Even the likes of Reina and Feng Li could do nothing but observe, for their individual prowess as Do kings was insufficient to contend with any of the participants. With his gaze fixed upon the formidable apothecary Emperor Han Feng, Yi Feng displayed no trepidation. Instead, he took the initiative, launching the first strike. The concealed blade, known as the flowing blade of fire, manifested in his palm, enveloped by a peculiar purple-black flame that radiated intense heat. The surge of energy erupted in his grasp, and with the enhancement of his Do spirit and the arcane technique, the Inferno Sword Chi was unleashed in its entirety. The magnificent fire slash hurtled directly towards Han Feng's face. However, Han Feng remained remarkably indifferent. As the strike approached, he nonchalantly waved his sleeve, unleashing a powerful aura from his hand. Before Yi Feng's eyes appeared a vibrant blue flame, the Sea Heart Flame, a unique fire that Han Feng commanded. Possessing such extraordinary flames, Han Feng may not rival the Dozong experts, but he stood as a paragon among the peak Do emperors. Even the ancient guardian of the Jama Empire, the formidable Jia Xingtian, would not prove a match for him. Yi Feng now faced such a terrifying entity, one whose casual gesture was enough to disperse his formidable attack. The powerful shockwaves surged through the heavens, colliding with the terrifying energy waves from other battles, causing the entire sky to shimmer and distort. The potency of the unique fire was indisputable, especially considering the clash of two distinct flames. The ferocious waves of unique fire surged towards one another, leaving Yi Feng in grave concern. Han Feng's might was overwhelming, effortlessly dismantling his assault with a mere flick of his wrist. In contrast to Yi Feng's anxiety, Han Feng wore a delighted smile, for he had discerned that the flames emanating from Yi Feng were indeed the legendary 3,000 flames of Yin Yin. How could this be? How did you acquire it from the Pill Tower? As a disciple of the apothecary, Han Feng was well aware of the 3,000 flames of Yin Yin within the Pill Tower and had even had the good fortune to witness it firsthand. After all, Yao Chun had previously used him as an excuse to refuse Xian Yi, subsequently embarking on a quest into a vast forest. As for how Yi Feng obtained it, he, as a mere apothecary emperor, was in no position to inquire. If your master, the apothecary, were to approach me for assistance, I might consider granting him the courtesy of an answer. With a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, Yi Feng coldly laughed at Han Feng. Master? These two characters have haunted Han Feng for many years. He consistently dreams of his teachers seeking vengeance. When mentioned by outsiders, it naturally evokes memories of the past. Who are you? How do you know of my esteemed teacher, the medicine sovereign? Han Feng was astonished that Yi Feng could so readily name his master. How could someone from the diminutive Gamma Empire be aware of the illustrious medicine sovereign, renowned in the central continent? Could he be a direct disciple of one of the three giants of the Dan Tower? In response to Han Feng's incredulous inquiry, Yi Feng smiled enigmatically. You ask who I am. I shall tell you. I am your authentic ancestor. Can you believe it? Damn you. Regardless of your identity, I shall claim your 3,000 flame of Yans today. Han Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity as he declared in anger. No matter the identity of this youth, even if he were a disciple of Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, or Tian Leizi, Han Feng would not hesitate to strike him down today. Here, he possessed two types of extraordinary flames, in addition to his own Sea Heart Flame. The three flames for cultivating the burning decision was a gamble he was willing to take. With a motion of the character Feng on his back, Han Feng surged forward, propelled by his azure wings, swiftly traversing a blue arc through the air, appearing almost instantaneously before Yi Feng. At this moment, although Yi Feng had reacted, he was utterly unable to withstand the overwhelming might. Were it not for the void sky Pegasus beneath him, which concealed Han Feng's Do Emperor aura, Yi Feng would not have been able to resist the tsunami-like pressure emanating from Han Feng. In Han Feng's hand, a formidable stream of fighting spirit rapidly coalesced, emanating a blinding light like a miniature sun, making it impossible to gaze directly at. You brat, the extraordinary fire belongs to me. Prepare to die. Fixing his gaze on Yi Feng, Han Feng's face twisted with ferocity and madness. With a fierce shout, the radiant fighting spirit in his palm surged forth towards Yi Feng. Light Seal, a dazzling beam sliced through space, forming an enormous handprint within the void. This handprint, akin to a radiant sun plummeting from the heavens, bore an energy so terrifying it sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Feng Yi, young master Feng Yi. Nearby, Kai Dai and Yun Yin instantly sensed the terrifying power of Han Feng. However, they were utterly unable to assist Yi Feng, as their adversaries had them thoroughly restrained. Particularly Kai Dai, who was being overwhelmed by the golden and silver elders, gazing at the colossal handprint that seemed to tear through space. Yi Feng exhibited not a trace of fear. Indeed, the peak of the Do Emperor realm is truly formidable. However, at that moment, a glimmer emanated from the spatial ring in Yi Feng's hand, revealing a peculiar medicinal pill. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng prepared to swallow the pill. Yet, at that instant, a clear and disdainful voice suddenly echoed in Yi Feng's ears. Hey, you fool! Your master clearly lacks confidence in my abilities. The disdainful voice startled Yi Feng, causing his eyes to widen as he turned his gaze towards the void Pegasus beneath him. Little White, you can talk? For Yi Feng. Hearing Little White speak for the first time was indeed somewhat shocking. As a noble void Pegasus, how could it not possess the ability to articulate human speech? Suddenly, Yi Feng realized that this foolish, flamboyant steed had refrained from conversing with him out of sheer arrogance. With an amused chuckle, Yi Feng watched as the void Pegasus unfurled its wings, and with a powerful stomp, their forms vanished into thin air. Yi Feng. This scene caused Han Feng, who was in the midst of an attack, to change his expression dramatically. The colossal golden handprint that floated in the air failed to capture their fleeting figures. In that space, not a single trace remained. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed a distortion in the space behind him. He swiftly raised his arm to block. Suddenly, the mighty hind hoof of the void Pegasus struck Han Feng's right arm, producing a deep, resonant sound. Humph! Han Feng, feeling the soft impact, scoffed disdainfully. To attempt a sneak attack on me, you worthless creatures are utterly unworthy. Is that so? Watch Little White's void white wave. Little White. The void Pegasus rolled its eyes, its mouth slightly agape, wearing an expression of sheer enjoyment. Ugh, what the? Han Feng. A Yi Feng. Oh. Chapter 128. The Illusory Sea Heart Beast. The Self-Sacrificing Little White. In the astonished gaze of Han Feng, he distinctly heard the sound of a white horse striking his arm with its hind hoof, audaciously releasing a resounding flatulence directed at this noble emperor of medicine. At that moment, Han Feng trembled with rage, exacerbated by the pungent odor that assaulted his senses. You scoundrels! Go to hell! A tempestuous surge of terrifying fighting spirit erupted within Han Feng, its formidable might causing the void heavenly horse to leap forward in fright. However, Han Feng's reaction was equally swift. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat. As that overwhelming force surged forth, deep blue flames burst forth from within him, coalescing into an expansive sea of deep blue fire, towering 7 or 8 zhang high. The flames spread rapidly, enveloping the fleeing void heavenly horse in an instant. Little White rolled its eyes, a clear voice emerging once more. O foolish master, your self-doubt is well-founded. This blue flame is indeed exceptionally powerful. Yi Feng uttered, Little White, you are truly courageous. How audacious to pass gas in front of Han Feng. He would not be called the Emperor of Medicine if he did not flatter you. At that moment, Yi Feng gazed at the inferno surrounding them, the blue flames resonating with a thunderous roar akin to waves crashing against rocks in the vast sea. This sound weighed heavily on his heart, evoking a sense of despair akin to facing the boundless ocean alone, stripping him of any semblance of resistance, rendering even breathing a laborious task. The Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th on the list of extraordinary fires, possessed immense energy. As the blue flames engulfed the sky, an intense heat blanketed the area, causing even Do Wong-level experts to sweat profusely. Some weaker Do Ling warriors felt lightheaded, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Even Rena and Feng Li, 2 old men who had initially intended to assist Yi Feng, found themselves unable to intervene, for Han Feng's overwhelming flame energy was enough to compel them to retreat. Extraordinary fire possesses a natural, terrifying power capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Under the mastery of Han Feng, a peak Do Huang, the spatial desert transformed, with fire attribute energy growing more ferocious. In a fit of rage, Han Feng spared no effort. With a swift hand gesture, he unleashed a commanding shout. The vast sea of flames surged violently, roaring and swirling, ultimately coalescing before the void heavenly horse into a gigantic deep blue beast. The appearance of this colossal creature drained some color from Han Feng's face, a testament to the terror involved in its conjuration. The beast was immense, several times larger than Little White, resembling a lion with a massive scorpion tail and a deep blue horn atop its head. The entire form resembled that of the amethyst-winged Lion King, yet it was evident that the energy contained within this azure behemoth was far more ferocious. This was due to its essence being the otherworldly flame known as the Sea Heart Flame. The moment the deep blue flame beast manifested, a shiver ran through Yi Feng's heart. This was dire. The Sea Heart Flame had been mastered with such finesse by Han Feng that even if Xiao Bai could withstand it, it would undoubtedly sustain injuries. After all, This flame was not the purple fire of the amethyst-winged Lion King, but a true otherworldly flame, the sea heart flame. The blue flame giant lion let out a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a tempest, and then charged forth on its four mighty hooves, akin to a tank, pouncing towards the void sky Pegasus beast. Enveloped by the surrounding flames, the void sky Pegasus beast found that traversing through space was no longer feasible, with the distance between the two diminishing rapidly. At this moment, Xiao understood that against such an overwhelming otherworldly fire assault, its seemingly impervious physical defense would be of little use. With a glint of determination in its eyes, Xiao turned to Yifeng and, with an exaggerated grin revealing 2 rows of comically large white teeth, declared, "Foolish master, should I meet my end, be sure to find me a splendid resting place rich in spiritual energy." Xiao no. At that moment, Yifeng gazed at those 2 rows of teeth, unable to muster a smile. He comprehended the intentions of his pet, which had consistently disregarded his commands. Each time, Xiao had ignored his words, and now, it remained unchanged. Within Yifeng's vision, those enormous pure white wings transformed into a shadow, enveloping his entire being. In the enveloping darkness, Yifeng's eyes sparkled like stars. After shielding its foolish master, the void sky Pegasus beast's gaze turned resolute. With a powerful stomp, it showed no fear, charging directly at the azure flame giant lion. Bang! As anticipated, when the blue flame giant lion lunged, the void sky Pegasus beast was completely engulfed in the searing blue flames. Its pure white body was violently hurled away by the force of the impact. The azure flames rapidly coated its pristine feathers, producing an ear-piercing sizzle. Boom! The thunderous crash of the void sky Pegasus beast plummeting into the vast desert stirred the attention of countless onlookers. Little rascal! Xiao. Recognizing Xiao, Yun swiftly cut through the battle with the flame sect master Yin, racing towards the desert. Upon reaching the desert, Yun's beautiful eyes shimmered with concern, fixated on the void sky Pegasus beast amidst the swirling dust. The once ethereal pure white form now lay in the sand, completely transformed, its color now charred black. Even the exceptionally resilient void sky Pegasus had suffered burns under the immense energy of the otherworldly flame, appearing as though it had been incinerated. Upon encountering the once lively and mischievous little Bai, now reduced to such a state, Yun's delicate face contorted into a fierce grimace, her eyes glinting with ferocity as she glared at the figure of the medicine emperor, Han Feng, in the heavens above. Han Feng! A sudden cry of agony pierced the air, bringing an unexpected joy to Yun, her gaze shifting towards the celestial steed. The already charred wings continued to shield the frail Yifeng within, his previously vibrant voice now tinged with weakness. Lying on the ground, little Bai, upon seeing Yun before him, felt no elation as he usually would, but instead weakly inquired, "Are you all right, my foolish master?" "I am fine." From within the scorched wings, a figure emerged. Upon witnessing little Bai's tragic condition, Yifeng's expression darkened considerably, and in a gentle tone, he replied, "Leave the rest to me, little Bai." Before little Bai could finish his thought, Yifeng swiftly gathered the protective little Bai into his pet space, and then raised his gaze, filled with wrath, towards Han Feng, declaring, "Rest assured, little Bai, I shall avenge you." Little Bai lamented, "Could you not allow Yun'er to tend to me first?" Chapter 129, Power Surge. Annihilating the Do Huang expert. After retracting the void sky Pegasus into his pet space, Yifeng fixed his furious gaze upon Han Feng, who floated high in the sky. Han Feng's delicate, almost effeminate face was laced with disdain. "A mere 6th-tier magical beast cannot possibly impede me." Yifeng's once handsome visage was now contorted with rage. Had his gaze possessed the power to kill, Han Feng would have perished countless times over. "You little rascal, now that the dead horse can no longer shield you, let us see how you dare obstruct my acquisition of the..." With a mocking laugh, Han Feng unfurled his azure wings and surged toward Yifeng with great speed. At that moment, Yun, who had been positioned nearby, unexpectedly advanced, her graceful form employing the Feishu movement technique. Rift Wind Spiral. Surrounding Yun's figure were numerous colossal dark green wind blades, each measuring over 10 feet. These blades intertwined, forming a cylindrical shape bristling with edges, spiraling violently toward Han Feng. "Humph! A trifling 3-star Do Huang dares to hinder my advance." Han Feng swiftly formed hand seals, his right hand slamming down as he unleashed a formidable technique reminiscent of the Buddha's palm, crashing toward the swirling wind blades conjured by Yun Yun. With a cacophonous clash, akin to steel being scraped, upon contact, the radiant palm, like a golden Buddha, remained impervious to the onslaught of the wind blades. However, as they collided, both forces began to cancel and consume each other, revealing a clear disadvantage for the wind blades. At this juncture, Yun Yun's Feng Yun sword drew back, gathering power. In an instant, a minuscule azure beam shot toward Han Feng. Extreme wind, meteor strike. This unexpected assault caused Han Feng's countenance to shift dramatically. Even the formidable purple crystal-winged Lion King could not withstand such a blow. As a human, Han Feng was inherently weaker. Should he be struck, he would surely falter. In that fleeting moment as the beam sped toward Han Feng, his palm technique was pierced through. The might of the extreme wind, meteor strike lay in its concentrated energy, akin to an arrow released from the bow, tearing through space and soaring toward its adversary. The azure ray swiftly traversed the ensuing clash. Han Feng narrowed his eyes, tilting his head to the side. Whoosh! An azure light sliced past Han Feng's left side, leaving a chill upon his shoulder as strands of hair gently cascaded down. In his line of sight, his shoulder garment was torn, blood staining the surrounding fabric crimson. Han Feng's gaze turned frigid as he stared at Yun Yun across from him, a smile twisting his lips. It seems I have underestimated you, woman. Master Yin, I leave that boy to you, regardless of his fate. Very well. At this moment, Yin, the leader of the Earth Flame sect, who had been swapped opponents by Han Feng, naturally harbored no objections. In fact, he felt quite at ease. For compared to the formidable Yun Yun, who possessed a strength surpassing his own by a star, he far preferred to bully the weak, a mere child of doling level. I could easily annihilate him. As the leader of a sect, he naturally possessed a resolve unmatched by others. Yin, as the head of the Earth Flame sect, felt similarly. Upon glancing at Yi Feng, who only bore the strength of 2 stars in doling, he truly regarded him with disdain. He thought to himself, is this it? Lord Yin, this Feng Yi is rather peculiar. It would be wise to take him seriously. At that moment, Jia Xingtian, who was engaged in battle with Fama, unexpectedly reminded Yin. Hearing Jia Xingtian's warning, Lord Yin merely smiled nonchalantly. No matter how strange he is, can he truly surpass me? The gap between a Do Huang and a Do Ling is vast, a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if this boy employs secret methods to elevate his strength to the peak of doling, he is no match for me. With a disdainful smile, Yin unleashed a fiery red beam towards Yi Feng. Alas, Fama's expression darkened as he sighed. Jialao, your actions have created a formidable enemy for the royal family. I have no other choice. Jia Xingtian's face was resolute. In comparison to the formidable Han Feng of the Blackhorn region, his terrifying charisma and strength, along with his alchemical prowess, made the suddenly emerging Feng Yi appear insufficient. The gap between a genius and a true powerhouse is immense. And for the sake of the royal family, Jia Xingtian must align himself with the strong. A 3-star Do Huang, gazing at the fierce wind rushing towards him. Yi Feng's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he brandished his blade, blazing like fire. Then I shall take your head today. Bang! An overwhelming aura erupted from within Yi Feng. The crowd, in that instant, every powerful figure present changed countenance. This aura is that of a Do Huang. They could distinctly sense that the presence emanating from Yi Feng was indeed that of a Do Huang. This aura was remarkably clear, devoid of any illusion. This boy is actually a Do Huang? How could this be? They had just clearly sensed that this Feng Yi was merely at the doling level. How could he suddenly become a Do Huang? At this moment, Yi Feng, who had previously lacked Do Qi, saw his strength surge and fully restored as he invoked the secret technique. Heavenly Fire's 3 mystical transformations once more. 3,000 flame transformations. Boom. An even more formidable force surged forth from Yi Feng, its terrifying might causing all nearby to pale in fear. With the strength of a Do Huang, enhanced by the 9th ranked, the 3,000 flame transformations, Yi Feng's power had dramatically ascended to that of a 5-star Do Huang. However, for Yi Feng, who possesses a multitude of formidable skills, this is merely the beginning. Before Yi Feng made his appearance as an elder, He had already ventured to the combat pavilion of the Serpent clan to cultivate the secret techniques exclusive to them. The Serpent clan boasts numerous secret martial arts, such as the life-saving technique of displacement, which allows one to escape the gaze of even a Dou emperor with the strength of a Dou king. There is also the Serpent spirit technique, which enables the conjuring of a formless spirit devoid of power. Yet, what Yifeng employs now is the explosive magic of the Serpent clan. Boom. At the moment Yifeng unleashed the Fury technique, a pair of wings suddenly manifested behind him, transcending the former Thunderbat wings, now transforming into true Battle Chi wings. Whoosh! As the violet-black wings trembled, a resounding crash echoed across the ground. Before the sound could fade, the violet-black figure had already appeared before Yin. The thousand flames soared Chi. Countless terrifying and bizarre violet-black flames slashed forth, completely enveloping the incredulous body of the Yin sect master. The multitude of fearsome ethereal flames elicited a soul-piercing scream from Yin. Despite his attempts to fend them off with his battle chi, his flames were no match for the terrifying otherworldly fire. In an instant of contact, it was entirely consumed. Within a fleeting moment, the figure within had been entirely transformed into violet black. As the flames dissipated into the sky, that figure vanished as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 130. The Rebirth of the Combat Emperor, the Fierce Yifeng. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the youth enveloped in violet-black flames, his eyes shimmering with ethereal hues of purple and black. The sheer magnitude of Feng Ye's power was nothing short of terrifying. In that moment, Yifeng appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of hell, instilling fear with both his formidable presence and the violet-black wings of fire sprouting from his back. Just moments ago, he had been a mere boy with the strength of a combat spirit, and now he stood as a fearsome entity capable of vanquishing even a combat emperor with a single blow, specifically, a 3-star combat emperor. Yet, the tumultuous energy surging within Yifeng's body belied his seemingly composed exterior. He felt the chaotic energy roiling inside him. If he did not expel it swiftly, he would surely be overwhelmed. The source of Yifeng's sudden surge in strength lay not only in the Serpent clan's secret techniques and the celestial fire transformation, but also in a pill he had recently consumed, a pill known as the life-devouring pill, obtained as a reward for signing in. In the original narrative, the life-devouring pill was a pinnacle-grade elixir that could elevate anyone beneath the combat king level to that of a combat king for a brief period. However, the price for this enhancement was one's own life. It demanded the full measure of one's lifespan in exchange for 3 years of combat king strength. Should the individual fail to ascend to the rank of combat emperor within that 3-year span, death would be inevitable. Of course, the effects could be prolonged with the aid of life-extending elixirs or rare treasures. Regardless, for Yifeng, the life-devouring pill was not worth the cost, which is why he had relegated it to the confines of his system's storage, treating it as a last resort. Yet, in the face of dire circumstances, he found himself compelled to consume it, driven by the need to protect those he held dear. Kai Dai was being overwhelmed by the formidable duo of Jin and Yin, while Yunyan struggled against Han Feng. The gap in strength between them and their foes was vast. They could only hold out for so long before defeat was inevitable. The celestial Pegasus could no longer fight, leaving Yifeng with no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow the life-devouring pill. This was a burden he, as a man, had to bear, a responsibility he could not shun. If he could not protect the woman he cherished, he would rather embrace death. Upon decisively consuming the life-devouring pill, Yifeng was struck with astonishment. His shock stemmed not only from the sudden surge of power, but also from an unexpected notification from the system. The life-devouring pill he had received as a reward was vastly different from what he had anticipated. Before consumption, the pill bore no detailed description, but after ingesting it, Yifeng was immediately provided with its information. Life-devouring pill, enhanced experience version. Upon ingestion, the user will temporarily attain the strength of a combat king for 3 hours. This iteration of the life-devouring pill did not deplete one's life force as the original did. Rather, it was an advanced version of a combat king experience card. Yifeng had previously acquired a combat king experience card, but its duration had been a mere 3 minutes. Whereas this life-devouring pill promised an impressive 3 hours of enhanced power. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yifeng suddenly realized that the system, which he referred to as his own auxiliary tool, would never grant him a life-depleting elixir. The purpose of the system was to cultivate his existence. And this cultivation involved not only enhancing his strength, but, more importantly, nurturing the heart of a warrior. Suspended in the sky, Yi Feng, after grasping the situation in an instant, fixed his gaze upon Yuan Yi, who was engaged in battle with 3 ancient elders. Yuan Yi, being the last on the blacklist of the Black Corner domain and the leader of the 8 gates, possessed only the peak strength of a 2-star Do Huang. Faced with the 3 elders of the Serpent clan wielding fusion combat techniques, Yuan Yi was already being overwhelmed. Were it not for his Do Huang status that allowed him to escape swiftly, he would have perished long ago. Now, with Yi Feng's attention on him, he felt an icy chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, this is the end. The raging Do Qi within Yi Feng urged him to unleash his fury, and Yuan Yi, being the weakest among the Do Huang, became the target of his release. With his wings suddenly enhanced by the lightning bat heavenly wings flight technique, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly arriving beside Yuan Yi. Realizing the imminent danger, Yuan Yi rapidly retreated. However, at that moment, a colossal green energy serpent, conjured by the 3 elders, lunged towards him with its gaping maw. Caught between 2 forces, Yuan Yi opted to confront Yi Feng. Though Yi Feng's strength was peculiar, he only exuded the peak aura of a Do Wang. Yuan Yi believed that Yi Feng's recent victory over Yan was due to Yan's carelessness, purely a stroke of luck. In that instant, he brandished his iron fan, unleashing a formidable energy whirlwind aimed at Yi Feng. Yet, Yi Feng did not evade or shy away from the attack. Instead, a chilling aura erupted from his right hand, and a dazzling magical formation was unleashed. Multiple mysterious ice dragons soar. As a high-level Xin-class combat technique, the mysterious ice dragons surged forth from Yi Feng, fueled by the overwhelming Do Qi within him, echoing the might displayed during the explosive event in Haiba Dong. 3 colossal ice dragons suddenly manifested at Yi Feng's feet and flanked him, soaring through the air with terrifying ferocity, wreaking havoc upon Yuan Yi. The moment the ice dragons collided with the whirlwind, a deafening explosion resonated across the desert. Snowflakes and ice crystals rained down from the sky, enveloping the entire space in a frozen silence. In the midst of the sunlight, a sharp ice spear had already pierced through the back of Yuan Yi, the leader of the 6 gates. In close proximity, the ice spear had penetrated his chest, and blood flowed down to the tip of the spear. At the end of the spear, a pale hand tightly grasped it. In that fleeting moment, the hand yanked forcefully, causing a breathtaking ice flower to bloom from Yuan Yi's chest. As the ice flower blossomed, Yuan Yi's body was swiftly encased in ice, leaving him in a state of astonished disbelief. At that moment, a sovereign of combat met his demise, and the site of his fall was none other than the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert. With a crack, as the humanoid ice sculpture descended onto the sandy ground, the shattered ice crystals evaporated in the searing heat, transforming into wisps of steam. Yi Feng's gaze was fixed upon the colorful butterfly being pursued by the 2 elder figures, and with a furrowed brow, he urgently addressed the 3 elders. Esteemed elders, you must assist Princess Colorful Butterfly. Understood. The 3 elders, obedient to the future of the serpent people, swiftly commanded the green giant serpents to rampage towards Han Feng's direction. With the involvement of the 3 elders, the pressure on the colorful butterfly significantly diminished, as each elder possessed the pinnacle strength of a combat king. Their prowess surpassed that of other leaders, and their synergy was remarkable, enabling them to unleash the might of a combat emperor at 5 or even 6 stars. The ethereal nature of their energy serpents further alleviated the burden on the colorful butterfly. All these events transpired in an instant. Yan and Yuan Yi, both combat emperors, were swiftly vanquished by Yi Feng, leaving the accompanying Fan Lao in a state of trepidation. This damn Feng Yi is too formidable. Despite possessing the strength of a 4-star combat emperor, he found himself stifled by the oppressive environment and the fusion combat techniques employed by the 7 leading figures around him, which only exacerbated his stress. If only. Fan Lao's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he saw Yi Feng charging towards him, sending a shiver down his spine and causing his scalp to tingle with fear. Chapter 131. Dare to touch my woman, you are not worthy, Han Feng. As Yi Feng charged towards Fan Lao, a sense of dread washed over the latter. If he were to be besieged by Yi Feng and the 7 leaders, his fate would be dire. Even if he managed to escape the grim fate of the other two unfortunate souls, he would still be gravely injured. In this battlefield, sustaining severe injuries equates to death. Thus, as a 4-star Do Emperor, Fan Lao swiftly resolved to take action. With aged hands, he formed seals in an instant, and then his body transformed into a swirling mist of crimson blood. Boom! In the next moment, the scarlet mist coalesced into a beam of bloodlight. Racing away at an astonishing speed, the 7 leaders and Yifeng merely caught a fleeting glimpse before Fan Lao vanished without a trace. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Fan Lao was a seasoned veteran of the Black Corner domain. Setting aside other considerations, his speed in retreat was unparalleled. The velocity of his blood escape was so swift that not only could Yifeng not pursue him now, but even a peak Do Emperor would find it challenging to keep up. However, employing such a technique would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll on Fan Lao. Yifeng was elated by Fan Lao's cowardly retreat. To defeat or kill this old fox would require time, for he was a formidable powerhouse of the Black Corner domain. Even in the Tagore Desert, where the environment suppressed his strength, his hidden cards were still exceptionally potent, allowing him to flee with some time to spare. With his escape, Yifeng and the 7 leaders could promptly assist Kai Dai and Yun Yun. Leaders, hasten to aid Her Highness Kai Dai. I shall assist Master Yun. In that moment, Yifeng even resorted to endearments, fearing that a single word might distract the 2 women amidst the chaos. All right, be cautious, little brother. Yu Mei and the leaders of the Serpent clan nodded in concern, urging Yifeng. The massive green serpent, formed from the 7 serpent poison seals, coiled in the sky, then surged towards the Elder Jean and Elder Yin. Though Kai Dai was at the peak of Do Emperor, the 2 elders opposite her were equally formidable. Had it not been for their wariness of the Serpent clan's sealing techniques, they would have decisively overpowered Kai Dai long ago. It was precisely due to the legendary sealing arts that they felt constrained, unable to unleash their full strength with fusion combat techniques against her. However, their individual prowess was sufficient to dominate Kai Dai, who was acutely aware of their trepidation. Thus, she refrained from utilizing the unique sealing techniques of her Serpent clan, opting instead to buy time. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, the 3 elders of the Serpent clan arrived to lend their support, followed closely by the 7 leaders. This alleviated Kai Dai's burden significantly, yet defeating the elders Jean and Yin still seemed a distant prospect. One of the elders alone could easily contend with Kai Dai, while the other was more than capable of facing the 2 colossal serpents. Although Yifeng had consecutively slain 2 Do Emperors, the disadvantage they faced remained unchanged. Time was of the essence, and if prolonged, the Serpent clan would undoubtedly face defeat. Meanwhile, the battle between Han Feng and Yun Yun was not as intense as anticipated. Initially, Han Feng was indeed wounded by Yun Yun, but that was solely due to his carelessness. However, Han Feng, a pinnacle 9-star Do Emperor, soon unleashed his full fury. The azure heart flame erupted around him, making it exceedingly difficult for Yun Yun to approach. As a wielder of wind attribute Do Qi, Yun Yun could only utilize her wind-based techniques to counter the torrent of blue flames. Compared to the so-called blue flames of Gu He, it was evident that Han Feng was the true embodiment of the overwhelming blue inferno. The terrifying heart flame enveloped the sky, its scorching heat and abyss-like energy instilling profound fear. Yet, wind ultimately fueled the flames, causing them to blaze even more fiercely. Utilizing her agile wind-based movement technique, Yun Yun narrowly evaded Han Feng's strikes. However, she could no longer escape, as the searing blue flames had formed a surrounding barrier, encasing the space around her. You are the first to injure my woman. Prepare to die. Han Feng, a man indifferent to women, harbored no tenderness for the stunning Yun Yun. With a flick of his sleeve, the blazing blue flames birthed a colossal blue lion that charged forth. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying fire beast surged toward Yun Yun. Her delicate face paled, and with a swift motion, she brandished her jade peak sword, Wind Spiral Barrier. At her urgent command, a violent gust of wind coalesced into a formidable barrier. In that fleeting moment of its formation, countless wind blades collided with the enormous fire beast. However, this barrier was instantly shattered by the beast's assault. Yet, Yun Yun did not falter in the face of this destruction. Instead, she deftly summoned forth a tempest, conjuring 4 wind barriers around her, a manifestation of her advanced Do technique, the 4 winds barrier. the wind blades surrounding her whirled violently, resembling a fearsome tornado. Yet, Han Feng's power proved overwhelming. As the blue lion's horn and claws tore through, the wind blades were obliterated in an instant. Under the force of the shockwave, Yun Yun's hands were forced apart, exposing vulnerabilities in her seemingly flawless form. The massive claws showed no hesitation as they lunged toward her delicate body. Should they grasp her, destruction would surely follow. Just then, a figure cloaked in purple-black appeared suddenly before Yun Yun. Yun Yun steadied her form, gazing at the familiar silhouette before her, her exquisitely beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. To lay claim to my woman, you, Han Feng, are woefully unworthy. The fiery blade in her hand clashed against the enormous claw, while the fiercely raging flames of the 3,000 yen ignited in defiance, causing even the fiery beast to momentarily retreat. Feng Yi, upon spotting the man before him, a faint, cold smile crept onto Han Feng's face. To dare obstruct one whom this sovereign intends to slay, you too are equally unworthy. At this moment, their gazes locked, purple-black eyes colliding with azure ones, transforming the entire space into a tempest of chaotic flames, the distorted atmosphere evoking trepidation. Han Feng's wrath surged. Having already slain the two formidable Do Huang he had brought, now this Feng Yi dared to shield the woman he sought to kill. Today he must perish. The azure radiance erupted once more, a magnificent force crashing toward Yi Feng like a tidal wave. The colossal sea lion swung its massive claw again, aiming to strike Yi Feng's body. In response to this renewed assault, Yi Feng offered a calm smile, raising the fiery blade in his right hand. Gathering strength as he asked, Yunner, do you wish to join me in a dual sword formation? Chapter 132, A Couple Hand in Hand, The Fusion of Cataclysm. Shall we try again? At this moment, the surrounding space around Yi Feng erupted with a tempestuous gale of wind attribute fighting spirit, intermingled with the overwhelming purple-black flames, causing its might to surge dramatically. The energies of wind and fire, coalescing upon the blade of flowing fire, stirred deep emotions within those who beheld it. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with understanding, instantly grasping his intent. The dual swords united. This was what that little rascal had alluded to in the cave, men and women working together, rendering any endeavor effortless, perhaps. Her jade arms swiftly lifted, as the wind attribute energy rapidly gathered upon the jade peak sword. The blade of flowing fire and the jade peak sword maintained a parallel alignment in the hands of the couple, their palms pressed together, one to the left and one to the right. Two immensely powerful auras surprisingly began to intertwine. Even the 3,000 flames atop the blade of flowing fire had enveloped the jade peak sword held by Yun Yun. The wind attribute energy amassed within the jade peak sword was fully infused into Yi Feng's grasp, as the two disparate energies fused harmoniously at that moment. The confluence of wind and fire, along with the melding of their might, caused a delicate blush to bloom upon Yun Yun's exquisite face. Previously, she had never fought side by side with this little rascal in such a manner. Her red lips gently pressed together, and a sweetness akin to honey filled the confined space. At that moment, Yun Yun was enveloped in that delightful essence, oblivious to why Yi Feng had never considered the combat techniques of the Yunlan sect before. Now, confronted by an adversary, such trivial matters would need to be discussed quietly at a more opportune time and place. Han Feng, with a countenance as dark as thunderclouds, found himself in a predicament he had never anticipated as the apothecary emperor. He had never envisioned encountering such a scene in battle. Two individuals joining forces was one thing, but their hands were almost touching. Should they not just press together entirely? Feeling the intensifying auras of the couple, Han Feng controlled the blue giant lion to launch an attack, while simultaneously thrusting his right hand forward. Consumed by fury, he spared no effort. A terrifying radiance morphed into a colossal handprint, which then merged with the blue giant lion. At that moment of energy infusion, the blue giant lion's aura surged once more, its body radiating a blinding blue and gold brilliance. The tiny light, how could it compete with the resplendent moon? Prepare to meet your demise, wretched beings. With a tremendous roar, the mammoth sea-heart illusion lion enveloped its paw in a layer of energy, emanating golden light as it struck down upon the diminutive figures of the couple. Wind and fire entwined, the nightfall cataclysm. As the sea-heart flame illusion lion unleashed its dazzling attack, Yifeng and Yun Yun. This couple executed a perfectly synchronized counteroffensive, with their harmonious battle cry resonating in unison. Their arms thrust forward in unison. Whoosh! A slender yet terrifyingly potent purplish-blue beam shot forth from the tips of their blades, racing towards the sea-heart illusion lion before them. With a resounding crash, the moment of their intersection echoed across the sky. The slender beam of light had pierced through the colossal hand, impaling its very core. Yet, the relentless onslaught of wind blades and searing flames failed to deter its assault. Alarmed, Yifeng silently cursed, grasping Yun Yun's hand as they swiftly retreated. As they withdrew, the razor-sharp claws grazed perilously close, sending them hurtling back with a ferocious force that propelled them 30 meters away, shattering the battle armor enveloping their bodies. "Yunner, are you unharmed?" Yifeng inquired, concern etched across his features as he glanced at Yun Yun beside him. "I am unscathed. Yet, this Han Feng is terrifyingly formidable. Our combined attack inflicted no damage upon him." Yun Yun shook her head, her delicate brows furrowing in solemnity. Yifeng's gaze swept over Yun Yun's exquisite visage, then locked onto Han Feng in the distance, coldly remarking, "It is not that we dealt no damage. The Sea-Heart illusion lion, conjured by Han Feng's Sea-Heart flame, has diminished considerably after our attack. Otherwise, we would not have been able to withstand his subsequent radiant strike." Upon hearing this, Yun Yun nodded, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she proposed, "Shall we attempt once more, you little scoundrel? Once more?" Yifeng exclaimed, taken aback. "Yunner, you've truly grown bolder. In such dire circumstances, how could we?" "Very well. Let us indeed try again." Yifeng resolutely nodded, acquiescing to Yun Yun's request. If he could not fulfill even this modest wish, how could he hope to defeat Han Feng? In Han Feng's perspective, the duo appeared to treat him as a mere training exercise, once again demonstrating the synergy of male and female combatants, proving that employing martial techniques together never tires the spirit. Had they been utilizing martial skills without exhaustion? Even Han Feng, despite his formidable strength, felt a hint of fatigue and paleness after unleashing the Sea-Heart illusion beast twice. Yet they persisted. Facing each other, Yifeng and Yun Yun locked eyes, their flowing hair rising as if stirred by an unseen wind. As their locks danced, their forms ascended until they halted amidst a dazzling radiance. Meanwhile, the surrounding energy surged like boiling water, rippling in soft azure and deep violet waves emanating from their beings. Their swords gradually lifted, finally angling towards Han Feng below. In that instant, the blades quivered, and the sunlight above converged upon their weapons. In a fleeting moment, the swords merged, a brilliant light erupting forth, dazzling and resplendent, akin to a second sun illuminating the heavens. As Han Feng beheld the transformation of the two individuals, a smirk involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. "How dare you not only employ fusion combat techniques, but also change stances? Truly, there are limits to what one can endure." At that moment, the azure flames enveloping him erupted in their entirety, and his body gradually floated into the embrace of the Sea-Heart illusion beast. The Sea-Heart flame is indeed the essence of the ocean's heart, and the most formidable form of the Sea-Heart illusion beast is born of a heart, this heart being none other than that of Han Feng himself. As man and beast became one, Han Feng unleashed the most terrifying aspect of his apothecary emperor persona, his aura soaring to rival that of a Do Zone powerhouse. With her enchanting gaze fixed upon Han Feng, Yun Yun took a deep breath, her delicate hands gripping the now considerably heavy long sword. Feeling the familiar presence by her side, her lips formed a gentle pout. There is an unparalleled joy in battling alongside the one she cherishes. Even if she were to be defeated or slain by Han Feng today, she would not consider her life wasted. This is the freedom Yun Yun has long desired, as well as the enduring love she yearns for. Yifeng and Yun Yun wore expressions of grave concern, and with a resonant shout that intertwined their energies, the already blinding sunlight reflecting off their blades surged once more, momentarily eclipsing even the fierce radiance of the sun above. Wind and fire entwined, sunset radiance. Chapter 133, Unexpected. The amethyst-winged lion king emerges. High above the sky, the melodious duet of lovers resounded, and the terrifying energy fluctuations erupted with a violent force. Under the combined assault of two formidable fighters, both at the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm, The sheer might of their attack was indeed unfathomable. It is worth noting that even 3 elders of the Serpent clan, all at the peak of the Do King level, could contend with a 3-star Do Emperor. At this moment, the combined strength of Yi Feng and Yun Yun was exponentially more terrifying. A fierce sword aura descended from the heavens, akin to a celestial phenomenon, overwhelming the battlefield and hurtling towards Han Feng, who was ensconced within the illusory lion of the sea heart. At that moment, the razor-sharp sword energy seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space, unleashing an overwhelming sense of oppression that instantaneously tore apart the surrounding azure ocean, creating a gaping chasm. Sensing the terrifying power of the duo above, Han Feng did not hesitate. His formidable fighting spirit erupted with great vigor. Sea Heart Devouring Spirit. As Han Feng's voice resonated, the colossal lion of the Sea Heart, wreathed in flames, lunged forth with great speed. The blazing sunlight sword crashed down, meeting the azure lion head-on. In that instant, the two entities transformed into streaks of light, racing through the air, culminating in a cataclysmic collision akin to that of falling meteors. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the skies above the Medusa King city. The sound, reminiscent of thunder, captivated the attention of countless onlookers, instilling a sense of dread and trepidation within their hearts. Such a formidable assault technique, combined with the spirit conjured from the exotic flames, had transcended their understanding. Today, even the Do Emperor experts were taken aback, realizing that combat skills could be wielded in such a manner and that exotic flames could manifest such powerful illusions. In the aftermath of the explosion, the energy shockwaves spread rapidly through the air, accompanied by a howling wind that distorted the very atmosphere, rendering it hazy and warped. As the tempest howled past, it carried with it an intensely terrifying heat. This explosive energy shockwave compelled even the distant Do Kings and Do Emperors to prioritize their defenses, raising shields to withstand the onslaught. Indeed, the prowess of this apothecary is truly formidable. One elder mused, astonished. It appears that the wind of the Cloudy Mountain sect possesses such applications. This revelation is most enlightening. Indeed, if the disciples of the Cloudy Mountain sect can achieve such feats, it would be utterly terrifying. Another elder added with a chuckle. If they could all reach this level, the Gamma Empire would have long been theirs. At this moment, the two elders, Jia Xingtian and Fama, from opposing factions, could not help but gasp in astonishment, expressing their heartfelt admiration and solemnity. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Yun Yun stood poised in the sky, their weapons gripped firmly, gazing intently at Han Feng in the distance. In contrast to their previous position, they had been forced back a staggering 50 meters, a testament to the overwhelming power of the recent attack. Han Feng was indeed a formidable adversary. Two figures stood side by side, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, each elegantly grasping their swords at an angle. Resembling celestial beings descended from the heavens, their ethereal qualities unmistakable. Despite being unscathed by the recent energy shock and attacks, a pallor washed over their faces, revealing the toll of their combined elemental assault. It was evident that after 2 consecutive synergistic strikes, their internal energies had been significantly depleted. In the distance, Han Feng wore a cold smile, the Sea Heart Phantom Lion surrounding him remaining intact despite the earlier collision. However, compared to its previous size, it had diminished considerably. Han Feng's formidable strength overshadowed that of Yun Yun and Yi Feng. Even their combined techniques could not subdue him. One must remember that Han Feng was a disciple of Yao Chun, currently serving as the vice master of the Starfall Pavilion, possessing an abundance of Earth-grade techniques and rare treasures that far surpassed Yi Feng's. Moreover, he wielded and was at the peak of the realm, rendering Yi Feng's advantages inconsequential in his presence. Had it not been for his alliance with Yun Yun, he would have stood no chance against Han Feng. And the situation was dire indeed. I must concede, you two are indeed formidable, Han Feng sneered disdainfully, fixing his gaze upon them. As a peak, he discerned their weakened state. Despite their potential for powerful attacks, their inherent strength was insufficient. With their energy reserves diminished, they were no match for him. Without hesitation, he formed a seal with his hands. At that moment, the sharp horn atop the Sea Heart Phantom Lion radiated a golden brilliance, intertwined with azure flames, heralding the strength of the impending attack. Prepare to meet your demise. That belongs to me. Han Feng's voice rang with excitement as a slender beam of light, akin to the devastating strike unleashed by Yi Feng and Yun Yun, shot forth from the horn. Yet, the target of this precise assault was not the ever-challenging Yi Feng, but rather the beautiful master, Yun Yun. Han Feng harbored no affection for women, viewing them merely as tools for his use. His disdain for Yun Yun, who aided the scoundrel Yi Feng, was particularly pronounced. Eliminating Yun Yun would ensure his acquisition of the without fail. As Han Feng launched his attack, a bitter smile crept across Yi Feng's lips. They were in dire straits, having already been weakened. Any further resistance seemed perilous. However, at that moment, they sensed a formidable presence surging towards them. Human boy, human woman, at last, I have found you. A thunderous voice echoed across the skies. A purplish light materialized before Yi Feng and Yun Yun, and a crystalline purple tail swept through the air, deflecting Han Feng's oncoming beam with force. Yi Feng, thud. Upon encountering the sudden emergence of a colossal entity, Yi Feng's mind buzzed as he exchanged a wry smile with Yun Yun. This truly spells trouble. Why has it chosen to join the fray? The amethyst-winged Lion King. As all eyes turned to the enormous lion enveloped in violet flames soaring above, its awe-inspiring name resonated in the minds of everyone present. The ruler of the Beast Mountain range had leaped forth, targeting none other than Feng Yi and Yun Yun. At this moment, the Serpent clan was gripped by despair, as yet another formidable foe had arrived, plunging them into a crisis of catastrophic proportions. The Medicine Emperor, Han Feng, gazed at the lion that had effortlessly deflected his attack, his expression one of utter helplessness. Even though we are adversaries, why must you obstruct my strike? Esteemed amethyst-winged Lion King, our enemies are the same. Why not join forces? Despite his inner fury, Han Feng managed to smile and propose cooperation to the suddenly appeared amethyst-winged Lion King. In response to Han Feng's words, the amethyst-winged Lion King looked down with contempt, bellowing, "With your feeble strength? My dignity has been tarnished by your pitiful appearance akin to a blue kitten. You have no right to seek an alliance with me. You are simply unworthy." Han Feng. Chapter 134. Yun Yun sacrifices herself to save her husband. The esteemed Emperor of Medicine, utilizing the extraordinary fire to transform into the Sea Heart Phantom Beast, is derisively referred to as a mere blue kitten, which is an egregious insult to Han Feng. However, as the onlookers, along with Han Feng himself, fixate upon the Sea Heart Phantom Beast, they begin to perceive the truth in the words of the Grand Lady. The beast conjured by Han Feng through the Sea Heart Flame is indeed a magnificent lion, strikingly akin to the illustrious amethyst-winged Lion King before their eyes. Every aspect of its physique, from the ethereal flames dancing around it to its grandiose wings and formidable horns, is a perfect replica. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the sharp horn atop Han Feng's conjured Sea Heart Phantom Lion remains pristine, whereas the amethyst-winged Lion King's once indomitable horn is now shattered. At this moment, the onlookers comprehend the source of the amethyst-winged Lion King's ire towards Han Feng. The latter's intact horn stands in stark contrast to his own broken one. How could a formidable beast not feel rage at such a sight? Moreover, this blue flame lion, having recently been diminished in size due to the combined efforts of Yi Feng and Yun Yun, now stands at a height comparable to the two of them, appearing rather diminutive and devoid of any imposing presence when juxtaposed with the grandiose amethyst-winged Lion King. Han Feng's visage contorts with a fierce expression. Had it not been for the significant depletion of his fighting spirit, he would hardly have endured such humiliation. Nevertheless, upon encountering this formidable presence that could shift the tide of battle, he merely offered a faint smile and remarked, "If the Lion King is unwilling to ally, I shall not insist. Please feel free to proceed at your leisure." Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the impending conflict, indifferent to the prospect of reaping the benefits as a bystander. As he spoke, several pills materialized in his hand, which he promptly consumed to replenish his internal fighting spirit. The haughty amethyst-winged Lion King disregarded Han Feng, focusing instead on Yi Feng and Yun Yun, its fierce gaze penetrating and intimidating. The intensity of its gaze caused both Yi Feng and Yun Yun to furrow their brows in trepidation. What could they possibly wield against such a formidable foe? The amethyst-winged Lion King scrutinized Yun Yun, then turned its attention to Yi Feng, bellowing with authority, "Where is your great white steed? Summon it forth for me." Yi Feng and Yun Yun responded with bewilderment. while the crowd gasped in astonishment. Han Feng, taken aback, could only manage a muted reaction. The Lion King's unexpected inquiry elicited a spectrum of expressions among the spectators. Yi Feng, his face etched with anguish, pointed towards Han Feng and sighed, "Alas! My steed was ambushed by this shameless wretch, suffering extensive burns, and has fallen into unconsciousness." The amethyst-winged Lion King's gaze followed Yi Feng's finger, landing upon Han Feng, who was still consuming high-grade pills to recover his fighting spirit and injuries. Upon encountering the Lion King's cold, piercing eyes, Han Feng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him and quickly interjected, "That white steed possesses the ability to traverse dimensions. I cannot harm it. Do not heed this little rascal's blatant lies." The words of Han Feng resonated deeply with the crystal-winged Lion King. Although the white horse exhibited a certain lack of intelligence, its majestic form and formidable prowess were undeniably impressive. Should it choose to flee with this human, none among them would be able to pursue, thus sparing it from injury. To think of using this king, that accursed human brat. Today I shall avenge the grudge of the broken horn. Prepare to meet your end. Sometimes, speaking the truth does not guarantee belief. Leaving Yi Feng in a state of helplessness, before the words of the crystal-winged Lion King could fully dissipate, a surge of immense purple light erupted forth. This prompted both Yi Feng and Yun Yun to brace themselves for an impending threat. As the crystal-winged Lion King charged forward, the pair of azure wings upon Yun Yun's back suddenly unfurled, launching her away from Yi Feng's astonished gaze. "Little rascal, this battle cannot be halted. You must flee. Leave the Gamma Empire. I will hold it back." Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks, painting a poignant picture that only a beast could witness. Yinner. A chilling sensation brushed against Yi Feng's face, causing his heart to ache profoundly. "If there is another opportunity, little rascal, shall we revisit that cave together?" A tender voice echoed in Yi Feng's ears, moistening his eyes and bringing a smile to his lips. "All right, if you wish to go, we shall make it a daily affair." With a soft chuckle, Yun Yun's figure swiftly traversed the sky. That foolish Yinner. She is all too aware of her current strength and that she cannot match the crystal-winged Lion King. She sacrifices herself to allow him to escape, yet if he truly flees, how could he ever repay the affection she has shown? Yun Yun carved a green arc across the heavens, her graceful form darting before the Lion King's gaze. "Lion King, it was I who severed your horn. Dare you face me in battle? Humph, what is there to fear? Human woman, this time I shall see who can save you." Enraged by the loss of his horn, the crystal-winged Lion King surged forth in pursuit of the azure glow. Now, Yin Yin stood no chance against the crystal-winged Lion King. Thus, she harnessed the power of the wind element, engaging in a chase to buy time for the little rascal, Feng Yi, to escape the battlefield. "Little rascal, your presence here, regardless of the reason or for whom, is not worth it. With your talents, you do not belong in this insignificant place. Should you perish here, even for her, it would still be in vain." The tenderness within Yun Yun had the power to melt the coldest of hearts, and Yi Feng's affections for her overflowed. Furrowing his brow, Yi Feng pondered. If he allowed a woman to shield him while he fled, could he still consider himself a man? Even if today marked his end, protecting his beloved was worth any sacrifice. With eyes that sparkled like the stars, he slowly closed them. In that moment, Yi Feng's right hand unfurled, revealing a swirling mass of black and purple flames. At that moment, his right hand unfurled, revealing a pink flame that was entirely incongruous with his current physique. This flame, though vibrant compared to the 3,000 blazing fires, was considerably weaker. It was the peach blossom fire that Yi Feng had acquired in the Gamma Empire. While this fire may not rival the purple flames of the amethyst-winged Lion King among beastly fires, it certainly qualifies as a peculiar flame in its own right. At this instant, Yi Feng's hands seamlessly merged into one. In the blink of an eye, a fire lotus materialized in his grasp. Although the lotus appeared diminutive, the energy contained within was alarmingly formidable. The true terror lay in the 3,000 blazing fires, while the peach blossom fire merely served as a precursor. Upon the fusion of this fire lotus, Yi Feng was filled with exhilaration, for the energy it harbored was astonishingly vast beyond his expectations. This formidable energy did not emanate from his own body, but rather surged forth from the system storage ring adorning his right hand. This power belonged to the 3,000 blazing fires. As the fire lotus fused, Yi Feng expertly directed it forth with his hands. In an instant, a streak of light traversed the sky, swiftly darting toward the amethyst-winged Lion King that was in pursuit of Yun Yun. Chapter 135. The little apothecary dares to touch my people? Upon witnessing the formation of the black-purple fire lotus, the onlookers could not help but draw in a sharp breath. King Laming, Reina, clicked his tongue in astonishment and queried, "What do you see? What is that?" "I have no idea." At that moment, Fengli, a windwalker and one of the top 10 fighters of the Gamal Empire, felt a profound sense of insignificance in the face of this formidable opponent. Meanwhile, the peak-grade 5th-tier alchemist, Fama, who had been squinting, now widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "This is an energy entity formed by the fusion of and beast fire. But why is the energy contained within it so immensely powerful? What an immense and volatile energy." The others, upon sensing the energy emanating from the fire lotus, were equally astounded. Fama, the president of the Alchemist Guild, spoke gravely. "He has managed to fuse with another flame, leveraging their inherent opposition to generate an extraordinary explosive force. What a remarkable technique. This requires exceptional control over fire. Yet this level of energy has surpassed the threshold of what he can release." Everyone was taken aback. How had Feng Yi accomplished this? Given Yi Feng's current capabilities, even if he exerted himself to the fullest, he could only muster the attacking power of a peak Do Huang, if that. Yet, the energy contained within this fire lotus had evidently transcended the realm of Do Huang, indicating that its might had reached the level of a strike from a Do Zong expert. The powerful figures were bewildered by the sudden energy released by Yi Feng. However, the serpent people, who understood the situation, were well aware of the truth. Their young alchemist elder had a formidable mentor, one who had previously defeated the Ice Emperor. This power must have been bestowed upon him by that teacher. The fusion of two flames. This little rascal is indeed exceptional. The apothecary emperor, Han Feng, narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the wicked smile curling at the corner of Yi Feng's lips. This little rascal had achieved such a level. This meant that his control over fire and his methods of flame fusion surpassed even the fragmented version of the burning decision that Han Feng possessed. Could it be that the technique he cultivated was the complete version of the burning decision? Or had he already found his esteemed mentor, the apothecary venerable Yao Chen? With this thought, Han Feng's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. With the 3,000 fiery flames, the of the serpent people, and his own sea heart flame, he possessed a trio of terrifying, coupled with the presumed burning decision technique. If he were to acquire it all, not only would he break through to Do Zong, but future advancements to Do Zun and Do Sheng would also become exceedingly feasible. This truly was an extraordinary stroke of luck. As the fire lotus, infused with an overwhelmingly terrifying energy, was propelled from Yi Feng's hand, it hurtled swiftly toward the purple crystal-winged Lion King. The violet-black beam of light surged forth with astonishing speed, as if it had torn through the very fabric of space, and in an instant, it manifested behind the amethyst-winged Lion King. Sensing the terrifying energy looming behind it, the amethyst-winged Lion King abruptly abandoned its pursuit of Yun Yun and swiftly veered to the side. In that moment, an exquisitely enchanting layer of amethyst armor materialized upon its form, shimmering with a resplendent purple light, reminiscent of the amethyst spirit crystal from which it was forged, displaying a solidity rivaling that of the heart of the sea. However, the fire lotus relentlessly pursued, and in the very instant it moved, it appeared before the amethyst-winged Lion King as if stepping through the void of space. A colossal roar reverberated, echoing across the heavens at that moment, a thunderous sound akin to the wrath of a thunder god, instilling a sense of dread and trepidation in the hearts of all present. The formidable fire lotus erupted, its immense power and energy surging forth like a volcanic explosion, engulfing the surroundings. Even the robust physique of the amethyst-winged Lion King could not withstand such force. As it was violently propelled away, the violet light fell to the earth like a meteor, raising clouds of dust that obscured its form. As the tempestuous winds howled, the massive body of the amethyst-winged Lion King reappeared before all eyes. Much of its amethyst scales had fallen away, its body drenched in crimson blood. A pitiful sight that bore no resemblance to the king of the Beast Mountain Range, the amethyst-winged Lion King. Cursed, human wretch, it lay upon the desert, grievously wounded and unable to rise, glaring furiously at Yi Feng, who hovered in the sky. Yet, Yi Feng's complexion was pale, his lips parched, and the magical violet-black wings that had accompanied him during the release of the fire lotus had already dissipated. The violet-black flames that had danced around him also faded, leaving his once handsome visage devoid of color. Having been drained by the fire lotus, his body could no longer endure and began to plummet rapidly. As he sensed the searing heat by his side, his starry eyes slowly closed. Is this where it ends, brother? Fengyi. At that moment, upon witnessing Yi Feng's descent, Hua Shi and Reina hurriedly rushed towards him, eager to catch his falling form. Their speed was remarkable, and in an instant, they reached Yi Feng's side. However, just as they were about to grasp him, a blue figure appeared before them. Hua Shi and Reina were swift. Yet there was one who was even faster. This being was the medicine sovereign, Han Feng. Having observed the conflict from afar, he seized this moment to strike, sending Reina flying with a sweep of his sleeve. Meanwhile, as Hua Shi charged in, she unleashed the secret technique of the serpent people. Her inherent strength had already reached the formidable realm of a 9-star Do Wang, and under the enhancement of the secret technique, her power surged to nearly the level of a Do Huang. Yet, the disparity in strength between her and Han Feng was insurmountable, even in his depleted state. Han Feng could effortlessly defeat her. With a sudden and forceful sweep of his right hand, he sent Hua Shi's body flying like a thunderclap. These two insignificant ants dare to obstruct me? He is mine. Han Feng could no longer contain his exhilaration, his laughter resonating through the air as he swiftly charged toward the descending Yi Feng. Young one, your 3,000 yen flames now belong to me. As he spoke, a blue silhouette materialized beside Yi Feng, emanating a powerful gravitational force as it reached for him. Though Yi Feng sensed the impending danger, he found himself unable to resist. His already blurred vision reflected a glimmer of despair. Yet, at that moment, a flash of red light erupted from his obscured gaze. How dare you, a mere medicine emperor, lay hands on my people? A voice, imbued with overwhelming authority, reverberated through the space. At the sound of his proclamation, the assembled powerhouses shuddered, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. Chapter 136. The Queen's majestic protection of her husband. With a sharp command, a striking figure clad in crimson appeared before Yi Feng. Her slender left arm gently cradled the young man, and her enchanting, elongated eyes reflected a profound tenderness. In stark contrast, her right arm gracefully extended, seemingly slow yet overwhelmingly forceful, effortlessly swatting away Han Feng's outstretched arm. Gazing at the ethereal silhouette, a smile of surprise graced his lips as he softly uttered, "It is truly wonderful to see you again." As these delicate words fell, Yi Feng's already tenuous consciousness faded completely, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. "You little rogue, every time I see you, you seem to faint." A voice, as alluring as it was cold, flowed from her smiling crimson lips. "However, it is also quite delightful to see you, my little rogue." The sweetness intertwined with her enchanting tone rendered the already flustered men, whose resolve faltered, as flushed as the evening sky. Countless gazes shifted toward the source of the voice, and upon witnessing the captivating figure embracing Yi Feng, they collectively gasped for breath. The array of formidable warriors, confronted with the perfection of beauty that embodied cold elegance, seduction, and allure, wore expressions of sheer terror, for her name alone instilled fear in all present. All hail Her Majesty the Queen. At that moment, the fierce battle on the other side paused, as the three elders of the serpent people led their kin in a reverent salute to their queen. "Sister." Upon the appearance of Queen Medusa, Kai Dai's eyes brimmed with joyful tears, her softer nature fully revealed. Abandoning her previous display of strength, the delicate Kai Dai felt safe enough to revert to her role as a loving younger sister. Is this truly the legendary Queen Medusa? Indeed, her aura surpasses that of Princess Kai Dai in its regal might. At this moment, the eyes of the esteemed Jin and Yin elders, as well as Han Feng, were fixated upon the suddenly manifested Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa, just uttering those two words sent shivers down the spines of the powerful gathered, for her name resonated throughout the Gamma Empire and was well known even among the formidable beings of the Black Corner region. Renowned for her icy beauty and ruthless cunning, Queen Medusa was infamous for having personally slain countless renowned warriors and humans in previous wars against neighboring empires. Among those in the Gamma Empire, only a select few had ever possessed the strength to match this enchanting queen. Even Gamma Empire's guardian, Jia Xingtian, felt a tremor of fear in the presence of Her Majesty, for the formidable sealing abilities of Queen Medusa meant that should they clash, it would be to his utter demise. This legendary woman, wielding a ferocity rivaling that of any iron-fisted emperor, instilled fear in several empires surrounding the Tagore Desert, rendering them hesitant to initiate war. Countless individuals have described her as terrifying and formidable. Yet, in the embrace of this ruthless queen, who is as merciless as a butcher, lies a human male, a sight that delivers a profound visual shock. How could Feng Yi, of all people, be so fortunate? Could it be that even this queen has succumbed to his charms? As onlookers gaped in astonishment, their gazes gradually shifted from her stunning, almost blindingly beautiful visage downward. At that moment, the Medusa queen adorned herself in a form-fitting crimson garment, the sheer black fabric clinging to her supple waist, enhancing her alluring presence. Her cascading tresses fell gracefully over her fragrant shoulders, stopping just shy of her curvaceous form. That striking and enticing silhouette, accentuated by the red attire, resembled a perfectly ripened peach, exuding an irresistible allure. Beneath this captivating exterior, however, the luxurious red gown revealed not the exotic serpentine tail characteristic of her kind, but instead, two long, porcelain-like human legs. These limbs extended from the hem of her dress to delicate, snow-white feet, shimmering with an ethereal translucence. This breathtaking scene, which could ignite the blood and quicken the pulse, remained unseen by the unconscious Yi Feng. Yet, those who witnessed it were not overcome with greedy desire. Instead, they felt a chilling apprehension. A human form, while it would be unremarkable for another to possess a human body, the astonishing truth lay in the fact that the Medusa queen, a serpent being, could only achieve this transformation through one of two means. The first would be consuming a 7th-grade transformation elixir, a rare and precious substance not yet available to her kind. Otherwise, the Serpent clan would not have been so astounded by the conditions proposed by Han Feng regarding the transformation and imperial elixirs. The second method involves breaking through to the Dozong level, akin to a magical beast, once one reaches the 6th tier and ascends to the 7th. Transformation into human form becomes possible. Clearly, the Medusa queen had undergone an evolution through the utilization of, thus she now embodies the successful state of that transformation. With her elegant fingers gracefully flicking, the energy ripples surrounding her gradually dissipated. After casting a glance at the unconscious Yi Feng, the Medusa queen's cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Han Feng. "You shall pay dearly." As those icy words fell from her lips, Han Feng's eyes widened in alarm, sensing an impending crisis. With a swift flap of his azure wings, he retreated hastily, cold sweat trickling down his brow, as he shouted in terror, "Mr. Jian, save me quickly." Upon hearing Han Feng's desperate plea, the Medusa queen's exquisitely arched brows knitted slightly, her enchanting eyes focusing intently on him, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. At this moment, Han Feng felt a sudden chill running down his spine, yet his head was engulfed by a violent dizziness. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon him, as though a meteorite had crashed upon his being. Despite being a formidable Do Huang, the terrifying Han Feng found himself unable to withstand it. As the oppressive force bore down on him, his body transformed into a blue meteor, plummeting rapidly towards the sandy ground. Stop! At that moment, the two elderly figures, Jin and Yin, whom Han Feng had called upon, arrived. However, their intention was not to rescue Han Feng, but rather to divert the crisis. The two elders surged towards Queen Medusa, their hands tightly clasped together, unleashing an exceptionally powerful pale green dough technique. Queen Medusa, with her graceful figure, deftly evaded the pale green energy, and in a swift motion, she appeared before the two elders. With a flick of her jade hand, a formidable gust of wind was unleashed, colliding with the attack from the elders. At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the skies, compelling Jin and Yin to exert their full strength to intercept Queen Medusa. Yet, in an instant, her figure flickered and vanished from their sight. Jia will update tomorrow, albeit perhaps a little later, as Jia needs to prepare a meal. Oh dear readers, would you care for a meal? Chapter 137. The dominant queen dismisses Han Feng. Gold and silver escape. Do those two decrepit old men dare to obstruct me? With your feeble strength, you are unworthy. A chilling voice resonated as the elegant, slender legs of the Medusa queen glided forward. In a flicker of crimson light, her enchanting form vanished from sight, leaving only a lingering, sweet fragrance that captivated the senses and inexplicably flushed the faces of onlookers. "This is bad. It's snake venom." The elder Jean, who had already arrived, reacted swiftly, his voice laced with trepidation. As the words left his lips, both he and his companion unleashed their fighting spirit, isolating the toxic miasma. As a formidable Do Wang, Yumei's venom could severely injure Lei Ming Wang Lena. Thus, the Medusa Queen's venom would undoubtedly be even more potent. Though released carelessly, the toxin permeating the air demanded their utmost seriousness, compelling them to use their fighting spirit to shield themselves. The gap between Do Huang and Do Zong was not merely a matter of strength, but also encompassed the formidable ability to traverse the void. In that fleeting moment, before the two elders could react, the Medusa Queen had already materialized above the vast desert where Han Feng was destined to fall. The red glow flickered as her exquisite form radiated an overwhelming aura of fighting spirit, rippling through the air like waves across a lake, distorting the very fabric of space around her. "Those who dare to harm me shall pay a bloody price." Beneath her resplendent crimson dress, her fair, elongated legs surged upward with tremendous force. With countless astonished gazes upon her, her delicate foot transformed into a stunning arc, enveloped in a terrifying energy of fighting spirit, and struck Han Feng's body with formidable impact. Boom. Crack. Han Feng. Oh, the crowd. Hey. As her legs swept through the air, the crisp sound echoed, plunging the desert into an eerie silence. Following a muffled thud and a sharp crack, Han Feng's body was violently propelled skyward by the fierce energy unleashed by that mesmerizing leg. The sequence of sounds unmistakably indicated something significant, understood by all present, both human and serpent alike. "What was that crack sound just now, Daddy?" A small child within the Medusa city inquired of the serpent man beside him. The man, slightly embarrassed, patted the child's head and affectionately replied, "Son, that was just someone preparing to cook. Someone is cracking eggs." "Cracking eggs? Then I want Daddy to crack eggs too." "Serpent man? Oh, I'm utterly overwhelmed by filial piety." At this moment, all the strong beings present recognized the Medusa Queen's fury. She had not only refrained from striking until now, but had decisively dealt with Han Feng, the esteemed apothecary emperor. At this moment, the human men present involuntarily squeezed their legs together, their bodies trembling. The pain brought forth by such fantasies and sounds was insufferable, even for the strongest among them. The expressions of the two elderly men, Jean and Ian, shifted dramatically. They realized that it was not a matter of unwillingness to act against the Medicine Emperor, but rather an inability to do so. Although they were capable of contending with fighters of the Dozong level, this depended heavily on the strength of the opponent and their proximity within the battlefield. Just moments ago, while they had appeared not far from Queen Medusa, she had employed her Dozong power to traverse the void, instantly positioning herself beneath Han Feng. They had barely begun to pursue her when a wave of toxic gas from Queen Medusa momentarily halted them, and in that fleeting instant, Han Feng, the Medicine Emperor, suddenly found himself at a disadvantage. To the onlookers, Han Feng's body arced through the sky like a firework, following a parabolic trajectory before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Upon landing, he struck a massive rock, the sound of shattering bones reverberating harshly in the stillness of the desert. In that moment, a pang of sympathy arose for the Medicine Emperor. It was indeed a tragic scene. With an impressively stylish kick, Han Feng, the invincible little cockroach, astonishingly did not lose consciousness. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The bright crimson liquid stained a portion of the desert, yet upon contact with the scorching sand, it emitted a hissing sound as it evaporated almost instantly, leaving only a dry red mark that was soon buried by the howling winds. At that moment, Han Feng's head lolled to the side as he succumbed to unconsciousness, his fate uncertain. The crowd could only stare in shock at Queen Medusa's commanding kick, their eyes filled with a profound sense of trepidation. The two elderly men, Jean and Ian, flashed towards Han Feng's side, and without seeking any consent, the silver-haired elder hoisted Han Feng over his shoulder like a lifeless dog. "Humph, Queen Medusa, we, the brothers, shall remember this humiliation today, and in due time, we shall return to reclaim our honor." As these words fell, their aged hands clenched tightly together, transforming into a streak of azure light that sped away. The image of two identical elderly men, hand in hand, departing together, though somewhat discomforting, was nonetheless a sight that even the Do Huang fighters could not help but admire. However, rather than pursuing them, Queen Medusa chose to place Yifeng gently on the ground, deftly delivering a pill into his mouth. In her elongated, beautiful eyes, tenderness mingled with a hint of reluctance. "Little rogue, you must always faint before me, and this time, Your Majesty." At that moment, a throng of serpent folk warriors had gathered behind Queen Medusa. Delight illuminated the delicate features of Kai Dai, for nothing brings greater joy than the reunion of family. For the two individuals most significant to her, both stood before her, and she could distinctly sense that Yifeng was unharmed. "Sister, it is truly wonderful that you have successfully evolved. This means your wishes shall soon be fulfilled." A gentle blush flickered across the delicate face of Kai Dai, and she felt no discomfort regarding the relationship between her resurrected sister and Yifeng, for they were, after all, family. After all the sacrifices her sister had made for her, how could she harbor any reluctance? Yet, why did she feel an urge to conceal certain aspects from her sister in the future? Could there be other exquisite feelings associated with such actions? "Your Majesty, shall we pursue them?" At that moment, the three esteemed elders behind her respectfully inquired. Medusa, the queen, slowly rose, her beautiful eyes glancing at her foolish sister before she coldly remarked, "Those two old codgers possess powers beyond your capabilities. It is they whom you should confront." As her chilling words fell, the serpentine warriors fixated their gazes upon the figures suspended in midair. Best wishes. Happy New Year's Eve to all the readers who have continually supported Jejia. May the Year of the Tiger bring you great fortune. Yesterday, a reader requested more content, so Jejia widened her eyes and began to write, neglecting even to prepare a meal. Off we go, off we go. Chapter 138. The Queen Medusa is jealous again. At this moment, several powerful figures from the Gamma Empire hovered above the city of Medusa. For the serpent people, humans were merely a derogatory term, especially for those among them who harbored deep-seated animosity towards humanity. They often referred to humans as mere beasts. Following a declaration from Queen Medusa, all the serpent warriors on the city walls aimed their bows and spears at the figures in the sky. It was clear that upon her command, their weapons would once again target the humans who had recently aided them. However, such fleeting assistance could not possibly alleviate the long-standing enmity between the serpent people and humanity, especially now that their common foe had fled. Moreover, the individual who had served as a link between them had succumbed to unconsciousness, further exacerbating the tension in their relations. The gazes of the serpent warriors were fixed upon the silhouettes above, each reflecting a different sentiment towards humanity. Figures like Fama and Yun Yun, who had aided the serpent people, felt gratitude in their hearts. As for the individual clad in a hemp robe, chuckles erupted from Queen Medusa, who remarked, "It seems we have been invited here by ancient river, yet I did not anticipate that young Master Feng Yi had such ties with the nobility. This truly is a misunderstanding." Fama, balancing a large cauldron on his head, stepped forward, an astonishing smile breaking through his aged visage. Upon hearing his words, Queen Medusa's gaze sharpened, filled with intrigue as her crimson lips curled into a question. "Might I inquire, President Fama, what is your relationship with this young lad?" Her question was not only that of Queen Medusa, but echoed the curiosity of those around her. Unlike Yun Yun and Reina, Fama, as the president of the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Association, had shown no hesitation in aiding the serpent people against the formidable beings of the Black Corner domain. A decision that was thought-provoking. Fama, feeling a tinge of bitterness at the queen's inquiry, replied, "Well, if one were to account for lineage, young Master Feng Yi is, in fact, my grand student." The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief at his assertion. Grand student? The nature of their relationship was quite astonishing. An elderly man referring to a young man as grandfather? No wonder he was so resolute in his support of the serpent people. This relationship. To refuse assistance would be a significant breach of filial duty. At that moment, the guardian of the Gamma Empire, Jia Xingtian, found his feelings indescribable. If he had to articulate them, it might be, "The fool is indeed myself? This old Fama, why did you not mention that Feng Yi is your grand student sooner?" The mere thought of Fama's remarkably youthful grand student hinted at the terrifying prowess of his lineage. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from assisting Han Feng. Now, feeling both awkward and sorrowful, he was further plagued by the exquisite sensation of being left in disarray. Upon hearing the words of Fama, Queen Medusa's inner doubts were dispelled, and a hint of benevolence graced her exquisite visage. So it is. I extend my gratitude for the hands of assistance you have offered. However, you may now take your leave. In the instant those words resonated, an abrupt chill enveloped the air, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. The expressions of the crowd turned solemn. Was this the true might of a Dozong powerhouse? Indeed, a genuine Dozong surpassed the frail strength of the two elderly figures they had just encountered. Even the sheer magnitude of her aura was beyond their comparison. Her icy gaze shifted from Fama and soon fixed upon a graceful silhouette clad in azure not far away. In contrast to the figure of the man in a tattered robe, Queen Medusa perceived her formidable adversary to be none other than the captivating Yun Zhongzhu. To her, the man in the tattered robe was no longer a rival. Yet, some foes could not be vanquished by mere strength. As a formidable Dozong expert, Queen Medusa had previously been evolving, yet she remained acutely aware of the external atmosphere. The combined might of Yi Feng and Yun Yun, utilizing the same combat technique and merging their elemental powers of wind and fire, was unmistakably felt by her. Who could believe that they bore no connection? The noble Queen Medusa was now incensed. She had never anticipated that this little rogue could capture the only female Do Huang of the Gamma Empire in such a brief span since leaving the Serpent clan. However, she had to concede that this little rogue was indeed quite formidable. It was no wonder that he had feigned profundity earlier, confidently anticipating the arrival of the Gamma Empire's mightiest. It turned out that many of these powerful figures were allies, with this enchanting lady being a family member. Medusa, Yun Yun. In contrast to Queen Medusa, Yun Yun was equally infuriated. What had this little scoundrel done? How was it possible that, in the blink of an eye, both the Serpent clan's queen and her sister were now intertwined with him? Initially, she thought it was merely the charming Princess Kai Dai. Yet with the majestic appearance of Queen Medusa, her little rogue was now shielded within her embrace. This scene, though striking, was undeniably her little rogue. Both women were fuming over a certain man. Despite their simmering rage, their lips curled into smiles that could captivate any heart. As their gazes locked, the surrounding space grew frigid. In that moment, a battle commenced, one devoid of any fluctuations of Do Qi, yet imbued with an overwhelming presence. One was a frigid queen, the other a regal leader. Both held unparalleled identities and temperaments, cold yet enchanting, resplendent yet peerless. Each woman possessed her own distinct characteristics. Among those present, only the tender-hearted Kai Dai could rival their allure, while others, including the likes of Yume, found themselves compelled to retreat beneath their brilliance. Fama sought to navigate the invisible conflict, yet he alone could mediate this intricate relationship. In an effort to avert a grand conflict, he mustered his courage and declared, "Ahem, Your Majesty, since this is merely a misunderstanding, we shall not impose any further. We take our leave." With that, Fama cast a knowing glance at Yun Yun, not neglecting the frail figures of Reina and Feng Li by his side. The three elderly men exchanged silent understanding. Whoever wished to remain could do so, but they would withdraw. With a respectful gesture, they transformed into three streaks of light, vanishing into the heavens. Jia Xingtian, taken aback by the abrupt departure of the three elders, felt a sudden epiphany. With a powerful thrust of his wings, he swiftly retreated into the distance. If not now, then when? However, at the very moment Jia Xingtian disappeared, the enchanting gaze of Queen Medusa locked onto his retreating figure. In that instant, a flash of crimson light illuminated the scene, and her exquisitely alluring form materialized before Jia Xingtian. "Old fool, you relished the battle on their behalf, did you?" Her voice, chillingly seductive, resonated in Jia Xingtian's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Queen Medusa, wishing all readers a joyful new year. The northern festivities await, along with the preparation and enjoyment of dumplings. Off I go, truly departing now. Until next year. Much love. Chapter 139, The Queen's Instant Strike. 3 women, 1 drama. As the formidable Medusa queen materialized before him, a wave of terror washed over the weathered visage of Jack Xingtian. Before such a fearsome and immensely powerful being, even he, a peak Do emperor, felt a profound sense of dread. Historically, The two had been bitter adversaries, clashing on numerous occasions. In comparison to the Ice Emperor of Haibodong, Jaxing Tian, as the guardian of the Gamma Empire, had faced Medusa Queen far more frequently. In their earlier encounters, their strengths were relatively balanced, which allowed them to maintain a stalemate. However, the tides had shifted drastically. Medusa Queen, I never anticipated that you would truly achieve evolution. The so-called greeting was laced with a fierce attack, as a formidable energy ripple emanated from her palm. It formed a magnificent whirlwind of sand. And in the arid environment of the Tagore Desert, Jaxing Tian's power surged accordingly. This was precisely why he had previously managed to confront Medusa Queen with comparable strength. As the devastating whirlwind surged towards Medusa Queen, her slender fingers danced gracefully, exuding an air of nonchalance. In an instant, as the colossal energy approached, her delicate jade arm waved casually, effortlessly shattering the oncoming force, which then dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. This effortless dismissal of an attack from a peak Do Emperor served as testament to Medusa Queen's overwhelming might. Witnessing this, Jaxing Tian's expression grew grave. Regret seeped into his heart as he realized he had made an erroneous choice. But now, it was too late. I never imagined, you old fool, that you would side with those outsiders from the Black Corner region. Her elongated, icy gaze pierced through the air, akin to a chilling gale, while her cool voice rendered Jaxing Tian's countenance grim. With a hint of regret lacing her casual manipulation of her slender fingers, she remarked, Jaxing Tian, you have truly grown more foolish with age. Had you chosen to assist my serpent clan, I would not only have spared you but also ensured a decade of peace between the serpent clan and the Gamma Empire. Yet, you old fool, have opted to stand against us. So be it. As her words fell, her enchanting figure suddenly darted forward, and a hand as white as jade effortlessly pushed ahead. Jaxing Tian's complexion shifted dramatically as he rapidly conjured countless walls of sand to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, an unrelenting surge of energy struck the myriad of wind barriers. However, those formidable barriers crumbled instantly upon encountering her seemingly delicate palm, which pierced through them with ease, leading to their swift disintegration. By the time Jaxing Tian regained his composure, that slender jade hand had firmly landed upon his chest. With a resounding thud, Jia Xingtian's body streaked through the air like a meteor, crashing down onto the vast desert below. This single strike had vanquished Jia Xingtian, a pinnacle Do Emperor, showcasing the formidable prowess of Queen Medusa. Amidst the raging winds of the desert, Jia Xingtian found himself trapped in a pit of energy oppression. His aged hand clutched at his sunken chest, his hair a disheveled mess, resembling a destitute beggar. Blood gushed from his mouth in crimson torrents, a scene of utter despair. Jia Xingtian's complexion was ashen, his eyes filled with agony and terror, for he sensed his strength plummeting within him. Coughing, he lamented, my strength. To the perception of the gathered powerhouses, Jia Xingtian's once robust Do Qi was rapidly diminishing. 9-star Do Emperor. 5-star. 9-star Do King. Do King. Do Spirit. Great Do Master. In the blink of an eye, his prowess had fallen from the peak of a Do Emperor to that of a great Do Master. Compared to Ice Emperor Haibodong, Jia Xingtian's plight was evidently more tragic, as the sealing techniques had also grown stronger with the surge in power. With Queen Medusa's current might, she could easily obliterate this old man. Yet, some ancient souls prefer companionship. Such a scenario is far more intriguing, is it not? Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, wore an expression of shock, realizing that Jia Xingtian had failed to withstand even a single exchange. The heavens of the Gamma Empire were irrevocably shifting. Suppress this old relic, commanded Queen Medusa coldly, waving her elegant arm. Yes, your majesty. Upon her directive, the 3 elders of the serpent people immediately complied, personally escorting Jia Xingtian into the royal city. The 3 elderly elders, fully aware of the delicate situation, deemed it prudent to depart, thus engaging in this minor task. Other leaders of the serpent people followed suit, gliding into Medusa's royal city. However, as they left, 2 individuals lingered with reluctance, Yume and Mobas. They gazed longingly at the one they cherished, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Perhaps for them, this departure truly signified a final farewell. At that moment, Huashir was deeply concerned for her brother's safety, wishing to take him home for rest, yet she found herself unable to do so. For her dear brother, Yifeng, no longer belonged solely to her as his sister, but was now claimed by the three noble and imposing women suspended in the heavens. The three ladies hovered in a triangular formation, exchanging glances imbued with an unusual chill. The sight of this triad made Hua Shi's head throb, leaving her bewildered as to how her brother had managed to achieve this. These three individuals are certainly not to be underestimated. Each one possesses the capability to drain my younger brother dry. Alas, one is already quite enough to handle, and now there are three. I am left wondering how my brother will manage in the future. Perhaps it is best for me, as his elder sister, to refrain from worrying and instead focus on my own responsibilities. Farewell, dear brother. As for these three sisters-in-law, may fortune favor you. Yi Feng. Oh. Upon the walls of Wangcheng, the soldiers have departed to cleanse the battlefield. Even the remaining Medusa serpent guards consist merely of a few squad leaders. At this moment, they gaze skyward, yearning to stand alongside the sun. Some visions are perhaps best left unseen. Meanwhile, the three women have already landed in the vast desert. Encircling a single individual, their gazes locked in mutual intensity. Your Majesty, I beseech you, allow me to take him with me. Prince Fengye has pledged his heart to me, Yun Yun declared, facing the two formidable members of the Serpent clan with unwavering courage and determined eyes. In response to the significant figure, Kai Dai would not yield. Her eyes sparkled with resolve as she smiled and said, Leader Yun, you must understand that this is my Serpent clan. If you wish to take someone away, you may do so. However, I insist that you also take the traitor Gu He with you. This loathsome individual tarnishes the honor of my clan. The Medusa Queen, with her cool, enchanting gaze, revealed a hint of a beguiling smile and remarked, Leader Yun, your assistance to my clan, albeit driven by this young fellow, is greatly appreciated. However, Fengye holds the esteemed position of our clan's alchemist and must remain under our jurisdiction. Yun Yun. You all. Chapter 140. The War of Women. The Weak Queen. Queen Medusa's demeanor towards Yun Yun was not as harsh as her treatment of other humans. After all, her rapport with that little rogue, Yi Feng, was rather favorable. Were it not for her intervention, the Serpent clan would have faced a dire fate. She herself would have been reduced to ashes, scorched by the heart fire of the Azure Lotus due to Han Feng interrupting her evolution process. In light of this, as the queen of the Serpent clan, she naturally felt a sense of gratitude towards Yun Yun, refraining from being overly aggressive for the time being. However, aside from this gratitude, it must be acknowledged that Yun Yun was also her adversary. This enmity had transcended the historical antagonism between their races, rooted instead in the rivalry brought forth by Yi Feng, the little rogue. A romantic rival. Such a foe would never bow down to her. At this moment, facing the two women, a hint of anger flickered across Yun Yun's exquisite face. Yet, she could not deny the validity of Queen Medusa's words. How had that scoundrel become the alchemical elder of the Serpent clan? The rationale for wanting him had now become mutual. Just wait until I, as the sect master, ensure that this little rogue faces consequences. As an elder of the Serpent clan, Feng Yi belonged to them just as she, as the master of the Yunlan sect, belonged to her clan. It was only reasonable for Queen Medusa, as the ruler of the Serpent clan, to retain Feng Yi, yet he was also her little rogue. Although smiles adorned the faces of the three women, an undercurrent of hostility permeated the space. Fortunately, there were no living beings present to feel the weight of such animosity. Yun Yun gazed at Queen Medusa and Kai Dai, acutely aware that with her current strength, it would be impossible to take her beloved rogue away from them. It seemed prudent to devise a longer-term strategy. She would first bring the traitor Gu He back to the Yunlan sect, report the circumstances to her teacher, and seek assistance before returning to reclaim her man. With this thought, a slight smile graced Yun Yun's crimson lips as she said, In that case, I shall no longer impose. I kindly request that your Majesty, the Queen, and your Highness, Kai Dai, take care of my fiancé during this time. In the realm of powerful beings, even the simplest exchanges were laden with depth. Yun Yun's words caused Queen Medusa and Kai Dai, who were unaware of the true relationship, to feel a pang in their hearts. Could it be true that Yi Feng was truly her fiancé? Narrowing her alluring eyes, a captivating smile graced her lips as she asserted her claims with authority. Sect Master Yun, I hope you understand that while Feng Yi is an elder of the Serpent clan, he is also mine. He has risked his life to protect me on numerous occasions and has procured rare flames for me. It is only natural that I care for him. I ask that you rest assured and not worry about my little one." Seeing her sister's formidable stance, Kai-Dai would not yield either. Though her nature was gentle, it did not imply she would readily relinquish her man. Were it not for Queen Medusa's sacrifice, she would have undoubtedly crumbled, feeling lost, helpless, and furious. During the period of my amnesia, I was utterly powerless, yet Master Feng Yi consistently cared for and protected me. Our bond had already transcended life and death. Reflecting on past events, my gaze filled with tenderness as I looked at the one lying on the ground, and I smiled sweetly. Master Feng Yi once said to me, "Without the colorful wings of the butterfly, but due to the peculiar circumstances at that time and my subsequent fainting, I now awaken." Still unaware of the remaining line. Nevertheless, for the sake of this half-verse alone, I would willingly devote all that I am and my entire life to him. Unlike the commanding declaration of sovereignty from Queen Medusa, my words are imbued with gentle affection. Though I reminisce, each phrase carries its own weight. The exchange of red and white words between us has illuminated Yun Yun, who now comprehends the formidable allure of this little rogue. Both she and Queen Medusa, along with myself, have shared a profoundly beautiful emotional journey with this charming scoundrel. It is precisely for this reason that we three harbor deep feelings and unwavering devotion for Yi Feng, even to the extent of engaging in battle for him. In a similar vein, Medusa and I understand, as our gazes converge on the man lying motionless. What is it about this rascal that renders him so captivating? He is hardly repulsive, is he? Contemplating this, my heart feels liberated. A delicate flush graces my exquisite visage, and with a sweet tone, I request, might your majesty and his highness convey a message to him upon his awakening? What does the esteemed leader of the Yun clan wish to convey? Queen Medusa inquired, her lips curling with curiosity as her gaze met mine. In response, I smiled softly. Simply tell him that Yun heir will always wait for him to venture into the caverns of the Beast Mountain, to share an everlasting night together. As my words settled, a pair of azure wings suddenly unfurled behind my alluring form. I cast one last glance at the recumbent Yi Feng before transforming into a streak of azure light, vanishing beyond the horizon. Queen Medusa and I gazed into the distant sky, our lips curling in unison. An everlasting night together, indeed. Sister, how wonderful it is that you are unharmed. Once we were alone, excitement propelled me into Queen Medusa's embrace. However, this embrace caused her form to take a step back, followed by a tender smile. Silly sister, how could I possibly be harmed? I blinked in surprise, keenly aware of her retreat, which caused my brows to furrow in concern. Such an action would be commonplace for others, yet it was distinctly unusual for my sister, a formidable combatant. Even in a state of relaxation, a mere playful leap from me should not have caused her to stumble back. Contemplating this, an expression of seriousness clouded my eyes, and I released my embrace to scrutinize Queen Medusa, worriedly asking, "Sister, what is happening? Are you injured?" Gazing upon the enchanting butterfly, Queen Medusa gently parted her crimson lips. Then, with a bittersweet smile, spoke, "I have harnessed the primal fire of the azure lotus for my evolution. Though I have succeeded in this transformation, my soul has grown exceedingly frail. My evolved form is that of the seven-colored devouring python, and curiously, it has birthed a soul that surpasses my own in strength. I have manifested only after conferring with it. My soul can barely endure for a brief moment, and after enduring yet another fierce battle, I find myself utterly depleted. My dear sister is on the brink of slumber. Henceforth, the serpent clan shall be entrusted to you, along with this little rascal for you to care for." Upon hearing this, the butterfly's lips parted slightly, clearly astonished by Queen Medusa's words. Sister is about to fall into a coma? How could this be? The butterfly stood frozen, unable to believe the reality of the situation. However, as she sensed her sister's form growing increasingly ethereal in her embrace, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Sister, will you promise me one thing?" Queen Medusa's gaze was filled with tenderness as she addressed the butterfly. "Sister, speak." The butterfly nodded resolutely. With a smile that could captivate any heart, the fair maiden softly implored, "Promise me you will not reveal my impending slumber to him. Simply say that I am in seclusion." What? Chapter 141. The queen transforms into a tiny serpent. My hands have gone numb. Following the great battle, the soldiers of the serpent people were diligently clearing the battlefield. while Queen Medusa and Lady Kai Dai had already returned to the palace with Yifeng. The moment Queen Medusa stepped into the palace, her body could no longer withstand the strain. Her once enchanting form now appeared even more ethereal. Her elongated, piercing eyes, though sharp, were laced with tenderness and reluctance. Upon my awakening, I shall ensure that this little rascal faces my wrath. You shall wait for it. As she gazed at Yifeng, cradled in her sister Kai Dai's arms, a beguiling smile graced her crimson lips. With a sharp command, a flash of crimson light enveloped her delicate form. And in the blink of an eye, the striking Queen Medusa had transformed into a diminutive serpent. This tiny serpent appeared quite adorable, its body a pristine white adorned with iridescent scales beneath it, and its large, bewildered eyes scanned the surroundings. After surveying the scene, its gaze settled upon the two figures before it. In its sight, a woman with reddened eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, held an unconscious man in her embrace. For the little swallowing python, these two beings were perhaps not human, but rather peculiar creatures. Bewildered, it felt an inexplicable affinity towards them. Yet, upon witnessing the woman holding the man, a pang of inexplicable sorrow washed over its heart. Why was that? The little serpent flicked its tongue adorably. Sister, do not worry. I shall take good care of young Master Yifeng. I promise. With a gentle reach, accompanied by a soft voice, the little swallowing python flicked its tail and landed in Kai Dai's hands. Tilting its tiny head, its large eyes blinked curiously as it observed the two attractive beings before it. It was fascinated, pondering why their lower halves resembled its own. Yet their upper halves were different. Moreover, the two creatures were distinct from each other, the differences lying in. Thus, the curious little swallowing python set out to investigate. Kai Dai shuddered slightly, then carefully laid Yifeng upon the bed, his bed in the front hall. Unaware that her sister had been forced into a surprise assault, her gaze fixed on Yifeng's pale countenance, Kai Dai softly murmured, I had hoped that our family could reunite this time, but alas, I have barely awakened while my sister has succumbed to slumber. How long will it take for her to awaken? Young Master Yifeng is utterly exhausted. The relentless battles have taken a toll on his body. Placing her delicate hand upon Yifeng's wrist, Kai Dai's lovely face was filled with concern. With that, she rose to summon attendants to care for Yifeng. For as a princess, she must now shoulder her responsibilities. As the days passed swiftly, 3 days had already elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the vibrant butterfly announced to the serpent tribe the news of Queen Medusa's seclusion to solidify her realm. Meanwhile, the various leaders returned to their respective tribes, diligently guarding their sovereign lands. In this grand conflict, the serpent tribe reaped substantial rewards, notably the two Dou emperors, Yin and Yuan Yi, who fell to Yifeng's blade. As formidable dominators of the Black Corner domain, the treasures within their rings were indeed considerable. Be it elixirs, medicinal herbs, or martial techniques, their riches were abundant. Additionally, the formidable lion of the Gamma Empire, though a Dou king, was a significant acquisition in his own right, albeit not as grand as the two Dou emperors. However, the wealthiest among them was undoubtedly the guardian of the Gamma Empire, Elder Jiaxingtian. As a seasoned peak Dou emperor, he had amassed a plethora of precious herbs in his quest to prolong his life and enhance his power. Among these were countless rare treasures, and as a powerful being, he deemed it safest to store them within his own ring. Consequently, many of the Gamma royal family's treasures had been transferred into the Serpent tribe's royal treasury. Yifeng mused, all treasures belong to the queen, and the queen is mine. At this moment, everyone understood that with the absence of the old Jiaxingtian, the stability of the Gamma Empire was significantly compromised. However, they still possessed a 6th-tier magical beast, which temporarily deterred any rash actions from others. Yet, the looming storm of change hinted at a complete upheaval within the Gamma Empire. As time passed, the night subtly transformed. Within the Medusa temple, Yifeng, whose eyes had remained closed, finally stirred, his consciousness beginning to awaken. Despite embodying the 3,000 stars physique, this time was different. The side effects of consuming the devouring life pill had rendered him weak. After 3 hours, he had succumbed to a state of frailty, resulting in a 3-day slumber. Gradually regaining consciousness, Yifeng sensed an unsettling sensation. Something was amiss. Indeed, it was peculiar. He suddenly felt a slippery touch in his hand, a sensation he recognized all too well, reminiscent of washing his serpent tail. Just then, as he began to stir, his hand moved unexpectedly, startling the butterfly at his side. For in his grasp lay the small devouring python, concealed within her embrace. Should Yifeng discover the presence of the small python, it would undoubtedly expose the fact that his sister was in slumber. Had it not been for her timely intervention to stifle the python's vicious bite, he would have certainly felt the wrath of the queen. The butterfly hastily gestured, pressing the small python's head to conceal it from view. Then, the graceful figure stirred slightly, and at that moment of imminent contact, she suddenly froze. In her beautiful eyes, astonishment and bewilderment danced as Master Yifeng. This. At the same moment, Yifeng, who had already opened his eyes, stared at the enchanting silhouette before him, his lips parched. Yifeng, I just awoke. And it is this exhilarating? But, who is this between the two of them? The fragrant hair, the exquisite ears, the alluring neck, the stunning back, the supple waist, the serpentine tail. Wait, is this the colorful butterfly? Yifeng suddenly realized the Queen Medusa had now ascended to the Dozong realm, possessing those infinitely captivating long legs, and would no longer have a serpentine tail. But, why is the colorful butterfly here? Isn't this within the Medusa temple? Are they truly so lively? Yifeng's right hand moved in confusion. This sensation left him momentarily stunned. Was that merely an illusion? This isn't a serpent's tail? Suddenly, the colorful butterfly turned to face Yifeng, her exceptionally gentle and charming visage glowing with a rosy hue, undeniably enticing. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with affection and surprise as she exclaimed, Master Yifeng, you are awake. Ah, that colorful butterfly, my hand is numb. No, my hand slipped. Ah, I just woke up. Upon seeing the colorful butterfly unexpectedly turn towards him, Yifeng became somewhat flustered. With a light laugh, the colorful butterfly gently covered her red lips, saying, Master Yifeng, are you still being so formal with me? Yifeng, eh? Chapter 142, The Origin of the Serpent. The biological class representative requests to hold a seminar. As for the matter of being distant, Yifeng certainly did not intend to stand on ceremony. However, he was acutely aware of his current location, the Medusa temple, and thus refrained from being overly audacious, lest he be expelled in an instant. What of that colorful butterfly? Yifeng pondered anxiously about the outcome of the fierce battle. Gazing at the alluring butterfly so close at hand, he could not suppress his concern and inquired. The butterfly, her eyes curving into a beautiful arc, slowly rose, revealing her irresistible form, and spoke to Yifeng. That Han Feng, after having his leg broken by my sister, was rescued by the golden and silver elders. That old scoundrel, Ji Tian, has been sealed by my sister and is currently imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon. All other powerful figures of the Jamal Empire, except those who perished, have returned. Upon hearing this, Yifeng rose and nodded, a grave expression crossing his face. He remarked with a wry smile, Han Feng wields extraordinary influence in the Black Corner region. Now that he has escaped, he will undoubtedly return in pursuit of This troublesome fly would not be easily shaken off. Yifeng was well aware of the terrifying nature of Han Feng. Setting aside the Soul Palace behind him, his charisma in the Black Corner region meant that even summoning a Dozong would not be out of reach. When that time comes, the powerful beings of the Black Corner region would gather here, leading to a terrifying battle. However, Han Feng would require some time. The existence of the 3,000 flame fire would remain a secret, as Han Feng would certainly not divulge it to others, for he too coveted it. This thought somewhat reassured Yifeng. After all, when compared to Han Feng, the Pill Tower was the true terror. The butterfly nodded in understanding, acknowledging the allure for alchemists, particularly since the serpent race already possessed two types. Suddenly, the butterfly recalled something and, with her extraordinarily beautiful eyes fixed on Yifeng, playfully said, By the way, young Master Feng Yi, that elegant and noble sect Master Yun has asked me to convey a message to you. Hearing the mention of Yun, Yifeng's face momentarily displayed a hint of embarrassment. Gazing at the tender butterfly before him, he could not deny the flutter in his heart. Yet, he had no intention of evading the topic and replied with sincerity, What did she say? With a mischievous smile illuminating her charming face, the butterfly teased, She said she will always wait for you, this little rogue, to spend a delightful night together in the caves of the Monster Mountain Range. Delightful night? Yifeng felt a rush of emotions. This will undoubtedly become my lifelong pursuit. Deeply touched, Yifeng found solace in the fact that Yun Yun bore him no grudge. The noble sect master truly possessed a gentle heart. However, at this moment, she must be feeling quite sorrowful. Though distance separated them, their hearts were entwined, and a tender smile graced Yifeng's face. This smile caused the delicate butterfly beside him to puff up adorably, exuding an exquisite charm. Perhaps this is the exquisite sensation of purity intertwined with desire. Who among us could remain unmoved by such a captivating beauty? Yifeng, upon witnessing the expression of Kai Dai, instantly realized her jealousy. Although Kai Dai had spoken with playful intent, Yifeng, well acquainted with her, understood the bitterness lurking within her heart. Without further inquiries, he gently clasped her delicate hand in his own and tenderly remarked, "Kai Dai, it brings me immense joy to see you awake. Indeed, the 7 illusions Qing Ling saliva is a remarkable remedy for restoring the soul." 7 illusions Qing Ling saliva. At the mention of soul restoration, Kai Dai was momentarily taken aback, for her sister also required the restoration of her spiritual essence. Noticing the perplexity in her eyes, Yifeng proceeded to elucidate the effects of the 7 illusions Qing Ling saliva and recounted the journey to the Gamma Empire. Naturally, he omitted the details of chastising Nalan Yinran, shaking hands with Yifei, and encountering Yun Yun in the cave. However, even without his elaboration, Kai Dai could infer that it was during this adventure that her young master had developed such an affectionate bond with Yun Yun. Yet it was all for her. Yifeng's willingness to brave the human realm was a profound testament of his devotion, enough to render Kai Dai's eyes misty. It is worth noting that when Yifeng initially departed from the Serpent clan, his strength was merely that of a grand master. To venture into the human world at such a level, knowing full well the peril of discovery, could only result in certain death. The humans would never permit a talent so extraordinary to flourish. "Yifeng, I miss you." A tender voice broke the silence, and Kai Dai's soft form nestled into Yifeng's embrace. He tightened his hold on her delicate figure, finding warmth in the presence of this familiar beauty. Little did he expect that within this brief span of time, his own strength had surged remarkably, and he had encountered several enchanting souls for whom he would willingly lay down his life to protect. As their gazes locked, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged forth, the essence of love erupting like a tumultuous tide. When their lips met, it was akin to the crashing waves upon the shore, leaving indelible marks that could never be erased. To obliterate such impressions, one would need the relentless force of the sea, each wave stronger than the last, submerging all traces entirely. The ambience was suffused with tenderness, enveloping the room in a warm sweetness. In their tight embrace, Kai Dai sweetly inquired, "Young Master Yifeng, during your previous unconsciousness, you mentioned the phrase 'without the wings of the colorful butterfly.' My heart resonates with yours. What follows?" Hearing her question, Yifeng, captivated by the gleam of anticipation in her smile, understood that retreating at this juncture was impossible. Thus, he embraced the refreshing playfulness of summer, and boldly advanced. With a firm grasp, he encircled her slender waist, causing her large eyes to blink in a mix of bewilderment and eager temptation. Yifeng bestowed upon her a loving smile and gently touched their noses, whispering, "Without the wings of the colorful butterfly, our hearts are attuned to one another." The colorful butterfly, filled with emotions, gazed with enchanting eyes, her fair cheeks suddenly flushed with a fiery hue. In Yifeng's sight, their jaws gently met, drawing them closer. At that moment, the colorful butterfly had transformed into the noble princess of the Serpent clan, her supple waist exerting a force that toppled Yifeng. The mesmerizing hues of rainbow and deep violet shimmered subtly within the room. A point of understanding? Both were ensnared in profound bewilderment at this concept. Realizing that it would require considerable time to ponder, the night felt as if it would stretch on indefinitely, for within this sacred temple, the notion of time had ceased to exist. This was, after all, the temple of Medusa. Yifeng's heart roared in turmoil. Alas, this truly is an absurd predicament. Whatever, let it be. If death is to come, then let it come. That evening, Yifeng encountered an unparalleled level of embarrassment that would forever linger in his memory. As someone disinterested in exploration, he found himself deeply intrigued by the origins of serpent life. The biology representative, requesting to hold a seminar. You are invited. Chapter 143. You are still my man. Yifeng lay supine upon his bed, listening to the melodious and enchanting voice that resonated like a lark, a sensation that was indescribably delightful. Indeed, this was the culmination of system notifications amassed during this period. Ding. Due to the Master's harmonious integration with Yun, a new fusion combat technique has been developed, earning the sign-in reward, a high-level Earth-grade combat technique, the Imperial Seal technique. Ding. Due to the Master being urgently rescued and embraced by Queen Medusa, the sign-in reward is a 5th-grade elixir, the revitalizing purple pill. Ding. Due to the Master being carried back to the palace by Princess Kai Dai, the sign-in reward is a 4th-grade alchemical skill. Ding. The Master's poetic recitation moved Kai Dai. The sign-in rewards are a low-level mystic-grade combat technique, the layered waves, and a mid-level mystic-grade combat technique, the coiling serpent hand. These combat techniques exist in the original work and are not private creations. The receipt of such ample rewards left Yifeng feeling elated and invigorated. The Imperial Seal technique. This is an advanced combat skill of the ancient clan, and its mastery rivals that of celestial-grade techniques. Thus, such a high-level technique is undoubtedly immensely valuable. However, the layered waves and coiling serpent hand are rather exquisite. It seems that in the future, these techniques will be employed as part of a cohesive set. Sign-in System Master. Yifeng. Race. Serpent Man, capable of transforming into human form. Spirit Energy Level. 4-star Doling. Technique. Devouring Spirit Technique. 3,000 Flames of Yinshan. Beast Fire. Peach Blossom Fire. Weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire, embedded with a 5th-grade Wind Attribute Magic Core and a 6th-grade Wood Attribute Magic Core. Physique, 3,000 Stars Body, Immortal Body. Alchemical Cauldron. Purple Abyss. Alchemical Skill, 4th grade. Combat Techniques. Imperial Seal Technique. 1,000 Flames Sword Wave. Sandstorm. Mystic Ice Dragon Soar. Wind's Ultimate Meteor Kill. Radiant Sunset, among others. Items. Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill, Revitalizing Purple Pill, Doling Pill, Alchemical Compendium, 4th grade, Youth Preserving Pill, Muscle Cleansing Pill, a pair of luxurious high-heeled shoes, a pair of Heart Union pendants, and an alchemical technique, mid-level Mystic grade. Magical Beast Pets, Void Pegasus, 6th grade, Two-Headed Fire Spirit Serpent, 5th grade. Life Skills, Sugar-Coated Haws Preparation Method, Vibrating Grilled Fish Technique, Coiling Serpent Tidal Layered Waves. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yifeng felt the energy coursing through his body, filling him with profound satisfaction. Indeed, after experiencing a fierce battle, one's strength would surge rapidly. The series of conflicts had elevated his prowess to 4-star doling. Previously at 2-star doling, the increase of 2 stars is quite reasonable. Opening his eyes, he beheld the enchanting beauty nestled in his embrace, and his heart raced once more, his lips moistening with anticipation. The soft warmth emanating from her was an experience that others could scarcely comprehend. Kai Dai only exhibited such tenderness towards him, revealing her formidable dominance to others. In comparison to Queen Medusa, the gentle butterfly exudes a softer charm, not only in her demeanor, but also in her manner of conducting various affairs. For instance, at this moment, after his excitement, Yifeng felt quite fatigued. As he regained clarity, confusion filled his eyes. He had been curious since last night as to why he did not sense the queen's presence within the Medusa temple. A whole night had passed, yet the queen had not returned. Surely, if she were present, he would have already been sent flying. Could it be? Just as Yifeng began to stir, the gentle, mesmerizing eyes of the butterfly opened, gazing at him with a tender smile. Young Master Yifeng. Upon hearing the term young master, an inexplicable sense of comfort surged within Yifeng, despite his reluctance. He had previously expressed his desire for the butterfly to refrain from calling him young master, yet her insistence sent his blood racing. Seeing the butterfly awaken, he affectionately caressed her silky hair, opening his mouth, yet hesitating to speak. The butterfly understood his unspoken thoughts. With a gentle flick of her serpent tail, her delicate face drew near, and with a soft smile, she said, "You wish to inquire about your sister, don't you?" Caught off guard by her perceptiveness, Yifeng no longer concealed his concerns and, with a blink, anxiously asked, "Butterfly, please tell me honestly, has something happened to Her Majesty the Queen?" "Not at all." Their gazes met, and with a slight blush adorning her charming face, the butterfly wrapped her jade-like arm around Yifeng's shoulder. smiling as she explained. Sister has just ascended to the Do Zone level and has faced consecutive battles, her strength becoming somewhat unstable. Therefore, she has entered seclusion to solidify her realm. Upon hearing this, Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if one were to evolve to the Do Zone level, Queen Medusa would inevitably enter a period of weakness, especially after a fierce battle. Stabilizing her realm was of utmost importance. However, the time required for a Do Zone to solidify their realm would not be brief. Alas, he had only glimpsed her in that fleeting moment of unconsciousness. What a foolish queen! Noticing Yifeng nodding, the butterfly felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then gently sat up and said, "Young Master Yifeng, allow me to assist you in rising. Is that appropriate?" Yifeng was momentarily taken aback by her words. "What's inappropriate about it? Do you, young Master Yifeng, find me distasteful?" The butterfly's small face puffed up in indignation at his refusal, her gaze turning away. Seeing her vexed expression stirred something within Yifeng, prompting him to quickly reassure her. "How could that be? It is just that, as a member of the Serpent clan, you should not be serving me." What of being a member of the Serpent clan? You are still my man." Upon hearing Yifeng reference her noble status, the butterfly fixed her gaze on him, her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and defiance. Yifeng stood dazed, momentarily transformed into a mere hanger by the sharp call of Kai Dai. In an instant, he adorned himself as a strikingly beautiful young serpent. Indeed, he embodied the essence of a captivating young serpent. Within the Serpent clan, it was paramount to exhibit a serpentine tail, for only in doing so could one truly integrate into the familial tapestry of the serpent community. Should others witness him walking on two legs, it would undoubtedly appear somewhat awkward, the implications of which are best left unspoken. As Kai Dai and Yifeng emerged from the palace simultaneously, the serpent guards bowed deeply, greeting them with, "Your Highness, Elder Alchemist." However, Kai Dai had ceased to masquerade as the Queen Medusa, opting for a splendid purple gown distinct from her previous attire. This was at Yifeng's behest, and he had personally rummaged through Queen Medusa's wardrobe to select it, believing it prudent for his companion to be more modestly attired. Kai Dai, though she merely smiled faintly at Yifeng's action of borrowing from her sister's closet, could not help but reflect on the burgeoning familiarity between her young master and her sister, the implications of which stirred her thoughts. "Your Highness, Elder, that old wretch, Xingtian, has been clamoring incessantly in the dark prison. Should we?" The serpent guard gestured with a swift motion reminiscent of a blade's descent. "Let us go and see him." Yifeng's eyes narrowed, his interest in the old fellow piqued. Chapter 144. How did the Ice Sovereign become so distressed? Upon hearing that Yifeng intended to visit the ancient and unyielding Jia Xingtian, Kai Dai was filled with confusion and uncertainty. In such a splendid moment, why would one forego a meal to meet that aged curmudgeon? Was it not rather unappetizing? Strolling through the garden, indulging in sweet feeds, was that not far more delightful? Nevertheless, regardless of the activities, Kai Dai would accompany him, for being together was what mattered most. Thus, under the guidance of a serpent guard, they arrived at the hidden dungeons of the Serpent clan, a prison concealed deep beneath the royal city. To be precise, it was a remarkable cavern, a mine where numerous serpent beings extracted precious metals unique to the desert, famously known as the Sand Mine. Due to the Serpent clan's deep-seated enmity towards humans, any human encountered here would either meet death or be consigned to toil as a slave within these depths. The brutality experienced by humans in this place mirrored that which they inflicted upon others in the world above. Such was the harsh reality of the Duki continent. As Yifeng entered this dismal abode, he felt no sympathy for the captives. He understood that only through strength could one evade such fates. Even the terrifying Do Huang, when confronted with absolute power, could easily find themselves among the ranks of these slaves. Among them, Jia Xingtian was but one. Yet, aside from him, there was another presence. Upon stepping through the entrance, before Yifeng could even lay eyes on the vociferous Jia Xingtian, he encountered a familiar face. This individual was a long-standing acquaintance, recognized by both Yifeng and Kai Dai. In their line of sight stood an elderly man with disheveled white hair, attired in a tattered blue robe. His limbs were bound by heavy iron chains, and though his complexion appeared pallid, an undeniable spirit shone through his features. Amidst the clanking of chains, the elder raised his arms above his head, laboring under the immense weight of a sand crystal that exceeded his own size threefold. Haibodong. The name sprang to Yi Feng's lips, recalling the proud and valiant visage of this elder. This man was none other than Haibodong, imprisoned here after Queen Medusa sealed his powers. It was unfathomable to think that the once magnificent ice sovereign of the Jamma Empire now found himself in such a pitiful state, reduced to menial labor. Upon discovering that his beloved yet deceased junior apprentice had once shared moments of clarity with others, his heart had become desolate. Yet, death evaded him, for he sought to uncover who had unjustly sullied his dear apprentice's name with such a precious epithet. Poor Haibodong, tormented for an unfounded title, endured the harsh realities of slavery. Following brutal interrogations and beatings by Queen Medusa, he had been brought here to commence a long and dreary existence as a slave. As the saying goes, those capable must bear the burden. Despite his powers being sealed by Queen Medusa, Haibodong remained a formidable doeling. The prowess of the spirit fighter, even among the serpent clan, is undeniably formidable. Even the captain of the elite serpent guards merely possesses the capability of a spirit fighter. Within the majestic Medusa King's city, the number of such powerful spirit fighters does not exceed 10. In this cavern, a spirit fighter has been designated for continuous duty. Otherwise, Haibodong would not be so compliant. Here, Haibodong has become a veritable king of slaves. He consumes little, toils extensively, and remains utterly silent, to the extent that even the serpent clan has established him as a paragon among slaves. Yi Feng and Kai Dai exchanged glances, and upon witnessing Haibodong, they inevitably recalled their days of fleeing across the desert. Though that time was fraught with hardship, it was also filled with sweetness. All of this is attributed to the Ice Emperor. Without him, they would not have experienced such a rich tapestry of events. Now, with their enhanced strength and newfound perspective, they felt a tinge of gratitude towards Haibodong. Seeing him in such a pitiable state prompted a wry smile from them. Isn't this the Ice Emperor? When did you become so wretched? Yi Feng approached Haibodong, fixing his gaze upon him, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Haibodong, recognizing a somewhat familiar voice, turned to Yi Feng. In his eyes, which glimmered with a faint blue light, a flicker of confusion emerged. This young serpent seemed familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered him. Wait, his silhouette resembles that of the dark-robed figure I battled. Moreover, this young serpent's tail is also of a dark purple hue. Could it be? Is he the one who defeated me, leading to my direct sealing by Queen Medusa? A spark of realization flashed in Haibodong's eyes, just as he caught sight of Kai Dai by Yi Feng's side. His eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed in shock, Medusa Queen. Kai Dai's appearance led Haibodong to mistakenly identify her as Queen Medusa, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip. Boom! The enormous sand crystal he had been holding crashed to the ground, and a trickle of blood flowed from his head, evidently from a graze by the very crystal he had dropped. Witnessing Haibodong's panicked demeanor, Yi Feng felt a pang of sympathy. This old fellow seems thoroughly frightened by Her Majesty the Queen. In contrast to the gentle treatment I received from Queen Medusa, it is clear that Haibodong has faced her wrath. TSK. The astonishment in his azure eyes quickly transformed into suspicion, for he sensed that this iteration of Queen Medusa was somewhat different. Compared to the last time she had approached him with aggression, she appeared far more gentle this time. Soon after, Haibodong realized that this individual could very well be the female serpent he sought to capture in the desert, also referred to by Queen Medusa as the second spirit emperor of the serpent clan. Upon realizing this, Haibodong suddenly connected the dots. The young male serpent beside him seemed strikingly familiar. He was the feeble serpent who had once been pursued by his kin in the desert and subsequently sheltered. Yi Feng, who had battled Haibodong, donned a dark robe, which had initially obscured his identity. The flash of recognition that had momentarily crossed Haibodong's mind now severed the overlap between the two with clarity. Is it you? What brings you here? Haibodong inquired, wiping the blood from his brow and regarding the duo with a detached demeanor. In response, Yi Feng and Haibodong exchanged glances, the latter smiling as he posed a question. Do you wish to leave? What? Upon hearing this, Haibodong's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of astonishment. Yet, this surprise faded almost instantly. He dismissed the notion, considering the young serpent merely a plaything of the woman beside him, believing his words to be mere jest. Yi Feng, taken aback, thought, a plaything? I have no desire to leave. Life here is quite satisfactory. Hebadong asserted with a resolute glint in his eyes. In response to Hebadong's declaration, Yi Feng smiled calmly and introduced himself. I am Feng Yi, the elder alchemist of the Serpent clan, and I am also a human, much like yourself. What? At this revelation, Hebadong could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming once more in disbelief. Chapter 145. Should I summon the Ice Emperor? Or would you prefer to turn on the air conditioning first? Do you claim to be human? Seawave East inquired, his face etched with disbelief as he listened to Leaf Maple assert his humanity. Leaf Maple, with a hint of defiance, retorted, I am indeed human. It is you who are not. The affirmation echoed in Seawave East's ears, leaving him incredulous. How could this young man, who proclaimed himself human, possibly hold the title of Alchemist Elder among the Serpent clan, a race that harbors deep-seated animosity towards humanity? He could distinctly feel the sting of the small whip against his skin. What do you mean by that? He asked, narrowing his eyes and gazing curiously at Leaf Maple. Noticing Seawave East's interest, Leaf Maple casually replied, I have traveled from the central continent to the Jamma Empire in search of my apprentice. The Serpent clan resides in the Tagore Desert, and within the realm of the Jamma Empire, I require your strength to assist in the search. My strength? Seawave East was taken aback. What does my quest for your apprentice have to do with me? Given my current state, do I even possess any strength? A faint smile graced Leaf Maple's lips as he responded, as one of the three prominent families in the Jamma Empire. The middle family possesses the power to aid in the search. Middle Tingshan has provoked me. Although I have eliminated several of his fighters, it is insufficient. I intend for another to take his place. Upon hearing this, Seawave East let out a resigned sigh. Middle Tingshan's actions are excessively ruthless. It is only natural that he has made enemies, as there are those within the Jamma Empire who can match his strength. However, should he encounter a formidable opponent, it could spell disaster for him. Clearly, you before me are such a force. Currently, the middle family boasts only one Do Wang, Tingshan, and with a few of his fighters eliminated, their vitality has been significantly depleted. Yet, why has this young man refrained from killing Tingshan? He previously demonstrated the capability to slay an 8-star Do Wang, showcasing the terror of his prowess. To have killed members of the Serpent clan and still be regarded as an elder among them. To have the capability to eliminate Tingshan, yet choose not to. It is all exceedingly perplexing. So, you are suggesting that I should replace Tingshan? Seawave East questioned, his eyes narrowing with skepticism. In response, Leaf Maple shook his head with a smile. Not quite. I have another candidate in mind for the position of family head. You shall merely play the role of grandfather. Seawave East was increasingly bewildered. Another candidate? Play the grandfather? Wasn't I already in that role? Seeing the confusion on Seawave East's face, Leaf Maple smiled slightly and added, I will facilitate your release, and in return, you will assist me in this endeavor. Once it is accomplished, I shall ensure that Her Majesty the Queen lifts your seal. What say you? At this, Seawave East fixed his gaze on Leaf Maple, pondering for a moment before asking, How can I trust you? As Hai Buodong's words fell, Yifeng's purple-black serpent tail had already transformed into a human form, of course, clad in trousers. In stark contrast to the nonchalance of Queen Medusa, Yifeng harbored no such fondness for the old man. A flicker of brilliance emanated from the ring on his finger, and a small jade vial materialized in his hand. Yifeng calmly addressed Hai Buodong. This is a 5th-grade elixir, the revitalizing purple pill. Gasping at the sight of such a potion, even Hai Buodong could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It seemed that the young man's claims held substantial truth. If he were of the Serpent Man clan, how could they possibly possess a transformation pill? Had such a pill existed, Queen Medusa would have consumed it long ago, perhaps even ascending to the prowess of a dozong. The revitalizing purple pill in the young man's possession signified his intent. Should Queen Medusa refuse to lift his seal, he could accomplish the same feat. This revelation filled Hai Buodong with delight. Regardless of the circumstances, regaining the strength of a Do Huang was a cause for exhilaration. However, for me, the illustrious Ice Emperor to serve him was not entirely out of the question, while it would be unbecoming to extend such a favor to others. His status as an outsider to the Gamma Empire rendered any embarrassment moot. In fact, cultivating a relationship with such a prodigy would benefit both him and the Miter family. Very well. Hai Buodong confirmed with a heavy nod, albeit somewhat begrudgingly. Excellent. Truly, you embody the refreshing nature of the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong. Upon hearing Hai Buodong's consent, Yifeng lauded him enthusiastically. Hai Buodong, somewhat taken aback, responded, "Even my refreshing demeanor is known to you? You flatter me, young friend. We are merely seeking mutual benefit." He waved his hand dismissively, attempting to maintain an air of superiority. Noticing Hai Buodong's self-satisfied expression, Yifeng's lips curled into a devilish smile. "If that is the case, I kindly ask the Ice Emperor to remain here for a few more days. Once I recall the name of the place you should visit, we can discuss further." At these words, Hai Buodong's once flushed complexion turned ashen. What was happening? Had he forgotten the name? The Gamma Empire. I am quite familiar with it. Kai Dai, let us depart. Of course, young Master Fengyi. This is my first visit here as well, and I never anticipated there would be so many delightful diversions. The enchanting Kai Dai entwined her delicate arm around Yifeng's, their bodies fitting closely together, which brought Yifeng a sense of tranquility. Thus, Yifeng transformed back into his serpent tail, his two tails swaying gracefully as they moved into the distance. Upon witnessing Yifeng's departure, Hai Buodong's heart sank. This was not merely forgetfulness. He clearly wished to avoid him. Alarmed by this realization, Hai Buodong became anxious. He still aspired to reclaim his peak power and become the venerated Ice Emperor, revered by all. To be precise, he yearned to engage in the pinnacle competition. Should this opportunity slip away, his future existence would be condemned to relentless toil in this place. Contemplating this, Hai Buodong, with his upright posture, bowed slightly and exclaimed anxiously, Young Master Fengyi, from now on, I shall heed your every arrangement. I, Hai Buodong, am willing to brave the flames and traverse the waters, without hesitation." Upon hearing Hai Buodong's sudden shift in tone, Yifeng also halted his steps, slowly turning around with a gentle smile. "Your attitude, Ice Emperor, truly moves me. However, I must confess, I have forgotten that name. Perhaps you could activate the air conditioning first?" "What? Air conditioning?" The unfamiliar and peculiar term left Hai Buodong bewildered. Observing his perplexity, Yifeng helplessly explained, "Air conditioning is a device that brings coolness. I mean, use your icy aura to lower the temperature here. This mine is unbearably hot. Look at them, sweating profusely. My heart aches for them." Hai Buodong, MMP, how could I, the illustrious Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, be reduced to a mere purveyor of cool air? Surrounding witnesses were profoundly touched by Yifeng's empathy towards the populace. It seemed that those who would henceforth serve as their subordinates might find fortune in their servitude. The serpent soldiers were equally exhilarated. These unnoticed guardians of the underground had finally received attention. How refreshing. This sensation is truly a long-lost delight. The Ice Emperor's icy attribute battle aura indeed invigorates the spirit. Yifeng savored the comforting coolness, delighting in the experience. "Come now, old Dong. I shall take you to meet an old friend." Hai Buodong. Chapter 146. The Miserable Jia Xingtian, a Chicken and a Monkey. The title Old Dong made Hai Buodong feel an uncomfortable sensation coursing through him. It was utterly unbefitting. Nevertheless, given his current circumstances of being at the mercy of others, he had no choice but to accept this appellation. In pursuit of his aspirations to ascend to the pinnacle of competitive play, he resigned himself to being referred to as Old Dong. Trailing behind Yifeng and Kai Dai, Hai Buodong was enveloped in a cloud of confusion. Were there still old friends of his present in this place? How was it that he had remained oblivious to this? Surely, there must be some sign of their presence. After following for approximately 5 minutes, the leader of the Serpent Guard formed a hand seal, and a crystalline barrier suddenly materialized, opening like a grand gateway. "Master, the elder is within." Upon the leader's declaration, Kai Dai replied coolly, "You may leave now." "Yes." With that, a group of serpent guards departed, leaving only a handful behind. Why? Why is this happening? A sudden, primal scream pierced the air, causing Hai Buodong's eyes to narrow in disbelief. What was that noise? The hoarse and furious cries startled Yifeng and Kai Dai, leaving them momentarily speechless. Had the old man lost his mind? As footsteps echoed, Hai Buodong beheld an elderly man with white hair, bound by iron chains, screaming in a frenzied manner. "Is that old Jia?" Hai Buodong's steps faltered, disbelief flooding his gaze. The man before him was none other than his old friend, the guardian of the Gamma Empire, Jia Xingtian. What was he doing here? In such a wretched state? far worse than Hebadong could have imagined. It was well known that Jia Xingtian was a peak Do Huang, having once fought to a standstill with Queen Medusa, albeit for a brief time. This was sufficient to attest to his formidable strength, yet here he was, imprisoned. Within this cavern, a barrier shielded the presence of the serpent people, rendering their human essence undetectable to outsiders, and likewise, the inhabitants within remained unaware of the world outside. Even during the recent cataclysmic battle, those within remained completely ignorant. While imprisoning Jia Xingtian, the serpent guards had deliberately concealed his identity, and Hebadong was equally unaware. Seeing Jia Xingtian in such a pitiful state, Hebadong couldn't help but liken him to a monkey, while Jia Xingtian seemed to embody a chicken. His strength had diminished to that of a great Do master. As a Doling expert, Hebadong could distinctly sense that Jia Xingtian's prowess had plummeted to the level of a great Do master. It was evident that he, like others, had been sealed, and the seal of Queen Medusa had become even stronger. Could it be that Jia Xingtian was confined here due to her influence? In that moment, Hebadong grasped a horrifying truth. The notorious Queen Medusa had undoubtedly broken through, ascending to the terrifying ranks of a Do zone. At this moment, Hebadong had come to the realization that he was but a mere monkey, and poor Jia Xingtian, akin to an old rooster, was in a truly lamentable state. With his eyes clouded and dim, Jia Xingtian sensed the presence of another and slowly lifted his gaze towards the doorway. Once a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm, his spirit had been utterly shattered after being confined for 3 days as a great Do master. He had descended into a state of madness, incessantly lamenting, "Why? Why must I endure this fate?" He had committed no wrongdoing. His sole desire was to ensure the continuation of the Gamma royal lineage. Upon seeing Yi Feng and Kai Dai, Jia Xingtian was not taken aback. However, upon catching sight of the white-haired elder behind them, his weary eyes instantly welled with tears. Hebadong, old man Hai. In that moment, Jia Xingtian could no longer contain his sorrow. Tears, brimming with heartache, cascaded down his cheeks. To encounter an old acquaintance in such dire circumstances was indeed a bittersweet comfort. Hebadong's presence here implied that he too had been imprisoned for quite some time, likely since the fierce battle against Queen Medusa. This thought eased some of the anguish in Jia Xingtian's heart. They were both once terrifying Do Emperor powerhouses, yet now they found themselves in such wretched predicaments. Misery truly loves company. Upon seeing one another, the two old men exchanged a flicker of surprise, their bitter smiles offering a semblance of solace. "Old Dong, let us reminisce in this place. Once I recall that name, I shall send someone to seek you." With that, Yi Feng took Kai Dai by the hand and departed, leaving the two elders locked in a gaze of confusion. In this darkened chamber, what could these two old men possibly have to reminisce about? Hebadong understood Yi Feng's intentions. He was being subtly guided through Jia Xingtian's words to comprehend their dire situation. The truth of his predicament was laid bare before him. Yet, he felt compelled to comply with this arrangement, for he had come to trust in fate. Hebadong was no longer the clear-headed individual he once was. He was now tightly bound by the whims of destiny. As Hebadong pondered, he realized that Yi Feng had completely upended his original plans. Initially, he had contemplated either subduing Jia Xingtian or forging an alliance with him, though this was merely a tentative thought, given that Jia Xingtian was notoriously obstinate. Were it not for the potential troubles he would face in the Gamma Empire, he would have simply dispatched this troublesome old fellow without a second thought. Even if he were to subdue Jia Xingtian, without unsealing his powers, it would be futile. The royal family was perpetually ruthless. If the current emperor of the Gamma Empire were to face the now crippled Jia Xingtian, he would not be an easy adversary. While a powerful retired emperor might be of value, a weak one who merely pointed fingers would be no better than a pig. However, once Jia Xingtian's seal was lifted, it would be akin to unleashing a tiger back into the mountains. Unless Hebadong could secure a long-lost master-servant talisman, which was a daunting task requiring immense fortune and serendipity, the situation remained precarious. Thus, upon meeting Hebadong, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel that there was something intriguingly appealing about him. In contrast to the selfish and cunning old rogue, Jia Xingtian, the spirited Hebadong is undoubtedly a far more amiable figure. A smile graced Yi Feng's lips, for having heard Jia Xingtian's words. Hebadong would surely be aware of his terrifying reputation and the formidable strength of the Serpent clan. Cognizant of such truths, he would undoubtedly conduct himself with utmost propriety. At present, however, Yifeng found himself in need of sustenance. Emerging from the mine, it was already midday, coinciding perfectly with the hour for lunch. As the maidservants laid out a sumptuous feast before them, both Kai Dai and Yifeng savored the delightful fare, feeding each other sweet morsels. Just as Yifeng was about to partake of a small fruit from Kai Dai's lips, a familiar sound of a dry cough resonated from behind. Cough, cough. This sound was all too familiar to Yifeng. It could be described as exceedingly well known, for it belonged to his sister, Huaxi. Confronted by the presence of this sister, who was not by blood, yet felt closer than any sibling, the sensation of being caught by a parent was unmistakable. Sister, what brings you here? Yifeng asked, rising from his seat with a hint of trepidation. Your Highness Kai Dai? As the captain of the Serpent Guards, Huaxi had naturally met the esteemed Kai Dai. She then shot a glare at Yifeng and remarked, the amethyst-winged lion escaped back to the Beast Mountain while everyone was distracted after you wounded it. Now, the beasts in the entire mountain range have gone mad. For our kin to venture in to gather herbs is akin to a journey from which there is no return. Upon hearing this, Kai Dai nodded and softly replied, there is more than one sixth-tier beast within the Beast Mountain. In its quest for vengeance, it may very well. Chapter 147 Farewell to the Azure Lotus Heartfire. Upon hearing the words of Flower Serpent and the analysis provided by Colorful Butterfly, Yifeng's mind buzzed with activity. Within the Beastmaster Mountains resided 4 sixth-tier magical beasts, each possessing power rivaling that of the illustrious amethyst-winged Lion King. Long ago, the eastern region of the Beastmaster Mountains held dominion, for it was home to 2 sixth-tier magical beasts, one of which was on the brink of ascending to the 7th tier. However, during a cataclysmic battle, that 7th-tier beast fell, with the surrounding empires being the architects of its demise. They had united to enter the Beastmaster Mountains, not only to drive out the Serpent people, but also to eliminate another formidable threat, the true Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Currently, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King is a female, aptly described as a tragic figure, akin to a solitary mother bereft of her kin. The Serpent people and the Lion King lineage have long been at odds, a conflict so intense that any notion of alliance is utterly impossible. With Yifeng now in the mix, their enmity could only escalate. The recent unrest in the Beastmaster Mountains surely heralds significant upheaval. If this great beast were not foolish, it would refrain from courting danger. Yet, should there be a spectacle, it would undoubtedly seek to partake, though it would not remain passive. This represents a grave threat to the Serpent people, compounded by Colorful Butterfly's earlier analysis that the Amethyst-Winged Lion King is indeed female. Should she choose to forge alliances with other beastly sovereigns to unleash a tide of beasts, it would spell a catastrophic disaster. The Beastmaster Mountains require no intervention. If they dare to emerge, the other empires will not idly observe, for the assault would be upon the human realm, not the Serpent people. After a brief discussion, Colorful Butterfly's demeanor turned icy as she issued a chilling command. Inform all tribes to remain vigilant at the borders. Should any magical beast dare to set foot in the Tagore Desert, they are to be exterminated. Understood. Flower Serpent, momentarily taken aback, quickly bowed in acceptance of the order. Princess Colorful Butterfly had transformed. She had truly become a noble ruler of the Serpent people. Indecision would only lead the Serpent people towards decline. Now, with the emergence of a Queen of Combat, a peak-ranked Duke, and a mysterious, unfathomably powerful younger brother, their rise was undeniably unstoppable. As Princess Colorful Butterfly, with the absence of Queen Medusa, commanded all matters of the Serpent people, she showcased her authority. Without her sister, she would reveal her dominance. After all, any weakness would result in the demise of her kin. Master Yifeng had imparted much wisdom, aiding her growth from a tender-hearted young serpent into a gentle, yet formidable beauty. Although the Beastmaster Mountains are linked to the Tagore Desert, they are separated by several human-controlled desert cities. Thus, it is the humans who should be on high alert, not they. Nevertheless, the peril facing the Serpent people is not insignificant. Should a beast tide occur, those magical beasts would not limit their attacks to just the desert cities. Upon contemplating this, Yifeng's countenance darkened with an unmistakable gravity. He had anticipated that after the grand battle, he would be able to cultivate in peace. Yet, he now discovered that crises emerged one after another, truly affirming that where there is strength, there is also strife. to genuinely safeguard his kin and those he cherished. His current prowess as a 4-star Do Ling rendered the path ahead steep and arduous. Thus, Yi Feng recalled the extraordinary treasures capable of directly enhancing his strength, the heavenly fire. Curiously, he turned to Kai Dai and inquired candidly, "Kai Dai, before Her Majesty the Queen entered seclusion, could she have entrusted you with the green lotus heart fire?" At these words, Kai Dai's delicate visage stiffened, a fleeting hint of panic flickering in her beautiful eyes. While she could maintain composure before others, controlling her emotions in the presence of this man proved challenging. For her heart belonged to him. "The green lotus heart fire. It is sealed in the back garden by my sister," she hesitantly replied, her gaze momentarily evasive as she gestured towards the chopsticks in her hand. "In the back garden?" Yi Feng felt a sense of unease upon hearing Kai Dai's words. Familiar with Queen Medusa, he understood that the back garden was indeed where she secluded herself. Yet, if the queen were to be in seclusion there, how could the heavenly fire remain sealed within? Was this not inviting trouble upon himself? "Let us go and take a look," Yi Feng proposed slowly as he rose. All right." On her exquisitely delicate face, a hint of hesitation appeared, not due to Kai Dai's reluctance to hand over the heavenly fire, but rather from her fear that Yi Feng might discern something upon reaching the back garden. After all, even she could not alter the current state of affairs there. Yi Feng naturally would not drag Kai Dai through the wardrobe of Queen Medusa. Instead, he soared directly alongside her. There, a barrier had been set by Queen Medusa, yet for the two of them, it posed no hindrance. Furthermore, the queen had long informed Yi Feng that all her barriers were open to him. As for Kai Dai's ability to enter, it stemmed not only from her formidable strength, but also from her being a twin of Queen Medusa. Kindred spirits would naturally not experience repulsion. Upon arriving at the small garden, an exceedingly horrifying scene suddenly unfolded before their eyes. Yi Feng, intimately familiar with the bamboo sea, was now confronted with the sight of its lush greenery having been scorched beyond recognition. Even the small lake at the center, along with the ice spirit cold spring, had been reduced to naught but parched earth, replaced by a profound pit. At the edge of that chasm, a few translucent ice lotus leaves remained. The scene was undeniably chaotic, instilling in Yi Feng a foreboding sense of dread. Clearly, this devastation was a consequence of Queen Medusa's evolution. Yet, why had it remained in such a state even after his 3-day slumber? Green lotus heart fire. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt an overwhelming surge of energy erupting from the depths of the chasm below. At the moment when this overwhelming energy manifested, the fighting spirit within Kai Dai erupted, colliding with it in a fierce clash. Her sister underwent an evolution through yet this mystical flame did not diminish in potency. Rather, it grew even more ferocious than before. A serious expression adorned her delicate face as Kai Dai expressed her helplessness regarding the situation. Presently, her strength matched that of the once mighty Queen Medusa, yet she lacked the ice lotus and the ice spirit spring, leaving her only able to contend with This predicament rendered her incapable of tidying up the surroundings, instead engaging in a chaotic struggle against exacerbating the disorder. The massive pit below was a testament to the aftermath of Kai Dai's confrontation with Naturally, others were powerless against Were it not for the seal of Queen Medusa, the flame would have long since escaped. This rendered a troublesome entity, even if Yi Feng did not mention it. Kai Dai would still bring him here. With her hands forming intricate seals, Kai Dai conjured a barrier of fighting spirit before them. After advancing a short distance, she gazed at the azure flames rising slowly from the pit and inquired, "Young Master Yi Feng, do you have any means to deal with it?" Upon witnessing the familiar azure flames, Yi Feng smiled slightly. "It is a pleasure to meet you once again." Chapter 148. Absorbing the 3,000 body. After departing from the Serpent people, traversing the Gamma Empire, and battling in the Beast Mountain range, I finally encountered once again. Were it not for the necessity of evolution for our queen at home, I would have consumed it long ago, for this pales in comparison to the 3,000. However, the energy of is precisely suited for my absorption, unlike the vast energy of the 3,000, which my body cannot fully assimilate, resulting in my initial limitation to the level. Of course, the residual energy from the 3,000 was not squandered. As I previously experienced, when I invoked I distinctly felt the energy belonging to the 3,000 surge through my body and coalesce within It was precisely this that enabled me to severely wound That formidable and overwhelming energy did not originate from within my body. Only the system could facilitate such a phenomenon. Upon seeing that, I felt an intense urgency, a yearning for the exhilarating rush of power. Yet, I remained composed. Although I possessed the divine technique, the act of consuming a compliant differs significantly from that of a rebellious one. The 3000 was fearsome, and only through the system's control was I able to absorb it without resistance. However, is a terrifying capable of enabling the evolution of Queen Medusa, a force formidable enough to contend with. The energy it harbors is akin to explosives. A single misstep could unleash destructive power. At present, I am merely neither Queen Medusa nor, even with the protective embrace of the 3000, I could endure at most a few dozen seconds. Prolonged exposure would spell disaster. Nonetheless, for me, stabilizing the would not prove overly complicated. With a confident smile gracing my lips, the on my fingers suddenly glimmered, and in an instant, I ascended, manifesting into the exquisitely artistic. The rotated slowly, emanating a gentle energy. Gently cradling I lofted it towards the suspended in midair. Observing this, beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. The bore a striking resemblance to the of the. Could this be the very maternal essence from which the was birthed? As I was engulfed in her inquisitive gaze, once the reached the area beneath a faint radiated outward. This sensation resembled a mother tenderly caressing her child, exceedingly gentle. The gradually enveloped the now agitated, which offered no resistance whatsoever. As the contracted, the slowly descended into the lotus heart without any opposition. Suddenly, from that previously vacant space within the lotus seat, an enchanting flame erupted. Had I succeeded? Upon witnessing such an astonishing event, Kai Dai gazed in disbelief at the lotus seat now cradled in Yi Feng's hands. With utmost care, Yi Feng supported the base of the green lotus seat, his eyes fixated on the cluster of azure flames at its center, his starry orbs shimmering with excitement. The moment had come. To devour the Kai Dai, please safeguard me. To prevent any unforeseen complications, I shall absorb it now. At his words, Kai Dai nodded and positioned herself nearby, intrigued by the captivating process of consuming the. However, while it was indeed true that the night was long, did they truly have time or opportunity for dreams? Here, within the confines of the prohibition set by Queen Medusa, they were utterly secure in the Gamma Empire, free from any interruptions. Furthermore, the presence of Kai Dai, a peak, rendered Yi Feng's protection remarkably extravagant. Yet what could they do? After all, they were family. As it was Kai Dai's first encounter with her curiosity was piqued. However, upon observing Yi Feng's method, her interest waned considerably. After settling on the ground, he promptly stored away the green lotus seed, or rather, the itself. This left Kai Dai perplexed. If he was absorbing why was he putting it away? Thus, the tedious process of absorption commenced. During the course of refining the using Yi Feng appeared as serene as a monk in meditation, his expression and demeanor betraying not a hint of change. For Kai Dai, this was rather dull, yet not entirely uninteresting, for to protect this man, even in silence, was a source of happiness, was it not? It was akin to his relentless efforts to safeguard his sister and clan. Time flowed swiftly, and after several hours of this monotonous endeavor, a thrilling sound finally resonated within Yi Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully absorbing that has evolved into and your strength has ascended to. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Feng was momentarily stunned by this unexpected delight. His strength had surged to? Just moments ago, he had been a mere, and now, after absorbing he had ascended to. It appeared that, in addition to the energy of a trace of the previous energy had also contributed to this transformation. Yet what exactly was this? Possessing a superior ability to recover the Master's injuries and at an even faster rate than its beauty rivals that of and its form is as versatile as the fire. Upon hearing this description, Yi Feng comprehended that his physique had undergone another evolution, significantly enhancing his recovery speed. Moreover, it appeared his body had undergone a transformation of beauty enhancement and slimming effect. Wasn't he that delightful? As Yi Feng opened his eyes, Kai Dai approached with a radiant smile, inquiring, Master Yi Feng, have you succeeded? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded and, with the assistance of Kai Dai, rose with a smile, stating, Indeed, the heart fire of the azure lotus is now under my control, and my strength has risen by 3 stars. By 3 stars? Kai Dai exclaimed in astonishment as she sensed Yi Feng's power. Indeed, she could feel the might of a 7-star doling. The progress of her young master in cultivation was as effortless as drinking water. In just a few days, his strength had surged. It was worth noting that before her unconsciousness, this young master, who had been safeguarding her, was merely a Grand Dome master. Kai Dai, somewhat bewildered and amazed, inquired of Yi Feng, "Young Master Yi Feng, is it truly possible for the refining and absorption of to automatically elevate one's level?" In response, Yi Feng shook his head and elucidated. The benefits derived from refining are of a long-term and subtle nature. The more adept one becomes at wielding it, the greater the advantages. To rely on for a meteoric rise in power is an exceedingly impractical and mystical notion. After listening to Yi Feng's explanation, Kai Dai pursed her delicate crimson lips and remarked with a smile, "If such a rapid increase in strength is indeed challenging, then how do you account for your own situation, young Master Yi Feng?" With a sigh, Yi Feng could only shrug his shoulders and replied with a touch of helplessness, "I am merely fortunate." Chapter 149. Little Queen, why are you licking my fingers? Yi Feng's rather ostentatious demeanor left Kai Dai feeling quite helpless. To others, he was the esteemed elder of the Serpent clan, known for his decisiveness as Feng Yi. Yet to her, he was merely young Master Yi Feng, a protector who brought her joy. Kai Dai? Suddenly, Yi Feng's expression shifted, and he gazed into Kai Dai's eyes. Calling her softly, his gaze made her heart race, as if he had discerned something beyond her comprehension. It was an inexplicable feeling, akin to when he had inquired about thee and seemed to have perceived something amiss. "What's the matter, young Master Yi Feng?" With no trace of avoidance, Kai Dai met his gaze and smiled. "Where has Her Majesty gone to seclude herself?" Yi Feng inquired directly, bypassing any circumlocution. At his words, Kai Dai's eyes averted, her thoughts in disarray. She could deceive anyone, but when it came to Yi Feng, she found it exceedingly difficult. However, to heed her sister's instructions and spare Yi Feng's worries, she felt compelled to maintain her faade. With a slight roll of her eyes, she replied, "Sister left after the great battle. I have no idea where she went." Yi Feng. At this moment, an ominous premonition settled within Yi Feng. He had long harbored suspicions. Medusa had not appeared all night. Her seclusion was not in this garden, and the surroundings were in disarray. Everything felt amiss. Thus, after absorbing the blue lotus earth fire, he had directly questioned Kai Dai. Indeed, this revealed a flicker of panic in her eyes. Medusa, evolving through, had suffered a grave injury to her soul in the original tale, falling into a prolonged slumber before awakening. If this analysis held true, if she had been injured and then forced into a battle, then presently she. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Feng's complexion turned ashen. He grasped Kai Dai's arms, his gaze intense as he implored, "Kai Dai, tell me honestly, has something happened to Medusa?" Hearing Yi Feng's question, Kai Dai pondered for a moment, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth. She truly could not hide anything from him. "Sister, she truly does not wish for this." Nodding slightly, her eyes shimmered with tears as she confessed, "Young Master Yi Feng, you are right. Something has indeed happened to sister. Like me, she has fallen into slumber after forcibly consuming her soul to unleash her powers." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng slowly released his grip on Kai Dai. He was not surprised by her answer. Indeed, this foolish queen had saved him at the cost of her soul's vitality. She had not fully evolved through the matter of soul power was the most troubling for Yi Feng. Kai Dai, having suffered soul damage, had taken immense effort to awaken. As the vibrant butterfly awakened, Queen Medusa once again succumbed to slumber, leaving Yi Feng in a state of agitation. Is it not delightful for a family to lead a comfortable life? Yet, the tree desires tranquility, but the winds refuse to cease. Indeed, to establish oneself in the continent of fighting Qi, one must possess formidable strength. Power is the undeniable truth that conquers all and allows one to savor every experience. Han Feng, the old duo of Jin and Yin, and the king of the amethyst-winged lion. This grudge, I, Yi Feng, shall undoubtedly avenge. To mend a damaged soul, one requires rare treasures and elixirs. Where might she be? Take me to her. Nodding, Yi Feng gazed intently at the vibrant butterfly and inquired. Alas, the butterfly sighed helplessly. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, a small serpent emerged from the sleeve of her robe. This is the true form of my sister after her evolution. Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. The seven-colored devouring python. As the little serpent emerged, it timidly glanced around, appearing remarkably endearing. However, upon spotting Yifeng, its large eyes blinked innocently, revealing no trace of fear. Yifeng's heart quivered, and his fingers instinctively reached out, slowly approaching the small creature's unsure head. In that moment, Yifeng's fingertip gently met the little python's head, and a warm, shimmering rainbow hue flickered between them, evoking a smile of delight on Yifeng's face. The little python did not reject him. It must be due to Queen Medusa's influence, allowing him to. Just as Yifeng reveled in this self-satisfaction, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his fingertip. He hastily withdrew his right hand, noticing several tiny bite marks and a trickle of crimson blood. Glaring at the little python, he found himself amused as it stuck out its tongue and cast a haughty glance to the side. "Ah, truly, my dear queen," he chuckled. Although its large eyes differed from the enchanting gaze of the pride and dominance they embodied felt remarkably familiar to Yifeng. The little python seemed to express, "You were restless last night and caught me." Gazing at this miniature version of Queen Medusa, Yifeng's heart brimmed with warmth. At that moment, the little python suddenly darted from the butterfly's palm, transforming into a radiant arc of colors as it landed on Yifeng's right hand. This left the butterfly, staring at her empty palm, utterly exasperated. Her sister had barely emerged before seeking refuge in Yifeng's grasp. It seemed as though she had vanished like spilled water, never to return. Even in her slumber, her subconscious had awakened a peculiar fondness within this little creature for Yifeng. Observing the tender interaction between Yifeng and the little python, a heartwarming scene unfolded, leaving the butterfly with an indescribable sensation. Upon reflection, perhaps embodying a little snake is not such a bad experience after all. Fortunately, Yifeng remained oblivious to the peculiar thoughts swirling within Kai Dai's mind. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed with exasperation. "What are you up to, little one?" At this moment, Yifeng was basking in his own pride, relishing the fact that he could now affectionately refer to the regal and imposing Queen Medusa as Little One, a title she had often bestowed upon him. This exquisite turn of events brought him a bittersweet joy. If given the choice, he would much prefer to be called Little One by the queen herself. Alas, having just rescued Kai Dai, he now found himself compelled to strive for the queen once more. 7 illusions of the Azure Spirit. He pondered. I wonder if they still exist within the Beast Mountain range. It seems I must pay a visit to Nalanjia. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yifeng suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his fingers. Glancing down, he found the little swallowing python gazing up at him with eager eyes. "Hey, little one, why are you licking my fingers?" he inquired, perplexed by the miniature serpent's actions. Kai Dai, overhearing Yifeng's words, couldn't help but stifle a laugh as she playfully remarked, "Young Master Yifeng, it seems it is not your fingers it desires, but rather your spatial ring." At her words, Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Oh, the spatial ring. I thought the queen was." "Kai Dai, eh?" Chapter 150, The Queen Bites Again. Young Master Yifeng can do it in 3 seconds. The vibrant little serpent coiled around Yifeng's palm, its crystalline eyes gazing hungrily at the ring on his finger. This ring, known as the System Ring, held within it a myriad of treasures. The little rainbow snake raised its head, flicking its tongue and emitting a series of soft, kitten-like hisses that were utterly endearing. Observing the snake's behavior, a stark contrast to its earlier aggression, left Yifeng feeling perplexed. Among the many items within the System Ring, only one could captivate the little serpent, the Earth Heart Lotus Seed, also referred to as the essence of the Earth Fire. This essence was so remarkable that it could turn the world upside down, dazzling all who beheld it. No, it was more accurate to say it dazzled the little snake. As Yifeng retrieved a small jade vial from the ring, the coiled serpent swiftly spiraled above it, eager to claim its contents. Yifeng sighed and gently stroked the little serpent, saying, "Little one, the energy contained in the Earth Heart Lotus Seed is immense. Your newly born body cannot absorb it all just yet." Upon hearing this, the little serpent flicked its tongue slowly, then, as if teleporting, it opened its tiny mouth and bit down on another of Yifeng's fingers. "Oh dear, your little teeth are quite swift." Yifeng lamented, exasperated, "The queen bites again." However, for the sake of the serpent's safety, he reluctantly had to return the Earth Heart Lotus Seed. The terrifying energy it harbored was far too violent for the newly born serpent to endure, unless one were to employ some extraordinarily miraculous method. Young Master Yifeng, do you know my sister's true form? In witnessing the scene of the little serpent biting Yifeng, Kai-Dai curiously inquired. Indeed, Yifeng nodded, explaining, the seven-colored sky-devouring serpent is an ancient bloodline of your true form, the purple ghost snake. It is an exceptionally formidable fire attribute beast, no longer burdened by the cold constitution or the weaknesses of the serpent human race. Legends suggest that this ancient creature could contend with the might of a dose saint, and its distinguishing feature is its seven colors, a hint of purple, a fragrant body, and its power is boundless. Listening to Yifeng's elucidation, Kai-Dai nodded thoughtfully. They understood that they could evolve, yet were unaware of the form their evolution would take. Within the serpent human race, there were no records of any serpent successfully evolving using. After all, was exceedingly rare in the Duki continent, particularly under the scrutiny of numerous alchemists, making such an evolution a perilous endeavor that few in the serpent human race dared to attempt. If every generation of Medusa queens had chosen such a path, the serpent human race might not have risen to prominence. Instead, they could have faced even greater decline. They are not the current Queen Medusa, possessing a more formidable audacity and charisma, along with a little rogue to ensure her safety. The soul of Her Majesty the Queen must be restored promptly. Should she continue to slumber, her essence will weaken further with the growth of the little devouring python, ultimately leading to her unfeeling consumption. Gazing at the diminutive serpent before him, Yifeng spoke gravely. He harbored no animosity towards this little creature, for it was the reason Queen Medusa could survive. Instead, his ire was directed solely at himself. It was his inadequacy that prevented him from safeguarding his beloved queen. She had fallen into slumber for his sake, and he must take responsibility, striving to enhance his own strength, for the seven-star Do spirit was still too feeble on the Duki continent. The enemies of the Serpent clan are exceedingly powerful. To protect those he loves, he must grow stronger. Only through strength can he shield them from harm. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Kai-Dai's delicate face paled as realization dawned upon her. Her sister had deceived her. She had merely mentioned a brief slumber, claiming she would awaken later. But as Yifeng stated, she might vanish. This was not sleep. It was a blatant self-deception, a sacrifice for their sake. In a state of urgency, Kai-Dai implored Yifeng, Young Master Yifeng, do you still possess the 7 illusory green spirit nectar to awaken her? With a wry smile, Yifeng replied, the 7 illusory green spirit nectar was obtained from the Nalan family in the Gamma Empire. They possess only this one. It seems I must make a journey to the Gamma Empire. I will accompany you, Kai-Dai declared, her gaze resolute. Yifeng shook his head, saying, Kai-Dai, as a princess of the Serpent clan, they need you for protection and stability. If you leave, the clan will be leaderless. I will be safe in the Gamma Empire. You need not worry about this matter. Upon my return, I promise to bring your sister back to life. Yes, imagining Queen Medusa lively and vibrant. Kai-Dai blinked and nodded, her eyes filled with reluctance. Not only was Kai-Dai reluctant, but Yifeng felt the same. They had just reunited, yet were destined to part. This situation was unbearably bitter. When would life stabilize and become more interesting? Young Master Yifeng, it is already late. You should set out tomorrow, Kai-Dai remarked, glancing at the sky, having arrived well past noon, now witnessing the hues of sunset. Yifeng observed the breathtaking scenery and nodded, very well. I shall take this time to concoct some elixirs for the Serpent clan. Huh, refining elixirs? Kai-Dai exclaimed, her lovely face a portrait of astonishment. With such a beautiful woman standing before you, is it not obvious that I wish to keep you here for the night? As a distinguished prince of the Serpent people, you wish to pursue alchemy? Do you truly regard me as mere air? In response to the astonishment of Kai-Dai, Yifeng elegantly raised the corner of his mouth into a smile and declared, indeed, I am now capable of concocting 4th-tier elixirs. What? 4th tier? Kai-Dai was even more taken aback by Yifeng's revelation, not merely due to his ability to craft such elixirs, but rather by the considerable time required for their creation. To concoct even a few 4th-tier elixirs necessitates, at the very least, an entire night. Contemplating this, Kai-Dai felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Indeed, once something is acquired, does one lose interest? Her exquisitely beautiful face bore an expression of sorrow that could tug at anyone's heartstrings. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Feng felt an even deeper pang of sympathy. He then reached out to grasp Kai Dai's hand, his smile enigmatic as he remarked, "Kai Dai, have you forgotten my speed?" At his words, Kai Dai's gentle gaze flickered as she recalled, and then, with a sudden realization, she exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now, young Master Yi Feng. You can do it in 3 seconds." Yi Feng responded with a bemused expression, "Could we perhaps add 2 more words?" It is easily misinterpreted. Chapter 151. Departure and the Crisis of the Gamma Empire. Upon gathering a substantial array of medicinal herbs, Elder Yi Feng, the alchemist, showcased his remarkable 3-second pill refining technique to Kai Dai. With such an extraordinary skill, Yi Feng produced a plethora of pills for the Serpent clan. Although the quantity of 4th-grade pills was somewhat limited, this scarcity was not due to Yi Feng's inability, but rather the lack of suitable materials for crafting 4th-grade pills within the Serpent clan. Previously, the clan had no alchemist at all, and thus had not specially stockpiled the requisite herbs for pill refinement. The herbs they did possess were utilized in the most rudimentary manner, leading to a neglect of slightly higher-grade materials. Nevertheless, under these circumstances, Yi Feng astonishingly succeeded in refining 30 4th-grade pills. This feat was beyond the wildest dreams of the Serpent clan. When Yi Feng presented a collection of bottles before the 3 elders of the clan, they could not help but acknowledge the sheer terror of their alchemist's prowess. In a brief span, he had ascended from 2nd grade to 4th grade refinement, and in bulk no less. Elated by this revelation, the 3 elders eagerly took the pills to deliberate their distribution, knowing full well that allocating them would be a meticulous process. Kai Dai observed Yi Feng's alchemical process, and indeed, young Master Yi Feng was growing ever more formidable and powerful. Having witnessed his alchemical genius, she yearned to discover more of his hidden talents. As night fell, a silent victory. The following morning, Yi Feng rose and gently kissed the still sleeping Kai Dai before striding boldly from the Medusa temple. This time, he felt no need to conceal anything, for he had established a human identity within the Gamma Empire, one that was undeniably formidable. Parting from Kai Dai was bittersweet, yet he understood the necessity of briefly relinquishing that tender affection. As a man, he bore the responsibility for his beloved woman. After Yi Feng departed, Kai Dai opened her eyes, shimmering with unshed tears. That familiar figure had vanished, though she was not as free as she had once envisioned. She now possessed a warmth that surpassed mere freedom. Patience is the most tender form of longing. Though he had gone, he left behind a pair of exquisitely crafted heart-shaped earrings, glimmering at the bedside. As she delicately grasped the elegant trinket in her hand, a soft smile graced Kai Dai's lips. In the capital of the Gamma Empire, the most exalted city, a palpable change had settled over the atmosphere. The once mighty guardian of the Gamma Empire, Jia Xingtian, was no longer present. Since that fateful day, he had not returned, and both Fa Ma and Yun Yun, the 2 battle emperors, could only express that their return was merely a stroke of luck. This serves as evidence that the fate of Jia Xingtian is likely sealed. His fall is imminent. In his absence, the populace of the entire Gamma Empire has succumbed to a state of palpable anxiety. Naturally, the most distressed are the members of the imperial family, for without Jia Xingtian, they are left with only the injured 6th-tier Yuhai Jiaoshu beast. It is precisely for this reason that the Gamma royal family has managed to endure, temporarily stabilizing the hearts of the Empire's citizens. However, all the formidable figures within the Gamma Empire are acutely aware that relying solely on a magical beast for protection is hardly a sustainable strategy. It is crucial to recognize that the enemies of the Gamma Empire extend beyond the serpent people of the Tagore Desert, encompassing several surrounding empires. Upon receiving the news of Jia Xingtian's demise, other empires have already begun to amass troops at the borders, poised to launch a coordinated assault on the Gamma Empire in the near future. The current state of the Gamma Empire is one of both internal strife and external threats. Whether from rival empires or the enigmatic serpent people, they all seek to claim a share of the Empire's substantial bounty. Consequently, certain factions within the Gamma Empire have already begun to lose faith in the royal family. Their gaze has shifted toward what they deem a more trustworthy force, the Cloud Mist sect, the sanctuary of cultivation within the Gamma Empire. Even without taking any action, the Cloud Mist sect finds numerous factions quietly gravitating toward it. This is the inevitable trend. When the strongest entity within a faction vanishes, that faction will swiftly decline. The streets of the imperial capital, once bustling with prosperity, now reflect a somber atmosphere. Each face marked by an expression of dread, as if an army looms at the gates. One can only imagine the turmoil that may unfold in other regions beyond the capital. Upon his arrival, Yifeng could only shake his head in resignation, realizing the considerable ripple effect caused by that old guardian, Jia Xingtian. His presence in the imperial capital did not incite any unrest, for he donned a black cloak, allowing him to traverse the streets unnoticed. Upon arriving at the familiar Nalan residence, Yifeng was met with a sense of futility as he encountered Nalan Su, while his father, Nalan Jia, had already departed for the front lines. As the Lionheart Marshal of the Gamma Empire, Nalan Jia had joined the ranks at the border, serving as the shield of the empire amidst such turbulent circumstances. Brother Feng, what brings you to the Nalan household at this critical juncture? Nalan Su exclaimed upon recognizing Yifeng. He was well acquainted with Yifeng's involvement with the serpent people, yet he also understood that the fate of Jia Xingtian was not of his concern. The blame lies solely with the Guardian's misguided choices. As for Jia Xingtian's ultimate fate, that transpired after Feng Ye's unconsciousness and bears no relation to him. Furthermore, had he not been present, the crisis facing the Gamma Empire might have been exacerbated by the formidable presence of the serpent people. Nevertheless, this young friend Feng Yi may possess knowledge regarding Jia Xingtian's fate. If Jia Xingtian still lives, it could potentially alter the current landscape of the Gamma Empire. In response to Nalan Su's inquiry, Yifeng calmly seated himself and offered a faint smile, saying, dear brother Nalan, I initially came here to discuss a matter with your esteemed father, but it appears he is absent, rendering my visit somewhat futile." Upon hearing this, Nalan Su furrowed his brow and, filled with curiosity, asked, "Might I inquire what it is that you wish to discuss with my father? Perhaps I could assist you in some manner." Nodding slightly, Yifeng directly inquired, "May I ask, Brother Nalan, do you happen to know the precise location where your father discovered the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar? I seek its exact whereabouts." At this moment, Nalan Su appeared somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "I have heard my father mention that he stumbled upon the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar in the southeastern region of the Monster Beast mountain range, but I am afraid I do not know the exact location." Southeast? Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, shimmering like a constellation of stars. He had not anticipated that Nalan Su would possess knowledge of the general area, which granted him a sliver of hope. The 7 illusions blue spirit nectar is a high-grade medicinal material capable of restoring the soul. A location that yields such a precious substance is likely to be extraordinary. Perhaps there, he might uncover astonishing revelations, and if he were able to restore a soul, it would be nothing short of miraculous. "Thank you, Brother Nalan. With that, I shall take my leave and not trouble you any further," Yifeng said, rising and offering a courteous farewell. Seeing Yifeng prepare to depart, Nalan Su, filled with curiosity, urgently called out, "Please, Brother Feng, do take care." Chapter 152, The Grand Princess, Yao Yi. In the midst of the evening revelry, Yifeng turned to inquire with urgency as he noticed Nalan Su calling out to him. Sensing Yifeng's palpable eagerness, Nalan Su approached him directly, asking, "May I inquire, Dear Feng, if you have any news regarding Zhao Lao?" Just as Yifeng was about to respond to Nalan Su's query with a calm smile, a servant dashed in and knelt before them, abruptly interrupting the moment. Nalan Su's expression darkened at this unexpected intrusion, and he bellowed, "Who permitted you to barge in? Get out." Trembling, the servant lowered his head and stammered, "T, the clan leader, the royal grand princess has arrived." Upon hearing the servant's report, both Nalan Su and Yifeng narrowed their eyes. The royal grand princess? Yao Yi? Yifeng was puzzled, wondering why she would come to the Nalan residence. Understanding the reason behind the servant's intrusion, Nalan Su's demeanor softened considerably. Fixing his gaze upon Feng Yi, he managed a wry smile, saying, "Dear Feng, it appears." Yifeng, fully comprehending, smiled casually and declared, "Since the Grand Princess Yao Yi has graced us with her presence, it is only fitting for us to welcome her." Nalan Su was overjoyed at Yifeng's words. If he were to go and meet Yao Yi alone, it would seem disrespectful to Feng Yi. Yet, accompanying Feng Yi would be a slight to Yao Yi. During these tumultuous times, neglecting the Grand Princess of the Garma Empire would reflect poorly on both Nalan Su and the Nalan family, a matter of great consequence that required careful consideration. Seeing Yifeng take the lead, Nalan Su followed suit, stepping out alongside him. Nayland Su mused. This dear Feng seems even more anxious than I am. Yi Feng, intrigued by the Grand Princess of the Garma Empire, recognized her potential as someone who could be quite advantageous. As they reached the entrance, Yi Feng's gaze fell upon an exceptionally alluring woman. Dressed in opulent silks, her tall stature and striking features bore a resemblance to the young Princess Yao Yu. However, she emanated an aura of cold, mature elegance that was worlds apart. If Yao Yu was a budding flower, Yao Yu was a fully blossomed ice lily. Beneath her frosty allure lay the regal dignity befitting royalty. Her mature charm radiated from every inch of her, and as her enchanting eyes roved, they naturally captivated all who beheld her. Even though Yi Feng was cloaked in a dark robe, his exceptionally handsome visage exuded an irresistible charm. As the Grand Princess Yao Yu had once encountered Fengye in the imperial city, thus the memory lingered vividly in her mind. At this moment, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Was he not from the Serpent clan? How could he possibly be present in the Nayland family? Noticing Yao Yu's gaze fixed upon Yi Feng, Nayland Su, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, extended his hand for an introduction. Ah, dear brother Feng, you must already be acquainted with the little Princess Yao Yu. This is her elder sister, the Grand Princess Yao Yu. The safety and order of the current imperial capital are entirely under her control, overseeing an impressive army of 50,000. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a jolt of astonishment. 50,000 troops? Indeed, Yao Yu possessed abilities that set her apart from other formidable beings. Managing such a significant number of soldiers was not a feat easily achieved. Furthermore, the current Gamera Empire was unlike any other. The absence of unrest and riots in the capital was a testament to her formidable methods and capabilities. At such a young age, she was merely in her late teens. Yet her management skills were remarkable, truly befitting the Gamera Empress of the original tale. Princess Yao Yu, this is the renowned Fengye from the Gamera Empire. Nayland Su gestured towards Yi Feng, introducing him to the strikingly beautiful Yao Yu. Greetings, Mr. Fengye. With her enchanting eyes fixed on Yi Feng, Yao Yu gracefully extended her fair, delicate hand. The smile that graced her lips was enough to mesmerize anyone. Even Yi Feng, who had seen much and prided himself on his immunity to such charms, found himself momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting. Ah, yet another enchanting beauty capable of bringing a nation to ruin. Proffering his hand in response, Yi Feng accepted her gesture with a smile, clasping her ethereal hand. Hello, Princess Yao Yu. Ding. You have received a sign-in reward for accepting Princess Yao Yu's handshake, a complete map of the Beast Mountain range, and a low-level flying combat technique. Illusory bird wings. Yi Feng. A map? A flying combat technique? This sign-in reward seems rather commendable, though the flying technique is of no use to me. Having already acquired the Thunderbat wings, mastering the illusory bird wings would merely grant me an additional pair of wings. I certainly do not wish to become an angel. However, this map is indeed timely. Possessing the map of the Beast Mountain range would allow me to navigate with greater precision and avoid unnecessary troubles. Mr. Fengye, I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is a true fortune to meet you today. Might I have the opportunity to share a seat with you and engage in delightful conversation? As their hands lingered together, Yao Yu withdrew her hand and smiled at Yi Feng. Observing this, Yi Feng mused. Indeed, she is an extraordinarily remarkable enchantress. With a calm smile, he nodded and replied, Princess Yao Yu, your praise is undeserved. If that is the case, let us proceed inside for a detailed discussion. Brother Nayland, may I borrow a room? Certainly. Please, do come in. Nayland Su offered a faint smile as several individuals moved inward. Nayland Su remarked, Do not speak of borrowing a room. You have intruded upon my daughter's private quarters. Thus to mention borrowing seems rather excessive. Yao Yi, her delicate hands tightly clasped, was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, her anxiety palpable. Upon seeing Yi Feng, a spark of joy ignited within her, overwhelming her desire to inquire about her great-grandfather's well-being. However, due to her status as a princess, she was compelled to mask her urgency in the presence of outsiders, which is why she had requested a private conversation with Yi Feng. Fortunately, he acquiesced, otherwise, her heart would have been in turmoil. With her great-grandfather and Jiaxian gone, Yao Yi felt a deeper anguish than that of her father, who was still alive, yet as good as lost. Her father, a quintessential second-generation affluent individual, had been forcibly transformed into a formidable fighter. Yet he was utterly inept in critical situations. His strength paled in comparison to the top 10 powerhouses of the Jaimar Empire, rendering any attempt futile and only serving to embarrass the empire. Otherwise, the Jaimar Empire would not rely on the ancient figure of Jatian to oversee the royal family, nor would the capital's defenses fall under the purview of her as the Grand Princess. At this moment, Nayland Su slightly slowed his pace. His gaze fixated on the silhouettes of the two young individuals walking side by side, a man and a woman, and he sighed bitterly. Alas, Feng Yi, Yao Yi. Yinran. Alas, I am truly helpless. I can only watch them revel night after night. Yi Feng interjected. It is you who revels nightly. Ahem. We are merely expressing our solitude in the night, our hearts laden with longing, filled with sorrow, envying only the pair of mandarin ducks rather than the immortals. Chapter 153, The Bashful Princess Yao Ya Alliance. Upon entering a secluded chamber, Princess Yao Ya could no longer contain herself. She bowed deeply to Yi Feng and candidly implored, Mr. Feng Ye, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. I beseech you to inform me of my great-grandfather's situation regarding Ji Xingtian. This impeccable display of etiquette left Yi Feng with little room for criticism. As a princess of the Jaimar Empire, her deference to him was a considerable gesture of respect. Should he fail to appease her, it would be difficult to justify. A faint fragrance, reminiscent of femininity, wafted from her presence, captivating his senses. Yi Feng gently took her delicate arm and responded earnestly, Princess Yao Ya, there is no need for such formalities. Your great-grandfather is currently among the serpent people. Although he is imprisoned, he is unharmed, so you need not worry excessively. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, both Yao Ya and the nearby Nayland Su felt a wave of relief wash over them. Since the Queen Medusa had not executed her great-grandfather, it implied that he would not be killed in the future. Otherwise, they would not harbor such a formidable human. This meant that her great-grandfather still held value to them, providing a potential opportunity for a return to the Jaimar Empire. The timing of this opportunity, however, remained uncertain. After analyzing the situation, a smile of joy broke upon Yao Ya's red lips as she lightly patted her heaving chest. At that moment, the surging waves were mesmerizing. Yi Feng thought to himself, temptation, unabashed temptation. This is deliberate. She is undoubtedly intentional about this. After a gentle exhale of fragrant air, Yao Ya bowed once more, her smile radiant as she said, I thank you, Mr. Feng Ye, for this information. Knowing that my great-grandfather is alive brings me some solace. I shall repay you in the future. Yi Feng waved his hand with a serene smile. Princess Yao Ya, you are too courteous. There is no need for repayment. Yao Ya, taken aback by his response, wore a perplexed expression. Yi Feng, noticing her confusion, maintained a serious demeanor as he continued. Currently, the Jaimar Empire faces a grave crisis, and I, Feng Ye, shall not stand idly by. Rest assured, I have conferred with Queen Medusa, and during this period, the serpent people will not invade the empire. What? Mr. Feng Ye, can you truly assure us of this? You have convinced Queen Medusa? Both Yao Ya and Nayland Su expressed their astonishment at Yi Feng's declaration. The incredulity in Yao Ya's exclamation and Nayland Su's skepticism left Yi Feng feeling somewhat exasperated. How could they doubt his words? The serpent people would refrain from attacking the Jaimar Empire because their own predicament was no less dire. Capturing the ancient Ji Xingtian and manipulating the situation could secure the Jaimar Empire as an ally. What could be more advantageous? The expressions of disbelief on the faces of the two individuals immediately provoked Yi Feng's displeasure. His voice, tinged with a low tone, resonated as he stated, Princess Yao Yi, as the elder alchemist of the Serpent clan, how could my words be anything but the truth? Moreover, Brother Nayland, you are indeed correct. Queen Medusa was, in fact, subdued by me. Sometimes, speaking the truth is met with skepticism, and some individuals simply cannot comprehend it. This is an unavoidable reality, for the veracity of certain facts can be astonishingly hard to accept. Even so, upon hearing Yi Feng's proclamation, both Yao Yi and Nayland Su were left momentarily stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. Yao Yi, with her alluringly parted lips, was filled with excitement at the implications of their current predicament in the Gamma Empire. Should the Serpent clan refrain from intervening, it would significantly alleviate their immense burden. Mr. Feng Ye, I must apologize for my earlier audacity, and I extend my deepest gratitude for your considerable generosity towards the Gamma Empire. With this thought in mind, Yao Yi gently lifted the hem of her long gown, revealing her exceptionally fair and elongated legs, preparing to kneel before Yi Feng in a gesture of gratitude. This astonishing action caused Yi Feng's eyes to widen, and he hastily reached out to grasp her delicate wrist with both hands. Kneeling? That is entirely out of the question, as Yao Yi was halted in her tracks. She raised her beautiful eyes to meet Yi Feng's fervent gaze. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, igniting an inexplicable spark in the space between them, an observation noted by Nayland Su. As the head of the Nayland family, he felt like an outsider in his own home. And within this room, he had unwittingly become the most resplendent presence of all. Yi Feng firmly held her fragile wrist, speaking earnestly, "Princess Yao Yi, there is no need for such formality. I have friends in the Gamma Empire, and it is only natural for me, Feng Yi, to lend my assistance. Mr. Feng Yi, regardless of the circumstances, I shall forever cherish your kindness. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I shall be at your service with unwavering dedication." Yao Yi responded. Her cheeks flushed as she felt the warmth of his hand that had gripped her wrist multiple times. In Yi Feng's gaze, Yao Yi's exquisite face resembled that of a ripe peach, enticing one to savor its delightful allure. Even Yi Feng, having witnessed countless breathtaking sights, found himself momentarily entranced at such close proximity. As she straightened her long legs, Yao Yi stood before the young man, and despite her status as a princess, she could not escape the shyness that enveloped her under his intense gaze. At that moment, Yao Yi's eyes, filled with bashfulness, dared not meet Yi Feng's, becoming somewhat evasive. She gently tugged at her arms, attempting to break free from his grasp, yet no matter how she struggled, he remained unyielding. In fact, his grip tightened further, inciting a sensation of tingling discomfort. This sensation rendered Yao Yi's delicate form somewhat weakened, her exquisite cheeks and graceful neck blooming like a crimson apple, radiating an allure distinct from her usual charm. Upon witnessing such a transformation, the resplendent light quietly withdrew from this extraordinary space. Ah, how enchanting! They truly intend to revel in nightly festivities, while the father is utterly powerless. Nevertheless, Leaf Maple, who observed all of this, remained entirely indifferent. As he was earnestly outlining his plans to Yao Yi, "Princess Yao Yi, upon my return to the Serpent clan, I shall make every effort to win over Queen Medusa, persuading her to release Xiao, thereby alleviating the crisis of the Gamma Empire. However, I can only do my utmost, for you are well aware of Queen Medusa's temperament." Yao Yi, her charming visage ablaze with a deep crimson hue, though shy, absorbed his words with clarity. Her face was a canvas of joy and embarrassment, epitomizing beauty in the most fitting manner. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with fervor and excitement as she eagerly nodded. "If Mr. Feng Yi can accomplish this, the Gamma Empire shall reconcile with the Serpent clan, standing united against formidable foes. How splendid!" Delighted by Yao Yi's proposal for an alliance, Leaf Maple readily agreed. Both were acutely aware that this alliance was temporary, recognizing their mutual need to unite in the face of impending adversaries. Yet, all of this was a deliberate stratagem devised by Leaf Maple, aimed at rallying the powerful of the Gamma Empire to support the Serpent clan against their impending threats. Just as Leaf Maple was brimming with enthusiasm, a soft feminine voice gently reached his ears. "Mr. Feng Yi, you have hurt me." Chapter 154. The Pain, the Ointment, the Exploitation. "Mr. Feng Yi, you've hurt me." As that faintly bashful voice reached his ears, Yi Feng suddenly realized that his actions had been excessively fervent. Looking at the delicate wrists still clasped in his hands, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How could I have acted so thoughtlessly? Sighing, he remembered that he had initially intended to negotiate an alliance, yet had forgotten the pressure he was applying. He had been gripping Yao Yi's wrist too tightly. No wonder her face was growing increasingly flushed. Something was amiss. It was no surprise that Nayland Su had vanished. He must have been clearing the space. Yi Feng felt a deep sense of awkwardness, abruptly loosening his grip. His gaze fell upon the slightly reddened wrist. His hand lifted hesitantly, yet he found himself reluctant to touch her again. Softly, he inquired, "Does it hurt?" Yao Yi wanted to suppress her discomfort, wishing to deny the pain, but the fiery sensation made it impossible to conceal. After all, her wrists bore the marks of his grip. How could she possibly hide that? Outside the door, Nayland Su thought, "Hey, I just stepped out, and they What kind of speed is this? Is it the speed of light? For the formidable Do Wang, eavesdropping outside, the atmosphere within the room was exceedingly peculiar. Yao Yi extended her arms. Gazing at the imprints left by this man on her wrists, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. How could this scoundrel, Feng Ye, treat a princess so roughly? The imperial princess of the Gamma Empire had her wrists grasped in such a manner by a man. How could she possibly face others now? If she were to be seen by anyone else, what a disgrace. If some unscrupulous individuals were to witness this, would they not conjure countless inappropriate thoughts? Her wrists, unlike other parts of her body, were impossible to conceal. Even with a princess gown and lengthy sleeves, a portion would inevitably be revealed. If others were to misunderstand and think she had, what would she do? She had humbled herself for the sake of the Gamma Empire to win him over, not to sacrifice her dignity. Contemplating this, the regal Yao Yi found herself at a loss, feeling unjustly wronged. While she could manage other matters with ease, what was she to do now? She couldn't simply remain in this room indefinitely. After all, this was the Nalan residence, not her own royal palace. In her exceptionally beautiful eyes, tears shimmered, and this sight struck Yi Feng like a thunderclap. I merely gripped her wrist. Does she truly feel this aggrieved? You are the long princess of the Gamma Empire, focused solely on its interests, and I am an elder of the Serpent clan. Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. Must we create such an unusual atmosphere? Yi Feng understood Yao Yi well. She was akin to her great-grandfather, adept at leveraging everyone for the sake of the royal family's interests. He, of course, was no exception. He could not discern whether the demeanor exhibited by Princess Yao Yi was genuine or feigned. After all, women are creatures that elude understanding. Nevertheless, regardless of who was manipulating whom, the outcome was that he had exerted himself too vigorously, causing her pain. This, in itself, attested to the fact that no matter how adept one is at scheming, it is futile in the face of true strength. Whether one comprehends this principle or not is inconsequential, for Yi Feng was acutely aware that if Yao Yi were to wail again, his troubles would only multiply. Reluctantly, Yi Feng withdrew a small jade vial and offered it to the pouting beauty before him, saying, "Princess Yao Yi, this is a 4th-grade ice-clear spirit liquid, effective in alleviating bruises and enhancing skin quality." Upon hearing this, her previously aggrieved gaze suddenly lifted, fixating on the jade vial. For any woman, regardless of prowess or age, the promise of improved skin is utterly irresistible. However, Yao Yi wished to take it, yet found her hands too weak to do so. A faint blush graced her cheeks as she sweetly implored, "Mr. Feng Yi, my hands are unsteady. Could you kindly assist me in applying the medicine?" Yi Feng thought to himself, this woman is truly formidable. Applying the medicine. Was this to strengthen their alliance further? Whether her words were truth or deception, Yi Feng resolved to seize this opportunity. Very well, then. Do endure a little longer. Feeling a sense of guilt, Yi Feng poured the ice-clear spirit liquid into his hand, then proceeded to apply it to Yao Ye's wrist. As the soft, smooth, and exquisite sensation enveloped him, Yi Feng could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. This arduous task was not one that just anyone could undertake. Ding! By assisting Yao Yi in applying the medicine, the master has received a reward. 1 Doling pill. Another Doling pill? Yi Feng now possessed 2 of these pills. Although he desired to give them to the leader of the Serpent clan, he had yet to find the opportunity. It was prudent to save them for later, to present them all at once. However, when would that rogue, Mo Ba Si, relinquish his interest in my queen? If he does not desist, I may find it necessary to send him on a journey to the underworld. While Yi Feng was deep in thought, Yao Ye's beautiful eyes were curiously studying his face, her earnest expression piquing intrigue. He was so powerful yet enigmatic, at times domineering, at others tender. What manner of person was he? As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. This curiosity, whether in a cat or a princess, can lead one into unfathomable depths. Well then, it was no longer visible. The remaining ice-clear spirit liquid would be reserved for her future use. Princess Yao Yi, do attempt to move. Yi Feng professionally patted her now flawless wrist, encouraging her. In this brief encounter, he felt nothing amiss. Yet the fair visage of Yao Yi blushed as if engulfed in flames. They were merely meeting for the first time, discussing the interests of the Gamera Empire and the Serpent clan. Their relationship was solely one of mutual benefit. yet he found himself repeatedly brushing against the princess. But this is for the sake of the Gamera Empire's interests. Only through this can he assist us in overcoming the current crisis. As Yifeng spoke, Yao Ye's hands stirred under the fervent gaze of his eyes, and she replied softly with a smile. Indeed, it seems that Mr. Feng Yi harbors many hidden secrets. Oh, Princess Yao Yi, you are mistaken. I, Feng Yi, possess no secrets to conceal, nor do I feel the need to hide anything. With that, I shall proceed to the Serpent clan to pacify Her Majesty the Queen. I must take my leave. Yifeng smiled enigmatically, revealing his truth. Yet, the truth often goes unacknowledged. With a faint smile, he stepped out of the room. Casting a glance at Nalan Su, who was pondering in contemplation with his gaze fixed on the ceiling, Yifeng offered a serene smile. Brother Nalan, I shall visit again when the opportunity arises. Farewell. As his words fell, Yifeng's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of silver light, swiftly departing from the Gamera Empire. Chapter 155. The Beautiful Young Lady in Peril. The Feeble Young Commander. As Yifeng's figure vanished from the sight of Yaoya and Nalan Su, an unspoken understanding passed between the two. From this day forth, the Jayamar Empire found itself not only allied with the Serpent clan, but also indebted to the formidable Feng Yi. The number of powerful individuals and forces within the Jayamar Empire that owed a favor to Feng Yi was steadily increasing. They could not deny that if Feng Yi were not of the Jayamar Empire, he could easily overturn it in the current circumstances. Little did they know, however, the terrifying presence lurking above the Jayamar Empire. Meanwhile, after departing from the imperial capital, Yifeng hastened towards the Beast Mountain range. His intention in visiting the Nalan family was to uncover the whereabouts of the 7 illusions of Qingling saliva, yet he unexpectedly encountered Princess Yaya there. After taking advantage of her a few times, the rewards Yifeng reaped were immensely generous. Whether it was aerial combat techniques, dragon power pills, or spirit combat pills, each was a rare and precious treasure. In the distant skies above the Beast Mountain range, a silver silhouette soared swiftly. Who is this stunning young lady? She is truly breathtaking. Look at that face. It is exceptionally beautiful. That slender waist is enticing. If only I could grasp it. Little lady. What future do you have with those weaklings? Why not join us? We can treat you to the finest delights. Yifeng, hearing such lewd remarks, furrowed his brow. In this realm where beasts reign, there are still beautiful young ladies? Bah, it is more like there are shameless ruffians. As his silver wings folded, Yifeng gracefully descended onto the verdant canopy below, curiously gazing at the distant crowd. As a human, one is naturally drawn to beauty, and Yifeng, being a spirited serpent man, was no exception. At that moment, 2 factions stood in opposition. Yifeng's gaze swept across the scene, and before he could discern the identities of those present, his attention was instantly captivated by the so-called beautiful young lady. She donned a pale white dress, her skin as fair as snow, and her countenance exceedingly lovely. Within her delicate beauty lay an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. This enchanting aura was unique among the women Yifeng had encountered, amplifying her allure infinitely. Around her graceful form, a green ribbon was cinched at her slender waist. As Yifeng beheld her waist, barely enough to be grasped by a single hand, he could not help but marvel. Such a waist. I can only imagine her formidable strength rivals that of a serpent woman. However, unlike the serpent women, her waist appeared soft rather than flexible, adding a touch of fragility to her presence, evoking a protective instinct within him. Upon encountering the appearance of this woman, Yifeng discerned that she was not as simple as she seemed on the surface. Should one be deceived by her delicate facade, the consequences could be dire indeed. However, in her current predicament, even she would find it impossible to escape unscathed. Surrounding the woman in white was a throng of individuals, encircling her protectively, numbering approximately 50. These individuals were clad in rugged attire, exuding an air of ferocity that unmistakably identified them as mercenaries. Yet, as previously asserted, their strength was woefully inadequate, akin to that of mere chickens. Their ranks consisted primarily of combatants, with most being mere 2-star or 3-star fighters, indicating that the leader of this motley crew was unlikely to be particularly formidable. Conversely, the opposing side was significantly outnumbered, with only 10 individuals present. Nonetheless, 9 of them were combat masters, and the burly man at the forefront possessed the strength of a grand combat master. The disparity in power between the two factions was glaring, which elucidated why these few dared to utter provocations with such audacity. At that moment, the faces of the numerous mercenaries were etched with grave concern. They were acutely aware that should a confrontation ensue, they would be no match for their adversaries. "Captain, what shall we do now?" inquired one mercenary, addressing the young man beside the petite physician. This youth appeared somewhat handsome, yet his complexion was pallid, clearly betraying his fear in light of the current situation. With their lives hanging in the balance, he, as a weakling, was undeniably terrified. Nevertheless, faced with such dire circumstances, he steeled himself and stepped forward, clasping his hands in a bow and stating, "Esteemed seniors, we represent the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps of Qingshan Town. I offer this modest token of respect and humbly request your benevolence." As he spoke, the youth presented several second-tier magic cores and a gold card to the imposing man ahead. Such gestures of tribute were commonplace in the realm of combat energy. However, as a grand combat master, choosing between these items and the captivating woman in white was hardly a matter for deliberation. Benevolence? The leader's expression morphed into one of disdain, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes flared with menace, and with a swift motion, he struck the youth's hand, sending the offerings flying. "You think that with your paltry offerings, you can compel me to show you leniency? If you possess any sense, you will obediently deliver this enchanting maiden to me, and I shall spare your worthless lives." With a mere flick of his hand, the burly man shattered the youth's arm, eliciting a cry of agony as his face turned ashen. Clutching his injured limb with his left hand, the youth cast a glance at the menacing figure before him, then shifted his gaze to the exquisitely beautiful woman in white. In that moment, he found himself ensnared in a profound dilemma. Though he held a deep admiration for the woman, he was now compelled to confront a harrowing choice. To choose between the woman one holds dear and the members of a mercenary group. As a young vice leader of the mercenary band, one must possess a clear mind to discern the right choice. The continent of combat is exceptionally ruthless. A frail woman can be discarded at any moment, or conversely, become the object of desire and possession. The internal conflict reflected in the young man's eyes did not escape the notice of the lady in white, who felt a profound disdain in her heart. Nevertheless, her delicate pink lips curled into a serene smile, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination as she approached the imposing leader and calmly stated, "Vice Leader Mu Li, since esteemed seniors have taken an interest in this humble girl, I shall remain. I trust you will honor your promises." Her melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, astonished the men before her. They were entirely unprepared for such audacity from a seemingly fragile woman. In contrast to the so-called weak vice leader, she was a force of nature. Her actions were undoubtedly extraordinary, and the hot-headed, brash mercenaries would surely oppose this arrangement. Indeed, in the next moment, the mercenaries surged forward to shield the lady in white, exclaiming, "Little medical sage, this is absolutely out of the question. You have saved our lives, and ours are yours to command. How can we allow you to stand in front to protect us? We will hold them back. Little medical sage, you must flee." Chapter 156, The Little Medical Immortal, a Healer and a Poisoner. Amidst the commanding shouts of mercenaries, nearly 30 of them formed a protective barrier around the stunning woman clad in white. The identity of this enchanting figure only served to further confirm Yi Feng's suspicions from a distance. She was indeed the Little Medical Immortal of Qingshan Town. These mercenaries were a temporary group, supplemented by individual fighters. In Qingshan Town, the Little Medical Immortal enjoyed unparalleled esteem, not solely due to her breathtaking beauty, but more significantly because she had rescued many mercenaries from the clutches of death. It was this very reputation that compelled these mercenaries to join the herbal gathering, solely to safeguard her. In contrast, the remaining mercenaries, unfazed by the scene, belonged to the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, an organized faction that naturally adhered to the orders of their young leader, Mu Li. "Huh, this is utterly amusing. You lot, weaklings, think you can play the role of heroes? Before aspiring to save a damsel in distress, one ought to evaluate their own capabilities. It's like eggs challenging rocks. What a pitiful bunch. Thinking of fleeing? None of you shall escape today." The boisterous laughter from the burly men echoed mockingly. As the weak mercenaries shielded the Little Medical Immortal, the towering leader among the adversaries suddenly darkened his expression, bellowing with undeniable menace. "I, Roba, the vice captain of the Sand Mercenary Corps, will have the woman I desire, and none shall hinder me. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for not granting you a chance." The name of the Sand Mercenary Corps struck a chord with Yi Feng, causing his brow to furrow in recognition. This was the same group that had captured the amnesiac Kai Dai. It seemed fate had brought them together once more, a twist of irony indeed. Having previously dealt with Luo Lan, now he faced Roba. If memory served him correctly, the leader of this band was named Rob. The Sand Mercenary Corps was indeed a gathering of formidable talents. Eliminate them. As Roba's command resounded, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. A brownish battle armor materialized, enveloping his figure entirely. The might of a great fighter surged forth in that instant. A 9-star great fighter. This is dire. The onlookers felt the terrifying pressure, and their expressions shifted dramatically. They had assumed the strongest among their adversaries would merely be fighters, yet to their astonishment, the leader possessed the strength of a great fighter. The few dozen of them were utterly inadequate, especially considering the 9 fighters who stood behind Roba. The 9 fighters swiftly encircled the 50 burly combatants, their energies coalescing into protective battle garments. Drawing their curved blades from their waists, they charged at the crowd. With each swing of their blades, a formidable fighter fell to the ground, defeated. This was a brutally fierce confrontation, revealing one of the most merciless aspects of the Do-Chi continent. The disparity between fighters and great fighters was monumental. The mere battle garments of the great fighters were insurmountable for these ordinary combatants. Upon witnessing such a scene of carnage, the young vice-captain of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, Muley, found his body trembling violently with fear. Although he had encountered brutal sights before, what truly terrified him was the precariousness of his own life and the esteemed reputation of the Sand Mercenary Corps. As a vice-captain, he was acutely aware of the influential mercenary leaders within the borders of the Gamma Empire, and the Sand Mercenary Corps stood prominently among them. Their leader, Roba, was rumored to possess formidable strength, having attained the status of a spirit fighter. How could their humble Wolfhead Mercenary Corps dare to provoke such a formidable entity? They had ventured into the Monster Mountain range presumably to gather herbs, but upon encountering the alluring little medical fairy, their lustful intentions arose, wishing to indulge themselves before whisking her back to their core for further exploits. What of it? For a delicate woman like the little medical fairy, such an opportunity was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. With these thoughts, Muley steeled his resolve, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. This unexpected demeanor caused Roba to furrow his brow, pondering whether this young man was truly prepared to fight back. However, the reality was far from his expectations. In Roba's eyes, Muley, who was significantly shorter than him, suddenly appeared diminished by more than half. The cause of this transformation was none other than Muley bending his knees and kneeling. "Respected Captain Roba, it is our folly not to recognize your greatness and inadvertently provoke you. Though I hold the little medical fairy in high regard, if she has caught your attention, then I am certainly unworthy. I shall present her to you, that she may serve you well. I implore you to spare the lives of my comrades in the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps." Muley's obsequious posture was undeniably repugnant, yet Roba flashed a broad grin, clearly amused. "Young man, you possess spirit. Everyone halt immediately." With Roba's command, the 9 combatants of the Sand Mercenary Corps ceased their actions. At that moment, the number of fallen mercenaries had already surpassed 10. "Thank you, Captain Roba." Muley rose, casting a reluctant glance at the departing figure of the little medical fairy, and exclaimed joyfully, "Little medical fairy, the Sand Mercenary Corps is the pinnacle of mercenary groups in the Gamma Empire. To be favored by Captain Roba is indeed a blessing and an opportunity for you. In the future, as you achieve great success, do not forget your elder brother." With a gentle smile gracing her delicate face, the little medical fairy replied, "Then I must sincerely thank you, Brother Muley." Upon hearing her words, Muley chuckled awkwardly. "No need for that. However, I fear that in the future, you may not remember me." The little medical fairy's words puzzled Muley, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Suddenly, a cloud of white powder erupted forth, enveloping Muley's body completely. As the powder surrounded him, Muley's consciousness began to blur. At that very moment, a sharp dagger had already plunged mercilessly into his heart. Crimson blood flowed from the tip of the dagger, and Muley's eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with unwillingness, he yearned to utter a sound, yet his voice had abandoned him. The dagger was withdrawn by her delicate jade-like hand, and with it, Mu Li's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The once gentle gaze of the little healer now shimmered with a terrifying ferocity. The enemy had perished. Such a triviality would not linger in her heart. The harshness of her words was starkly incongruous with her delicate visage, eliciting involuntary gasps from those who beheld her. Even Luo Ba stood frozen, taken aback by the little healer's sudden transformation. Poison? A poison master? In the distance, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. Indeed. How could the seemingly frail little healer not thrive amidst a throng of mercenaries exuding such malevolence? She was the kind-hearted little healer, yet when it came to her foes, her benevolence did not hold sway. The little healer was a physician, but she was also a poison master. Chapter 157. A thrilling encounter. The princess embraces the young healer. When the onlookers witnessed the young healer's lethal strike against Mu Li, astonishment enveloped the gathering. No one could fathom that this seemingly ethereal maiden, exuding fragility from within, could unleash such ruthless ferocity. Most alarmingly, she had wielded poison. Her deft and practiced execution revealed her as someone well-versed in the art of toxicity. In the realm of the Dochi continent, those who frequently employed poison were none other than the fearsome and dreaded poison masters. The terror of a poison master lies in their ability to obliterate most adversaries of equal standing in an instant. A highly skilled poison master could even kill without leaving a trace. However, the current young healer, being merely a fighter, still had much to learn. Yet, even with her limited capabilities, eliminating Mu Li would be a trivial task. The mention of the term poison master sent shivers through the onlookers, particularly in the context of the Gamma Empire, where the reputation of these practitioners was well known. The neighboring empire of Xianyun was notorious for its abundance of poison masters, whose potent toxins instilled fear and loathing among the people of Gamma. Presently, the situation in the Gamma Empire was dire, with significant military presence on its borders, Xianyun being one of the most formidable. The fact that the young healer employed poison only darkened the expressions of individuals like Loba, who soon erupted into laughter. Who would have thought that our brotherly bond not only brings us fortune, but also luck beyond measure? I never expected to encounter a spy from the Xianyun Empire in the Beast Mountain range. Ha! As Loba's words echoed, his followers suddenly realized the implication, their smiles turning mischievous. Upon hearing that their young team leader had been vanquished, members of the Wolf-Head mercenary group glared at the young healer, shouting, "Young healer! No wonder someone as skilled as you remains in the humble town of Qingshan. You are, in fact, a spy for the Xianyun Empire. Spy? Return the life of our young team leader." The chorus of dozens reverberated through the skies of the Beast Mountain range. Their outcry brought a pallor to the young healer's delicate face, for she knew the gravity of the situation had escalated. The actions of these mercenaries unveiled to Yi Feng the depths of human shamelessness. The Wolf-Head mercenaries were cut from the same cloth as Mu Li, fully aware of the young healer's innocence regarding espionage. Yet, in their desperation for survival, they resorted to this disgraceful charade. Their accusations also caused the mercenaries protecting the young healer to change their expressions drastically. This was not merely a matter of loyalty. The term spy held grave implications. And while they were acutely aware of the young healer's true identity, the political climate of the Gamma Empire rendered any association with espionage perilous for their own fates. As a formidable empire, there are those who would rather wrongfully execute than let anyone escape. At this moment, the numerous mercenaries surrounding the young healer bore solemn expressions, which did not go unnoticed by her. It was precisely this realization that led her to understand that she was likely facing inevitable peril. "I am deeply grateful for your protection, esteemed brothers," the young healer expressed with sincerity, "but you need not concern yourselves with me any further." With a gentle smile directed at the mercenaries around her, she delicately retrieved a bamboo whistle from her enchanting bosom. After producing a soft sound wave, a colossal blue eagle swiftly descended from the sky. "It is a flying magical beast. Do not let her escape," Roar commanded in a deep voice, gazing at the diving blue eagle. "Yes, Captain." At this moment, the eyes of 9 mercenaries were fixated on the majestic creature above. Though they lacked the ability to fly, they were certain that if the blue eagle dared enter their range of attack, it would meet its demise without question. Naturally, they were also on guard against other mercenaries. Should any of them dare to act recklessly, they would not hesitate to retaliate, and the slaughter would continue unabated. With 9 loyal subordinates, Roar felt unconcerned. Striding forward with his powerful legs, he rubbed his hands together, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Hee, so you are the young healer. I have yet to encounter such an alluring beauty as yourself. If you know what is good for you, submit to me, and I shall ensure you dine lavishly and drink heartily. Wouldn't that be delightful? The young healer's beautiful eyes locked onto the approaching Roar, filled with trepidation, and her delicate legs instinctively recoiled in fear. Yet, in this forest, how far could she truly retreat? Although the area was somewhat open, dense foliage surrounded her. As her heels met the roots of a great tree, she was compelled to brace herself against the impending fall. Witnessing her fearful demeanor only intensified Roar's wicked intentions, and he could not help but lick his lips, extending his hands with a grotesque grin. Run, beautiful girl. Why have you stopped? The more you flee, the more exhilarated I become. Ha! Just as Roar laughed, the young healer suddenly thrust her slender arms forward, scattering 2 clouds of white powder. However, Roar was well prepared. With a sweeping motion of his large hand, he unleashed a surge of energy that sent the powder spiraling away. Do you think after witnessing your poison, I would not be ready? With a wave of his hand, Roar closed the distance to stand before the young healer, his greedy saliva dripping forth as he spoke. Ha! I am captivated by your appearance, seemingly delicate, yet fiercely spirited. Truly tantalizing and thrilling. Faced with Roar, now mere inches away, despair filled the young healer's eyes, and she instinctively shut them in fear. At this moment, the sinister claws of Roba extended towards the delicate form of the little medicine immortal, poised to grasp the ethereal white gown that enveloped her. In the next instant, it seemed inevitable that he would rend it asunder. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of searing heat surged from the heavens. This abrupt presence caused Roba's countenance to change dramatically, without a moment to employ his combat skills. He swiftly withdrew his outstretched arms, adopting a defensive posture. A dull thud resonated in the ears of the little medicine immortal, leaving her bewildered as she prepared to open her eyes. In an instant, another thunderous sound echoed, and she felt herself being forcefully lifted from the ground. The sudden surge of warmth and overwhelming force startled her exquisite eyes wide open in alarm. Yet, the figure before her was no longer the burly Roba. Instead, it had transformed into a remarkably handsome and cold youth. The scene was mesmerizing yet utterly incredulous. As the little medicine immortal gazed upon the youth's visage, no feelings of shyness arose within her. Rather, a flicker of suspicion danced in her eyes. Who is he? Why has he come to my aid? Could it be that he harbors intentions towards me? With such a strikingly cold demeanor, surely he would not. Yifeng. Laughs. Chapter 158. Slay. Annihilate. The youth that appeared in the line of sight of the little medical fairy was none other than Yifeng, who had been observing the unfolding drama from afar. Upon witnessing the peril that the little medical fairy faced, he could not restrain himself from intervening. If he hesitated any longer, the wool would undoubtedly be sheared by that rogue, Roba. Naturally, his intervention also aimed to obliterate the members of the Sand mercenary group. The last time they had captured Kaidai, he had yet to settle the score. Their audacity to instigate trouble once more signaled that a visit to Stone Desert City was imperative. Ding! As the protagonist embraces and rescues the little medical fairy, he receives a signing reward, a low-grade Xian-level movement technique, floating floss. While the little medical fairy perceived Yifeng as aloof, he was contemplating. This is quite satisfactory. Movement techniques are inherently rare, and a Xian-level technique would enhance his speed significantly. Cradling the little medical fairy, Yifeng transformed into a silver arc, swiftly gliding through the sky before alighting on the ground not far away. Yifeng paid no heed to the astonished expressions of the mercenaries, but spoke in an enigmatic tone. Little medical fairy, your fate is not yet sealed. Immune to all poisons, you have a vast expanse awaiting your flight. It would be wise to relinquish that poisonous weapon. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the little medical fairy's eyes widened in astonishment. She comprehended the implication of the youth who held her. Immune to all poisons referred to her own toxic constitution. Did he truly perceive her affliction? Could he possess a means to control it? Realizing this, she understood that he was indeed her savior, harboring no ill intentions. Consequently, the delicate hand that had been concealed within her sleeve emerged, revealing a razor-sharp silver needle glinting with a chilling brilliance. This silver needle was not intended for Roba, but rather a means of self-destruction that the little medical fairy had prepared for herself. She knew that, given her strength, it was impossible to eliminate Roba. Rather than slaying her enemy, she contemplated ending her own life. It was precisely because Yi Feng noticed her actions that he was able to intervene in time, preventing a tragic demise. The poisonous needle gradually fell from her slender fingers to the ground. Observing this, Yi Feng gently set the little medical fairy down, his gaze cold and piercing as he regarded the bewildered mercenaries. With a hint of playful disdain, he remarked, "How shameful it is for so many grown men to act against a mere girl. Truly, you are deserving of your reputation as members of the Sand Mercenary Group. Sir, since you are acquainted with my Sand Mercenary Group, I urge you not to interfere in our affairs, lest you find us less than courteous." At that moment, Roba, who had just been sent flying by Yi Feng's kick, rose once more with the aid of his subordinates, seething with anger. Their eyes were filled with trepidation as they regarded Yi Feng, for they had witnessed the fleeting wings behind him, a sight that left them utterly astonished. As the formidable 9-star Dome Master Roba was just sent flying, the inexperienced mercenaries could not discern that the Thunderbat wings behind Yi Feng were a flight combat technique. Roba had personally witnessed Yi Feng's terrifying prowess. The intense flames and that casual kick had overwhelmed him, clearly indicating that Yi Feng was a force far superior to himself. Naturally, Roba and his companions were unfamiliar with Yi Feng, for those who knew him from the Sand Mercenary Group were already deceased. Uncivil? I shall see how you demonstrate your lack of civility. With these words, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from within Yi Feng, swiftly pressuring Roba and his companions. When they felt this imposing presence, their rugged expressions changed dramatically, and they exclaimed, "A Doe spirit strongman. Run!" At that moment, without needing Roba's command, his underlings began to flee. After all, how could these minor Doe masters hope to contend with a Doe spirit strongman? Want to escape? You shall accompany Roba to his demise. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, and with a thunderous roar, he surged through the air toward the fleeing mercenaries. Yi Feng's strength was now that of a 7-star Doe spirit, augmented by the Thunderbat Wings combat technique and a swift, ethereal movement skill. His instantaneous speed surpassed that of a Doe king, and with a blade of fire manifesting in his hand, a torrent of scorching fire energy streaked across the sky. With each eerie violet flame that swept through the air, a mercenary Doe master would crash to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 5 out of the 9 Doe masters had already perished, leaving the other stunned mercenaries from Qingshan town in disbelief. The fallen mercenaries, engulfed in flames, were rapidly reduced to charred remains, ultimately scattered by the fierce winds, leaving no trace behind. This utterly devastating display sent chills down the spines of those mercenaries, who had thrived on the edge of the blade. What manner of flame is this? Could it possibly be an exotic fire? Then, what could his identity be? At that moment, everyone suddenly recalled the terrifying figure that had recently emerged, one that had shaken the entire Gamma Empire. Seeing 4 of his subordinates drop dead in an instant, Roba's eyes were filled with dread. Even if Yi Feng were to refrain from attacking, he was so frightened that he nearly lost control of himself. For as the young man had mentioned, his brother Roba had vanished without a trace. And this was undoubtedly his doing. As Roba, the vice leader of the group, possessed a quick wit, he immediately focused his gaze on the astonished young healer. The young healer, like the other mercenaries, was struck by the magnitude of Yi Feng's strength. She appeared so youthful, yet how could she be so powerful? So captivated was the young healer that she failed to notice Roba approaching her. By the time she realized, Roba had already leapt in front of her. Hearty laughter erupted from Roba as he exclaimed, "Boy, no matter how formidable you are, she is in my grasp. What can you possibly do?" Sighing helplessly, Yi Feng's lament was not for the capture of the little healer, but rather for those who mistakenly believed themselves to be astute. Suddenly, a fierce roar reverberated through the air, accompanied by a wave of acrid scent. A colossal red serpent materialized, coiling around the little healer. This magnificent serpent was none other than Yi Feng's companion, the Crimson Spirit, a 2-headed fire serpent. Surely, Yi Feng would not have left the little healer's side unprepared. With a resounding crack, the immense tail of the serpent struck Roba fiercely, sending his robust form hurtling through the air once again. At that moment, Yi Feng had also dispatched every member of the Sand Mercenary Group, leaving no trace behind. With swift precision, before Roba could even react, He found himself confronted by an illusory doppelganger, which then completely dissipated into the ether. Yifeng deftly retracted his blade, Lurin Ruo, and pointed towards the wolf-head mercenary group, coldly commanding, Crimson Spirit, eliminate these pests as well. The Crimson Spirit nodded its two heads, fixing its gaze upon the trembling, paralyzed ants who were too frightened to flee. Wait, the little healer urgently interjected, attempting to halt Yifeng's deadly intent. Could you spare them? Did they ever show you mercy? Yifeng's words were exceedingly harsh, leaving the kind-hearted little healer momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Chapter 159, The Foolish Girl and the Overbearing Man. Yifeng's words elucidated to the little medical sage the harsh reality of the Duki continent, where the law of the jungle prevails. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of this young man, her fate would have been far more tragic than theirs. As her enchanting eyes gradually closed, a colossal two-headed fire spirit snake surged forth with alarming speed, accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams. The members of the wolf-head mercenary corps were swiftly dealt with by the red spirit, leaving the remaining herbal gathering team petrified and collapsed on the ground. Their abilities were merely those of fighters, and the fiercest magical beasts they had encountered were but third tier. They had never witnessed such a formidable fifth-tier beast. With a mere gesture, Yifeng summoned the red spirit back, then turned to the little medical sage, his voice cool and composed. Little medical sage, come with me. Huh. The little medical sage was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected and bold invitation, her delicate features reflecting astonishment. After all these years, he was the first to approach her despite knowing of her toxic constitution. She gazed at the unfamiliar yet strikingly handsome young man before her, lost in contemplation. Indeed, even if he had not invited her, she could no longer remain in Qingshan town. Regardless of her identity as a poison master or the threat posed by the wolf-head mercenary corps, she was compelled to depart. But did she truly wish to accompany him? He was aware of her condition and still wanted her to join him. It seemed he was unafraid of her toxicity. Even if he lacked a solution to her affliction, he might still prove to be a good friend. Meeting Yifeng's gaze, the little medical sage pondered for a moment before gently nodding and responding softly, all right. Upon hearing her agreement, Yifeng ceased further words, extending his arms suddenly to envelop her petite frame tightly in his embrace. The abruptness of the action caused her eyes to widen in shock, filled with bewilderment. Before the blush could even grace her exquisite features, a startled scream escaped her lips, as wings abruptly unfurled behind him. Yifeng did not seek the little medical sage's consent. He leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of silver light, vanishing into the horizon in an instant, leaving behind the mercenaries, who were still reeling from the piercing cries and lost in confusion. They understood that henceforth, the little medical sage would no longer belong to Qingshan town. High above the monster beast mountains, Yifeng soared swiftly through the skies, cradling the little medical sage in his arms. At this moment, her enchanting cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. She had never been so intimately close to anyone, and in just a brief span, this young man had held her twice. The somewhat delicate little medical sage did not choose to remain composed. Instead, she began to squirm in the vast expanse of the sky, her melodious shrieks ringing out, piercing the air. Do not move, or you may fall. I will not save you again. Yifeng's brow furrowed as he tightened his hold on the little medical sage, clearly struggling to maintain his composure as he soared through the sky. The sensation of being gently struck by those small fists upon her chest is truly unbearable for an ordinary person. In contrast to the domineering force of the Medusa queen, the delicate submission of the colorful butterfly and the gentle bite of Yun-Yun's crimson lips, this little medical fairy evokes a uniquely distinct feeling. Despite her evident lack of strength, she stubbornly insists on resisting. This feeble defiance, for any man, undoubtedly presents an alternative charm, not to mention for Yifeng, a member of the Serpent clan. Consequently, Yifeng appeared rather impatient. After all, he currently regarded the little medical fairy merely as a friend. Thus, a frigid expression graced his features as he coldly admonished her. Upon hearing Yifeng's icy reprimand, the little medical fairy indeed ceased her restless movements, her arms and legs no longer struggling. With her large, expressive eyes fixed on Yifeng, her small mouth puffed up in indignation. Casting a glance at the height below, she huffed, "Hey you, this is quite domineering. I agreed to accompany you, but how can you suddenly take action against me?" In response, Yifeng glanced down at the little medical fairy and offered a nonchalant smile. Silly girl, if I don't take you with me, do you think you can fly on your own? I have Xiao. It can fly? Who are you calling silly? The little medical fairy retorted angrily, particularly incensed by the term silly girl, which only fueled her frustration further. Haha, Yifeng replied with a cold chuckle. Are you referring to that little blue hawk? It was frightened away by Hong Ling long ago. The little medical fairy scoffed, recalling that indeed, after the appearance of the two-headed serpent, Xiao had been scared off. This was quite normal, considering that a fifth-tier magical beast exudes an aura that compels lower-tier beasts to retreat. Even if it didn't retreat, that little blue hawk would certainly be so frightened that it would fall to the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. Feeling the warmth radiating from her body, the little medical fairy's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Once again, her small fists flew towards Yifeng's chest as she angrily exclaimed, "You overbearing man! Bring back my Xiao." Seeing her struggle again, now assigning herself a nickname, Yifeng felt a headache coming on. It seemed time to teach her a lesson, as he felt the softness of her body against his. A tremor coursed through his heart, and a devilishly charming smile curved at the corners of his lips. With his right hand encircling her delicate waist, he exerted a sudden force, drawing their bodies closer together. At this moment, their noses were nearly touching, and they could feel each other's breath, prompting a slight roll in their throats. However, Yifeng was intrigued by the tantalizing proximity, while the little medical fairy was overwhelmed by the audacity of this rogue. What are you doing? Let me go? You should know my constitution. If you dare to act recklessly, you will succumb to poison as well. The proximity of his masculine essence left the little medical fairy feeling somewhat dizzy, her silver teeth clenched as she spoke in anger. Upon hearing this, Yifeng revealed a mocking smile and remarked, "To die from poison? If death is inevitable, so be it. To perish beneath the peony blossoms is to embrace a flamboyant end. Today, I shall indulge in a life of exuberance." With that, Yifeng clasped the little healer and swiftly descended, soon arriving at the entrance of a small cave. The abrupt change in surroundings jolted the little healer back to reality. He was indeed serious. Having escaped the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair, one can only imagine the turmoil within him. Was this seemingly benevolent and aloof youth merely a facade? Help! The shrill cries, laced with terror, reverberated through the valley. Hey, Yifeng remarked, somewhat exasperated upon hearing the little healer scream once more. Silly girl, with your unimpressive and lackluster figure, I hold no interest in you. If you wish to attract a horde of magical beasts upon us, feel free to continue your cries. As he spoke, he released his embrace of the little healer and turned his gaze toward the serpentine beasts crawling along the valley wall. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the Crimson Spirit once again and calmly instructed, "Crimson Spirit, urge them to retreat." The little healer stared in bewilderment at the domineering young man before her. Was his earlier flirtatious demeanor merely an act? Wait, who is lacking in allure? What is this place? Chapter 160. Delving into the cave in response to Yifeng's remarks, the petite healer pouted her lips in profound disagreement. How could her figure possibly be deemed insufficiently alluring? If she lacked charm, how could those men harbor such infatuations? Moreover, what could that so-called Luo Ba possibly desire from her? The healer, feeling quite indignant, proudly straightened her exquisite form, as if to showcase her unparalleled beauty to that insufferably arrogant man. Regrettably, this display went unnoticed. At that moment, the obstinate Yifeng completely disregarded her, further fueling the healer's ire. Just moments ago, he had harbored ulterior motives towards her, only to belittle her physique. It was utterly infuriating. The blush on the healer's cheeks, now replaced by indignation, intensified as she recalled how closely she had pressed against him. This was her first encounter of such intimacy with a man, and they had come perilously close to crossing a line. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, her delicate lips pursed slightly, and her gaze inadvertently darted towards the familiar fiery red serpent. At that instant, her eyes widened in astonishment as she surveyed her surroundings. This place was, in her line of sight lay a pitch-black valley, illuminated only by the faint glimmer of light reflected off the smooth, steep cliffs that surrounded them. Upon closer inspection, the cliffs were home to numerous rock serpents. Upon sensing the presence of the dual-headed fire spirit serpent, they swiftly vanished from sight. For them, The red spirit was their sovereign, and the disparity in their ranks instilled a profound sense of dread. They stood upon a modest stone platform, beneath which lay an unfathomably dark chasm. Upon recognizing this familiar valley, the healer's delicate countenance transformed in disbelief as she exclaimed to Yi Feng, "Hey, insufferable man, how did you know about this place? A map? Have you been here before? A map?" Yi Feng's nonchalant reply prompted the healer to roll her eyes. With a sulky pout, she muttered, "Humph. If you don't wish to share, then don't." What kind of map would indicate the existence of a mysterious cave? Yi Feng, at a loss for words, reflected on the healer's musings. Just moments ago, when he had spun a tale of frivolity, she had believed him without question. Now, in a moment of honesty, she found it hard to accept the truth. Truly, the depths of a woman's heart are unfathomable. Regardless of the situation, it seems that women seldom believe the truth. Only lies garner their faith. How vexing. Understanding Yi Feng's strength, the healer decided to be forthright, declaring, "Of course, I discovered this cave. It must be a remnant left by those who came before us. There may be treasures within. Well, as night has fallen, let us rest here for the evening." Yi Feng cast a glance around, reassured by the presence of the red spirits, knowing that as long as the formidable beasts did not approach, this place was undoubtedly safe. Due to the time spent rescuing the little healer, dusk had already fallen, necessitating a search for the 7 illusions of the Qingling due on the morrow. According to the map of the Beast Mountain range rewarded by the system, this cave was indeed the one discovered by the little healer. Observing her expression, Yi Feng felt even more convinced of its significance. The treasures within were exceedingly rare, and he could not allow them to fall into the hands of the subsequent little flame. He was not so generous. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng stepped forward to the cave entrance, swinging his arm forcefully, causing the monstrous wood before him to be sent flying, revealing the small cave within. The entrance was not particularly wide, accommodating only 2 or 3 individuals, and the interior was shrouded in darkness, though a faint luminescence emitted a subtle glow, exuding an aura of mysterious allure. Venturing into such a cave alone would be rather mundane. Yet the presence of a girl beside him transformed this otherwise tedious moment into one filled with a unique charm. "Stay close to me. This cave is ancient, and there may be treasures within." Yi Feng's cool voice caused the little healer behind him to shudder slightly. Gazing into the depths of the cave, it was impossible for her not to feel fear. After all, she was merely a girl, comparable to Yi Feng in age, but lacking his formidable strength. How could she not be frightened? The faint smile on her face prompted the little healer to tilt her head slightly, retrieving a fire stick from her pocket and murmuring, "If there's anything, it better be good. I don't need your protection." Yi Feng smirked playfully before stepping into the cave. The little healer hesitated momentarily, glancing at the pitch-black interior, then stamped her foot and followed him. Upon entering the quiet and dark cave, the little healer immediately felt a chilling aura enveloping her. In the silent passage, only the subtle sounds of their footsteps echoed. The absence of other noises in such a dim environment caused her to instinctively wrap her arms around herself, her heart brimming with impatience, thinking, "This infuriating man truly lacks sensitivity. He doesn't even bother to say a word. Doesn't he know I'm scared?" The fire stick in her hand had extinguished due to the dampness, and feeling utterly insecure, she clung tightly to Yi Feng's back. In this eerie atmosphere, only this boy who had saved and teased her brought her a modicum of comfort. For some inexplicable reason, the little healer found herself yearning for the embrace that had once made her struggle. Though he was domineering, his warmth offered a sense of safety. Had she known it would be like this, she would have refrained from resisting. But alas, it was too late for regrets. The insistent boy ahead paid her no mind. Moving swiftly, and most importantly, conjured a peculiar flame of purple, black, and azure to illuminate their path. The radiance is hardly preferable to darkness for a young lady. This environment is already frightening enough. Now, under the illumination of this light, the young healer clings tightly to Yi Feng's back, terrified. After several minutes of walking in this tranquil atmosphere, just as the young healer begins to feel overwhelmed and contemplates seeking help, Yi Feng suddenly halts. The young healer, unable to brace herself in time, finds her delicate form pressed firmly against Yi Feng's back. At that moment, Yi Feng's eyes widen, sensing the delightful pressure from behind, and he swallows hard. The young healer possesses quite an admirable figure. The intimate contact causes her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. and as a result of their collision and her unique elasticity, she begins to topple backwards. In a split second, her arms shoot out instinctively, wrapping around Yifeng's body just in time to prevent her fall. However, this only intensifies the pressure, leaving Yifeng in a state of amused exasperation. Not only has she collided with me forcefully, but now she is gripping me. With a resigned sigh, Yifeng turns his head and exclaims, "Young healer." Ah! The young healer's face burns with embarrassment and indignation. She has yet to utter a word, and he has already accused her of wrongdoing. What are you doing? Chapter 161. Little Medicine Fairy, you are now mine. Ding. Due to the master's expedition with the Little Medicine Fairy into the cave for treasure, an unfortunate accident occurred midway, resulting in a sign-in reward, a heavenly poison staff and an ice throne. Heavenly poison staff possesses a formidable toxicity when wielded by a person with a cursed body. Its power can exceed 3 times their original strength. It can freely embed 2 magical cores. Ice throne, the seat condensed from icy fighting spirit by the Lord of the Ice Valley, the Ice Sovereign, in the original work. It possesses no offensive or defensive capabilities, yet is strikingly beautiful. Yifeng, system, you have become increasingly mischievous. Who is truly reaping the benefits here? This ice throne, to summarize, is merely a prop for making a grand entrance, isn't it? However, being crafted by a sovereign, it undoubtedly serves as a tool for ostentation. While Yifeng perused his rewards, the Little Medicine Fairy grew exasperated, stamping her foot and glaring at him with wide eyes. Turning her head slightly, Yifeng noticed through the dim light that there was a hint of moisture in her large eyes. Alas, it was merely a jest. Yet he had nearly brought her to tears. Truly, this fragile Little Medicine Fairy is utterly endearing. That fleeting moment of soft contact passed swiftly, and the Little Medicine Fairy, her delicate face flushed crimson, took a step back, glaring indignantly at Yifeng. This left Yifeng feeling somewhat helpless. Casting aside that enchanting sensation, he cleared his throat. Yifeng turned and pointed towards the stone door, emitting a faint yellow glow at the end. Look, there is no path ahead. Upon hearing this, the Little Medicine Fairy furrowed her brows, her gaze shifting to the stone door. Realizing that she had been too aggressive moments ago, she also recognized that it was this overbearing man's fault. Had he not created such a bizarre situation, she would not have collided with him so forcefully. It had hurt, and now, with him here, she could not even alleviate the discomfort. How utterly embarrassing. Her exquisite face was flushed with color, and in the soft light and confined surroundings, she appeared irresistibly alluring, stirring myriad thoughts. Even Yifeng, at that moment, could not help but exhibit an unusual glint in his eyes, which did not go unnoticed by the Little Medicine Fairy. Alarmed, she crossed her arms defensively and retreated to the wall, timidly exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" Overbearing man, I am very toxic. Her timid demeanor elicited a light chuckle from Yifeng. I have made it clear, I am not interested in a woman who lacks both bosom and curves. Furthermore, my name is Feng Yi, not overbearing man. With that, Yifeng turned coldly and approached the stone door, scrutinizing it. Witnessing his indifference, the Little Medicine Fairy inexplicably felt a pang of disappointment and a flare of anger. As a citizen of the Gamma Empire, she was well aware that the youth who saved her was none other than the legendary Feng Yi. Yet, he remained an overbearing man indeed. With a pout and a slight tilt of her head, the little healer let out a huff, murmuring, "That domineering man, so stubborn. Whether I have or not, you know it in your heart." Upon noticing Yifeng turn his body, the little healer discreetly eased the pain that had arisen from their previous collision. As a formidable combatant, Yifeng comprehended her words with clarity. Indeed, her figure was quite admirable, yet he would never concede to that fact. Acknowledging it would only serve to embarrass her further. Though she might exhibit a hint of arrogance, she was undeniably endearing, was she not? As Yifeng approached the stone door, the little healer followed closely behind. Perhaps still feeling some discomfort, she crossed her arms and pondered aloud, beyond this stone door, there should be treasures. Since this ancient figure constructed such a cavern, it stands to reason that he would not create an impassable situation. Yifeng laid his hand upon the stone door, a smile gracing his lips as he summoned a fiery blast. Boom. Unsurprisingly, despite its thickness, the stone door crumbled into rubble under Yifeng's assault. Upon witnessing the scattered debris and the sudden brightness, the little healer shot Yifeng a reproachful glance, pouting, And you still won't let me call you a domineering man? This is clearly a mechanism, and yet you smashed it to pieces. Yi Feng, indifferent to her gaze, replied coolly, rather than waste time deciphering this so-called trash mechanism. It is far more efficient to break through with strength. Power is not meant to be merely ornamental. Yes, you are absolutely right, you domineering man. You are amazing. Let us proceed inside. The little healer, puffing up her cheeks, tilted her delicate chin towards Yi Feng. Her laughter infused with genuine admiration. Her demeanor radiated an irresistible charm, prompting Yi Feng to smile in return, shrugging helplessly before stepping inside. For Yi Feng at this moment, whatever lay within could be sensed directly, and he harbored no fears of danger. The interior of the stone door was more spacious than the outside, allowing the two to walk side by side. After all, should a similar incident occur as before, sparks would surely ignite. As they entered the stone door, their vision expanded, revealing a vast stone chamber. The surroundings were exceedingly simple, adorned solely with moonstone embedded in the walls and a solitary chair at the center. Upon that chair sat a skeletal figure, its sunken skull resting against the thigh bone, clearly indicating its ancient origins. The atmosphere here was even more ominous than before, intensified by the faint flicker of Yi Feng's dark purple flames, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Before the chair stood a green platform, upon which were 3 stone boxes. Surrounding these boxes were heaps of glimmering gold coins and other precious treasures, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. To Yi Feng, this sum of wealth held little allure. However, for the little medical fairy, it represented an astonishing fortune. Not far from these coins lay a modest flower bed, within which grew rare and exquisite herbs, their subtle fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing the spirit. Clearly, in comparison to those treasures, these seemingly ordinary plants were far more captivating to the little medical fairy. Indeed, the true worth of these herbs surpassed that of the gold coins by a considerable margin. In contrast to the eerie skeletal remains and the stone box, these medicinal plants infused the stone chamber with a hint of vitality. Oh, the purple blue leaf, the white spirit ginseng fruit, the snow lotus seed. Her beautiful eyes gazed in awe at the flower bed, as the names of these rare and precious herbs slipped from the rosy lips of the little medical fairy. This is the ice spirit flame grass, she exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the herb at the center, a look of sheer astonishment illuminating her face. Noticing her delight, Yi Feng coolly remarked, I have no interest in these herbs or the gold coins. They are all yours. Thank you. Without a moment's hesitation, the little medical fairy blinked her large eyes in gratitude upon hearing Yi Feng's generous offer. With a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Yi Feng responded, No need for thanks between us, silly girl. Since you have agreed to accompany me, you are now mine. As she grasped the small shovel, the little medical fairy froze at his words, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stammered, You domineering man, who is yours? Don't disturb me while I gather herbs. At her words, Yi Feng smiled slightly, turning his gaze toward the skeletal remains upon the chair. Chapter 162. The Little Medicine Fairy. Am I being nurtured? Upon witnessing the little medicine fairy begin to unearth medicinal herbs, Yi Feng ceased his chatter, directing his gaze towards the withered bones upon the seat. He held no interest in the 3 stone boxes upon the stone platform ahead. After all, he was well aware of their contents, which held little value for him at this juncture. Within this cavern, the true treasure lay atop these skeletal remains. Gazing at the desiccated arm of the skeleton, a smile of delight graced Yi Feng's face. Without hesitation, he grasped the arm and gave a tug. With a crack and a clatter, the ancient bones succumbed to his modest strength, snapping off effortlessly. As he beheld the severed bone, Yi Feng ignored the 3 keys that had fallen to the ground, instead focusing on a small scroll nestled within the crevices of the skeleton. He extracted the ancient scroll, its antiquity faintly visible, and promptly secured it within his spatial ring. This scroll was none other than a fragment of the map he had acquired from a merchant in the Tagore Desert. This map was exceedingly precious, for it indicated the location of the 3rd-ranked, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. After stowing away the map to the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, Yi Feng then picked up the 3 keys and turned his attention to the little medicine fairy, who had finished excavating the herbs. Silly girl, there are items of use to you within. Go ahead and retrieve them. The little medicine fairy's eyes brimmed with curiosity as she inquired, How do you know there is something useful for me when you haven't even opened them? In response, Yi Feng smiled enigmatically. Once you come to understand me fully, you will know. Humph. Who wants to understand you? You overbearing man. With a huff, the little medicine fairy accepted the keys from Yi Feng and approached the stone platform. She held a deep trust in him, for had he intended her harm, he could have easily chosen not to save her earlier. Moreover, should this overbearing man wish to impose his will upon her, she would have had no means of resistance, given their vast disparity in strength. Thus, the little medicine fairy confidently inserted the keys into the respective keyholes. With a crisp click, she lifted the lid of the stone box and delicately extracted an ancient scroll adorned with vibrant colors. This is a tome detailing the art of poison crafting. It truly is as useful as you claimed, she exclaimed, flipping the colorful scroll over, her smile intermingled with surprise as she gazed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng returned her smile with a calm expression, remarking, the myriad poisons contained within the 7 colored poison classics can indeed enhance your power swiftly, but they will simultaneously exacerbate the affliction of your cursed poison body. I understand. A hint of melancholy washed over the little medicine fairy's fair countenance, revealing her aspiration to be a healer rather than a feared and reviled poison master. Yet she found herself devoid of any choices, as the cursed poison body left her no room for decision. The sorrow in the little medicine fairy's eyes did not escape Yi Feng's notice, and he gently remarked, silly girl, there is no need for such despair. Though the cursed poison body is indeed fearsome, it is not without remedies. Upon hearing this, the little medicine fairy's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, do you possess a solution for the cursed poison body? Yi Feng nodded, explaining, I am aware of 2 methods to address this affliction. The first involves a sealing technique, currently held by a revered elder. However, this sealing can only be performed before the poison erupts, and it is limited to a duration of 3 years. The second method entails a control technique. To fully master the cursed poison body, one must refine the toxins within you into a poison pill. This process requires the use of unusual flames, specifically 3 or more types. A revered elder. 3 types of unusual flames. The little medicine fairy's delicate face reflected her helplessness as she absorbed Yi Feng's words. Both methods seemed utterly unattainable for her. After all, her current strength was merely that of a novice combatant, and the legendary revered elders were far beyond her reach. As for the second method of refining the poison pill, although he did not specify the rank of the alchemist required, where could she possibly find an alchemist who wielded 3 types of unusual flames? Noticing the deepening melancholy on the little medicine fairy's face after hearing his words, Yi Feng felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that his suggestions were too advanced for her at this moment. She was not the formidable heavenly poison maiden feared by all in the future. She was merely a fragile little medicine fairy who would stomp her feet in anger and weep when feeling wronged. Yi Feng stepped closer to the little medicine fairy, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Do not worry. I will assist you in overcoming this challenge. At his words, the little medicine fairy locked eyes with Yi Feng, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion as she inquired, why are you so eager to help me? First, you saved me, then brought me here to seek treasures. And now you wish to aid me in resolving the poison body. What is your true intention? Because you are now under my protection, Yi Feng declared with unwavering conviction. This statement left the little medicine fairy momentarily stunned, but after a moment of contemplation, a grateful smile graced her face as she replied, thank you. It is still too early for gratitude. You should continue to open the remaining 2 stone boxes. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of whether it was for his own growth or out of compassion for the little medicine fairy's plight, he felt compelled to assist her. Moreover, having brought her away from Qingshan town, he felt it was his duty to nurture her into a self-reliant powerhouse. This was not only for his benefit, but also for hers. Listening to Yi Feng's words, the little medicine fairy was once again taken aback. What did he mean? Could there be more treasures of use to her? Surely not. Under the illumination of the moonlight stone, the contents of the second stone box were laid bare. Another scroll? Gazing at the dark scroll within the stone box, the young healer, filled with wonder, extended her hand and unfolded it. As she did, she read the small characters aloud. Advanced Flight Combat Skill of the Mysterious Tier, Wings of the Eagle. Flight Combat Skill? A technique that allows one to soar through the skies? Clearly, this was her first encounter with such an ability, and she blinked her large eyes in confusion, inquiring further. Yifeng nodded, grasping the scroll in his hand, and addressed the young healer. This scroll contains a pair of wings from a magical beast. However, these wings are far too formidable for you at this stage, and they are purple, thus unsuitable for your current needs. As he spoke, a flash of light shimmered in his hand, revealing a silver scroll in his other palm. This is a low-tier flight combat skill, the Spirit Illusion Bird Wings, also known as the Wings of Illusion. How about we make an exchange? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the young healer suddenly felt as if she were being indulged by him. How was it that everything she required, be it gold coins, medicinal herbs, poison manuals, or flight combat skills, was meticulously arranged by him? What did he mean by exchanging? Shouldn't these treasures inherently belong to him? She was merely a frail woman whom he had rescued. It felt as though he was treating her as if she were on a treasure hunt with him. This domineering man, was he attempting to overwhelm her with such splendid offerings? How could she possibly repay him in the future? By offering herself in gratitude? But there was still a third stone box to consider. Chapter 163. Your figure has diminished. The beasts are approaching. The young healer's gaze fixed upon the third stone box, her expression tinged with skepticism as she directed her attention towards Yifeng. Could this stone box possibly contain something of value to me as well? Once again, she tucked the scroll into her bosom, her heart brimming with a myriad of delightful surprises. Yet, receiving such gifts without effort left her feeling a pang of guilt, as though she owed a great debt of gratitude to many and wondered how she might repay it. Yifeng observed the way the petite healer's slender waist was filled with the small vial and scroll, and he could not help but shake his head in resignation. The young healer, having emerged from a humble town, naturally lacked any precious storage rings. Thus, everything Yifeng had asked her to stow away was crammed into her bosom. Yet due to the green ribbon binding her delicate waist, they were all confined within that peculiar space, making it rather difficult to access and somewhat unsightly. Noticing Yifeng's unabashed gaze sweeping over her figure, the young healer quickly crossed her arms over her body, panic evident in her demeanor. You domineering man, I shall always remember the gifts you have bestowed upon me, and one day I will repay you. But offering myself is absolutely out of the question. Oh, foolish girl, when did I ever seek your repayment? Yifeng mused, his eyes continuing to brazenly roam over her form, igniting a spark of indignation within the young healer. This insufferable man, he actually finds me unappealing. The thought ignited a fire within her, causing her to drop her arms and straighten her elegant posture, her figure suddenly striking. With a huff, the young healer brandished the key and opened the final stone box, revealing yet another extraordinary scroll within. Upon unfurling it, she was momentarily stunned, for it contained a sonic combat technique. With her current level of knowledge, she did not comprehend aerial combat techniques, let alone sonic ones. High-level sonic technique of the mystical tier, Roar of the Wild Lion. As she uttered the name of this technique, the young healer instinctively knew it was unsuitable for her. After all, how could a woman possibly unleash the roar of a lion? This technique relied on the power of the throat to produce sound that could shake the soul, temporarily stunning foes. It was simply not meant for her. Yifeng effortlessly took the sonic technique from her grasp. A flash of azure light appeared in his hand, revealing a beautifully crafted staff. The moment the young healer laid eyes on the staff, her body inexplicably shivered, a profound sense of attraction compelling her to seize it immediately. She recognized that she would never be able to repay this kindness in her lifetime. This staff was undoubtedly of immense value, and the very act of him presenting it was not lost on her. What does he perceive me as? Am I truly destined to become his? The staff, known as the Heavenly Poison Staff, was forged by a predecessor who possessed a body of toxic misfortune, capable of unleashing an attack power several times greater than that of the poison body itself. It serves no purpose remaining with me, so I shall bestow it upon you. With that, Yifeng casually tossed the staff, prompting the startled little physician to hurriedly cradle it in her arms. Was he truly so indifferent? All right, they have drooped. This spatial ring is also a gift for you. He tossed another spatial ring her way, and little physician grasped it in her hand, blinking her large eyes in confusion. Little physician, oh, drooped? What, drooped? As a woman, she naturally felt quite vexed by those two words. She was clearly perfectly fine. Inquisitively, she lowered her gaze to her own body, only to discover that indeed, she had begun to droop. With 3 scrolls, several bottles and jars, and the somewhat heavy heavenly poison staff in her arms. The belt around her waist was nearly on the verge of giving way. If this continued, the belt would no longer be able to restrain her. At that point, you would droop, while I would remain unaffected. Little physician no longer hesitated, adorning her slender finger with the spatial ring and systematically stowing her belongings within it. As a first-time user of the spatial ring, she naturally pondered for a while, though Yifeng refrained from offering any guidance. Some things must be discovered through personal exploration to be truly understood and mastered. Moreover, he found enjoyment in observing her as she retrieved one item after another from her bosom, storing them away in the spatial ring. Once all her possessions were secured within the ring, little physician felt somewhat embarrassed, for having placed too many items inside had caused her dress to become a tad loose. The looseness of the dress transformed the neckline into an appearance reminiscent of a deep V, revealing two remarkably fair and delicate halves, quietly presenting themselves to Yifeng's gaze. To this, Yifeng felt a strong urge to resist. However, the allure was too compelling, and his eyes were drawn to the sight before him. Ah, this domineering man. You must not look. Having stepped into the cave, little physician, who enjoyed cradling her arms, now displayed her posture once more. Ahem, perhaps you should properly adjust your attire. Yifeng, feeling somewhat awkward, turned his gaze away and cleared his throat. To this, little physician surprisingly did not express anger. Instead, she covered her mouth and chuckled. This domineering man, still stubborn, yet now his eyes were undeniably fixated. With that thought, little physician proudly straightened her back, provocatively challenging the already turned away Yifeng. Noticing Yifeng had turned his back, little physician swiftly untied the green belt that cinched her slender waist. As her dress subtly parted to the sides, her trim waist was revealed within the cave. The white bandeau above and the delicate bindings below, if seen by others, would undoubtedly incite instant fervor, ensnaring them in madness. After all, such a delicate woman easily evokes a peculiar sensation. The little healer blinked her large eyes and lowered her gaze to the imposing sight before her. With a gentle press of her lips, her enchanting demeanor was fully revealed. Suddenly, a resounding roar of a tiger echoed from outside, causing Yifeng's expression to darken instantaneously. This roar was formidable enough to instill a sense of trepidation within him. Evidently, the beast was of no trivial rank. If Yifeng felt this way, one could only imagine how the frail little healer, a mere fighter, would react. As the tiger's roar resonated, it startled her, causing her delicate frame to shudder. In that moment, a shrill scream, no less piercing than the tiger's roar, erupted from the depths of the cave, accompanied by that ear-piercing shriek. An incredibly soft and comforting sensation enveloped Yifeng's body. Ding! Due to the assault of the sixth-tier magical beast, the netherworld yellow tiger. The little healer was startled and sought refuge in her master's embrace, receiving a sign-in reward, a servant master talisman. The sweet and subtle fragrance of her body filled the air, bringing a sense of tranquility to Yifeng. This, Yifeng thought, the reward, has come so swiftly. Is she willingly offering me this compensation? Indeed. Is it so? Chapter 164. The Path of No Return for the Lion King and the Sixth Order Nether Yellow Tiger. At present, the cultivation of the little medical fairy is still quite feeble, and the beasts lurking outside have ascended to a level far superior, reaching the status of kings within the Beast Mountain range. This has understandably instilled a profound sense of fear within her. However, this very predicament has afforded Yifeng the coveted opportunity to embrace beauty, as the long-desired master-servant talisman has finally manifested. This has undoubtedly brought immense pleasure to Yifeng, yet the softness cradled in his arms evokes a distinct joy as well. It is crucial to note that only moments prior, the little medical fairy was preoccupied with adjusting her attire, while the virtuous Yifeng had his eyes tightly shut, deliberately averting his gaze. Yet, in a moment of righteous indignation, the frightened little medical fairy found herself unable to further arrange her garments and instinctively leaped into Yifeng's embrace. Although she had referred to him as a domineering man, it was precisely this audacious nature of his that bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of security. Consequently, she could no longer withstand the moment and directly nestled into Yifeng's arms. The two figures were closely entwined, each able to hear the other's heartbeat. With the little medical fairy resting her head upon Yifeng's shoulder, her delicate face gradually flushing with a rosy hue. The previous fright was but a fleeting moment, swiftly replaced by a blend of astonishment and shyness. How could I have so willingly placed myself in this position? The little medical fairy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she realized the awkwardness of her current circumstance. Her attire had become disheveled, now clinging to her form, and the temptation was undeniable. Who could possibly resist such a lure? What if he were to succumb to primal instincts? What shall I do then? Must I truly offer myself to him? While the little medical fairy was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, Yifeng gently caressed her head, speaking in a firm yet soothing tone, "Do not be afraid. Stay here and wait for me. Remember, do not venture outside. I will draw it away." As his words hung in the air, Yifeng deliberately shifted the little medical fairy's delicate form aside and swiftly dashed towards the exit. This left the bewildered and anxious little medical fairy in a state of confusion. He actually pushed me away, and his gaze did not linger on me even for a moment. Am I truly of no significance to him? The little medical fairy was perplexed, her large eyes once again surveying her own enchanting figure. Am I not alluring enough? The roar of the tiger was formidable. Surely, he would not encounter peril, would he? With such thoughts, she found herself silently praying. Meanwhile, as Yifeng rushed out of the cave, he was met with the sight of a colossal tiger engaged in a fierce battle with Hong Ling atop a cliff. This giant tiger, comparable in length to the amethyst-winged lion king, was immensely formidable, its fur a striking golden hue, adorned with two massive golden wings that accentuated its dominance. However, the most peculiar aspect was the purple-blue glow emanating from its body, a bizarre radiance akin to flames flickering in the wilderness, chilling to the bone. The emergence of this giant tiger caused Yifeng considerable distress, for it was none other than another ruler of the Beast Mountain Range, the sixth-order Nether Yellow Tiger King. The strength of the ethereal Yellow Tiger King is commensurate with that of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and its power is indeed terrifying. How could it possibly appear here? This cave is not located deep within the Beast Mountain Range, where even the highest-tier beasts barely reach the third tier. Moreover, this territory belongs to the amethyst-winged Lion King, the sovereign of the western Beast Mountain Range. How could it venture here? Confounded, Yifeng ceased his speculations and unfurled his silver wings, soaring into the sky with a thunderous roar. Lightning streaked across the heavens, and soon, Yifeng landed atop the head of Hong Ling. Hong Ling, a fifth-tier dual-headed fire spirit serpent, was no match for this nether yellow tiger, and many scales had fallen from its body, releasing streams of crimson blood. Hong Ling, how did this ethereal brain axe come to be here? Yifeng inquired, gazing at the colossal tiger suspended in the sky with astonishment. Master, this ethereal brain axe is flying about aimlessly, seemingly searching for something, and then it spotted me. Hong Ling replied, somewhat helplessly. A sixth-tier ethereal brain axe, restless and soaring above instead of reigning in its cave, was indeed perplexing. Upon hearing Hong Ling's words, a frown creased Yifeng's brow. The Nether Yellow Tiger King was flying about in search of something. There must be some underlying mystery to it. The Beast Mountain Range had evidently become even more perilous. It seemed imperative to divert its attention first. Human, indeed, you are truly within the Beast Mountain Range. Prepare to meet your demise. With Yifeng's appearance, the giant pupils of the Nether Yellow Tiger King narrowed, and its massive maw opened wide. In a fit of ecstatic fury, its colossal form lunged swiftly toward Yifeng. Yifeng thought, goodness. As he beheld the Nether Yellow Tiger King pouncing toward him like a descending mountain, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. I have no grievance with you, yet you seek to attack me. What is the meaning of this? With no time to ponder further, Yifeng swiftly stowed away the injured Hong Ling and bolted away into the distance. Humph, you insignificant human, do you think you can escape my gaze? The Nether Yellow Tiger King's wings flared, transforming into a streak of golden light as it rapidly pursued Yifeng. Thus began a grueling chase, and at that moment, Yifeng's heart was filled with frustration. Though his strength had surged, he was still merely at the 7-star battle spirit level. Without the experience card of a battle king and the effects of the devouring life pill, defeating this peak 6th-tier beast was utterly impossible. Moreover, his auxiliary void Pegasus had yet to recover from its injuries sustained in the last battle. Just a few days had passed, and even with the aid of elixirs, the wounds of Xiao had not healed so swiftly. After Xiao had valiantly protected him and suffered severe burns, Yifeng could not bear to send out the still-scorched steed to fight for him. Naturally, even if Yifeng wished to do so, The proud Xiao Bai would never reveal its disfigured form. At this moment, Yi Feng had transformed into Yi Pao Pao, pursued relentlessly by an enormous tiger from behind. What on earth is happening? As he felt the oppressive presence of the infernal yellow tiger king drawing ever closer, Yi Feng's heart was filled with vexation. If it were the amethyst-winged lion king chasing him, it would be somewhat bearable, for they were sworn enemies. But why was this brainless beast so unyielding in its pursuit? Are you ever going to stop? You've been chasing me for ages. Do I have any enmity with you? Yi Feng darted forward at great speed, turning to confront the infernal yellow tiger king with indignation. Seeing the fleeing human, the infernal yellow tiger king displayed no impatience. Replying, "You have no grievance with me, but you are an enemy of my coveted mate, the amethyst-winged lion king. If I eliminate you, this human male, she shall acquiesce to my courtship and join me," Yi Feng exclaimed in shock. What the hell? This is utterly absurd. The illustrious amethyst-winged lion king has chosen such a perilous path. Chapter 165, The Roasting of Beasts, the Emperor's Mountain Seal. Upon hearing the words of the infernal yellow tiger king, Yi Feng felt a sudden buzzing in his head. Indeed, these demonic beasts would stop at nothing for a trivial matter. It appeared that the situation could not be eased, especially since his own enmity with the amethyst-winged lion king had originated from a woman. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng uttered not a single word, suddenly unfurling his wings and swiftly fleeing into the distance. "Damned human, I shall not let you escape for the sake of my progeny," roared the infernal yellow tiger king. With a thunderous roar, its form transformed into a streak of golden light, darting rapidly across the sky. The sound emanating from its cavernous maw reverberated throughout the entire Beast Mountain range, prompting numerous beasts to surge forth from the forest below. How infuriating! They even bring their kin along. As Yi Feng's gaze fell upon the myriad of peculiar flying beasts emerging from the dense foliage below, a grave expression enveloped his countenance. This truly posed a dire predicament. The speed of a sixth-tier beast was remarkably swift, and while these ordinary creatures lacked strength, they could certainly impede his escape. Should he be delayed, even for a moment, the infernal yellow tiger king would undoubtedly catch up to him. At that point, fleeing would become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, this was the territory of the amethyst-winged lion king. It would not be long before that thunderous roar summoned its presence. Facing two sixth-tier beasts would indeed spell disaster for him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Feng ceased to conceal his power. The 3,000 flames and the green lotus earth fire erupted forth around him. The peculiar colors manifested a uniquely sinister energy, and the flames coiling around his shoulders formed a fiery armor that exuded an aura of strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded the blade of flowing fire in his right hand and swiftly slashed behind him. A flaming arc was unleashed, with its target being none other than the infernal yellow tiger king. Upon witnessing such a fiery assault, the infernal yellow tiger king, having heard tales from the amethyst-winged lion king, recognized the potency of this extraordinary flame. This young man was indeed enigmatic. Should it recklessly attack and assume the form of the amethyst-winged lion king, the infernal yellow tiger king felt a considerable apprehension towards Yi Feng. Although it pursued him, it refrained from launching a hasty assault, intending to wait for the amethyst-winged lion king's arrival, at which point they would possess ample confidence. It was precisely because Yi Feng had discerned the infernal yellow tiger king's intentions that he unleashed the flaming strike in an instant, aimed at the beast. The tiger king, wary of the threat, instinctively evaded the fiery onslaught. This evasion granted Yi Feng ample time to confront the multitude of beasts blocking his path ahead. As they were on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, there were few high-tier beasts present. Most were first and second tier, and even the third-tier beasts numbered only a handful, yet their overwhelming numbers posed a significant challenge. Before Yi Feng, a dense swarm of magical beasts loomed in the air, obstructing his path forward. Upon encountering these formidable creatures, Yi Feng exhibited no signs of trepidation. His momentum remained unyielding and fueled by the flames of his sword. His speed surged with explosive intensity. 1,000 flames, sword chi, with both hands gripping the flowing blade of fire. The amalgamation of two extraordinary fires, the 3,000 azure lotus fire, unleashed a cataclysmic blast akin to a nuclear explosion, propelled by the earth-tier combat technique. A flame strike, magnitudes larger than its predecessors, erupted from the blade in a furious blaze. The searing energy obliterated the low-tier magical beasts upon contact, rendering them utterly vanquished. The chilling sounds of death echoed, akin to whispers of ghosts. As countless lives were harvested mercilessly, the fate of these beasts was grim. A scene of raw slaughter that sent many scattering in terror. The fiery strike sliced through the air with remarkable speed, its triad of purple, black, and azure hues fleeting, leaving behind a searing and desolate corridor. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, a testament to the numerous magical beasts that had perished here, loyal to their king. In that corridor, a silver arc darted swiftly. Yifeng seized the moment to slip past the blockade. Human boy, should you escape from my grasp, how could I fulfill my desires? The ominous presence of the underworld Yellow Tiger King loomed behind him, its massive yellow eyes fixated on Yifeng, relentless in its pursuit. Failure to capture him would result in a significant loss of power for the beast, a thought that spurred the Tiger King into action. No longer holding back, the monstrous jaws of the tiger opened wide in midair, unleashing a roar reminiscent of ancient lands, a sonic assault aimed directly at Yifeng. This was a sound wave combat technique. Reacting in a split second, Yifeng found himself unprepared to counter. The sound wave technique he had acquired with the little medicine fairy in the cave was still beyond his mastery. It is well known that techniques not granted by the system require extensive practice, often several months, to learn properly. Moreover, the terrifying nature of sound wave techniques lies in their capacity to attack the mind, striking at the very soul. Caught off guard by the sudden roar, Yifeng had no time to brace himself. Had it not been for the enhancement of his soul through the mingling of the colorful scale 7 illusory spirit nectar, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness from the shock of the sonic attack. Yet, even with his bolstered spirit, he faltered momentarily. By the time he regained his composure, the fearsome visage of the tiger's head loomed before him, sending a chill racing down his spine, as cold sweat streamed from his brow while the razor-sharp claws descended upon him. Yifeng swiftly grasped the hilt of his long sword with one hand while pushing against the blade's spine with the other, hastily adopting a defensive stance to collide with the giant claw. The sound that resounded was not that of metal clashing, but rather a deep, muffled thud. At this moment, Yifeng was far from invincible. Under the force of the strike from the spectral Yellow Tiger King, he was immediately sent flying. The impact propelled him over 50 meters before he could stabilize himself, and a crimson stain trickled from the corner of his pale lips. Had it not been for the evolution of his body into the 3,000 azure lotus form, he would have surely plummeted into the depths of the beast forest from such a blow. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light as his left hand began to move stealthily. Truly a feeble attack. Can this even harm the Lion King? The pursuing spectral Yellow Tiger King, observing Yifeng who had been flung away, could not help but ponder, is it possible that the Lion King deceived me, merely seeking a pretext to retreat and negotiate with me? Lost in thought, the spectral Yellow Tiger King prepared to strike down upon Yifeng once more with its colossal claws. As a creature of the spectral realm, it was inherently a golden tiger, possessing extraordinary offensive prowess among the beasts. As the claw descended, Yifeng furrowed his brow tightly. At this juncture, evasion was no longer an option, nor did he wish to avoid it. In that fleeting moment, accompanied by a powerful shout, Yifeng's left hand suddenly unleashed. Imperial Seal Technique. Mountain-Shattering Seal. Chapter 166. Farewell to Yun Yun, the fortuitous Tiger King. With a fierce shout resounding through the air, an enormous energy handprint, several yards in size, suddenly materialized. At that very moment, the space surrounding Yifeng began to ripple with rapid fluctuations. The colossal energy handprint emerged within the piercing gaze of the infernal Yellow Tiger King, unleashing a potent wave of pressure and energy that surged towards him with alarming speed. Boom! In an instant, two terrifying energy attacks collided ferociously at this very spot. A thunderous explosion echoed across the skies of the Beast Mountain range, causing the multitude of beasts that had barely survived Yifeng's earlier onslaught to faint from the shock. The numerous flying beasts above plummeted like dumplings, crashing into the vast greenery below, their fates uncertain. Even the infernal Yellow Tiger King felt his ears and eyes blur in that moment. The Tiger King's attack was imbued with murderous intent. Although it appeared similar to previous claw strikes, this one was distinctly different, containing an overwhelming energy that represented one of its most formidable assaults. Where the two ferocious attacks met, waves of immense energy rippled outwards like a tempest, wildly surging through the surroundings. The very fabric of space warped under the pressure of such a terrifying collision. It became evident that both the infernal Yellow Tiger King and Yi Feng's strikes were immensely fearsome. The sheer might of this attack surpassed even the Tiger King's expectations. How could a mere human, an entity of the Doling realm, unleash such a potent force? At the moment Yi Feng unleashed the high-tier earth-level Do technique, the Emperor's Seal. He simultaneously activated the secret method of the three profound heavenly fire. Although he had only mastered the first transformation, he was capable of merging two distinct types of into one, instantly employing the previously untried 3000 Azure Lotus transformation. With the activation of this formidable secret technique, Yi Feng's cultivation level, originally at 7-star Doling, surged to that of a 6-star Do Wang in an instant. Coupled with the ancient clan's high-tier Do technique, the Emperor's Seal, its power reached a terrifying magnitude. The Emperor's Seal, as a high-tier ancient clan technique, required a minimum cultivation of Do Wang, yet for Yi Feng, this was no obstacle. Whether due to his unique physique or the enhancements from the system, he could wield the Emperor's Seal without restraint. However, it came at a cost. Using it would severely deplete his internal Do Qi. The distorted space had already enveloped both Yi Feng and the infernal Yellow Tiger King, obscuring the view of the near-apocalyptic energy clash, leaving it unclear who held the upper hand. As the energy fluctuations permeating the sky ebbed in waves, slowly fading away, the previously distorted space began to clarify. With the restoration of the surroundings, two figures emerged in the distant sky simultaneously. At this moment, Yi Feng found himself clad in a tattered black robe, with the fabric of his sleeves reduced to mere stubs, exposing his bare arms. These limbs were marred by numerous fine wounds, and a gory gash marred his chest. His complexion was pale, and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth lent him an air of fragility, overshadowing the once mighty aura he exuded. Instead, he now appeared as a feeble youth. Bitterness etched across his face as he muttered, "Indeed, utilizing the mountain-splitting seal now drains far too much fighting spirit. My energy is depleted." As these words fell from his lips, his body plummeted rapidly beneath the vast expanse of verdant foliage. As Yi Feng descended, a pill materialized in his hand. Upon swallowing it, faint flames began to flicker quietly between his palms. Meanwhile, his adversary, the ethereal Yellow Tiger King, was equally in disarray. The once vibrant purplish-blue glow enveloping its massive form had dimmed considerably. Its enormous claw, recently extended, trembled slightly, a trickle of blood oozing from its talons, ultimately dripping silently to the ground below. "Damn that human boy. He has inflicted such grievous harm upon this king. I underestimated you in the end. Prepare to die." As these words echoed through the heavens, the ethereal Yellow Tiger King surged through the air, diving swiftly towards the direction in which Yi Feng was falling. However, just then, its colossal form abruptly halted, its curious eyes gazing into the distance. The Lion King. While the creature pondered, two terrifying auras abruptly manifested, one cyan and the other violet, arriving in succession. "It truly is you, little rogue." Yi Feng, upon hearing this melodious and soothing voice, felt a rush of clarity wash over him. His body, which was about to collide with the ground, suddenly buoyed into the air, his eyes sparkling with delight as he beheld the graceful figure soaring toward him. Clad in a flowing green garment, her descent was imbued with a familiar, overwhelming force that stirred fond memories within Yi Feng. Her long hair billowed in the wind, framing a stunning visage adorned with a mesmerizing smile. Yinner, upon seeing this enchanting figure once more, joy replaced all other emotions on Yi Feng's face. The two flames that had quietly flickered in his hands extinguished in an instant, and he surged upward to meet the descending beauty. Their gazes locked, revealing a profound affection for one another. This scene was undeniably heartwarming, yet not all were pleased. "That human boy? Excellent. Tiger King, let us obliterate them together." A powerful and commanding female voice resonated through the skies. "Very well. Indeed," the ethereal Yellow Tiger King responded, its eyes widening in agreement. "Is this the spring of my reign? Indeed, the presence of both human men and women is palpable. If I were to eliminate them, I could then elevate my stature." The two formidable auras approaching are none other than Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King. Yun's purpose for venturing into the Beast Mountain range extends beyond a mere visit to that cozy cave. She seeks to acquire the amethyst crystals shed by the amethyst-winged Lion King. After all, it is for that dear disciple of hers, Ran, who must diligently cultivate to pursue her seemingly unattainable dreams. As a mentor, she must strive to fulfill her disciple's desires, which is why she returns to the Beast Mountain range in search of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Previously injured by Yifeng, the amethyst-winged Lion King presents an exceptional opportunity. Even if it were unscathed, she would not concede that her demise would once again succumb to this grand beast. Initially, she anticipated an effortless journey in the Beast Mountain range, only to discover the presence of the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King. After a fierce battle, she was compelled to retreat. The reason the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King, a ruler in its own right, roamed the Beast Mountain range was due to Yun's commotion. It sought happiness by searching for her, and inadvertently stumbled upon the human lad, Feng Yi. This twist of fate has proven exceedingly fortuitous for the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King, as spring blossoms in full bloom. Yuner, Little Rogue. Chapter 167. The Harmonious Night of Defeat. Become my pet. Humanity, forever entangled in matters of the heart, must face the wrath of this king. The thunderous roar of the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King reverberated through the earth, shaking it to its core. In pursuit of its own happiness, it succumbed to madness at that moment. As the roar pierced the air, a magnificent golden radiance surged forth from its colossal form, indicating that this formidable brain axe had unleashed a secret technique belonging to magical beasts, allowing its power to surge violently once more. The violet-blue flames, reminiscent of the Netherworld, erupted instantaneously, enveloping its massive body in an aura of terrifying might. This overwhelming presence left Yun and Yifeng, who had just met, with no chance to reminisce or grow affectionate. Their reluctant gazes locked, and their arms began to rise imperceptibly. At that instant, a silent understanding passed between them. A longsword enveloped in searing flames and a sword entwined with countless blades of wind materialized from their hands, intertwining in a manner most familiar. The fire and wind coalesced into a fiery tornado, manifesting in the space around them, its formidable energy causing countless magical beasts below to roar in terror. The sheer magnitude of this force instilled a deep sense of unease amongst them, revealing the extent of its horror. Oh no! They are unleashing that fusion technique. Tiger King, take cover. The amethyst-winged Lion King, having witnessed the two activate their fusion skill before, shrieked in alarm. Its injuries still unhealed, it lacked the strength of the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King, relegating it to a mere supportive role. Should the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King sustain any injury during this onslaught, it would be impossible to discern who was attacking whom. Heeding the amethyst-winged Lion King's warning, the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King recognized that these humans were far from ordinary. Their aura alone suggested they were beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. What a terrifying presence! Yet, this king is no pushover. From its massive form, the violet-blue radiance shot skyward, and the terrifying golden battle aura filled the surrounding kilometer. Within this radius, all living beings felt an overwhelming malevolence, as if a breath from the depths of hell sought to instill fear in their hearts. Yifeng, sensing the dread emanating from the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. This creature's power was on par with the fully awakened amethyst-winged Lion King, if not superior in offensive capabilities. However, in terms of defense, it could not compare to the amethyst-winged Lion King. Seal it. Not again. Yun, be careful. Yifeng warned gravely upon witnessing the attack column being conjured by the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King. Yun nodded slightly, a charming smile gracing her exquisite face. Although they faced an additional adversary in the magical Beast Mountain range compared to their last encounter, there was a sweetness in the air that had not been present before. Netherworld Seal. As the violet-blue light flickered, the low roar of the Netherworld Yellow Tiger King echoed throughout the mountains. In the fleeting moment when the violet-blue beam of light emerged, the gazes of Yun and Yifeng sharpened simultaneously, their hands thrusting forward with remarkable speed. The fusion of wind and fire unleashed the deadly attack of the night. At that instant, the searing flames and the raging wind blades momentarily converged, transforming into a slender beam of light that swiftly shot toward the Nether Yellow Tiger King. Boom! where the violet-blue beam collided with the violet-azure wind and fire beam. The fabric of space slightly distorted, crashing together with a terrifying momentum akin to a meteor strike. As the two forces clashed, a tremendous sound erupted, followed by an astonishing spectacle. The fusion of wind and fire, forged by Yi Feng and Yun Yun, remained undiminished in speed despite the violent explosion, piercing through the violet-blue beam and aiming directly at the body of the nether-yellow Tiger King. Simultaneously, the violet-blue beam showed no sign of halting, charging straight toward Yi Feng and Yun Yun. Two immensely terrifying assaults reached a dreadful critical point within this space, passing through one another. It resembled a battle between a sandbag and a sword. The massive sandbag was pierced by the sword, capable of injuring the person behind it, while the sandbag could similarly strike pain upon another. The beam raced toward the body of the nether-yellow Tiger King, but the astute creature evaded with its hefty form, though its left wing was not so fortunate and was directly pierced. A howl of agony resounded from the heavens, filling the large eyes of the amethyst-winged Lion King with utter helplessness. I had long warned that they were formidable. This foolish tiger simply refused to believe it. Now, does it? How could this male tiger be so audacious? With its wing pierced, the nether-yellow Tiger King was engulfed in excruciating pain, unleashing a furious roar that resonated through the air, its massive body losing balance and plummeting toward the forest below. It had sought to display its extraordinary might before the enchanting Western beauty, yet alas, it met its demise. Even a sixth-tier magical beast required wings to soar. The gaping wound inflicted by the deadly attack, augmented by the dual forces of exotic flames and wind blades, was considerable, leading to the nether-yellow Tiger King's abrupt descent. Crimson blood arched through the sky, and with a muffled thud, the nether-yellow Tiger King was forced to fold its wings in defeat, vanishing into the vast expanse of the forest below. The rapid downfall of such a formidable foe significantly eased the pressure on Yi Feng and Yun Yun. They had not anticipated that the nether-yellow Tiger King would be so careless and arrogant. It was a classic case of overestimating oneself, resulting in a fiery downfall. Yi Feng and Yun Yun stood side by side, suspended in the air like a pair of celestial heroes. Their eyes were fixed upon the distant amethyst-winged Lion King, both reflecting a playful glimmer. The amethyst-winged Lion King, initially believing that defeating these two human rascals alongside the nether-yellow Tiger King would be a trivial endeavor, found herself brutally confronted by reality. Before she could even intervene, the other king she had sought was already vanquished by the combined might of the two. Although Yi Feng once lacked fighting spirit, following the recent battle, the Serpent clan acquired several formidable Do Emperor warriors. Notably, the immortal Jia Xingtian possessed a 5th-grade qi recovery pill within his spatial ring. This precious elixir has the power to restore a Do Emperor's fighting spirit, and upon consuming it, Yi Feng found his own energy revitalized considerably, even though he may not possess the strength of a Do Wang this time. The transformation known as the 3 profound changes of heavenly fire has allowed him to regain some of his prowess, rendering him only slightly weaker than before. Furthermore, the carelessness of the infernal yellow Tiger King, combined with the formidable fusion techniques executed by the Do Emperor-level Yun Yun, enabled them to deliver a decisive blow that wounded the infernal yellow Tiger King's wings, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. The amethyst-winged Lion King gazed at the two humans before her, her heart seething with rage as she had witnessed their unabashed display of affection. Damn humans! I shall challenge you. With a furious roar, the massive form of the amethyst-winged Lion King lunged towards them. In response, Yi Feng remained unfazed, leisurely remarking, "Lion King, are you truly disregarding your offspring?" At the calmness of Yi Feng's words, the charging form of the amethyst-winged Lion King abruptly halted midair. A flicker of fear shone in her large eyes as she tentatively inquired, "What do you mean, human boy?" A gentle smile graced Yi Feng's face as he extended his free left hand, earnestly proposing, "Come, be my pet." Wishing all the esteemed readers a joyous Lantern Festival. By the way, yesterday was Valentine's Day. Apologies for not extending my wishes then. A single bag of dog food sufficed. Chapter 168. A Shift in Circumstances. The brain axe aims to slay the wild offspring. When Yi Feng uttered the words about making a pet of a creature, not only was the amethyst-winged Lion King taken aback, but Yun Yun, standing beside him, was equally astonished. to suggest that the formidable amethyst winged lion king could become his pet? Indeed, this little rogue dares to entertain such a notion. In the Gamma Empire, no one had ever conceived of such an idea. Not even the teachers had ever entertained such audacious thoughts. The notion of transforming a powerful sixth-tier magical beast into a mere pet for a human is nothing short of folly. Being the king of magical beasts, how could they ever submit to humanity? However, since this little rogue had voiced such a proposition, he must possess considerable confidence. The amethyst-winged lion king glared fiercely at Yi Feng, its mouth agape as a ferocious roar erupted. Human brat, you are truly overstepping your bounds. Today, even if it means our mutual destruction, I shall ensure you remain forever within the confines of the magical Beast Mountains. Upon witnessing the enraged and reckless amethyst-winged lion king, Yi Feng and Yun Yun swiftly evaded its assault, then shouted, Lion King, you are far too impulsive. Even if you disregard your own fate, you ought to consider the well-being of your offspring, who is still merely a third-tier magical beast. At these words, the Lion King's purple eyes involuntarily narrowed, its throat quivering with fear as it swallowed hard. This human brat not only knew of my offspring, but was also aware that they were merely a third-tier beast. Could it be? In that moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King envisioned the worst-case scenario and called out in alarm. Human, what have you done to my child? To the Lion King's inquiry, Yi Feng merely smiled enigmatically, believing that silence was the most effective response. One must appear formidable, gamble a little, and the bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. However, before Yi Feng's scheme could truly unfold, it was abruptly thwarted. To be precise, it was not an individual responsible. What? Lion King, you have offspring. Meanwhile, deep within the lush jungle beneath the magical Beast Mountains, a thunderous roar echoed through the earth. This sound came from the grievously injured phantom Yellow Tiger King, who would not succumb to death merely due to its wing being pierced. Yet, it found itself unable to fly for the time being, thus losing its aerial combat capabilities. Once it regained its footing, the phantom Yellow Tiger King sought a high vantage point, ready to assist its suitor, the amethyst-winged Lion King, at a moment's notice. However, upon reaching the summit, it overheard the Lion King's revelation about having offspring. A surprise father? This caused the tiger's fierce visage, emerging from the dense greenery, to display a menacing glare, its razor-sharp teeth clicking ominously. Yi Feng glanced down and was astonished. Amidst the sprawling thickets, a colossal tiger head had emerged, and this once fearsome visage now appeared somewhat endearing. Certainly, the charm of this creature emanates from its surroundings, which are entirely enveloped in lush greenery. Upon hearing the imposing inquiry and commanding voice of the spectral Yellow Tiger King, the amethyst-winged lioness was overtaken by a sense of panic. She was genuinely frightened. For as a mother, the fear she felt was profound. The existence of her offspring was a secret known solely to her, and her lair was impenetrable to any beast. Yet now, not only had these two humans become aware of this fact, but most critically, the spectral Yellow Tiger King had learned of it as well. She could accept her own demise, but her child must not perish, for that child was the sole remnant of her and her deceased husband's lineage. The two humans seemed manageable. At worst, they could perish together, or she might even submit to them as a pet, as long as her child was safeguarded. However, the spectral Yellow Tiger King was a different matter entirely. As the sovereign of beasts, it would never condone its mate bearing another's offspring. Should that be the case, the outcome would be fatal. This was the law of survival in the beast realm, a principle that every king must uphold. Indeed, no ruler would permit the emergence of an outsider with a claim to their throne. This was the utmost dignity of a beast king, and it was precisely due to this understanding that the amethyst-winged lioness felt an impending catastrophe. Cursed be it! You dare harbor a bastard. I shall not allow it to survive in this world. With a roar of fury, the spectral Yellow Tiger King descended rapidly from the mountaintop, vanishing into the vast expanse of the forest. No, despair filled the eyes of the amethyst-winged lioness. For the direction the spectral Yellow Tiger King was heading was none other than her lair. She was gravely injured by the foreign flames, and her defenses were far inferior to those of the spectral Yellow Tiger King. Even if it were wounded, she would struggle to withstand it. My child. With a frantic spread of her wings, she soared through the sky, pursuing the spectral Yellow Tiger King into the distance. At that moment, Yi Feng and Yun Yun, suspended in midair, were left utterly astonished by the unfolding events. The tiger lion sovereign, who had moments ago sought to end their lives, was now on the verge of turning against itself because of a mere creature. Are you truly intent on taking the amethyst-winged lioness as a pet? Yun Yun turned to Yifeng, her inquiry laced with curiosity. In response, Yifeng nodded and replied, "Of course. It was you who pursued me, prompting me to seek refuge near her sanctuary. Without her, we would not have encountered one another in the cave, and thus, we owe her our gratitude. She is a top-tier 6th-level magical beast, and if we can tame her, she would prove to be a formidable ally." Yifeng's words reminded Yun Yun of what she had expressed before leaving the Serpent clan. "I am willing to wait for you to join me in that cave, to share an everlasting night together." Little did they know, less than half a month had passed, and they found themselves reunited once more. Would they indeed share an everlasting night together this time? The thought brought a captivating allure to her delicate features. The breathtaking scene before Yifeng filled his heart with excitement, and his hands trembled with anticipation, on the verge of succumbing to his emotions. Just as he was about to recklessly release a cascade of droplets into the distant sky, Yun Yun gently grasped his hands and whispered, "Indeed, the strength of the amethyst-winged Lion King is formidable. Should we succeed in taming her, she would prove to be an invaluable ally. I am aware of your intention to assist the Serpent clan, now that they have formed an alliance with the Gamma Empire. My Yunlan sect will also lend our utmost support." Gazing into Yun Yun's earnest eyes, Yifeng could not help but sigh inwardly. Would the Yunlan sect truly offer their full assistance? As long as they refrained from causing trouble behind the scenes, he would be immensely grateful. He refrained from expressing any thoughts regarding Yunshan, for he understood that speaking of it would be futile. Aside from Yun Yun's filial piety, the current status of Yunshan remained shrouded in mystery, yet his reputation within the Gamma Empire was undeniably esteemed. Prior to his seclusion, when the end drew near, Yunshan had been a kind and affable sect master, a benevolent mentor. Otherwise, the Yunlan sect would not have been regarded as a sanctum for cultivation during his tenure. However, in his quest for survival, he was compelled to alter his very essence. In accepting the aid of the Soul Palace's protector, Yunshan's heart underwent a transformation as well. These thoughts were not to be shared with Yun Yun. Instead, he simply nodded, suppressing the turmoil within, and said to her, "Let us proceed and offer her our assistance." Chapter 169. Displaying affection before two majestic cats beneath the blazing sun. Yifeng and Yun Yun clasped hands as they pursued the direction in which the amethyst-winged Lion King had soared. Several beams of light streaked rapidly through the air. At that moment, Yifeng's gaze fell upon the amethyst-winged Lion King, which was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Nether Tiger King high above. The two titans of the Monster Mountain range were locked in a shocking battle. Unlike human conflicts, the combat between these two formidable beasts was raw and visceral, marked by brutal physicality. Massive claws tore away countless amethyst scales, while the lion's gaping maw unleashed a torrent of blood as it sank its teeth into the tiger's flesh, filling the air with the horrific roars of their struggle. The scene was nothing short of savage as the two equally matched creatures fought with frenzied intensity. Despite their injuries, a swift resolution to their conflict seemed impossible, as both were consumed by their primal instincts, one fighting to uphold its absolute dominion, the other to safeguard its progeny. Witnessing such brutality, both Yun Yun and Yifeng could only shake their heads in resignation, realizing that the battle would likely stretch on for at least half a day. What had initially been a crisis for them had transformed into a fierce internal clash between the two beasts. Suspended in the sky, Yifeng's eyes caught sight of a colossal mountain range below, the most magnificent peak in the eastern region of the Monster Mountain range. Atop this mountain, a familiar large cave entrance loomed, partially obscured by tangled branches. "Yunner, we've returned to this place," Yifeng remarked, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the cave below. "Indeed," Yun Yun replied softly, a blush warming her noble features as she turned to Yifeng, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "You little rogue, how did you come to be here? How did the Queen Medusa allow you to escape?" Yun Yun was filled with bewilderment at Yifeng's unexpected presence. After all, the domineering attitude of the Medusa Queen had previously suggested an intention to claim Yifeng for herself. So why, then, had she released him so swiftly? In response to Yun Yun's inquiry, Yifeng offered a wry smile. "Yunner, you are aware that I came here in search of my apprentice. but I unexpectedly stumbled upon news of a rare flame. According to Queen Medusa, aside from the celestial heartfire I have tamed in the Tagar Desert, there are also rumors of a similar flame within the Monster Mountain range. What? There is also a rare flame in the Monster Mountain range. Even Yun, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, could not suppress her astonishment upon hearing Yi Feng's words. In their small corner of the Gamma Empire, two varieties of rare flames, both treasures of the continent, were said to exist nearby. How could this be possible? Yet, despite her incredulity, Yun fully believed Yi Feng, having sensed the presence of an unusual flame within him during their previous battle. The azure flame, it must be the celestial lotus earth heart fire he mentioned. Observing Yun's astonishment, Yi Feng nodded resolutely and said, "The Serpent clan once thrived within the Beast Mountain range. Historical records indicate that there have been traces of extraordinary flames in that region. Thus, I ventured here in search of them, and to my surprise, I have indeed made some progress." Progress? Yun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Knowing Yi Feng well, she found it hard to fathom that within just a few days, this little scoundrel not only healed his injuries but also absorbed an extraordinary flame and returned to the Beast Mountain range seeking more, achieving success nonetheless. His remarkable sense of timing and organization is truly enviable to others. Of course, Yun remained unaware that during this period, her little rascal had also performed a heroic rescue of a damsel in distress. Yi Feng retrieved an ancient map from his spatial ring and presented it to Yun, saying, "This is a fragmentary map indicating the locations of the extraordinary flames. It seems to comprise 4 or 5 pieces, which can certainly be deemed a significant gain." Yun gasped in astonishment upon seeing the map in Yi Feng's hand. Then, with a smile of delight, she exclaimed, "Little scoundrel, you truly are blessed with great fortune. Indeed. Otherwise, how could this little rascal possibly encounter the esteemed Yun sect leader here?" Yi Feng replied with a hint of arrogance, gazing earnestly at Yun. "Humph." Upon hearing this, Yun's charming face turned, revealing her irritation. "Do not flatter yourself with sweet words. I have yet to settle the score with you regarding Medusa and Kai Dai." Noticing Yun's jealousy, Yi Feng quickly drew her soft figure into his embrace. "Little scoundrel. There are others here." Although familiar with the sensation of being held, the jealous Yun began to struggle. "There is no one here, just beasts." Amidst her gentle resistance, her delicate body softened in that moment, entirely surrendering to Yi Feng's embrace. Yi Feng chose not to elaborate further on the matter concerning the two women. Yun had already learned much during their previous encounter. More explanations would be less impactful than actions themselves. Meanwhile, while Yi Feng and Yun were immersed in their affectionate exchange, a fierce battle raged on the other side. A massive West Cat and a formidable brain axe clashed, resulting in a brutal confrontation. Initially, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King could withstand the onslaught of the Nether Yellow Tiger King, but as time passed, it gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, the most aggravating factor was that those two human companions, instead of minding their own business, came to gawk at the chaos while flaunting their affection right atop its lair. Clearly, they had learned nothing from their previous encounter. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves pursued by it again. Under the compounded stress of both physical and mental strain, the already faltering Amethyst-Winged Lion King was struck forcefully by the Nether Yellow Tiger King, sending it hurtling away. With a thunderous roar, the colossal body of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King crashed down, creating a vast chasm in the forest below. Standing defiantly, despite its battered form, the once resplendent amethyst was now entirely cloaked in crimson blood, a stream of vivid scarlet flowing from its massive jaws. "Please, Tiger King, spare my child. If you do, I shall honor you as my sovereign and aid you in dominating the Beast Mountain range." In that moment, the ruler of the Beast Mountain range had become exceedingly humble for the sake of her offspring. The temptation she offered was undeniably alluring. Yet, for the equally formidable Shadow Yellow Tiger King, the prospect of slaying the young interloper meant he could conquer the already severely wounded Amethyst-Winged Lion King. "Lion King, you are well aware of the laws among beasts. You have already pledged your allegiance to me. Thus, he must not be spared." The fierce glint in the Shadow Yellow Tiger King's eyes was unmistakable, and as his words fell, his massive form surged toward the cave of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. "No, do not harm my child." The humble voice of the amethyst-winged lion king echoed through the vast forest, yet her battered body could endure no longer. Collapsing to the ground, her enormous purple eyes, filled with despair, wept tears that were unbefitting of a sovereign. Through her blurred vision, she gazed skyward at the looming figure, pleading in anguish, "Humans, I implore you, save my child." Chapter 170. The Ferocious Tiger King, the dragon-shaped ethereal flame unveiled. As the sovereign of the Beast Mountain Range, the amethyst-winged Lion King found herself compelled to relinquish her dignity and beseech the humans above. The chasm between the beast and human races had always been vast, exacerbated by the conflict over magical cores, rendering the two factions irreconcilable. For a beast to seek assistance from a human was an unthinkable proposition. Yet, in this dire moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King was left with no alternative. She was acutely aware that her request was audacious, for she had previously pursued them relentlessly, driving them into desperate flight, and had even caused chaos among the Serpent clan. Her past actions had undoubtedly transformed them into her mortal enemies, and now, she stood utterly defenseless, a mere target for their vengeance. After all, a sixth-tier fire attribute magical core was an irresistible temptation, particularly for one as formidable as Yi Feng. Gazing upon the helpless and despairing amethyst-winged Lion King, Yun Yun's previously tender demeanor towards Yi Feng deepened, moved by the lion's maternal instinct. Just as she was about to speak, the environment around her shifted dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, a silver arc of light streaked across the sky. A flush of emotion graced Yun Yun's delicate visage, her large eyes curving into a shape brimming with affection. In the gaze of the descending Nether Tiger King, Yi Feng and Yun Yun's figures materialized before the cave entrance. Having hovered above the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, the pair's speed far surpassed that of the Nether Tiger King, who had retreated due to the earlier battle. Upon seeing Yi Feng and Yun Yun blocking the cave's mouth, the Nether Tiger King's colossal eyes glimmered with a murderous ferocity. "Humans, get as far away as possible. Do not obstruct your king's path to death." In this moment, the Nether Tiger King had descended into madness, his frenzied aura soaring to the heavens, inciting a flicker of trepidation in Yi Feng's eyes. During this time, his fighting spirit and presence had been fully restored. Yet the now-mad Nether Tiger King was far more formidable than before. Previously, the Nether Tiger King had been defeated due to carelessness, but now, in a bid to uphold its dignity, it unleashed the secret arts of beast-kind, resulting in a tremendous surge in its offensive power. Even the wings that had been pierced earlier showed no trace of injury, suggesting that the Nether Tiger King, like the Serpent clan, possessed methods to enhance its strength. Its formidable aura was even stronger than before. While it might not reach the level of a 7th-tier Beast Dozong expert, it was certainly not far off. Such a powerful adversary cast a grave shadow over both Yi Feng and Yun Yun. "Demon beast, if you wish to slay the little beauty, you must first pass through us. Umph. You two are not worthy to obstruct this king." As the colossal beast charged forth, Yi Feng's fighting spirit erupted in an instant, resonating with Yun Yun's noble Do Huang presence, creating a wondrous synergy between them. With the celestial transformation of the 3 mysteries of heaven fire, combined with the secret techniques of the serpent people to enhance strength, Yi Feng has indeed shattered the threshold of his power. As the sun blazed overhead, an exceptionally dazzling radiance suddenly erupted from the ground, outshining even the fierce sunlight. This blinding brilliance compelled the king of the Yellow Tiger from the underworld to shut his eyes, and he bellowed in fury, "Damn human!" once again employing a fusion combat technique. Amidst the harmonious melody of a duet, the fierce energies of fire and wind converged, morphing into a terrifying sword aura that surged toward the king of the Yellow Tiger. Having suffered a significant defeat previously, the king, in this moment, would not dare to withstand it again. His massive form swiftly darted to the side, attempting to evade the oncoming sword energy. As the mighty tiger sprang forth, a streak of sword light grazed past him, filling him with elation. With a powerful flap of his wings, he aimed to seize this perfect opportunity to attack the seemingly weaker Yi Feng. However, the reality deviated drastically from the king's expectations. The moment the sword energy swept by, he sensed an imminent threat from the very aura that had just passed him. Possessing ample combat experience, the king of the Yellow Tiger felt the eerie, flickering purple-blue light enveloping his body suddenly transform into formidable armor. encasing his massive form entirely. At that instant, the sword energy unleashed by Yi Feng and Yun Yun erupted with a thunderous explosion. A formidable shockwave reverberated through the space, causing the very fabric of the surroundings to tremble violently. The distortion resulting from the explosive fusion of fire and wind was sufficient to testify to the terrifying magnitude of the detonation. As the purple-blue armor encasing the king of the yellow tiger emitted a crisp sound of cracking, the first fissure merely marked the beginning. In the next heartbeat, the entire armor shattered with a resounding crash. The impact, having depleted much of its energy, sent the enormous body of the king of the yellow tiger flying. However, this time, compared to his previous state of disarray, he exhibited a stark contrast. Although he was hurled away, he emitted no sound of pain. Only the remnants of his prior battle with the king of the purple crystal-winged lion manifested as wounds upon his form. His colossal body, having retreated slightly into the sky, swiftly surged back toward the duo. The fierce and menacing visage of the tiger magnified in Yi Feng's sight, evoking a sense of helplessness within him. It appeared that their fusion combat technique would no longer be effective against him. "I shall distract him while you execute that move," Yun Yun declared decisively, gripping the Yufeng sword at an angle as she transmitted her thoughts to Yi Feng. Without awaiting his consent, she propelled herself forward, leaving him with only the faint scent of her presence and the graceful silhouette of her form. In response, Yi Feng chose not to utter further words. The situation had reached this point, and there was no alternative but to proceed. The technique referred to by Yun Yun was, of course, the secret art of flame fusion, flame lotus. This very technique had previously vanquished the amethyst-winged Lion King, inflicting wounds that had yet to heal. Now, Yi Feng was once again poised to summon the flame lotus. Although the imperial seal technique was formidable, its efficacy diminished after its initial deployment. Should the ghostly yellow tiger king evade it, the consequences would be dire. In an instant, Yi Feng spread his hands, revealing a flicker of azure flame. This was the heart of the azure lotus fire. In his other hand, a delicate pink flame emerged. In a heartbeat, the two flames coalesced, forming a resplendent azure-pink flame lotus, which surged forward towards the ghostly yellow tiger king, propelled by the flapping of its wings. The formidable ghostly yellow tiger king sensed Yi Feng's movement. However, it gazed upon the diminutive flame lotus with disdain. "I expected you to possess some hidden trump card, yet it is merely this trivial flame lotus? Ha ha." The tiger king's mocking laughter echoed, contemptuous and unyielding. A faint, cold smirk graced Yi Feng's lips, and suddenly, a small, purplish-black fire dragon materialized in his right hand. At the moment this draconic flame manifested, the ghostly yellow tiger king's eyes widened in alarm, filled with trepidation. This draconic flame. How can it instill such an overwhelming sense of pressure upon me? What manner of magical beast is this little dragon? In that instant, the long-hidden form of the 3,000 flames, the ancient void dragon, was fully revealed. Chapter 171. The fire dragon defeats the tiger king, borrowing your cave for a while. As a swirl of deep purple-black flames emerged in Yi Feng's hand, its ethereal form transformed into that of a small dragon, unlike any manifestation seen before. This serpentine creature represented the essence of the 3,000 flame fire, a legacy left by the ancestors of the ancient Void Dragon clan. It was this mark that allowed the energy of the 3,000 flame fire to take the shape of the ancient Void Dragon. The ancient Void Dragon clan stands as the sovereign among beasts, its bloodline revered as the pinnacle of the magical creatures on the continent of Duki. Thus, the moment Yi Feng unveiled the full form of the 3,000 flame fire, the infernal yellow tiger king felt an overwhelming pressure from its potent lineage. In the past, Yi Feng had only displayed the flame's fiery aspect, revealing its true form solely before Queen Medusa. Now, as he showcased it once more, what should have been the energy body of the fire lotus had entirely transformed after fusion. The 3,000 flame fire collided with the azure lotus earth fire and the peach blossom fire in his hands, merging swiftly. Two already formidable energies intertwined in that fleeting moment. The small purple-black dragon danced around the rotating pink and azure fire lotus, then opened its tiny mouth and lunged toward the lotus. Simultaneously, the spinning fire lotus morphed into a barrier, enveloping the little dragon. Though it seemed a lengthy affair, the passage of time was but a heartbeat. Thanks to Yi Feng's divine technique, The fusion of the exotic flames occurred effortlessly. At the moment of their amalgamation, a resplendent azure-purple flame dragon emerged anew in Yi Feng's grasp. Go! With a slight smirk curving his lips, Yi Feng commanded, and the small dragon shot forth from his hand, racing toward the infernal yellow Tiger King. At that moment, the Tiger King was preoccupied with suppressing Yun Yun, a 3-star Dou Emperor, whose battle was decidedly unfavorable. Were it not for Yun Yun's agile form and the nimbleness of her wind attribute Dou Qi, she would have long since been defeated. In this instant, urged by Yi Feng's subtle communication, Yun Yun swiftly retreated to a safe distance. As a top-tier 6th-level magical beast, the infernal yellow Tiger King's senses were acute. Upon witnessing Yun Yun's retreat, it simultaneously sensed the terrifying energy surging toward it from Yi Feng's hand. With eyes reminiscent of the abyss, it turned its gaze toward Yi Feng, observing the small azure-purple dragon's transformation into a colossal flame dragon. As this dragon materialized, the surrounding space warped under the heat of its fiery energy. The emergence of this dragon's form forced the beasts in the Beast Mountain range to prostrate themselves, paying homage to the true sovereign of their realm. A dragon, a genuine dragon, the true emperor of magical beasts. At this moment, even the body of the spectral yellow Tiger King trembled. Upon transforming into a colossal dragon, the suppression of its bloodline became even more intense. All magical beasts gazed upon those with the dragon bloodline with immense envy, for possessing such lineage granted them the potential to ascend to true high-tier magical beasts. As long as they did not meet an untimely demise, even a 7th-tier magical beast would merely serve as the foundation. Such is the terror of the dragon bloodline. This serves to illustrate the formidable status of dragons within the realm of magical beasts. Even the spectral yellow Tiger King could not withstand the overwhelming pressure radiating from this entity. The fire dragon did not emit any dragon roar, yet it momentarily stunned the spectral yellow Tiger King. In that fleeting instant, the violet-blue fire dragon suddenly expanded, appearing right before the spectral yellow Tiger King. With no means to evade, the spectral yellow Tiger King conjured a massive violet-blue shield. The moment this shield materialized, the fire dragon, soaring from the heavens, crashed powerfully against it. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a gigantic fire lotus emerged from the vast expanse of the cloudy sky. The space in that vicinity collapsed entirely under the impact of such formidable energy, incinerating all surrounding elemental energies. A colossal shadow plummeted from the sky. It was none other than the spectral yellow Tiger King, which had withstood this blow. Its once fearsome eyes were now tightly shut, and the violet-blue ethereal glow surrounding it ceased to radiate any color. The explosion at such close range was absorbed almost entirely by its massive form. Even with the protective shield it had summoned, the suppression of its bloodline rendered its true strength far from full capacity. Consequently, under the combined might of the two extraordinary flames, this ruler of magical beasts was utterly defeated. Upon witnessing the enormous body of the spectral yellow Tiger King crash to the ground, Yi Feng could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. This beast proved to be far more formidable than the amethyst-winged Lion King, and he had not anticipated its possession of secret methods to enhance its power. Its bloodline strength was evidently not to be underestimated. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, a familiar sensation of exhaustion washed over him. This time, Yi Feng was genuinely fatigued. The battle had concluded, and with his gentle girlfriend Yun Yun by his side, Yi Feng naturally exhibited his well-known descent technique. Closing his eyes, his wings vanished in an instant, and then his body plummeted towards the ground, much like the recently fallen spectral yellow Tiger King. Yet, with Yun Yun present, how could he possibly crash to the earth? Her delicate form embraced him tenderly, and gazing at this increasingly formidable little rascal, a hint of joy appeared on Yun Yun's lovely face. At the rate of this little rascal's growth, one could only wonder how astonishingly powerful he would become. This also greatly intensified Yun Yun's pressure. If she could not keep pace with him, then in the future. Lost in thought, Yun Yun, for the first time, felt that as the leader of the Yunlan sect, she held no advantage in her relationship with Yi Feng. Rather, her position as the sect master would serve as an impediment to their bond and would hinder her own growth. After all, Queen Medusa of the Serpent clan currently possessed the strength of a Dou Zong, while Princess Kai Dai was at the pinnacle of Dou Huang. Yet she herself remained merely a 3-star Dou Huang. In comparison, This sole female Do Huang of the Gama Empire found herself devoid of any advantages. Gazing at the pale, unconscious Yi Feng, Yun Yun ceased her musings, gently lowering her delicate form to the ground. With a fleeting glance at the amethyst-winged Lion King, she declared, "Lion King, I shall borrow your cave for a moment." The amethyst-winged Lion King responded, "What do you need the cave for?" With tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks, the injured Dashizi blinked her large eyes, exclaiming, "Thank you. Humans, do not mention it. You should understand Feng Ye's earlier words well. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you." With a flick of her jade hand, a pill soared into the mouth of the amethyst-winged Lion King. In its eyes, Yun Yun was seen cradling Yi Feng as they entered its lair, leaving behind a thought-provoking remark. Chapter 172, The Amethyst Source and the Taming of the Tiger King. The words spoken by that human lad earlier echoed in his mind. A pet? The mighty king found himself in the humiliating position of being reduced to a mere pet for a human? Yet, upon further reflection, it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, this human also possessed a majestic sixth-tier stallion as a companion. Thus his own dignity as a beast was not entirely compromised. With this thought, the amethyst-winged Lion King slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber. As for the possibility of other magical beasts attacking during his unconsciousness, that was utterly improbable. The low-tier magical beasts, having just witnessed the fierce battle, would certainly keep their distance. Meanwhile, the high-tier fifth-level beasts sensed the presence of the human still lingering nearby and dared not approach. And so, upon the summit of the mountains, the regal purple lion and the formidable yellow tiger, kings of their respective realms, lay in a rather undignified state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Yun Yun, who had just entered the cave while cradling Yi Feng, was mesmerized by the enchanting world within. Contrary to her expectations of a dim and dreary environment, the cave was pristine and radiant. Adorning the walls were clusters of purple crystals, reminiscent of the crystalline scales of the amethyst-winged Lion King, creating an otherworldly beauty. These crystals were natural formations of the cave and not the handiwork of the lion. They were highly valued in the human world. For mercenaries venturing into the Monster Mountain range, aside from hunting beasts for their cores, these crystals provided an additional source of income. The deep and spacious interior of the cave, embellished by the purple crystals, presented a dreamlike scene, especially appealing to young women. Of course, such a dream is only truly delightful when shared with the right companion. Otherwise, it becomes merely an ethereal sight devoid of meaning. Indeed, the amethyst-winged Lion King understood the pleasures of life, though her past enjoyment was shared with her husband. Now, she had become a weary mother, burdened with a child. As Yun Yun carried Yi Feng deeper into the cave, she encountered no other magical beasts along the way. The only sound was the echo of their footsteps. After traversing a lengthy passage, she found herself faced with two diverging paths, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Why was this cave so labyrinthine? At that moment, Yi Feng, nestled in Yun Yun's embrace, stirred slightly, and upon sensing his surroundings, opened his eyes. A smile of joy spread across his face upon recognizing the familiar figure before him, and he swiftly reciprocated by enveloping Yun Yun in his arms. Without uttering a word, he transformed into a fervent flame, pressing his lips against her tender ones. The cool sweetness of their kiss ignited into a passionate fervor. Just as he was about to deepen the encounter, a sudden roar from a nearby passage interrupted them. The beast's roar rendered Yi Feng momentarily stunned, and his hands, which had been tightly clasped around Yun Yun, froze in place. With a slight struggle, Yun Yun broke free from the embrace of the mischievous lad. Her cheeks flushed under the purple glow, appearing all the more alluring. Yi Feng gazed at the enticing Yun Yun before him, feeling a pang of bitterness within. Although the enchanting violet light was captivating, the background music was quite jarring. He shifted his gaze from Yun Yun to the two diverging paths ahead. Two paths. It seemed that even the once mighty Lion King and his mate could occasionally find themselves at an impasse for various reasons. The amethyst-winged Lion King remarked, "You know too much." His eyes locked onto the right path, from which the recent beastly roar had emanated. It was evident that the roar belonged to the little amethyst-winged Lion King. In that fleeting moment, a small figure, identical to the amethyst-winged Lion King, yet with a subtle difference, emerged before Yi Feng and Yun Yun. It was the cub he desperately sought to protect. Observing the small amethyst-winged lion king darting out from the cave, Yifeng sighed in resignation and said, "Little Shizi, do you believe your mother will heed my words from now on?" Naturally, the little lion cub dismissed Yifeng's words with disdain, unleashing another furious roar as its fierce head lunged toward him. Feeling exasperated by the sudden attack of the small amethyst-winged lion king, Yifeng was about to react when Yun Yun, standing beside him, reached out with her delicate hand. A gentle surge of battle energy ensnared the little lion, causing its body to crash to the ground with a dull thud. For a formidable Dohuang, subduing a magical beast of the great Do Master level was an effortless task. The terrifying prowess of a Dohuang could effortlessly bestow a Do Master's strength upon a mere fighter. Yifeng smiled softly, crouching before the little amethyst-winged lion king and gently stroking its head. Whether you believe it or not, you'll understand if you venture out and take a look. After experiencing the sensation of petting a large cat, Yifeng turned towards the two paths and softly spoke to Yun Yun. The amethyst spirit crystal lies within, and there's an even richer source of accompanying amethyst nearby. Our harvest this time is truly remarkable. With curious eyes blinking, Yun Yun looked at Yifeng and inquired, "You little rascal, how do you know there's an accompanying amethyst source without even stepping inside?" Hearing her question, Yifeng chuckled, "Silly Yun air. Do not forget that I possess a unique fire. I have a keen sensitivity to such concentrated fire energy." The accompanying amethyst source was an invaluable treasure for Yifeng at this stage. With his strength at the 7-star Do Ling level, the energy required for his advancement was perfectly suited to the accompanying amethyst source. Nodding slightly, Yun Yun felt a surge of delight, as her purpose for coming was to aid her disciple, Nalin Yinran, in acquiring the amethyst spirit crystal. Now that the amethyst spirit crystal was no longer a concern, the accompanying amethyst source, though of little use to her as a Do Huang, would be immensely beneficial to the little rascal. At that moment, Yun Yun did not consider how Nalin Yinran would react upon discovering the presence of the accompanying amethyst source. Nalin Yinran sighed, "Oh dear teacher, I long for the source." After pulling Yun Yun along to collect numerous purple spirit crystals into her spatial ring, they arrived at the location of the accompanying purple crystal source. Without hesitation, Yifeng struck the crystals down, carefully placing them into a small jade bottle, ensuring not to be overly greedy, leaving a portion for the little purple crystal-winged lion king. In total, he gathered merely 5.5 bottles, though if he had chosen to fill them all, it would have amounted to 6. After all, he intended for the little lion to have a taste. In the future, should he acquire more treasures, he could always compensate it later. Once the purple spirit crystals were secured in his spatial ring, Yifeng eagerly pulled Yun Yun out of the cave. While the two large feline creatures remained unconscious, their injuries far too severe. Even with the healing medicine provided by Yun Yun, the purple crystal-winged lion king would require a considerable amount of time to awaken. With a curious gaze from Yun Yun, Yifeng approached the infernal yellow tiger king, retrieving an enchanting talisman from his spatial ring. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he affixed the talisman onto the royal emblem of the infernal yellow tiger king. Ding! The master successfully employed the master servant talisman on the defenseless infernal yellow tiger king. The infernal yellow tiger king is now bound as a servant and can be recalled to the system space. Chapter 173, A Night of Bliss with Yun Yun. Hanfeng summons. At the moment, Yifeng affixed the master servant symbol upon the head of the king of the underworld yellow tiger. The fate of this sovereign beast of the Monster Mountain range was irrevocably altered. The master servant symbol is an exceedingly rare reward that can transform any being, human or beast, into a loyal pet without the slightest resistance. With the underworld yellow tiger still in a state of unconsciousness, Yifeng felt no hesitation and hastily took Yun Yun outside, eager to subdue this formidable beast known as the Brain Axe. The combat prowess of a 6th-tier magical beast is utterly terrifying, especially with the secret techniques that can enhance its strength. Even if Yifeng managed to tame the underworld yellow tiger now, its injuries were severe, rendering it incapable of awakening for the time being. Not wishing to linger, Yifeng knew that magical beasts possess remarkable recuperative abilities. After tossing a few medicinal pills into its gaping maw, he led Yun Yun back into the cave. Yifeng was quite pleased with the cave of the amethyst-winged lion king, for it boasted 2 chambers. As the adage goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Although their time apart had not been lengthy, their love was still in a fervent bloom. Under the enchanting purple glow, the two embraced tightly. Gradually sinking onto the soft bed, I wish to share this eternal night with you. This sentiment was beautifully conveyed by Yun Yun at that moment. Within the cave, she was no longer the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, but rather a cherished companion belonging solely to the mischievous rogue. The delicate flora surrounding them, perhaps shy from the intimacy, seemed to curl inward, as if in that instant, the name of the mimosa in the Duki continent was rightfully bestowed. The night in the Monster Mountain range brought a slight chill in the air, and as Yifeng held the enchanting beauty nestled in his embrace, he found himself deeply ensnared in this tender sanctuary. Who could withstand the gentleness of Yun Yun? To spend a lifetime like this would indeed be delightful. However, Yifeng harbored other aspirations. For the sake of the serpent people, the Medusa queen, and Kai Dai, he could not afford to halt his quest for strength. Reclining upon the bed, Yifeng tightly shut his eyes and silently connected with the system. System, open my attribute panel. Sign in System Master. Yifeng, race, serpent people, able to transform into human form. Duki Cultivation, 7-star doling. Technique, Devouring Spirit Art. 3,000 Flames of Yin. Azure Lotus, Earth Fire. Beast Fire, Peach Blossom Weapon. Flowing Blade of Fire, inlaid with a 6th tier Wind Attribute Magic Core and a 6th tier Wood Attribute Magic Core. Physique, 3,000 Stars Body, Immortal Body. Alchemy Cauldron. Purple Abyss Alchemy Skills. 4th Rank Combat Techniques. Imperial Seal Technique. 1,000 Flames Sword Chi, Sandstorm. Profound Ice Dragon Soaring. Wind's Extreme Meteoric Kill, Sunlight Radiance, among others. Items, Heaven Soul Blood Fusion Pill, Ice King Throne. Revitalizing Purple Pill, 2 Spirit Dueling Pills, Alchemy Compendium, 4th Rank. A pair of exquisite high heels, Alchemical Technique, Intermediate Mystic Level. Magical Beast Pets, Void Sky Pegasus, 6th Tier. Nether Yellow Tiger King, 6th Tier. Two-Headed Fire Spirit Serpent, 5th Tier. Life Skills, Sugar-Coated Hawes Preparation Method, Vibrating Grilled Fish Technique. Coiling Serpent Tidal Wave. Upon reviewing, Yifeng could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. It seemed that many of the recent sign-in rewards had been given to the little physician. He wondered how she was faring in the cave. Ahem. His strength had not enhanced due to the recent battle, likely because the last breakthrough had been too close. The energy obtained from the still needed a few days to settle. Yifeng did not exhibit any impatience regarding this, for he still possessed the accompanying purple crystal source. A formidable fire attribute energy capable of elevating magical beasts from the 4th tier to the 5th. He believed that achieving a 2 or 3-star enhancement in strength was still within reach. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a rush of breath against his neck, and in an instant, the within him ignited and surged forth. Meanwhile, in the distant Black Corner domain, within the magnificently grand Maple City, Han Feng, rescued by the Golden and Silver Elders, had already regained his composure. On either side of the Grand Hall sat several formidable individuals whose names he could not recall, each exuding a potent aura, all of whom were Do Huang level experts. Among them sat the Golden and Silver Elders, as well as Fan Lao. It was evident that this Grand Hall housed the top 10 powerhouses on the black list of the Black Corner domain. Han Feng sat in the main seat, slightly squinting his eyes, gritting his teeth as he murmured, "It is time for vengeance." The top 10 powerhouses of the Black Corner domain, due to the previous demise of Yin and Yuan Yi, had quickly filled their vacancies upon Han Feng and the others' return. In the Black Corner domain, Do Huang level experts were never in short supply. Even if Yin and Yuan Yi had survived, their 9th and 10th positions would likely have been replaced swiftly. The two newly appointed powerhouses were both 2-star Do Huang level experts. Although they had their own factions, they heeded Han Feng's words with unwavering obedience. For the resources he commanded were the most substantial within the Black Corner domain, rivaling even the established powers. Moreover, what made Han Feng particularly alluring was his fearsome identity, the young master of the Starfall Pavilion. With the presence of the Wind Sovereign, Han Feng's status naturally facilitated his path. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Han Feng was the true culprit behind the disappearance of the Alchemy Sovereign. It is likely that you are all aware of the significant misfortune I encountered in the Tagore Desert last time. I have summoned you here today to seek your assistance in the annihilation of the Serpent people. My brother and I shall undoubtedly stand together with the medicine sovereign in this endeavor. As the esteemed duo who rescued Han Feng, the golden and silver elders naturally cannot decline this invitation, for any investment should yield substantial returns. I, Fan Lao, feel the same. Regarding the blood sect's leader who previously chose not to engage in direct conflict with Bai Lian, Han Feng can only offer a benevolent smile. Regardless of Fan Lao's demeanor, he indeed took action on that occasion. Had he not fled at that moment, he would have met the same bloody fate as Yuan Yi and Yin, staining the sands of Tagore Desert. The terrifying Queen Medusa was a formidable foe, had it not been for the presence of the golden and silver elders. Han Feng too would have perished there. After these three expressed their intentions, an elderly man with white hair narrowed his eyes slightly and clasped his hands, declaring, "At the invitation of the medicine sovereign, it is time for me to repay my debt of gratitude. My companion and I, having been under the care of the medicine sovereign, are certainly willing to lend our strength." The two newly minted top 10 fighters of the blacklist, both Dou emperors, promptly expressed their support as well. In an instant, all 6 Dou emperors present pledged their assistance to Han Feng, thus granting him a formidable alliance of 7 powerful individuals from the Black Corner region. The remaining 3 consisted of a pallid elder, resembling a specter, known as the Yinbone Sovereign, the leader of the Tianyin sect. Another, a robust figure exuding an overwhelming presence, was Tai Wu, the chief of the Lion clan. And finally, there was an immensely alluring woman, the only female among the top 10 strong in the Black Corner region, named Su Mei, the master of the Rakshasa sect. Chapter 174, Han Feng and Yunlan sect, immersed in a gentle embrace. As the sole woman among the top 10 powerful figures, Su Mei undoubtedly possesses formidable skills and a discerning eye, for otherwise, her sect would not bear the name of Rakshasa. Like the remaining Yinbone Emperor and Lion Emperor, she refrained from expressing any stance, remaining silent. It was evident that, besides their discord with numerous other strong individuals, they harbored significant concerns and a desire to avoid provoking the Serpent tribe. The 3 of them sensed something amiss with the Serpent tribe. After all, such a powerful contingent had returned in disarray last time, suggesting that there were hidden machinations at play within the Serpent tribe. Unlike others, they had no ties to Han Feng and would not directly offer their assistance. Among the gathering, Elder Ban also owed Han Feng a personal favor, otherwise, he would not have waded into these murky waters. Observing their silence, Han Feng did not press the matter. If they chose not to declare their support now, no matter how enticing his subsequent offers might be, they would not opt to assist him, since they had made their choice. He would wait until the matter of the Serpent tribe was resolved to uproot them entirely. Very well. Since you have made your decisions, let us rest this evening, and tomorrow we shall set forth to the Tagore Desert. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the assembled strong figures, a smile gracing his lips as toasts were exchanged. The Yinbone elder, Tai Wu, and Su Mei, recognizing the moment, took their leave from the Grand Hall after a brief stay. Their departure effectively split the Blackhorn domain into 2 factions, while the hall buzzed with merriment. Han Feng excused himself to prepare some supplies before returning to his secluded courtyard. He felt a tinge of unease regarding the impending journey to the Serpent tribe. Upon entering a hidden chamber, Han Feng retrieved a peculiar black jade tablet from within his spatial ring. With a firm grip, he shattered the enigmatic black jade, and a wisp of black mist wafted through the window. "It's been an eternity, yet you still haven't located that old fellow. You truly are inept," Han Feng remarked, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the swirling black mist before him. "Ha, do you even comprehend the cunning of that old man? How could the esteemed vice master of the Starfall Pavilion seek to vent his frustrations on me?" A sinister laughter echoed through the room, causing Han Feng to furrow his brow. He would not have sought their assistance if not for dire necessity. With a somber expression, Han Feng declared, "Having done so much for you, it is time for you to render some service to this emperor in return." Ha. The shadow circled Han Feng, its eerie laughter resounding. "Is this how the medicine emperor beseeches assistance? Fear not. A mere Medusa queen cannot stir up much trouble. A minor dozong does not necessitate my direct intervention. Take this to the Yunlan sect of the Gamma Empire, and there will certainly be those willing to assist you." Yunlan sect? Han Feng accepted the black token from the figure, his handsome features transforming in an instant. "Does the Yunlan sect also harbor members of the Soul Hall? Had it not been for the leader of the Yunlin sect, Yun, he would have already acquired the. Yet now, this old scoundrel insists that he seek out the Yunlin sect. Who among them is affiliated with the Soul Palace? Could it be? With this thought, Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a low, somber tone. Your reach is indeed extensive. Even the modest Jamadi Empire has your agents. Yao Huang, you should comprehend that some matters are best left unknown, for otherwise, the palace master will not spare you. The ominous black mist dissipated with a chilling cackle, leaving only Han Feng standing at the window, gazing at the moonlight. Yunlin sect, Yun. Haha, Feng Yi, no matter who you are undoubtedly doomed this time. That belongs to me. As time swiftly passed, Yifeng remained blissfully unaware of Han Feng's summons and schemes, thoroughly relishing his current situation. Within a cave in the Beast Mountain range, it felt as if eternal night enveloped the space, with time slipping by rapidly. The technique of roasting fish had been employed countless times by Yifeng. This realm of tenderness entranced him. The harmonious fusion of his twin swords not only unleashed formidable combined combat skills, but also allowed them to roast fish together. Engrossed in the familiar and comforting method of roasting fish, both individuals became somewhat oblivious, lost in the experience. During these 7 days, Yifeng naturally thought of the little healer waiting for him in another cave. However, if he were to bring Yun along, would he not risk overturning the carefully cultivated sentiments of the Yun sect leader? The small valley, previously intimidated by Hong Ling, would surely be devoid of low-tier magical beasts. As for high-tier magical beasts, they were preoccupied with the battle between the purple crystal-winged Lion King and the nether yellow Tiger King, each awaiting the emergence of a new leader, thus steering clear of the periphery. The little healer had the little blue eagle by her side, along with some provisions, elixirs, and combat techniques he had gifted her, making survival in the valley quite feasible. In this manner, the little healer could also undergo training, honing her formidable 7-colored poison scripture. On the most majestic peaks of the eastern Beast Mountain range, a man and a woman were sweetly engaged in petting cats. Indeed, this seemingly innocuous act was now enough to send chills down one's spine, for the creatures they were caressing were 2 terrifying 6th-tier magical beasts. After 7 days, the 2 large feline magical beasts finally awakened. Yifeng did not rush to search for the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar alone. With these 2 6th-tier beast kings managing the eastern and western regions of the Beast Mountain range, he was able to conserve a great deal of time. However, they had only just roused from slumber. Upon awakening, the nether yellow Tiger King's large eyes widened in disbelief, unable to resist. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Tiger King, the purple crystal-winged Lion King also felt a chill, deepening its sense of submission. Upon hearing that Yifeng sought the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar, the purple crystal-winged Lion King let out a resigned sigh, while the nether yellow Tiger King remarked that such a plant resided within its territory. This naturally filled Yifeng with immense joy, prompting him to eagerly seek out the source himself. However, the now beloved brain axe would not permit its master to venture forth personally. In order to extend an apology to a former adversary, now a master, the spectral yellow Tiger King directly instructed his subordinates to retrieve it. These subordinates were, of course, the 5th-tier magical beasts residing in the Beast Mountain range. Yifeng, relishing the leisure, chose to wait comfortably within the cave. Yet, the tranquil and warm days were fleeting. On the 8th day, before the magical beast subordinates could bring back the 7 illusionary blue spirit nectar, Yun, who lay in Yifeng's embrace, playing with 2 pieces of the heart of the sea armor, suddenly changed, her fair face tinged with a hint of crimson. Yifeng, taken aback, curiously teased, Yun'er, what troubles you? Shall we perhaps exchange our heart of the sea armor for a change? However, unlike her usual charm, Yun's exquisite visage appeared pallid at that moment. The tenderness in her beautiful eyes was abruptly replaced by a sense of urgency as her enticing red lips pressed against Yifeng's. A fleeting brush of contact sent Yifeng's eyes widening in astonishment, causing him to rise abruptly from his spot. His gaze, filled with disbelief, turned toward the cave entrance, where an overwhelming aura, powerful enough to send tremors through his body, suddenly emanated from afar. Yun's lips parted slightly as she exclaimed in astonishment, "Teacher, why has he come?"